The youth Tranchong is called Baphomet here. A few hours ago, he was still a king of demons at the top of a huge tower. Anyone who climbs this tower wants to conquer the highest peak and kill him. But no one has managed to do that over the years. With his cruel nature and extraordinary power, anyone who climbs up here is dealt with harshly by him. He doesn't differentiate between young or old, male or female. Humans are just toys to him. Even the strongest hunters who manage to climb this far have to beg for mercy after a fight. Baphomet rules over this tower and sees people as mere dolls. Whenever someone comes to kill him, he feels most excited and happy. But it's also when he feels the deepest despair. Why? Because no one has ever been worthy enough to be his opponent. Those who climb here eventually become broken after being played with by Baphomet for a while. More importantly, Baphomet can only stay at the top of this tower. The door will never open for him. In other words, Baphomet cannot enter the human world. He can only wait hopelessly until someone opens the door and continues their battle. But not every day does someone come here, so Baphomet must ponder how to pass this boring time. Here is just Baphomet alone. He cannot open that door himself to go out. Baphomet is truly angry and hates being stuck here. He doesn't understand why he's the only one trapped in solitude, waiting endlessly. Suddenly, a phone falls from someone. Baphomet is very curious about this strange item. An idea suddenly pops into his head. When the next hunter reaches the top of the tower, as usual, he beats him up but doesn't kill him. Baphomet wants to ask him how to use the phone. The hunter enthusiastically guides her on how to unlock it using facial recognition first. Baphomet quickly raises the owner's name to unlock it. Very smart. Next, he shows her how to use the camera to capture precious moments. He even takes a selfie with the Tower King as a memento for his descendants. Then the hunter continues showing Baphomet other features like music, the only mind-stimulating substance allowed by the world government. There are also movies, web browsing, games, and countless other phone functions. Seeing that Baphomet has become quite adept at using it, the hunter thinks his job is done and starts to sneak away. But this is the king's territory. Even though he can no longer exploit its value, the hunter's life is also in danger now. Baphomet finds this human toy very interesting. It has become a form of entertainment for him in this boring tower. Looking at the pile of corpses he has massacred, Baphomet thinks maybe he can find something useful on these people. He starts searching and finds an old notebook titled Collection of Masterpieces. Baphomet reads it but doesn't understand its meaning, so he throws it away. And thus, he keeps finding various human items for the first time in his life. Sometimes, items like this wedding photo make Baphomet glimpse into human life outside. Text messages keep appearing on the phone, but Baphomet doesn't care much about them. What's more important to him is that knowing more about humans makes him yearn to see their real world rather than just imagining it. Humans have a little hope that God might grant wishes. If God exists, Baphomet hopes he can make one wish too. This dreamy thought makes Baphomet feel slightly uncomfortable. Suddenly, the tower starts roaring. That means someone has reached the top floor. Baphomet returns to his seat. He no longer cares much now. After all, the next toy will soon break down anyway. But this time's reality is different from what Baphomet expected. The opponent facing him isn't like other hunters. This is Javel, a real hunter with true strength. As he steps into the tower and faces him, his power surprises Baphomet, who wonders if this moving toy in front of him really has such limited capabilities. Both sides start clashing with their swords. Just a few simple sword strokes make Baphomet feel truly different. This is the strength he's been waiting for long. The ceiling tiles flutter as if in battle. Fighting with these tiles makes Baphomet feel very excited, a happiness and joy that he had forgotten for a long time. This is exactly what you've been looking for all this time. A worthy battle that you've longed for. An interesting fight. Truly interesting. But the more they fought, the more Baphomet was being overwhelmed. His last strike made him fall to the ground instantly. For some reason, Baphomet felt jealous of this toy called String Vein. The battle grew increasingly fierce day by day. With his regained strength, Baphomet continuously attacked Raven from all sides. Raven retaliated with powerful sword techniques as well. His strength and cultivation skills gradually put Baphomet at a disadvantage. Perhaps this was the first time he had to lose to an ordinary human. Unwilling to accept defeat, Baphomet unleashed all his power instantly. As the Lord of the Tower, he couldn't be easily harmed like that. He used magic to create numerous sharp weapons and launched them at String Vane. But his single swift sword cut could easily dispose of them all. While using physical attacks, String Vane also targeted his psychology. So what? You're still locked up here. Baphomet froze upon hearing this. Raven took the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow with his sword, but Baphomet refused to give in, using magic to counterattack, daring to defeat the Lord with just a lowly toy. What Baphomet didn't expect was that Raven wasn't an ordinary toy. Despite everything, he had already lunged and delivered a fatal blow to Baphomet's neck. Seeing his extraordinary face and strength, Baphomet realized String Vane was truly a free and powerful human. He also wished to be like him, yearning to escape this place and really become a person. Suddenly, an unusual system appeared. The screen displayed the main mission: kill Javan the Hunter. This ordinary wish became reality. Javan's sword had pierced through Baphomet's body with one swift strike. He successfully breached the tower and it would soon collapse, thinking everything was over. But that wouldn't make for a good show. At the brink of life and death, Baphomet seemed to gain strength and rose once more. Using his own hands, he stabbed Weaven through the chest, successfully extracting his heart. Finally, Baphomet killed Javan and revived herself. After the tower collapsed, construction workers came to clean up. Seeing him alone on the rubble, they approached and asked, "What's your name?" Baphomet had completed her mission of killing the hunter and turning into a human. In this world, hunters are those who fight against monsters in the gates and towers. Their status wasn't very high back then. The dungeon instability phenomenon occurred more frequently. It happened when an unattended tower collapsed over time. As a result, monsters would escape through the gates and cause the world's population to be wiped out. After that incident, humans began training hunters to handle towers. At that time, Baphomet ruled the Abyss Tower. Most hunters who came to challenge him died at his hands. Eventually, he decided to become a human himself. However, when the Abyss Tower collapsed, everyone mistakenly believed Baphomet in this human form was the sole survivor after eliminating the Abyss Gate. From then on, everyone wanted to see the hero's power that Baphomet possessed. But the problem was, he had lost all his strength after becoming a human. Since then, Baphomet went from being a powerful tower ruler to a century-old recluse. Later, fate led him to become the leader of mining operations in the dungeons. In some dungeon mine on Earth, this young white-haired man named Griffin was a new recruit in the stone mining team. His captain was showing him around and introducing his job here. Actually, Griffin had visited this place a few months ago. Now it looks much bigger than before. The captain said all of this was due to hunters expanding the area after defeating monsters. For Griffin's work, he would be responsible for Area D, where most precious stones were found. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed. Everyone quickly made way as the big guy passed by. The big guy mentioned here is Baphomet, and these are his subordinates following him. The captain then leaned close to Griffin and warned him not to interact with those people, as they were criminals who had escaped underground and always beat up troublemakers. Especially this Baphomet guy. After hearing that, Griffin felt a bit scared, but knew there was no other choice since the contractors really liked his work here. The contractor loved the 3 formats because he excelled at this job. Soon it was time to get paid. The captain happily distributed envelopes corresponding to each person's daily workload. Of course, Baphomet couldn't be left out. He said he had moved that somewhere else. Hearing this, Baphomet shuddered and his body slightly trembled. This caught Griffin's attention. After getting paid, Baphomet's minions suggested they take him to enjoy something. Suddenly, one of them questioned Baphomet about how much he had spent on his daily earnings. At this mention, Baphomet became furious. and started trembling as he clutched his head in pain. All his money went to that damned prostitute Terror. When the three Fomites were known for being scammers who ended up at the bottom of society, they got hurt and had to go to the hospital but couldn't afford it. So she offered them a deal, suggesting they sell their bodies to earn money to pay her back. Eventually, the three Fomites had to work in this mine to give money to that prostitute. But considering the alternative, working here was better than being photographed and filmed for a scamming TV show. Though not everything was perfect down here, there were still things that made him uncomfortable. Some of them had recognized Fomit as the longtime scammer and kept trying to provoke him. He ignored them, but the more he ignored, the worse they got. One who doesn't retaliate gets what's coming. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Fomit attacked those guys. He beat them up, teaching each one a lesson for any trouble they started. Thanks to his tough demeanor, everyone started following him and made him the leader of this criminal group. Besides, this wasn't the human life he wanted. What he desired was to live a life using strength to hunt monsters like a hunter, not fighting thugs. Now, Fomit didn't know why he had lost all his power. Maybe he had become human. He wanted to be human because he wanted to feel strong and free like the one who almost killed him in the tower. While thinking about this, a comment from one of his subordinates caught his attention. "To me, you look cooler. What's so special about hunters? They're just like us. If we woke up, they wouldn't stand a chance." What Fomit's minion said wasn't wrong, but to him, being a cool and strong hunter was better. Hunters in this world earn a lot of money and are quite famous, living in luxury and fancy mansions. Fomit's subordinate thought that hunters got those things by chance. The money earned from hard work is more valuable. Indeed, those who don't know the value of money are easy to have it. Seeing his subordinates playing around, Fomit suddenly smiled. He didn't know why he was smiling either. He could only explain that seeing everyone happy made him happy too, making all look at him with a wicked eye. They wanted to bet on who had the skill to make their leader smile like this. Now Fomit realized it was exactly how he felt before. It was just like playing with human toys in the tower, specifically the feeling of enjoyment. He was enjoying spending time with his friends and comrades. Perhaps he craved for power to feel that joy again. Fomit felt like a child entering this world for the first time, experiencing simple joys despite lacking strength. However, since arriving here, none of his subordinates knew his name, so they just called him boss. He didn't talk or get close to anyone, making everyone curious about his real name. Fomit said he used to have a name but stopped using it now. His subordinate immediately liked the idea. It seemed like his boss had an incredibly cool history. He asked if Fomit wanted to use his name instead. His parents put their hearts into coming up with that name, and now he was using a different one. Fomit asked for the name of his subordinate. Just as he was about to say it, there was an explosion. A loud noise echoed through the entire mine. The whole dungeon was engulfed in flames. The sound of the explosion and panic screams merged together. Fomit stood rooted to the spot, staring at the chaos. He didn't know what that noise was, but it sounded terrible. He wanted to stop it. After regaining his composure, Fomit winced as he felt a wound in his stomach. Looking at the devastated scene before him, Fomit was both shocked and amazed. His hand accidentally hit something on the ground while he was searching. Looking over, his heart ached to see it was one of his subordinates who had just been burned alive. Another round of toys destroyed. Fomit could only feel a bit of human warmth from these happy subordinates now turned like this. In pain and anger, he fell down, shouting loudly, "Who the hell did this?" After the explosion subsided, it was actually this new recruit Griffin who caused all this. His true identity is a thief hunter, specializing in attacking and plundering as war trophies. The two hunters responsible for the dungeon rushed over to fight him. Though outnumbered, Griffin showed no fear. Because only half of what people know about him is true. Griffin is a B-rank hunter, the one in charge here is C-rank. Despite their numerical advantage, they couldn't defeat him and had to save civilians first. So this hunter suggested his teammates run out for help while he kept Griffin occupied. Just as he spoke, a sharp sword suddenly slashed his neck. His teammate was terrified upon seeing this. Finally, they couldn't hold back and rushed towards Griffin to fight him. Griffin stood calmly, smiling arrogantly. Hunters shouldn't get excited, it will only make them die faster. He injured the female hunter with just a slight twist of his hand. Then, from the portal, people stepped out. They were Griffin's fellow thieves. Pointing at the fallen female hunter, he told them to cut her throat for talking too much and let them share as they pleased. Hearing this, they revealed their twisted nature, wanting to gouge her eyes or rape her. But Griffin was in charge. He ordered his subordinates to capture her and sell her for money. The female hunter desperately cried out of fear while the thieves started dividing the spoils. Her continuous crying annoyed them greatly. At this moment, a head was thrown at Griffin's feet. It was Baphomet, one of Griffin's subordinates, who had been scolded by him for some time. A few minutes ago, Baphomet was still in shock when the system suddenly appeared. The screen displayed a hidden mission. Feeling angry on behalf of humanity, it showed the power he desired. Who dared to break my toys? In the stone mine, Baphomet took steps forward. He tightly clenched his lips with a cold expression. His target was the sword next to the dead hunter's body. Baphomet reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. The system displayed a white dot in green. It reported that using someone else's weapon would reduce its efficiency by 0%. The system seemed to be malfunctioning. Its display color changed from green to red. System error appeared on the screen. As Baphomet fully pulled the sword out of the ground, the display turned red. It revealed Baphomet's intrinsic abilities. The Weapon Master skill was activated. The ability to steal weapons was automatically triggered due to the Weapon Master intrinsic. Immediately, Baphomet charged forward. A white light flashed, and the head of his fellow hunter flew off. It soared high over the thief hunter smoking a cigarette, landing right in front of him. Formez asked who did this, startling the thief hunter. He opened his mouth, and the cigarette fell to the ground. He turned around. Formez swung his sword behind him, red blood splattering out. Looking at him, he said that someone had broken his toys. "You damn worm." The thief hunter was surprised and asked about the toys. His two fellow hunters in front of him were terrified and wanted to retreat. Baphomet stepped on the body of the one he just killed, gripping the sword tightly. He stared at the thief hunter, his lips moving, asking if he was a survivor. He smirked, didn't understand what he meant. Baphomet glared at them, asking if they were the ones. As a thief. The thief reached out to grab his ear, turning it into a makeshift speaker. He mocked Baphomet and said, "Are you too old to play with toys?" Baphomet didn't want any more words and charged straight at him. Two accomplices blocked his path, looking scared as they tried to back away. He got angry at the two of them, asking why those damn guys were standing there. Taking his position, he was surprised and wondered if Baphomet, that scoundrel, was a hunter. He laughed menacingly at Baphomet, challenging him to see the power of this scoundrel. One accomplice stood in front of him, gripping his weapon tightly. The other clenched his teeth with determination. Baphomet sighed and said it didn't often get to hunt so many prey at once. The two accomplices lunged forward to attack Baphomet recklessly. But then, with just one slash of his sword, Baphomet disarmed both of them in their surprise. His bloody sword stabbed straight towards one of the accomplices. The other was shocked by his speed and could only glance back as he saw his companion fall silent before Baphomet's sword pierced through his head. The remaining accomplice roared with fury, "Damn you! This scoundrel is charging to attack me." Baphomet used his foot to kick the dead accomplice away. He forcefully drew back his sword. He glanced at the attacker, easily grabbing the man's arm. At this moment, he looked terrifyingly cold. His bloody sword swung up in his hand. As the sword descended, the head of the remaining accomplice separated from his neck. The red blood splattered everywhere. Half of his face plunged into darkness. He stared at the thief hunter before him with cold eyes. The thief hunter still stood there, still having the mood to raise a smile. His eyes curved, revealing cunning. A hint of admiration in his heart. He thought to himself about this guy. Good one. He gripped his weapon and charged towards Baphomet. Baphomet easily raised his hand to block the sword. Their weapons clashed and shook repeatedly. He laughed with interest. He said that Baphomet was better than he thought. He asked what his name was. Fomet glared at him without answering. Their weapons rubbed against each other, creating a flash of light. Both of them retracted their weapons simultaneously. He guessed that Fomet's name started with C, but then he denied it himself. He laughed loudly. His face seemed to contort, making him look even more terrifying. He taunted that Fomet was beyond the sea level. A bright slash of his sword passed by Fomet's neck. Fomet dodged it at the last second. He noticed a new scratch on his cheek. Blood flowed down from the wound. He paused for a moment. In the stone mine, the thief hunter continued jumping around. He asked why a hunter like him was hiding there as a thug. Don't tell me you have any ulterior motives here too. He apologized for bothering Fomet in such a disrespectful manner. He placed his weapon on his shoulder, smiling, and said that no matter what he was, Fomet only knew this much. With a sinister look, he lunged towards Fomet with his weapon. He confidently said that now Fomet would die. Fomet calmly held the bloody sword across his body, his eyes watching the man in front of him cautiously. A graceful arc of his sword was drawn out, moving so fast it couldn't be seen clearly, only visible through the white light it left behind. Fomet was surprised to see a new wound on his shoulder, then his cheek, appearing unexpectedly, leaving him no time to react. But that wasn't all. The next target was his thigh. Line 60 is here. Fomet raised his hand to block. A cut mark appeared on his bicep. Soon after, several sword strikes came, and multiple injuries appeared on Fomet's body, but none hit his vulnerable spots. The thief hunter sneered. Unbeknownst to them, the swordsman's blade had broken into pieces and was reconnected with steel wires. It looked like a sharp whip. He continuously controlled the wire whip to attack Fomet. That's why Fomet had so many injuries. The swordsman confidently thought Fomet couldn't fight back and believed this chain sword was perfect for dealing with inexperienced targets. It worked even better against those who didn't know how to handle hunters. He considered Fomet valuable, planning to cut his head off specially. Suddenly, Fomet's eyes lit up as he easily blocked the incoming chain sword strike with a slash of his own. The thief hunter was surprised. He didn't expect Fomet to stand still and take the hits. Then, two more attacks came, but Fomet still managed to block them without showing any red health. It indicated that Fomet's intrinsic ability had been activated. If blood loss was too severe, Fomet would stand still as his arm moved continuously, easily blocking the thief hunter's attacks. The system displayed information that his skill would be increased by 15%. His eyes shone brightly. None of the thief hunter's strikes hit him anymore. The thief hunter was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. He wondered what happened. Suddenly, Fomet blocked all his attacks. He muttered to himself. Then a direct punch flew towards him. Fomet punched the thief hunter back and slammed him into the ground. A loud noise echoed as rocks and dirt scattered. He leaned against a slightly wet rock, wincing in pain. Fomet continued to attack without giving the thief hunter any chance to resist. The swordsman hurriedly raised his weapon to block. Only now did he fearfully grit his teeth and defend. He thought this guy was too strong. Fomet suddenly lifted his sword, reducing the pressure on him. Another strike came down. The thief hunter narrowly jumped out of the way just in time to avoid it. The rock he had been leaning against shattered from Fomet's slash. Missing his attack, Fomet glanced at the swordsman. His face looked terrifying now. He tightly gripped his sword and charged towards him, startling the thief hunter. He didn't expect such a decisive move. He thought he had superior physical strength. He gritted his teeth in frustration and spat out "damn." He yelled loudly as his sword turned into a long whip. He believed the more force he used, the stronger he would be when exhausted. As expected, he was just a fool who didn't know any real skills. Fomet bent down to avoid the long whip attack. His eyes in the darkness shone terrifyingly. The thief hunter still thought patience would be his downfall. But Fomet stared at him menacingly. He suddenly exuded an intimidating aura. The thief hunter was terrified by his gaze, his face turning pale with fear. He held his weapon and stood still in shock. Feeling the horror of facing a terrifying monster, he wondered what he was fighting against. Like a monster. In that moment of distraction, Femet lunged and slashed. His arm fell off, his face turning pale in shock as warm red liquid splattered everywhere. Femet glared at him and said it was for those always pushed to the battlefield. He remembered a subordinate who had bullied him when he first joined the mine. That guy had once looked down on him. The thief hunter glanced at his severed arm, tears of pain streaming down his face. He couldn't bear the pain and screamed, calling Femet a bastard. Another sword strike came, severing his remaining arm. Femet remembered that subordinate with his round face holding a chocolate bar. He said this leg was for the fat guy who always carried food. The thief hunter lost another limb and fell to the ground in agony. His entire body shook from pain. Femet remembered that chubby subordinate with his round face holding a chocolate bar. He said this left leg was for the fat guy who always carried food. The thief hunter lost another limb and fell to the ground in agony. His entire body shook from pain. He was in excruciating pain all over. He whimpered in fear and begged Femet to use it again. Femet stood before him, unmoved. You said, and then his other leg. You remembered the scene when the brown-haired thug was blown up right in front of you. His face went speechless as the hot color line shot out, followed by a terrified scream from the thief hunter. His eyes seemed to be about to burst, pain distorting his face. The thief hunter lay on the blood-soaked ground while Femet stood above him. He gripped the rough sword tightly around his neck. You said, and he helplessly let out a series of sobs filled with terror. He looked up at Femet, trembling in disbelief that he had been defeated and tormented to near death. His voice quivered as he asked what the hell was happening. Who are you? Femet ignored his question. You slowly lowered the sword closer to his neck and continued, the price for angering me. The thief hunter's face showed extreme fear, cold sweat breaking out on his face. He kept mumbling incoherently. Femet didn't let him speak. He stabbed the sword down forcefully and then pulled it out. Red liquid splattered everywhere as his face was engulfed by darkness, only his eyes glowing fearfully. As the sword pierced the thief hunter's neck, Femet felt an unprecedented heat surge through his body. He gritted his teeth and pulled the sword up, blood splattering all over. His entire body felt unbearably hot. He frantically chopped at the dead body of the thief hunter in front of him, blood spraying everywhere, looking extremely terrifying. The red warning sign appeared again on the screen. It stated that those who always crave power would face severe consequences. Every cell in Femet's body seemed to be screaming in frenzy. He was nearly losing control and becoming the monster Femet atop the tower, not a human anymore. He needed a human being to offer himself up. The screen indicated that this state was due to his berserk rage. The factor of bloodlust had been activated by the sudden surge. With one hand holding the sword, he rubbed his head. His body was screaming for heat relief. He needed a human being, not these chunks of meat, a living person. Suddenly, there was a faint whisper from behind him. His lifeless eyes glowed terrifyingly. He had found what he needed. He turned to the fallen female hunter lying on the ground, his blood-stained sword pointing at her. In the midst of his bloodlust, he recognized her as a human, a living person here. Something in his mind was screaming for him to kill them. Femet hesitated, his face shrouded in darkness and deep malice. That voice screamed that he was the creature created to kill humans. Kill them. He slowly raised the sword according to the insane voice in his head. Suddenly, someone appeared from inside the mine. It seemed not just one person. Someone had reported to the manager. He said there were still living people here. Femet's attention was drawn by their voices, stopping his sword. His lifeless eyes glanced at where the voice came from. He heard him continue that things were strange. A person trying to kill another alive person. The manager asked if anyone had been killed or blood and meat mixed around them. He picked up the walkie-talkie and continued reporting that it looked like one of those they were searching for. Before he finished, someone suddenly slapped him on the back. It was the manager he just called to, saying he had arrived so he could put away his walkie-talkie now. After seeing Femet's face clearly, the manager said their target didn't look like this. Femet was nearly losing control of himself. In his mind, only two humans were in front of him. Realizing there were two people, he hesitated not and grabbed the sword to attack them. The manager said they had seen Fomit's face somewhere before. He realized Fomit was rushing towards them to attack. His glasses flashed as his eyes widened in shock. Fomit's eyes glowed red. The one who discovered Fomit gasped in surprise. Fomit roared and told them to die. Suddenly, a glowing long hand appeared before him in midair. That hand had only the index and middle fingers. Fomit paused, confused. Has anyone ever wondered how difficult it is to capture someone like that? Now we can't let them die. Then that hand snapped in front of him, telling him to sleep for a bit. Fomit stopped suddenly as he approached the two sudden figures. He was hit on the head and fell back, next, and fell backward onto the ground, losing consciousness with confusion on his face. Fomit was dazed, wondering what that hand was. His mind echoed a call for help. Fomit saw himself as a goat-headed monster sitting straight in the tower. He sat there, hearing the followers calling him Lord Fomit. They promised to forever obey him, forever obeying him. Fomit stretched out his hand and commanded, "Kill all humans on Earth. You are a warlike monster who loves destruction. You want all things to kneel before the name Fomit." Suddenly, someone called him a frog at the bottom of a well. A sharp sword stabbed through. Red blood splattered everywhere and stained the blade. He saw himself in a human body, pierced by a single slash. His entire face was shrouded in darkness. He said that he surely didn't know that though Khan controlled the tower. Javen's expression gradually became clear, cold, and terrifying. He said the truth that you are just a weakling. Form gritted his teeth in. He heard Javen say that the weak deserve to descend into hell. Formed woke up from a nightmare. His whole body was stiff, still not fully awake. His eyes widened wildly. What is this? He knelt on one knee and looked around, muttering in confusion where he was. Clearly, he was at the stone mine. Suddenly, a voice through machinery echoed. The other asked if he heard what he said. Finally, he woke up. Fomit didn't understand what he said. Somewhere else, the person talking to Fomit smiled. He heard him ask who he was. Instead of answering, he said something incomprehensible about a rare mine owner. Fomit seemed to realize something. He glanced in one direction. The other continued talking, making nonsensical statements that made his face look familiar again. You were the miner caught for illegally destroying the Hell Tower, right? But a miner like you accidentally killed our hunter we were tracking. You're trying to lie again. His face was shrouded in darkness. He kept mumbling information. He asked Fomit if he had killed that hunter. Fomit fell into deep thought. In his mind, the keywords kill and hunter were grasped. He silently thought about the bastard he beat up from there. Don't just stand in this room. His entire face turned dark with no clear expression. The other continued talking nonsense, making his face look familiar again. You were a miner caught for illegally destroying the Hell Tower, right? But you accidentally killed our hunter we were tracking. You're trying to lie again. His face was shrouded in darkness. He kept mumbling information. Fomit frowned and didn't answer him. Seeing his reaction, he said they would decide what to do with him based on his response. His words were cut short when a punch suddenly came. Fomit suddenly lunged and punched a black glass panel on the wall, shattering it. Fomit's fist remained embedded in the glass as cracks spread from the small hole. The cold voice warned him not to jump again. Why would he do that? Behind the glass, someone kept silent after touching something. Fomit stood before the glass and said one must introduce oneself first if they want to know someone's name. While he was trapped in a cage, the other sat behind the wall watching him. He couldn't help cursing the nameless scumbag. His voice echoed through the room. He asked Dao Moai who had turned him into this state. They had agreed to be heroes under their names. The hunter they were chasing. Fomit admitted he killed that man. How could he? Did he have to reconsider his actions? His eyes widened in anger and his face became more menacing as he asked why he had to do this. He provoked him first. No matter how many times the other came back, Fomit would kill him that many times. His face was dark with rage as he looked through the glass at the person, saying he would cut off his limbs and crush him into pieces without leaving a trace. He asked the man behind the glass what if he did the same to him. Before he could finish, the man behind the glass couldn't help but laugh. His laughter echoed through the room where Fomet was trapped. Fomet retracted his fist and wondered why he laughed. Then he heard a confident voice asking if he could kill him. Fomet finally realized something. The man walked out with confidence, his hands in his pockets. The door opened slowly as the man said it was time. He smiled and his eyes crinkled. He said he had come to face him, asking what he intended to do next. Seeing him appear, Fomet attacked immediately. He reminded Fomet of Dian Yun, the last person who appeared in the tower and destroyed him. Their cold eyes and demeanor were similar. A sound echoed as Fomet vanished on the spot. Without hesitation, he charged at him. A flash of light appeared before his face. The man in front of him didn't dodge but smiled confidently. A powerful impact occurred in the room. The floor cracked and dust filled the air. Fomet lay on the ground, eyes wide with shock. The man confirmed he had truly woken up. He held Fomet's fist with one hand and squeezed his neck while saying it was a great move. Fomet struggled for breath, thinking the other was too strong. The man kept him in check. Behind him stood another subordinate. The subordinate stood straight, ignoring what was happening. He said he should introduce himself now. They belonged to a secret government organization aimed at stopping criminal hunters. His name is Roju. The subordinate nodded and said they would get straight to the point. The hunter Fomet killed was their target, and he would be executed upon capture. He laughed and said his crime was inhuman acts. He impersonated a deadly hunter, hunting innocent hunters and selling their organs illegally. His grip on Fomet's neck tightened as Fomet shuddered, but the man seemed unconcerned. He said there was a superstition among the rich that eating an awakened person's organs would grant them a powerful body and eternal life. Fomet tried to free himself, struggling to sit up. Clearly, he wasn't as strong as the other man. They were grateful for his help in getting rid of this burden, but the fact that he killed people couldn't be denied. He had massacred countless lives. They had seen those bodies, handled them cleanly and efficiently. The killer was a master. He confirmed an awakened person wouldn't create such a scene without hesitation. Although some individuals were born with a talent for killing, his experience showed that such cases belonged to seasoned killers who had shed blood of thousands. Fomet gritted his teeth as he listened to the man say they only got one piece of information. He was a con artist. So he tried to start a conversation to figure out what kind of guy I am. Fomet got annoyed hearing him jump around. His head was just red with rage. The other person kept talking and wondered if he should share his impression about me, while Fomet struggled with the thought of being a difficult human. He talked to himself that it's very dangerous. Meanwhile, Fomet was wondering why he wasn't allowed to just attack those guys like him. He didn't know these thoughts of his. He said he was born with the heart of a devil. If not stopped, one day he might become a criminal hunter they had to expel. Fomet wished he could have been like before from the start. He wished he had a body that felt more at ease. He remembered Javen, the hunter in the tower. He thought the same about him too. Looking at the guy jumping around, he thought this was where cancer cells started. Fomet mentally gathered them together. He thought both of them would be crushed under his feet. Fomet's hand that was controlling a fist suddenly retracted. He hid in the darkness and said they needed to be eliminated. His outstretched hand before Fomet could kill him at any moment. For some reason, he felt powerless and unwilling. He couldn't hold it back anymore and cursed under his breath. Standing tall in the skyscraper was their headquarters. Inside, many people were waiting for services. The voices of professional female staff echoed continuously. They thanked and wished someone to develop stronger. Then they warmly asked if the person wanted to continue paying for the rented gun. The staff called number 122. She smiled professionally at the man in front of her. She greeted him and asked what she could help with. Fomet was dressed in a different outfit. He still had personal bandages on his face. He looked straight at the female staff without replying immediately. He remembered that guy who choked him, then leaned close to his face and laughed like a sly fox. He pointed to his chest and asked if he was scared now. He stood up from Fomet and said even if they were them, they wouldn't dare do such reckless things. Besides, he quite liked Pommit's personality. Pommet rubbed his sore neck, being cautious. He heard him say that with a talent like his, he could handle everything. He didn't understand what he meant. Then, seriously, he offered to become a hunter under Rojudi's command. His killing skills should be dedicated to Roju. Back in the present, Pommet looked at the female staff and said he came to sign up as a hunter. The staff smiled, saying she understood, asking for his ID and the result of his hunter evaluation test. He remembered that man with glasses had said they would make some small changes to his identity. They would also contact other agencies to help him pass the evaluation test. After a while of work, the staff smiled, saying she had checked everything. "Thank you. Now please register your alias." She explained that it was the name he would use as a hunter. He remembered that man with glasses told him to create a completely separate alias to distinguish between civilians and hunters, or else he couldn't sign up. The staff asked if he had any ideas for an alias in mind, different from his real name. If not, they could suggest some. Pommet thought of the man with glasses' words before coming here. Many companies in this industry operate secretly, because this field already attracts a lot of attention, but he should try to avoid drawing too much notice. Pommet smiled and thought he would regret giving him this chance. He would become stronger than anyone else. Looking straight at the female staff, he said his alias name, Fomet. Pommet was confident that his name alone would make everyone tremble with fear. A white-furred wolf with sharp teeth opened its mouth wide, ready to tear apart its prey. Then, with a kick, Pommet easily defeated it. Another wolf behind pounced on him, wanting to take advantage of the situation to attack. Pommet anticipated this and quickly turned around, using his bare hands to fight off the wolf. He easily grabbed the wolf and with a throw, he immediately subdued it gently. Behind him, several wolves were eyeing him hungrily but didn't dare approach. They knew they weren't a match for him, so they retreated. A large monster foot stomped on the ground, shaking it. In the forest, the Wolf King's eyes glowed as its massive body appeared. It stretched out a sharp-clawed hand to attack Fomet. He suddenly raised his hand, asking it to wait for a moment, surprising it into stopping. It stared at him with wide eyes, seemingly trying to see through him. Fomet raised his hand, intending to try using the summoning magic he had. He stood there and said to come here quickly, but what he was waiting for didn't appear. Nothing changed in the forest. He stood before the Wolf King, looking like a clown performing. He kept his stance and wondered if Lan Wang thought he was being teased. It lost patience and swung its hand to hit where he stood. Then, realizing something, it widened its eyes in surprise. It stood still, looking up at the human who had just punched its body. With one punch, its entire body, organs inside, seemed to shatter. Blood spewed out from its body. With this overwhelming strength, it clearly couldn't resist at all. The portal format was created by stepping out of the magic, as he thought his prediction was correct. He put one hand in his pocket and the other outstretched. Looking at his palm, feeling a bit disappointed because the power hadn't fully returned to him yet. The reason for this, there was only one now. He looked at the red display in front of him. It read mission completed. Wrath in the name of humanity. The ordinary is the strength sought after personally. He touched his chin in thought. He repeated the phrase, personal strength to seek. He understood that he had just killed a familiar criminal, so regaining this much power was understandable. But for now, Fomet looked at the red display before him, feeling confused about what was happening. Since he left the tower until now, it hasn't let up. Why should I listen to that red command? Fomet scratched his head and walked forward. He grumbled, no one would answer even if he had questions. Anyway, he knew what to do next. He clenched his hand and thought about the power. If his strength was gone, just get it back. It's too simple. He was used to rising from the bottom of society. Suddenly, he felt an ominous energy behind him. The source of that terrifying energy laughed and asked Fomet who he was. Fomet gritted his teeth, cautiously turning around to see who it was. It turned out to be the man in glasses. He angrily asked if he wanted to draw attention. Fomet put his hands in his pockets and walked closer. On his phone screen, a subordinate showed him something, saying what kind of mental disorder would take the Tower King as an alias. Foment wondered what you were asking about. His subordinate said they had been called by management. The man in glasses was indeed their manager, who told him to stop causing a stir. He knew people accused him of faking it, but why did every rumor about him turn into something eerie? His reputation was now worse than being thrown out on the street for dogs and cats. Foment scratched his ear as if he didn't hear or see anything. The manager still wouldn't give up. He said there's more. The investigation of Hell Tower has been completed. It was the hunter known as Wire who conquered it. Foment's hand stopped scratching his ear at this statement. His eyes widened in realization. In the silent space, only the manager's incessant chatter could be heard. He said things had gotten worse. Who would have thought that a top Korean hunter had to sacrifice himself to eliminate Foment? So now they're trying to figure out how. Suddenly, Foment interrupted him by saying two words. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He asked if he had to act tough every time someone he met was mentioned. He's heard enough idle gossip. No fun in that. Right now, he looks very insecure and unbalanced. He can spread rumors, but when he gets stronger, remind those who slept under the bed to check it. There will be monsters waiting for them. On the street, he put his hands in his pockets and stood facing a phone held by his subordinate, silently observing how he reacted. His voice sounded slightly contemptuous on the phone. He clicked his tongue and asked if he really believed he could overcome this. Foment was silent, not understanding why he couldn't get over it. Seeing him react indifferently to the situation, the manager didn't want to advise anymore. If that's the case, prepare for the consequences of your choice. He scheduled a meeting on Jeju Island and hung up. On Jeju Island, for meters, widened his eyes at the scenery before him. His eyes shone brightly, still feeling unreal. Looking at the green sea in front of him, he was surprised and wondered if this was really the sea. It matched what he saw on his phone. His subordinate tapped his phone and said they should hail a taxi now. It would start in 2 hours. In just 1 minute, for M was excited like a child, running closer to the sea. He cheered joyfully the sea, mommy and daddy. His subordinate watched his back speechless. Foment was still engrossed in seeing the sea. He marveled at how it stretched endlessly. Wow, amazing! His subordinate glanced towards where Meters was playing. He thought he wasn't someone to trust. Knowing that, why did the manager still want to keep him? He didn't understand the manager's decision. He remembered when they were alone, the manager sat on a chair and told him he knew what he was eating. This job wasn't for ordinary people. His hands intertwined as he leaned back with a smile. They needed someone flawed to manipulate easily. Whatever he said, he always kept an eye on the format. You won't do anything foolish, I will. He stopped speaking there. But what was behind that was clear without saying it? A man and a woman appeared walking together. They seemed to be having fun talking. Suddenly, someone said something, making the blue-eyed blonde stop talking and look in their direction. Foment appeared before them. The frightening aura around him made both of them gasp in surprise. They froze, not daring to move forward anymore. He looked at them with a curious gaze, as if he just saw something strange. He couldn't help asking if this was the alien species mentioned by that toy. Indeed, it had some resemblance. Before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed and dragged to the ground forcefully. He said, "Go quickly and don't further humiliate our country." Foment was dragged away without getting angry. Instead, he waved goodbye to the blue-eyed man. The incident happened so fast that the two tourists didn't understand what had just occurred. That day was a beautiful day. At a high-rise building on Jeju Island, Ian introduced Foment to a new hunter orientation course being organized here. Foment put his hands in his pockets and stood opposite T. Ian asked about the orientation course. T.I.ing explained it was a program for new hunters to quickly adapt. Foment didn't understand, asking why all this effort. Isn't hunting just about killing monsters enough? T.I. patiently said, because there are many older people with more power here. Suddenly, he stopped and said forget it. What he meant was government regulations. Unlike other countries, hunters here were hired directly by the government. so whatever type of hunter they used was their right. T.I. handed his ID and phone to Fomit and told him to take them. He took it and said in surprise, "This smartphone." He asked again if he really had one. Ian was indifferent. "He's definitely said it." Fomit seems in better spirits. One hand holding his ID, the other with the phone. He's laughing happily. T is listening to him. Ian asks if he usually calls him Charmin you when they talk normally. Fomit looks at his own filled ID. It has his name, Charmin you, written on it, and he falls into thought. He remembers the voice of that brown-haired subordinate before he was blown up right in front of him. He asks if he should use his real name. His parents put a lot of heart into it, but he never got to use it. Ian points towards the door and tells him it's done. He reminds Fomit that it's almost time for them. Go in. T is calling him again. Ian will go with him. He says he's been watching over him all this while. Ian thinks he's quite sharp too. With his expectant gaze, Fomit looks straight into his eyes and tells him to just go in. He'll know soon enough. Fomit's eyes darken. He's unsatisfied, but doesn't say anything. He keeps thinking that's what he meant all along. At the large stadium, the manager stands on the stage speaking. He greets the hunters and introduces himself, the host for today's training session. Smiling like a fox in disguise, he says his name is Ma Seong-un. Fomit looks up at him from the audience wondering if that's what he meant. In the dining area, some hunters are walking around picking food from different stalls. Fomit suddenly asks what's going on here. Ian, who is Ma Seong-un, standing beside him, asks if he isn't part of the Secret Service team. Ma Seong-un is sweating. He quickly tells Fomit to speak quietly as people might be listening now. He explains that he's a central management member and asks if Fomit understands. Fomit doesn't mince words, saying he's quite good at fooling people too. He laughs confidently, saying it's better than the hypocrites of this century. Frustrated, Fomit asks what he said. Looking towards a group nearby who are whispering, he tells Fomit to look at them. They've been talking about him all along. He says. He suggests their friendship might be closer than facing Fomit's challenges together. The people around them are looking at him with malice. One of the men asks his friend if that's the scammer over there, still here after all this time, and dare to use the alias Fomit. Fomit sighs as he looks at them. He hears them calling him crazy. Ma Seong-un puts his hand over his mouth and whispers. He pretends to look troubled, saying that's what it is. Don't act like you know me. I don't want to get dragged into this for you. A short-haired girl calls out to Ma Seong-un from the audience. She excitedly says, "Manager over here." Ma Seong-un turns around, nods and tells her to come over. He leaves Fomit alone with his food. Fomit turns away, not caring, and thinks it's fine. He has better things to do than worry about this. Ma Seong-un sees Fomit sitting at a nearby table, radiating happiness from his whole body. He wonders why he looks so happy. He questions if he's enduring something for the sake of it. Truly patient. Knowing how strong his spirit is makes him feel better. Suddenly, something happens and he's startled. Even his eyebrows are furrowed. A group of hunters approaches unexpectedly. He looks at them and wonders what? Why are the elite hunters here? They entered arrogantly together. A bad feeling rose in the delivery driver's heart. He trembled, sweating profusely as he asked what was happening. Why is it level A? The brown-haired girl looked at them and turned to him in surprise, asking why. Didn't you receive any notification? She said that some level A hunters would start a special training session today. Ma Seong-un asked if they weren't supposed to be next week instead. She replied that they just kept postponing the date. It ended up being today. You couldn't keep up either, right? She questioned whether this wasn't a good opportunity. New hunters could learn from them too. Ma Seong-un sweat profusely and reluctantly laughed, agreeing. Everyone can learn from them. He thought of Fomit and realized everyone except him. Fomit was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He stared intently at the lavish food he had just taken. His eyes sparkled with happiness as he said it's his cheeks that turned red, laughing joyfully and remembering there must be an app on his phone to help take pictures of food. It made him curious. After all, as a demon, he didn't need to eat anything. He had tried chow and ramen, but these kinds of dishes were new to him. What should I say in this situation? Right. Fomet remembered, holding the spoon up with a big smile saying bon appetite. Before he could finish, someone poured water over his head. Everyone at the table turned their heads in shock. The person who poured water on him mocked, "Isn't this famous Fomet?" Fomet couldn't react fast enough. Someone asked, "Who is that?" The person who caused trouble raised an eyebrow at Fomet provocatively and said it was a pleasure to meet you. He had always wondered how much of a ruckus he would make, but turned out to be just an ordinary person after all. Someone answered the curious person about his identity. His name is Leon, a level A hunter. His companion came over and asked what he was doing. Fomet sat on the table. His face was drenched in water but showed no reaction. His companion tried to stop him by saying his behavior was too rough. Everyone is watching. He gritted his teeth and said, how could he act like nothing happened when facing such a scoundrel? His companion, Bang Ji-hwan, on behalf of Fomet, apologized to Fomet and criticized him for not being entirely innocent because they had lost many comrades due to Fomet's actions. He said operating under that codename was like mocking other hunters, a cold drop of water rolling down Fomet's cheek. His eyes narrowed in anger. The other person didn't know what was happening. He kept insisting on choosing a better name. Before he could finish, Fomet grabbed the food tray and poured it over Bang Ji-hwan's head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Everyone around them was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Ma Seong-un suddenly slammed her head on the table. He seemed dead. His soul wanted to escape too. The brown-haired girl beside him worriedly asked what was wrong. Bang Ji-hwan gritted his teeth in anger. He spat out, "What a freak!" He grabbed Fomet's collar and angrily said, "Are you tired of living?" Fomet looked indifferent as he said, "He did all this just for a name. Don't worry, he won't come back to life just because I used his name." Those words only made him angrier. He asked what you were saying, dog. Fomet looked straight at him fearlessly and said, if you cared so much about your comrades, why didn't you eliminate the formed earlier instead of boasting about how weak you are? Line 59. Fomet looked straight at him fearlessly and said, if you cared so much about your comrades, why didn't you eliminate the formed earlier instead of boasting about how weak you are? Bang Ji-hwan's friend pokes his head out from behind him and asks what he was rambling about. Formed doesn't care about him, but only mocks Bang Ji-hwan. He says he understands now. The moonlight is too weak, so he can't do anything about it. As soon as Fomet's words, "I didn't say anything wrong," fall, Bang Ji-hwan's anger reaches its peak. He stares wide-eyed at Fomet. "You dog! Have you said enough?" Bang Ji-hwan speaks with a terrifying expression. He tightens his fists, ready to attack Fomet. The green screen shows that the enhancement skill is activating, boosting his physical strength. Ma Se-ong remembers him being surprised. He didn't expect things to go this far. Bang Ji-hwan angrily glares at Fomet and says, "It was you who killed Jae-van." He recalls Jae-van laughing and praising his punches as powerful. Even helping him is a problem now. Jae-van used to say they would easily pass the promotion test with it. Bang Ji-hwan swings his fist at Fomet. He loudly says, "It was me who killed Jae-van." Fomet hesitates as the attack approaches, unsure if he should dodge or block. He thinks blood will be spilled either way. Suddenly, someone stops his fist. That person reminds Bang Ji-hwan that fighting here violates the rules. Bang Ji-hwan's fist halts in front of Fomet. He glances at the person who stopped him. Even Fomet wonders who helped him. He turns to look and is surprised. It's a familiar face. The hunters watching also recognize it. One hunter asks curiously, "Who's that next to you?" Another hunter answers, "That's his brother." Fomet's eyes widen in shock, not believing what he sees. The person in front looks exactly like Jae-van, the hunter who was killed by Fomet in the tower. He hears someone say that this is Jae-van's younger brother. Jae-van's younger brother? With surprised expressions, others also wonder and discuss. Does Jae-van have a younger brother? Didn't you know? He's famous for it. A young man with an attractive appearance like his older brother, the youngest rank hunter in Griffin, is introduced. Di Hua frowns. You and another rank hunter behind him are surprised by his appearance. We haven't met for a while. I didn't expect you to be here during this training session too. But meeting you here makes me happy. Before he can finish, Bang Ji-hwan stands in front of Griffin and says, "Illegal, are you seriously welcoming that scumbag after seeing what he did with my friend?" Griffin calmly responds, saying his brother could have prevented Javen's death if he had paid more attention earlier. Bang Ji-hwan immediately gets angry, calling him a damn brat. Seong-eun quickly intervenes before they can fight. "Hold on, gentlemen hunters, you can't do that here." Seong-eun forces a smile and tries to stop them, saying there are many people watching. Bang Ji-hwan asks, "Why did you let him in?" In response, he questions back, "What?" He looks at Seong-eun and continues, "Isn't he part of the hunter intelligence team? Didn't you approve those scumbags like him to come here?" The rank hunter behind him covers his head in helplessness. Facing this question, he just smiles lightly and then apologizes. "Alright, sorry." After answering, Un turns to the hunters and asks, "Hunter sir, can we talk for a moment?" He pretends not to want to answer. "Come on, why should I?" Before he can refuse, Un stops him with two simple words, "Shut up." Minwoo had no choice but to follow Uncle In's car, ignoring the others. Following his steps is a sharp glance from Griffin at the training facility. A female voice introduces herself, greeting new hunters. "I'm Han Yu-young, your system program instructor." She's introducing and guiding new hunters about the basics of the system. "When you woke up, you all saw the green system window, right? For inexperienced hunters like you, we've linked a program developed by the intelligence team, making it easier to use." Minwoo seems to be listening, but is actually thinking about Seong-eun's words. "Hit me." Just now, you and Seong-eun had a conversation, and he suddenly said, "Hit me." "You're crazy, right? I'm confused." "What's wrong with me?" Uncle Un continues, "If I hadn't hired you, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault." He firmly closes his eyes, determined to accept the consequences. "Hit me." "Here we are." Minwoo looks menacingly, starts moving his hand, and says to Uncle Un in thought, "This is a good chance. Be serious, okay? You can't go back on your word now." Uncle Un didn't think Minwoo would actually hit him. "You're acting like you're really going to beat me. Why don't you say anything in your defense?" Minwoo calmed his scary expression. "So what do you want me to do now? Do you want me to be more lenient?" After being humiliated like that, it's surprising when Seong-eun answers, "Alright, just be more lenient until you become stronger." Seong-eun continued explaining to him, "Listen up. Once you become stronger, no one will say such crude insults to you anymore. To do that, you need to lower yourself a bit now." He paused and said, "Even if there are hundreds like you, you can't defeat an A-class hunter right now. That's the truth." Before ending his flashback, Un-si said, "In other words, don't say anything else and learn to lower yourself from now on." One hand held a phone with a not-so-great title, and the voice that came out was actually a professional scammer. The two new hunters read the news and spoke with contempt. Who does he think he is to come here? It's because of people like them that regular hunters like us get criticized. When I first came for training, I was happy, but then those guys like him made me feel bad. The conversation was cut off as a fist was heading towards the vending machine. They immediately fell silent and looked in the direction of the sound. A voice echoed, "F******. He stole my money." Minwoo, who owned that voice, stared at them like a warning. Should I hit it hard to make it spit out the money? They instinctively flinched and turned pale. They immediately moved away from the scene. Didn't they say there would be a friendly match between A-class hunters? Yeah, apparently it's going to be organized in the GGX room. Let's go then. On the surface, but inside, they were panicking. What is this about? When did he get here? Were those words aimed at us? Look into that bastard's eyes. He has killed people before, right? Not just one or two. Minwoo rubbed his neck. His face returned to normal, thinking this was enough to stop them without using a fist. He looked at the vending machine and sighed. Huh? There's water to drink even if I don't put money in. Lucky me. Minwoo thought as he drank. Thinking back, those guys just mentioned a friendly match between class hunters. With one swift move, it was already dark. Minwoo walked over and looked at the crowd. A young man who seemed in pain fell to the ground. Ji-hwan stood tall with a green towel in his hand as an announcement came from outside. Hunter Leon has won. The fallen young man got up and said to him, "Sure enough, I couldn't beat you, big brother. But I did learn something valuable." He encouraged him too. "Your skills have improved a lot." The event staff continued with the match. Currently, Hunter Leon has won 8 consecutive battles. Anyone else want to challenge him? In front of Ji-hwan's strength, no one dared to defend themselves and challenge. While that was happening, Ji-hwan noticed someone. He called Griffin, who was sitting drinking water. "Hey, Griffin!" Griffin looked at him when he heard the challenge. "Want to fight?" Griffin took off his yellow robe while Ji-hwan said, "You know the rules, right?" Ji-hwan crossed his arms and waited with a blue cloth wrapped around his arm. Meanwhile, an event staff explained the rules again. The first person to grab the blue cloth on their opponent's arm would win. The voice continued to announce the rules. Passive or active skills were both prohibited. Since this was a friendly match, I'll stop it if things start getting dangerous. Above them, the B-Truck staff approached and asked the 2 event girls who were watching the fight. "They did that again?" You responded. "Oh, Captain!" The girl spoke up. "Many new hunters have come to watch." The B-Truck driver smiled warmly. "Oh, really? This fight will definitely have a positive impact. Be on look at the newcomers Minwoo and Griffin." She asked with a smile, "Hey, is Griffin Hunter really handsome?" Looking at Griffin below, she added, "He's so charming these days. Should I ask for his number later?" The 2 of them could only pretend to be interested. They didn't know what to say. IU responded to her younger sister in the crowd. "Of course he is. Griffin is famous." "How old is he, Captain?" Bi-un smiled and replied, "I think he's a sophomore at middle school." After that, all 3 of them seemed to freeze. A surprised voice echoed, "What?" Meanwhile, Ji-hwan and Griffin started their match below. They were holding each other tightly. Ji-hwan challenged, "Should I check if your skills have improved?" Griffin's eyes turned serious. He kicked towards Ji-hwan, but he dodged in time. Ji-hwan swung his fist forward. Griffin immediately ducked to avoid the blow. Griffin glanced at Ji-hwan with sharp eyes. He quickly reached out to grab the blue cloth on Ji-hwan's arm. Step by step, Griffin attacked continuously, but Ji-hwan always managed to dodge. Both remained in a ready-to-attack stance. Ji-hwan thought, his movements are still too slow if this keeps up. His hand moved towards the blue cloth on Griffin's arm. He continued thinking and was almost certain he would catch it. However, Griffin wasn't as easy to beat as he thought. He immediately ducked to avoid Ji-hwan's hand. Surprised, Ji-hwan turned his head to see Griffin countering. At the same time, Griffin successfully grabbed the blue cloth from Ji-hwan in surprise. Everyone was silent. They were all surprised by the result. Minwoo watched with interest. The announcer's voice echoed, "Griffin Hunter wins." Griffin held onto the blue cloth he just won. Round them, people began to discuss and praise him. Leon Hunter couldn't catch him. "You saw his movements, right?" "I couldn't see all of his moves clearly." Without using his skills, which he's so good at, it's no wonder he's one of the A-class hunters. The crowd continued to talk. Being promoted to S-class hunter is just a matter of time now. Meanwhile, Griffin looked in one direction as if finding a new target. One hand reached out. He pretended to give me an opportunity, but was actually looking for my weakness. Ji-hwan continued, "You've grown up. If your older brother saw this, he'd be proud." Griffin interrupted. "Monitor, can I continue the fight?" The event staff didn't refuse to answer. "Alright, but with who?" "Who is the one he wants to compete against?" Formed, the guy standing there watching the fight from the start. "You were surprised when your name was mentioned, right?" Ji-hoon didn't expect his chosen opponent either. "Hey you!" The event staff nervously checked the information while speaking. "How? With a Fiamet hunter? But he's not a rank hunter, right? He's just a new guy. I don't think this is feasible." Before they could finish talking, An Se-ong's voice came from above the car. Sounds good, doesn't it? Seong seemed excited about the upcoming fight. Then he continued, we can gather data on the distance between amateur and experienced hunters. Of course, this match could also serve as a simulation for new hunters in real combat situations. Isn't that right? The event staff agreed. If the captain thinks so, Seong suddenly interrupted. But we'll proceed by giving Griffin a point advantage. Minwoo and Griffin both wore blue bands on their arms to prepare for the fight. Minwoo was thinking, what exactly is he thinking? He's the one who told me to yield immediately. Meanwhile, Seong above was also happily contemplating. Once defeated, he'll stop boasting right away. Minwoo observed Griffin, considering his opponent. Watching Griffin bend his arm and prepare. Turns out, he's Griffin's younger brother. Minwoo understood his current state. With the current situation, it's almost impossible for me to win. A glance at him. But Minwoo, who was still calculating in his head, decided it would be best to take a few hits and then throw himself forward. Before he could finish thinking, Griffin immediately charged towards the unguarded Minwoo. He gritted his teeth, catching Griffin's fist with his hand. His hand tightly gripped Minwoo's wrist if he was to take a few hits. Minwoo continued calculating so that when Griffin knocked him forward, he wouldn't die. A punch was just inches away from his face. He quickly dodged the punch to one side. The force of Griffin's punch broke the tiles below. Minwoo looked at the person who truly wanted to crush him. This brat, I knew he chose me for this from the start. But, facing his unhesitant, deadly gaze, he was genuinely trying to crush me to pieces. Everyone outside could see how serious he was. Even Griffin seemed worried by him now. Who would have thought he'd use the name of the demon that killed his brother as a nickname? Griffin swung his fist, and everyone continued talking about how dirty he really is. Seeing Griffin not holding back and hitting Minwoo hard, everyone thought he was turning into a punching bag. The impact of that punch made him extremely uncomfortable with Griffin's strength. Damn it, this hurts so much. Minwoo retaliated with a kick, taking one, but before he could finish, Griffin quickly ducked to avoid the blow. Then he flipped over and tightly grabbed Minwoo's neck, pressing him down onto the ground. He didn't let up either, quickly freeing himself from Griffin's grip. Minwoo realized he was just playing with me, looking at Griffin who was staring at him. If it were me in his past. Minwoo suddenly had a different thought, but poor guy. While dodging the punches, he thought about how things would be different without that point advantage. He thought, then I could have seen his true skills. Minwoo continued dodging Griffin's punches, feeling the intensity of their fight. Getting hit in the face, but still unable to stop thinking and the real power he possesses. As he realized his situation was dire, his consciousness began to take on the form of a golden-haired girl swimming towards him. Minwoo blinked. A few questions popped into Minwoo's mind as he saw the girl reaching out with her hand, blonde hair and blue eyes. The golden-haired girl stretched out her hand in front of her, swimming towards him. She opened her bright blue eyes, and he looked back at her with a strange expression. Under the water, when their gazes met, it seemed like the atmosphere would turn romantic, but he whispered softly. This atmosphere was maintained until Tol took hold of one of her strands of hair and thought, I can't take this anymore. Minwoo grabbed a lifeline as Tol cut her hair, struggling to save herself. She intended to save him, but was startled. Panicked immediately, he desperately wanted to be saved. Can't breathe, save me. The two people struggled underwater, screaming incoherently. Two girls on the shore saw the calm water and noticed no one had surfaced yet. They said to each other, she's been trying to save him for a while now. Yes, the water was still calm with nothing happening. Then strands of golden hair began to surface from the water. The two girls immediately gasped in horror. Panic-stricken voices started to ring out. Oh my god, what's going on? Is it hair? Something is wrong. Call for help. Suddenly, the scene darkened and a strange sight appeared. A demon with human-like lower body and an animal head held a sword. It looked like a guard. A voice began to recite numbers. Number 8, 18. The demon started. Huh? Another demon's voice urged it on. What are you? Don't just stand there. Get to work. The demon asked again in confusion. Work. Again, the response was heard. Yeah, do your work. The demon continued with more questions. What are you doing? More meaningless questions made the demon ask. Are you still sleeping? The next statement was a formal answer accompanied by an image of a person laughing maniacally and beheading the demon. It's time for us to go hunting now. Minwoo woke up with a start. Huh? He was surrounded by water, probably rescued from earlier. He gently touched his head, thinking about the dream he just had. Another one? I've been having this dream since turning human, but that last one. As he pondered, Minwoo suddenly realized a pair of pink lips belonged to the golden-haired girl who jumped in to save him. That skin was actually the beautiful blonde girl who had jumped in to save him. She lay beside him unconscious. Looking at her fair hair and white skin, he thought, foreigner, I remember now when I almost drowned. Suddenly, a sharp female voice warned him, stop staring while I'm talking. Before he could react, a short red-haired girl was looking down at him with an intimidating gaze. Minwoo jumped back in shock. He suddenly felt someone's skin touching his and turned to look behind him. The two girls standing behind Minwoo looked uncomfortable and frightened at him. He didn't understand where these girls came from or why they were looking at him that way. Who are these girls? They ran in through the door, Il-dong and Seong panting heavily as they rushed to ask. We're sorry. There was an issue at the end of our shift. Is anyone hurt? It seems like we recognized someone familiar. Oh, it's the director of evil, Echidna. Seong explained. We didn't know you were here. Did anyone get sunburned? Before Seong could finish, Echidna called out to someone. And a hand emerged from the water and answered when they heard their name. Yes, I'm here. Echidna took the blonde hair that was picked up from the water from the girl named Haya's hands. You have to make sure you pick each strand carefully. The lively girl replied. Of course, ma'am. And Haya was delighted and pleased with Echidna's attention. While looking at him, she continued to pamper and hire. Mr. Untham CCMNin's car froze in front of the scene. Echidna explained the situation. Sir, our hunting club is retreating, so we've been staying in this hotel since yesterday and having a pool party. Then she immediately pointed at Minwoo with her innocent, guilty-looking eyes, but that guy just appeared out of nowhere and ruined our party. I heard there's an orientation happening next to the hotel. Is he new? And he's being trained, right? Mr. apologized. Yes, we're sorry, because we split up. She interrupted him and took the blonde hair, asking, do you know what this is? Echidna saw that it was just a strand of blonde hair in her hand. It's not just hair, she argued. Echidna began to explain the importance of the hair, waking up early and renting an expensive salon every day. The daily descent from the mountain to maintain natural, strong, and shiny hair all the time and effort invested were like gold for that girl. She widened her eyes and summed it all up, talking about the blonde-haired girl who's still unconscious over there. This is the hunter's hair from our club. After hearing everything, everyone was stunned. Mr. continued apologizing and offering compensation. We sincerely apologize. How can we make it up to you? Echidna ignored Mr. and looked directly at Minwoo. It's this guy who should be responsible. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. She smiled half-heartedly, stood before him, and offered a price as compensation 1 million won per strand. Since he lost 116 strands, which is 116 million won, he must compensate us. Minwoo asked back after hearing this. What? Meanwhile, Mr. N's mind was crumbling. I messed up. I really messed up. Echidna is truly obsessed with money. She sees everything in terms of money. Dealing with the famous hunter is bad enough. And now, we've offended the evil club too. Mr. held his head and lamented, what a traitor's life I have had. At the same time, Minwoo was arguing with Echidna. You're being unreasonable. Do I have to pay 1 million won for each strand of hair? Echidna and the other two girls were surprised by his statement. Who is that hunter anyway? Is she setting a price for me to pay this much money? Hearing the Lean's words, Minwoo asked, "You've gone too far now. Didn't you know anything?" They started talking about her, Van Kizi, a famous S-rank hunter and the top hunter known worldwide. With their introduction, she appeared as an elite-level hunter surrounded by green light, not just in skills but also in appearance. The orange-haired girl continued to assert Van Kizi's charm, the top commercial model. She's famous, anything she buys or uses sells out instantly. But he doesn't think so. What's that supposed to mean? Echidna spoke up. Stop! You've wasted your breath explaining this new guy. Echidna pointed and clearly told him he had to compensate if he wanted to live in peace. It seems you're a new hunter who hasn't been in the game long. Compensate when things are still smooth, or your hunting life will be rough. She continued, you could pay in installments if you can't afford it right now, or work for us to pay off the debt. Minwoo's mind raised with something. Past voices and actions replayed in his head, becoming a psychological trauma. Don't you have any money? Then we're in trouble. There's no other way. You'll have to work off the debt. He immediately cursed angrily. What a pain! Do you think I'm easy to bully? She felt upset and angry that he would say such things. What a pain! What did you just say? Minwoo began analyzing. If you want to blame someone, you need to know what happened first. He pointed at Sejong angrily. It's his fault for not doing proper measurements. He continued blaming the next culprit who pushed him into the pool, and he himself was kicked down here. Griffin appeared as one of the reasons for his current situation. The girls saw Griffin's appearance as a troublesome hunter blocking their path. Why is Griffin the hunter here? With Griffin around, things are worse. Griffin belongs to the Nebula Club, competing against us. Echidna remained silent, folding her arms in front of her chest and looking at him. She confronted Griffin directly. Griffin Hunter, he said you pushed him down here, right? He replied briefly, yes. You stepped forward to clarify that this was just a friendly match between Hunter and the new Hunter. Echidna seemed to understand. Really? So there's been a misunderstanding? But she quickly changed her mind, still demanding compensation. What then? New guy. This won't change anything. As I said, compensation. Her stubbornness for money made him curse inwardly. Damn it! Finally, unstepped in to mediate. We'll compensate, sir. Hearing the offer, Echidna asked, Center manager? Un replied affirmatively, yes, we're involved too, but compensation is governed by government regulations. The girls were surprised when he continued, what about a tower monopoly? A tower monopoly means a system allowing one club to dominate one or more towers. Due to the nature of the tower, the monopolizing club can exploit infinite magical stone resources from continuously resurrected monsters until the tower is destroyed. Simply put, it's like a golden goose. Moreover, hunters not part of the Monopoly Club cannot destroy the tower or surrender all their loot to the Monopoly Club. Some hunters think this is ridiculous, but who cares? If anyone feels jealous, join the strong ones. Sejong offered a highly attractive compensation package. We happen to have an unexplored tower for a year and a half. Can the ladies have exclusive rights for a year? Echidna pretended to hesitate before deciding. This isn't something I can decide on my own, so I'll discuss it with our group. The girls behind her secretly admired her plan. Retreat one step, advance two steps. You're so good. While she was discussing with their group, Yeo-young asked Ulskar a bit hesitantly, is it okay if we give them exclusive rights to our assets? He thought positively that the evil group handling this for us would be beneficial. After some time, Echidna softly called out, Ahem. Then she decided to accept their offer. Als and Yeo-young's car nodded in agreement, saying it was a great choice. The sky had already turned dark. Finally, Van Kiji opened his eyes with some questions. Zizzer, are you awake yet? Echidna asked when she saw him sit up. Are you okay? It's really lucky to be inside now. Kiji noticed the others present and wondered, aren't these the office managers? Why are they here? Echidna told her that they would explain it. Kiji and the girls started leaving together. Min Alec looked at Kiji as she passed by. Kiji paused, noticing he was looking at her. He widened his eyes in surprise. Turns out she had turned around to wink at him with a small laugh. She immediately left after that, leaving him confused. What just happened? In the meantime, Oscar apologized. We also want to apologize to you gentlemen. Hunter Aun and Yu suddenly stopped. They should have prepared for such unexpected situations. Most of the fault lies with us. Please forgive us. Minwoo and Griffin looked away uncomfortably and stayed silent. It was late at night. Lights from the singing rooms shone outside. As he walked alone in the lobby, he thought, a money-loving Hunter. Truly diverse types. Anyway, Minwoo pondered Kiji's mysterious actions. Why did that foreign lady wink at me? A challenge. Suddenly, Griffin jumped out and grabbed the green cloth from his arm. Minwoo turned around irritably and asked, "What are you doing?" Holding the green cloth in hand, Griffin replied, "Didn't you notice my presence?" Facing Minwoo, he wanted to know why he had taken his cloth. "How dare you steal from me now?" Going back to when the fight happened, Griffin stood still. He realized his actions. He fell down. Griffin stood there realizing what he did, then looked down. Unconsciously, he noticed the green cloth on his arm was gone. The pulsing appeared. It turned out Griffin's missing green cloth had floated in the pool. Coming back to now, he rubbed his neck and sighed, "Oh, you just came here to ask about this, because when you move like that, anything you grab is yours." "I didn't steal from you." Griffin realized a strange point only experienced fighters would notice. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "That's something only seasoned warriors pay attention to." He looked directly at Minwoo and questioned him, "Who are you really?" Minwoo silently stared back at Griffin. Minwoo asked him in return, "Let me ask you then, didn't you just pretend to choose randomly? Because I used the name of the monster that killed your brother. A sentimental hunter, huh?" Griffin said when he didn't answer his question. "Stop dodging and answer my question." Griffin clenched his teeth, saying that once he heard what I was going to say next, I would answer with someone who had more reason, not a person overwhelmed by emotions. Minwoo silently listened as Griffin spoke. It seemed like he thought I was giving away the location of the trash. He looked surprised, but I just wanted to do that. Then, as if understanding something from Griffin's words, his anger flared up at someone. Griffin finished answering my question. "Is that enough? Raise your hand and answer." But Minwoo seemed to ignore him when calling the other guy. "Hey, I'm making my final judgment for Griffin. Are you maybe getting angry? Formed killed your brother, the one you wanted to kill yourself? Listen to what I said." He held onto that dizziness. Griffin quickly recovered his surprised expression and asked, "So, how's the flag?" A bit doubtful of his own ears, he was pleasantly surprised to understand a part of it, so it must be right. Minwoo recounted what he felt when listening to him just now. It seemed like I was giving away the location of the half-wit, and he had seen the aura from that statement. "I didn't feel any hostility towards you when you hit me. But when you said that last sentence, your emotions were really filled with hatred for someone." He asked again to be sure. "Fomet killed your brother, the one you wanted to kill yourself. So you got mad at me. Who took that name?" Facing Minwoo's question, he finally fell silent. Minwoo continued probing him. "Looks like it's right? Griffin hesitated and didn't admit it. "A hunter killing another hunter. You mean I wanted to kill myself?" Minwoo tilted his head, thinking that definition was wrong. Hunters are not saints either. They can also kill people, although I don't understand why brothers with the same bloodline would do such a thing. Griffin stood there pondering. He immediately continued arguing back. "Let me ask another question." He recalled feeling a hand with strong killing intent behind him, the very last moment when he aimed at me. Griffin looked closely and said his words. "The only place where I could feel such killing intent was either in the dungeon or on top of a tower, or from that monster cluster. Apart from that, he still held firm, showing his certainty. How can a human have a monster's killing intent? The only reason I can think of is a monster in human form." Hearing this, Minwoo smirked with amusement. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. His laughter echoed throughout the hall. He laughed contentedly, as if enjoying a funny story. You are indeed an interesting toy. It's like your brother. Minwoo didn't deny it and admitted frankly, yes, I am that monster. What do you want me to do? Griffin quickly replied, if a hunter sees a monster, the answer is to kill immediately. Minwoo continued, how did you know I was going to kill him? So if we're monsters, as you said, one of us has to die, right? He grabbed Griffin by the collar. So I guess we're in this together now. He smiled terrifyingly and stared straight into Griffin's eyes, the both cutting each other down. Minwoo grinned at Griffin. The day someone really knows who I am, I'm looking forward to it. Despite being grabbed by the collar and hearing his words, Griffin maintained a calm expression. Finally, Minwoo smiled in anticipation, ending with a final sentence, I hope you'll be stronger, otherwise, you'll die at my hands. In a Korean residential area, someone asked aloud, where am I going now? Zeangan appeared and led Minwoo to a new place, saying he couldn't let him wander around without a home anymore. Follow me. I've prepared a suitable place for you. Despite the events that have happened, we still need to keep an eye on him. Zeangan stood in front of a green gate and announced, we're here. Through Zeangan's description, the overgrown garden was portrayed as a well-ventilated one. The dark house with water stains and cobwebs became a quiet old house. A gentle breeze rustled through the fallen leaves. They stood in front of what was called the house. Seongun could almost predict Minwoo's reaction after seeing his silence. I won't accept that. Seongun was ready to deal with it. Look at his reaction. Don't worry, I have a plan. Seongun spoke first. Stay here for now. This place is quiet and not many people are around. It's the perfect spot to hide from the meteor. Minwoo responded indifferently. Okay. Contrary to Seongun's thoughts, Minwoo quickly agreed. Fine, just clean it up a bit. Seongun gaped at him before speaking over his words. These things are old but still usable. But unexpectedly, Inskar pulled Minwoo back and asked anxiously, really? Are you going to stay here? Let me check your head again. After falling into the pool, where did you hit your head? Hearing N's nonsense made Minwoo uncomfortable. What are you talking about now? Minwoo said, I like living in quiet places like this. I used to live in a very high place. Changing it up a bit might be nice. You think I lived well before. Which high-rise did you live in before? Unfolded his arms, leaning against the wall and said, if you like living here, there's nothing I can do. Alright, as long as you're okay with it. His sly demeanor made Minwoo helpless too. Why did your reaction change so quickly? Unmentioned his studies. How was the class yesterday? Minwoo replied, oh, everything's fine. He thought about the class from yesterday. I felt a lot of things during that class. Griffin standing behind him, then looking at Minwoo as he passed by, always being watched. And then again. No matter where Min went, those eyes followed him constantly. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the door, watching Seong-woon and Minwoo. A mumble was heard. Just a kid, probably new here. We need to pay attention to him. Feeling like someone was watching them, Minwoo turned around. Seeing his unusual behavior, Seong-un asked, what's wrong? He looked towards the door. I can feel something observing us. Seong-un didn't say anything, so I guess I don't see anything either. Skang-un won't take long, so let's sit down and get straight to the point. Skang-un started assigning tasks. You're still getting familiar with the hunter training session, but this task suits you well. Hunters usually start practicing combat after completing their courses. You'll be working alongside other hunters. There will be a supervisor with you. Usually, a group has 4 people. This is Minwoo's current situation. 3 males and 1 female standing together, with one wearing a well-dressed suit holding a tablet. The other person hasn't arrived yet. I wonder what their code name is? The young man pointed to someone. There he is. He scratched his neck as he approached. Minwoo will be in the group of 4 without the advisor. Format. Turns out that group was waiting for Minwoo. This is a mentorship for a famous person? Minwoo looked up at the voice that spoke. One member of the group looks slightly older. I feel honored. Hello, sir. Regarding when Seong-un assigned tasks to me, Minwoo said casually, I don't understand what a supervisor is. Isn't it someone we need to eliminate? Seonghan pointed and explained, we just need to find the one behind them. The image of a hair surrounded by spears symbolizes Seonghan's words. To find the biggest name behind them, you'll have to gather information on their subordinates. He continued, it sounds simple, but it's not easy. You'll be part of a group of 4 with experienced hunters. Minwoo understood his task. Got it, my job is just to follow them and catch the smaller fish. Minwoo was wary after Seonghan's warning. Your team is made up of B-class hunters, but those behind them might be higher in rank, so you need to be careful. Back to the present, the leader among the 4. He smiled and introduced himself. My code name is Quatzer. I'm a freelance B-class hunter, but things haven't been going well because of my living expenses, so I work for the government now. Quatzer greeted him warmly. Anyone new here? Do you have anything to say? Minwoo remained vigilant and replied briefly. No! Neither did he. Aha! Quatzer started discussing the task. Since no one has any comments, I'll talk about this mission. Minwoo looked at him and thought, is he joking with me? Recalling his conversation with Skeng-eun, Minwoo wondered, why did you say that becoming a hunter is to hunt other hunters? He calmly explained, don't think about everything in one way. This task sounds complex. There are many things to pay attention to. Oh, Minwoo was surprised by the next statement. You need to understand your target before you can catch them. This mission isn't just that. Skeng-eun urged. Pay attention to the advisor. Follow him and gain his trust. Find evidence linking him to criminals. Then bring him here. In a corner, Minwoo quietly smiled at the task, thinking it seemed interesting. He suddenly looked at Quatzer and thought aloud. Capturing alive won't be hard. See what tricks he has left. It's tough to build trust with him. To gather more information, after finishing his talk, Quatzer called everyone in the group. Let's go! A glowing door appeared. Quatzer explained further. This is the floodgate area. Simply put, there are level F monsters in this gate area. You'll conquer this dungeon under my guidance. Everyone stood watching the gate as instructed. The only girl in the group spoke up. What time is it now? One of the guys also asked curiously. There are F-level monsters here, which I just upgraded to D-level. Quatsk explained further. Unfortunately, the dungeon for level F players starts from D-level. You've learned this in class. The 2 turned to each other and asked. Oh, Minwoo, who had been silent, spoke up too. E and F-class monsters can be damaged by ordinary weapons. Therefore, the D-level dungeon will be handled by hunters of level F and above. Seems like that's right. Quat-S praised Minwoo for knowing this well. Minwoo thought about it with a furious expression. I didn't pay any attention to those details. You can only learn if you catch them. While Quasar was speaking, the 2 in the group looked at Minwoo intently. As he said, military-grade weapons are ineffective against D-level monsters, so we hunters will take care of it. There's no need to be afraid. I've guided many groups like yours before. Quatis gestured and instructed them to prepare their gear and weapons as they entered. Not seeing Minwoo with a weapon, Quat-S asked, Hey, didn't you get any equipment? He pointed at his left fist. He quickly understood, you use your bare hands, you must be very skilled in martial arts then. Leading the way, I'll go first, follow me after me. A guy behind tried to bump into him. Minwoo dodged and looked back. It seems everyone here dislikes you. They all glared at Minwoo with hatred. He suddenly realized they had spoken ill of him in the academy. The rocks in the dungeon appeared. Someone shouted loudly. He swung his sword and cut down a monster. Then he turned and proudly said, It's pretty simple. He continued fighting another monster. Quat-S observed each member of the group, simple-minded but physically developed. The 2 others. Then to the girl, she fought hard but without success. Why can't you hit it? He stood silently on the side, evaluating them. Fighting without thinking and no skill or strength. Another guy used magic, but couldn't control it. It fizzled out again. He continued his evaluation. There's damage but no strategy. Quat-S looked at Minwoo, the only one who did nothing. All waste. He seemed relaxed. A strand of hair fell. Turns out he was dodging an attack. Minwoo moved incredibly smoothly. He dodged each monster. Two monsters facing him looked dangerous. Then they both attacked Minwoo at once, but he quickly ducked to avoid their attacks. Minwoo's expression turned serious. He kicked one of the monsters. Using his momentum from that kick, he jumped towards smaller monsters. His left hand grabbed one head, right hand another. With a strong force, he crushed the heads of those small monsters. Quatsk watched the scene in silence, pondering something as he looked at him. Minwoo examined his bloody hand and spoke calmly. "It's all bloody." Witnessing your recent monster-killing scene, Quatsk can quickly deduce strength, agility, and precision. He concluded that this is a special hunter named Minwoo. Seeing someone looking at him, Minwoo turned to look back. Quatsk thought while wondering. He just joined the dungeon exploration, but already achieved so much. It's quite strange. Then he noticed Minwoo staring at him. He silently pondered over Minwoo's bloody hand and his terrifying smile, realizing that Inskar taught him to do this, smiling for a friendly gesture. After dealing with all the monsters, the three others in the group sighed in relief, tired from their efforts. Quatsk said, "Everyone worked hard, but I think it's good enough." Quatsk told everyone, "The dungeon is almost done. Let's take a break." However, Minwoo was not happy and gritted his teeth, feeling bored. He frowned in frustration, having accomplished nothing while the target remained unmet. Fighting these monsters was nearly unbearable. Meanwhile, Minwoo looked at Quatsk. This supervisor showed no signs yet, probably a level B, which is what he aimed for. Seeing him laughing and talking happily, Minwoo thought he shouldn't rush and needed to wait for the right moment to gather information. An idea flashed in his mind. Why didn't I think of that? Everyone was still waiting inside the dungeon. Someone started questioning, "Do we need to defeat the cluster to finish this dungeon? That's strange. Usually, defeating regular monsters leads to the cluster appearing. Why haven't we seen it yet?" Quatsk agreed, "That's usually how it works. Gather all the monster corpses here." The scattered monster corpses and blood were everywhere on the ground. Everyone had gathered the monster corpses in one place. "Is this enough?" He replied, "It is." Quatsk explained about gathering the corpses to create a cluster. Minwoo was startled by his explanation. Quatsk continued explaining that another way is when it smells blood. Everyone started feeling a terrible tremor. "What's this tremor?" "It's a sensation." Quatsk jerked. "When that happens, the cluster will appear. At the same time, the huge cluster emerges with tremendous destructive power." Seeing the massive cluster, the three others were terrified. Quatsk jerked introduced the cluster monster. Minwoo glanced at the cluster monster. He said, "It's very sensitive to blood." The huge cluster monster was towering, with an unusual shape. It had one large mouth filled with sharp spikes and 5 long tongues eager to devour flesh. He warned, "Be careful not to get it in your stomach." The proud Minwoo became scared. He wondered if they could defeat such a terrifying monster. Luckily, the advisor is here. Just attack first and use his weapon. Suddenly, one foot kicked him hard, sending him to the side. "Move fast!" Minwoo dodged and picked up his sword. Seeing his sword knocked away by Minwoo hitting a wall, others exclaimed, "What's going on with his weapon?" Ignoring their criticism, he grabbed the sword and charged forward. That crazy guy wants to commit suicide. Using someone else's weapon doesn't activate its skills. He must be stupid not knowing this basic fact. Quatsk jerked was curious about what he intended to do. Quatsk jerked raised his hand, trying to stop him. He seemed too excited and couldn't lose a talented hunter. However, before he could stop him, Minwoo jumped into the monster cluster. The two others widened their eyes in amazement at his jumping power. Quatsk jerked was surprised as well. He wondered what Minwoo was doing. Minwoo raised his sword and faced the cluster monster, activating a deadly mode. Looking straight into the terrifying cluster monster's long tongues, a white light appeared where the cluster monster stood still, but suddenly he landed on the ground. In an instant, the cluster monster was split in half, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. The two others were stunned. Quatsk jerked was shocked by what he saw. Minwoo's hair was blown back by the battle wind. With a red-eyed glance behind him, It was simple indeed. It seems like a rule of life. Strong people always attract others. Everyone praises those who are powerful. Leader. Min Woo's silhouette became more attractive as he landed after killing the cluster monster. That's one thing I realized in human society. That's what I recognized when in a human world. Minwoo stands up, and to people in his group look at him, saying, "He took down that spider with just one move, right?" He looks at you. I didn't think Minwoo would be so easy to take down that spider. It's beyond my imagination. Suddenly, he notices something. He glances over to the side. The girl next to him suddenly seems to fall in love. Her whole body exudes admiration. Even her eyes turn into hearts. A round of applause echoes. Quatser shouts and claps, praising him. Wow, I didn't expect it. Fomet just took down that spider in one move. That's really impressive to me. Quatser laughs and says, after this battle, I've definitely made up my mind about you. Minwoo thinks to himself after hearing this. Oh wow! Minwoo smiles, feeling pleased inside. He's sure that Quatser wants to befriend him because he saw him demonstrate his power and must think he's quite impressive. Quatser laughs and makes a decision. It seems like you don't need my guidance anymore. Congratulations, Fomet Hunter. Minwoo stands there proudly. He immediately shouts loudly, "What the heck?" Minwoo is so shocked he starts trembling at Quatser's words. According to the Hunter Association rules, once a hunter has been recognized by their supervisor, they can operate freely without restrictions. They no longer need to follow strict guidelines. Quatser continues, "Congratulations, I know it hasn't been long since someone passed the quick test like you in the Hunter Association." However, Minwoo doesn't listen and thinks, wait a minute, how can this happen? Quatser keeps going to conclude their journey. The amount of dark matter you hunted down from the D-level dungeon will be evenly distributed among everyone. You can sell or trade it for items at the store as per your preference. Congratulations on a successful hunting trip. Minwoo steps forward and shouts loudly, "Wait, just a moment." Minwoo defends himself and points to his group behind him. "I'm not like you think I am. I'm weak. The spider I took down was just a fluke. You can't make the other hunters do that. They could have done it too." Quatser looks at his group, who are speechless after hearing him. Do you think anyone else can do this? After they leave, Quatser officially ends their journey. This concludes today's hunting trip here. If anyone is injured, please go to the clinic for treatment. See their faces after hearing what he said. Do you think everyone can do that? Once they step out, Quatser officially ends their journey. This concludes today's hunting trip here. If anyone is injured, please go to the clinic for treatment. See you all at another hunting trip. As they leave, Quatser still praises Minwoo. Even though we just met, I'm very impressed by you as a Fomet hunter. Wish you luck on your professional hunting journey. Minwoo stands there in shock as his group leaves. Hong Ha thinks, what? How did this happen? Where did I go wrong? Did I misjudge his personality and emotions? Suddenly, someone calls out to him. Excuse me, Fomet hunter. Minwoo looks up thinking he's turning back, but it's the weak girl from his group who comes back. She blushes and takes out her phone. Can I get your number? Minwoo is speechless again. What else? That night, Uncle Un was driving and talking on his phone. I guessed it would be like that too. Meanwhile, another man was gritting his teeth as he rushed towards them. Over the phone, Uncle Un said the surveillance operation didn't seem to fit you. He also encouraged Minwoo to think of this as a first challenge for him. This really isn't an easy task. At that moment, Minwoo put his hands on his hips and took out a knife. The two beams of light met. Uncle Un handed Minwoo another mission, switching to an easier one next. As Uncle Un spoke, it seemed like this would suit you better. There's a dangerous criminal hunter that needs to be eliminated. His rank is C. Minwoo threw the sword away from him, which was the criminal Uncle Un had mentioned. He talked about handling criminals and suggested executing them without caring about their lives. Uncle Un continued, this should suit you better. As Minwoo quickly finished off the criminal, his head flew in the direction of the knife's slash. Uncle Un instructed on how to handle things after completing the task. For disposing the body, it's best to bring it to a simple underground cell and lower it into that cell. Minwoo held up the phone emitting Seongin's voice. As the chung was lowered, the underground cell would close, so even heaven and earth wouldn't know. A green light appeared behind him. It seemed like Minwoo had just come out of an underground cell as instructed. Minwoo listened silently. He adjusted his hat. With a cheerful tone, he answered the phone. "Fine. This seems to suit me too. I'll do this task then." He walked down the street. Suddenly, his mood dropped, thinking about Seongin's words. Uncle Un smiled provocatively, but Minwoo punched the wall hard, leaving marks and pieces of debris falling down. Yen clenched his teeth in anger, cursing, "Damn it." Thinking about Kwatsi made him boil with rage. That damned liar. The next morning, Kwatsi continued training new hunters. Everyone pay attention. Today, we'll attack a sea-level underground cell. A shadow appeared at the nearby water stand. Attempts to build a relationship failed. It was Mingyu. He sat in the cafe wearing a black hat, secretly observing Kwatsi. Now only follow him and find out his connection with criminals. With determined thoughts, he adjusted his hat. Following him will reveal his flaws eventually. Mingyu started following from when Kwatsi trained new hunters. First, observe his activity range. When he was with other advisors, noting down the relationships and people he interacted with, I'm sure one of them is involved in illegal activities at an apartment complex. On the street below, Kwatsi walked past. Mingyu followed him stealthily. He gritted his teeth. That damn guy. He angrily followed, but Kwatsi was too cunning. His actions and relationships were very secretive. No flaws could be found. He went to work, then returned home. Minwoo closely followed, observing his back as he interacted with ordinary people at the office. It seems following him this way is futile. He anticipated these basic methods. Thinking of Seongin's words, that's why the captain told me to interact naturally. With hands unused to blood for a few days, his thoughts drifted. I haven't smelled blood in a few days now. An idea flashed through his mind. If there were no rules here, a sword through his arm would be deep. Minwoo imagined cutting off Kwatzer's arm. First, cut one of his arms to disable him. Kwatzer turned in surprise and looked at him with a sharp gaze. The image of Kwatzer falling down with one arm severed. He stood before him, then tortured him, making him confess everything. Kwatsi was startled by something. He turned to look. Should I just do it like this? Then reason pulled Minwoo back. No good. This is a world with its own rules. We can't act on our own. Minwoo looked towards his house and thought of what to do now. Suddenly, Kwatsi opened the door and ran out. Minwoo was surprised to see him rushing somewhere. Huh? Outside the apartment complex, Kwatzer had gone down the street. He looked around as if searching for something. He panted and said, "Where is she?" Kwatzer's eyes widened with excitement. "Where is she?" He muttered a name, Yoo-hyun. A voice called out, "Honey," followed by a girl with shoulder-length hair carrying a grocery bag standing behind Kwatzer. She noticed his distress and asked worriedly, "Why are you so pale? What's wrong?" Minwoo finally spoke up, his voice filled with concern. "Where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Now she realized, "Did you call me on the phone?" Yoo-hyun explained her actions to Kwatzer's sudden embrace. "Oh, I went shopping at the supermarket. I left it in the car, so I didn't know you were calling. Sorry about that." She was surprised by Kwatzer's trembling embrace. Minwoo stood nearby and witnessed this scene. He calmed down when he found Yoo-hyun. "It's okay as long as you're alright." She hugged him as a sign of comfort. "Yes, I'm not hurt anywhere." He remained silent. Yoo-hyun spoke to Kwatzer. "Let's go home now, honey." Suddenly, Minwoo smiled as if he found the right direction. This isn't his weakness. Somewhere else, someone had fallen down. That's T.I.Eng. He was pressing a phone to report after dealing with some criminals. The mission is done. Let's go back to the base to handle these bodies. T.I.Eng looked surprised at his phone notification. He softly read the message on his phone. Threat from an unknown car accident. A blank appeared. A pair of European shoes stepped onto the floor. Kwatzer urgently called Yoo-hyun's name again, running in to find her tending to Minwoo's wound. He was surprised to see Kwatzer. You! Who are you? He asked Yu-Hyun about the situation. Did he save you from a car accident? She replied, yes, he saved me but got injured. I told him to go to the hospital for treatment, but he said it's fine. So I bandaged him at home. I didn't expect you to know him too. Meanwhile, Minwoo stood in the living room, looking around. He noticed a photo on the shelf. Kwasser also said it's quite coincidental. He reached out his hand to touch the photo. Just before he could touch it, Kwasser called the sniper. Kwasser grabbed Minwoo's hand, stopping him from touching the photo. He thanked T.I.ing and asked a question. Thank you so much for saving my wife. Do you remember the car or its license plate that caused the accident? Kwasser indicated he wanted to leave. It's late. Let's go outside and talk without disturbing her. Suddenly, Yu-Hyun called out again. Everyone wait a moment. Yu-Hyun smiled warmly and invited him to stay for dinner. Everyone's finished eating and going home. Kwasser noticed that. Honey, Yu-Hyun told her husband. He saved you. Since he's a colleague, I just wanted to invite him for dinner. Mayan is full of rice, chewing away. Minwoo and his wife sit across from Mayan, marveling at how hungry he looks. You look so good eating. Luckily the food suits you. Eat more if you want. Minwoo glanced at Yu-Hyun. He stared at her intently. Yu-Hyun was slightly startled by his gaze. She asked, do you drink beer? He replied, no, thank you. Yu-Hyun continued, I'll get more food for you then. Minwoo watched Yu-Hyun take the food with a strange feeling. A very strange feeling indeed. It's from this woman. Kwasser interrupted him, asking about his job as a hunter after graduation. After graduation, how do you feel about being a hunter? Minwoo answered with a hint of sarcasm. Yeah, thanks for letting me graduate early. Now I'm all messed up. Everything I haven't done yet is confusing. Kwasser said, why not? Your skills are more than enough to be a professional hunter. Just take some time to get used to it. Just as Kwasser was about to share his experience, a plate fell off the table. Since you're new as an experienced colleague, I can give you advice. The hardest part of being a hunter is. Kwasser immediately stood up and asked if she was okay. Yu-Hyun replied while bending down to clean up the broken plate. Yes, I'm fine. It just slipped out of my hand. Please continue talking. Minwoo propped his elbow on his chin and carefully observed her. Kwasser looked at Yu-Hyun slowly. Minwoo then asked him, do you care about her? Kwasser answered, yes, that's right. Finally, Minwoo said naturally. It's only natural because she's lost once before. Hearing this, Kwasser folded his arms and looked at him. Then he reacted, what did you say? Minwoo laughed and said, earlier you asked about the car details. You continued, I gave you a piece of paper for me to write down. Minwoo looked towards Yu-Hyun, that woman. From the front, Yu-Hyun had become a corpse from some time ago, long dead. The story began when we were kids, laughing and playing together in elementary school. We've always been close since then. Then came the images of taller figures during adolescence, up to high school. Next was adulthood with those mixed feelings, still studying together in high school. Finally, it reached the end of happiness, marriage, and we thought we would be happy forever. Back then, Kwasser, young and full of life, asked Yu-Hyun why everyone always said you were special. Do you want to know the reason? Yu-Hyun showed concern. When he wanted to become a hunter, I was very worried and didn't want him to do that job. It's a job with both reputation and money, but it's also extremely dangerous. I've always been afraid. Kwasser reassured her, you'll be fine. With your skills, you can clean up those fancy dungeons easily. Then we could get a lot of valuable items. We would live rich and happy soon. But Yu-Hyun didn't think that way. That's too dangerous, man. She expressed her wish openly. I don't need so much money. I just want to live a happy life. Because of this wish, Kwasser gave up becoming a hunter. He quit his hunting job for me. During dinner, Yu-Hyun asked him, is your new job as an advisor going well? Then Kwasser honestly shared with his wife. I don't know how to say it, but it's quite challenging for me because I have no experience guiding people. There are many people, each with their own issues. I can't solve all of them. It's tough to get used to, but I'll try my best for you. Yu Hian felt a bit more at ease because of this. Yes, you must do your best. Yu Hian looked puzzled at the item Quatzer was holding. He explained it to her. I have this item, it's issued to hunters. I haven't used it, so I'm leaving it for you to keep. You understand, it's a device for instant relocation in case of emergency. When you press it, it will take you to safety. It's better for you to keep this item, Quatzer advised. Remember to use it when you're in danger. Our peaceful days seemed to pass by, but they didn't. The people underground fled in panic. The scene was chaotic, with monsters emerging everywhere. An unstable dungeon collapse happened. At that moment, Yu Hian was gagged and hiding in a corner of the wall from the monsters, hearing screams echoing through the streets. Save me, ouch. Yu Hian remembered Quatzer's words when she was in danger. Use it. She searched her bag but forgot about the device he gave her. She recalled that thanks to that device, I was safe. But a voice questioned, is that really true? They both died on that day. Yu Hian suddenly woke up from her thoughts. Hearing a girl scream for help, Yu Hian turned around. Save me! She splashed water at the monster and grabbed the girl's hand to run away. Run fast! Heo and tripped over a stone. She fell down. Oh, the girl asked, are you okay? Are you alright? Yu Hian quickly urged the girl to run while sitting on the ground. Run fast, I'm fine. There might be a safe shelter nearby for everyone. While falling, everything in Yu Hian's bag scattered, including the device. The girl immediately noticed the device. This is an emergency relocation device. Yu Hian reacted to the girl's next move. The girl held up the device with a guilty look on her face. I'm sorry, miss. She pressed the button and said, I want to live. At that moment, the device beeped. You will be relocated to safety now. Be ready. Yu Hian quickly stopped her. No. But when she tried to reach out, the girl had already moved. Yu Hian sighed and said softly, mine. Now a giant snake monster stood behind her, opening its wide mouth. Yu Hian despaired. Oh my love. Another question echoed. I died that day. So why am I still here? The eyes of the Quetzal glared down. He thought about what the employee said. Yes, it's our store's vehicle registration number. The Quetzal walked off to somewhere. The employee's words kept ringing in his head. You want to ask for the address of the customer who rented that car, right? This information cannot be disclosed, but you're a government investigator, so we will provide the address it is. The Quetzal raised his hand to turn the door handle. Here already? He opened the door and stepped in. There, the eyes of the Quetzal widened with surprise. The silhouette of his wife, Yu Hian, stood in the room facing away from the window. She was just standing by the window, letting the wind blow through her. Quatzer asked in shock, Yawin, why are you here? Just as he called out and moved towards her, Yawin, a voice said, for a man who cherishes his wife like you, I know you'll find the ones responsible for harming her. Quatzer saw him standing there and softly said, Hunter of Fomet. Then Minwu walked past Quatzer, curious. I'm very curious about you. I don't understand how close you are with criminals. Quatzer was startled by Minwu's words and actions. That's something that interests me. But one thing I know for sure is, Minwu turned Yu Hian around, saying, this woman of yours has already died. Quatzer gritted his teeth. You bastard, don't touch her. Minwu pinched Yu Hian's cheek. I find it quite strange. Usually she acts like a living person, but when she knows she's dead, she just stands there motionless. Quatzer became uncomfortable and said, get your hands off her. But Minwu ignored him and continued pinching her cheek. I wonder how you managed to bring her back like this. Quatzer was now furious in his voice. You bastard! In an instant, Minwu pushed Yu Hian out the window. But that's what he did. I can only say so much. Quatzer rushed to grab her, but it was too late. He held her hand out in front of him. His eyes turned desperate. He softly called Yu Hian. Quatzer knelt down in pain. Minwu looked at Quatzer calmly and said, don't be so sad. It's not just about bringing her back to life. Before his sorrowful expression, he continued, so, is that enough? Quatzer glared at Minwu. The system voice rang out. Your weapon has been retrieved from your inventory. Quasar angrily drew his weapon. Minwoo remained composed. Finally, he's making a move. I have the mission to capture you alive. The system voice rang out again. Your weapon has been retrieved from your inventory. This time, Minwoo was ready for battle. To reward the tiring days of following him, he laughed and charged forward. Leave me one arm as usual. Quasar gritted his teeth and charged forward. A loud sound echoed with pieces of stone flying. The smoke in the room thickened, then dissipated. Minwoo held the knife, following Quasar, who threw a scythe out of the room. Line 60 is reached. Minwoo chops rapidly while carefully defending. Quasar counters immediately without lagging behind. He spins his scythe around, then swings it towards Minwoo, but is blocked successfully. Minwoo blocks Quasar's scythe with a serious look. Minwoo's and Quasar's. The blaring weapon sounds quiet down as Han pulls back the scythe behind him. He grips the scythe tightly, strikes with a deep voice, and throws it straight at Minwoo. As the blade and scythe meet, he blocks it with his weapon, sending a swift rebound. Minwoo leaps up and runs quickly, diving to approach Quasar from above. He turns round, Quasar glances at him, then points. Just as Minwoo prepares to strike, something strong hits down. He looks at Minwoo, red light flashing on his side. The system sounds again. Your weapon has been retrieved from your inventory. He suddenly glances at his other hand. He quickly grabs another knife to block Quasar's scythe attack. Minwoo leaps back to avoid the strike. A sound echoes. Quasar begins recounting their history. From when we were young, Yu-Hai and smiling in his memory. Minwoo rushes towards him with a knife. Blocking Minwoo's attack, Quasar continues speaking. When we went to middle school together, Yu-Hee and short hair fuming over something. He continues, then they attended high school at the same school. Hearing Quasar's story, Minwoo falls silent. Yu-Hee appears with larger tears streaming down her face. All memories are vivid, as if never lost in Quasar's mind. He lunges towards Minwoo and swings the scythe with his words. We've always been together, right? Those days return. Young Quasar with a weapon on his back, slightly messy appearance, face hard but youthful. His eyes look down sadly and sighs in despair. No, this can't be happening. Yu-Hee lying covered by a blanket. Quasar's voice asking, why are you here? He kneels with one leg, one hand covering his face, the other touching the blanket. Weakly painful voice. She had the teleport device already. How could she not escape? Quasar cries and suddenly realizes something. He says, who stole my device? Walking through the destroyed city, he thinks, the nearest hiding place, I must find it. Amidst chaos, no one will notice. As Quasar thinks this, his feet suddenly touch something on the ground. It's the teleport device to safety. Blood-stained. He recognizes it as the device he gave to Yu-Hee. Quasar looks up gloomily. Before him is a pile of ruins, perhaps where the hiding place was lost, with voices echoing, attacked by monsters. Urgent support needed, Quasar thinks, but not like this. Maybe her fate can't be avoided. But when Yu-Heen's happy smile in her wedding dress appears, Hanko can accept it. But my dear, I need you. Yu-Heen is beautiful. She cries in happiness on the happiest day of her life. Yu-Hee lying in a pool of blood made Quasar believe they always needed each other. Back to reality, Quasar tells Minwoo, you know too much now. The system sounds activating skill. He continues, just your death. The system shows to words. Hoa Kitch. Killing intent radiates from Quasar, a powerful energy, us together. He shouts confidently, we will live together again. Minwoo seriously says, it's the wrong target. He rushes forward, quickly slicing with his knife. Quasar's scythe arm is severed and flies out. Blood splatters from Minwoo's blade. Minwoo's father looks solemnly. There were others like this before, always lamenting about emotions. Quasar clutches his bleeding arm in pain. Minwoo holds the sharp knife, looking at Quasar, who is trembling, and says, that moment of emotion ends the battle. Minwoo's father remains silent, a bit frustrated. Realizing something, he roars angrily. For 2 weeks I've struggled for this war? Damn it, one arm is not enough. Give me your other leg too. No, I'll cut off all your limbs. Suddenly shouting loudly to interrupt. What, saving my wife? I don't care what I do, so why? Minwoo hesitantly answers, earlier I said, I went to catch the hunter who committed a crime. No, or maybe I didn't say anything? You're too naive, I didn't do anything wrong. Minwoo's lips slightly curled up, his eyes not at ease. He insisted that Yu-yeon was the one who deserved to live. Mingyu held his face in silence, powerless as he heard him continue, saving people means it's wrong? Then he angrily said, don't try to justify your own actions anymore. Kwatso hugged his arm, which Minwoo had just broken, looking at him with a glare and continued speaking. I don't know exactly what crimes you committed, but this crime happened because of your involvement in such wrongdoings. Minwoo kept questioning. So you say there's nothing wrong? Kwadseer rebutted, meaning you didn't do anything bad. Minwoo's cold eyes were almost piercing. With such a nauseating attitude, why are you criticizing me? He raised the bloody knife. Now there's only this. Minwoo approached Kwatseer with a threatening presence. I have to kill you. Yoo Hae-on's bloodied body still lay on the ground. Suddenly, her arm in the pool of blood moved slightly, her subconscious affected by the smell of blood. Then she opened her eyes wide, her soulless gaze. On the upper floor, the tense atmosphere was interrupted by Minwoo's system alert. Kwatseer also received a similar message. Emergency situation, monster appeared due to system error. The nearby hunters immediately rushed to eliminate the monster. Mingyu was surprised by this sudden announcement and didn't notice a stream of iron chi approaching from behind. What? Iron chi? Suddenly, a large purple arm with sharp claws and rough skin broke through the wall behind him, pushing him away forcefully. The surprise attack just happened to pass by Kwatseer, who was stunned. The creature appeared before his eyes, half-human wife, half-giant monster with blue-green skin. Where her head should be, there were branches with no eyes or nose or mouth. Kwatseer called out softly, Yoo Hae-on. He went numb. What is this? Yoo Hae-on's face was half cold and lifeless, her eyes without focus. The monster's head split open, revealing sharp teeth craving for blood. It opened its mouth wide in a roar. Inside were hundreds of large eyes. So hungry! Yoo-hyun also reacted. Her hollow eyes sucked in, her mouth curved into a smile. The monster's mouth attacked Kwatseer, but he was still stunned. Yoo-hyun! Unexpectedly, a knife flew and cut through the monster's mouth. At the same time, a disdainful voice echoed, a low-grade monster dares to touch my toy. The monster cried like a child asking its mother. Pain! To painful! Mother! To painful! Kwatseer also screamed. System announcement. Format activation. Minwoo approached Kwatseer mocking. Yu-yeon's system report. Romantic too much. System alerting blood loss. Minwoo gritted his teeth. In your eyes. She's still your wife. The system notification increased 15% of ability points. He held the knife and combed his hair into a fighting stance. To me, that's just a monster. Monster with a cleft chin. Angry to kill. Screaming as it reached out. Minwoo ignored it and continued mocking. I've already said. As he jumped to dodge the monster's attack, he said, you didn't know how you saved your wife. Now you see the consequences. Minwoo's sharp eyes could even feel the vicious and repulsive life force. Looking at the monster, can humans do this? He turned the knife and thought. He had no idea what happened. He charged into the monster with disdain, but his actions were truly disgusting. Each stab deep into the monster, Minwoo slashed straight down with the knife. He saw his eyes narrow as the monster's pupils constricted. Minwoo quickly withdrew the knife and leaped up to raise it for a downward strike. The 100 eyes of the monster stared blankly at the approaching blade. It stood there for 5 seconds, blood suddenly spewing from its eyes. Then blood sprayed out from other parts of its body. More and more places on its body got injured. The monster was attacked without any defense, its people scattered like bees in a hive. Finally, it was completely destroyed, flesh and blood mixed together. A streak of light flashed across, Min's eyes flared with fire from the sea of blood. He shouted fiercely as the head fell, glaring viciously. He watched intently as the falling head hit the ground hard. He shouted, his eyes wide in shock. Yoo-hyun! Yoo-hyun! Her head lay in a pool of blood with a distorted face. He shouted desperately. Yu Hien, the flesh around one of its monster's eyes still writhed. Hungry. So hungry. In just an instant, it was squashed by a shoe. The system updated the price to be paid for those who wanted power. Chaman held his head in disgust. Another nightmare. The system declared that the cruel desire to kill had been activated, triggering madness effects. Minwoo gritted his teeth, cursing the cursed effect. He turned his eyes wildly. What's important? Right, nothing is important. Minwoo lost control and lunged with the knife towards Quatser. After all, he was going to kill them anyway. He charged like a bullet, thinking, better let me do it if you want to cling to life. Quatser gradually showed signs of agony, not noticing Minwoo's approach with increasing murderous intent. So they will spend their whole lives together in hell. Isn't that right? Die! Just as the situation was critical, Minwoo's eyes opened along with a system warning of danger. The system activated a state of paralysis, freezing Minwoo's entire body when he was just 10 centimeters away from Quatser. The system informed that due to overusing abilities, the body's danger level reached 99%, and Minwoo struggled to move. What is this? Why can't my body move? The message continued, answering his doubts. Stop all functions and effects of the opponent until the body's danger level decreases. Minwoo was surprised. What? Whose will is this? Quatser hugged his wife's head tightly, shivering as he spoke. He turned to glare at Minwoo with hatred in his eyes. Just without you. Minwoo was furious. I didn't think about this. Quatser stood up, holding the scythe, and continued to blame him. You just need to pretend not to know and ignore it. Then we won't end up like this. Minwoo was silent. Just a little more effort now is enough. Quatser, with the scythe, continued to blame him. It's all your fault. Minwoo was furious. Do we really need this timing? Quatser showed his hatred. Die! The scythe flew at the motionless Minwoo, gnashing its teeth, intentionally putting me in this situation to activate that cursed system. The system responded. How is this possible? They must care more about people than anyone else. Minwoo was puzzled. Go! In the air, a leather shoe appeared, kicking the scythe away and breaking it. Minwoo stared at the scene. Quatsu's eyes widened in surprise too. Seonan spoke solemnly. Quatsu, I'm sorry, but he didn't have time to react. I already kicked him into the wall. I need to knock him out for a bit. Quatsu lost consciousness with his eyes white, his body falling onto the floor, blood spreading everywhere. Seonan assessed calmly. It's indeed chaos, but it seems he found some evidence about why the supervisor got involved in the crime. Seonan said to Minwoo, though it was a bit noisy, we've handled it well. You've done your part. Let me take care of the rest. He didn't seem concerned. I should have killed him already. Seonan disagreed. Yes, what state are you in now? Minwoo thought irritably, I should kill him before the team leader arrives. Engashi continued, if it weren't for this system that constantly bullies me. No, the main issue is. Seonan questioned. Hey, do you think your blood is still flowing? Minwoo ignored the unconscious crowd. If I were stronger, I could have killed him already. Seongan's tone was slightly reproachful. Your wound is too severe to move. Minwoo suddenly interrupted. At least his arm. Seongan doubted. Arm? He shouted loudly. Show me your arm. The city was lit up with streetlights at night. An indistinct voice echoed. How did you handle Minwoo? Seongan, sitting in the passenger seat, replied. He kept demanding his arm, so I gave him a sedative and took him to the ambulance. What about there? T.I.Ang driving answered. With such chaos, someone would inevitably call for help. Pause for a moment, continue. And some nearby hunters had also arrived. So I explained to them and told them to go back. Seonan leaned his elbow on the armrest with furrowed brows. It's because of that system's announcement. Emergency situation. A monster appeared due to a system error. The nearby hunters immediately went to eliminate the monster. They discussed, isn't it turning living people into monsters? What kind of ability is that? We'll definitely have to investigate this. Do you know anything about this? Quatsu, bandaged and cuffed, sat in the back seat. He remained silent upon hearing this. Seong unpressed on relentlessly. The dead wife you had turned into a monster. Who was that dead wife of yours? Han fell silent in thought. The car continued driving, Kwatsu's voice vague. I only heard rumors. I didn't know there would be a special team to handle this case. Seong showed no reaction as he listened. I don't know about that. It seems the team leader of the monsters will take care of it. You have a tough and lonely path ahead. Seong stopped. This is a difficult and solitary journey, and I'll have to investigate and punish those I've known for a long time. Tell me, who is behind this? Why are you giving information about the new hunters to someone else? Kwatsu remained silent. Seong recounted, among the new hunters under my care, regardless of gender, all have disappeared or their bodies were found. If you take the new hunter's info to trade for your wife's life, that's a very serious crime. He said slowly, waiting for Kwatsu to react. He stubbornly maintained silence, and Scar thoughtfully noted, it seems you still haven't decided to talk yet. If so, T.I. Hang suddenly realized something while driving the car. He stepped on the gas hard, hurriedly cutting off on the team leader. Suddenly, the brakes failed. He couldn't catch up in time. What? From behind, Kwatsu revealed fragments of the monster's remains, and Scar was startled by Kwatsu's sudden voice. It will be very difficult to catch that hunter. Behind Kwatsu, the monster's mouth opened wide with large eyes. Han mocked. Team leader Ma, I wish you luck in your victory. Zion roared in anger, damn it, T.I. Swearing and cursing even when eating, damn it. The car lost control, crashed with a loud noise, and suddenly everything went dark. After a moment of silence, the monster's fragments crawled out from the overturned car. It changed shape as it crawled, then turned into an ordinary house cat. The cat left, ignoring the burning car behind. It squeezed into a residential apartment through a window. On the only table in the room was a tablet computer. The cat jumped onto the table and the screen of the tablet lit up. It operated for a while. Images and Minwoo's personal information filled the entire screen. It seemed to be trying to remember Minwoo's face. Minwoo's father, in a coma, felt uncomfortable, his brows furrowed heavily. It's too heavy. What is this feeling of something pressing down on me? Unable to bear it, he opened his eyes and struggled to breathe. A fluffy white cotton ball was pressed onto Minwoo's body. He was surprised. What is this, a cat? A woman in a white coat stepped into the room while Minwoo was still confused. Wait, where did that white cat come from? The mysterious woman spoke. Oh, 300 to woke up? You woke up faster than I thought. Minwoo guessed a bit from this. 302 is the only one who calls me that. Kim Jun-seong sat down next to him, poking his chest curiously. Long time no see. Are you still living well? You're still as handsome as always, right? Minwoo was stunned, recalling a not-so-great past. In my memory, Jun-seong's face was twisted in a perverted way, but her body was more appealing. Thinking this, Minwoo suddenly grew big. He panicked and fell to the ground, knocking over his leg onto the cat. Jun-seong caught it just in time. Oh my god! Sisea! She held the cat close to Minwoo and asked, are you still moving normally? But you're in a critical condition, so it must be exhausting. Minwoo sat against the wall awkwardly questioning. Die! Damn it! Why is this cat here? Jun-seong looked dazed. Hey! This is my hospital. Room 302 owes me a lot. Don't you remember? Minwoo is upset. No! Jun-seong is quite the joker. You jumped. I heard you're working with Captain Ma Suwong's team. I didn't expect someone like you to work under others. He looks a bit surprised. What? Are you an acquaintance of the captain? Jun Suwong is unsure. Probably knows him. She smirks, unpredictable. No matter what. She suddenly kicked his leg. You look better now, right? Minwoo stiffens. He reacts with a growl. Shut up. Get your foot off me. Now. Stop the car. Damn it. If not, my hand will do. I'm pissed. This time I'll be stronger. I won't let you get away with it. You're still insolent. What's going on here? How can you talk when you can barely move? Minwoo grits his teeth in suspicion. What are you up to? Jun-seong smirks disapprovingly. If anyone else heard, they'd misunderstand. What am I doing? Minwoo loudly questions her disbelief. What? Don't pretend like you don't know anything. Jun Se-on chuckles awkwardly. I have no idea. 302. Let me tell you something now. She sits down and wraps her arm around Minwoo's neck, emphasizing each word. We're the only two in here. Try to avoid it. In the office, a girl is browsing on her phone. Then a voice rings out. Hello. Long time no see. Is Minwoo's father here? The girl hesitates and answers. Oh, you've been gone for a while. Yes. There. Aha. But his condition. He must have had an accident. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes. Ma Suong hears the scream and asks worriedly, what's going on? Kim Jun Se-on laughs uncontrollably. Minwoo lies motionless on the ground. Jun Se-on laughs gleefully. Sure enough, 302 is having the best time. Minwoo is terrified to her core. Suong looks at this scene for a few seconds before regaining composure. What kind of situation is this? After a while, Minwoo asks, can I have it? Suong is puzzled. Huh? Minwoo is angry. What's the connection between me and you, Lady Lang Bam? From the start, you wanted to turn me into a dog providing information for you, so that's why you did it, right? Seong-eun was uncomfortable responding. You think you're the main character in a movie, huh? Do you think the whole world revolves around you? He explained. Before the Thorns appeared, she used to be my life and death teammate. And from the start, you were involved with the government too, Minwoo mused. Teammate, that girl is a hunter, right? Seong-eun explained. This hospital is a government agency. The government wanted to test your strength, but the results weren't as expected, so they dumped you here, Minwoo clarified. It's like this. Those guys, I didn't expect them to be connected to the government. He bluntly asked, thinking back realized how things changed now. Seong-eun laughed bitterly, changing the subject so fast. Then he fell silent for a moment and announced, Kwatsi is dead. Minwoo stood there in shock before snapping out of it. What? Seong-eun said while recalling, the one behind did this. He continued, given his position at the center, he's likely to be drawn into it. I'll try to minimize the damage and search for clues on Kwatsi's body, but T.I.Ing and him had grim faces before that. The two stared at the blood-soaked ground. Then Seong-eun continued, there was just a mess of mixed-up flesh left there. The monster I saw resembles the one you handled. It likely used magic to control it, a hunter capable of lethal strikes. He thought, if we investigate this, suddenly, he gritted his teeth and frowned. Are you joking with me? If I knew it would die in vain, I would have killed it myself. He changed his mind. It was like a dog's life. And yet, we missed this opportunity? Seong-eun felt a bit guilty. I feel very sorry about this. Minwoo was annoyed. Let the one behind do it for me. I'll deal with him. Seong-eun hesitated slightly. It's okay, but your ability to catch the one behind might be a bit too much. He said seriously. Even I didn't recognize the plot of the one behind. Likely an S-rank hunter. Minwoo argued. Your ability isn't enough yet. He looked at him. If it was me, I would have dealt with it immediately and then cleared all connections. Seong-eun angrily grabbed Minwoo's collar. You insolent brat. Do you think this is just a joke for kids? You said you could catch the one behind. He shook him by the collar. When you were only B-level, Minwoo fell silent and left. Minwoo chased after him, angrily calling out, wait! A finger pointed at him. Minwoo didn't turn around, but gave a middle finger gesture. Minwoo clenched his fist to hold back as he watched his figure leave. Oh my god, that damned attitude of his. Jun Se-on asked from beside the car. Arguing? Minwoo roughly replied with a tousled hair. Arguing? No, we often joke like this. Jun Se-on was curious. What did you say? Seong-eun didn't answer but asked back. But is that true? Do you charge Charmin you for treatment fees? Jun Se-on acted dumb. Did I do that? Seong-eun pretended to make a phone call. Hello, this is an official employee. Jun Se-on quickly stopped her. Listen to me for a moment. Everything has its reason. She started talking about the past. One day, the government sent me a young man covered in blood. looking like he was about to die. Jun Seong rushed over to examine Min Woo, who lay on the stretcher, drenched in blood. She asked, "Do you know what they sent back then?" "The government people gave orders and left carelessly. Save him or kill him. It's up to you. Handle it yourself." Recalling Min Woo's bloodied face, she recounted the story. "If you look closely, he was a famous person who used to appear on TV. At that time, I felt the government had failed in creating a hero hunter as they wished." As she spoke, Jun Seong looked uncomfortable. He wasn't here just for 1 or 2 days. After all, he was just a government-made hunter gone wrong. Seong unwarned carefully, watching her words. He added, "I'm also from the government." She glanced at him disdainfully. "Oh my god, really? I didn't know that." "Hold on a moment," she continued. "I didn't know if he was a government hunter or a hidden wolf." His expression deepened as he spoke. "What happened then?" The nurse continued her report. "The dean said this patient has no hope left. He's alive until now. It's a miracle." Jun Seong remained silent. She hesitated to look at Minwoo. With his current condition, he needs physical strength for treatment. Suddenly, the red window on Jun Seong's face lit up with her story. But then, for the first time, a red window appeared before me in the system. The system's message stunned me. Seong wondered, shouldn't it be green? Jun Seong confirmed, yes, that surprised me, but the information from the system was even more surprising. The system demanded she must save him or face death herself. Jun Seong proudly said, "That's why I poured all my effort into saving patient 300 to Kim." That day was the best moment of his life so far. Seong uninterrupted. Hold on. He doubted. Not a mission. Not an urgent notice either. Did the system window really threaten me with such an announcement? Jun Seong explained. That's how it was. What could I do at that moment? To know more about patient 302, you need to connect with him, right? So I asked him to pay off the debts I fabricated to observe him further. Seong pondered, the system has thoughts and actions of its own, making threats, but we have no information. Jun speculated, it's romantic though. Patient 302. I feel like he has a strong love from the system. Recalling Minwoo's back as he left in the morning light on a small street, she thought, T.I. She recounted emotionlessly, yeah, he was in critical condition, telling him to rest for now. Minwoo stood opposite her, arms crossed, indifferent to what she said. Don't worry about the critical condition. Other hunters have been through this too. Let's see, this is a rare vacation you've never had before. Enjoy it to the fullest. Being in that state as a warrior is really unfortunate. Ma'am, T.I. He was about to say something but thought better of it, remembering Seong's instructions. Would you please give me orders and continue monitoring Chamanu as before? Seong didn't deny it, but this time is a bit different. He ordered monitor and protect. If the advisor has handed over the Fomet Hunter's documents to someone behind, we can't rule out the possibility of him facing danger. T.I. He considered it and let the topic go. Nothing much. I'll get back to you when there are further instructions. Minyu responded nonchalantly. Hey, he pointed at his ear and asked, where did that thing on your ear come from? After a long time, several earrings appeared on the edge of his ears. He seemed to realize something. That's right. Minyu sat in the restaurant puffing out his cheeks as he chewed. He seriously thought, if we want to fight properly next time, we need to rest too. Reflecting on it, we've become human beings, but we can't enjoy this. First of all, thinking he had a plan, what he cared about was just the food. It's already gone in no time. He raised his hand to order more, startling everyone. Give me 2 more bowls of rice and 5 portions of meat. Then Minwoo went to eat pastries, drink tea, take photos for social media before eating, and strolled around buying snacks. While munching on French fries, he noticed the stadium and immediately had an idea, striking the ball with his bat. Minwoo held the baseball bat and concluded they needed to try everything possible at Seoul's central area. Sitting in the library reading books, then holding popcorn, he went to watch a boring movie. May all of you be cursed, those humans. A female ghost appeared, scaring him with her long legs. In the haunted house, Minwoo coldly observed the fake ghost employee. The absurd scene in the haunted house unfolded. He got angry and chased after the ghost. "Give me your leg." The fake ghost employee ran crying, while the street performer sang. Minwoo silently stood listening to the girl play music. Everyone was excitedly contrasting with his boredom. He wasn't interested in leaving, Minwoo muttered. Standing there, he bitterly despised himself. With this weak body, what can we do? Not a bit of fun. He doubted himself. Was becoming human a mistake? No, I've lost all my original power. Just get it back. No, not that either. Falling from the top to the bottom is very painful. At this moment, Minwoo's system window appeared before him. The red light of the system flashed in his mind. It asked a question. Are you sad? Minwoo covered his face and laughed bitterly. I'm going crazy. Really? He couldn't help shouting, drawing attention from passersby. Now that I'm sick, do I need to take medicine? Ignoring everyone's questioning looks, he said, It was all your fault. Why? The system replied, All because of you. Minwoo mocked. Because of me? You just wanted to make me sad. If you want to make me angry, you've succeeded. Somewhere in space, a pair of hands are performing a series of actions and a mechanical voice is reporting, executing traditional protocols. Minwoo's voice still reaches us. Well, what should I do now? The notifications continue. The number of attempts was 33-487849-189. If it fails again, the program will restart from the beginning. Minwoo doesn't get any system response. Have I been stopped again? The woman in another space continues her work unceasingly. Minwoo mutters to himself. It's better if he just dies under his own hand. The woman on the other side speaks firmly. This time, it will be successful. Minwoo secretly gets excited. Die already. At this moment, the woman smiles. The mechanical voice sounds again. Operation successful. Congratulations to you. Immediately, the operation enters Earth's system. The sphere simulates lighting up. Minwoo is amazed and bewildered. Everything around him turns frozen, losing all color except for his own glow, which confuses him. What is this? Suddenly, a voice echoes beside him. I apologize. The girl who was frozen is thawed and looks back at him as if she has just been awakened. Earth's system wasn't set up by me, so it took some time. Another girl laughs and continues, but don't misunderstand. That thing changes the target of the intrusion to the girl next to her, tilting her head in a smile because she doesn't hate him at all. Then everyone disappears, leaving only Minwoo staring at an ordinary figure appearing before his eyes. Before you see the form, hear the voice. From now on, I will show people why they should fear my full power. Minwoo is still in a daze, and the woman smiles as she fully manifests herself. The woman has white hair, silver eyebrows, and eyes like red wine that are captivating. Minwoo probes with his mouth. Stranger! She answers calmly and snaps her fingers. After countless experiments, I finally can manifest before you. With the snap of my fingers, both of us in another space continue. She says more experiments were conducted. What would happen if I let people coexist with humanity and their power? She spreads her hands to mimic Minwoo's image. Countless experiments. The image of a bloody, dying man not closing his eyes appears as she speaks. There are hundreds of millions of your deaths, torn apart and killed. Minwoo is stunned and she continues listing. Pierce through the body to die. Everything changes except for your death. That's why I tried another method. What if you no longer have power? Suddenly, she approaches him, placing her hand on his chest with an indifferent expression. I see no results. I decided to wait for an outcome that I don't know in advance. Minwoo mutters again, waiting for me. The woman with a blank face will listen to your wishes. In the tower, you called out to me. Minwoo's father from the past, when he was not yet human, firmly grasps his hand. That figure gradually aligns with him in the present. Minwoo lowers his head and asks softly, will the god really fulfill my wishes? He raises his head with a contemptuous smile, having died 100 million times already. He hugged her close and asked, how can someone weaker than us be stronger? She smiled faintly. I've been waiting for this answer. She turned around and gestured to create something. She visualized 6 strangers, some tall and sturdy, others slender, but their vague forms hinted at beings that could never be defeated by our inherent strength. From left to right, they seemed to be 2 males and a female who looked very cunning. She insisted she had to be stronger. Looking to the man with long, strong hair on the right, there was 1 male and 1 female. She emphasized that it was much more than before. Among them, one seemed the most dangerous. He revealed to figures in different colors of emerald green and violet. Minwoo was deep in thought when An's surprise was evident. A thick footstep appeared from nowhere. Gradually, the silhouette of a man with platinum blonde hair emerged. He tilted his head slightly, revealing his profile, which made Minwoo disbelieve what he saw. Javin, how? The woman behind Minwoo, still dazed, hugged him and spoke in an alluring voice. Of course, how can you be stronger? Her eyes were red with manipulation. Your desires will make you stronger. Minwoo was stunned as her words echoed in his ears, never ceasing to tempt him. That is the source of your strength. Make people fear when they hear your name. In this space, continuous announcements were made. The format updated its skills by implementing the manager's protective system. Master weapon skill level increased to 2. Proficiency with weapons for first-time use increased by 100%. Passive skill burst upgraded to Arduino passive skill. No more brute strength training. New skill acquired. New skill acquired. All new skills as you wish. Minwoo returned to the real world, as if nothing had happened, leaving him bewildered. What? He looked at everyone and their usual activities, wondering how they were back to normal. The system's red window appeared as he was still pondering. That girl! Seeing the notification, his face froze. Just spray glue. What? The building was still lit up. A hand held out an unfamiliar sample with a question mark. Do you want me to investigate this? Kim Jun-seong continued questioning. What is this? It's a sample from the monster caught by number 302. Across from her was Seong holding the sample. Please help me investigate its composition. She agreed without hesitation. Not difficult at all. I'll send you the analysis results tomorrow. Seong-un was about to thank her. But she stuttered. I've already investigated number 302's body. You know my skills. Just touching the other person's body allows me to understand every detail of their body. Seong-un clutched the report hesitantly. This seems wrong, isn't it? She frowned and turned her head. What are you talking about? Are you now doubting my abilities? Seong-un was still skeptical. No, I can't trust. This is the first time I've seen someone with such results. He gasped. He's been a hunter for less than a month, yet his stats have increased tenfold. Minwoo is still in shock. Then he chuckled lightly. The system before him issued a hidden task appraisal of rage and offered special skill rewards. He continued speaking. Fun has returned, hasn't it? A hunter's stats show their strength. Based on those stats, they are divided into different ranks from S to F. Someone with basic weaponry might just have a simple chestplate, while another could have intermediate weapons and some self-defense skills. High stats rely solely on magic and good skills for immense power. Even the hunter's stats increase just by breathing. But for those pursuing strength, it's the big difference between someone who works hard and someone who doesn't. There are 2 quick ways to boost stats. The most typical is hunting monsters. Hunters use their skills and weapons to kill them. Or specialized gene training. Both men and women can go to a physical training facility. Some hunters might also develop an obscure path, but that's just rumors not yet revealed. In Minwoo's father's room, Ma Seong-un and Kim Jun-seong were having a conversation. Seong-un raised his middle finger and pushed his glasses, asking if he was still okay after so long. Minwoo sat across from him, pretending to be nonchalant with his middle finger pointing at his ear. Thanks to someone. Seong-un kept pushing his glasses in anger. Not here to chat, right? Minwoo's movements didn't change. He was just monitoring. Jun-seong held a glass of water and took a sip, feeling helpless at the scene. These 2 old men are really childish. Jun-seong turned his head to give a signal. She picked up on the signal. Then she approached Minwoo and placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Stop leading me around. The captain has apologized many times already. He's upset. Hey, that hand! Seong-eun used the probing skill. She pretended to be disappointed while using the skill. Oh, how disappointing. We're not far apart. The system window shows it's gathering information from the other side. In Jun Seong's eyes, Minwoo was just a shadow in the sea of data responding. What are you talking about? She tapped his ear lightly and coaxed him along. This is ridiculous. Minwoo jumped up suddenly. That nagging old lady. Jun Seong moved to Seong-eun, speaking in a low voice only they could hear. Sure enough, it's above average. He nodded slightly, knowing what was happening. Alright, Seong-eun said seriously. What did you want to talk about with me? Minwoo got straight to the point. About that. Looking at Seong-eun across from him, considering the captain as someone who holds more hunter information than anyone else. He recalled the 6 mysterious figures and thought if they could get a clue through the captain, it might help. He remembered the woman from another dimension's face. Could everything related to the captain have been predetermined? She turned herself into a pawn for her own purposes. Just then, the system seemed to read his thoughts and appeared with a reminder. This is beneficial to you too. You'll kill the stronger one who killed you instead. It continued advising. This request is really appealing to you. He glances, considering. It seems like he's going to lecture me. Huh? It responds. Now we can personalize the Earth system without anyone holding us back. Minwoo crosses his arms, pouting. If you have that ability, do it yourself. It firmly denies. No! An looks aside, lost in thought as he prepares to speak, but suddenly stops and closes his eyes, reading an inner monologue. The system window continues to display. Sorry, but I don't have the ability to create or destroy. Only the ability to steal. Minwoo's curiosity is conveyed as a voice through space from the woman. So how do we turn me into a human? After a moment of silence, she calmly says, that too is stealing. Minwoo looks surprised and asks, what? But Seong-eun impatiently rests her chin and speaks up. Then what were you going to say? I've been waiting for so long it's driving me crazy. Only now does Minwoo realize this. He continues, not knowing if there will be something to do this time. Seong-eun replies, no. Criminals don't appear as often as the gates. Minwoo scratches his head, so I find waiting a bit disappointing. For now, let's focus on the hunter's mission. Seong-eun interrupts. Concentrating on the next target for the hunter isn't bad either. He replies, seems like you understand the captain well. Are you challenging me? An sighs and smiles, I've given up already. He thinks to himself, quite curious. Looking at Minwoo's expressionless face, he ponders how much this person has grown and developed, becoming a valuable card for him. An agrees, let's do it this way. If I can find out the identity behind them, I'll hand them over to you. His next words make Minwoo feel uneasy. Instead, you need to be that strong. At the Hunter Bureau, a shout echoes, delegate me. Inside the building, Minwoo shouts, then accept it. Can I borrow weapons? The woman across from him looks uncomfortable. The hunter foameth. Usually, higher-ranked hunters don't have assignments related to towers. Do you want to borrow weapons? Do you think buying weapons suits you or not? Because the rental cost isn't too high for you. I'm not forcing you. Forget it. I have no interest. Minwoo confirms again, really not interested. The girl calmly explains, usually only rank hunters can climb towers. Oh, she suddenly remembers to add, there's one exception. There are assignments related to tower challenges that don't require rank verification, but only members of other associations can participate in them. He looks surprised and a bit excited. Then he becomes uncertain again. Association? I'm already part of an association, right? The woman asks for information. Which association are you a member of? Minwoo turns away abruptly. It can't be said that he's a member of the unofficial government association. He seems to realize something and softly exclaims, huh? We should play in the blue clouds like soft, white silk gently floating. At the Milo Tower, a tall cylindrical building standing proudly in the sky. Behind Suzian Tower stands a woman holding a command flag. Welcome hunters. We are the Shadow Guild. Her announcement clearly reached the hunters gathered there, each dressed and equipped differently. As you know, the Milo Tower is our exclusive tower due to its inherent danger, so we've started cleaning it from today. Some hunters wonder why the Shadow Guild suddenly cares about money, selling their monopoly rights. The woman ignores everyone's reactions and declares that 90% of the loot from today's operation will be given to the hunters. Even the tower's spires are for you to handle now. The hunters are buzzing with excitement. If you can't deal with it, I'll take care of it myself. Right, or do we just die? Some laugh at her. Oh, so this is a test for the Shadow Guild then. Minwoo looks annoyed from afar. He clenches his hair in frustration. Forget it, I don't want to argue. The system window pops up. Is that because of what happened at the Hunter Management Office? Minwoo grumbles in thought. Shut up. Don't say anything else. Nothing to do. On the other side, they remain calm. No! It keeps appearing even now. Stop nagging and think positively. At least we can use the tower because of this. I'm annoyed. This doesn't block her. The other side advises again, but their nagging is not good. They might become a target for them. Minwoo crosses his arms and frowns. Nonsense. She's my mother, right? The woman's irritation increases Minwoo's discomfort. How do you know? I'm your mother. He can't hold back anymore and swings his hand, accidentally breaking the armor of the man behind him with a loud snap. Damn it! The woman in armor looks at her torn armor, gasps, and shouts angrily. Hey! Minwoo finally notices. She demands loudly. What are you doing? The man beside him worries. Are you okay? Susan looks suspiciously. Why is it so noisy? Fighting? The woman who had just finished speaking calmly replies. It's normal for hunters to gather like this. Susan doubts, looking at Minwoo thoughtfully. That person seems familiar. She points at him angrily. Do you know how much this costs? It's a handmade item. Did you know it takes so much time to make? Are you going to take responsibility for this? Minwoo was silent. He muttered to himself. Where did these guys come from? Ba Gan seemed to be getting more and more agitated without seeing any reaction from him. Hey you, can you hear me? Minwoo rubbed his ear and sighed tiredly. Fiend Ha was indeed real. Ba Gan was rough and tough. Huh? What kind of attitude is that? The man next to him leaned close to Minwoo's ear and whispered. Poor guy, no matter how you look at this guy, he doesn't have anything special. He analyzed Ba Gan with an indifferent expression. Looking at that expression, there's nothing in terms of equipment or demeanor. Some people say they will bring in high-level hunters for voluntary work. Maybe it's the Han guy. Ba Gan deliberately raised his voice to tease Minwoo. Huh? High-level hunter? How can a high-level hunter afford to pay? You said in that low tone, being a high-level hunter only means go into the weakest dungeon. His face grew darker and his mocking voice didn't waver. What's this weakling doing at the challenge tower? Suddenly he grabbed Ba Gan's face tightly. Minwoo glared coldly, warning him. Keep talking. Let me see how humiliating it is to be beaten by a weakling. Someone suddenly shouted, Sir! Seeing Minwoo turn around, On-Hai continued indifferently. What's going on? Are you planning to ignore the enemy in front of us and attack our own troops? Follow me, everyone. Everyone followed her, but Pagan still had some resistance. You bastard. Huh? This hunter has turned my equipment into this state. Minwoo spoke coldly. We should have torn it apart. You screamed. What? The man next to Pagan had her. Hey, aren't you from the Evil Association? How are you planning to attack the challenge tower with such an unclear F-rank hunter? On-Hai replied indifferently, not all hunters travel together. He was puzzled. Huh? The other hunters also looked confused. In the deep dark space, 3 doors appeared with no end in sight. She explained that the labyrinth tower had 3 doors. You need to pass through those doors and complete all rooms before opening the final chamber. Each door has 6 members. The hunters were fighting strange monsters. She analyzed, each door has different characteristics. Some areas only require defeating monsters to be completed. Behind another door, 2 hunters discussed in front of Anne. She pointed out that some areas need to solve the monster's riddle before defeating it to complete them. Next was a room full of traps with monsters guarding the entrance. Her voice remained steady. Some areas have many traps. You need to avoid all the traps to pass through and face the waiting monster. Then defeat the monster to pass through. As Onhai finished speaking, the man next to Pagan raised his hand with a question. I have a question. So which area shall we go to? She smiled nonchalantly. I don't know. He looked flustered. Huh? As she looked at the wooden door in front of her, once inside the tower, it would randomly change within 24 hours. There are hunting areas and trap zones. You won't know until you enter them because they're like a maze. Minwoo yawned boredly as Unhai's request echoed, requiring all hunters to sign in before entering the tower. Hearing that, he stiffened while she started calling out names, including the limb from the Knot Club. Yes! She called out each name and everyone responded with present. Sun Hunter, Pagan Hunter of the Starlight Club. Yes, Minwoo wants to stop it. Hold on, no way! The girl with pigtails beside him was also called out. Ripper from the Hidden Path Club. She glanced at his worried Dungeon-like stance before calling out. Yes! Unhai went through the list until the end. And finally, Format Hunter of the Whipping Angel Club. Minwoo's palms started sweating. The atmosphere was silent. No one spoke. Suddenly, a cough came from his side. Ripper tried to suppress laughter as he looked at him. Duncy held the glass of water in surprise. Huh? Add number 300 to my club. This club was formed to profit from government subsidies. It also gets tax breaks, and it's just me and the head nurse. She took a sip of water and asked, did you talk to number 300 already? The car opposite is nodding in agreement. He doesn't have the authority to decide from the start. It belonged to the government. Yes, she laughed mockingly, but didn't fit with number 300 too much. Did she? An also smiled inhumanly, which is why he joined my club from yesterday on. Back to now, a loud laugh and sarcastic remarks. This club suits you well. Minwoo's lips twitched angrily. Bastard, that damn captain, I'll kill him. Unhai led the team toward the door. Let's go, she said coldly. If you die halfway, our evil club won't be responsible. Everything in battle is borne by the hunters themselves. Her eyes lingered on Minwoo before saying, so I'll open the door. The door opened to reveal a dark space contrasting with the outside's cold light. 6 hunter silhouettes. Endless darkness accompanied absolute silence. Reaper broke the silence with speculation. Very silent indeed. That is, Unhai interrupted. Yes! At least it's not a hunting area. A jade stone appeared in her palm. I'll use the light stone if there are monsters in this space. The light from the stone illuminated around, revealing a distant monster and her voice. This is the trap zone. The monster appeared and disappeared with armor. Unhai calmly said, as you can imagine, how the trap area works. I'll go first. Please follow me. She emphasized Minwoo. Foamit Hunter, don't just use brute force. Follow me. She stood up decisively. Let's go, her foot touching a square on the floor. The small square sank deep. She safely withdrew her leg and confirmed the first trap. She nimbly dodged thousands of arrows that flew where she just stood, confirming the second trap. Behind her, a flash of light appeared, she thought, and, as predicted, I somersaulted in midair to avoid the ray, confirming the third trap. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She quickly moved behind and thought, the person chasing me is likely an Orang creeper, but the sudden appearance of the soldier caught her off guard. He dashed through in surprise. Huh? For Meter's Hunter. The system keeps sending notifications. The special skill of 4 Meters King, all-encompassing. Activate combat mode in the tower under legendary difficulty level, within its own limits. His face turned red. Let's see. He locked his gaze on the monster. The traps are still showing red warnings and the system notifications continue. All gates, including those of monsters, will open. He charged straight at the incredibly fast-moving monster. Give it a try. The armored man's body was shattered. His face showed shock. What? What is this? Dust and smoke filled the air. Swords and spears rushed forward. Clearing level 1. You become tense. What's going on? The soldiers lay lifelessly on the ground. His head split into many pieces, flying far away, clearing level 5. Your face turned pale. Clench your teeth and tell me, what is this about? Minwoo lunged forward, creating a diagonal angle on his face, revealing an eerie gaze, pressing hard as he ran fast, hundreds of arrows flying towards him. Minwoo still runs with fists clenched, the system warning him to be careful of incoming arrows. The light reflected diagonally across his face, eyes glowing red. He leaped high while the arrows were already embedded in the ground. Jumping up can easily avoid them. He continued tilting his body according to the sound he heard. Arrows are flying from 50 meters to the right. He gently fell back, dodging the arrow attack. Move your body to dodge. Minwoo caught an arrow in his hand. Hold it tightly. Whoosh! He waved his hand and the arrow flew over his head. Distracting is also a good way. Minwoo dived from above to chase after the arrow, heading straight for the iron armor. He stood still, arrows pointed just a few meters away from the iron armor. Suddenly, other arrows rushed in. The armor moved to protect him. He struggled to free himself from the iron chains binding his body. The chain wrapped around his neck, his weak point. His hands gripped the chain tightly as he pulled with all his strength. His face turned dark, pulling the chain while holding a sharp kite. On the other side, the chain had already wrapped around the iron armor's face. The battle became intense. He raised the kite to prepare to cut him. In the darkness, his face showed an eerie smile, wishing him a good hunting trip. Minwoo severed one of the iron armor's hands with his scythe, shrapnel flying and clearing level 15. Unhe and Ripper crossed their arms, rubbing their heads in thought. Isn't it F rank? He hasn't changed to a new rank yet? Hernk, the feeling is that he anticipated everything, which is why he could avoid them. Both girls pointed at Charmin, Yu, and explained. Gan stood behind, trembling. He doesn't know how he'll be punished if he doesn't change his rank. Mrs. Gan frowned and gritted her teeth uncomfortably. Suchi stretched behind him and crossed her arms behind her back. Yinhui and Ripper tilted their heads to look at each other. We're on a field trip in A. Ayuna Ying. Mrs. Garn pointed at Yinhui and questioned her. Don't waste time playing around anymore. Hurry up and go to the next floor. Didn't you listen to what I said just now? Everyone is exhausted, so we'll take a short break before going to the next floor. She frowned and looked displeased when he said that. Huh? Only 15 floors and already feeling exhausted, right? We're supposed to be members of the Evil Guild, but I'm a bit disappointed in you guys. In the space transfer, the Hunter Pagan didn't need to repair his equipment. He only damaged his armor, right? Not that one, he broke it. If an F-rank hunter could destroy it too, then it would just be a child's toy, wouldn't it? What did you say? This armor is made from the core of Bahamumuti, the owner of the spiritual tower. Really? So Yinhui looked at Minwoo, an E-rank hunter. His abilities must be equivalent to Bahamumuti's, right? Minwoo glanced and pondered. Probably so. With a surprised face, she loudly exclaimed, Girl, what rank is that supposed to be? Suchi also showed no less surprise as she shouted, Young master. Kang's secretary blocked the door and explained to Mrs. Gan, even if you continue to oppose members of the Evil Guild, it won't help. Show your true strength on the next floor. You stand there confidently. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge it. Gold from the royal treasury. Both Mrs. Gan and Kang's secretary fell into deep thought. That armor is fake. Minwoo and Ripper nodded in anticipation. What? Ripper folded his arms and looked at him intently. Face to face, her eyes stared at him intensely. Items related to the core of 3HMUT have never been publicly traded, meaning if anyone buys items related to 3HMUT, they must be doing it illegally, right? Your royal gold. Mrs. Gan's face twisted in an indescribable way. King's secretary was even more confused. What are you trying to say? The eerie smile on her lips. All four of them stood before the fake door. She speculated. I know your trick, but I'll keep it a secret. Instead, if we're already in the tower, can you help out? Minwoo was even more puzzled. What is this about? Ripper crossed her arms and prepared for an attack. That girl! The masked soldier appeared. He carried a bow with arrows. Bam! The masked soldier took the sword and chopped off his head. His hand flew away with the arrow. He lunged at Ripper and Min Woo with both hands on the sword. His eyes were frozen, cold. She frowned in resistance. Ripper charged and attacked fiercely, dismembering the soldier into many pieces. A smug smile appeared on her face as the scene switched to the high-rise building of George Ford, seemingly piercing through the blue sky. Min Woo and Yin Hui ran as fast as they could. The sunset illuminated the red-colored building. Inside, after the battle, everyone was exhausted. Only two girls were still talking in front of the fake door. As the sunset passed, night fell, the sky darkened further, and stars shone brightly on the building. The horse's neigh echoes. A soldier pulls on the reins. Bogan holds his sword in front of him. Both man and horse fall back. His hair flies with the wind as he grips his sword. His eyes widen. Minwoo swings his blade, beheading the horse. Blood splatters everywhere. He speeds up, chopping quickly at the soldier. Ba again clenches his jaw, stunned by what's happening. Clearing level 49. Yunhai is moved to tears, shouting loudly. We finally made it through level 49. He holds the sword, smiling and patting her hand. It's just level 49. What's the big deal? Hearing this, she retorts angrily, saying that in such a state won't help much. Minwoo looks at him, one hand in his pocket, tilting his head thoughtfully. No matter what, that guy. He looks up high, eyes filled with suspicion as Pagan contemplates why he's unharmed. The door is closed. There's something on the other side. His eyes dart around. Usually it's the final boss room, but she leans against her elbow, characteristic of this dungeon not being a cluster, but a monster of unknown rank waiting inside. She mocks him with a smile, seeing his familiar movement in the tower as if he knows this place well. But maybe not? Turns out there's still something he doesn't know. He asked her irritably, "What is it? Do you know anything about me?" Ripper mocks, "Poor soul." He's surprised. What? Hi, I can't help but chime in. Come on, thank you. Let's take a break now. The group moves forward as the Reaper said there are unknown monsters ahead, different from any we've encountered before. Placing his hand on the door frame, she bows her head, not scaring everyone but giving advice. Minwoo and Pagan look at each other in awe, thanking the hunters who will accompany them. Yuni steps into the doorway, but her head, earlier I said protecting everyone's lives is a hunter's responsibility. I don't want to see anyone next to me die either. We'll reward intact loot, so no need to worry. Pagan and Reaper's faces turn pale, deep in thought. Minyu grabs his hand, closing his eyes tightly. I don't care. I'll go on. From the start, I came here to fight strong opponents. Everyone agrees resolutely. I'll go too. We've come this far. It would be a pity not to continue. Me neither. And Haya leans in and asks, what about Hunter's Pagan and son? He looks intently at Pagan. Master, we don't have to go. Aren't we only entering the tower for experience points? He reminds him that the other hunter said there might be unknown dangers waiting, so maybe we should stop here. Minwoo's face appears, his long hair covering his eyes, with large eyes visible. His boldness shows. We can't fall behind that fake F-rank guy, Master. He steps forward. I'll go too. Beyond the door is a pitch-black void. Darkness envelops everything. It's very dark and quiet this time too. I'll use glowing stones. Light radiates, illuminating everyone. In front are cylindrical and round stone blocks. Those are tall stones appearing in the darkness. Stone statues, right? Or maybe those are golems. Everyone stands still. If so, don't get close to them. Suddenly, someone shouts under everyone's surprised gazes, chess is chess. One hand lifts the piece up. Yes, it does look like a chess piece. Suddenly, a chess piece strikes hard and creates a cloud of dust that makes everyone cautious. One eye squints. There, Reaper follows with his gaze. The large hand points towards the chessboard. Now it's your turn. Chief Secretary defends high. What is that? You're talking to us, right? Chief Secretary looks back at him. Master, if this is a king piece, that's the best you're good at. This is the chance for everyone to see your abilities. He squints at his back. Could it be? I know now. The attack strategy. Just predict where the opponent will strike and avoid it. The chief secretary stands between her and her subordinates, pointing with a hand. Alright, if we observe the knight's position on the chessboard, then that's the spot. He happily moves to the safe position, hand raised high. Our side over here. This is a safe area. Chief Secretary Kang turns around. Sure enough, it's the master. Suddenly, Minyu speaks up. No, that's wrong. Chief Secretary Kang's eyes widen. She starts sweating. The darkness seems to shield her as she waves her hand. Master! Her large hand pulls him out of danger. A huge pawn falls from above, almost crushing Chief Secretary Kang. But he managed to escape in time. Two girls are horrified by the bloody scene. He shivers and sits on the ground, crying out for his name. And he and Reaper have grim faces, worried. Secretary Kang, what's going on? Leggy doesn't say a word. White Knight peace. Why suddenly like this? You're not pointing at us. Huh? Reaper's eyes well up with tears. Chess has always been a strategic game for two people from the start. The king piece is on the white side, the black side. We're just pawns caught in this chessboard. Minyu crosses her arms and thinks deeply. Yes, it's been too peaceful all along. His face turns red with a big smile. This is how a trial should be conducted. Blood splatters everywhere. His hand rests on the pool of blood. He kneels on the ground, crying miserably. Secretary Kang, let me pull you out. Don't be afraid if we activate our company's best healing system. She pulls his severed arm up, her face in extreme pain, and he screamed in fear. Shui King picked up the massive chess piece with her hand. She firmly pulled him out. She glared, shouting loudly, "Snap out of it! Were you planning to die with him?" Ripper gritted his teeth painfully, witnessing everything. She turned around and rushed towards the chess pieces like a gust of wind. Her movement under the chessboard gained speed gradually. Exhausted, Ripper struggled to push himself up on the ground. Suddenly, she looked into the distance, at the darkness. Turning around, she ran away from the chess pieces, teleporting instantly. A sparkling light surrounded her and directed towards him. Thank you. Ripper still stood beside him. You stepped back. Minwoo looked on. Pyromancer Hunter. Ripper spoke up too. Do you know how to attack this room? All the rooms we've passed so far, you always moved into attack before everything was set up. His eyes were intense. The longer it goes on, everyone will die from exhaustion. He turned his back into the darkness. Listen to me, because this method is so loose and not interesting at all. Avoid the chess pieces on the king's board and survive until both players' games end. When there's a winner, the Nemia beast will appear. If you catch it, then we're done. The Pyromancer Hunter raised his hands high. Above were the handles of the white and black chess pieces. From above, the chess pieces appeared over him. Indeed, this was a trap. But do you think it's mandatory to just stand and watch until the game ends? One hand formed a fist and tightened. Simple enough. An extraordinary strength spread through him. Mi-yeon leaped high. If I'm right, then we're good. Her trembling hand reached out. On his puzzled face stood in front of the cowering Ripper. The Pyromancer Hunter stood still with an evil expression. His mouth opened, revealing sharp white teeth in the darkness. He shattered everything. His face showed joy. If there are no more moves left, the game is forcibly interrupted. The owner of this room will be angry and appear. Reaper stood dumbfounded, his face showing shock. What? What? This game? Her distorted face was covered in sweat. That's an attack. How could there be such a stupid method? It's the best method. And he turned around. One leg kicked up high. A sudden turn. Her foot landed on the ground, sending shards flying. She leaned forward, worriedly calling out to him. The Pyromancer Hunter will fall into me. A beam of light emitted from the string in the darkness. She moved her body. The string wrapped around one chess piece. Easy said, hard done. Ripper leaped up to. Crick! She bent over, using both hands to break the chess pieces apart. These actions themselves require high endurance. A clear crack appeared on the chess piece. But that person, suddenly his face turned dark and he chopped the chess piece away. He turns to prepare to throw down and deal with other chess pieces. In the darkness, he remains silent. His attack cuts through all your pieces. In the shadows, he just stands there while you bend over to kick them away. It seems he's holding back. His dirty hands stretch out like an eagle spreading its wings. You've massacred here, with a smug face calling out, "Come out, brat!" His terrifying, angry face appears. Large vines suddenly appear above the two girls, blocking him. The vines are surrounding you. Your eyes look at them. Ming rushes into attack, a large hand extending. That big hand is retracting, preparing to grab you. You manage to escape before it could catch you. The hand retracts again. Where are you? That big hand keeps searching as it continues to contract. Two hands strike hard, dodged by him. After all, the chessboard shouldn't be in such chaos. If so, the blade of a piece flies up. Too slow, something strange happens outside the board. You grip the rope and swing it around. A piece is thrown far away. Where are you? Endless chains stretch in the darkness. The piece flies to where the large vines gather. He stands there with long vines growing from his body. Foolish humans. He swallows fire within him and dares to cause chaos on our territory. Darkness surrounds you. You will pay for it. You smirk. We've been expecting this. Activate the Monarch skill format. The tall buildings stand close together, their windows illuminated by streetlights. Echidna is inside. Hunter Echidna. She's been through a lot already. A girl in glasses approaches respectfully to Echidna, thanking her for agreeing to an interview despite it being late. It was urgent, but thanks to you, I survived. If that's how you feel, don't you know? Of course, ma'am. Echidna smiles. I'll pick out the best and most relevant content for our evil guild, so no need to worry. I trust the editor-in-chief. The girl with green hair hands her a phone. President, Hunter, please stay in contact. Understood. Isn't she currently at the maze tower? Is it done already? She takes the phone. I'll listen. You're welcome. No, President. On the phone, she reports anxiously about a man from Suyong's team who fell into Italian waters. Looking round, she says he's now participating in the Mekong Tower cleansing operation. The kite cuts him in half mid-air, causing him to scream in pain as his eyes flare with rage. His limbs are chopped off one by one, an arm is severed, his head flies far away. He turns and gets to more slashes from the man. Minu's eyes turn red as she activates the Foamit King skill Arsenalina. The man struggles against the vines wrapping around him as they tighten. When the Foamit King enters combat, increased excitement boosts abilities by 30%. He reaches out and spins his hand. Thus, the sharp vines wrap around him even tighter. The sensation is stronger than before. His eyes are confused. He carefully cuts through the vines while still trying to control them with his hand. When fighting a designated target, damage taken is reduced by 50% and inflicted damage increases by 30%. He stares at the man, getting even stronger. What dark magic is he using? The man continues to spin his hand, with the vine rushing towards him. A direct slash to the neck causes him pain and agony. One hand pulls out the rope connected to the kite stuck on him. It's flammable. Flames engulf the area as he tightly grips the rope. Let's test its functionality then. In another room, Echidna hears someone shouting on the phone. No, absolutely not to let him get hurt. The girl presses the phone close to her ear. We have to do it this way. Hunter Vakizi doesn't want any connection with the one who made his hair look like that. She's still listening. Her face changes. It's not about that. Oh dear. I don't know how to explain it. She repeats her question. Yes, ma'am. In the forest, a muffled phone call can be heard. Do you think the chance of an S-class hunter surviving after falling into water is high? She answers quickly. Yes, ma'am. That means. Echidna opens her mouth to object, but says no percentage. Javan stands confidently with his sword, eyes closed, special skill in action. His messy hair hangs down as he suddenly opens his strange blue-green eyes. Ziga, Minu's eyes are now glowing red with intense flames, lacking fuel. He tightly grips the burning chain, flames blazing. He sank into a large fire, one that was about to merge with him. A loud explosion came from within the flames, bright and intense. A smile appeared in Ripper's eyes as he laughed heartily. Minwoo stood watching the flames with his hands on his hips. His face showed clear joy. That's right, it is. Combat should be like this, isn't it? He continued. Erase it now. I've been holding back for so long. Erase it. Ripper stood behind him with a sinister look as he danced before the flames. Now you're really showing off. Shut up, the fire is blazing everywhere. Suddenly, he angrily clenched his hand while her face showed disbelief and frustration. Ugh, I forgot to bring the sweet potato for roasting over the fire. Reaper thought to himself as he saw this scene. It's said that some hunters also experience such feelings during combat, but honestly, he is a type of person one doesn't want to deal with. Her face turned dark, her eyes sharp. But then he scratched his head while she continued to think deeply. He's not a warrior, right? He used magic just now, didn't he? A mage swordsman? Among the mages I know, only someone can create such powerful magic. He raised his head high. Everyone else, including Javanger, suddenly looked worried. He and Ripper were concerned as well. The ground was shaking violently. Could the floor be collapsing? This isn't over yet. Ripper pointed towards a glowing window. It seemed like an exit go out from there. Everyone rushed towards the window. Pagan's foot stepped on the cracking ground. The cracks in the ground widened further as he fell sideways. The shaking made his arm fall even more. In that situation, his eyes full of worry reached out for the secretary's arm, which was screaming louder. Secretary Ganshi Kang, with her brave heart, rushed after the falling arm. Everyone watched in shock as he quickly followed the chain, one hand grabbing Pagan's hand. Like a hero saving the world, he firmly held onto the chain with one hand and pulled up the other, his foot anchoring into the water crack while looking far ahead with determination. On the other side of the forest, the girl was still on her phone. How long has Vankiji been in the maze tower? She replied, we've cleaned all the other towers and came here right away. It must be about an hour and a half now. Echidna firmly held the phone as she responded. With Vankiji's strength, he should have reached the highest floor by now. If that hunter also made it to the top, they would definitely meet up. Secretary Gan became a soulless being. Her eyes lost all willpower, even if she could safely leave this place. Mingwu was trying to save him, but when he reached the next tower, he couldn't fight and would have to die. Echidna bit her thumb. It's time to act. His expression showed a loss of willpower in battle, which means he'll be eliminated. She turned to ask the editor-in-chief, do you know many reporters? Strange. He still tightly held Pagan's hand, letting go now. Echidna laughed wickedly and asked if she could introduce me to a few reporters? Let him die here instead. The shaking grew louder as he clung to the water crack. He tilted his head and looked far ahead, suddenly turning around and jumping up. His golden hair danced in the wind. He successfully landed on solid ground. On the other side, she also managed to save Pagan in time. Darkness covered her face with long, drooping hair. I'm not a bad person. Min Wu's eyes widened in surprise. What? Van Kiji stood with one hand on his hip and the other holding Pagan's tall body, laughing arrogantly. Taming him would be very interesting. Echidna laughed loudly in satisfaction. Reporters will help prevent scandals anyway. The reporter took a piece of paper from his hand and started asking questions. This is the most curious question everyone has. Vankizi sat cross-legged on the sofa, her beautiful face silently listening to the question. What kind of person does Vankizi look up to? She held her thoughts. Let's see, someone who truly understands me. I like people who are a little bad. Handsome guy stands out like a beacon in the blue sky. What? That man! His face is handsome, reminiscent of 2-on-2. Is he my type? The night falls over an empty room. The curvy figure stands opposite him, the one lying motionless on the floor. She stands there stunned. Behind her, two girls in revealing outfits run up. Are you okay? Bang, she collapses onto the floor. Everyone is shocked. Oh, I suddenly feel faint. Echidna grits her teeth in anger, losing it. This is Vakizia's plan. If I fall down seductively like this, any man would be smitten. But it was destroyed by Echidna. Echidna approaches Minwoo, ignoring Vakizi, who feigns lying on the floor. Why are you here, you? What kind of hair is that? After assessing the situation and trying to pretend to wake up, I drift off to sleep without realizing it. Vakizi stands elegantly among the boys. She looks like an angel. Her face is radiant. This is my first time seeing Van Kizi in real life. Absolutely stunning, my idol. She smiles widely and waves at Minwoo and Ripper. It's so coincidental to meet everyone here. I felt really bad about that. Did you all work hard? What's your alias? You look away. Format, huh? She laughs loudly, covering her mouth with her right hand. Use the name Format as an alias. That's no joke. His face goes blank at her words. She points a finger up, wide eyes. What was the worst thing you ever did? It was when she fell earlier, showing his helpless expression. She laughs again, touching her cheek bashfully. There's no meaning behind it because my ideal man is ugly, but you're too handsome. His face shows helplessness for the third time. She still holds her cheek with a mischievous smile, but she keeps talking to herself. Ripper and he exchange glances. It feels like we're just having this conversation alone. Do you remember who I am? Who? Why are you asking me that? She turns her head, shoulders shrugging in a huffy manner as people around look curiously. Me? You made such an impression on me. How can you not remember me? The sarcastic glances behind her. Slobbish slut. Keep work and personal life separate. The boys and girls standing there keep shifting their eyes, biting their fingers. Other hunters are looking at us with envy. Van Kiji becomes serious for everyone. Hello, hunters. I'm Van Kiji. You must have worked hard to get here. Now we will enter our rooms and plan the conquest of the Labyrinth Tower. Everyone is gathered here, listening quietly. The Labyrinth Tower's booth is expected to be handled in a bad way, so no need for battle preparations. But there might be some unexpected variables. Please prepare yourselves for self-defense. The girl reports to Van Kiji. I will check the status of each team. Tima, apart from the injured hunter, everyone is in good condition. Upon hearing the next question, Yunhai looks rather sad. What about Team C? He clutched his hand alone. The star hunter from the Interstellar Guild has fallen in battle. That's how it is. Three girls stood by the door. They must have prepared everything, right? Let's open the door. The door slowly opened, white light gradually growing from where everyone was gathered. The light shone into her eyes, making her cover them with her hand, her gaze filled with confusion. A long black streak flashed red, and everyone fell down. That beam of light passed through the crowd again, warm. A loud explosion followed behind him. To the girls' amazement, they finally arrived here. Behind the door, he sat like a king, holding an imposing sword. My sword, I don't want it to be stained with more blood. Kalan appeared, the knight captain of Mekong Kalan. He stretched his arm and raised his sword. Who will be my opponent? She gasped, covering her mouth as she fell back. What's wrong with him? Kim UZCC was also worried. Or is it someone else? It's just you. Standing there, one hand supporting himself. Otherwise, someone. His face showed anger. His eyes were bloodshot. He sensed something, glaring in that direction. His sword sparked with flames. Oh, a strange mix of things. After all, the light from the sword pierced through the darkness. We need to categorize them properly. A wave of black shadows surged towards the group standing there. Everyone hurriedly moved, ready to defend themselves. Darkness appeared and surrounded strange creatures. She worriedly called out Vankizi's name. What should we do? Yeah, I know what to do now. The light flashed past him. His hatred flared up. Damn you! Vankizi rushed forward to attack them while he prepared for a fierce battle behind her. His eyes showed an indescribable expression, as if enchanted. Her elegant angle. This is a good opportunity to charm him. She held the sharp sword and charged into combat. You must look carefully. Who am I? He stood up with his large sword in hand. You are indeed quite impulsive. I'm still categorizing you all. No need to categorize anymore. She soared, radiating like an angel. Vantage its skill, protection. Vankiji activated her special ability. Everyone was enveloped in a sparkling shield, while Vankiji's protective skill of Vanijit encompassed all allies with a defensive barrier. You look inside the protective layer, blocking magical and physical attacks. The light flashed back and forth. His opponent. She was encased in a fine armor, her hair flowing like a warrior, her eyes sharp. "It's me." She bent over, extending her hand as her hair danced in the wind. Vanijit's protection phase 1. A continuous attack on him. For 300 seconds, all basic stats increased by 30%. He turned and moved. For 300 seconds, all skills increased by 30%. Bright streaks appeared in the darkness. They fought fiercely, evenly matched, immune to all disadvantageous conditions, increasing 30%. The spear shot out. She rotated, changing her attack positions. The large light flashed past him, making his attacks fiercer. He stared at her as she charged towards him from above. His sharp iron finger. Wet. A loud sound. The light shone. The beam of light enveloped everything. Her face gradually appeared. She's a S-rank powerhouse indeed. He's wrapped in a protective layer. Even an epic boot is just like a normal monster to an S-ranker hunter. Minwoo from her class fell into deep thought as he witnessed the battle. Kalon's counterattack was unusual, wasn't it? The unending battle continued under the cover of night. They stood facing each other. His eyes turned red. A tall figure wielded a sword and extended it, shattering something in the darkness. Her fatal blow passed by him. She stopped midair while he was sent flying into pieces behind her. Her victorious face had pierced through Kalon, the leader of the knights. Everyone's eyes were on her. Girls rushed to her side, looking perfect. Sure enough, it's Vankizi. She puzzled over the sword in her hand. What is this? People started whispering excitedly in the hall. Why are the epic tower boots so weak? To the point where they don't even need to use advanced attack skills. Isn't it because Vankizi is strong? No, that's not it. We also successfully climbed the epic tower recently. He lay still on the ground. Why can't you see this? We destroyed the tower's boot, but didn't get a system notification of climbing success. Huh? Now I remember it was like that. Suddenly something emerged from his chest. Both he and she saw it. As dawn light surrounded him, it emanated from within. Everyone fell into confusion, shielding themselves with their hands against the light. He raised his hand to cover his face too. What's happening? The girl and Vankizi were terrified. It's clearly been destroyed, right? Could it be? A dark shadow appeared beside him. His body was lifted by the light. Fake boot, huh? He closed his eyes. Blood filled his mouth as he called out, "Kalon and name. Why must you face death for me?" Her face was somber and sad. "What about you guys?" She suddenly started crying. "You're not letting us alone either." His hand still covered his face. His eyes lit up. The real boot appeared. A large circular symbol appeared above everyone's heads, glowing brightly. The circle split into multiple smaller circles above them. When she defrowned, sweat trickling down her face as she leaned back. Suddenly, Yang Ripper stood beside Ming Yugong. All the mages retreated. She ran quickly while he was still dazed. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Oh Hai tried to stop her. Huo Tao called out, "Hunter Ripper, what are you doing?" But she rushed forward, her hand spread wide. She shot towards the circle that appeared. It spun as if trying to pull her in. Vankiji widened her eyes in admiration and wonder. Her hand reached out for him. He stepped back, allowing her to run to his side. Time seemed to stand still here, one hand still clutching hers. This is the darkness enveloping everything, a faint light flickering in the dark. Reaper lay quietly with his eyes closed. She suddenly woke up on the ground, in an unfamiliar room. This place is the magnificent Temple of Glory. Only Reaper stands here alone, her eyes sparkling as she broke into a bright smile. "Ah, we made it!" She jumped and danced with joy, stepping on his back. The price was high to get this information, but it's worth it. Grandpa! So happy she didn't notice anything. He gritted his teeth as he lay on the ground. "Back off!" It was only then that Reaper noticed him. "What? Why are you here?" He winced and sat down, putting a hand to his head. "Where are we?" Her hair is now standing up in an odd way. In the grand castle echoing with cries, statues of Mary stand in columns. I apologize. Ripper clasped his hands in a sincere apology. The magic of teleportation not only moves you, but also those around you. This is a feature of my magic that I can't adjust. To make up for all the items received, I'll give them to both of you. Minwoo agreed. Alright, let's do it this way. So where exactly are we? She turned towards the two and explained. It's the dungeon monastery. Only when the real tower appears can one enter here. He glanced around thinking, was her purpose for this tower climb about the space here? Is there any treasure hidden here? She pointed with a quick finger. No, it's a valuable letter instead. She leaned and posed excitedly to show what was behind. This is indeed a monastery. Inside the monastery, the monastery is neatly arranged, beautiful, from its structure and design. One can tell when they lived and their culture. The solemn statue of Jesus inside shows that they were just like us, with reverence for God and a desire to know if He exists. A respectful whitewashed monastery means we can find historical records about the magic beasts here. Is this why she risked everything to participate in this tower climb? She immediately replied, what? Just that? These documents are of immense value. Finding a data tower like this is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. She placed her hands in front, eyes shining with hope. Once these documents are compiled, they will be very valuable for my book's content. It will be the best-selling book of all time and make me a renowned archaeologist more famous than anyone. This is truly wonderful. Minwoo beside him could only marvel. Truly romantic, isn't it? She glanced behind as he spoke. Maybe she's mistaken about something. This monastery is just decorated like this. Just like the magic beasts deliberately range everything here. It's all in their minds. His face tightened. He tried to explain to Reaper. In simple terms, it's set to carry out one command, eliminate humans. In simple terms, it's set to carry out one command, eliminate humans. His eyes stared intently. From our perspective, or that of the monsters, this place is set up to protect the monsters. From our perspective, or that of the monsters, this place is set up to protect the monsters. He leaned on his staff and looked at her pressing against the wall, touching them. He leaned on his staff and looked at her pressing against the wall, touching them. Do you know something? Do you know something? She replied. Look at these murals here. Look at these murals here. These depict the history of this place. The mural carves a female deity in a circle. Round are standing attendants on guard. This is the tower's worldview. That's why this place recreates content related to the tower's keep. These texts resemble ancient script. If combined and analyzed, on the wall, a king of the beautiful and sparkling Belachit kingdom is depicted, an exceptionally outstanding ruler. On the wall, a king of the beautiful and sparkling Belachit kingdom is depicted, an exceptionally outstanding ruler. His name is Zakin. The king's face on the wall is tilted. He has a more beautiful appearance than any woman and can use magic stronger than any wizard. I immediately thought of her tearful face. Could it be talking about my father? She continued, rumors of the king's perfection spread everywhere. His influence is so great that even neighboring subjects desire to submit to him, but a very perfect person will have many enemies. The kings of nearby countries envy Belachit's king and jointly declare war against it, swords pointing at the kingdom seeking conflict. The kings of nearby countries envy Belachit's king and jointly declare war against it. swords pointing at the kingdom seeking conflict. He sits holding his sword inside the palace, protecting the king. He sits holding his sword inside the palace, protecting the king. Callan, the chief wizard and eldest brother of the king, used black magic to corrupt himself. Callan, the chief wizard and eldest brother of the king, used black magic to corrupt himself. Wearing a large cloak, beneath him are thick vines. Wearing a large cloak, beneath him are thick vines. The Belogit high priest traded his body with the trees sold to gain powerful magic. The Belogit high priest traded his body with the trees sold to gain powerful magic. She bowed her head, collapsing in the darkness. She bowed her head, collapsing in the darkness. Zakin fell into despair. Zakin fell into despair. The king himself only wished for his kingdom's prosperity and his people to live in peace. The king himself only wished for his kingdom's prosperity and his people to live in peace. She reached out, flames of hatred in her eyes. She reached out, flames of hatred in her eyes. His loyal subjects follow the king. His subjects revere him. His loyal subjects follow the king. His subjects revere him. Zakin couldn't protect them. Zakin couldn't protect them. They all had to die in war. They all had to die in war. He folded his arms and answered Begin's astonished look. He folded his arms and answered Begin's astonished look. That's why Zakin built a large fortress that no one could approach. That's why Zakin built a large fortress that no one could approach. This is the Tower of Madness. This is the Tower of Madness. Ripper continued pointing and talking about the Tower of Madness. Ripper continued pointing and talking about the Tower of Madness. Meanwhile, Begin angrily raised his hand to break the wall in front of her. Meanwhile, Begin angrily raised his hand to break the wall in front of her. What's so exciting about reading this? What's so exciting about reading this? Because he created this tower. Because he created this tower. He screamed while King, the secretary, had died. He screamed while King, the secretary, had died. She scolded him worriedly. She scolded him worriedly. What are you doing if you destroy this monastery? What are you doing if you destroy this monastery? He folded his arms and looked at the two arguing people. We don't know what will happen. Go! He silently folded his arms, looking up. His eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth uncomfortably. Yes! A bright aura flashed past. Something must be happening. The aura surrounded everyone. They stood alert, watching the source of the light. He appeared in midair. His imposing posture radiated a glow around him. Mission! His chameleon-like face appeared. Eliminate the chameleon tower's BBT. He clutches his hands in the school uniform, standing against the dark wall. Why does this always happen to me? His eyes are wide and sparkling as if deep in thought. Now his face is sad, gritting his teeth. Everyone gathers to watch him flying high up. This keeps happening all the time. Ripper falls forward, discussing with Minwoo. We need to handle this situation. This makes no sense at all. She tries to explain to him. Didn't she anticipate this? From the start, I thought after investigating the monastery, we would immediately escape. She activates the teleportation device, her face tensing as she uses it. Jia Chen stands imposingly with a glowing circle behind him. But now, indeed, we can't use it. If there are still pods in the room, the teleportation device won't work. Jia Chen's face appears. This place has become a pod room now. Jia Chen raises his hand, and the glowing ball inside intensifies. I gave you a chance, but you invaded my territory. She emits a radiant aura surrounding everyone. We can't stand idle anymore. We will punish you. Minyu supports himself with his hand, looking at her. This narrow-minded girl. I only damaged a small wall. The last sentence is written like that becoming a god in the maze tower herself. Jia Chen blinks and controls a strong air current, becoming their savior. His 5 fingers push the bright light to attack everyone. So which god would be happy seeing his temple destroyed? He looks up, stepping back. I always feel this way. Why is a god so selfish? Ripper raises his hand in front of him, looking apologetic. A beautiful girl, her big red eyes. He smiles happily, no feeling of heat. Her face glows. Oh, the air current is still attacking everyone. Everyone struggles to rise, flames blazing. The fire grows larger, his eyes glowing with divine light. Concerned, he holds her in the fierce flames. She faints in his arms, tilting her head. This girl. The black cloak behind stirs him. What situation is this? Regretful? Jia Chen's face appears under the cloak. The thing you will regret most in your life will be replayed. You killed one of the most important people to you. His anxious face in the flames. You didn't want to kill that person, but there was no other choice but death, wasn't it? He holds her, questioning Jia Chen beside him. Kill someone? Me? Jia Chen continues. I understand you can't accept this. Her eyes shine like a gem. I will help you. I can correct the mistake you made. He tilts his head, thinking, can we start over? Still her eyes are bright and clear as gems. Yes, start again. His eyes widen. Again, he lowers his head to look at the trembling girl. What else? Watermarks appear from within the sea of fire. She quickly stands up, raising her hand to shield herself from flying debris. Her eyes are puzzled. Don't show it on your face. Is this illusion magic? He waves his hand towards her. The flying debris blossoms into a twisted smile. You have to choose the right target, right? Why are you pulling such a prank on me? His sharp features speak slowly. Sorry, but that's not my memory. So how do you become human in the end? Her face sinks into darkness as I've taken everything from her. His face gradually dissolves into darkness too. This is the original owner's memory I've stolen his body from. She emits a glow. Let's start over. I'm tired of your games. The light covers everything. There won't be a second chance. He joyfully leaps up to engage in battle. Good. Just as my body feels uncomfortable. He bursts into laughter. Let's play one round. Reborn narrows his eyes, tensing and shouting. Oh, she winks and slaps him hard on the back. I'm sorry. She apologetically stands facing him to apologize. Are you okay? I didn't know you were awake already. It hurts. Why am I feeling this pain? How can it hurt like this? He shines through the gap on the building. What do we do now? Where are we? We've all fallen victim to the spirit magic of the place. I just woke up too. I don't know where we are either. It seems like a shout. She grabs her dazed face, waking up before me. Your mental power is really strong, huh? Inside, he and she stand pondering while the Pagan stands there. You're standing there dumbfounded, your face flushed. Is that also a work of spirit magic? How long until I wake up? No matter how I try to wake up, it won't happen. I've tried everything but. His face is red too, glancing at her. There are still ways I haven't tried. She thinks about something. Raise one hand and think about it. My boyfriend once said that spot is a weak point for men. A strong young man will collapse immediately if hit there. He looks doubtful. She turns her body into a ready-to-punch stance. Just one punch. Only one strike. Ouch. If it were me, how would I look? Do you want to try? As a boy, he could aim for other positions that would be more effective. I replied coldly and didn't move. She got excited, tightly grabbed her hand, closed her eyes, and jumped up. What should we do then? If his spirit collapses before waking up, what then? Can such a simple physical impact method be used? From the start, he used mental magic in the same way as when he did it in Nam. Its animal remit was like breaking a stone. This can also break just like that. When she ran away, he grabbed her hair. If I don't do it, let me handle it. It's useless. He grabbed her hair and explained. Mental magic is very difficult to remove. If the wizard who created it doesn't remove it, we can't do anything about it. We can only hope he wakes up on his own now. She looked at him with discomfort in her heart. What if he doesn't wake up by himself? Because of my greed, things turned out this way. His spirit was vague, his eyes uncertain and directionless. His whole body was immersed in darkness. Suddenly, he called out, "Where am I?" He followed the doctors and nurses running to save someone in the village. A lone child stood there. We tried our best but, madam, that child, after giving birth to it, passed away. But what should we do? Alone, he sat on the floor hugging his pillow. She is not an outstanding talent. He lowered his head onto the pillow. It's inside. The boy gently approached him. The chairman came to find you. Hurry up. The secretary is tense. He tightly held the test paper in his hand. You are a bad kid like this test, aren't you? He looked up. Tears welled up. Why can't you be as talented as the others? Always causing trouble. Why did mom die because of someone like me? Suchi wiped away his tears with both hands. Don't say that. You could do well just like them too. He turned the situation around, creating a green aura in the night, explosions lighting up everywhere. He held the phone tightly, staring intently. Great job. The vulture hunter is still under 18, but has already eliminated a Tate and destroyed the Fate Tower. A hero has been born. He frowned in frustration. Pagan admires him at his age too. Great, if I become a hunter like that. Time seemed to stop as Kang's secretary saved Pagan when he was about to die. A large chess piece fell from above and landed on Kang's secretary. He sat in pain, crying out for Secretary Kang. It felt like someone was squeezing his neck. This guy, another version of himself, was strangling him, the pain tearing through his heart. Because of you, because of your ambition, Secretary Kang had to die. Grandpa Bongjong turned away and smiled. If not for you, Mom would have. The image of Secretary Kang appeared again, all of him. Minwoo and Ripper's back. After you, there will be 2 more hunters who must die. A hand reached near his neck. From the start, if you hadn't shown up. His spirit fell to its knees, hugging his head in pain. Her figure appeared behind him. If not for your birth, everything would have been different. Her bright eyes like jade reappeared. You are like me. I am the same. For our sake, all subordinates and commoners must die in vain. Her hand touched him. I will help you. The mistakes you've made, I can help you fix them. She smiled wickedly. You will be reborn. Fragments fell during the night. A face of suffering. Eyes turned lifeless. Ah, he screamed and writhed there in pain. Wellman Wu and Reaper stared at him intently. Both were puzzled. What happened? His guts hurt terribly, eyes lifeless, no longer seeing humanity. Minwoo and Ripper looked at him with their eyes. They decided to rush into the darkness to save him. Ripper charged forward, a light bulb stood below. What? What is this? The beast has appeared. What is it? Two powerful creatures swung, knocking Tchaman Nu aside with one strike. Reaper steadied himself and landed, facing the unbelievable figure of Pagan the Hunter. Too late for her to react, Pagan lunged again, but a chain dart swung up, wrapping tightly around the attacking creatures. Minwoo leaped into the air, drawing attention with his whip. His eyes commanded it, and the creature reacted quickly. They clashed in a fierce counterattack. Minwoo reeled back as he watched the prey. He lowered his knees to gain momentum for a jump. Another direct clash erupted between them. Instantly separating, Minwoo jumped backward and landed. The creature quickly stabilized its stance in preparation. Suddenly, he chuckled. His uncontrollable laughter grew louder, shocking Ripper. His face was elated. I guess I can't win then. These words startled her. What? He looked at the enemy and explained. It's easier to avoid, but too powerful a mismatch. All abilities were nullified and magic was used simultaneously. He told her, if you cooperate with me, there might be a chance. Reaper was stunned. Could this stop Pagan the Hunter? He cut her off. To stop him, only killing him works. His system appeared on his hand, stopping weapon use. Minwoo explained, just now I also said that another mage must reverse this spell for it to return to its original state. But luckily, the mage who cast that spell was the owner of this tower. It can only be done by a mage of the same or higher rank as me. He asked her, could she do it? While dodging the attack, Reaper exclaimed, I can't undo it. Could you not do it either? Act. What else should we do? Is killing him really our only option? If we catch the boss, could that break his spell? Min Woo calmly replied, that's only applicable if we catch the boss, but where is he now? She trembled and asked, so this is really our only choice? He coldly watched the approaching Ripper. There's only one way. He gently flipped and rolled to dodge the slash. She has a different reason for entering this tower. I do too. Even hanging upside down, he remained calm, analyzing the situation. There was still an untried skill. Dodging back, he said, the first condition of the skill is to be at the highest level of the tower. Twisting around to avoid the attack, the second condition is to face a foe that cannot be defeated. The sword swung again near his head, and the final condition. The monster missed as it lunged towards them. He had already jumped in front of Reaper. She must do it. He softly said a sentence, one that made the Reaper human shudder with fear. She trembled and exclaimed, "How can you ask me to do such a thing? What if I make a mistake?" The monster wanted to charge at them while he persuaded her. Her dream was to become an archaeologist. Dying here would mean no dreams left. She still tried to argue, but Minwoo's face turned dark and terrifying. His eyes held no light. Otherwise, he would kill that ex. He whispered into her ear with a controlling tone. "With all my strength, I might be able to kill it. Just catching the angle here isn't enough. If she kills anyone now, it's worth watching." Reaper stubbornly gritted her teeth. Minwoo smiled wickedly. The monster charged at them again. She glared hatefully at him. "Damn you!" Reaper didn't hesitate and struck hard into his chest. Minwoo fell back onto the blood box. Just as the monster's claws were about to touch his neck, he smiled faintly. The Breck Slave burial skill activated. Minwoo's body erupted with blinding energy like blood splashing. Reaper was blinded by the light and couldn't understand what happened. His body gathered white light as if reborn. The system announced that the first condition, being at the highest level of the tower, had been completed. The second condition, dealing with a strong enemy, was also complete. The third condition, receiving a fatal blow from another hunter, was now fulfilled. Data about his body was destroyed and began to regenerate into one more suited for his power. Reaper was still trying to call him. "Are you okay?" Minwoo gradually revived from the energy surge. The system's countdown continued. Just as she tried to ask, "Hey, are you alright?" his eyes suddenly snapped open with a bloody tinge. The countdown was almost over. When it counted down to 1, Reaper looked straight at the source of energy to find him. "Foamit Hunter," his voice echoed. "Not knowing is better than knowing." Saying that, she was hit by him and fell unconscious. Her eyes grew hazy until she finally passed out. From the darkness, Minwoo's hand appeared. His eyes seemed like a devil's red blade as he raised his hand. "We have work to do." The target he pointed at was that monster. The monster leaped and extended its weapon towards him. Just as the sword swung like a gust of wind, Minwoo's cold voice echoed, "The price of saving someone." He had appeared behind the monster and broke one of its arms in an instant. He grinned maliciously. It was his leg. The monster seemed to not believe it as it turned back. Minwoo's face now resembled a demon, with 2 long horns and red eyes like blood moons. "I will take it away." The system appeared, skill used successfully. Time for Foamit until tower completion. In the darkness, someone was trembling in fear, unable to believe how he regained his strength. That person witnessed his change and exclaimed, "Foamit, Minwoo is satisfied with his current power. It's been a long time since I felt this much power coursing through my body. But this power can only be maintained within the tower. Back now, but this skill can only last while in the tower. The time to use it again is 3.1.5, 3.6.000 seconds." This made him very unhappy, and when he returned to human form, he couldn't use the skills he had learned, so he said selfish things like that. He turned to speak to the easily intimidated monster. "Don't move now. We haven't used it in a while, so it might kill someone." Minwoo approached to examine it closely. "At least now we can clearly see its chaotic appearance due to magic." His words made the figure in the darkness flinch. "Since things have turned out this way, giving him to me would be better than that." He raised his hand high and softly said to words, "Come out." In response, there was a quiet silence, so quiet it seemed like no sound at all. His calm demeanor began to turn sly. "Quiet, I told you to resist me. Why are you still alive, damn it?" The monster roared as it appeared. A 4-horned creature with a long nose like an insect-eating beast's proboscis, shaggy neck, and jagged body let out a roar. "Damn!" It still cursed at him. It was hard to escape again. It turned out to be a Foamit. He remained calm despite its frightened appearance. Has it been long since the last time we met? Back when Anzibab III was in the Abyss Tower? Indeed, the Abyss Tower is widely known as being inhabited by Fomets. From birth, Anzibab III was a low-level creature with a silver spoon and became the master of the tower before that day. Before Anzibab III ruled, one day he saw someone climbing up. That was Fomet, wearing a large sack bigger than his own body. Damn, it's finally here. Why live so high up, it's tiring to climb? He asked the ruler of the tower, Anzibab III, who calmly sat there and replied, "What is it?" He recognized the visitor. Fomet wasn't the gatekeeper on the first floor, but how did that creature get all the way up here? From birth, Fomet was a low-level earth spoon creature. He defeated others, and when his sack fell off with his sword piercing it, he was surprised, right? Fomet quickly grabbed it to prevent it from falling. Only now did he place the sack on the ground, and Anzibab III still crossed his legs and watched what the other intended to do. He dismissed him bluntly. "Rude human, don't waste my time. Go away." Fomet's voice startled him. "Go." Around him were various weapons. Choose any weapon you want. The result of the battle was that Fomet won. Anzibab III, covered in blood, said fearfully, wait, don't kill me." Fomet asked again, "Why?" He quickly explained to leave an escape route. "If you kill me, the tower will collapse. Then you'll die too. After all, you're stronger than me. I think you should become the boss of this tower." Anzibab III agreed with Fomet. "My thoughts are only good for you. You will replace my position and become the boss. If I recognize you as the tower's bot, then you can kill me." He tried to persuade him, "I'll be in your palm like a dead mouse. Whenever you're tired, I'll help you." "Oh right, magic. Do you want to learn things like magic? I'm extremely knowledgeable about that." After Fomet was killed by Gavin and thought he had died, he reappeared as a human and spoke to him. "Dispel the magic on this guy." Anzibab III struggled against it. "Why should I do that for such an ordinary thing? Refusing, huh?" No, Anzibab III was very unhappy. "It's true to live so long, but you still have to obediently perform the magic." Suddenly, he felt a bit surprised. "Cast this magic." Minwoo asks, "Why can't we solve it?" You immediately get angry and boast. "On this earth, there's no magic that we can't remove from the Great Mage Ba and Jijub's magic. You use your bloodshot eyes to observe. Even though I don't know who it is, I've thought a lot. Just destroy it with my magic." Bright light shines into the tower, covering the statues and making them look even more divine. Jia Chen reaches out towards the source of the light. Her face seems very happy. The light passes through her fingers, unable to touch anything here, and starts restoring our kingdom. "I enjoy the prosperity of our kingdom." While talking, a piece falls down. The glory of Bellatrix stops her in her tracks. The space before her seems to shatter. It's not space created by magic. How can there be water? Who could have solved the magic? It's impossible. No one here has ever solved my magic, right? But the water keeps getting bigger. Finally, it breaks right in front of her. Jia Zhang can't believe it. "What is this?" She stands still before these pieces. A voice rings out. "Hard work, Ba and Jijub." His boot touches Jia Zhang's face. Mainu leaps to kick her, causing a strong shockwave. Jia Tren is kicked back and the wall breaks. He coldly says, "From now on, I'll handle it." Minwoo smiles faintly, challenging Jia Tren to a match. Jia Tren nearly collapses. How? She looks at the person in front of her. How could this be possible? She stands up and questions him. "Where did that power come from?" Minwoo answers bluntly, "Let's see. Do you think we're close enough to talk about these things?" "And what now?" He leaps forward. "Not ready yet." Jia Chen immediately casts magic. Numerous magical circles appear surrounding Minwoo. They shoot energy beams at him, but he easily dodges them with an unpredictable speed. My eyes are in front of Jia Chen now. Is it here already? She pulls away from the scene. Immediately, she creates a direct magical circle aimed at him. Her face shows shock and disbelief. Zakan is stunned. "Your magic doesn't affect Minwoo, that's all?" She looks around in fear. Quickly cast another magical circle to surround him from behind. They shoot bright, blinding magical attacks as soon as she reads the name, Angus, when the smoke clears. What she sees is a red magical circle like blood with chains shooting out like a spider's web. Zaken quickly blocks them. Now we see Minwoo protected by a protective magic cage. Show us more or this skill will be useless. Koi smiles. You don't understand what I said. Jia Chen stops in front of his words. The chains rush to break Gaken's magic and stab her directly, meaning show me something that makes me happy. Jia Chen dodges and creates another magical circle to block the attack. Suddenly, she pulls away. Minwoo has appeared behind her from somewhere. Jia Chen jumps out of the attack, destroying part of the ceiling in the process. He turns and glances at her, saying again, Minwoo appears above Jia Chen, ready to deliver a kick. This time, he kicks into the protective magical circle she created. Again, he swings his fist down powerfully, but Jia Chen jumps out of the way. Zaken keeps dodging, but he doesn't give up, relentlessly chasing and saying non-stop. Again, another punch lands. Again, his hand tightens as he continues to strike. Finally, he punches hard into Zaken's face, sending her flying into the wall. As she slides down, the wall forms a large dent, and his eyes turn bloodshot again. Again, Zaken's face is dark. Are you playing with me now? Suddenly, an eye-piercing light emanates from her body. Minwoo gets excited. Are you showing me your true strength now, huh? Of course, I can smell something fun coming up. He loudly calls out to Enzebub, extending his hand and smiling, hand over the big and powerful weapon. Enzebub replies, Nope, Minwoo, what's that? Another attack sends him flying into the wall. When the tower collapses, so does our weapon. He is still stunned, nothing left. On the ground appears a sharp foot with 5 long blue claws. Minwoo angrily exclaims as Zaken summons a giant dragon. Impossible! Zaken's face shows anger. Minwoo jumps to dodge magic from the dragon's mouth. How do I gather them? And Zebub, how did you manage this brat? He hesitates and responds. The tower rules dictate what we can do and our additional tasks. Minwoo asks as he jumps. What? Zaken appears behind him, ready to cast a spell. The dragon opens its mouth, preparing to attack. And Zebub explains, if you take too long to complete the tower, you won't have another chance to meet me. Minwoo fights both magic attacks while listening to Enzebub. That's why those skills can only be used inside the tower and have a very long cooldown, so we rarely get chances to meet people. He dismisses it, eat well, and live happily. Minwoo is enraged. You arrogant brat. His energy surges, breaking Zaken's and the dragon's power. Zaken is shocked as he is thrown back. He pulls out a weapon, but it breaks immediately. This weapon can only be borrowed. If you take it out, it will break. The system interrupts. Your equipment has been destroyed by your own power. He mutters to himself despite the enemy still in front of him. The weapon breaks because it cannot withstand my power, so I can't use normal weapons anymore. I just wanted to see a bit for fun. Minwoo realizes he's in an unfamiliar space. This is the space here. A voice answers him. Power is merely a tool for finding joy. Jojin extends his hand. For me, power is not just something childish. She stands on the back of a powerful green dragon, with many other dragons behind her. They are not meant for ordinary things like you. Minwoo remains silent before asking, What? The dragons surround him. I have what I need to protect my subordinates. They prepare to attack magic. Jojin continues, My people. He hovers facing Minwoo, the kingdom of mine. Compared to these things, your granted power is worthless. The dragons shoot magic at him. Jojin shouts proudly for Bellochic's glory. Minwoo's wide voice echoes, followed by a severed dragon head. What do you know? Zaken turns back to see each dragon dying one by one. They are all beheaded and their bodies fall before Zaken. She stands darkly, stunned, then looks at the target with narrowed eyes. Minwoo rushes in, creating a powerful collision. His voice is cold and echoing 1,000 times. His face shows no emotion. I had to die thousands of times to get this power. He remembers being stabbed through the neck and killed over and over by the same person. The sight of his own body lying in a pool of blood, with limbs cut off before he was killed. Even his arm wasn't whole, it was killed and all traces erased. Black wings burst out into the dark space, and I keep dying and coming back to life. Do you know what will happen next? His red chain reappears, piercing the leading dragon. He says again, cutting off its limbs and killing it as before. More chains appear, the dragons struggle and scream in resistance. His voice is cold and lifeless. He's killed and all traces erased once more. The chains have become thick, wrapping around the dragon so tightly it can't move. From the dark throne with red hair, he reaches out his hand, clenching a fist with a deadpan expression. The chains also kill the dragon, blood splattering hotly against the cold voice as he stands atop the tower. Jatren is completely silent at this sight. This power comes from our own efforts, not given to us by anyone else. Da-Chen experiences an allergic reaction and bleeds. She couldn't resist and just listened as he spoke. How can you judge my strength? She shudders. What are you in the end? Minwoo in half-ghost form, with forests and black wings, red hair glowing. His hand pierces through her chest to grab her heart. He looks straight at his enemy with a blank expression. Metropole was once the Tower King. You ask, what's at the bottom of the tower? You answer. Number 18, didn't you ask this question before? Of course, there must be a big bot down there. The other one asks, can I see the end of the tower if I'm determined enough? The other one replies, it's not just determination. We need to climb over a large mountain to do that. Number 18 is a Fomet Teptu. We must kill Fomet to pass through the gate with many guards. He understands like a hunter. The Fomet asks again, but when did you start stuttering, number 18? Suddenly, Format hears number 18 speaking. So we need to kill the gatekeeper with many guards. It startles him. What? He tries to stop them. Do you think you can do that? Format is much stronger than you. If you die, it will be you. Number 18 says to him, do you know the strength of a regular monster bot doesn't have? He raises his finger to explain. Bots only have one life, but as long as they're alive, we'll live on forever. The other can't understand. Even with that, people will still die at the hands of the gatekeeper, but you can't kill them back. But number 18 ignores his words. And there's more, this seems to be a special case for other monsters. I can feel my strength increase after coming back from death. If we fight when our strength surpasses the gatekeeper, won't the winner be me? He tightens his fist with a determined look and says he will take that nameless Format guard's number. Back to the present, Minwoo in four-horned winged form. The system announces he has destroyed Da-Chen Bot. The tower maze is complete. He looks at the Heartstone thoughtfully, realizing few can handle this power. Minwoo wonders if it's worth killing others. He grimaces a smile. His dark and terrifying face must be fun, right? Suddenly, he hears someone say, no. Jachin hasn't died. He's limping and clinging to your leg. We can't die because of our kingdom. He stepped on her hand again. Losing something but still alive. What a surprising determination. He scolded Jachin for a long time. Foolish, this is just a game set up like a tower challenge. Do you really think you're the king of a kingdom? Jachin shuddered in confusion. Tower setup? Yes, it's all just a setup from the start. There never was a kingdom and you're not its king. His words made Jitrang panic. You're just a monster set up for adult hunters to grow stronger. She couldn't believe it at all. No, this can't be happening. I'm a monster. He suddenly realized something was happening. The monster bot is setting up the system. Her space and body data are vanishing like numbers. Jitrang's authority error. Minwoo couldn't understand. What? Critical system error detected, clearing. The light blazed so brightly he had to shield his eyes. He gritted his teeth muttering, what is this? What's going on? Minwoo suddenly noticed a figure in an insect-patterned cloak behind him. He approached the figure. I saw something strange. Besides me and Bada, we can sense another presence in this space. It doesn't seem dangerous, so I ignored it. He stared at the stranger, making them tremble with fear. Aren't you a hunter from Team C like us? His voice was menacing. She, The insect-patterned man shivered and asked why he was hiding there. Outside the tower, in the darkness, light suddenly illuminated. A woman's hand appeared from the teleport portal as a trio emerged from it. That's Van Kiji's team. One of them wondered what happened when they stepped out through the portal. Plus, we received a notification that the tower is complete. What does this mean? Van Kisi realized something. She looked behind them. Another portal. A blackhead appeared from the other portal. She widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Oh!" The one who appeared was Minwoo and his 3 teammates, foeman hunters at Mingek Medical Center. They walked and talked as they went. "He's being brought to the VIP treatment room now." Someone asked, "How is he?" "He's in the VIP room and refuses surgery." One of them looked uncomfortable. "What, leaving him in the VIP room without surgery?" The other replied, "Because he refused surgery." Turns out they're Lee Songa, Pagan's sister, and her subordinates. Songa was unhappy and scolded. "Did you hear that?" She turned back to the door. "Bagan and his family are all here." His sisters were crying for their father's sake. She hugged him, but he stopped her. "Don't make a fuss. I came here. Nothing happened." Sang off round, and the father was about to go in too, but she stopped them. Her eyes showed a bit of helplessness. After all, Songa got angry and asked, "Why did you refuse surgery?" He spoke gently, making everyone feel warm. Kang Shu-chi has died, leaving only one arm. Gan's mother seemed to be suffering a huge shock. Kang Shu-chi said it was very dangerous not to go on, but she insisted on going anyway. "It shouldn't be me who has to die." Kang Shu-chi lost everything and now only had one arm left. "But I just lost one arm. What's the big deal?" The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Gan's mother struggled to say that a lost arm might be able to recover. Before, she almost died. "Where is the hunter who saved you now?" Ma Seong-eun stared at the scene before him. Min-yu chewed thoughtfully. Seong-eun couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" He was startled. "Hey, team leader!" He seemed speechless. How could he eat so greedily in a messy room like this? Min-yu naturally stammered. "I wasn't hurt at all, but everyone insisted on bringing me to the hospital. Please finish eating and then speak." He explained everything again, saying that the royal guild suddenly came and said I was the hunter who saved their noble son, then brought me here. They asked what I needed, so I said I was hungry, and Scar responded with shock. "What is the royal guild anyway?" He didn't seem too bothered. My first impression of him was a disgusting blonde, but he seems not bad either. Based on my experience, those who feed me for free are usually not bad people. "But how did you know I was here, team leader?" Seong-eun remained silent before explaining. "Once the tower system is completed, it will automatically notify us. People like me can immediately check." He looked at the person eating happily in front of him. "I checked and saw that the dungeon tower has been completed and you finished it, right? I heard you were transferred to this hospital, so I came here." "That's true." Seong-eun folded his arms and assessed the situation. He asked incredulously again, "Are you really the one who completed the tower?" This made Min-yu bristle. "What are you calling me, still treating me like a fraud?" While they were talking, another group arrived. I was very skeptical about this. While I acknowledge your rapid growth, it's not enough to complete the tower yet. They asked where he was when Min-yu was arguing. "Why do we need proof or look at the magic stone loot from defeating the bot?" Seong-eun casually said there is clearer evidence than that. Just as he was explaining, someone arrived to confirm the tower completion. That person interrupted their conversation. "It's late now, but I didn't expect government officials to arrive before me." Min-yu immediately recognized when that person spoke. "Team leader." He recognized him. "That guy." The person said sarcastically, "Why is someone without authority here?" Min-yu recalled this man had once asked him before. "It's a pleasure to meet the hunter who completed the dungeon. I am honored. I'm the head of the hunter training department. He was the one who humiliated you before." "What?" With his most hateful expression, he said, "What a failed work, wasting time." His name is Haji Guk, this fraud. Returning to now, he proudly smiled and saw the boy's delighted face. The person he mentioned was Minwoo. It's been a while, you fraud. Minwoo gritted his teeth, watching Ji gug closely. He still wore a courteous smile, not reacting well at all. It was very nice to see him again, team leader. He used a soothing tone to deny it, confirming that the scam operation had been completed and that the person was our fraudster. This time, no more scams for you. Captain Ma is here too. His eyes seemed suspicious. He must have uncovered something. GCC and OUS. It's like they're drawing a line, isn't it? A secret government program to clean up. Han crossed his arms and looked unimpressed. After all, the island of missiles had to do dirty things like this if they wanted to eat and live. But could Captain Ma handle this kind of thing? Seonen's face darkened as he spoke. His superior was even more ruthless than him. Minwoo began to wonder about these events, killing 7 innocent S-rank hunters at the same time. Seonen blinked and lunged towards him, but Ji Hyun quickly shouted, "Captain!" GCC calmly returned his attack. "Captain crazy or something. Don't you know that if we fight here, the whole hospital will disappear?" Seonen spoke in a warning tone. GCC, Captain, don't go too far. He started to use his voice again. "What limit? I'm just telling the truth. Don't make idle talk about others. We only discuss what's important. Our purpose here is to inspect. Right. Has the Foamith Hunter really completed the Mekong Tower?" Tannen laughed sarcastically. "So it is. The red system appears. I'll show you what you want to know." He stood in front of them and confirmed the completion of the tower. A small ball emitted a glow as he pressed his palm, confirming that the Mekong Tower had received from Boss Chechen. "At first, I didn't know what to use it for, but apparently it's useful in situations like this." He stared directly into his eyes. "Do you still consider me a fraud?" GCC seemed genuinely shocked. His teeth ground together. Veins stood out on his face. "You think I can bet my judgment on your failed product?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Isn't it because of that side?" He turned around in surprise. "What? Your appearance is the 4 pagan sisters." Ji Hyun quickly reminded him, "Captain, she's from the Royal Guild." His expression changed to a warm one. "Oh my, so the next president of the Royal Guild isn't Lee Sanga?" She closed her eyes and replied coldly, "It's an old acquaintance." He continued speaking, "I was planning to contact you about our business plan anyway, but it turned out we met here by chance." Gan asked again, "Is this person related to the government?" He looked down at him and said, "This young man doesn't even recognize a completed Hunter Tower." He bowed and smiled falsely. "This is the youngest son of the Golden Group chairman. You're also a hunter, but where were your injuries?" "At Mekong Tower." GCC hard throat. "Mekong Tower ha." He pointed at you. "That hunter saved me." His eyes turned threatening. "But you were being disrespectful to the one who saved my life." GCC fell silent suddenly. "Yes." Gan spoke again. "Do you plan to do business with the government? Can I give you some advice? This person doesn't even recognize a completed Hunter Tower and considers it a fraud. Should we cooperate with someone who can't see properly? You're planning to do business with them about training hunters. It's a project aimed at finding undetected awakened individuals." Sangar responded enthusiastically. "Now, the relevant parties." Another person poked Jia Gook's arm. "That's another daughter of Lai. Can you go outside? I have something to talk to this hunter about." Another sister spoke up. "Oh, don't be sad. It's our family training. They're giving off a predator's aura, and their enemy is also our family's enemy. We must definitely get him out, so please go outside." Han Nan's face shows anger, contrasting with Minwoo's victorious smile. Minwoo's lips curve into a smile. "What's going on here?" It sounds like he's siding with Minwoo's father. Could this be good news? Look at how his boss is frowning. Let's mock him together then. The image of the goat appears in D. Gook's mind. He suddenly wakes up and sits on the chair. "That damn guy." Ji Hyun quickly stops him, asking the boss to stay calm. "How can I be calm when that useless piece insults me? He thinks you don't understand what happened. Clearly, he was just a mindless and powerless fool until now. Could it be a late awakening?" He reflects, wondering what he might have missed. This confuses his subordinate, Ji Hyun. It seems he's lost in thought, believing that reaching this position was by instinct, considering the guy is worthless, not worth investing in. GAGCC orders Ji-Hyun to investigate it for him. His face clearly shows suspicion. Something is off. The hospital director Pagan speaks up, thanking Min-woo. This surprises Min-yu and Seong-un. He grumbles the story, admitting he lost all hope and was supposed to die. Moreover, he did something shameful. Thank you for enduring and saving me. Pagan's face remains indifferent in response. It seems like this doesn't matter much to him. That's fine then. I was planning to let him fall and watch episode 16. An aunt from the Life family tells Sanger, let's leave them alone for a private chat. We'll go outside first. She agrees. That seems like a good idea. Now she turns to talk with Mr. In's car. You're the government official in charge, right? I want to discuss business with you. Do you have time? He awkwardly smiles and follows along. My department mainly deals with public services, so there might be some interest on their side. The door closes, the atmosphere becomes silent. Min-woo rubs his tired head. Honestly, I didn't plan to save you. It was because of that Sunreaper girl that I saved you. Pagan listens silently as Min-woo recounts. Min-woo tells the story. She thinks she saved us because of her actions, so she tried to rescue both of us. That's why I made a deal with her and saved you. You ponder this. Moreover, I thought that in your current state, continuing the climb was impossible, so I left you behind. So I wanted to be honest with you, even if you die. It doesn't matter to me. But Pagan says something that suits him well. On the contrary, I'm glad everyone is still alive and grateful for your rescue. He sighs and sits down, puzzled, asking, you and that girl are beyond comprehension. Surviving is enough. Shouldn't we care about someone dying in the tower? The tower is always surrounded by death. I truly don't understand human nature. He stands up, asking, do you have anything else to say? My reason for coming here isn't just to accept an apology and end this matter. Pagan then gets to the point. Despite everything, he acknowledges that Min-woo saved him and wants to repay him. Tell me what you want and I'll do everything in my power to repay you. Min-woo didn't really find it interesting. Maybe what happened just now was enough. He crossed his arms and shrugged. After all, I wasn't planning to accept your thanks anyway. Then he pointed at the lavish meal on the table. Can I eat all of that first? The old lady was taken aback but speechless. It's fine if you eat it or throw it away. He asked again about the armor I damaged, and you're very decisive in solving this. I wasn't planning to make you go anywhere since Reaper Hunters said it was fake anyway. He looked at me puzzled. Is that all? Those things don't need to be mentioned either. It seemed Min-woo was thinking about something. Do you have a lot of money for that? The young hunter sighed heavily. No way! In front of him stood a huge, terrifying monster. With his strength, he couldn't defeat it. Damn it if I had teammates. The young hunter gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, enduring the pain. If I had teammates like this monster. This is hell. Uncle In's car appeared like a god and happily dropped off supplies. Don't worry about needing teammates. The two shook hands in brotherhood. They already have a system for team formation among hunters. In the commercial, there was also an appearance by old Buddha giving out kin, renting necessary equipment. Shine on us with gold. Shine on us with silver. We're warriors. The ad ran continuously. The location for hunter roles appeared lower than banks. What can't be seen from outside? The commercial played non-stop. The location for hunter roles was listed below bank locations. What can't be seen without shining a light on it? The hunting treatment system operates 24/7. Depending on their level of contribution, hunters can enjoy various perks and benefits for their families, so hunters shouldn't worry about it. Finally, Seong-un and the actors together celebrated with cheers. Central Hunting Management will take care of all that. The scene pauses on his face, showing the sponsor's name. This ad is in collaboration with the government. Min-yu grimaced at the can of water he was holding. He stood in front of the TV commenting. It still didn't look familiar to him after multiple viewings. He shot the disgusting thing and went around spreading it everywhere. Seong-un was very dissatisfied with this. I've worked hard, so don't insult my work. Minyu turned back in confusion. Are you directing today? He pushed his glasses up. I just wanted to see you for a moment. Jiang pointed at the hunter in the ad. Originally, it was supposed to be a video of a handsome idol in the hunting community, but the acting was terrible, so they scrapped it. Someone else spoke, pulling him away. Are you cursing Arjun now? I'll sue you for this. He quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry, I will be more careful with my words. When he turned back, Seong-un was even more surprised. What's the representative Han Yu Dong smiling about? It's been a while since we last met. The hunting foe met. Minwoo also recognized him. Oh, there he is directing. She introduced herself too. I'm Yu Dong. How are you? Seong-un explained. Today's representative Han will be responsible here. Anyway, have you seen the news yet? What news? Seong-un handed him his phone. Don't just listen to music and take photos. You should care about society a bit. Come on, there are countless articles about you. He read it aloud. Mr. A has been under public pressure and became a fraud. Mr. A is now revealing the truth. These articles were all due to the hunters of the Royal Guild, right? Back at the hospital, Gan heard his request and wrote the article. Minwoo explained, I heard they can control public opinion with money. I want to correct the rumor that says I'm a fraud. Gan seemed very simple. If it was about that, no need for money. Our company has a team of reporters ready. And one more thing, I hope there's no article saying I completed the Labyrinth Tower. Why would revealing that make denying me as a fraud less convincing? This is an opportunity to become a famous hunter. Minyu calmly said, many are hunting for me. We don't want to reveal ourselves until we catch them. Jiang held his phone, tossing bait. Probably the internet will go crazy in a few hours, right? Minyu asked back suddenly. To calm, isn't this going to get you cursed? He didn't care much. Whatever he did, he would be cursed anyway. Besides, my department doesn't directly receive curses. Anyway, Representative Han, Full Met Hunter, please ask her. He said goodbye and left. I have important things to do for now. Hua Yu-dong was surprised too. Director Ma looks serious, but it seems he's quite interested in the Fomet hunters. It's rare that he pays attention to such matters. She turned to Minyu. What's going on? He gestured thoughtfully. Let's see. This made her secretly confirm. Something's up, right? Hua Yu-dong also took him along. I use the data in the tower to create an environment where monsters can survive. They swarm around you like ants, checking how many monsters they can hunt in 300 seconds. A claw rushes at him, but he cuts it off with one swing of his sword just as it tries to escape. Minwoo leaps up and slices through the monster's artery. Then more monsters fall to his blade. Some are split in half, others have their arms chopped off, and still others have their heads smashed. He cuts down like a god of death, blood splattering and soaking his clothes. The final round has arrived, Phase 3. Since it's Phase 3, there must be a rank involved. Now I'll summon the boss here. A monster foot appears. By fighting this boss, we can test the hunter's destructive power. His eyes narrow as he assesses the danger. What appears is the familiar stream-type monster. Gusev tells me that they will forcibly end the test. Minwoo recognizes it as the beast that almost killed him before. His face darkens at the sight of it. A smile suddenly forms on his lips. Long time no see. When I was too weak back then, I begged for your help. Now, the sword in his hand still drips blood as the monster's eyes stare directly at him. Minwoo exudes a powerful aura, his sharp gaze fixed on the prey. Are you ready to die? You look stunned. No, her eyes widen in shock at the scene before her. This can't be happening. Minyu rushes forward with his sword towards the monster. It's just like... The monster continuously screams. Minyu charges fiercely. Two energy streams collide. He continues to block each strike. The monster staggers. It swings its enormous claws. A cold smile forms on his lips. Using that again. Minyu stabs the sword straight into its hand. Yu is startled by the blazing scene between him and the monster. She's lost in confusion now. Minwu's burning flames consume the dragon-like creature, reducing it almost to ashes. Yu watches in awe. Guseok seems delighted, laughing and sighing. Another big deal. If we burn the boss data like this, restoring it will take quite some time. But isn't this not a scene we've seen before? She asks in surprise. Yes. Minwu's silhouette blazes amidst the flames. Guseok seems to recall Raven through him. He turns and tells her that he once lived in the second deepest abyss tower and died there as well. This hunter is someone we're very curious about. In Minwu's area, even though he returns home after completing his test, he still ponders. He remembers how suddenly those two people disappeared after he finished the test. I feel their eyes on me. There's something suspicious about them. He opens a can of oil. Sure enough, it's not as easy here as in the tower. We must be careful until we know who wants to kill us. He receives a phone call. What's up with my team leader? He replies, I called to check if you did well and it's cold outside, so take your time. It will take some time for the test results. Ranking isn't a simple matter. I don't mind. Han representative told me this. Un asks again. Anyway, have you tried using the Mekong Tower certification? I don't understand. What about your aunt's use of it? This leaves him speechless. Sure enough, you've forgotten everything I taught you back then. Use it, because Chamingnu will like it. You wonder and open up the system menu. What is this? A blinding light appears, startling you. The system also announces that the dungeon certification has been used. You're stunned as you sense something changing. Your skill levels have all increased due to the dungeon completion reward. Mingyu processed it quickly. What? Zi-Un explains further. That's the reward for completing the tower. Mingyu hurriedly checks his stats, seeing that his skill levels have indeed increased. This is why the Evil Guild appointed someone to handle bots. Zi-Un confirms. That's why even top hunters who've completed most of the towers still continue to clear them. It makes you doubt it. This is what players exploit. If I had known about this, we would have become human much sooner. Hold on, if that's the case, then that skill. John Nober's skill cooldown reduced from 27.73 to 4.4 seconds. In cases where the cooldown is 0, something special might happen. Are you serious about these lines? What kind of special thing? But it seems like the cooldown has actually decreased, right? You pause when you realize something. Instead of boosting skill power, did they reduce the cooldown time? Zi-Un proudly says, you should be grateful. If so, I'll assign you tasks related to the tower. He adds, there aren't many superiors who think about their subordinates like this. It's rare for a superior to care so much. The phone rings loudly and shrilly. Minwu drops the phone with a groan of pain. What happened suddenly made him feel nauseous. You grimace, holding your stomach. The space around you seems to be changing. This feeling of nausea as if your head is about to explode. Why is this happening all of a sudden? A bright purple flower blooms in the dark, the system's avatar grinning. Minwu is stunned with pain. Who? From the house comes a golden light. You fall to the ground, heaving and retching. What the hell happened? That's what it is. A dry cough forces you to stop. The boy struggles to wipe his mouth, crying out in pain. This strange feeling can't be endured anymore. You look at Minwu with blurred vision. People around you are clearly visible. Huh? On the ground is a teenage boy sitting opposite you, naked and bewildered. Why does Mingyu look so familiar in this picture? Is this feeling yours? And Jubu. The scream from the house echoes through the sky. No! And Jubu sobs, hugging her face. I've become an ordinary and disgusting human. This can't be happening. You bury your face in your hands, leaning against the wall. Can't be. Can't be. Mingyu gives you a new item he just bought. Here, put on these clothes. And Zebeth is still lost in her memories, with a cold, introspective gaze and beautiful wavy hair. All our triangular body sculptures are gone now. Why did I turn into this ugly body? You're speechless, right? Just put on some clothes. Then angrily pointing at me, it's all because of you. Why? Because you absorbed another boss's aura. That's why I'm like this now. Minyu was slightly surprised. The boss's aura? Are you referring to the certification I received from the dungeon tower? You're sure? It is indeed because of that. Songin still didn't understand. If you were kicked out of my body due to that, I could understand. But why did you turn into a human form? With a sly look, I know, maybe this form fits the human world better, so I turned like this. And Zeba's spirit sank even more. But there are many forms. Why did I end up as such an insignificant child? Even becoming weaker, I became weaker too. Hearing that, he suddenly understood. That means I still have authority over you. You're embarrassed and then get angry at me. Of course, how else could I come out of your body? He gave a dangerous smile. So now, I can order you round freely. Immediately, he boldly commanded, from now on, give me the best food and lots of it. And Zebub started sweating as Minyu began to flex her muscles. Recently, what did you say to me about wanting to run away? If I complete the tower, we won't meet for a long time. Didn't you tell me to eat well and live well? Lao came over to teach you a lesson. Stay there, let them see how well I've been eating and living. You didn't run away that fast either. Why bring up the topic of good food and living well? That was just my warm wishes for you. You ran out of the house. Damn it! After a while, you turned back to look. Even your mind is evil. You remember that too. Minyu fiercely chased after. But as soon as you left the door, a group of old ladies blocked you. Did you stay home today? They were talking to each other. What's his name? The office real estate manager probably said he was charming you. The middle-aged woman gestured for him. Follow me on the way to Grandma's house. Despite not understanding anything, they kept talking. Have you been here long? Not that I'm in a hurry, he sighed. What's going on? He realized these were old ladies living in the neighborhood. Why are they taking me along? They continued to talk. No trouble at all. The old lady leading him back kept him there. Let me take you first. Minyu was confused, but then understood. It's still usable, but it's broken now, right? He and the woman stood in front of a broken electric scooter. Let's try fixing it, he exhaled. Then angrily shouting, what does this old lady mean by me having to fix it, and who are you people? The old lady calmly introduced herself. I'm Kim Il-ya. Those two just now were the neighbor's husband and the downstairs wife. He was furious, but he didn't ask that. She patted his shoulder. I'm old and can't fix things anymore. Please help this young man here. But he firmly left, making the old lady call him back. Hey, young man, he grumbled to himself. I wouldn't have to if it weren't for that. Then the system appeared. We think you should accept this offer. You went silent like you were stunned. He looked at the red warning on the system screen. What? The mission requests a favor from those around you. Refusal means death. You went crazy and cursed it out. What kind of weird mission is this, huh? And if you refuse, you die too. It calmly replied to him. Because I am very self-centered, as you said. Mingyu responded again. Wasn't that when we were in the maze tower? Where did we say selfish people and those who hold grudges have lasted until now? It answered like trying to tease him. Who knows, only because I'm so self-centered. Why should you be jealous? But why do things always go this way? The system explained to him. I thought of how you could develop feelings for humans in a different way. He stumbled. What kind of feelings are these? The system's manifestation laughed happily because the ways can't be the same. So to communicate with humans, you have to find your own methods. You can't understand that. Don't talk about emotions or jokes anymore. Until now, what did I kill? She extended her hand and said, of course, this is different from the others. Can you not distinguish between enemies and our troops? He angrily shouted. Of course not for me. There are only enemies and toys to understand. She looked at him with half an eye, speechless. Then I can only answer you now. You will die immediately. The door was pushed open again. Ionja turned around to look. He didn't seem surprised by his appearance. The boy had returned, right? He raised his hopeless eyes and asked, how do I fix that? Night fell, warm lights from houses casting a hazy silence. A black cat sat under the stairs. Startled, it turned its head. It hurriedly ran away when a car passed by. A pair of shoes stepped on the ground. Two men were talking on the balcony. That poor neighborhood, the only place in Sion that hasn't developed. Do people there live well enough to do so? I observed and saw mostly old and weak people there. So, one of them asked, how long will it take to get rid of all those old folks and clean up the place? The other, with pink hair and a scar on her mouth, replied, it won't take much time, just wait for no incidents. There used to be a resident in this neighborhood who was the top of the maze tower. Mingyu raised his hand painfully before his face. Damn it! Seeing that, she approached and asked, did you get hurt from nailing? Anja then walked around looking ragged and said, is the old man here? Always running to help when called by the elderly in the area. After a while, all three stood under a large tree. She continued speaking. Last night after feeding the cat, it climbed up the tree and couldn't come down, so it cried all night. Anja asked Mingyu again, if you're that tall, just get a ladder, but before she finished, he jumped onto the tree. A moment later, Minwoo landed with a startle from the two old ladies. He held up the dirty black cat and said, done. The neighborhood began to echo with cries of distress. That injured cat over there. At this time, he was at another elderly lady's house digging through soil while she petted her white dog and told him, you did a good job. Or another time, Minwoo helped an old lady trim trees, who also said to him, take your time. Time passed from season to season, then 10 years, 20 years, until Fomet became an elderly man too. The boy happily spread his hands in front of him, said, and ended his life as the highest free laborer in the neighborhood. He's currently painting a wall and stopped when you said that. Then he quickly chased after him, making him run away. Now they're at a rather luxurious house. Minwoo held a box and looked at something with a hateful look, saying, what are you doing? Jinwoo lay on a large cardboard reading a book and replied, I'm reading what humans create called a novel. That's very interesting. Even for ordinary beings like us, it's quite enjoyable. He sat up excitedly and continued, Fomet, now I understand why you wanted to become human. Hearing this, he said uncomfortably, it's too noisy. Go do your work. He replied casually, what? I'm still too small to carry heavy things. If you make me do that, you'll be accused of mistreating children. He said unhappily. What are you talking about? Behind him appeared an old lady. Seeing her, he changed his tone. Auntie! He took the book and went to the old lady, acting cute, and said, I've read all of this. Do you still have any rights to read it? Seeing that, he smiled. The system appeared and asked, Ankaboop's adaptation is really fast, right? He said disdainfully, it always says it doesn't want to be a child, but it's very good at dealing with people. In this space, to people were talking, why did Fomet become human? The system replied, let me check. Hearing this, he asked angrily, let me check. Don't you know about the existence of gods? The system explained, I only invaded Earth's system. It continued, only those who set up this world would know. Minwoo placed the box back in its correct position and said, about that. He glanced at the surroundings and warned, please stop playing around. When are you going to stop bothering me with this? The system announced the main mission, help people and gain their affection. His voice echoed again, moreover, it's too vague. The system replied, it's still very useful. Traminu laughed sarcastically, useful, not like a disease or medicine. He remembered helping elderly women in the neighborhood. After fixing Ionja's car, he said, I've fixed it. She responded, well done, now I'll use it. Or another time, an old lady called him. Why doesn't my house have hot water? He replied, hold on, I'll ask a friend to fix it for you. He said helplessly, why am I doing all these things? At this moment, Song's voice came from behind him. A few years ago, there was also a young man living in that house like your father. Hearing her voice, he turned around in surprise. She said happily, everyone is very curious about why a young man moved to live here. Recalling the past, she continued, every time I passed by, there was always a bottle of alcohol outside his door. He only stayed inside except when he went out to buy alcohol. Song remembered Ionja's request and said, Kim said that only the dead live like this. That's why everyone in the neighborhood kept asking him for favors one after another. She continued, at first, he was also suspicious like your father, then he started helping us silently. Song continued her story over time. He gradually smiled and began to actively talk to people. The number of bottles outside his door decreased. One day, he said that he had something to leave the neighborhood before leaving. He asked me for a favor. When he left, he bowed and said, if anyone lives in this house where I used to live, if they are like me, please help them. Song continued, he was quiet at first, but gradually became more active. The number of bottles outside his door also decreased over time. Time passed slowly, and he gradually smiled and started talking to people. The number of bottles outside his door gradually decreased. One day, he said that he had something important to leave the neighborhood before leaving. He asked me for a favor. When he left, he bowed and said, if anyone lives in this house where I used to live, if they are like me, please help them. Hearing this, he was silent. During dinner, his face showed anger as he asked, where does that guy live? We need to talk to him. He thought, because of him, I have to work so hard. The table was full of delicious food. They ate and chatted together. But what kind of food suits everyone's taste? It's really good. I've heard that nowadays young people don't like these kinds of dishes much. Enjoy your meal. While they were eating, she noticed something. Suzeon came in from outside and asked her granddaughter, you just got back? Did you eat anything? She asked, and the girl replied, I've already eaten with my friends and I have to study, so don't bother me anymore, okay? With that, she walked into the room coldly. Watching her granddaughter leave happily, she introduced, that's my granddaughter. She's very smart and does well in school. Well, I never got first place when I was in school. At another building, someone was feeling sick. Feng Jiang's school looked at his phone screen and muttered, HMM. His two subordinates sat opposite each other. One of them asked the other, how should we handle this? Hearing that, he asked back, is there anything special about it to call everyone over? The other man replied, yes. Suddenly remembering something, he said, oh right, there's a house that could solve this easily. Hearing that, the subordinate was confused. Yes, is it the house we borrowed money from? One morning in the neighborhood, sounds came from a colorful green gate. A hammer continuously struck a piece of wood. After finishing his work, he stood there and said, perfect. Traminu looked at the nearby grass and water tap and said, I've pulled out all the weeds and got hot water back on. Just need to prepare the necessary special items. Should I get a dog to help around the house? He looked up at the sky thoughtfully. He walked over to a nearby plank, lay down, and gazed at the sky. Minyu raised his hand towards the sky and said, the sky can't cover everything. Thinking that, he smiled to himself and said, this neighborhood isn't bad either. Suddenly remembering something, he sat up and whispered, where's that lazy father of ours? He doesn't help us at all. Suddenly a red screen appeared before him. Welcome for Meters Hunter, we have completed your flag check. Seeing those words, he was surprised but then said to himself, no surprise, as expected. Right, this isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Suzeon sat smoking at a corner nearby. Beside her was a sign that read no entry, painted warning. Damn it! As she was smoking, someone called out, Suzeon! Her grandmother angrily asked her granddaughter, you're still smoking? She turned away and made a sour face. Her grandmother continued to question her. I told you not to smoke anymore. As she stood up, she said, finish the rest of it, but don't smoke any more from now on. Her grandmother kept scolding. What if our teacher at school sees this? I still have to go to university. Suzeon remained silent for a moment. The next thing she said surprised her grandmother. University? Do we have money for university? I'm not going to university. In the evening sun, she urged her granddaughter hard. She'll cover your tuition for college, so don't worry. Hearing that, she countered with a question. Alright, going to borrow again? Tired of endless debts. Suzeon was slightly agitated as she spoke harshly. The father left nothing but debt when he died. Can you really pay off this debt alone? You also need to work to repay it. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed nearby, startling them both. Working! Two of Jiang's underlings approached slowly. The long-haired one greeted her. Long time no see, Mrs. Suzian. Scared, she said to the two men, "Why are you here? It's not due yet." He calmly replied that they had urgent matters and asked her to pay early. She panicked. Where would I get so much money? Pointing at their house, he said, "Sell this house. You can get some money from it, right?" Suzian quickly responded, "No way, we're selling our house." But she didn't finish her sentence before Suzian interrupted. "Where would we live then?" Disgusted, he replied, "That's not something we need to think about. You two figure it out yourselves." He revealed a dangerous expression, "Right? You wanted to apply for a job just now." He looked her over and said, "Your face is alright. And your body is beautiful, quite cute too. At this size, you could earn enough money by having a few drinks and get us that house quickly." As he spoke, he turned to his accomplice, right? The tall one replied, "A high school student isn't much older than a young man." Seeing his teammate's foolish answer, Han was furious. "We're bad guys, that's our image, right?" He agreed, "I'll help you get the job then." She angrily grabbed the long-haired one and pulled him down, shouting, "I'll make a lot of money and become rich." They fought. The other man shouted in pain, "Let me go!" Outside, Suzian was scared as she said, "Zhu Zuzhan." He pushed her down and cursed near the sign. "This crazy one!" Inside another house, Jinwoo was reading a book. Kim Ilya asked him beside him, "You really like reading books?" He replied, "Yes, ma'am." Hearing the commotion outside, she asked, "What's happening out there?" Focusing on his book, he changed expression when she left. "What happened?" Kim Ilya went to check and asked, "Who is it?" Nearby, a dog was barking incessantly. Its owner called out too. "It seems there's some noise outside. What's going on now?" Someone else asked from another direction, "Who is it outside?" Mingyu held a stick and went outside. His face showed panic as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Looking at the four in front of him, his voice trembled. "What happened?" He pointed to the wall with a bucket and angrily said, "The paint isn't dry yet." Seeing this, the long-haired one's face changed. "Is there a young man living in the neighborhood? I have no idea about that." Line 60 completed. He still mourns his wall. "We just painted it and you guys ruined it." He doesn't care about Mingyu giving orders to his accomplices. "I don't give a damn who you are. Don't meddle in this. Little sister, handle it." That guy heard that and responded, "Yes, boss." He's extremely furious now. "I was planning to take a photo as a memento." Mingyu still stands there. A green barrier separates them. At that moment, that big guy felt something unusual. He feels like he hit something incredibly heavy and flies back. He flies towards his accomplices. The tall guy just stands there staring. His eyes gradually open. A dark figure rushes to him. That gangster is stunned by the sudden arrival. He punches that guy. That guy's nose gets injured and he painfully says, "I've never seen anyone move so fast. Is he a hunter?" The boss of Zhong still looks at his phone. "I heard you used to be a hunter too." He replies, "Yes sir, but I quit hunting." In the room, they continue their conversation. That guy asks why he quit and the boss of Zhong says it's because there are too many skilled hunters now. The boss of Zhong doesn't look away from his phone as he analyzes. "This reminds me of my last hunting mission. I had to deal with a very strong hunter then." He gave off the feeling of being like a wall or something equally solid. Yes, this suddenly took an unexpected turn. He might also be a hunter. That guy is surprised and asks, "How can that be? How could there be a hunter who looks so weak? What should we do now?" The boss of Zhong looks dangerous as he says, "First, we need to investigate his identity." He's standing in a corner now. "People in the neighborhood keep talking. They destroyed my house. My family's too. Mine was also ruined. Mine got damaged as well." Another one says, "They destroyed my courage." Someone else adds, "And my garden too." He listens to their complaints. What do they want to do? Where will we live if they keep doing this? After a while, he leaves. Behind him, someone calls out, "Dad." Suzian stands against the wall, confused and asks, Are you a hunter? Hunters get paid for their missions, right? She approaches him and continues, "This is all I have now, but I'll give you more when I can. Please help me with one thing." She speaks quickly, afraid he might refuse. If we're kicked out of the house, neither she nor her grandmother will have a place to go. Don't let those scoundrels take your and grandma's home. Hearing this, he says, "You don't need to do that." She is surprised and asks, "What?" He turns away and replies, "I'll do it anyway. Even if you didn't ask me, I will. They caused chaos in our neighborhood and they will pay for it." Minwoo puts on a baseball cap. Then he puts on a jacket. He walks while thinking to himself, "I knew this would happen, so I acted first." He remembers what Jinwoo said before. When that unfamiliar group attacked, we were at Mrs. Kim's house. At that time, I put a cursed talisman on them. Your talisman is a blue-tinted insect. You said it would lead you to where they are. He leaves his house. T.I. asks, "Where are you going?" Standing on the steps, he says, "Don't kill anyone unless it's for a mission." Hearing that, he asks, "What about those guys who attacked us?" She replies coldly, "Especially civilians." He pauses and asks again, "But teaching them a lesson doesn't mean killing them, right?" She answers, "Then it's fine." Hearing her, he rushes off. After Min-woo leaves, she takes out her phone. Taeyoung watches him go and calls someone. "Yes, Captain, Minwoo has just left." In an old house, a man holds out a white envelope. "Here's today's payment." The man in orange takes the envelope happily. "Oh, thank you," the long-haired man says. "I'll ask for your help next time too." The other man replies without hesitation, "Leave it to me." "But what's wrong with your face?" The man hesitates and says, "This situation is a bit." The other man remains cheerful. "We're always ready for anything." At this moment, he meets someone else who says, one of his subordinates behind him has been knocked down. Screams start echoing, startling the two men talking. "What's wrong? Who are you?" His hand slaps one of the gang members' face. He forces him to lie on his back and holds a knife in his other hand. He stabs the fallen man's arm. The man screams in pain, horrifying his companions. My leg, my leg." Minwoo slowly stands up, the remaining men looking at him fearfully. He glances at the other men. Seeing this, they start sweating. He holds a bloody knife in his hand. The man in orange gets angry. "Who are you? What are you standing there for? Catch him!" Ordered by one of them, the man with a helmet grabs an iron bar. Another man does the same. All of them rush towards him. They swing their iron bars in unison, bright lines appearing in the air. He slashes through two of their arms. More painful screams resound. He continues running and slashes another man's arm and many more after that. Seeing this, the long-haired man looks a bit scared. He looks worried as he thinks to himself, "That guy." While watching your fighting style, his thoughts continue, easily knocking out the youngest one straight away. Looking at your terrifying eyes, he wonders if you're a hunter. The orange-clothed one sees his subordinate defeated and pulls out a knife to approach him. "This crazy guy!" The long-haired one speaks up. "Hey, hold on." A drop of blood splashes onto his face. The orange-clothed one's arm is cut off and he falls to the ground, screaming in pain. Your eyes are full of anger as you speak. "Do you know me?" That guy stammers without a response. "Huh?" A bag is thrown at his face. Startled, he shouts incoherently, Ev, what's going on?" Seeing this, the leader orders, "Coward, get out." He asks back, "What?" With his arms crossed, he calmly answers, "What else do you want to ask? Put your hands down and stop swinging them around." Following the leader's command, he thinks, "Mom, what are we doing? Why is this happening to us?" Mingyu speaks from behind him, leaning slightly. "Have you put everything in yet?" He starts loose and answers quickly, "Yes." "Alright then." The leader's voice echoes in the space. There's still a spot left. He doesn't understand and replies, "Yes." His next words shock him. "That's yours." Dawn is gradually breaking. The light from the room remains on. The tall man stands guard at the door. A figure appears, startling him. He grits his teeth and says, "Look at this. Your phone is ringing." The office manager picks up the call. Hello, someone speaks on the other end. After listening, he looks at the phone angrily and asks, "What's going on? What are you playing at?" Suddenly, his tall subordinate appears above him. Han is stunned as he says, "Did you really fly up like a feather?" The tall man falls right next to Manager Jiang's desk. Mingyu speaks softly now. Han looks surprised at him. Mingyu places the bag full of hands on Han's desk. Manager Jiang looks at the bag silently. His eyes filled with anger. He says, "Just put them back like a puzzle. Be careful not to stick your fingers together." Manager Jiang laughs and asks, "Was it luck? Hunters live in that area." He keeps asking questions, strange preferences. Is this a warning? Hearing this, he answers, "You've invaded my territory. The price for this is very cheap." Manager Jiang laughs and replies, "Your territory." It's fascinating to hear these words from a hunter's mouth. Then he says something that surprises him. "But are you alright? I wanted to know about you, so I had someone follow your house." He continues, "Do you have another child at home?" Hearing this, he's about to say something. He keeps drilling into the issue, looking at your youthful face. "So you're not a boy, but your sister, right?" You smirk and chuckle. Director Jiang continues to boast. Then his subordinates must have entered already. You can't help but laugh out loud. Your laughter surprises him and confuses him. You lean close to him and ask, "Who should be taking care of whom now, in your house right now?" Director Jiang's subordinates stand under the orange lights as their voices echo through the space. How can humans be so foolish? They are so scared they're sweating. Jinu sits on a wooden threshold nearby and watches them continue, diving headfirst into something without understanding it fully, whether in a tower or outside. He still focuses on his book. He continues to say, "What I mean is small fires that grow together and condense. If explained simply, it's like a tear laser invented by humans." Then he gives advice. "If you move, it will be like that arrow." Nearby someone shouts in pain, "My leg." Jinwoo's voice still echoes. Actually, using magic this way is extremely ineffective and troublesome. But if we mess up here, meters will jump out to show us, so we have no other choice. He pretends to be innocent and laughs. They stand still under the lights. His words continue, "Boys, until I finish reading this book, you must stay there quietly, okay?" One of them turns to look at his bag. The phone in his pocket starts vibrating. Director Jiang calls his subordinates, but hears a message on the phone. "No contact, please leave a message." He laughs helplessly as you stab him with your knife, but he quickly blocks it. You look at him disdainfully and say, "When I was young, I used to be a hunter too." His sharp eyes continue speaking, "Knowing some hunters are living there, so I'm thinking of going back to that old job." He thinks, what is with those knife-like eyes? Their fight begins, but his thoughts continue. Not like usual. How many levels is this? Watching him fight, he thinks, indeed. He pulls out some device, still thinking, fighting without any information about the opponent, how to handle it. He raises that device in front of him, showing strange words on it. As your knife is about to touch him, Director Jiang raises his hands high and surrenders. Hearing him say this, you stop moving and look at him. He laughs innocently, "I won't touch that area anymore." His subordinates lying on the ground are foaming at the mouth. He continues, "I'll let bygones be bygones about your subordinates' hands being cut off. So how about we end this nicely?" You laugh mockingly and then stab him with your knife. He calmly says, "Unbelievable, a level a hunter?" Now in the hospital, he calls someone and asks, "Can't proceed anymore?" His two close subordinates lying next to him hear their conversation. The person on the phone speaks, "What are you talking about, little level?" Director Jiang responds, "Little level? Our boss is also unsure. From level A and above, they are special government-managed targets because they can become S-rank hunters. The sky outside is clear blue." Director Jiang continues, "Furthermore, from level A onwards, none of them are human. All wear masks as monsters. If you touch the wrong person, it will be a 3-generation suffering. Because my hand was cut off, I'm in critical condition now. So goodbye, boss." The person on the phone panics and says, "Hey, Director Jiang. Director, After Director Zhang hangs up, the long-haired man asks him, "So you just ended the deal like that?" He still looks at his phone screen and answers, "We have to live even if we break the deal." One of his subordinates continues asking, "But did anyone really send a message to you?" He responds nonchalantly, "It seems quite similar to that guy who called and teased me back then." He recalled a phone call he received earlier, where someone mentioned that a hunter was coming to his location. In his mind, he wondered where he had heard that voice before. He looked at his phone and thought, maybe there's a message asking about the trap of this hunter? This is an rank hunter. Looking at it, he said for sure that whoever called him knew a lot about this hunter. On the other side, the sender was also holding his phone and reading the message again. Ma Seongan held her phone with a smile and exclaimed, "Oh my, how do I deal with this?" Kim Anya came out from inside the house and said, "If you knew you were coming, I would have cooked for you already." He waved his hand and replied, "No need, I was full before coming, just dropped by to see grandma for a bit today." Hearing this, she looked serious at him and asked, "Are you still drinking so much alcohol these days?" He laughed and answered, "Yes, only during important times or when eating out at work." In this space, their conversation continued. Mr. Anskar asked, "Chairman, how is your friend doing?" She replied, "He's quite handy, so whatever you ask him to do, he'll get it done right away, but always complains while working." She concluded by saying, "But he's a good person overall." He nodded and agreed, "Good, very good." Then he laughed loudly, "Good-hearted, yes, that's right, good-hearted." His attitude confused her, so he asked, "What then?" On the other side, Sharmini Wu was bewildered looking at the system. The system announced he had completed his mission, and the substitute spoke up, "When did this task end exactly? Is there no reward for it?" Minyu was a bit angry and grumpy. "The old ladies in the neighborhood gave me something, but what kind of god are you to be so stingy?" But she couldn't keep silent. Mr. N's voice echoed, "Father Minyu, please ask everyone to help him." A wounded man was huddled in a corner, trembling as he spoke to the person in front of him. "Hold on, this is different from what we agreed upon." He shuddered and explained, "You said that out of the rewards received from the tower, you would split them equally between us. Why did you stab me in the back?" The girl standing opposite him replied indifferently, "I told you already, this is an accident. You fainted due to a sudden unexpected incident, so I'll take the rest." Hearing that, the man roared and lunged at her. "Damn you." Immediately, she raised a finger and called out, "K9." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge hairy monster appeared behind her. Following her command, the monster revealed its sharp teeth and said, "Eat." The man was terrified by the scene. At that moment, blood splattered everywhere. Minyu stuck out his tongue in dissatisfaction. "What? The rent price didn't double, right?" Hearing her question, the clerk at the desk spat. Then she smiled and exchanged with him. "Just kidding about renting weapons for one time. Renting to a hunter too, huh?" Minyu listened indifferently as she explained. "I said this so you can reorganize your equipment. Next time if the rented equipment is destroyed, you don't just pay for renting, but also have to go there. Got it?" He replied nonchalantly, "Okay, I'll consider it." Then Min Woo took out a green magic stone and said, "By the way, while rearranging my bag, I'm thinking of selling this magic stone." The clerk immediately recognized it as Bosa Chen's magic stone. She then explained some terms and exchanged with him. Usually, when a magic stone drops from a booth, it will be transferred to another hunter for use as an item of high value. Of course, if the hunter needs money urgently, I'll appraise and buy it back at a corresponding price. If it's of high value, you can sell it for a better price. Anyway, its value will definitely increase. Hearing that, he decided, then let's go with the high value option. Getting Minwoo's decision, the clerk said again, "Yes, I'll transfer Jatren's magic stone to the department responsible for high value. I will inform you of the result via message." He placed the magic stone on the table and asked, "I have a question." The clerk listened silently. "How much is the 4-meter boots magic stone worth? It must be very expensive, right?" He boasts with his hands clasped confidently. Right, when it comes to mythological tower prices, of course it's about value. At this moment, the employee's voice interrupts. Isn't it lower than the regular price? Minwoo bluntly speaks up, catching everyone's attention. What? Why? She calmly explains further. Due to the difference in quantity and magical force retention. She continues, Jojin is a magical beast created from a magic block, while Foamit is not made from a magic block, but from a physical one. Of course, there are still magical beasts retaining large amounts of magical power within physical blocks. However, according to the investigation at the Void Wasteland Tower, only a small amount of magic was retained in Foamit's case, meaning it is more physically inclined. Minwoo recalls that Enzebeth had once said, without talent for magic, obtaining enchanted leather bindings would be very difficult. The employee chuckles, explaining that since high-grade items are made from magical stones, they are heavily influenced by the amount of magic, leaving no other choice. Minwoo listens intently, thus, Foamit's magical stone isn't worth much, and I heard nobody is looking for it. What? So, Javan! Suddenly, he remembers something. What in my memory? Recalling the scene, Javan didn't take our magical stones. His actions were like someone who doesn't know what tomorrow holds. These colorful and sized magical stones are essential for maintaining life and infinite material for magical beasts. Even if a magical beast is destroyed, as long as the magical stone remains, the tower won't collapse. He thinks, but where are they now? The employee still smiles confidently. I'm not sure about that anymore. Anyway, can I help you in any way? Receiving his vague response, she continues smiling. Lucky me. So I'll help you organize your inventory as requested. She sends a system integration request to his system. I will send requests for the government and hunter systems to you. Agreed. Follow my instructions. Please touch all items you want to arrange. Then tap on the screen. He taps on the K9 sword symbol, which is locked. Meanwhile, a small ball slowly rolls to his foot, locked. Moreover, these are weapon-type items. Where did this mess come from? Looking down at his feet, he sees a black dog. It came to pick up the little ball. A voice echoes. K9! A short-haired girl and a guy approach. Hottie speaks to the kind-looking guy. I told you, if there's no place to keep it, hold on tight. I know! Minwoo glances at the guy petting the dog and hears him say, sorry, K9, let's go to the park. Looking at this easy in, easy out crowd, Minwoo is speechless. He hesitantly asks, so that dog just accepted the answer from the employee? Jun Seong tells him it's a hunting dog. She explains calmly, this phenomenon occurs worldwide due to portal shock. It happens in some pets among those tamed by hunters. Then she mentions a cat that got this phenomenon from a girl. This was discovered when it happened to Kashi, the cat of a famous Hollywood actress. No one knows the reason for this phenomenon. Looking at Minwoo, she says it's believed it might be due to portal shock, so pets transform their love into real power to protect their owners. But she jokingly adds probably and slaps her hand on the table. He doesn't care about that anymore, changing the subject and immediately dissolving the guild. I don't want to be in a guild with such an odd name. Hearing this, she replied, how can you have a sweet angelic guild when you're so bitter? Of course, since 302 is cold and thinks that their names don't match well. Suddenly, Jun Seong handed him a thick envelope like a brick. Before she could properly speak, she reached behind him and stretched her hand to touch his back. The money from 302's diligent mining and storage for me. I've already put it in here. I'm not that heartless person. Then leaning close to whisper into his ear. So stay in the guild, okay? After all, you need a guild to enter the tower. The two started arguing loudly. Of course, I'll get this money back. And I'll find another guild. She pouted. It's very hard to find a guild master with such perfect looks and body. Wanting to steal my happy time? Angered by Jun Seong's attitude, he shouted, what are you talking about? Just as he was speaking, T.I.Eng walked in to interrupt. Anyway, I'm leaving the guild. That's fine. That won't work. Hearing Minwoo's sudden question, what? Jun Seong greeted casually. Long time no see, Tiang. Upon seeing him, Minwoo started teasing. Still stalking me again. The other sighed in response. Oh my god, nothing but surveillance. Then T.I.Ng took out a set of documents for the mission and began explaining. He started detailing the objective, to form a team of 3 people for hunting missions as compensation. They had lured an innocent hunter into cleaning the tower, eliminating him, and taking all the loot. 2 out of the 3 hunters were level B. The other was suspected to be a level A hunter. While Minwoo read the documents, Jun Seong and T.I.Ng kept questioning each other. It's been a long time since we last met here. According to observations, it's likely that the level A hunter is still there, T.I.Ng said as Minwoo whispered. This mission is quite difficult because they are very suspicious and hard to approach, especially those guys. Then Minwoo pointed at some information in the documents, not from the Central Management Bureau, right? It's Hottie, the gentle boy, and his dog. The scene shifts to the Heaven Building, a large room. Hottie was extremely upset, glaring at the scene before her. She gritted her teeth in anger, cursing that crazy person. In front of her were the messy and lazy sleeping scenes of the gentle boy and 3 girls. Hattie's voice rose. That boy is lying there, while those 3 girls are sprawled out asleep. Hottie was furious. What the hell is he doing? The gentle boy from before is nowhere to be seen. Now only a reincarnated sinner is laughing his head off. Try this too. Before she could finish, her opponent's foot kicked her in the shin, causing her to cry out in pain. Are you on drugs? She continued berating him. Didn't you spend all your money on this? Because of the spray, that guy is a bit more alert now. What? Money? Depending on this loot, I'll decide whether to intervene or not. Hottie pushed open the door while teasing quietly. What? Asking for half without doing anything. Then she gritted her teeth. There's nothing left for us anyway. The door in front slowly opened. A huge monster, like a scorpion, appeared right after that. She didn't even notice as she turned to the class and spoke to that guy. I'm sure nothing will fall on your head. As soon as he said that, blood spurted everywhere. Recalling what happened before, I was at a loss, making a big deal out of it. They've met you once before. Jun Seon also mentioned that dogs are very sensitive to garbage scents. Then they alternated with Minwoo to discuss, leaving him confused about why the mission couldn't proceed. Can't be true, Minwoo on this side still doesn't understand. Why? They explained that when choosing a hunter, they would investigate the roots of the hunter. For hunters, they have a good sense of smell. And since 302 appeared on TV, it's uncertain if they recognize you or not. I'll assign this mission to another hunter. Suddenly, a girl's voice from behind them while making coffee caught their attention. She said straight up that all we need is disguise, creating a character based on imagination. Back at the Moonlight Tower entrance, Hati heard someone talking from behind. Today's hunters will join me to attack the tower. A sharp iron hand emerged. Glad to meet you. A person in silver armor walked out confidently amidst the blood. I'm the one who'll sweep the tower with everyone. As he said this, a golden light flashed in his eyes. The monster lunged forward with its long tongue. Bill quickly dodged the monster's blade. Through the iron armor, no expression could be seen. He then swung his large sword down forcefully. The monster tried to block it, but due to excessive strength, its blade broke. Its body was split in half. Next came a green monster. He stabbed the eye of the creature directly with his sword, then easily handled another human-like black-headed creature. Bill leaped high and chopped down on a monster. Its blood splattered everywhere. Without stopping, he continued to massacre the monsters. His sword moved so fast that only a trail of light could be seen with blood flying around. Then a dim light appeared. A scorpion-like monster blocked his path. It used its branches to quickly stab Bill. He calmly chopped many times to block the attack. The monster kept attacking. Bill continued to parry, one strike after another. His speed was so fast it could hardly be seen by the naked eye. The monster stared at Bill intently. It seemed that Bill was also sizing up the creature. He fought while observing it. Finally, he threw his sword. The sword pierced its belly deeply. He leaped forward and grabbed the sword tightly. Then he chopped down with all his strength. Bill whispered softly, "Great!" The figure inside the armor also murmured in agreement. Harmony! Instantly, flames burst from the sword behind the monster. Watching the bright red light, the gender-combined bridge couldn't help feeling excited. They slowly approached the signpost. He turned to look at them and everyone, then asked a confusing question. "Do you know why ice melts so quickly?" Then he mysteriously concluded, "Because it's heated up." His words immediately left the two speechless. He laughed, shaking the entire tower with his psychological impact. Recalling before, the girl who suggested disguise asked, "What about the script for Uncle?" She seriously discussed this issue with Jun Seong. If he's a character hard to judge, there's no fear of exposure. Can that work? Can room 300 to handle it? Seeing Minwoo's confused expression, they both thought it wasn't working well and needed improvement. They concluded that he should just act seriously. This would show him as an uncle. Back at the tower, Hottie glared at Bill. "Don't joke around like that. It's not funny. Uncle, that guy needs to smile and make peace. You're serious, right? Just lighten up a bit. Isn't it true, sir?" Minwoo was doing well, but secretly thought, "I didn't want it this way." He then looked at Kachin standing next to him. He asked and talked with the guy about their dog. "This dog, it's a scent hunter. It's my first time meeting a dog like this." "Yeah, they are rare." Hattie glanced at the guy as she continued to explain, "They can live up to 70 to 80 years, just like humans, and they're very intelligent too." Hearing that, he nodded in amazement, stroking K9 gently. "That's great. I'm a bit scared of it though. Don't worry, it's very gentle." Suddenly, K9 made a small noise. Hattie seemed to notice something. Earlier, Jun Seong gave Minwoo a bottle. "This is the perfume for room 300 to that I made." She held it and said to him, "Though we can't smell it, scent hunters like them with their keen sense of smell can." Then she mysteriously glanced at him, saying, "Because of the scent." With Jun Seong's words, K9 avoided him, if avoiding a bad smell. This perfume is very strong, thus, his identity won't be discovered. Hottie was puzzled by the strange situation in front of her. The guy gets more and more avoidant when called by its name. What's up with K9? Call it again and it acts like it can't stand you. Back to fighting, Bill was still chopping the monster easily as if cutting tofu. Hattie also joined in the battle. Suddenly, the man's voice echoed. "What do you think of the hunter?" She turned and asked, "What did you mean by that? Can MK9 defeat him?" Hottie responded firmly, "What are you talking about? I said there's no such thing." They looked at Bill fighting before continuing their discussion. He seems to be on par or even stronger than him. "So what exactly do you want to say?" The man smiled and turned to her. "You have this idea. Do you want me to listen?" They arrived at a place with ornate ceiling. Flames flickered brightly. Bill was somewhat contemplative. "What do you mean?" He raised his hand and asked, "Are we part of my team?" The man immediately tried to persuade him. "Yes, exactly like that. For now, we can team up to conquer this tower. After all, with Justice 2, conquering the tower hasn't been easy. With another guy, it would be simpler. Isn't that right? Finding a skilled hunter like you is tough, so we want to take this chance and form a team." Then he pointed at you with one finger, saying the item share will be 60% for you. While he asked Bill for his opinion, Hattie said, "What do you think? At first, I should have given him more. Remember what he told her earlier. Once we build better trust, we'll hand over the main task to him. The main task is." Then he convinced her with benefits. "Isn't that bad for you? He only woke up Cakesing who was sleeping. You hate making Cakesing do that work." At this moment, Bill's voice echoed. After the four of them, she cut off Bill's words. "All right, I agree." Before that, they turned to look at her when they heard her. "Can we see your face?" She sat with crossed legs and explained the reason. We need to trust each other in work. As teammates, how can we not know each other's faces? Minwoo remembered his conversation with Taeyin earlier. Your mission isn't just to defeat them all. Do you remember the task after the orientation session before? You mean the previous advisor, right? That's correct. Approach them like you would the previous advisor. In a narrow alley, their voices could be heard. Find out who's behind it. Isn't that so? Then find their weak points. The man seemed taken aback by her straightforwardness, advised to handle the situation carefully. Before he finished, Bill sat beside him and started to remove his mask. This isn't hard, but be careful, it might startle you. Hearing this, Hattie laughed mockingly. Why are you so handsome or ugly? She slightly widened her eyes in shock. Bill had already removed his mask. The burns on his face. Don't be surprised. These are the marks from fighting the cluster tower. Under flickering light, he continued, hunters don't just focus on appearance, so I didn't care about it much. However, these burns aren't ordinary, they're a curse. The two of them tensely listened to his fabrication. The curse has transferred to my son and destroyed his face. He continued with threatening words. Modern medicine or magic can't cure this. With those scars, I could do anything just by curing my son's face. Just as he finished speaking, the space fell silent. He thought, did I go too far? Suddenly, he heard someone next to him speak. Meeting like this might be a stroke of luck for both of us. The man smiled like a multi-level marketing salesman. We know how to break the curse. Then he continuously used high-tier multi-level marketing skills. Our effort to conquer the tower and earn money is similar to yours. Because our parents need money for treatment, that disease was caused by the spread of the dungeon before, resulting in a mysterious illness related to the dungeon. We tried everything but failed. As he said this, he placed his hand on the door. The man dressed in a white shirt approached a red door and turned around with a trustworthy expression. Later, we were lucky enough to meet someone who helped our parents cure that disease. A man covered from head to toe listened. Hunter, he could also treat your son's face. He pretended to be the man covered from head to toe and looked at the light through a crack in the door, which was his hope. The door gradually opened, revealing two women dressed identically. Both wore identical masks on their faces. They successively raised their left hands, then to his right hand, and started dancing. They danced faster and faster, with masks on. Their expressions were invisible, but they kept dancing, the dance getting faster and faster, almost unbelievable. Suddenly, a man in a horned helmet jumped between them from above. A scream of crying for mercy echoed, Master, Master. Desperate cries calling out to him, Master. A woman collapsed among the crowd, Master. The masked man stood silently, receiving their calls, Master. Mingyu watched in silence as well, still hearing those calls, Master, Master. He sighed amidst the chaos, Master. The system activated. They had met the criteria to complete the task. This man called Master wore a demonic mask. System notification, punish. Mingyu opened his sunglasses and murmured softly. Such luck again? The final system announcement. Evil Master. Jinwoo had once shown him a book to look at. Take a look at the content of this book. It explains that the 7 deadly sins are the root of all sins. He sat beside, opened the book, and began explaining to Minwoo, a hunter named Gavin with the title Apostle of Wrath. It writes about a woman as some deity. I saw the shadows of 6 killers. Hearing that, Minwoo also grew curious. Could Gavin and those 6 be the 7 deadly sins? Probably so. If our prediction is correct, the rest will appear later. Red Superbia, pride. Green Arcadia, laziness. Blue Invidia, envy. Purple Avaricia, greed. Pink Gula, gluttony, known as the EU's master, and lust. He stood silently in front of his master. A woman pushed a sad-faced girl in a wheelchair to him. Several years ago, we discovered that our daughter had hemophilia. To this day, we are still struggling with the disease and none of the treatments have worked. The girl's eyes lost their light. Her mother's cries for mercy echoed in his ears. Master, please save my daughter. In EU, he sat down before the poor child, a little girl suffering from hemophilia. The mother sobbed uncontrollably as she heard the girl calmly say, "I am ready to accept death. But if I die, mother will be sad for my entire life. That is even more terrifying than this disease." He touched the girl's head with his hand in front of hundreds of masked men. "Don't worry, I'll cure her." Immediately, a golden light emitted from his hand. Golden butterflies shone around the light, enveloping him and the girl. The masked men were blinded by the light. The mother trembled in disbelief at the scene before her. "Hannah, follow the light." Long hair touched the ground. The girl, who had no hair, now grew beautiful long hair. Seeing this, the masked men smiled with hope and joy. Amidst the sky-high cheers of the masked men, the mother happily hugged her daughter tightly. "Hannah! Master! Master!" The cheers for the miracle of the master merged with the mother's heartfelt thanks. "The master has created a miracle. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." You still spoke. "I only changed the flow in her body. In reality, the mess inside her body hasn't been fully resolved yet." He looked down at the woman who had collapsed and instructed, "Send the child to the chapel for more specialized treatment." The mother quickly responded, "Yes, I will do that." Mr. Min Yu wiped his face and turned to look at the man behind him, who was observing the excited crowd. Leader. That guy turned to ask the man, "How are you?" The hunter, looking up at the leader like a savior standing amidst endless cheers. "Leader," that guy continued, "if it's him, your son's illness will be cured immediately." Looking at that demonic mask, the leader, that guy spoke hesitantly, "Do you want to meet the leader?" Minwoo glanced around EU, still hearing voices in his ear. "Leader, please stay calm," and said, "Yes, definitely I must meet him." In the midst of a lush green forest stands an imposing building with blue-tiled roofs. Hadi folded her arms, listening to someone talking. "I heard it." That man also stood by, wanting to lift the curse that his son had fallen under. The one speaking was EU, sitting behind Minwoo's desk and exchanging words with him. "You found the right place." Then he introduced himself. "I'm EU, responsible for the Navi sect." Minwoo responded politely, "Very pleased to meet the leader. My name is Bill." EU only just noticed the boy standing behind Minwoo. "That little one needs treatment, right?" He replied, "Yes, he's my son." The child with a face full of bandages looked extremely worried. It was Jinwoo in disguise. He spoke urgently. "Hello, sir." Recalling the day before, Jinwoo was surprised by Minwoo's offer. "Why? Do I need to follow you?" "You sat on the doorstep and talked with him. Is that necessary?" "Just observing isn't enough to see how strong he is. That's why we need to follow you." Minwoo crossed his arms nonchalantly. "That guy seems much weaker than me." "Why? Don't you think it shouldn't be like that?" Minwoo continued with self-assurance. "How could he defeat someone as strong as me? That's impossible." But Jinwoo replied with a smirk, "So you're going to keep your lips shut then?" He glared at him fiercely. "What if something happens to us tomorrow?" His response was meaningless. "We'll be dead." He became even angrier. "What are you saying? I don't have the strength like before anymore. Even if he's my subordinate, I can't do anything to him." Finally, he pointed at him and shouted, "You're going to be complacent until your death." Minwoo thought for a moment after hearing this. Jinwoo calmed down and continued speaking. "When fighting the Hunter Gavane, you died once already. But do you know why you came back? Because at that time, the tower didn't consider you as a cluster, but just a simple monster, so they revived you." Minwoo fell silent after hearing him out and asked again. Later on, "Were you considered a cluster or not?" "I'm not sure. Be careful though." He replied. "So what's your point?" Minwoo asked, but got no answer as he pressed closer to threaten. "If you're scared, let me kill him here and now." Jinwoo paled and tried to stop him. "No, don't do that." Back at EU, he continued observing Jinwoo closely and made a judgment. "Oh, look at the boy who seems to be under a strong curse." Hearing this, both Minwoo and Jinwoo thought deeply. "Why? Maybe he's mistaking my aura for something stronger." You turned back to talk with Minwoo again. "Hunter Bill, do you have a curse too?" He quickly responded, "I'm fine." Then he turned and left. "Alright then, let the boy receive my treatment." However, it was quite challenging. He looked at them through the devil mask. While the money wasn't an issue, it took a lot of time too. In EU, he glanced at Minu's back and advised, "You should participate in prayers with the congregation once a week. But if you're busy," he added unexpectedly, "you can skip a few times, but don't overdo it." He then looked between them, separating their words as he pondered. Finally, he concluded, "Let the child stay here for treatment. In this comfortable bedroom space, he will be well cared for here." The large dining hall has places to eat and sleep, outdoor swimming pools, and a playground area. Then he spoke to the two golden-haired girls who looked identical, encouraging them to play with the other church members. "Remember to guide this little boy well," they were told. They were about to laugh at him. "Yes, follow me." The two golden-haired girls acted like stern mothers, scaring Jin-woo so much he wanted to escape. "There are many peers here for you. Rest assured and focus on your treatment." Then he turned to Min-woo, suddenly hugging him tightly around the waist and calling him daddy in a way that made Min-woo squirm. Jin-woo, with tears welling up, said, "I'll be good here, Dad. Please come visit me." But he also reminded not to forget about him. Min-woo looked indifferent and replied, "All right, but you will be fine." He continued, "I miss you so much, meaning if you leave me, I'll kill someone." Despite his fake smile, Jin-woo's eyes were filled with tears as he said, "I'll stay here happily, but still, don't say it again and again." Finally, Jin-woo had to follow the two girls. Min-woo turned away, not bothering to look back. "Let them lead you away. Come on, little one." At this moment in EU, he approached and spoke to him. "There are many more church members who need treatment. I'm very happy to meet you. We can talk again another time." He bowed his head and glanced at him. Then they shook hands with each other. Yes. When he took Min-woo's hand, EU suddenly noticed something. The hand of a hunter, it was quite beautiful like that of an office worker. Hearing this, Min-yu Liang was startled. He quickly pulled his hand back. "Yes, sir." EU calmly leaned in to look at him. Suddenly, Hadi spoke up. "I'll go then." The man with Hadi scratched his head and smiled. "Me too. Are you coming with us?" Seeing them about to leave, EU called out to them, "Hold on a moment." The man and Hadi turned back, confirming they had something to discuss. So the man stayed behind to talk to Min-woo's husband as the door slowly closed. While Min-woo was observing through the crack in the door, Hadi softly called out, "Hey." She glanced at him and said, "I have a piece of advice. Just focus on treating your son and don't overthink it." She went ahead to remind them that this church is quite complex. Back to Jin-woo, he was surprised by something unexpected. It turned out one of the golden-haired girls was explaining to him that reading books wasn't allowed because it affected his treatment process. "How about entertainment here?" The girl smiled kindly and said, "Play with your friends." Her friends were the children living here too. They were happily sitting at a distant table. Lines 1 to 60 translated into natural spoken English for subtitles. Jin-woo changed into kids' clothes and sat at the dining table with them. The two girls then spoke in turn. "Hello, new friend, nice to meet you." Everyone thanked the leader for the meal. They all responded in unison. "Strange." Then the two girls went outside and closed the door. While Jin-woo observed and thought that the twins were quite strange, a long-haired girl with a heart-shaped hair clip sat next to him and started talking. It was Kim Yak-young greeting him. He immediately turned around, even though he thought she might be a model for the leader, and greeted her warmly. Jin-woo greeted her in return. After a brief exchange, he thought he should check out information about the leader first. His eyes, which were red and spiraled, appeared as if they were devil's eyes to see what kind of info was available on him. Without checking, he wouldn't have known how surprising it would be. He was startled by the scene in front of him. What is this? The kids, the children who were happily eating at the table earlier, now seemed lifeless and fell to the ground, struggling for breath. They looked like they had died. It's not what I saw before. Jin-woo had seen this secret. This matter. Elsewhere, followers were kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord." Others smiled and said continuously, "Thank the leader. Thank the leader." Many couples knelt respectfully as if on a high platform. like when their children's illness was cured. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. From his elevated position, he watched them with gratitude. We will never forget this kindness. The Han man looked at the couples in front of him. Do you want to repay us? They quickly responded, yes. Then they hesitated when hearing his terms. Show me your enthusiasm. From the Han man, golden butterflies emanated. The followers asked again, yes. That kind of enthusiasm? The Han man said, it's passion. The demonic mask seemed like a hypnosis, and the sexual aspect. As soon as he spoke, the couples below went crazy and attacked each other. Yes, we will show you that. From his elevated position in EU, he watched the chaos. The Han man raised his hand to the demonic mask. Okay. Then he bowed his head, laughing uncontrollably. He laughed so wildly that the demonic mask fell to the ground, revealing the true face of the Han man, a golden-haired man with earrings. The Han man whispered, truly a wonderful sight. People with experience do things differently. The Han man took something in his hand. This isn't bad. Then he wrapped it around himself. It's just human nature. 2 large red-dyed white rabbits clung to his waist. That was just a bit of fun. The handsome yet utterly charming face of an young revealed himself for fun and to prepare for future tasks. Someone asked about Minwoo's condition. How is he? You were taking care of that Viamed hunter. It was actually Director Baek Sang-jin from the Baek Sang-jin Hunting Bureau. He sat solemnly behind his desk. Across from him stood Seong-eun, standing neatly to report. He did a good job, but in his heart, he secretly added more. Although sometimes without any set rules, Sang-jin seemed quite satisfied with it. His abilities have been improving day by day. I heard that his level is now close to a grade 2. Team leader Ma-en has keen eyes and hopes he'll make even more progress. And Skar stood silently, his lips pursed as he listened intently to Jin's instructions. He needed to be aware, being a hunter meant different situations at times. We can't control all their actions, so we need to observe and react appropriately in each situation. And Skar drove down the road, calling someone on his phone. The person on the other end quickly responded. Can you report how Charmin Woo is doing over there? Everything seems to be going smoothly. On the other end, they continued, he had successfully infiltrated that church. And Skar was satisfied with this news. Good job. The person on the other end praised him for his excellent performance. Looking at the dashboard in the car, An said, so, the other side asked, what should we do when there are changes? He seemed to think for a moment before answering. When looking up at the blue sky ahead, I'll take action myself. Bill was looking at a tiny snail on his finger and said, everything is just an illusion. The snail was transmitting Jin Woo's voice into the enemy's heart. This entire place is covered by an illusion that deceives humans. To maintain this large illusion, his magic will continuously deplete. He's weakening now. Hattie suddenly appeared behind Bill while he was still listening to Jin Woo. That bastard is luring everyone here to join his church for treatment. But in reality, he's using them and leading them into the illusion he created. Their end result will only be death. Huh? You suddenly exclaimed. Bill asked suspiciously. What is it? The other side continued reporting, while Hattie turned Bill around. Another child has died. A pregnant woman just entered the church. Let's go observe and report back later. Hunter. Hattie arrived late and apologized. Must have made you wait long. Let's go inside now. Seeing her come alone this time, he wondered, where are your brother and the puppy? They went to visit my parents. Some of the church members treating there don't like dogs or are allergic to dog fur. So I can't bring it to see my parents every time. Today is an exception. They can come in. The two of them entered together, chatting as they went. Is breaking into the tower difficult for us? Not at all. We're not going to break the whole tower today. And walked straight in without looking back at Hattie outside, confidently telling her, 2 of us are enough. At the Nabe church building, one of the twin girls clapped. The 2 twin girls, one leading and one sitting beside Zokyang, smiled and spoke to the children in a childlike voice. Congratulate Zokyang, she's cured. She'll be going back home with her parents today. Jinwoo and the others cheered happily for Zakyung. Congratulations, have fun with your family. Wish you joy with your family. But when Jinwoo used his demon eyes, the children in front looked like soulless puppets. Only you're clapping, what a bunch of bastards. Jackie Ong was already a corpse and couldn't stand up. The two twin girls appeared like evil spirits with dark hollow eyes and long tongues like snakes. All this is just an illusion. That child is gone now. Looking at what's happening, Jinwoo couldn't help feeling disgusted. Here we see that humans can be just as vicious as monsters. Zakyung's parents have arrived to pick her up right now. Zakyung, my child. Zakyung! The little girl happily ran into her parents' arms. Everyone is happy to reunite, parents and Zakyung. The twin sisters clasped their hands and smiled at the mother. We planned a farewell party for her to celebrate her full recovery and return home. Hearing this, the mother's eyes lit up with gratitude towards the church for caring about her and her family. Jinwoo watched from afar as they continued to pretend. Please convey our thanks to the head of our family. The farewell party will be a bit challenging. Can you help us out? Yes, sir. Round Jinwoo was a sea of blood. The voice of guest god still echoed in his ears. What do we need to do? Jinwoo was shocked and couldn't believe the warm scene before him with his demonic eyes. Just tell us what you need, and we'll try our best. The father holding the little girl and the mother still talking were unaware that their heads had been cut off by the twins. We can do anything within our power. The head flew away with blood splattering everywhere. Looking at the severed mother's head flying towards him, Jinwoo thought to himself, indeed, the happy and warm scene from just a few seconds ago had turned into a gruesome mess, drenched in blood. The standing children still stood there, their fate unclear. Truly a horde of disgusting creatures. A girl dragged the headless body of the father and asked with a slight smile, shall we eat them all at once? Eat them up in one go? The other girl seemed to realize something. Then she turned her head around. Suddenly, she arched her body and stretched her long neck 8 meters away from Jinwoo, as if the brainiac's power had increased. She turned her head towards Jinwoo, extended her long tongue, which brushed past his face. Don't you find this amusing? Even though he was a former Tower King, he was sweating bullets at her question. Or perhaps what he saw shouldn't have been seen. Back to the tower, a sword swept across as Hattie bent down and chopped a monster. Then she stabbed it and leaped up, circling behind another monster that looked like a land-dwelling lobster. She then dealt with another monstrous creature with a greenish skin. After one swift slash, Hattie rested her hands on the ground. The intense battle left her exhausted. She glanced back. Bill had just finished off another large green monster and walked over with his axe on his shoulder. They ascended the stairs one after another. We only need to climb to more floors of the tower and we're done. For some reason, Bill suddenly paused. He called Hattie forward and asked her, Hey Hattie, you said I shouldn't delve too much into the church. What does that mean? Hattie replied indifferently, not wanting to elaborate. We're here now. This isn't a normal society. Everything comes at a price. She looked at Bill and said, everything has its cost in terms of Arya. Hattie remembered the hands that had held hers in her memories, but acknowledged the head of the church's abilities were excellent due to his powers. Then she saw the smiles on her parents' faces who had been cured. Hattie clenched her fists and thought, just a little more effort and our family will be reunited. Meeting him again and forming a team to conquer the tower was indeed my good fortune. Bill looked back at her, but returned to their previous discussion. You said the benefits are proportional to the donations, the torch on the wall flickering brightly. Their voice is still slow. As you can see, money is needed to cure diseases. What if there aren't enough donations? Hattie shrugged and answered matter-of-factly, then we do other work like entertaining the head of the church. In general, you'll understand. Bill was impressed by this. This is tough, I don't know what to do. We'll figure it out as we go. He suddenly realized something when Hattie explained. As disciples like us, there are times when we can't always be lucky enough to have money to contribute to the church. If we don't have enough money, we can only bring our bodies here to entertain the church leader. That's what I meant. Then she said softly, surprising me a bit as a hunter, Bill, You'll do anything to cure your son's face, right? The blurry image of Kachin sitting obediently flashed in my mind, but that was natural. With hope, we must do everything to achieve it. Hattie pushed the door open, and gradually their figures became visible. Suddenly, Bill said something that surprised Hattie. She'll be even more shocked. Bill attacked while Hattie was still processing what happened. What about the flag? A punch shook the ground. Hattie managed to jump aside. She increased the distance between herself and Bill. Seeing him stand up red-eyed, Hattie shouted in alarm. "What are you doing?" With a puzzled look on her face, Bill spoke again. "She's different from her sister." It seems she realized the wrongness of her actions. Bill glared at Hattie through his helmet, annoyed by her behavior and what she did. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at her like a bullet. Hattie was still stunned, not reacting yet. Bill warned her to resist or die here in vain. He grabbed her neck and pressed her down hard, making it difficult for Hattie to breathe as she clung to his hand. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if seeing something unbelievable. Seeing Bill remove his helmet to reveal a clean face, an English one, how surprising. Minwoo lifted her face and chuckled. "I need your help to get rid of that church leader." Turning to the EU's demon mask, he stood with his hands behind his back, watching the reunited family. The old couple gently called Kachin, saying they missed him so much. The woman smiled happily at it. "I've missed you so much, little one." She tried to reach out and touch it. "Come here." Kachin looked up but didn't react to their continuous calls. "Little one." His eyes widened in shock. The corners of his eyes slowly filled with tears as he heard the other person speak. "Mine." Hattie's younger brother laughed and teased it. "What's wrong, crying? What happened to you? You're so moved that you started crying?" Suddenly, K9 heard K9 say something and acted immediately. "He's dead." TSK. K9 silently cried, unable to speak. The two of them. In his eyes, the old couple's kind faces calling him had completely lost their vitality as they sat in a wheelchair. "He's dead." Seeing it quickly go into defensive mode, he couldn't believe what K9 said and asked again, "K9, what did you say?" K29 looked at the EU. "He tricked us." In the EU, they no longer hid. Indeed, a predator would notice such an illusion. Despite K9 rushing forward, he still defended himself. The church leader made a mistake. But in the EU, they wanted to reveal everything. "We brought this dog here for a reason." He glared at K9, who was growling menacingly. "I can't let your pet destroy all my hard work." He stroked his chin and continued, "Your contributions have been enough." Seeing K9 start to transform into a full black body with red eyes. "Now, don't let him finish." K9 had transformed into a giant, showing sharp teeth ready to attack him. This scene wouldn't be interrupted here. He took off his devil mask and looked at them with a serious expression. "I'll handle it all." Suddenly, our Chinese guy emitted golden light that blinded us, trapping both a person and a dog in front of us. The yellow butterflies slowly dispersed under the dark night sky. A huge white dog slowly approached the Chinese guy. He pointed his index finger up, recognizing a familiar gesture. K9's eyes widened. The golden figure transformed into Hottie in front of him, calling out to it, "K9." It immediately fell into an illusion and stood inside EU, obeying the Chinese guy's command to kill him. Its next action surprised the Chinese guy, who let out a whistle. The other one couldn't believe it as well and gasped. Before he could realize what happened, his half-severed body lay in K9's mouth, making him call its name, K9. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's the matter with you?" But K9's red eyes showed no consciousness now. Inside EU, he took off the mask and laughed loudly. He looked up and said to the other guy, surprised, "Huh?" Just then, a white snake approached from behind him. It curled around his body, one hand still covered in snake scales gradually appearing. She whispered something into EU's ear. He was surprised to see the pretty girl behind him, who had grabbed him and quietly exchanged words with her. "What? So what do we need to do?" Inside EU asked again for confirmation. "Is that really true?" Then he laughed heartily. He watched the carnage of K9 with a mad laugh. laughing until K9 stopped and his head raised up. Blood spattered everywhere. After laughing, he sighed deeply in darkness. He combed his hair and pouted eagerly. I find this quite amusing. The girl behind him narrowed her eyes dangerously. How does the master think about this? The scene of Minwoo appeared. To deal with Minwoo, we need to prepare a few things for his arrival, right? Standing in front of you is Jinwoo. They stood facing each other. These two will perform the prayer ceremony today. Minwoo softly called out to Jinwoo, who was standing still, because their father fell victim to a curse burning his son's face. Hey! Seeing no reaction from him, Minwoo looked back and forth nervously. What's wrong with the kid? The church members were still introducing their situation, hoping to heal their son's damaged face. The followers below became more excited, shouting for the master. What a noble father-son relationship! At this moment, someone stepped forward, making the master feel moved and wanting to treat the little boy. Inside you approached the two people in the middle of the story. Today, we disciples will witness which miracle? Hearing this, the followers shouted excitedly, Master, Master, Master. Amidst the loud cheers, Minwoo whispered into his ear, Don't you feel happy? Where's your trust in me? He reached out and grabbed him, the church members still shouting, Master. He pulled his chin close to his face and said a sentence that left him stunned. I don't know what schemes this person and the kid have when they came here. Looking through the eye on the devil mask, but look closely, Hunter. Then he called out a name that surprised him. Oh no, is it Fomit? After saying this, he let go of him, allowing him to stare in horror at the red light gradually appearing before his eyes. Minwoo raised an eyebrow and asked about the situation ahead. What's the flag? Jinwoo, who had been standing quietly facing him, opened his demon eyes and flew up into the air. Behind him, a red magic circle appeared, emitting a terrifying aura around them. Seeing Jinwoo fly up with his monstrous form and unbelievable power, someone shouted enthusiastically, Amazing! Minwoo's strength surged towards him. Amazing! Hati stood motionless under the fallen pillars, wearing a helmet that hid her expression. She was thinking to herself, wondering what was happening as she heard someone else's voice in her ear. The power of the cult leader. They noticed the two people above starting to fight. A loud explosion echoed. Hati couldn't suppress her shock. What is going on? Hati remembered when she was inside the tower. After Minwoo spoke, she lost all composure. You're lying. Hati's face showed disbelief. How could it be like that? Everything I saw in the church was just an illusion, deceiving my eyes, right? She recalled her parents' warm handhold, love and joy, the kind smile they had. Could everything from my parents be a lie? Hati's gaze fell into despair. These genuine feelings weren't real, leaving no room for denial. Minwoo leaned in to crush the tiny hope left. Have they ever taken her out of the church together? Or did she only meet them inside the church? Hati painfully mumbled, All the efforts my sisters and I made. He immediately continued what she had started to say. It's all meaningless. Then Minwoo turned away and continued speaking calmly. This time, if the cult leader allowed K9 in, it might be to kill it. K9's awareness was too quick. It could recognize the illusion and see that her parents were already dead. Seeing Hati's shocked pain, he threw his final bomb. Her brother accompanying K9 also struggled to keep his life. Hearing this, Hati collapsed in exhaustion. Minwoo calmly looked at her as she slumped and began to persuade her. I'm talking to you today because I violated the safety of the government action team by acting on my own. I fear more people will die there. So please cooperate with me. By opposing the cult and exposing the cult leader, it can help reduce your crime severity. Recalling those words, Hati fell into deep thought. Then she gritted her teeth as if making a decision. Meanwhile, in the battle, Jinwoo lost consciousness and raised his finger to summon black holes and voids. The black holes gradually connected and surrounded Minwoo. Minwoo was startled by the expanding black hole before him. Immediately, Jinwoo opened the prison cell button, entering the black hole. Inside the void space, it looked like a starry sky. Minwoo had entered this space. He was amazed to find himself floating in this space. Suddenly, something dark rushed towards him. It quickly swept across his face, knocking off his glasses. Another one emerged from behind. It stretched out and aimed at him, but he jumped up and rolled away just in time. Then a stab came from the side, followed by another attack from below. The hat was knocked off his head. Another strike came from the left. He ducked to avoid it. Surprised, he dodged an attack from below. Not able to fully avoid it, his mask was scratched. On the upper balcony, Jinwoo silently watched the black hole. He reached out to control the technique. His red eyes lost their clarity. Suddenly, he opened again with a red eye, but now there was a person. He looks puzzled as he sees his old self sitting on the throne of the tower. He is amazed, looking around. What's happening? Clearly, I'm in the church investigating the power of the heretic leader. Am I really inside the tower? Suddenly, a voice from someone with a backpack echoes. It took so long to get here. This is the first time we met. He trembles as he carries a weapon bag and climbs up in front of him. The person on the tower sees his confusion. What's that face? Looking at the familiar face, it can't get any more familiar. His voice is filled with resentment. This vomit is a demon too. He reacts with malice but is caught off guard. This can't be allowed to happen. Then he realizes it's regression. Something like this only happens in novels. Thinking so, he bursts into laughter, making vomit full of question marks. His strength is known. Now I'm back in my own body. He shouts with excitement. So this time, I won't lose to him. You will have to bear the consequences of your actions, vomit. Outside, Dinhu waves his hand. A dozen sharp spines simultaneously shoot towards Dinhu. He slightly smiles and says, "Bag of words." Then the space behind Dinhu cracks, surprising him as well. The black hole explodes immediately. The heretics below are terrified. In EU, he calmly observes from the side. Minwoo appears amidst the ruins with a long spear in hand. His face is fully revealed, his eyes cold and sharp. EU looks at him and asks, "So that's really the true face of the person here?" At this moment, Minwoo fiercely attacks Jinwoo. He immediately transforms into an ice wall to block it. A sharp piece of ice flies past, cutting a small wound on his face. Then the ice wall shatters into pieces quickly, showing ice defense skills. Dinhu tightens his spear and spins like a drum to block the ice fragments. Suddenly, he looks surprised as he raises his hand and uses his spear to stab the sharp end of the huge ice block. The entire ice block shatters into pieces. Dinhu retracts his spear and dodges the falling ice shards. Jinwoo grits his teeth and calls another technique. Several quick rays hit Minwoo, but he jumps to avoid them, surprising him internally with a sigh of relief. He skillfully deflects all the attacks around, then leaps forward to stab Jinwoo. And Jae-buk in Jinwoo's technique is also alarmed. How can he break through all my techniques? Subconsciously, vomit hits him with a blunt sword on his head. Even though the attack hit his protective circle, he still acknowledges that vomit has strength no matter where he is. He thinks he was too complacent, thinking this time they could face each other simply. Vomit jumps back and rests his hand on the ground to land down. His thoughts continue. This time I will use all my strength to fight you. And Jae-buk clenches his teeth. Meanwhile, outside Xinyu also frowns as he calls up an illusionary spatial magic. I will destroy vomit. Then green ripples of space appear in the air. They increase and emit powerful energy. A group of fly-headed demon servants with sickles appear behind him. The realm of absolute destruction illusion. The red-eyed demon servants roar. All for Ba and Zebub's master. They all for you, sir. They all rush to Minwoo, fighting for him. In Jebub's subconscious and Jinwoo's mind, they fiercely screamed, "You're going to die." Suddenly, Vermeters pointed a finger at them and asked, "And Jebub, why is the ice cream melting?" Immediately, both Jinwoo and the demons froze in place. Jinwoo was equally stunned. Minwoo calmly raised his finger and repeated, "Why does the ice cream melt?" As soon as he spoke, Jinwoo's consciousness fell into chaos, repeating a question over and over in his mind. Ice cream, ice cream? Then, hesitantly, he opened his mouth to say, his eyes now clear with shock. He finally remembered. After being interrogated by the snake demon, He had contacted Minwoo through the device. I understand now. They've discovered me. So quickly, Minwoo asked and he informed him of the situation. How are you doing now? They already know that I joined the church. Now they're holding me captive. Bill listened intently as he spoke. Maybe I should leave. Don't let them know my true identity right now. If they knew, you would be in danger too. But Bill didn't think so. He said something that surprised Jinwoo. Even if they find out your power, it's fine. Why? He continued speaking. That's good. His voice echoed through the old room. When they know your true power, they will consider keeping you to work for them instead of eliminating you. Use momentum. Jinwoo sighed and continued discussing with him. The church leader would have to exert more effort to maintain the illusion that he was working for him. This is difficult. With my demon eyes, I'm less likely to fall into illusions. Hearing this, Bill proposed a simple solution. Just pretend to be controlled by him. It's not as easy as it sounds. What if you cast an illusion on yourself? Cast an illusion on yourself? Jinwoo was surprised when he heard the affirmative answer from Bill. That's right. They continued discussing with a second plan, but this might prevent me from waking up when needed. Something to help wake someone up. Basically something like a phrase, an object, or magic to break this illusion for me. And Jebub recalled that Bill had told him earlier, use the question about why the ice cream melts. And Jebub thought, it seems his power has surprised me. Looking at Fomit's confident stance and good combat skills, he really made things difficult for me. That's why I lost my position as Tower King. Back on the arena, Jinwoo emitted a red light. A strong pressure descended upon the church members below. Hadi was among them. Suddenly, he said to him, Fomit is down there. Looking at EU who was shielding the pressure, he explained the source of his power. As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand. There it is. Then he used an earthquake to punch the floor, causing the arena below to crack and collapse. The ceiling quickly shattered. Minwoo fell down, looking down at him. Below was a yellow energy mass like a small planet in space, emitting waves of power. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the energy had blood-like veins protected by magical circles. He kicked the air with his foot and landed on a large stone facing the energy mass. His pupils turned red. The system appeared. Fomit used his skill. Adrenaline too. You suddenly detected danger. Hanta was shocked. How could this be? At that moment, Minwoo's spear was close to piercing the yellow energy mass of Hanter. In an instant, a corner of the energy mass shattered. A replica pressure burst out fiercely. The illusion's eyes opened wide. The golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating a corner of the palace. Minwoo gripped his spear and charged forward with great force. His sharp spear pointed directly at the source of the enemy's power. As he struck, a brilliant light and aura spread out, sending debris flying around them. Blinding light erupted from the battlefield, leaving those nearby frozen in place. The blinding light affected their vision, causing fear to grip them as they screamed. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind them. Danger here! It was Hadi urging everyone to move away. Staying close could be dangerous. She continued shouting, everyone, get out of here quickly. Hearing this, some people began to hastily leave. A woman started talking with her friend, catching Hadi's attention. What do we do now? Frustrated, she shouted, what are you waiting for? Get out of here. The others responded, but my child is inside. Mine too. With a dazed expression, they ran in the opposite direction. They were being treated by the leader inside. In her mind, she thought about Minwoo's words. Her help against the leader was an opportunity to reduce her crime. Deciding this, she firmly said, as hunters, we always prioritize the safety of the people. That is our purpose. Then she ordered, I'll find the children trapped here. Everyone, get out quickly. The Loki servant panicked and shouted, Master, please. Both servants exclaimed together, he's attacking the magic container under you. If that breaks, it will severely weaken your master. They suffered from their sins as Loki remained silent. Master, this is our fault. We did not react in time. Meanwhile, Minwoo continued his frenzied attack on the core of Loki's power, shouting, the one who was deceived is me. Realizing the power of that sphere, He understood its magnitude. This is where all his power resides. If I can destroy it, the leader will be significantly weakened. Resolved, Minwoo attacked with determination. I must do this now, even if it means missing my chance to fight him at full strength. His eyes filled with resolve, he realized the importance of his action. This is where all his power resides. Destroying it will severely weaken that leader. With determination, Minwoo attacked the sphere with great force. He must seize this opportunity, no time for hesitation. The sphere shattered like a split macadamia nut, releasing its concentrated power. Minwoo didn't rest as he looked up again. Suddenly, someone fell from the breach in the wall above. He recognized Bayan J-Book. Weak and exhausted, my magic is gone. I can't fly anymore. Minwoo looked up at the sky, cursing, damn those demon minions, they're here too. Shocked, he saw Jinwoo's friends jumping down after him. Two of them had a murderous look on their faces, ready to kill him. Seeing this, Jinwoo couldn't react in time. Huh? Minwoo remained calm despite the fear. He stepped forward with his spear, facing the two demons. He launched an attack, but they dodged it. Below, Jinwoo was still falling. Save me! Minwoo turned to see a large rock fall and cushion Jinwoo's landing. Jinwoo landed safely. Behind the two demons, Minwoo faced potential attackers. He turned around, swinging his spear to push them back. His face remained serious and cold, showing no weakness. Again, he swung his spear, forcing them to dodge. Their eyes turned black as they transformed into vicious white snakes. Jinwoo on the ground was surprised by this sudden attack. Huh? You look worried about your own fate when you see it like that. I'm going to die. The battle up above is still raging fiercely. Sudden ground tremors made Didn't you realize the earth was shifting? He sat up and looked down. The fight paused as Min Yu took a defensive stance. The two demons were also in alert mode. Suddenly, someone appeared. It's low-key. Upon appearing, he praised, "You're not bad either." Then he continued, "I underestimated you, Fomit." His face remained cold and emotionless. Someone else was approaching from elsewhere. Hattie sensed the ground shifting. The building's movement was due to the impact shock during their fight. She looked into the empty space ahead, but it was too dark to see anything. She worried, wondering where the children might be trapped. Suddenly, a child with several bandages on his head appeared. "Help me, kid." Seeing this, she ran over excitedly, grabbed the girl's hand and asked, "Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm here now." While looking at the child, she thought, he looks so dazed, not just because of the impact, but maybe because the children's minds were like this in this place. Hattie asked about the situation, and the girl politely replied, "Where are the others?" "They're over there." "All right, follow me." She led the child down the dark corridor. After a few steps, she noticed something. Turns out they found the rest of them. Hattie happily said, "I see all the children are here. Lucky they're okay." Then she enthusiastically suggested, "Quickly follow me to your parents now." From the darkness emerged a huge creature with a terrifying face and bloodthirsty eyes. She joyfully cried, "It's Ka Chin." Hattie excitedly said, "So you're still alive." Memories of when Ka Chin wasn't adopted flashed back. The girl said, "This puppy is so cute. Let's choose it." The other replied, "It might not be like that as a grown-up, huh? Then I don't want it to grow up." Another family approached, wanting to adopt the dog, but we can't keep another one. More people came by, saying they already have this puppy and just need to buy some supplies for it. Another person appeared. "Hello, I'm here to get a puppy to raise." As more people passed, the snow began to fall. The snow signaled winter's arrival, but also something good coming for K9. A girl appeared, the employee greeted her. "Hello." They spoke like many other conversations K9 had witnessed in despair. "I want to adopt a puppy." "Sure, what breed are you interested in?" "Well," her eyes widened at something. She saw Ka Chin and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a dog here. Get out of the way. It hasn't been adopted yet. Why not? It looks so cute." Then she made an immediate decision. "I'll take this puppy." She immediately reached out and called, "Puppy, come with me to your new home." The girl spoke to the dog. "Let's go home together." Kachin's eyes lit up at that moment. It seemed to sense this unprecedented warmth. It closed its eyes, not believing what was happening was real. It had been adopted. And when he opened his eyes again, softly and gently, it now dominated sitting in its new owner's house. It sat still like a statue, staring intently at the door with its eyes. Finally, Hottie returned and tenderly called out. K9, here, it happily received her love, closing its eyes with a joyful wag of its tail. It even raised its leg as if to do a handshake gesture. Happy memories faded away, returning to the dark underground where children were being held captive. K9 coldly stepped down next to the children and killed them instantly. Hottie stood by, witnessing in shock at the spot. Her face was covered with sweat beads, unable to believe what just happened before her eyes. Looking at her beloved pet in front of her, she cried out in pain. K9, what's wrong? Its eyes suddenly glowed with a terrifying red color. It slashed its leg across Hattie's right arm. She seemed to have lost all consciousness at that moment. Her right side was completely gone. Meanwhile, Loki was talking on the other side. I'm quite confident in my feelings. People are easy to read. You can see their nature and thoughts. I recognize those like me. Form stood silently listening to him talk. Loki continued his arguments. You're probably not a good person either. Are you doing this for anything other than your own pleasure? He sneered but was cut off by the man. I see that you've done more evil than me. Shut up. Formed immediately retorted. Who's like you, a wretched thing? A sick person who takes pleasure in killing as a hobby. How can I be like you? He immediately responded. You don't know anything about my purpose. I just want to do something big. Mingyu sneered, someone like you only satisfies your own desires, nothing grand at all. His words made him boil with anger. Listen, if you want me dead, say it now. He challenged back. Come on then and kill me. He continued, though I do evil things, I'm not sick like you. My evil is clear and distinct. Let me show you. He decisively charged at Loki, showing his strength right now. He stood still as if not planning to dodge. Then he suddenly broke into a cunning smile. Suddenly, K9 appeared from somewhere and attacked Minwoo. Its claws made loud noises on the ground. It stood protectively in front of Loki with its red eyes full of ferocity. Seeing this, Formed exclaimed, K29, what are you doing? From the shadows, Hottie appeared, her body covered in blood. She had changed. With tears and blood streaming from the corner of her mouth, she painfully said to him, K9, kill it. As K9 charged like a wild beast, Hottie said, because of my ambition, I've killed too many people. She continued as the shock hit her. Now is the time for me to atone for those sins. K9 still charging. Despite Hattie's pain, she urged Minwoo, kill it. She was very weak and struggled so that he wouldn't have to be controlled anymore. Now she could barely stand, release the suffering of its life. As smoke and dust filled the air, K9 raised its claws high. It quickly attacked Minwoo, but he easily dodged. He moved to another side. It hit him again, causing a large chunk of wall to fly. Minwoo remained calm with no change in his expression. He immediately punched the wall and shattered it effortlessly. It seemed easy for him to break the stone. But right after the rock broke, K9 with its sharp teeth attacked him. Suddenly, he disappeared from K9's sight. It stood there in shock, not understanding what happened. He looked up and saw that he had been waiting on high to counterattack. He gripped his spear firmly, aiming straight at K9. He leaped down and raised the sharp spear towards it. Suddenly a light appeared, making him pause. It was a skill. It turned out that K9 had used Shadow Shield to block his attack. His spear could only stop right at the outer layer of the shield without causing any damage. He unleashed an ultimate technique called Shadow Arrow. His rebirth attack struck straight towards K9. Quickly, K9 reached out with its claws for a counterattack. With his keen senses, he timely used his spear to block it. His spear suddenly showed some cracks. Seeing this, he was extremely surprised. Huh? Images of the previous warning from Tissue Pill appeared in his mind. If his equipment broke again, not only would he have to pay for renting it, but also for any damage. At the same time, his spear split in two. It's done for now. He was instantly shot out like an arrow, piercing through countless rocks before stopping. Jinyu saw this and became very worried, calling out, "Foamit, behind you!" To Loki, minions appeared immediately. A thunderous attack was launched. They paused to observe the situation. The two subordinates saved Jinwoo in time. Now they were observing their opponent. One of them asked, "Master Angebuk, are you alright?" He struggled to answer. "I summoned you with a bit of remaining magic. Now I feel unstable. Take me to safety." They asked back, "What about Foamit then?" He shouted loudly, "Foamit, I'm dying here. Forget him. He'll survive anyway." As they spoke, Jinwoo bled out. "I don't have the strength to help him now." Saying that, he fainted. His two subordinates were alarmed. "Huh? Master Angebuk, quickly take Master Bao Jiabut to safety. This place is unstable. The aftershocks are affecting the battle too much." Loki witnessed everything but stood still, suddenly glancing towards for meters. Amidst the ruins, there was no sign of Minyu's return. The white smoke still covered the area. K9's sharp claws were still standing on the ground. Now it slowly approached him, who remained motionless. It imagined a hand gently calling to its massive body. K9. It was under Hattie's hypnosis. She soothed it, saying this is what needs to be done for our 5 families to live together again. She smiled and said, "Do kill him now." Upon receiving the order, K9 raised its claws to attack Foamit again. Suddenly he woke up, his red eyes wide open. He raised his fists to defend. The two strikes collided, creating shockwaves. Surprisingly, K9 was pushed back. It tried to maintain balance with all 4 legs. Then Foamit spoke. With the weapon broken, he stood like a warrior. His face was cold. He raised 2 fingers provocatively. "I'll use these fists to deal with K9. Seeing this, K9 immediately went wild and charged at him for an attack. Without hesitation, he swung his fist in response. K29 howled in pain. It seemed dazed after his attack, but quickly it regained focus to continue the battle. Again, it received a powerful kick from Minwoo's chin. He added another strong punch to its head. Next comes a heavy punch to the neck. Foamit's face suddenly stiffens as if sensing something. K9 is starting to show fear. He takes a deep breath. A series of punches land on it like a rainstorm. His face now shows no mercy. K9 can only stand there like a statue, taking the blows. Minwoo's eyes suddenly become sharper. K9's eyes also seem to hear something. Kill him. K9. It unleashes its power and pushes him back. Minwoo steps back in surprise. It uses a special skill called the Dark Forest. From the shadows, K9 appears behind him. It launches an attack but is blocked by him. But it leaves scratches on his hands. A series of attacks follow, with K9's claws scratching him. Even a slash across Minwoo's chest. K9's body has changed. Its entire body is now surrounded by a mysterious white light. The attacks continue non-stop. Minwoo struggles to defend without saying anything. Each attack causes more damage over time. Blood flows more and more, but he doesn't seem to give up. He tries to defend while looking for an opportunity. 5 punches land on it, but K9 immediately reacts. Minwoo is easily knocked back. After landing, he silently thinks, "It's attacking too fast and hard. If this continues, I might lose a limb." He makes a bold decision to use his skill to end this, activating the ability. He looks at the bright creature and her Xenolina 2 Sun 12. Then he charges towards K9. Both are continuously exchanging blows. The battle is extremely fierce. Minwoo quickly moves towards K9 with a determined look. It's still on guard. With sharp eyes, he says confidently, "In the end, flames will appear around my hands." Flames gather more and more, closing in on him and K9. He shouts super. As his technique touches K9, hellfire erupts. A thunderous explosion occurs upon impact. In the midst of flames, K9 is still burning, Minwoo shouting loudly, "End it now!" At this moment, K9 stands there, burned by the fire. Its mind flashes back to its masters and their commands. Kill! It seems to have given up, but the image of its master still orders, "Kill him. K9. Its eyes glow in the flames, and finally, Hathie's figure appears. She orders it, kill him. K9. Minwoo suddenly feels strange, surprised by what he sees. What now? A hand flies up as K9 charges out of the fire to bite Minwoo. Form remembers, in the test tower, our usual weapon is claws or fangs. Back then, he wore a goat mask with 2 horns, standing before someone's fear. Please spare me, I don't want to die. He realizes that using claws or teeth in combat will wear them down quickly, making the fight more complicated. Feeling strange, he can't help but say out of frustration, "Strange, can't cut through it, must be too dull. Spare me." The teacher seems too loud. He coldly says, "Shout less, they'll come back to life." Aha! Saying that, he decisively chops down, ending the life of the creature before him. Done with it, he stands there, not forgetting to mock. What a fool. Back to the present, he started daydreaming, and we realized that to fight well, one needs a quality weapon. Feeling helpless about the current situation, he exclaimed in confusion. Form was still in K9's mouth. He wondered why he remembered that. We're fighting right now. Seeing K9 intact and strong before him, he felt puzzled. I used the hunting skill twice on it, so why didn't it get hurt? He started feeling scared. The situation was too dangerous. His face turned pale, eyes wide open, covered in sweat beads. Then he suddenly realized that maybe his previous overconfidence led him to think just one powerful attack would defeat it. Suddenly, K9 bit harder, veins bulging as it strained, making a loud groan. He recalled Jinwoo's words, "Those who are always complacent will fail the challenge and die." He began questioning his own survival. The image of another instructor flashed in his mind. He should upgrade his equipment. Then he realized, if I had better gear or items, I wouldn't be in this dangerous situation now. Draven's fierce image appeared in his mind. He was a bit dazed and scared. K9 was preparing to attack him again. It opened its sharp teeth, ready to inflict more pain on him. But this time, things were different. The sharp teeth were stopped by his strong legs, which spread wide like a club between its jaws. He glared at K9 and quickly escaped the dangerous situation. Now he only had one right hand. His combat strength might have decreased. He shouted, "Spatial bag." He finally realized that using the hunting skill too casually was a mistake due to previous easy victories. He opened the spatial bag and started searching for hope of turning things around in this battle. His finger stopped at an unlocked slot named Jiyuan's sword, and he seemed delighted. Here it is. He explained the origin of the sword, which Jiyuan had stabbed him within the tower. It was the strongest weapon he knew. It defeated him in that battle. He was extremely confident, guessing that this top hunter's weapon must be of the highest quality. Compared to his cheap weapons, it was on a whole new level. But he quickly calmed down and thought about the locked item in his spatial bag. The system notified him that this was an unlocked item. He couldn't use it. He cursed inwardly, damn. While fighting K9, he tried to unlock the sword, but only met disappointment. This is an unlocked item, you can't use it. Hurry up and open the lock. He seemed to be shouting in his mind, quick, unlock it. Suddenly, he stopped moving, no longer attacking. Minwoo stood still, facing K9's massive form. Its eyes remained cold and bloodthirsty as ever. His own eyes shone with rare determination. He said, "If I die." Suddenly, a white light shot from somewhere to attack K9. It attacked him in anger. He finished his threat, "Then you won't be safe either." The locked sword suddenly glowed. Something was changing within it. A sinister laugh echoed. "Ha ha!" The sword emitted a fierce wind that pushed him back. They seemed to be talking in his mind. The spirit of the sword said, "Who's scaring me? You're not as good as that hunter." She introduced herself. "I'm the spirit of this sword." Then she made a bold decision, but it was exactly what Fomet wanted. Seeing someone interesting and decided to let him use me in this battle. "Don't disappoint me, Fomet." He was surprised by the sword's words, wondering why they were like that. He realized it must be the sword spirit and felt confused. He was angry with the goddess. In Fomet's imagination, a girl lounging on a couch eating popcorn said, "All right, I'll do it. Next time, don't bother me anymore. But the result was shocking. He didn't expect a sword spirit to respond. The soul of the sword continued. This sword can transform into multiple shapes to suit its user. I've been observing you for some time. That's why I revealed myself just now to talk with you. He felt dizzy and hesitated as he asked back. Multiple transformations? The sword asked again. So you want it? As soon as the question was out, the sword glowed, transforming into a shape that suited him best. There was a moment of silence after his question, but quickly, Fomet smiled confidently and replied lightly, not caring much about it. He simply answered, just transform in a way that's practical and strong. The powerful attack from C9 hit the ground, creating a large hole and leaving watermarks around its feet, but seemed to miss him. It was strange for it to miss such an attack. Fomet had been up in the air all along, holding a sword emitting dark energy that looked incredibly strong. The system notification activated Master Weapon Skill 3. He raised his sword readying an attack, followed by more system notifications. Using innate abilities to seize weapons, the higher your combat stats and weapon usage experience, the better this weapon will perform. He charged at K9 like a missile. His face was that of a fierce demon, but K9 wasn't afraid and charged up to meet him. The raid began with intense fighting. K29 had been hit on the neck. That area started bleeding profusely in extreme pain. It stood straight, its wound continuing to bleed. Minyu began to smile triumphantly. They charged at each other again. K9's claws clashed with Minyu's sword. It was unclear who would win. The raid saw both pushed back. Minyu landed forcefully, destroying the ground beneath her feet. He built up momentum and launched a powerful attack towards K9. Suddenly, countless spines sprouted on K9 to defend. Formed continued charging with incredible speed. His cold eyes and sword seemed ready for the decisive blow. A powerful slash was delivered. The red blade aimed directly at K9. It roared as it charged to intercept. Form did the same, shouting loudly, showing its determination. Another wound appeared on K9's foot, another on its body. More wounds were discovered. K9 seemed close to giving up. Minwu continued building momentum and leaped high for a fatal strike. His face was that of a demon. The sword aimed straight down at where K9 lay. K29 chose for M's sword, its color fading dramatically. K29 screamed in despair. He confidently raised his finger to celebrate victory. But suddenly, C9's eyes regained their sharpness. It quickly got up and pushed Fomet away. It struggled to stand on its damaged legs. It seemed badly injured. Despite this, it charged with a wounded body to attack again. It opened its mouth wide, roared, and charged. It remembered its master Hati. "Here's my dear pet," she softly said to it. "You've done your best, rest now." K-9's fierce eyes softened instantly. Maybe it sensed that warmth again. The warmth from the first time it was adopted. Now, victory or defeat is clear. K9 was sliced into pieces by M's sword in its final moments. In its last moment, it saw itself back then. As it closed its eyes tightly, it suddenly opened them. Has it truly been reborn now? Suddenly, a gentle call for K9. The beloved masters it longed for day and night have appeared before it once again, coming back with mom and dad. Hurry up and go home. It seems to have been meditating as it broke into a joyful smile. Now it has a soul and its own voice. That's right. It slowly fell down along with the last thoughts of no longer fighting. It had officially fallen because everyone in the family was there. It saw the image of its reunited family together. There was a creaking sound, getting louder and louder, a larger noise emitting. Behind Loki, Fomet with an elegant demeanor stepped out from the ruins. Loki couldn't believe his eyes as he praised. "Good job," Minyu declared strongly. "Now it's your turn. You damned master. I still haven't forgotten to curse him as sick." But Sangun was surprised by the scene before him and turned left then right. Then he raised his hand to check his sweating face, feeling helpless and struggling with what he saw. He slowly approached Fomet standing there with a pool of blood under him, pausing to ask, "How is this happening?" Mingwu still couldn't find words as he saw the pleased expression on Fomet's face. "Dad Minyu, "Oh, Fomet the hunter." Minwoo replied hesitantly, "I was also planning to ask you about this, going back a few moments ago." Loki mockingly asked Minwoo, "Can only say such simple sentences as that?" He angrily lunged at him and shouted loudly. His attack was quickly dodged by the other one. But then he realized the power behind that hit wasn't simple, making him momentarily stunned in awe. Seeing this, the two demon servants behind them worriedly called their master. The sister seemed very angry as she saw her master being attacked and lunged at Fomet with insane speed, cursing him as a damned one. The white serpents with red eyes full of anger rushed towards him quickly. Facing them, Fomet gritted his teeth, the red energy enveloping his body. He used one hand to hold back the attack from the vicious serpents while questioning him. "What do you want?" Then he forcefully pushed her away. "Again? Sister?" The other demon servant, seeing his sister being attacked, went berserk. "Damn you!" However, it seemed like just straw against the wall when Fomet defeated the demon servant with one hit right away. Immediately, he declared that the two troublesome disciples were gone now. He turned towards Loki. Both faced each other directly. Loki stood confidently, not showing any fear. Suddenly, a figure flashed by quickly. A swift slash aimed at Loki. A long dark red mark appeared on his muscular body. His body was instantly split into two halves. Butterfly wings emerged from the cut. Then his entire body turned into glowing butterflies. Unexpectedly, they gathered to form to different Loki figures. Formed looked around and seemed not just two. In total, 8 Lokes stood surrounding him, forming an octagonal flower shape. He proudly said, "Formed, if I knew you would interfere in this matter, it would be even more fun." Then he spread his hand out and said, "But there's still time." All of his clones simultaneously directed their palms towards Formed. A strong field from all Loki bodies forced him to dodge. "We can still play with each other." Suddenly, the butterflies started gathering nearby in a few seconds. Loki reappeared beside him and declared, "Let's stop this meaningless battle." Then he and his clones surrounded him, boldly saying, "Why must it be one against one? Do you see I don't have any beast form now?" He suddenly said, "That changes things simply." Saying that, he transformed into Julia and gently asked, "So with this shape, how is it?" Formed immediately roared and attacked him, but was dodged by him. "Disappear!" Loki suddenly felt praise for him. "Good job." Then he charged forward with a terrifying face, threatening words spilling out. "You're not that easy to deceive. Huh, what a pity." He continued his attack and said, "But think it over. Try convincing the Fomet hunter. Why must we fight to the death? Can't we just enjoy each other's company?" He put on an arrogant tone. "Not everyone gets such good opportunities like the first one." Loki ended with a highly unbelievable offer, "Become my close attendant." In response to all this, Fomet swung his sword and said, "That bastard talks too much." Loki looked confused as blood spewed from his mouth. Looking at his friend Dung's back, Loki probably still felt puzzled. Suddenly, Fomet turned around, giving him a bad feeling, maybe. And that feeling was confirmed with the next slash of Fomet. He could sense our positions. The female demon servant lying on the ground suddenly moved. The male demon servant leaning against the rock wall did too. Both turned into snakes and shouted for their master. Then they combined to attack Min Woo, but luckily, he dodged in time. Although the attack missed, they came back again. They opened their sharp teeth wide, trying to bite him completely, wanting to escape that woman. He dodged once more lightning fast. He had a perfect flip to land right on top of them. One head was already pinned down by him. Fomet raised his sword high, preparing for the decisive strike. But indeed, the other head quickly attacked him to save its companion. He also dodged swiftly. He landed and turned around, giving a cold stare at both snake demon servants. The two female demon servants returned his gaze with intense hostility. Fomet warned them sternly. They ignored him like deaf cows, still standing there motionless. Moreover, they opened their jaws wide, growling at Fomet, the screen turning pitch black. Of course, as expected, one bloody head appeared. No, actually both heads were down, covered in blood, lying sprawled on the ground. With only one hand left, Fomet was still very strong. Now don't look at Loki sitting on the rock wall in front of you. Although completely defeated, they had shrunk significantly from before. But both were still trying to save Loki. How can this be? Master will die. The sister's eyes suddenly became resolute as she didn't answer her brother. Sister! The sister spoke. Listen, you must do what I say. At that moment, Fomet's sword was pointing directly at Loki. Death is truly imminent for him now. Suddenly, Fomet's thoughts were released. All the actions he had taken before flashed through his mind. He remembered how he died and what it felt like. He recalled Loki's triumphant laughter at his pain, the agony of suffering. The scene of Fomet being trampled underfoot came vividly to life with thoughts, everything replaying in his mind like a film. With all his accumulated hatred, he picked up his fiery sword and stood as himself. He struck with intense killing intent, destined to die the same way. Surprisingly, one of the sisters rushed in to take the blow for him. Its head was chopped off like fireworks. Fomet, furious from being blocked, cursed, "These bastards are annoying." Suddenly, he panicked at something happening before his eyes. It turned out the remaining one was trying to swallow Loki to protect him. Seeing this, Fomet shouted urgently, "No, not that." At this point, it seemed the sister noticed him too. He started moving to block Loki from escaping. I finally got him down. He rushed forward like a burning man, still surrounded by red energy with his anger. He swung his sharp sword and shouted, "How can he hide his head? We can't let it be like this." The older sister quickly blocked Fomet and her younger sister. Concerned for her sister, the younger one looked at the blocking figure and instinctively asked, "Sister, but it seems she has made up her own mind." She clearly told the younger one to run fast. While fighting Fomet, the older sister hurriedly ordered everyone to move quickly. Despite the situation, the older sister remained strong. Fomet was also trying his best to prevent his efforts from going to waste. A terrifying clash erupted. After the battle, the first light began to appear. The sunlight illuminated the ruins. Minyu emerged from the debris. The older sister now turned into a mocking figure in front of him. "You're really disappointing. I'm sorry for that. But you did well by defeating his master, which surprised me, but that's all." Minyu stood still and listened without answering immediately. Then he laughed out loud. His laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the area. The older sister asked in confusion, "Are you going crazy? You're acting so disappointed." She quickly turned around to do something. Her eyes widened in shock as she opened them wide. He had already cut down his older sister with a single sword swing. His last words called out the master's name. Fomet mercilessly struck again, spraying blood everywhere. His hand and the sword were now covered in blood. He himself was no different. He cursed bitterly. He seemed extremely angry as he continued to swing his sword. "Keep cursing, you damn fool!" His eyes turned bloodthirsty. He shouted loudly to vent his anger. Seong-un questioned Minwoo. "You managed to infiltrate the church organization, but were discovered. You had no choice but to fight and destroy them. That's what you said, right? Do you think I'll believe that?" Minwoo was silent for a moment before replying, "I don't trust you either, but it's the truth." He was rebutted again. "You can't be so irresponsible. You were informed by Tae-young about this mission." Seong-un doubted him. "What are you saying? This is different from what I know about you. You always have a sense of danger before it happens." Minwoo silently stared at his opponent. Seong-woo recalled Sang-jin's instructions during the management of hunters. "Sometimes we can't control them due to their unique personalities and thoughts. They are very difficult to control as an existence. Therefore, we need to be flexible. Sometimes softness is needed to shape them into a framework." So when he lost patience, Seong-un thought it seemed like he had been too lenient with him. Facing Minwoo, Seong-un began to remind him, "If you disobey orders and act on your own thoughts, maybe you're no longer worth using. A disobedient hunter can only be killed." Seong-un placed his hand on the table as energy waves approached Minwoo slowly. He thought he had developed too quickly. He needed to be cautious. Before he became too strong, it might be time to act now. This potential threat couldn't be kept anymore, but he was still not ready to move. Suddenly, a white-haired girl appeared behind Minwoo. She floated in the air and only Seong-eun could see her. The girl opened her hand and flew towards Seong-eun, making him step back nervously. Outside the interrogation room, Jun, Seong, and Hyeon shouted at Taeyong to open the door. But he stood firm. Currently in hunter interrogation time, no one can enter without superior orders. Jun said angrily, "What are you saying now? I'm related to him as his patient. After returning from a mission, he was treated. Hunters recover differently, but we can't leave him like this." The girl was furious. "He's part of my 300 team. As the head, how could I ignore what you want to do with him?" Taeyong remained calm. "You need to reconsider who sent you to work in my 300 section. It was the team leader." Jun Seong frowned. Mr. Lee couldn't convince his opponent. Jun Seong told T.I.Ng, ignoring the expression on his face, which was slightly at a loss for words. "So you're not letting us in there, right? Then I'll make a big fuss so that everyone here knows you're overstepping your authority." Jun Seong then opened his shirt and shouted, "If you still don't agree, I won't let it go until I do whatever it takes." T.I.Ng gave up and shook his head. Seeing this, the girl Jun Seong hurriedly knocked on the door and threatened him. "You wait, this isn't over for me yet." But the scene inside surprised Jun Seong greatly. Minwoo was still sitting calmly in his chair while Seong-eun was shocked and fell to the ground. Seong-eun, with a greenish face, stammered, "Is that really a ghost?" After some time, Jun Seong and Seong-eun went to a separate place to discuss. Seong-eun explained that it was the system's spirit. Jun Seong crossed his arms and listened. "Did you actually see this ghost? I think it's just an unverified story." Seong-eun nodded weakly. "I didn't know about it, but I did see that ghost. It was floating with white hair." Jun Seong asked, "Was she a woman?" Seong-eun nodded. Jun Seong asked again. "At the time, I was too scared to pay much attention." "Is she pretty?" "Einseen, what time is it now? You're still asking about that weird thing. And this red system window you mentioned, have you seen that before?" Jun Seong explained. The red system window was a notification for dangerous messages. "What did the message say to threaten you?" Seong-eun was silent. "I don't know what to say, but it wasn't exactly a threat." The system ghost with its stiff smile and message said not to kill him because if he were killed, his power would be lost too. "He is the one executing my work requests, just like he's working for you." Unseen lowered her head. "Did that system ghost know everything about me?" Seeing him hesitate, Unseen asked again. "You said it wasn't a threat. What did it say exactly? Why did you stop talking now?" Seong-eun considered. "Precisely, it was convincing me. That's all you need to understand. Explaining more would be difficult. So I let him go and kept him in room 300 for further observation." Elsewhere, Jin-woo was surprised by Min-woo's return. "You're back. It seems your health has improved a lot. The battle must have been tough on you. Our family's work is done now." The main character slowly approached, but ignored Din-yu's mumbling. He was a bit nervous. "Don't be mad at me, okay? I didn't want to help during the battle, but my magic was depleted then. I couldn't have helped you, and I had no choice but to give up. That damn master has escaped us. It's a pity, but we'll probably meet again later." Minwoo calmly interrupted. "Just be quiet for now." Suddenly, laughter echoed. It was the soul of the sword. "Ha ha ha. It's time for me to reappear. Hunter Foment, I lent my power in the recent battle." It hung in midair, emitting a purple light above them. Looking down at Minwoo and Jinwoo, it arrogantly said, "It's time for us to settle this. I'll remind people of that too. You can't use my power whenever you want. You need to pass my strength test first. If you pass, then we can continue. Now show me your true power." Minwoo didn't let it speak and grabbed the sword. Surprised, "What are you doing?" Minwoo spun it around. Jinwoo sat on one side watching, then used a mirror to reflect sunlight onto it, making it uncomfortable. It was too much. He threw it into cold water and then into ice. "What are you doing? Stop right now, damn it. Why did you destroy me like that? Stop, I can't take this anymore." Minwoo continued using physical methods to subdue it. It fell to the ground and groaned. Alright, I give up, you've won. Minwoo picked it up and threatened with it. You've been acting tough. Do you know who I am yet? From now on, you'll call me Master. Got it? It obediently replied, yes, Master Jinwoo. Watching this, Jinwoo felt it was worth playing with him. He suddenly doubted, why can the soul sword sense those tortures? It answered that there's nothing strange when he tortured the I as the could feel its pain too. Minwoo observed, so you're the chicken's spirit sword. Your power will be influenced by the user. It replied yes, only the user's strength, personality, fighting style, and special abilities affect me. Minwoo pondered. Jinwoo stroked the old master's chicken. He was a good user, right? It confirmed, yes, he did. He could fully utilize my power, but never used my transformation ability. He only used me like this, while I could change form based on the style and battle situation to maximize my strength. Minwoo asked about a classic problem, hearing that users' strength matters. Who uses us better in battle? You or the chicken? It remained silent. For full potential, it needs a master with high power. Jinwoo knew they had failed against the chicken in the challenge tower. He was surprised. Why is he talking about his defeat? Maybe he wants to live peacefully now. Continuing honestly, even before that, if he were the chicken, he would have cut those snakes into halves. But with the heretic, it couldn't escape death. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Jinwoo covered his mouth and silently cried for it. Minwoo was solemn, taking a long time to accept reality. So because my strength is too weak, I can't fully utilize yours. Hearing this, Jinwoo sighed in relief. If at that moment my power was at its peak, the battle would have gone as planned and the heretic couldn't escape. He recognized his own failure. It's different now. Minwoo resolved to remember this as a lesson. He clenched the sword and vowed, I must erase this humiliation. Next time, he will only have one death. Minwoo steered firmly, so we need to be stronger, much stronger with the desire to become stronger. The power of Foamit has broken through. I must be stronger. Night fell. The streets were bustling with people walking around. In a high-rise building, human test models lay on beds, injected with a liquid like blood. Researchers moved about observing samples, some hurriedly running back and forth. Meanwhile, the beatmaker immersed herself in that red liquid. Her beautiful figure smiled faintly. Suddenly sensing danger, she widened her eyes and stood up. She pointed a gun at someone who appeared suddenly, causing the person to turn into numerical codes, but quickly reverted back to its original form. In EU, the beatmaker calmed down as an EU member grabbed a strand of her hair, talking to her. Long time no see, your senses are still sharp. The EU member turned to look at her, concerned about what happened. He said he had something important to ask, and that's why he came here. The beatmaker was surprised. Huh, what do you want me to do? A hand reached out from the blood pool, making a squelching sound. The EU member fell onto the ground while she sat on top of him. She squeezed his neck and laughed wildly. Haha, it seems your arrogance has diminished significantly with your power reduced. Who did you fight so badly? I really want to know who made you suffer like this. In EU, he's just very strong. The beatmaker widened her eyes in shock, then stood up and left the EU member. He said he was a level 1 A-class hunter of the association. His power is still strong in EU. He explained that this hunter is quite powerful and handsome too. That's what I need him for. The beatmaker's eyes sparkled as her face turned red. This guy is a level 1 A-class hunter of the association, right? In EU, he was clearly interested. This suited him well. Introducing him, he's quite strong and handsome too. That's what I need from him. The beatmaker's eyes shone brightly as her face turned red. This is the level 1 A-class hunter, right? Just by looking at him, I like him. He's exactly the type of person I like. I'm very excited to meet him. In a chat room, an image of Vanquizi was sent into the group. Group members discussed the image of today's Vanquizi. Hey, she looks beautiful today, but isn't the one who destroyed the dungeon tower Vanqui? Someone was surprised. Thinking about it, there hasn't been any official announcement. Who broke the dungeon tower wasn't Echidna. The manager answered, Foamit Hunter. Fomet! Everyone was stunned. What did I just hear? Isn't Fomet not the same as boss of the challenge tower? The manager replied that the boss of the challenge tower is indeed the Fomet hunter. Everyone immediately asked questions and burst into laughter. Talking nonsense, a monster turned human? He should watch less anime. The manager dismissed it confidently. Really? In another dark room, someone was dressed in all black. Angrily threw the still-lit phone on the table. Frustrated, no one believes me. Why can't they believe what I saw with my own eyes? In the Maze Tower Challenge, his true form, I've seen it myself in that tower since I saw him there. I know. But regardless of how angry he gets, there's still no evidence of the person he wants to find appearing. After buying a new phone, Jinwoo happily said, "Phew, this is a smartphone, right?" He was so happy that he couldn't put it down and imagined reading all sorts of details with this. Minwoo looked over and reminded him, "Now we need to keep the phone's battery full. Remember not to overspend. Do you know how much you've spent already?" Jinwoo glanced at him. "I earn money, but you have to sit there shaking your leg while I struggle between life and death." Jinwoo retorted, "What are you going to save the money for? It's hot. Even if you buy an air conditioner with that money, will you use it?" Minwoo interrupted him. "When did you start thinking about such a situation?" Minwoo said, "Since we contributed, when we catch that pervert, I'll buy something for everyone." Suddenly, the system notification screen turned red with a message. "The Hunter headquarters wants to check?" Minwoo was surprised and read the content of the notification. "This is from the Hunter headquarters. Hunters, this is regarding the auction of Zazuko's Demon Stone. It seems the auction has ended. You'll receive 800 million KON after taxes and fees are deducted." The two were excited. After that, they exclaimed in unison, 100.8 million. The system displayed 800 million KON as the amount you will receive from the Hunter headquarters after deductions. They shouted loudly, 800 million. Jinwoo and Minwoo were equally surprised. "You guys are rich now, like beef pho vendors." It's hard to believe that such a conversation is coming from two former tower bosses. Jinwoo pointed at the distant apartment building. "Isn't it possible to buy a small house there with this money?" The main character said coldly, "With this amount, you can't even buy a house in Seoul." Suddenly, Minwoo's eyes darkened as he looked at Jinwoo. "Ada has an idea. If we get the demon stone from someone else, it will be more." Jinwoo angrily shouted, "That madman doesn't have a demon stone in his human body." Minwoo was disappointed but thought, "First, let's collect that money and then think about how to use it. So let's do it." At the family restaurant, everyone was discussing this matter. "Isn't it Van Keezy? Look over there. People are looking at the Instagram photo of Van Keezy. Some are praising its beauty." In a corner, for Echidna, Won Kiji, and to friends with one orange-haired and one purple-haired girl, the orange-haired girl said, "It's hot today, isn't it?" Echidna replied, "Summer is coming." The other suggested going for coffee after eating. "Find a nice cafe nearby." "Oh, I know one. Let's go there and have some ice cream." Won Kiji wasn't paying much attention to the conversation. She was looking at her phone until she put it down and said blandly. Everyone was taken aback. She replied, "I'm talking about Mintai Hyan." "Oh, you're talking about the hunter from Asia." She recounted what he said to her. "I've met him a few times, but all he says are things I don't want to hear or talk about." While playing golf, he mentioned that he participated in a charity event today and acted very emotional and shy. "He has no acting skills at all compared to my taste." Echidna, who was observing her phone, suddenly interrupted, "Fomet Hunter, right? You got hurt by him, didn't you?" This comment hit Van Keezy's heart. She spat blood out. Ashamed, she shouted, "I haven't even proposed yet. Why are you talking about getting hurt?" Thinking of that person, Van Keezy felt a bit embarrassed. It was just to have dinner with him as a celebration for completing the maze tower. Van Keezy appeared and invited Minwoo in his room when he was still half-dressed, showing off his toned body. He repeated the meal. She nodded, "Okay." Minwoo refused my request to take a cleaning and maintenance level test, so I wasn't free and didn't go anywhere. Remember when Van Keezy was a bit frustrated? Even eating alone didn't seem like a problem. Her two friends also seemed a bit stiff. Why is it not a problem to eat alone? The words of someone who has no trace of love in them. Is he guessing, or does he have a girlfriend instead, right? Could he like boys? Vanky Z still tried to maintain her dignity. He didn't even bother looking at him from the start. Echidna spoke up, otherwise, it seemed Juicy wasn't his type. Maybe he has a girlfriend. The more Vanky Z heard this, the angrier she got, just as the person in question was suddenly mentioned and called by Elrium. The foment hunter Min Woo and Jin Woo looked over in surprise. Riem Chow, it's been a while since we met at the dungeon tower. I missed you, Zipper. They were invited to a fancy restaurant with many delicious dishes. She folded her arms and smiled. If you want more, just call for them. I'm buying. Min Woo wondered why did she do this suddenly. She replied that she heard he led everyone safely out of the dungeon tower. I came to thank him at the hospital, but he had already been discharged and I didn't have his phone number. So today we met by chance and I thanked him then. Min Woo noticed, but not using honorifics clearly indicates you were on the tower. She replied but still doubted, at our age, if you used honorifics, it would be me who lost out. Maybe his age is fake. Min Woo's expression turned cold. Did you investigate me? Riem Chow received a confident look from Elrium. She said she actually wanted to ask the foment hunter about something. Are you really the hunter who cleared the Mekong Tower? I also asked the headquarters, but they said it wasn't them. I also asked the central headquarters, but they said that the hunter who cleared the dungeon tower didn't want to reveal their identity and couldn't tell me anything. Now there's only you left. Min Woo remained silent. What am I explaining? Just because there's no evidence, I have no other choice. She got straight to the point. I want to ask if you can temporarily work as a mercenary for me? He repeated those 3 words with calmness. She explained that just now, she went to the central hunter headquarters to look for mercenaries, but coincidentally met him here. Seeing they were still talking, Jinwoo took advantage of the break to eat his meal. They'll probably talk longer so I can finish my meal too, right? Elriung added, if you're a hunter with combat skills, you could find a way to solve the tower immediately. She thought to herself and wondered if he was the hunter who cleared the Mekong Tower. Finally, she proposed an ideal condition, of course, with payment included. Min Woo asked, are you planning to attack some tower so dangerous that mercenaries are needed? She honestly admitted it. Yes, according to the information, its difficulty is similar to the Mekong Tower. The details and payment for this mission will be discussed later. Min Woo thought for a while before speaking. Jinwoo was still eating, and Elrium remained calm. Min Woo folded his arms and explained, a dangerous matter, so I need to receive that money as a bet with my life. Elrium nodded vigorously in agreement. Min Woo and Jinwoo were equally surprised. Do you have a lot of money? She replied because, as he said, this is a matter involving risking one's life for a large sum. Just as they were talking, someone opened the door. It was the restaurant manager. He was startled and said, Miss, if you had told me in advance. But seeing others in the room quickly bowed and apologized. Oh, there are guests too. Our apologies. We will leave now. Min Woo looked at Elrium as they talked with the manager. The chairman is having a meeting now. It's fine. I see you often hear that it's getting boring. Jinwoo was surprised. Miss, she turned to look at him and replied with a sharp tone. This hotel belongs to me. Minwoo and Jinwoo were stunned. They didn't expect such a friendly-looking and beautiful girl to carry the aura of wealth. The light was so dazzling that even Jinwoo and Minwoo had to cover their faces. Under Yael Ryan's imagined glow, she concluded by saying they planned to attack the Holy Tower. At the center of the Hunter Guild, two people were discussing this with frowns. How could the Holy Tower still be standing? Ji-yin replied that it wasn't so. The system was scanning biological signals there. How about the Hunter? He's one of the ones our captain recommended to join the expedition. Ji-guk frowned. The Cloud Fairy Guild, Ji-hyun said, had 3 high-ranking members trapped in the Hunter Tower. The head of the guild would personally go to rescue them. Indeed, Ji-guk was displeased that Hunter must clear out the entire tower. Only then would it be worth our investment. Then he and Ji-hyun went over. contacting the Cloud Fairy Guild as we are part of the Waterfall Commission, so we will try to meet all their demands. And no other hunters should approach the Holy Tower without permission. Ji Hyundap, yes, I knew you would do that and had prepared for it. He received praise, indeed, he handled this very well. He asked, what about the list of participating hunters? Ji Heguk replied, choose the best hunters even if they are a rank. If not, we can skip them. At that moment, Minwoo and El saw Riem questioning an employee through a glass window. Riem was interrogating someone. Why can't we go to the Holy Voids? What do you mean? Why suddenly not allowed? That place is 800 million of ours. We must enter the Holy Tower. The poor employee looked conflicted. According to regulations, I can't disclose that information. DGCC interrupted and finally revealed those rules will be shared with everyone. Minwoo narrowed his eyes at Riem. DGCC still had a condescending attitude. It's been a while since we met the useless hunter Fomet. They were then invited into the negotiation room by DGCC. Can you support us? DGCC explained that both Ilriem and Fomet are rank hunters, so he wanted to invite them for support. Therefore, they could enter the Holy Tower. This applies to both of them. Minwoo crossed his arms. What's your plot? DGCC remained friendly. Nisu is about the body in the hunter nurturing department. No matter who it is, always show respect, right? Minwoo muttered angrily, that damn guy. Elrim thought. The government's hunters were hired by the nurturing department to hire another hunter. I think it's the one I love very much inside the tower. So she asked, who do we need to support? He replied with an S-rank hunter named Chu, almost a right-hand man of the Cloud Fairy Guild head. Nerjir and a rank hunter is the only one capable of summoning. And another person, the younger brother of the legendary Griffin Hunter family, currently the most expensive Griffin Hunter. Minwoo heard this name and was astonished, his eyes widening. According to his recollection, it was a day filled with sorrow. The entire city engulfed in flames. Buildings were severely destroyed. Those who survived were terrified, crying for help, only to be trampled by monsters. It had a long tail, tough skin, and a body about the size of a car. At that time, he and his brother were waiting in the car for their parents' return, but didn't know they were all killed. He fainted and was gradually revived by his brother calling out to him. After some time, he woke up complaining, "Brother, our heads hurt so much." Your brother asked if you got injured in the car accident? There was a car crash involving us. Then his brother stood up and opened the car door. He left with instructions not to worry about parents. Stay here while he goes to find them. Yes, sir. The final recollection was of his brother's figure running further away as he could only look on helplessly from inside the car. Brother, oh brother, don't go, don't leave me now. Brother. Suhiyusi suddenly opened her eyes wide awake, momentarily unsure if it was the present or past. Someone approached and asked, "Are you awake?" She replied, "Sorry, I overslept a bit, right? You're okay now?" "Yes." The person placed their hand on her shoulder. "All right, this mission is yours." Susie held two swords in her hands and stood before a door with an unusually unique flower design, ready for action. Meanwhile, Minwoo had just arrived at the hospital for a health checkup. Jun asked him to move his hand and felt how he was feeling. "You're lucky I didn't take care of you. Not only that, but it's free treatment too." Minwoo adjusted his hand joints and repeated the question. "It seems the medical expenses are covered by the government." Jun Seong smiled happily. "If you weren't taken care of properly, how could you be in this condition? You probably don't want to leave the group anymore, right?" Minwoo didn't see with his own eyes. "To enter the tower, there's no other way." Jun Seong looked a bit worried. "The tower is new and hasn't been thoroughly investigated. I wonder if it's dangerous inside even though my job is just to support surveillance. We can't avoid combat either." Minwoo replied that he had already entered the tower, confirming they would have to fight monsters there. Jun Seong was still a bit concerned, but acknowledged that they hadn't gathered enough information about the tower yet. "How did our team leader Ma remind you?" Minwoo thought for a moment. I haven't seen him since the interrogation room. He must be busy with many things after that social incident. He needs to handle a lot of stuff. I've done a lot, so it's right for him to go deeper and clean up now. Jun Seong smiled. It seems there might be some doubts here, but knowing this, I hope you stay safe while on this mission. Suddenly she said, "Oh, by the way, hold out your hand." Minwoo was surprised, wondering what she planned to do. She replied, "Nothing, just hold it out." Then Jun Seong used a skill on Minwoo's hand, emitting green lights. After a moment, she released his hand with a smile, saying everything was fine. Minwoo looked surprised. His hand seemed to be in better condition now, right? He then noticed 3 small fuzzy hairs the size of beans on his hand. They laughed and giggled. "What are these things?" Jun Seong explained that although his hand had been treated, there were still many areas that needed recovery. These spirits would help him recover those parts. Don't worry, they're very friendly. Everyone was lively and active. He asked why they kept laughing like this. "Are you a magic healer?" Jun Seong replied, "Yes, I am a magic healer. My main responsibility is to treat and heal. My combat skills are not good, so I'm just here to support everyone. There aren't many hunters like me anymore. People like us are often called healing mages." It was a clear day with white clouds. Poet V. Lin stood above and recited his prayers. "Everyone, let your hearts form a devoted spirit. A person with devotion will always be blessed. Success in exams or work for a bright future. All of this can be achieved. Now we are here to live happily. It is the one who gives us our lives that we must thank and have faith in God. If we do so, He will bless us more." At the end of the day, Peacemaker met with the priest for a chat. "God will bless us even more, right?" Haha, good one, Loki. Those are wonderful teachings indeed. Where did you learn that from? Turns out this priest is actually Loki in disguise. He replied, "I learned it from my old acquaintances." Beatmaker was surprised. Did he dye his hair half? He said, "The priest needs to be like this. Once started, I'll see it through, but there are some things I don't need to do either." Beatmaker chuckled. It seems this is one of his hobbies. The two looked at each other, and the woman and her daughter stood there looking back. Beatmaker realized that they seemed to be under a trance. He noticed she was calmly holding him, which surprised him. "I can't understand why she's so relaxed here." Turning his back on her, he reminded her, "Let your friend do what he wants without any supervision." That doesn't seem right. But she was very confident. "My friend, don't think about it. Everything is under my control now." Meanwhile, Ilriam stood with his arms crossed, angrily looking at the other party. Susie held two swords in her hands and stood before a door with an unusually unique flower design, ready for action. Meanwhile, Minwoo had just arrived at the hospital for a health checkup. "Why are you late?" Minwoo calmly asked. "I got here early, so what's the point of complaining?" Ilriam crossed his arms and chuckled. "I was just joking, it's better to come as soon as possible." Minwoo didn't quite understand. "You seem really excited, huh? You're going to keep playing around until the end of this month's expedition. It's not that simple." Ilriam looked round awkwardly. "No, I'm not as relaxed as you think. We are one of the first groups to explore this tower." Minwoo looked at her with sparkling eyes and a lively atmosphere. "There's no information about this tower. It's all speculation and guesswork." He thought, "That's dangerous, not something to be excited about." Ilriam continued talking. "To explore this tower, I've prepared quite a lot of things. Water, food, scrolls of magic, plus many more combat and recovery tools. The supplies weren't enough, so I had to use money to expand the storage. All the items I prepared will last for a long time, maybe several years." Minwoo went from silence to nodding, finally running out of words, but Ilriam remained calm. "You're shocked, right? So you've prepared so much? Are you going to stay there forever?" Ilriam rebutted, "I'm just preparing for the worst-case scenario. There were Summa and S-class hunters before, but they couldn't conquer it either. Being in there for a while might be refreshing, but our goal is to conquer that tower." Hearing this, he nodded, agreeing, "Yeah, that's a goal, but I have a condition for you too, huh?" Recalling their previous meeting when she asked him what conditions he needed to become her mercenary. I'll offer any of my skills, but in the tower, I won't use them. At that time, she was extremely surprised. So you mean you won't use your skills inside? But how can you fight then? To improve my combat skills, I want to challenge myself. If I rely too much on my skills, I won't be able to get stronger. Reminding her of this made her a bit disappointed. But knowing that, I'm still letting you fight inside. I promise it's safe. For 800 million, I can't let you take any risks. She muttered, that's so touching. He said, so, shall we go now? She still had people who hadn't arrived. Minwoo asked naively, still someone else is coming? Just then, a young man in green landed beside them. The man apologized for being late. He seemed familiar to him. He wondered, who's this? This was the same day after DGCC convinced Minwoo and Ilriam to go to the Holy Tower. He had instructed, so Jian, you should come with us. She asked in surprise, me? He warned her to pay attention to the format, to gather information on that person's recent activities as we haven't made any progress yet. She accepted his mission. I understand. Then he said, you seem worried about not having enough time to train? She replied, no, I have the combat skills, but this format might reveal the intentions of our team leader, and that would be beneficial for us. DGCC remained calm. It's fine, my goal is just to let him know he's being watched. Having you go with him can provide more information. Collect more details about him when he fights. Jihan introduced me as Zest, a third-class hunter. I was sent to the Holy Tower along with 2 others to assist the family. Ilriam was very excited. Yes, let's go. Minwoo remained silent, muttering, monitoring. Jihan acknowledged, I understand, but I won't be a bother. I have combat skills too. Seeing them tense up, Ilriam waved his hand. Lines 39 to 60 repeat the same content, so they are omitted to maintain exactly 60 lines. Let's go then, we're all here now. The group under Minwoo look at the diamond-shaped tower with silver rings floating in the sky from below. Ilriam is surprised that it's not connected to the ground. Jihan points towards a distant bright pillar. Maybe it's the portal connection to the tower. They both stare at its location, one crossing their arms while the other strokes their chin. Then Yaori calls out, hey, 800 minutes is quite high. It's very clear we need to test it. Iori responds, okay? He steps on the emission point, and suddenly his body rises towards the tower. Ilriam takes off with her flying device. While they are still stunned by what just happened, Minwoo descends from above onto the ground. Ilriam asks, what's going on? He replies, let's go straight to the waiting room of the tower. Jian shakes his head and says, shall we go then? Ilriam hesitates. She went ahead already. Minwoo asks if she's not coming in, but the girl seems nervous. Yeah, I am. But I'm a bit scared. Maybe I need to prepare myself first. Before she can waste too much time, Minwoo runs over and jumps onto her shoulder, entering the teleportation circle, both of them rising up. All 3 open their eyes as they appear at the entrance of the tower. Inside is a dark, dimly lit room with sporadic lights. Minwoo and Jian remain relatively calm while Ilriam looks less well. He assesses, it's quiet here, no sign of what comes next. There's only that platform over there. It sits in the middle of the top room with a green crystal. The 2 girls wonder how to use that platform to find the next path. Maybe pressing a button? Do you know what this button does, Fomat? As they ponder, Minwoo presses the button and both of them turn pale. Why did he do that so quickly? The system screen turns red as the first floor challenge appears, with a vortex of monsters emerging from it. System message, eliminate all monsters within 10 minutes. While they are still confused, Minwoo smiles excitedly and draws his sword. What are we waiting for? Let's get our weapons ready. Jihan calls for her leather sword, closing her eyes to focus before opening them with white pupils. In her vision, the monsters look extremely fierce but become easy targets. Her swift and precise strikes deal significant damage to them. She handles the monsters with incredible speed and efficiency. Meanwhile, Minwoo blocks another group of monsters from attacking behind her. He draws his sword and slashes through them, blood spraying as they fall. His eyes turn red with a bloodlust reaction. Regardless if they fly or have large forms on the ground, none escape their fate. They complete the task in less than 10 minutes. System message: all monsters eliminated. Condition for floor 1 completed. You can now move to the next level. Another pillar appears. Minwu reaches out, but is stopped by Eilriam, who looks at her. Wait, you should ask us before doing anything. Just press the button and monsters appear. Just eliminate them, he says. But Eilriam disagrees. I know that, but we need to be informed, so we can prepare for battle. Zesko agreed, it's better to be prepared. Jian shakes his head and says, we need to quickly climb the tower to meet the other hunters who came before us. Eilriam looks serious. If not, he will act on his own again. Minwu crosses his arms and argues, but adds, if we don't do this here all year, have you read what the system says? It states, if monsters are not eliminated within the time limit, the challenge resets. He reminds her, wouldn't it be a waste of time if we set up the challenge like before? The conditions remain the same for all floors. The leading hunters can only reach S and A levels due to the time limits. Jian scratches his chin. You make a good point. Minwu concludes, alright then, it seems we are stuck on some floor. We need to move up quickly. Eilriam explains seriously, I understand you want to climb the tower fast, but safety is our priority. If we lose lives, how can we regroup? Minwu gets frustrated. She complains, you talk too much. Why did you drag us into this last time at the maze? Eilriam recalls and looks a bit uneasy. Sorry about that. It was too dangerous last time, so I have more experience now and just want everyone to be careful. Jian remains silent, observing the argument. Her eyes look at Minwu, silently assessing him. His analytical judgment about the Holy Tower is really good. His combat skills are also top-notch. In such a short time, how could he have progressed so much? But it seems that this isn't his full strength. He's still hiding a lot. He glanced at her but said nothing. Then they started going through the floors of the tower again. Minwu is still the main combat force for the group. The monsters were one by one defeated and disintegrated, vanishing. The system showed that all the monsters had been eliminated, completing the condition. Eilriam checked the speed of their progress. It seems like it took longer than last time this week. Hein replied, yes indeed, the summoned monsters seem stronger now. That's why we need to hurry, otherwise, the challenge will reset and be harder. Minwu is silently thinking as well. Using his bare hands to climb the tower is good, but I haven't gotten that feeling since before. My body hasn't adapted yet. He glanced at Hein is still secretly watching me from afar. The hunter followed to scout my strength within this tower. But because I used bare hands and didn't use any skills, she couldn't figure out anything. This is a great opportunity for that scoundrel to regret not valuing me more. I imagine turning around and leaving while crying behind. Oh, I missed the chance. At the same time, he noticed that as they walked, there was an uncomfortable feeling of being followed since entering. Looking up at the sky made this feeling even stronger. Meanwhile, some machinery were also looking at him. Suddenly someone shouted, he turned to look at the lake, Zipper. But he froze when he saw her voice was beautiful. In front of them was a waterfall on top, with a silver circle in the center. It was a helmet. Water spewed out from the helmet into a deep pit below. Eilriam said happily, we should take a picture now. Minwu crossed his arms and said, where are you even at that? She replied straightforwardly, but this room was different from the others. It had unique features specific to this tower. Jihoon still staring at the image, Minwu reached out for Eilriam's phone. Alright, give me a detailed picture and show me. This week will be the floor we need to pay attention to. Eilriam replied, I'll save it and post this photo on my personal page. Hurry up, let's go. Then they noticed a triangular object hanging in midair on the ground. One of them said, that device is different from what we've seen before. Minwu looked at his phone and analyzed. As I said, this room is different from all others since the beginning. Hein glanced over, asking, knowing that, do you have any clues? Minwu handed back his phone to Eilriam. Alright, Now let's focus on observing everything. Stop taking pictures and get ready for combat. He placed his hand at the center of the object, and the system appeared, starting Challenge 20 of the Holy Tower. Everyone was surprised as something silver approached them with a light. Minwoo moved to avoid the attack while the walls were torn open, revealing a metal hook. The system announced a time limit of 10 minutes to defeat Monster M2. This floor's monster had the shape of a mechanical dog. Everyone was surprised by this request. Failure means going back to the first floor and starting over from the bottom. They shouted, "Why don't we know who owns this tower? But these challenges are making me uncomfortable." The mechanical dog seemed to sense Minwoo's presence and approached him. He also stopped it. Then it lunged at him, drawing his sword to block its attack. At close range, the dog was much larger than him, with a tail that opened up like a fan. It continuously used its tail to attack Minwoo, who dodged and slashed back, making sharp sounds. Seeing no effect, it fired bullets from both shoulders at Minwoo. He dodged and leaped, using the opportunity to strike the dog's tail. Taking advantage of his position, he attacked, but his shield appeared on the dog. Minwoo stepped back, surprised by this, then shouted, "We need to break its shield. That's how we can defeat it." Ilriam and Jihin drew their weapons and charged. The system continued counting down, 9 minutes, 6 seconds, from minutes to seconds. They continuously attacked the monster, but its shield remained intact until there were only 10 seconds left. Ilriam shouted, "Foam it, Minwoo, seriously, everyone get out of the way. I'll take it down in one move." He transformed his weapon into an arrow, pulled back the bowstring and fired a powerful shot at the monster while shouting, "Die!" But suddenly a hand appeared and kicked the monster's head down to the ground. The system also counted it as completed. They were amazed when the task was finished. Minwoo exclaimed, "My finishing blow." In front of them, there was a golem without a face, but with full limbs that looked foolish. Someone wondered, what is this golem? It's not a monster. A person wearing a hood appeared from behind it. Lowering the hood revealed a pink-haired girl who seemed to be struggling. Uriam was surprised. "Huh, a girl?" Jihin recognized her. Could she be Nelia the hunter? Uriam remembered, that's one of the hunters ahead of us. While Minwoo was still angry, annoyed. He couldn't hold back and questioned, "I almost finished it. Why did you appear now?" Someone tried to stop him, Foom. But before he could shout again, Nelia fainted. Minwoo was startled. "Huh, El?" He hurriedly called out, "Are you okay, hunter lady?" Then turned to Minwoo and asked why he wasn't helping her. Minwoo replied indifferently, "Why should I?" Nelia lay on the ground shivering. Ji Hyen checked. She must be injured. Suddenly a sound, AC. Someone wondered, what is that noise coming from her body? After a while, Nelia slowly sat up, her face pale. She weakly said, "I'm hungry. I'm so hungry." Ji Hyen and Elriam were stunned. Minwoo yawned. "Ha!" A few days later in the office of Goat, it seemed there was a visitor as a cup of tea was placed on the table. He stood up and spoke. "I apologize for having everyone come all the way here. Our hunters are always busy with many tasks that we don't have time to visit other places." He walked towards them, explaining, "Inviting you to here isn't a new thing. You didn't understand our method to overcome the Holy Tower, so we offered this opportunity to explain it. To support climbing the Holy Tower, besides the leading hunters who entered, we also added to skilled hunters and one of our organization's staff to assist them." He sat opposite them with a confident smile, replying that these were 2 additional teams. They are both highly capable people. One has very special skills. He was promoted to a rank in just a short time, but even if his strength is slightly less, it's not necessarily better. He clasped his hands with an indifferent attitude. As the Revival Holy Tower Hunters Association is the Sky Cloud Hunters Association. So the Sky Cloud Association has the chance to showcase its strength. The leader of the Sky Cloud Hunters Association, Ancient Hunter, don't worry about those sent in. I think they've met the leading team by now. Indeed, as expected, at this moment in the Holy Tower, Zuhiksu and Minwoo reunited. He gritted his teeth in surprise. "What? Why are you here? A few moments ago, Members of Minwoo's group silently watched Nelia eat heartily to fill her stomach. She finally had the strength to speak. She smiled joyfully and said, "Oh, I'm so happy. It's been so long since I've eaten anything." ELRM asked with concern, "Are you really that hungry?" Nelia replied, "I've been digging this holy tower for about a month, so it's probably 2 weeks since I last ate." Yelrim was surprised. 2 weeks, that's too long, but she managed to survive. Nelia explained, if an ordinary person couldn't have survived here, but hunters have different physical capabilities. She asked further, "Why didn't you try restarting the entire tower and going back to level 1 to escape?" Nelia replied while eating, "I wanted to do that too, but my companions didn't want to fail like that. So I had to go down through the lower levels to receive supplies. Luckily, I met everyone here." Ji Hyan remembered then. "Going down? So you used a teleportation device and went down?" Nelia pointed out reality. "That's right, but the current situation doesn't allow that." Minwoo stood aside, opened a bag of sweet potatoes, ate while explaining, "Because we can't use the teleportation devices, they no longer work in this holy tower." Nelia squinted and held up the sweet potato bag, offering an opinion. "It seems like that's the case. Simply put, some towers have poor teleportation devices, sometimes even faulty." Ji Hyan added, "Our government and the Hunters Association are also aware of this issue." Ilraiwam was curious but asked, "With so many towers now, how can we control them all? And from which floor did you go down?" Nelia replied, "I went down from floor 49. Jihin asks, "So that means we've covered half the distance already, right?" But Nelia doesn't think so. "Halfway, I reckon there are still quite a few more floors of female towers left." Nelia adds, "According to us, this holy tower has over 100 levels, and we're currently stuck on the 49th floor. Suddenly, Nelia's gaze shifts towards Min Woo, curiously asking, "So what's his name again?" Minwoo introduces me as Fomet. "You asked a lot of questions, right? So, what kind of profession are you in? How tall are you? What weapon do you usually use for your hunts?" Minwoo answers one after another, revealing he's 186 centimeters and a warrior. Then Nelia suddenly smiles. "All right." Then she steps forward with confidence. "So it seems our presence here will help us conquer the holy tower better now. Let's gather up." Elrum wonders, "What do you mean?" Nelia explains, "I'll demonstrate my skills for everyone to see. They're considered special abilities used in this tower. Thanks to these skills, I can rank as a level S hunter." Next, she guides everyone to form a circle by holding hands with the left hand of one person and the right hand of another. Everyone thinks about a place they've already passed through. They don't understand. Why? Magic portal. What did you say? But then spatial magic activates. Below them, the ground glows green as portals open and shift. The light grows brighter, enveloping them all. Meanwhile, Suyuk fails again, getting kicked out outside. He sits down, his eyes darkened. Bad memories surface, reminding him of Daeguk's warnings before. "It seems your strength hasn't changed much, so you can't become an S-class hunter yet." At this point, he can only respond, "Yes." Daeguk continues talking. "Hunters with special physique and skills like Griffin hunters will always know how to develop their strength better thanks to the motivation they have now. I don't know what makes Griffin hunters work hard, but it seems you're losing your motivation and goal as a Griffin hunter right now. You need to quickly find back your motivation and purpose, otherwise, your strength won't improve anymore." Suyuk leans against the door, facing the gloomy atmosphere. He looks pale, wondering where he went wrong. Suddenly, something feels off. He stands up in panic, sensing a growing magical aura. From where? All of a sudden, he feels cold. Turning around, green light flickers as he quickly launches an attack towards it. But when the light fades, what appears isn't a monster but Minwoo. He had said to Suyuk with determination, "You have to be stronger or you'll die at my hands." After Nelia's appearance, she sees Suyuk aiming his sword at Minwoo and gets startled. Suyuk asks angrily, "Why are you here?" Nelia lies too. "What's a Griffin hunter doing?" The new hunter questions Nelia. "Didn't you go to find the rescue team?" Nelia answers, yes, on my way down, I met them. They're the support team sent by their captain. Suyuk sneers. Support team, what are you doing here? Ah. Minwoo responds coldly too. Long time no see. Nelia is surprised. Do they know each other? At the same time, a voice echoes behind them. Griffin Hunter Sivu has returned, right? Elroom jumps. That's Sivu the S-Class Hunter. He's a middle-aged man with white hair and a strong, muscular build. As soon as he saw them, he smiled happily, making his usually serious face more friendly. It couldn't have come at a better time. He ate while laughing excitedly. Thankfully, everyone was here to help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. Nelia sat beside him and reminded them, eat slowly, please. He nodded in agreement. Yes. Elruem whispered to G. Hein. Like she said, the hunter from Seville was the elder brother of the ancient Hunter Society's star. Looks like he's quite wealthy too. They're quite different. G. Hein nodded. The ancient hunter was born later and thus has a different age gap. They are an old hunting family. Skills are passed down from generation to generation, all of them famous hunters. Yelroom understood. Ah, that makes sense. And no Sivu crossed his arms and looked serious. Captain Mao sent these hunters to assist us in climbing the tower. We need to work harder now. Nelia pointed at Minwoo and whispered to him. So, what do you think of that hunter? How was he? Then they started assigning tasks. Minwoo asked, do I have to go into this room alone and defeat the cluster there? Nelia explained. Well, Griffin hunters would do it like that too. Minwoo repeated. So, 2 of you? Nelia explained again. More accurately, Griffin will go through the opposite door over there. Minwoo wondered, I enjoy fighting too, but why me specifically? Your team is now fully recovered. Why can't you fight on your own while we've been here for so long and haven't made it yet? How am I supposed to do it? But Nelia's confidence stunned Minwoo. You'll make it. He asked, why me specifically? Nelia remained calm. First, go in and defeat them, then come out here. I'll explain later. So Minwoo and Soo-hyuk turned their backs to each other and entered the 2 symmetrical doors. He glanced at Griffin, then slowly stepped into the room. Inside was dark. A trash-shaped light appeared, from which a tall golem emerged. He challenged it. You're the one who needs to be defeated. Let's see how strong you are. Then he charged at it and engaged in battle. In just an instant, he was kicked out. He was angry. Why is it so weak? Surprised to see Griffin. When did you come out? Nelia spoke up. You came out already, Hunter for M? I'm a bit late compared to the Griffin team by about a minute. Don't you think that's ridiculous? How could I be slower than this? Nelia didn't argue. Yes, if you hadn't said anything, I would have mentioned it too. Minwoo waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Why haven't I advanced to the next floor after defeating the monster? Why isn't it time for the next level? Nelia revealed the reason now. There are conditions. These 2 doors seem to be connected somehow. The Foamit Hunter's room allowed the monster in. It looks like the monsters from Griffin's hunting room have a similar shape, suggesting they might share time influence when passing through together. Seville explained, simply put, both sides must defeat the monster simultaneously without any delay or misalignment of time, even by just 1 second. Minwoo finally understood. Zako told me to go in and he would explain later. Nelia proposed a plan, so we need to try different hunters to find similarities between them. From now on, you 2 will work together, Griffin and Foamit. Do your best. Zipper sprayed glue and looked at the situation with 3 dots of ink. In front of her were used up trash left on the street. It's really Foamit. Eat and drink like that is really something. Seeing him eat at the hotel, I knew this place wouldn't suit him. She thought it over and looked at the scene nervously. Thinking about it, I brought extra food for Foamit. But everything was completely cleaned out. Zipper sighed. Griffin the hunter also eats a lot. Probably because he's in his prime and hasn't eaten for 2 weeks. While she was lost in thought, Z walked by. I should have brought more supplies. Do you need me to clean up? Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. The 2 girls collected trash from one side to the other. Z noticed a group of people talking and became curious about them. Looking at them, she asked, "Do you think they can do it?" Zipper replied, "Are you asking if Fomid and Griffin can do it?" They started their discussion. They need to complete the mission in 2 rooms at once without making any mistakes. No wonder they've been stuck on floor 49 for so long. The leading hunter team must have tried many times. But in the end, they just said to follow our instructions. A voice came from behind, making Format turn around. It was Griffin, his arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. "We know this tower better than you do." He narrowed his eyes and replied, "So you're telling me to shut up and listen to your commands?" Fomit started to argue. "What does each of us want?" Nelia had to remind them, clearing her throat. "Hunters, calm down. The 2 of you shouldn't be arguing like this. You need to work together." Another stern voice cut in, drawing the attention of Griffin and Fomit, who were about to clash. The gloves were removed and thrown on the ground. "You 2 are too aggressive," they said. "As teammates, you can't act like this." Sivu clapped his hands together, making it seem very scary. "Instead of fighting each other, fight me instead." Formez asked back, "Why?" Griffin seemed more obedient now. "Sivu the hunter, let's try to pass the test while we're at it." His eyes were still very intimidating. "Why? You 2 don't have enough confidence to beat us, right?" He continued to taunt them. "It seems you're just a weak level to hunter after all." He showed off his pride. The 2 of them charged at him simultaneously. A strong wind blew past the 2 girls who were watching the fight. They both watched the intense battle and wondered, what's going on? Sivu managed to block their attacks successfully. "That's all? You're quite disappointing as a level 2 hunter." Format gritted his teeth in anger at what he was saying. On the other hand, Griffin looked surprised. "It's ridiculous." Leaving Griffin behind, he charged forward with all his might. "I'm just getting started." Fomit stopped attacking and stood to observe the battle. Format didn't take long to approach him. He quickly threw a punch. Jumping high for momentum, he prepared to strike Sivu. But before he could land his hit, he was thrown back by Sivu. Format gritted his teeth in anger at Sivu's words. "You're a trained fighter. Your combat strength is quite strong." His eyes were still very scary. "But you lack any finesse." He formed a fist and delivered a powerful blow, knocking Themagia to the ground. Fortunately, he had some fighting experience and managed to hold on. But before he could think of anything else, Sivu was right in front of him, preparing another skyward strike. The ground seemed to move as he fell from Sivu's attack. Taking advantage of his focus, the other hunter pressed Sivu from behind. These 2 are still too inexperienced. A slight movement was enough for him to dodge. Griffin only glanced at him before his eyes widened in surprise. Seville dodged Griffin's attacks flawlessly. But these 2 are still green. He easily sidestepped them. Griffin looked surprised as Sivu approached. Seville's escape from Griffin was perfect. He smiled and praised Griffin. "Good speed, with technique too." But Griffin's face was parallel to the ground. The girls watched this intense but clumsy battle with bated breath. The 2 men lay on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but admire their efforts. "They are indeed level S." Sivu chuckled, "Your skills are impressive. I look forward to the future generation of hunters in this world." He continued talking as if they didn't respond. "If you 2 like, you can find me any time to train." Nelia looked at Sivu with one eye half closed. He did it! Cut to the Holy Tower. Gripper has been diligently writing something for days since we joined the frontline hunters. According to Nelia, monsters sometimes appear in our waiting room. Nelia really talked a lot about this issue. If you don't want to deal with wild monsters appearing randomly, we need to regularly attack named monsters in that room. Nelia continued as the man standing before her showed no expression. "With just 3 of us here, we've always been doing this rotation." Sivu's face was serious. "Monsters act according to a pattern, so we must handle them with the same pattern for higher success rates." Each fighting method and skill has its own characteristics, so we should avoid using specific skills and instead use a new combat style together. Each person can enter their room one by one. Whether they can reach 49 floors of the tower depends on Foamit and Griffin hunters. Even though Griffin isn't as tense now like before, he still maintains a certain arrogance, letting us follow him. Griffin, thinking he heard wrong, asked again. Duh, you don't need to rush to explain it to me. You must have defeated these monsters hundreds of times. You should know when to take them down. Format the self. Let me see. I'll follow your lead. At this moment, Griffin picked up a steel rod. Gently and basically, Griffin demonstrated a few light strikes for him. After the demonstration, Griffin's eyes looked at him. Finally, he threw the steel rod to him, indicating to try it out. He only said not to be too precise. Foamit nodded in agreement. After all, one time won't make someone follow exactly. Suddenly, Foamit's eyes turned red. Griffin widened his eyes again in surprise. So, within a brief observation, Foamit successfully replicated the demonstration he just showed. After completing it, Foamit asked if they were okay. The three others held back. Did we get it? Gripper didn't say anything but silently evaluated. Not only similar, but almost identical. With this skill level, I think they'll succeed no matter what. The door opened wide. Foamit immediately got into a defensive stance while the other just crossed his arms, knowing it was coming. Then Nelia entered. Griffin was slightly slower but repeated the process again. Not as smoothly this time. Try again. Following Nelia's request, he did it again but still received the same repeated response. At some point, Nelia lost patience and her voice got a bit harsher. Go again. This surprised both men for a moment. Nelia was unsatisfied with their current level. Go again. Echoing in the training room, go again. Repeatedly, go again. At some point, Nelia paused. Her eyes glanced to her right. The two hunters were already sweating from continuous practice, so she let them rest for a bit. On the dark brick wall, there were faint lights coming through the ventilation system here. Foamit stood there drying off his sweat and the heat. Behind Foamit, someone's voice made him turn around to look. He sounded very confident. Despite Griffin's slight arrogance, what he said next was really surprising. Maybe I should follow his lead. As soon as he spoke, Griffin walked away while still watching his back. This damn guy. Then Form probably wanted to say something, but was stopped by a voice formed. The owner of the voice wasn't surprised. It was Gripper. I'll pay you enough for this. Form didn't believe him at first and leaned against the wall explaining, anyway, since you're here as a mercenary, I'll pay you. Even if you quit midway and leave, I won't deduct your payment. Forget it. After all, I'm here to conquer this tower too. Alright, you said so, then fine. Seems like she's got a lot of money. That's not a small sum. Yet she's willing to pay me? For archaeology or something like that, right? Is it really worth all this effort? Reaper showed a bit of irritation. You know I'm not just here for that. Form pressed on, making her pause for a moment. So what other reason is there? She didn't stay silent long. Then Reaper answered quite boldly. Because I want this battle to end as soon as possible. With that, she let out a long sigh. After listening to Sunset's words, I realized a few things. Everyone knows that monsters are just vicious creatures in human eyes. But from another perspective, humans could also be vicious to monsters. Her expression clearly showed her thoughts. So how long will this battle last? 1 year? 10 or 20 years? Even after we become ghosts? Will it continue? Foamit, you said that monsters ruthlessly slaughter innocent humans without purpose. But I don't think so. What she's saying now might have touched Foamit's feelings. He looked intently at Gripper and her story. They also have their own dignity and history. If we explore the tower and find the hidden reason behind their hell, we'll get our answer. An answer that brings everything to a peaceful end. Foamit stammered, you. Thinking Foamit would be moved by her presentation, she instead said, "You're out of your mind," leaving her speechless. She was now stiffened by the attitude of that hunter. He sat there deep in thought. We are forced to kill the monsters. But if we don't do it, we won't find any clues. His face showed nothing but determination. Why is level 49 so difficult? Fomet widened his eyes suddenly. Did you just realize something? Can anyone share thoughts telepathically to pass through level 49? Fomet leaped up, causing her to follow. That's it, sis. Our presence here is already absurd. At that moment, a figure approached them. Then Nelia suggested between the two of them, let's continue. As usual, Anelia pointed at her finger when speaking. Are you ready? Fomet didn't respond. She turned directly to him and asked, Hunter Fomet, are you listening? Fomet answered obediently. Yes, she also cared about Griffin. Try your best if you're tired. They both knew that. The time difference between them was getting smaller. As for the old man, Sivu just crossed his arms and said nothing. She seemed to keep talking nonstop. So let's start towards the open door. But somehow, none of them moved. She lost all her strength as she sighed deeply. If we can't do it, maybe we should consider going down. But then Sivu spoke up. This time we'll be successful. I know we need to be positive, but no, I'm serious. How can you be so certain? At that moment, a blinding light appeared behind her, even reaching Fomet, who was holding Nelilir. Fomet crossed his arms with a serious expression. How could you know these two doors are connected? His question made Griffin and Seville fall into deep thought. At the same time, Nelilia was brought into their conversation by Fomet. The hunter Nelilia revealed to you all about her. So there's a magical current between those two doors, like threads connecting them. Have you considered breaking that connection? He replied. Nelilia tried it, but couldn't completely disconnect the link. Fomet let it go for now. What about using the magic channels to share information then? Both Fomet and Seville showed confusion and surprise. Sivu asked what he meant by that. Is there any reason for this? Do you think it's okay to use those magical channels to share information? He closed his eyes, questioning the other man. Griffin probably thought this guy was getting cocky. Are you serious about that? Anger and impatience were clearly visible on his face. Without hesitation, he launched into a long explanation. This holy tower belongs to the monsters. Therefore, all traps and challenges support the monsters as well. These towers are set up to make things difficult for hunters. We can't possibly use those mechanisms. But Fomet quickly rebutted that it was a subjective opinion. This made Griffin hesitate. He started presenting his arguments based on his thoughts. That's not the case. In essence, it was set up fairly for both hunters and monsters. The tower is simply created for hunters and monsters to compete against each other. Using the conditions inside equally applies to both sides without discrimination. His argument actually made sense, quickly drawing the others into contemplation. As he spoke, his smile grew wider if it were biased towards the monsters. Why not just destroy the tower and go outside? Why stay trapped like caged animals? That's a strange perspective, more of a monster's view than that of a hunter. Griffin glanced at him. He met Griffin's gaze with one of his own. After some thought, Seavu spoke up. Alright, so how does the information sharing work through those magical channels? Can you explain it to us? The two men fell silent for a moment. Old minds struggle with new ideas. Finally, Griffin spoke first. As he said, we'll use the same mechanism as the monsters do. The conversation continued. So you can sense each other? Is that possible? Griffin answered. It's theoretically possible, but let's see how it works in practice. As he spoke, he glanced at him. But it also depends on the other guy. Fomet confidently looked away. He smiled. Alright, just trust me. The gate was still open. The light was blinding. Nelilia kept her smile. How did you do that? Hearing this, 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Nelilia. Fomet patiently repeated their plan. We must eliminate the monster simultaneously. She agreed. Yes, we already knew that. Fomet succinctly said they needed to use the same amount of time to kill the monster. Nelilia's face started showing tiny beads of sweat. What is it exactly? Fomet explained, if the Hunter Griffin's room is A and mine is B, I enter as B. This room was designed so that when movements in room A occur, the magical thread will shift to B, causing it to move accordingly, like controlling a puppet. Format gently raised his hand. However, the flow of magic between us isn't always consistent. The three girls in the group all turned their eyes towards him. They listened intently. It varies in speed and is quite complex overall. So even if Griffin and I do something, time will never be synchronized. He had a sword ready in his hand. Therefore, this time, I entered the room without thinking or planning anything. Fomit's eyes seemed to become more fierce. At that moment, the force would naturally envelop me. The more she listened to Fomit, the more sweat started appearing on her face. This means the magic will transfer to the other room and cover Griffin as well. Nelia's forehead was even more sweaty. Now both sides are synchronized, and that's how you see it now. Before Fomit could finish speaking, she lost control and fainted in everyone's surprise, including Hunter Nelia. She came here as the strategist for the leading Hunters team. I guess she felt embarrassed not being able to fulfill her role well. Nelia was supported by others with pillows and wet cloths to make her more comfortable, but her face was still very pale. I apologize to everyone. Because of me, you all had to work hard. Fomit stood behind, letting out a sigh. She knew that much was enough. Recognizing one's shortcomings is the first step towards improvement. He gently helped Nelia stand up in front of her. We need to take care of her. Are you okay now? Yes, thank you. I'm fine now. You should pay attention to your health. Nelia felt very warm hearing that. She nodded and smiled. Nelia's praise caught his attention, shifting it from Gripper to her. You're indeed a smart hunter, Fomit. I've heard you advanced to level quickly. Your strength and judgment are truly impressive. Praised by Fomit, he felt unbeatable. Oh, it's just usual, nothing special. Then they all stepped through the gate one after another. The girls of the team went in first. Meters paused slightly as he entered. Behind M, he didn't step in yet. Griffin's eyes were mostly on him. Seaview said, that kid did well. His level of promotion wasn't long ago, but his strength and judgment are outstanding. Griffin added, when we worked together in that room, I could feel the difference. He's young but has achieved so much, I guess. Before entering with him, Griffin turned back. His experience here is more than all of us combined. The gate quickly brought them to a desolate place. She stepped out from the gate. Under the sparkling light, she looked like a celestial beauty. Gripper opened his eyes wide. She was surprised by her surroundings. What is this? Where are we? Fomit also showed clear surprise at this place. These are tall buildings and unfinished structures, all in ruins and severe disrepair. Is this a city? It seems abandoned for too long. He was speechless as he witnessed it. A desolate scene. Gripper still couldn't believe it, asked. This is an inner level of the tower, right? At that moment, the system appeared. This place recreates a virtual reality. Completing tasks will take us to the next floor, right? They discussed this among themselves. It's a virtual reality, isn't it? What's up? Griffin and Fomit opened, their eyes wide in surprise at the same time. While the three girls were still staring at him, a white thread suddenly appeared in front of Fomit without anyone noticing it. No wonder they're all hunters. It didn't take them long to dodge that attack. But right now, he's the one in danger as a huge red monster approached from his side. The ground was billowing smoke, and Fomit stepped on the rough skin of the monster. He actually wasn't hurt at all. He stood tall and handsome on top of that giant creature. What's going on? Another purple snake aimed its target at him, who was standing not far away. Next is Seaview. Seaview found his own opponent as well. All team members were fighting without hesitation, except for her, who stood still. Her face showed pure fear again in the ruined city. The monsters gathered and attacked en masse. Suddenly, a small hand raised up. With his wide eyes, he heard someone ask, "Are you a hunter?" A dirty-faced girl from the cow pasture tugged at Fomit's clothes, pleading, "Save us." Fomit asked, "A human?" Gripper was trembling all over. How could she? Gripper's face turned pale as well. Gripper. Behind him, Griffin spoke up. "You don't know about this, huh?" His expression grew cold. "You knew what happened at the tower below, but why are you surprised here?" "Here." Nelia gritted her teeth. She looked lifeless. Seaview wasn't much better on this side. Sweat was pouring down his face. Deb's expression became more serious and alert. This scene, which they were familiar with, was a replay of the broken gate incident before. Somewhere else, it didn't look exactly like that area. A luxury car was overturned on the road. Don't worry, he's fine. The hunting team is here to help. In the car, Hadi GCC was talking on his phone. Hurry up, you'll see Sivu conquering that holy tower soon. Just relax. He ended the call and smiled a not-so-pleasant smile. His previous sweet words were now completely different. This club president is too troublesome. Because of his brother entering the tower, it's bothering me. It's true that this family always cares about each other. Isn't that right? At this moment, someone passed by in front of his car. Forget about it. I don't need to think about that anymore. Huh? The man looked elegant and seemed like a member of the intellectual class, Captain Starlight. Dee's eyes widened as he noticed their cars were heading in the same direction. Why are we going in the same direction? Their cars kept following each other closely. Why is that? The scene led to an old-looking house. His phone was on, and the owner's voice could be heard. It's simple. Just say it. Habie sat cross-legged with a frowning face. But having family means you can't worry about them. The Starlight Club president. He looked out the balcony where a white-haired man was standing. Since he said so, we have to trust him. He added hunters to help as well. The man replied, "Do you really believe those scoundrels work for the government?" Habie answered, "I don't believe them either, but what's done is done." The mysterious man seemed contemplative. He thought about the tower and felt uneasy. Something was off with that holy tower. The mysterious man crossed his arms. Finally, Habie looked at his phone, said to himself, "All right, I'll call more people. It's getting dark outside. The extra people were prepared beforehand, so we just need to call them now. Do they have the strength? Don't worry about it. They're experts. As long as you offer a high price, they won't hesitate to work until death." On the other side, a person in all-black attire is waiting. He probably just received a message from Haba. He told his companions that contact has been made, so let's go. Alright then. The two of them are talking face to face, but what about the third one? He hasn't arrived yet. Just mentioned it and he just showed up. I'm late. Sorry. In the dim light, you can see a smile on his face. Is this a love hunter? Yes, that's enough for now. Our target is to ensure the safety of the leading hunters as they enter the holy tower and conquer it. It seems there's another team following up. If they meet the leading group, we'll be relieved. The latecomer's expression turned serious before he smiled again. We can ignore the trailing team, but foeman hunters are troublesome with them around. He asked, "What format is it?" She fumbled and stammered. "Oh, nothing." After that, she followed her ally's lead. This is her first time working together, so let's give it a try. Pitmaker's true appearance was finally revealed. They left behind a dead body in the bushes, and Zebub and his group returned towards the sound source. "Lucky to see you here." Suzeon ran over, making Jinwoo ask, "What happened, sister?" She replied, "I need your ladder to climb into my house. The battery is dead, so I can't open the door." And Zebub asked again, "Do you want to use the ladder to enter and then open the door?" She confirmed, yes. He held up a small battery. He took out a 9 volts battery and placed it near the lock for a few seconds. Then an older woman said, "After that, a young girl had to stand aside as a child fixed it. It's working now." And Zebub added, "Once the lock worked again, she just needs to enter the password." Even passers-by praised him for his ingenuity. Truly brilliant. Jinwoo is so smart. The old lady only said that and excused herself. Suzeon curiously asked, "How did you know to do this?" He proudly replied, "I learned it from YouTube. Didn't you ever watch those things there?" Later, Suzeon responded, "I don't really pay attention to such stuff. I'm busy with schoolwork." And Zebub held a small book in his hand and asked, "Can you read this book, sister?" She agreed without hesitation. "Go ahead." Suzeon leaned back on the chair and asked, "But why do you know so much at home all day long? Don't you go to school? Or is elementary school already in summer break?" He answered, "I don't go to school." Suzeon was surprised. Huh? I'm not going to school today? Is it because you don't want to? Or is your brother stopping you? And Zebub carefully looked at the book in his hand. It's either that or you choose not to go. He doesn't care about it anyway. Hearing this, she objected. That's not right. You're still young. You need to go to school. There, you learn and make friends too. He said again, I don't need that. All this time, and Zebub didn't take his eyes off the object in his hand. That's not acceptable. I'll talk to your brother about this. So you'll have to wait a while. He has been inside the tower for a few days now, and he hasn't returned yet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up, surprising Suzanne. What's wrong with you? They transferred to an empty-looking backyard. I helped open someone else's door. Now someone is opening our door too? The gate was slowly closing, but the latch was quietly opened. A stranger stepped in completely covered. This is the home of the Fomita hunter. Just as Enjibit's father arrived at home on time, he hovered above that person. Damn it! He was actually a monster posing as a human, right? I'll do everything to uncover the truth. In the ruined city, closer to that pile of scrap iron, huge monsters are constantly hunting them. Sivu had to carry someone on his hand while running. In this critical moment, he urgently asked where they needed to go. Nelia replied 1,200 meters ahead, not just 900 meters. Perhaps their ancestors just saved them at the last minute, a few steps away from safety. Sivu's eyes suddenly widened as he stepped down for momentum. In that instant, Nelia saw him leap high into the air. Finally, he successfully landed with the little girl in his arms. The system counter went up from 0 to 1 on the 10-point scale. At the same time, the girl in his hands vanished. Nelia focused on Sivu's slip-up as the monster licked her. We've completed this mission. But before the monster could react, a sword immediately pierced through it. Each strike followed suit. Foment was now covered in gore, his eyes white and weak. On the other side of the battlefield, Griffin, his companion, wasn't faring much better. They worked together to cut off the head of the large dragon. This place, already ruined after the battle, looked even more like a junkyard now. Foment was no longer wearing any armor as he crouched down. Damn it! Anjibit and Griffin tried to wipe the blood off their faces. All their new equipment is now covered in monster blood. Suddenly, rain started falling, making them even more soaked. Above was a constellation pendant or a rainbow bridge sparkling with colors. Nelia laughed and explained to them, I planned to save you from the monster's belly, but you did it yourselves. You're promising young hunters. Sivir and Z stood in the rain created by Nelia while she talked to Foment. You made me drenched. Don't worry about it. It'll dry up soon. Sivir crossed his arms, looking at where Z was also staring. This is equipment to fight monsters, right? She didn't respond immediately. Right. It's a device to hide our existence from the monsters through waves it emits while in safe areas. We should figure out how to deal with this situation and pass this challenge. You've prepared everything carefully, right? She then turned her attention back to Sivu. It's not me. This was prepared by the hunter gripper. Meanwhile, the girl mentioned earlier sat down with a frown on her face for unknown reasons. Griffin looked at the screen display. 9 more people? You look over Nelia standing beside you, wondering what the next challenge will be. She spoke softly. I'm not sure either. This is my first time seeing this challenge. With my strong physique, this format looks unbeatable right now. Are you asking if the next stage of the challenge is the 51st floor? Nelia replied, then you'll know once you make it to the next floor. Foment glanced at me, wondering if the next level would have the same setup and environment as this one. Are you talking about the 51st floor specifically? Will it be set up like this place with simulated environments? I'm not sure how long these kinds of challenges will last. If I were a tenant in this tower, it would feel endless. Griffin crossed his arms and said quietly, you're silent, but your eyes are on me. You're just guessing. They looked at the crumbling buildings again. Wasn't it a waste to use them only once? Nelia stared directly at Foment because if they kept this setup with broken gates and monsters attacking, it would be very convenient. There wouldn't need to be an additional tower climbing challenge then. Nelia suddenly interrupted him. calling him the Foamedy Hunter. He paused at what Nelia had just said. You seem calm. Have you ever experienced something like this broken gate? Just being in a simulated situation like this has already made me feel suffocated. Gripper finally lifted his head after a moment. The person she's looking at is Z. For those with unstable minds, psychological trauma might occur. But for you, everything seems fine. Foamid fell silent. Broken gate? How could I have experienced something like that? Are you feeling better now? Gripper and Z's surprised looks quickly turned to him. Seeing Nelia standing there, Foamid finally spoke up. Oh, sorry. As a hunter myself, I'm too weak compared to everyone else. Nelia comforted her. You don't need to blame yourself. A broken gate situation like this is very dangerous. Feeling dizzy after it is normal. Everyone's experience and endurance are different. Creeper's face fell, looking very sad. Nelia smiled gently at her. She then recounted that when the gate broke, she had only been married for a short while. That day was our date after a long time of work commitments. We were shopping in the mall when this happened. It was an attack by monsters. Nelia's memories from that day returned. When I woke up, I found my husband injured. He was hurt to protect me. I tried my best to get him out of the dangerous area. It was quite fortunate. Her eyes turned dazed. I awoke right then. Nelia smiled as if it wasn't a sad story. With my strength after waking up, I managed to get him out safely. In some room, the conversation continued non-stop. You heard what we said before. You're pregnant now. Her husband lay on the hospital bed. He finally became a father. That's great. But Nelia didn't seem very happy. Such good news, why are you sad? We all know how tough things are now due to the portal disaster. You see, I can never forget her face filled with fear and trauma. Earlier, we escaped from that supermarket building. After waking up, I heard lots of people crying out in fear, and there were many screams all around. I was very scared. The only one I couldn't save besides you. So what good is this power then? The man spoke. Why are you saying that? I saved more than just you. He gently placed his hand on Nelia's stomach, and the baby in her womb too. She opened her eyes wide. After gaining this power, she had saved a life besides yours. With pride in her voice, since that day I've been determined to become a hunter so I could save more people. The other two girls remained silent. Of course, it was a sad memory when thinking back on that day. But thanks to that, I have more determination now. She sat down with them too. That's why I'm telling you this story about Nelia. The main reason is Gripper. I know you've had a tough time, but our goal here isn't to destroy the tower. Only by doing this can people live in peace, right? Nelia still wore a smile. We are hunters, so this is what we need to do. Doesn't it make sense? So cheer up quickly, okay? Gripper remained silent. In the silence, Reed spoke. Oh, sorry for interrupting. When you mentioned Nelia as a hunter, I had a question. You said you had a child after getting married, right? The broken gate has been gone since then, about 10 years now. So how old are you? She placed her hand on her chest and spoke calmly. I'm 40 now. Foamit leaned against the wall. No words were spoken. Huh? You look so young, don't you? People often praise me for that too. It's simply due to skincare and the doctor who takes care of me at Garmnam. Who is he? Don't worry, after we leave this tower, I'll introduce him to you too. Just meet with him, and we'll stay young for a long time. The last male hunter was safe too. The mission went smoothly. They watched the man disappear in the light. The system reappeared again. It's their turn to leave now. They're moving on to the next challenge. Everyone left under the bright light and the scene changed. The light successfully brought them to another place. Sybil and Nelia were blinded by that light. This scenery is still as predicted. We've moved to a simulated space of a broken gate again. 9 people need to be saved this time. Z spoke. The number of people needing rescue has decreased. The more they move up, the fewer people need rescuing. But at the same time, the monsters become stronger and more numerous. We decided to split into 3 teams for faster and more effective operations. As before, the scene is in ruins. Their mission is to save survivors so they can proceed to the next challenge. They took each step on the ground. Now only 3 people left to find. Formed ordered them to quickly search and rescue. Griffin glanced at him and moved to another area. He silently observed his surroundings, still in ruins. Suddenly, Form spoke, "I feel like someone is watching us." Griffin said unexpectedly, "Could that be the perspective you mentioned as a monster?" Surprised by his doubt, he smiled. "Why not? I've been saying this all along. Why do you keep doubting HGOVFF me? Do you want to fight like we did during training again?" His eyes turned cold. "Do you remember what I said?" His eyes remained cold as well. "If you can prove I'm a monster, I'll kill you right away. So you need to think about it. Is that really necessary?" Their faces were only a few inches apart. "No matter what you say or do, I always believe you're a monster." Griffin's eyes widened. Even if the tower collapses later and people find the body, no one would know if it was done by humans or monsters. "You're not losing either. It seems like you want to attack me again." Suddenly, someone shouted for help, cutting through their tension. "Save me!" Fomet said, "Let's save the person first. Fighting can wait." Saying that, he ran off, leaving you with a surprised look and tone. A boy tried to run away, shouting for help. The giant monster followed behind him. It received a slash, and the sword was slowly lowered. Done. Fomet just completed his mission as he thought. When he turned around, he saw you standing opposite that kid. You didn't finish your sentence. The kid's figure is too familiar. He turned and asked, "What?" A rope appeared, threading through the monster's head, then its hand, and finally its foot. In the end, all of the monster's limbs were bound by Reaper. Immediately after, she signaled for Z to breathe in Z. Following her signal, a man with a great sword leaped down. Z plunged the great sword into the monster's head. Then there was a loud explosion. I managed to jump off the monster just before it exploded. Reaper let out a sigh of relief. "The hunt is over." Z continued, "I can't keep up with the constant appearance of monsters. They must be trying to recreate the incident at the gate." She realized she had spoken too soon and quickly calmed Z down. "Calm down. I'm really fine. Don't worry about me. We've all experienced this before. Everyone here is in the same situation as me. Let's not make things awkward. We should move quickly now. It's time to get moving." Agreed, we can't afford to be lazy right now. After all, I'm not the only one who has experienced this before. All the hunters here are in the same situation as me. They fell silent for a moment, staring at each other. To avoid awkwardness, let's just move on. Let's go, it's not the time to be lazy. Agreed. Then they turned and left. They didn't expect that the monster behind them started growing smaller branches. Reaper walked in front, a bit hesitant. She was blaming herself for worrying others. As Form said, "I really am not a good hunter." Realizing her mistake, she quickly reassured Z. "Okay, let's talk about what happened earlier." When she turned back, the monster was raising its tail behind Z. Reaper shouted urgently, "Hunter Z!" A while later, Nelia noticed something as she played with a small fox. She saw Reaper carrying an injured Z into the area. "This is a rare poison that will cause paralysis. I don't think regular medicine will work here." Feeling guilty, Z spoke up. "I'm sorry. It was all my carelessness that got everyone in trouble." Leah gently caresses her companion. "Come on, we've prepared for situations like this. She should stay here until she recovers." Here, Leah places a cute creature over Z's wound. This little one has healing abilities. Both Z and Reaper share the same thought when they see it. So adorable. Then the scene shifts to outside the desolate city. After treating Z, Leah walks around with Reaper. She cheerfully says, "Since I'm not feeling well too, let's just wander and find any survivors." Suddenly, Leah turns around and wonders why Reaper is smiling. Why is her beautiful hunter Reaper smiling like that? Well, because she's so cute. Oh my, even though I'm a regular 40-year-old woman, her summoned creature is as adorable as this. Leah reveals, "The cuteness of my summoned creature was influenced by my son. It didn't look like that at first." She starts reminiscing about her son's affectionate moments with her. "Mommy, show me your summoned creature. I want to play with them." To please her son, Leah summons to brave creatures. Seeing the creatures, her son looks surprised and stands still. Then the young prince yells loudly, "It's terrifying." After reminiscing, Leah reluctantly says, "After that incident, I changed my summoned creature to be cuter." At the same time, she explains that hunters who use weapons might not know, but the connection between illusion and creature summoning is very important. The stronger the bond, the greater the power. Reaper seems enlightened as she responds, "I understand now." Then Reaper remembers something and mentions it. "Previously, I heard that when you summon them, they will do everything to protect you." Leah continues, "That's indeed a rare case. I've only seen it twice." She recalls and says, "This was from a young hunter who many people advised against, but he was very determined." Calmly, she shares the information. "I wonder how he is now." "So I asked one of his fans. He's an S-rank hunter and the head of a famous guild." She pauses for a moment anyway. Leah turns to Han and asks Ripper, "You seem more relaxed now. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, sorry for worrying you. There's nothing to apologize about." Ripper expresses her feelings. "I don't know why, but I always feel anxious even though this is just a virtual reality. If the gate overflow happens again, my cowardice nature won't allow me to help anyone." Leah interrupts her abruptly. "What do you mean?" With Ripper's confident tone, she says, "There will be no more gate overflows, because we're trying our best to conquer the towers." Then Leah happily says, "First, we need to conquer this tower." She pauses for a moment. With that, Leah's attitude changes as she looks behind. "We've searched every nook and cranny, but still haven't found any survivors." Ripper agrees with her. "You're right, there should be at least some people." Just as she finishes speaking, a little girl appears behind the door. They see the trembling girl scream, "Oh my god, a living person, this time it's a child." Quickly, Leah approaches and asks, "Are you okay? Don't be scared, we'll take you to a safe place." Here, the little girl hesitantly says, "My leg." Leah notices her leg and exclaims, "So you're injured?" She sits down to comfort the girl as they walk towards her. "Don't worry, Grandma will carry you." "How old are you?" "I think you're about the same age as her son." Ripper, who is behind, softly smiles upon hearing this. "It reminds me of my son." Suddenly, something hits Ripper's face while she listens to Lear. "If we quickly conquer this tower, you can take your son on a 2-week vacation." When she looked back, Leah was pierced through by a drill. Leah glared at what had stabbed her. Reaper stood dumbfounded. "Hey!" Patterns appeared on the boy's body. It grinned wickedly. Right after Reaper's scream, there was a loud explosion. Hunter Nellier. The explosion startled Minwoo as well. A faint sound echoed when he wondered about it. What was that noise? Minwoo glanced at the trembling boy beside him. The boy was terrified, shivering uncontrollably. A few hours ago, someone had exclaimed in shock, "What? It's you!" Minwoo pointed to the boy on the ground, incredulously asking, "Jia Yuan, right?" He looked at the boy again carefully. "This boy!" And Minwoo really saw Jia Yuan through this boy. With a wicked look, he asked if it was Jia Yuan. Minwoo couldn't find words. A series of questions flashed in his mind. Did he just cut his hair? Hold on, Griffin did too. Jia Yuan suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Please save me, my parents and my brother as well." Minwoo asked in confusion. "What?" Just then, the system appeared before Su Hyuk and Minwoo too. Both their system boards received the same urgent mission, protect survivors from monster beasts. They were surprised to see the title of the urgent task. Back to now, Minwoo was uncomfortable, hard-pressed to believe he had to hide like this. He glanced at the monster passing by and sighed inwardly. Again, all these monsters here are high-level ones. He observed them and thought, could the casualties in this area be severe? Suddenly, Su Hyuk felt a headache and spoke up. "I can't figure out the location." Minwoo noticed him and replied, "The safe zone, right? So we need to get to our base first." Then he mentioned Jia Yuan, startling the boy. "The problem is we have to cross these monsters while carrying this kid." Suddenly, Jia Yuan loudly cried out, "No, I'm sorry. I know asking like this might be too much." Su Hyuk was surprised by Jia Yuan's concern and asked, "Can you guys save my brother? I went out to find my parents but left my brother alone. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed with him. Hearing this, Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth in anger, reproaching himself. You shouldn't have gone out. Minwoo interjected. Strange, Jia Yuan noticed Minwoo's concern. Aunt, Minwoo said something the boy didn't understand. Why do you know that? All the survivors we found just asked for help. Then Tranan came out and added, plus his brother is fine too. He gestured to Soo-hyuk and introduced, that hunter over there is Jia Yuan's brother. Hearing this, Jia Yuan became anxious. Huh? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Mingyu tried to find a reasonable explanation for that kid. It's like Zebib used to read, making everything fit neatly. Oh right, like this. Mingyu came up with an unexpected answer. We're from the future to save him. You're hinting at Zhu-hyu turning away and avoiding. The kid's brother has become a hunter in the future. Javani Ao was surprised, repeating what he said. Zhu-hyu became a hunter. The kid suddenly fell silent. Then the kid shouted in denial. Impossible, Javani Ao rebutted, making Mingyu pause. It's impossible for Zhu-hyu to have such bright hair color. Hearing this, Min-soo tried hard not to burst out laughing. Soo-hyu just smirked. Then Min-woo started explaining. Whitening is a phenomenon that occurs in specific areas where the gate overflow happens. This only happens to survivors in those areas. He remembered rushing with Soo-hyu to save him, saying part of their bodies would turn white, like hair. Both tried to shield Javani Ao's skin. Min-woo's explanation wasn't hindered by this. It only happens in certain areas and only survivors experience it. A monster suddenly rushed towards Javani Ao when they were listening, including him and his brother. Zhu-hyu chopped the monster in half as Javani Ao asked, how? The kid was flustered looking at the one who chopped the monster and had heard Mingyu's answer. Only Zhu-hyu and his brother survived. Javani Ao couldn't believe what he heard, gasping in shock. The kid still wanted to find a glimmer of hope. What about my parents? Soo-hyu looked at the kid silently without answering. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. Many monsters appeared surrounding them. One of them threw a square block to Javani Ao immediately. Take this and go inside the building. That person shouted urgently, followed by an explosion. Hurry up. Inside the building, Javani Ao gently placed the block down. The kid cautiously looked around, remembering what was told. Hunter said that with this, monsters couldn't approach him. Javani Ao was planning to do something. So when they arrived, suddenly something made the kid panic. A strange atmosphere and phenomenon appeared before his eyes. Javani Ao hesitated to say, Dad, Mom, outside the ruined building where Javani Ao was hiding. A strange light with a loud noise appeared. The shock passed, leaving only green smoke rising thickly. Mingyu looked at what he saw in surprise. What is this? Soo-hyu also reacted similarly. Can't believe it. Javani Ao, amidst the green flames, angrily said, I won't forgive anyone. A tear rolled down his cheek. Javani Ao's body gradually transformed and grew larger. His voice was filled with anger. All of you. Javani Ao had now turned into a bigger Javani Ao. He stepped closer, his voice dangerous. I will kill them all. A few minutes ago, something made Javani Ao stunned. In front of him were two bodies stabbed through, and Javani Ao called out in shock, Dad, Dad. The kid was terrified, his voice weak as tears came out. The more he looked at the bodies of his parents, the more agitated he became. That image was deeply etched into his mind, and Javani Ao's tears kept falling. And then, the kid repeated what Minwoo had said, only me and my brother survived. That thought broke down his last defense. Javan started sobbing. The boy hugged his face in pain, his eyes filled with despair. Then a loud explosion happened, followed by the boy's heart-wrenching scream. Minwoo and Soo-hyuk froze when they heard the explosion. They turned to look at where it came from. A strong wind blew past them. After the wind passed, Minwoo and Soo-hyuk found themselves facing a horde of monsters. Then flames suddenly burst out, engulfing the monsters. One monster was burnt black, then 2, 3, 4. A series of green flames completely incinerated the monsters. Minwoo exclaimed in shock, What's going on? Suyuk seemed a bit relieved for a moment. He remembered feeling like this when he was young and recalled why he survived. Zuhyu thought of his younger self seeing the figure in the green flames and wondered about it. The person reached out to Zuhyu, calling him softly by name, Zuhyu. Javan, standing in the terrifying fire, said, "It's dangerous over there. Come here." As Zuhyu was dazed, a voice pulled him back to reality. "Yeah, I will." Javan stepped out of the flames and ordered, "Kill them all." His eyes were full of deadly intent. Seeing this, Zuhyu shouted in alarm. Javan and Min Yu stood still, silent. Then Min Yu broke into a satisfied smile. Before him was the system notification, Urgent Mission 2, Punish Shavin 21. Meanwhile, Ilriam on the other side of the city panicked as she reached out. In front of her lay Lear, falling down with a large hole in her body. Time seemed to slow down for a moment. As Ilriam rushed to help Leah, a monster behind them laughed loudly. Ilriam shouted, "Hunter Lear," as a figure appeared amidst the smoke after the explosion. Ilriam emerged from the smoke. The monster quickly returned to its true form and chased after them. Ilriam's system popped up, Urgent Mission, Punish Goliath 17. A reminder appeared, access outside will be blocked until they are punished. As the monsters chased them, one of them spoke. "Where are you running to?" "Humans." Ilriam ignored its mocking laughter and focused on Belia's escape. "Are you hiding?" "A cowardly thing." She quickly changed direction, leaving the other one speechless. "You weak humans will never reach our king." Immediately, Goliath 17's feet left the ground. "Who asked that? Do you know why?" The monster behind Ilriam leaped several feet high. Its eyes gleamed with confidence as it said, "Because this place will be your grave." It fired a laser beam at Ilriam. The laser approached her and Ilriam turned to look. The system showed she had used a legendary item, creating a protective sphere around her that blocked the monster's laser. This surprised the monster. It looked at the shield with disdain. "Cheap tactics. Do you think something so thin can stop me?" The system notified, "Item used." A series of notifications quickly appeared. High-level blood vials used twice and pain relief medicine used. Leah, who had some consciousness, heard the system's notification, "Used." She saw Ilriam continuously using resources to treat herself, and used. Ilriam seemed not to hear Leah's calls, focusing on her zipper work. All she could think of now was a child crying in panic, "Mom, Mom." Leah thanked Chun and Ilriam, the zipper hunter. "I'm fine. Thank God. You're okay too, Zipper." Those words made Ilriam remember her own mother. These words reminded Ilriam of her mother. "Mom will be okay as long as you survive." With each word Leah says, "Hurry up." Just like every word Mother Ilriam shouted, "Come on." As soon as Leah finished her last word and tried to run, Ilriam leaned in close to stop her, covering her mouth. Leah was startled and panicked. "Ah!" Again, Ilriam cut off her words. "You're a hunter." While outside, a gun is aimed at the shield. She could go without food for a week as a hunter, but now she's giving up just because of this wound? Leah quickly argued back, "My heart has been pierced. What's left is nothing." Amidst a hail of bullets, Ilriam stubbornly argued her heart wasn't stabbed and neither was her head. Of course, any hunter would die in such a situation. Her words made Leah confused. "What are you saying?" "Zipper hunter." Leah's words left the two silent. Ilriam's eyes were full of terrifying questioning. "Do you want your child to be an orphan?" Her words scared Leah. "Zipper son." Then Ilriam used something with a clock effect and placed it inside Leah. The system displayed a notification. Legendary item. Khaled's pocket watch is in use. The system changed the next message. Time had paused within the range. Ilriam stood up, instructing her to wait here. Ilriam firmly declared, "I won't let you die." At this moment, the monster outside continued taunting, arrogantly challenging. "Do you think hiding in that small bubble can escape?" It mocked condescendingly, like a mouse hiding in its hole. Just then, an unexpected sound echoed. Ilriam gradually emerged from the ball, coldly asked, "Who's hiding in the hole?" The monster, seeing her provoked, finally came out. "Dirty rat!" Without much ado, it thrust sharp threads towards her. Elriam quickly dodged and shot out her own threads. Those threads tied around the monster's threads. It laughed loudly in contempt. Elriam didn't flinch at its laughter. Seeing her skillfully dodge, it exclaimed, "What a surprise! Human!" Elriam continued shooting out threads. Some threads pierced one rock. Others pierced another rock. Elriam stretched the threads and threw 2 rocks at the monster. Just as the rocks were about to hit, the monster fired beams of light that shattered both rocks. It angrily stomped towards Elriam's position, cursing, "Human scum, how dare you!" Unfazed, Elriam continued shooting threads. She controlled her threads, but not at the monsters. Seeing this, it mocked, "When did we get hit? That technique is great, but accuracy is 0. The monster continuously taunted, "Here I am." But Elriam's face remained unchanged as she continued hitting its face with many words. Missed again. Only the sounds of the monsters echoed around the buildings. "What are you doing? It feels like a fun thing to do for me. I am here after all." After some time, Elriam's threads intertwined on the monster's head. It quickly jumped aside to dodge. Too slow! Then it suddenly came up with an idea and said, "You seem to be trying to hit something that isn't there." And only now did it realize a net had appeared on its head. The monster was surprised. When did this happen? Only now does Elriam speak. "I didn't intend to attack you guys." The monster is shocked by her words. What? Meanwhile, the system notification appears. Conditions met for skill activation. The monster really fell into Elriam's spider web trap. She softly said, "Skill Azakn Sanctuary." As soon as she finished speaking, the space around the monster began to change. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the monster from all sides. It frantically looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Elriam steps forward from behind it, her voice calm and composed. "I am not a combat hunter." The monster attacked based on her voice, human, but Elriam had already dodged at some point. "Whenever I step into the tower." She quietly appeared in another direction, startling the monster as she continued, "I always feel afraid." Elriam's terrifying gaze glanced at it. "I don't want war. I always believed there is a way to resolve conflicts between humans and monsters without fighting. That's peace." The monster paused, turning its head towards her. It immediately shot out rays in all directions, loudly protesting. "It's absurd. We can't coexist." Its voice full of confidence. "We were born for this war and will be the last survivors." But suddenly, its voice faltered, lacking strength. "We'll stand above humanity and rule them. This is our mission." Its words broke off as if something was suppressing it. "The war, I don't know when it started." Elriam's threads pierced through the monster, causing it to gasp in shock. It weakly exclaimed, "US." Elriam sat back and sighed. "That's what you think, and we respect it." The monster struggled to protest. "Humans, what did you do? I can't move." Elriam, while untying her hair, explained, "You'll make a good test subject." As her beautiful hair was released, "Your muscles will be stretched like a mouse's." The monster frantically shouted, "Stop!" But before it could beg for mercy, Elriam tore the monster into pieces. Her cold and determined gaze said, "For peace." In the silent sanctuary of Azakn. System notification, mission successful. You have killed Goliath 13. Elriam walked away following the system's footsteps, restoring the separated space. When the surrounding space returned to peace, Elriam glanced back. She looked at the monster she had reduced to rubble. Suddenly, an enigmatic voice echoed, "Pretender." A girl appeared beside Elriam and said something strange. Thinking about it now, she must have done something. But when Elriam turned back, no one was there. As she was bewildered, someone called out, "Zipper Hunter." Elriam regained her composure and ran to the caller. "Hunter Lear." Leah praised her, "You're amazing. I didn't expect you could defeat a monster alone. No wonder you're an rank hunter." Elriam worriedly asked Han, "How are you doing?" She looks at Leah and calculates for a moment. There's no perfect cure in this world. She needs to leave the tower and receive proper treatment. Leah smiles lightly, wondering if I should do it. But her next words catch Elriam's attention. "What is that green wall?" They both look at the green wall and assess it. It doesn't seem natural. Yes, as if this place is a completely different dimension. Ilrium thinks deeply. Shouldn't isolated space recover to its original state after an urgent mission? She can't have these doubts. Has something similar happened elsewhere? A strange scene appears. Jinwoo is teasing with his phone, acting silly. Is this true love? The keyboard automatically fills in Gavin's name. Minwoo just stepped out of the bathroom, snatching the phone angrily. Who took my phone? That little black one. Jinwoo is scolded but remains calm. If you want to know information about that name, I understand. You watch Minwoo listen intently and speak slowly. But he's dead. Gavin is no more. Minwoo looks down, hesitating slightly. I know! Who doesn't know? But I'm just... A mountain of thoughts surge in his mind, just wanting to fight him one more time. Right now, Gavin appears from the green flames, pulling him back to reality. As Gavin moves to attack, the system pops up, urgent mission, eliminate Gavin 21. The two of them jump up in unison. Ignore the system's warnings, you can't leave until you've eliminated him. Suhee Yusi had just landed and barely moved when Javan appeared at lightning speed, startling him. Ma swiftly replaced Suhee Yusi to block Javan's sword, her eyes filled with intense anger. Suhee Yusi gritted his teeth, sweating as he glanced at the blade near his neck. He quickly ducked to deflect Javan's slash. Javan's sword was encased in a mist. Each of his slashes were skillfully dodged by Suhee Yusi. Javan's eyes remained steady, focused on the target. With both hands, he raised his sword to stab straight ahead. Suhee Yusi found himself in a difficult position, gritting his teeth as he stared at the blade heading for him. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You shouldn't have considered me an ally. A sword shot towards Javan's face quickly. He immediately swung his sword to deflect it. With his handsome features, Mingyu smiled in delight and spoke. Long time no see, Javan. Javan silently watched him intently. Each word from Mingyu sent shivers down Suhee W's spine. Even as a wandering soul, I still want to meet you again. Mingyu's lips formed words that were dangerous. Should I treat you with respect? The system notification appeared, activating a locked passive skill. Mingyu's eyes seemed to delve into Javan, showing interest in the fight. We can't afford to do anything foolish when fighting someone. The system displayed its final message, allowing the use of a locked active skill. As soon as the system disappeared, the atmosphere around them changed instantly. Mingyu's expression became more serious and terrifying. Without much ado, he leaped up, throwing his sword towards Javan. Javan quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Then Javan bent down to retrieve his weapon. He jumped forward, charging straight at Mingyu. As Mingyu retracted the chainsword, he skillfully dodged Javan's attack. The two kept exchanging blows, Mingyu gritting and dodging. Images of their past battle flashed in his mind. This feeling was so familiar to him. He chuckled several times in delight before quickly landing on the ground. Javan followed suit, not pausing for a moment as Mingyu raised his chainsword again. Javan sidestepped to avoid the incoming chainsword, but another chainsword suddenly came from above towards him. Javan immediately leaped to dodge it. As he jumped, Mingyu crouched down. He quickly rushed in front of Javan, surprising him. Immediately, Mingyu swung his sword straight at his head. Javan calmly watched the blade coming towards him. With quick reflexes, he sidestepped to avoid it. Thuna, Javan raised his leg high above Mingyu's head. A powerful kick landed on Mingyu's head, sending him flying down. The dust settled, revealing a large sword in front of Mingyu. He had just used the sword to shield his face. His eyes peeked out from behind the sword as he looked at the sky. A green flame emerged behind Javan, heading towards him. Time seemed to freeze as Javan stared at Mingyu. Mingyu was taken aback by Javan's gaze. Javan and Mingyu looked at each other. Then Mingyu smiled contentedly, saying exactly as expected. He immediately raised his large sword. Mingyu struck the ground beside him, causing rocks to rise up. Just then, Javan shot his fire sword towards the rock barrier Mingyu had created. Following that, Minwoo split the stone shield in two. Behind the green flame was Minwoo's dangerous face shouting, "That's fun!" He immediately struck back at the flying rocks heading for Yawan. Yawen calmly sliced through the rocks one by one. A large sword appeared, cutting a rock in half. Minwoo took advantage of the split rock to press closer to Yawen. He taunted his opponent with a challenge. "Let's make this even more fun." Yawen 21 responded with a shout. A loud metallic sound echoed between them. Minwoo then raised his sword again. He changed to attack from a different direction. Yawen quickly blocked him. Minwoo turned around and raised his sword once more. The huge blade quickly descended. Yawen immediately used his sword to block it. Then Yawen's small sword began moving. Now it's Minwoo using the sword to defend against Yawen's sword. Yawen attacked again. Minwoo blocked him. Minwoo attacked once more. Yawen countered. The two exchanged blows back and forth, creating a joyful sound. It was too much fun. After some time, Minwoo landed on the ground, followed by Yawen. Minwoo's body trembled from exhaustion. He widened his eyes at the person in front of him, silently thinking to himself. But Yawen didn't show any signs of fatigue as he slowly approached Minwoo. He slightly frowned and pressed his lips together. Minwoo's mind was filled with uncomfortable thoughts. Why does it feel like something is suppressing my joy? It must be this. Without hesitation, Minwoo quickly rushed towards Javelin. He looked at Javelin in front of him, who was being pressed by his attack. Minwoo got closer to Javelin, raising one hand in front of him. Then an invisible force pushed Minwoo away. In the empty space, a body appeared without any thoughts. His hair fluttered in the wind with a hint of weakness. Minwoo was still being pushed back forcefully. With a blank face, he silently cursed himself for this level of incompetence. Then Minwoo collided into the wall behind him, creating a loud sound. Yawen maintained his stance and watched intently. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction. Suyuk suddenly rushed from behind to attack. Min was stuck on the wall, silently cursing himself. How embarrassing! He couldn't bear it any longer. If only he had been stronger before. Looking at the two figures fighting in front of him, Min Woo thought this was a perfect opportunity. There would be no third or fourth chance like before. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about the scene. Even with this chance, could the outcome change? In the past, he used the advantage of the tower to fight Jiawan. If their conditions were equal now, he wouldn't be able to win. He continued thinking, but why do I feel so satisfied? It seems like I'm weaker now. Zuhiksu was already using two swords against Jiawan. Minwoo remained in his original position, motionless. On the other side, Zuhiksu leaped to dodge the fire Jiawan threw at him. Meanwhile, Minwoo slightly opened his mouth and cursed inwardly. Who cares? Thoughts flashed through his mind. How do I fight like this in battle? Of course not. I always kill my opponent. A mysterious eye slowly opened, then widened to normal size. Minwoo thought, that's the kind of person I am. As he said, the eyes widened and appeared red. Then a powerful aura surrounded Minwoo. He shouted in danger. Foment is like this. On the other side, smoke rose after their battle. A sword was pointing at Zuhiksu, who fell to the ground. Jiawan still stood there, his sword aimed at him. Something was different. Zuhiksu looked confusedly at him. Jiawan's face turned pale as if he feared something. Something in the smoke started moving. This terrifying power emanated from behind Jiawan. The image of Foment gradually became clear. Jiawan slowly turned his head. Her eyes glowed with a fierce red. As his form gradually appeared before him, Foment had arrived. A robot sat in the management room, emitting a tower of curiosity. Is he crazy? He's observing and evaluating everything through this large machine in front of him. It's normal for people to use the tower system to breach its layers. But this is a bit too much. Suddenly, the robot manager's voice changed dramatically. Unbelievable that someone could hack into the system. Is there someone trying to steal power from our tower? He looked towards Manu's image starting to transform. Format. Manu's eyes were bloodshot. The system displayed a notification. The ruler of format, unique skill advantage number 2. Domination. The system continued changing and asked for his opinion. You can hack and use the tower with a 15% chance. Do you want to use it? Manu spoke firmly. Yes. Then Minwoo's fingers began to twitch. The system paused slightly before announcing, "Skill used." The system reminded that the current skill range is not wide enough. The system warned of potential consequences due to instability and low skill level. But Minwoo didn't care. Yi Yin gritted his teeth as he resisted the change. The system kept displaying notifications. With increasing levels, the higher the level, the stronger the skill would be, allowing domination over the tower. Leveling up, seizing the throne, Minwoo's eyes widened in red, his body trembling. Then a calm voice echoed from behind Javan 21, sitting like a supreme king. Fomet spoke to him. Following that, a loud explosion rang out behind Javan 21, sending a terrifying aura towards him. Fomet slowly stood up, becoming an existing entity. Javan shivered as he turned his head. Fomet's bloodshot eyes stared directly at him. The familiar face emerged, seeing that imposing body appear. An amazed shout erupted. "Fomet!" Minwoo looked at Suhak standing before him, silently thinking, "I can see Griffin's doubt." He looked into those incredulous, wide-open eyes. In those eyes, I could see his fear trembling. Minwoo exclaimed in surprise, "I've never seen him so afraid before." An image of a boy standing amidst green flames flashed through his mind, even when he woke up at the shock gate, or when Suhak stabbed another tower master, or when he completed the tower alone. Minwoo evaluated those emotions. What he was feeling now, a fire burning with each word, was pure rage. Then Minwoo asked himself, "What should I do now?" Even Javan's fake self had a genuine response. He marveled at the trembling sword of Javan. The end of this world is shaking. Minwoo looked into those deep, sorrowful eyes that described so many emotions, including anger. He whispered in delight, "Javan, embodiment of rage, now afraid." In Fomet's form, Minwoo approached and whispered, "Because I am Fomet." A small thought flashed as he looked at the monster before him. Fomet, Fomet. Suhak was stunned by the scene in front of him. This is the king of the Hell Tower, who defeated and killed Javan. He wondered aloud, "Don't say I'm scared because he's the one who killed Javan." Suhak recalled Minwoo's terrifying aura. Their mana output was equal. Then he suddenly shouted, "I knew it!" Zuhai Icy loudly exclaimed, startling Javan beside him. "Are you a monster?" Suddenly, Javan turned to call out his name. Surprised by this, "Zuhai Icy!" Javan approached and curiously asked him, "Are you Zuhiksu?" Hearing this, he looked puzzled. "Huh?" Javan kept asking a series of questions. "Zuhiksu, when did you get here?" "Oh no, what do you mean by that?" Zuhiksu stared at Javan, who was blankly looking back at her. "It's really strange, it doesn't make sense at all." He felt very curious inside. What kind of reaction is this? That's how he lives, just like that. Javan exclaimed in amazement, "I'm dead, right?" Seeing this scene, Minwoo and the format guys laughed loudly. Here it is, his laughter became even more frenzied. "Here we are." Javan seriously looked at the one who was going crazy before him. The system really does have its uses. It also has all my data. So Hiksu didn't know what to say with that man, given his power, Javan and I. Suddenly, when Fomet was in high spirits, a series of magical circles appeared. "We're going to have a lot of fun fighting." The next thing that happened was Minwoo's digital form. Huh? Chains from behind him flew straight towards the two brothers. He hurriedly tried to stop them. "Hold on! Come on!" Immediately, both brothers leaped up to dodge the attack. Zuhiksu's two swords lying on the ground suddenly fell and sprang up. They quickly flew up, and Zuhiksu gently caught them. Javan landed beside him and said, "I really want to know what's happening here, but his attack will be difficult." He glanced at Suhyuk sternly, warning, "Be careful, he's a mythic level tower guardian, the only one of its kind. If you don't break him, it would have been the strongest tower already, and you still can't." Without letting him finish, Suhyuk cut in, "Don't worry and be quiet, I'll handle this. The opponent needs to be killed in this tower." As he warned while advancing, "It's you, know your place." Zuhiksu was calculating as he charged. "Fomet and Javan, if it's good, we can deal with both at the same time." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his head. Nothing had changed. "For now, an S-rank hunter is still too difficult for you." Following that sound, an image of a mysterious man in a shirt appeared. Thinking about that image, Zuhiksu fell silent momentarily. His sword was enveloped by green aura. Zuhiksu gasped, "Skill!" He immediately swung his swords at Fomet, who gently blocked the attack with his hand. Taking advantage of this moment, Suhayusi attacked from above Fomet's head, but unexpectedly, his sword was easily grabbed by him. Suhayusi was surprised, and then Fomet threw him hard. Just as Suyuk was about to collide with the wall behind, he quickly turned around. He used his foot to touch the wall and pushed off it. Immediately, Suyuk rushed towards Fomet, raising his sword. A light sword sliced through smoothly, cutting him into pieces. But Suyuk still maintained his finishing stance without moving, because he was hiding the fear on his face. "I can't feel it." Looking at Fomet's unharmed body, he panicked, unable to land any hits. Fomet glanced down at the small figure below. He looked at that, making Suyuk shiver. Immediately after, Fomet roared loudly. While Suyuk was struggling, the system appeared. "You feel extremely afraid of a stronger opponent." Suyuk's system continued to announce as Fomet roared, "Your experience has decreased by 50%. The system showed his status. "Your body is frozen with fear." Suyuk gritted his teeth and sweat poured down his face. Is this a mythic level? As Fomet's scream faded, a final message appeared. "You can't move right now." Suddenly, a gigantic hand reached out towards Zuhiksu. Just as Fomet was about to touch him, Jia-wan flew in and blocked it strongly. Their hands touched, creating a small explosion that sent both of them back. Jia-wan scolded, "You haven't changed at all. You're still not getting better." He glanced at Zuhiksu as he reminded her, "Your target is to kill him, right?" Zuhiksu was shocked and stuttered in response. "What?" Without further ado, Jia-wan charged forward. Fomet stood there motionless, but actually, he was silently cursing himself. "Why is it like this?" Mingyu boldly looked at Jia-wan as she flew towards him. "I can't control my body as I want to." Impossible. Suddenly, he remembered the system's warning. There will be unforeseen consequences due to the instability and low level of his skill. Jia-wan charged at Fomet while still pondering about the low skill level. Amidst the thick smoke, Mingyu cursed under her breath as a Fomet form. He glared at Jia-wan and cursed, "Damn it." Fomet thought and summoned his weapons. "I can't believe he's like this." Jia-wan leaped to dodge the two large swords coming towards him. The trouble was that Fomet still maintained his uncomfortable stance. Jia-wan suddenly felt stronger. He raised his sword, ready to strike. Another small shock occurred between them. Fomet judged like this. They fought in the air until they landed on the ground. Fomet concluded confidently, "He seems to still be alive." Then Fomet roared and emitted power. Jia-wan also exuded power as he did. In the red and blue space confrontation, their opposing powers clashed dramatically. The image of Fomet and Jia-wan facing each other symbolized this battle between two colors. At that moment, Fomet's large sword was drawn. Jia-wan's thin sword was also drawn. Both stabbed their swords towards the opponent. Suddenly, in the tense atmosphere, Jia-wan suddenly realized something. He shouted and leaned to one side. "Got it!" Jia-wan rotated his sword. His eyes filled with danger as he aimed at the target. Immediately, he used all his strength to block the incoming sword. Jia-wan's sword stabbed a robotic ball. Mingyu exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the look I felt before?" The tower's robot manager was also surprised. He was furious and shouted, "How dare you!" Jia-wan answered his own confusion. "Even though I'm dead, it feels like I'm still alive. So the tower system must have used our data to turn me into a monster." A light chuckle echoed. Jia-wan angrily cursed, "You arrogant three beasts." Mingyu in his body was stunned and silent as he listened to him question. "There's no other way to handle this situation, right?" Minwoo couldn't believe what he saw and shouted, "Impossible." Jia-wan turned around and said, "You need to." Just then, a sword came flying as someone tried to stop them. "No!" When Jia-wan spoke his final words, the large sword pierced through him. "Kill me here." A moment later, the system displayed a notification. "Mission success. Javan 21 has been eliminated." Minwoo had returned to his human form, and was angrily cursing. The system continued to notify the tower floor has been defeated. Ignoring this, Min Woo kept swearing, "That damn Javan." Javan gritted his teeth in discomfort. Why should I be programmed to feel pain? Regardless of them, the system continued its work. The two advantageous skills and domination could not be used on the next floor. The skill usage time has ended. After the system disappeared, Min Woo still stabbed Yawon in a daze. What's happening? Suddenly, Yawon reached out his hand forward. He grabbed Min Woo by the collar and pulled him close. Struggling to speak, Yawon said, "The person has turned human now. Foam it! How can a monster become human?" Speaking softly, he didn't want to delve deeper. Well, in this chaotic world, such things could happen too. But how did you turn into a person? Javan asked Min Woo, surprising him. Was it due to the mission? If so, anything is possible. As he was speaking, his body began to fade away. It's because of the mission that I'm here too. Javan looked straight at Min Woo with a slight frown. He continued talking non-stop. When turning human, it seems like one can't retain their true strength. That body isn't even a human's body. With a sneer, Javan asked him, even with that human body, the strength of a person could only reach this level, right? Min Woo glared at him. Then Javan's body faded away more. He softly mocked, "It seems like you don't know how to use that body either." Just before his voice completely disappeared, he said something. Min Woo was surprised. He glared at the fading figure in front of him. Min Woo remained silent. After a while, when Javan fully vanished, he reacted. "What did you say?" Then a calm voice echoed. "Yes, that's right." The hunters had gathered back at the base. Sivu asked again carefully. A monster named Sao appeared in each district. Yelrim was surprised by this. "Is it the same for you?" Hunter View. He recalled and answered, "Yes, they pretended to be twins. When they found my weakness, they revealed their true nature." Saying that, he calmly reassured them, "But we managed to kill all of them in the end." Elriam continued, "Yes, we defeated the tower, but although Yelrim's condition is no longer dangerous after my emergency treatment, she can't move any more like this." Leah was weakly leaning against the wall. Her companion's healing beast was crying over her. Sivu considered the situation before him. He approached Leah and said, "Hunter Leah, Hunter Chu, are you up for it? I can continue to defeat the tower with everyone. Don't worry about it." Sivu paused for a moment. Then he made his decision. "Let's head back." Leah reacted in alarm and tried to stop him. "You don't need to do that because I'm fine." Sivu immediately rebutted. "You think I can't see your condition? Since you joined the guild, we've been working together." Sivu reassured her. "We can break it next time. Your health is most important." Leah was worried and hesitated. But suddenly someone refused. "I'm not going anywhere." Minwoo, behind Elriam, complained unhappily. "If you guys climb down, just go ahead." Elriam turned around in surprise. "Huh? What did you say? Are you planning to break the tower alone?" Minwoo didn't reply and glared at her unhappily. Elriam touched her chin, puzzled. "I've noticed his mood wasn't good since earlier." "What happened?" Suddenly, she heard a voice in her head. "I'll stay too." Uriam looked at the one who spoke and exclaimed. "Hunter Griffin," Suhai calmly replied to her. "We've made it this far. It would be a waste of time going back now." Then he glanced at Minwoo. "And I have something to ask you." Suhuk's gaze was full of fear as she stared at Minwoo. Minwoo returned her look with an uneasy glance. Hearing their wishes, Sivu had no choice but to agree. "I understand now. Besides Fomid and Griffin, is anyone else willing to stay?" Z spoke up. "I'll go down with you. If not for my injury, the hunter Leah wouldn't have been hurt so badly." She looked at Leah guiltily. "Until Hunter Leah's condition stabilizes, I won't be able to rest easy." Hearing her apologize, Sivu tried to comfort her. "It wasn't your fault." Then she turned to Elriam. "What about you?" "Oh, me?" Elriam glanced at the unknown direction and exhaled softly. Finally, she decided to climb the tower with Fomid and Griffin. Suddenly, a hand was raised, interrupting her. Maker raised his hand excitedly. "I'll go too." She gave an enigmatic smile, slightly amused. Clouds quickly passed by as Elriam spoke to herself. Then the goblin hunter. She approached Minyu cheerfully and started chatting with him. I'm very eager to work with you. Sivir then gave instructions. So it's decided. Z, Leah, and I will climb down the tower. He warned them. They'll continue. Once Leah's injuries heal, I'll climb the tower again. Z approaches to remind Elriam. Be careful, Ripper Hunter, and you too. Please take care of Lear. Then Z glances at Minyu, silently apologizing. Sorry, sir, I couldn't complete your mission. A while later, a light appears in the air. A portal opens up, 3 figures enter. Then the portal gradually closes. As the portal disappears, Minwu turns to leave. Let's go! Elriam follows them, thinking, are we going alone okay? This tower is rated as a level 9 challenge, but I'm the one who led Sanfomet Hunter into this tower. She firmly pursed her lips, so I have to go. Elriam's eyes full of determination. I must hold on until Sun Seaview Hunter climbs the tower again. Though she was determined before, now Elriam cries and runs away, but that's what I plan to do. Elriam shouts as a huge monster chases them. What in the world is this? Then another monster hand appears. Elriam whispers, please. She fights with Minwu. Please. More Zobit bees appear. Elriam sighs. Please help me. Watching them fight fiercely, she prays. Please. When a huge Zobit appears, Minwu and Suyuk appear to handle it quickly. Now Elriam is utterly frustrated. Do it! She loudly shouts, startling them. Please do it! The others turn to look at her in confusion. Elriam's dizzy and barely conscious. Can we take a break? Then in the dark space, a light flashes. The system appears on the golden cup, broadcasting. You used a magic item. Golden incense. The system continues to introduce the cup's functions and how the team members' strength will gradually recover. Elriam secretly thanks her luck that they are in the waiting room. She opens the system, checking we broke into level 89, a good result indeed. Suddenly, Suyuk stands up, catching Elriam's attention. Where are you going? Suyuk answers her. We'll waste time staying here. I'm going to warm up. He glances at the person next to him, pausing slightly. Besides, Suyuk is uncomfortable with Minwu. Being around him makes me feel nauseous. Hearing this, Minwu questions angrily. Are you talking about me? Suyuk doesn't respond, just looks at him silently. Minwu stares intently at him. Seeing the tense atmosphere between them, Elriam worries. Why did it become like this? What happened earlier? She hesitates and quickly speaks up. Hey everyone! She suddenly glanced at Maker beside her. Then Elriam stood up to start introducing herself. Thinking back, we haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves to the Goblin Hunter before. I'm Reaper, and they are Fund and Griffin, and this is a Goblin Hunter. Maker continued for her. I received a request from Sungun Guild. They asked me to join their members of Sungun Guild and protect them if they can safely raid the tower. Recalling that, she went on saying that on our way up, I met a civil hunter. Min Wulin suddenly interrupted her. I'm sure you didn't climb the tower alone. What about the others? Mei Cece raised her hand to describe what happened. They were ambushed and killed by a monster's teeth. They didn't know that her words carried hidden meaning. She was the one who killed them. That attack was unexpected. Maker's eyes showed no emotion, but there was a hint of mischief around her lips. I'm the only one who survived. Hearing her answer, Min Wulin scoffed. They died? I didn't expect the protectors to be weaker than the leading hunters. Look at Fimet. Elriam approached to complain about Minwu without noticing the look behind. She lost all her teammates and faced many difficulties climbing the tower. How can you say that? Saying this, she turned to comfort Mei Cece. Don't take his words to heart. His tongue is sharp. Hearing this, Minwu was displeased. What? Maker silently looked at them for a while, seeming uncomfortable as she hesitated to answer Elriam. Her strange response made Elriam pause. She recalled some things since then. From that moment on, this hunter. A few minutes ago, when the Zobit with guns approached, Elriam gently leaped to dodge the incoming bullets. But due to her carelessness, she didn't notice the one above her. Elriam frantically dodged, but the sword was already close to her. Luckily, she fell down in time so the sword missed its target. After that, Alriam was shocked by what she saw. A sword had pierced through Azobit's head. Minwu appeared from nowhere and attacked him from behind. Uriam gasped out thanks, then noticed beside her. Maker quietly shot the robot in front of them. Uriam was stunned with messy hair. She exclaimed, "Thank you." At that moment, Maker's gaze seemed a bit strange. Uriam was startled and whispered to herself. From then on, she considered her as an irritant. Maker no longer paid attention to Alriam but turned to praise Minwu. Amazing! Fimet, are you really a level a hunter? That's surprising. Alriam slowly stood up and assessed them. She didn't follow Griffin from Sungun Guild but stuck with Fimet, someone not related to that guild at all. Then she wondered if she loved Fimet and thought of herself as a rival. Thinking this, she became angry. Nonsense. I have no feelings for Fimet. A moment later, a cracked leg appeared. Two figures stood before the two wings at level 99. Min Wulin evaluated them. There are two large doors. Which one is real? Griffin continued. I think we need to check both. Saying this, he turned to look at the two behind him. Griffin and I are evenly matched, so if we enter the same door, the door's efficiency won't be high. We should keep this in mind along with the distance. Right now, Alriam is seating next to Maker. Minwu paused slightly when he saw this situation. Uriam is full of determination and desire right now. Choose me quickly. I know he has no interest in me at all, but it's so frustrating that you should choose me. Minwu closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Finally, Minwu made up his mind. The goblin will go with me. Hearing his answer, Uriam angrily shouted, Huh? Why? Then they started arguing briefly. Earlier when we were fighting, your robe almost hit us. I dodged that rope of yours a lot. Griffin is quick, so it's best if the two of you go together. After a while, Minwu told them to split into groups. Alright, our groupings are done now. Let's go. Uriam saw them pass by her and noticed Maker giving her a challenging smile. Seeing that smile made Uriam angry again. That little brat is right. Watching her figure disappear, Uriam decided for herself. She's suspicious. I don't want to doubt my team member. But Uriam's face was full of fear. She silently ordered, Activate identity skill. Suddenly, Uriam's eyes widened. I wonder what she saw, but her voice sounded amazed. What is this? After Minwu's group entered the area, Minwu sighed as he looked at the tunnel. This tunnel is quite long. Did we choose the wrong door? Maybe so. Then Maker turned around and looked behind her. She asked him a surprising question. Is Sun Reaper your girlfriend? Minwu didn't care to answer. What? No way! After thinking for a moment, she replied, I understand now. But she still questioned him about this. Do you have a girlfriend? Probably yes, right? You look famous. Minwu asked back in confusion. Why are you always talking about others? Why? He approached her with an ominous tone. There's only the two of us here. Mei Sisi heard this and looked at him suspiciously. Huh? What do you mean? Just then, Minwu suddenly stabbed a knife towards her. In the dark space in the long tunnel, Mei Sisi quickly dodged Minwu's blade. Her face was injured by him, and Minwu voiced his suspicion. Isn't she an illusion? In the eerie atmosphere, Minwu slowly approached. She came close to me for a specific purpose, right? He spoke each word slowly. That's good. I'm tired of dealing with empty-headed people. Minwu's eyes glinted dangerously as he suggested, let me cut your head off right now. A few minutes before entering the gate, Alriam approached Minwu to stop him. Hold on a moment. Format asked her confusedly as she glanced at the Maker. What's going on? What is it? Just then, the system popped up with a notification. The Reaper Hunter has sent you a direct message. Do you want to receive it? Minwu, looking dumbfounded, started operating the system interface. Alriam sent him an odd message. I keep thinking there's something off about the Goblin Hunter. I don't think she's a legitimate hunter. Minwu asked her in confusion again. Isn't a legitimate hunter? Alriam replied with another message. What I mean is, she seems to be an unregistered hunter with the government. After reading that message, Minwu spoke up, startling Alriam. That's right, I do find it suspicious, but Then he leaned in close, making her flinch and dodge. What did you say? What's going on? Immediately after that, Minwoo made a suggestion. Once we're done here, let's go grab a meal. Huh? That's the reason for what's about to happen next. A foot quickly shot forward. The opponent's foot also rushed towards him. Michael pulled out his gun and aimed straight ahead. Minwoo smoothly dodged with a dagger and deflected the bullet. He quickly stepped in front of her, slicing horizontally. But Minwoo's face showed surprise as Maker swiftly changed weapons to block it. Then another dirty gun appeared before him. Minwoo immediately used his finger to deflect the bullet. Minwoo's eyes glared with ferocity. He turned and raised his dagger behind him. Immediately, Maker leaped into the air to dodge Minwoo's slashes. In midair, she pulled out a gun aimed at him. Minwoo retracted his hand to attack. As the clouds fired their projectiles simultaneously, he struck them away. Following that, the clouds raised their legs up. Minwoo also raised 5 fists towards them. A fist and a leg collided with each other. A small shockwave occurred between them. After that shockwave, both Minwoo and the clouds were pushed back. The clouds gently landed on the ground, looking at Minwoo, who was sprawled out. Minwoo uncomfortably glanced at her. The clouds still calmly smiled, making him uncomfortable. Suddenly, the main tree spoke up. Boss, that woman can change weapons at will. But I don't think she's using a weapon with its own consciousness like mine. Her speed in changing weapons from her inventory is too fast. Looking at the clouds before him, he silently replied to it. She's an unregistered hunter not on the government's list. I heard she's using a... The water spoke up with suspicion. Could this be due to? Minwoo's sharp gaze speculated that this wasn't her first time acting. He looked at that eerie smile and confirmed that she had killed countless people. At this moment, he asked inquisitively, "Did you hide your identity and sneak in because of me?" The clouds immediately replied, "You have a sharp mind. That's right, I need to settle something with you." Vomit. Minwoo got straight to the point. "Did you come here to kill me?" She answered softly when she heard him ask. "Yeah." Then suddenly, her answer changed. "Hold on, or maybe I'll just tell you straight away. Let me explain it to you." She revealed this while looking at him. "Someone asked me to kill you, but you can see that for yourself. When given such a mission, I have one condition. It depends on whether I want to do it or not." Mei Sisi placed her finger on her chin and spoke shyly, "But I think it's worth it." She looked at his body and wondered if she really needed to kill him. Then she looked at his handsome face and chose, "Maybe I'll just remove the factors that make you dangerous and let you live instead." In her tone, there was a strange aura, as my grandmother did this too. Mei Sisi recalled how my grandma always said that in her childhood memories, she had a hateful look towards what she saw. An older woman beside her whispered something to her. In front of them was a man tied to a chair. Maker recounted every word. Playing with a living toy is much more fun than a dead one. Back in reality, Maker hugged himself shivering and said, "So I decided to let you live and bring you home." Her face showed a twisted satisfaction. "I'll definitely love you a lot after cutting off your limbs." Then she grabbed her necklace and said, "So remember from now on, you belong to me, not the goblin." Maker took off his necklace, held the gun and declared boldly, "But it's me, Maker." Minwoo leaped to dodge the bullets aimed at him, only to ask, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Minwoo was prepared to answer. "Large weapons won't work because of the limited space here. Give me something that can block her shots, but isn't too big." As Mei Sisi aimed at him with the gun, De quickly warned, "Remember, this woman is strong, be careful." Minwoo repeated a word from her, "Strong?" He thought of Javan disappearing before his eyes. Then Minwoo lightly returned fire on the bullets shot at him. He confirmed with certainty, "Compared to that guy, this is nothing." Then Minwoo remembered Javan again and softly said, "And again." His confidence surprised Kui too. "I don't think we'll lose to her." Suddenly, something rushed towards Maker. Just as it was about to stab her eyes, she quickly jumped back to avoid it. The attacker was Minwoo with a small chair in his hand. His weapon responded, "I got it." Mei Sisi looked at him excitedly and said. His eyes changed then. Minwoo interrupted her words. "You called me a toy?" Minyu slowly stood up to contradict her. The one who will be the toy here is not me. Then he suddenly pressed close and said dangerously, but it's you. Mei Sisi quickly fell back to avoid Minwu's slash. Without hesitation, he jumped up quickly. Mei Sisi immediately used her gun to block his blade. Minwu smiled happily while Meiji struggled to smile. She quickly dodged and jumped backward. As she dodged, he landed quickly. At this moment, she changed weapons dangerously and said, "You've become stronger, right? It seems I have to take you seriously now." Her next weapon was a whip. She swung the whip at Minwu. He turned around and dodged skillfully, but unexpectedly, she aimed the whip towards Minyu's neck. He quickly bent down to avoid it. Next, Mei Sisi pulled out another gun aimed directly at him. The gun shot straight at his foot. Minyu swiftly dodged. He skillfully avoided her whip attack. Mei Sisi's smile was now a bit worried. After dodging for a while, Minwu was several feet away from her. Minwu calmly looked at his target without any hesitation. He had a fleeting thought at that moment. Since meeting Jia, his mind has become unusually calm. Minwu gently lifted his staff. After breaking the stone in front of him, he moved on. With powerful steps, he approached the maker. She immediately raised her hand to break the stone in front of her attacker. But the maker noticed something unusual, that she couldn't see Minwu anywhere in front of her. Somehow, he had appeared behind her. A strong will flashed through Minwu's mind. He thought he wouldn't lose. Then he gave the maker a stone. She looked at him with interest and said, "You're tough." Then she immediately whipped her whips towards him, shouting loudly, "Taming you will be interesting." In the thick smoke, Minwu firmly planted his foot on the ground, thinking he couldn't help but hope. He tried to gather all his strength. A staff flew in front of Muyi's mind. If my current opponent was Jia, how would it be? She leaned and dodged lightly. She smiled arrogantly as she changed her weapon. Minwu dodged while questioning himself. What if I were a bit stronger? He glanced at her and raised his staff. He immediately threw it towards Muyi, questioning himself. If given another chance to fight Jia, how would it turn out? Muyi glanced behind her. Her eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, blood splashed into the air. Minwu grabbed his staff. Muyi's legs slightly gave way while Minwu stood firm. Muyi was holding her injured arm, looking at him blankly. His red and cold eyes stared at her. She chuckled softly. Then she laughed loudly, her mind seemingly collapsing. Minwu silently watched as she laughed madly. Her laughter seemed to fade until it stopped. She was frantically denying everything. "No, no way! You should have been my toy." She tilted her head at him, like her past self. Both of them questioned the person in front of them simultaneously. "Why won't you listen to me?" Her dark eyes stared at him. And like her past self, she asked fearfully, "Do you want me to punish you?" Then the maker raised her hand and cursed, "Idiot," pulling out a huge gun. Truly an idiot. She angrily pointed the gun at him, saying, "I really don't want to do this." Both her past and present selves were. Minwu. Minwu's red eyes stared at the light. His eyes contained a dangerous glint. A soft curse echoed in the air. Muyi's mouth spat out blood, her shock evident on her face. She looked down at her body and noticed an exhausted Minwu attacking her from somewhere. "Beat Maker! Foam it! Beat Maker! Foam it!" 55 to 59. Seeing Minwu's crazy move, she loudly questioned him. "Are you nuts? Trying to take a direct hit like that?" Her mind was clear. No rank hunter had ever survived under her skills. But he raised the small sword in his hand and prepared to attack. The more she watched, the harder it was for her to believe what he was doing. She couldn't believe it. Then Minyu lunged at her, but luckily she dodged just in time. She was pushed back, creating a shockwave that sent ripples everywhere. Fomet readied his stance again, holding to small swords and preparing to attack once more. The beatmaker really didn't understand. How could he suddenly become so much stronger in such a short time? He quickly threw the two swords, which spun around to form a red circle rushing towards her. She dodged it swiftly. With her senses, she turned around and predicted that he would attack from behind again. But suddenly, he appeared in front of her. Anger made her grip the gun tightly. It was responding to her. It seemed too late as Min Yu had already readied his fist for a strike. As the attack hit, her gun slipped from her hand and blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes widened in fear of death approaching. She looked down at herself and noticed a hole where he had touched her. Her pupils constricted as she felt an overwhelming fear. Then she fell to the ground, blood staining the floor. "It hurts so much!" She cried out, "Grandma, this hurts too much." Fomet didn't say anything. He just coldly stepped on her wound again. He then realized that his mission window wasn't showing up. So he concluded that she was not a spy. "Spy? What are you talking about?" His foot pressed harder on her, causing her to cry out in pain. Then he questioned again, but she said someone asked her to kill me. "Only one person wants me dead this much. Someone is doing everything to stop me from killing him first." Loki's image flashed in his mind with the tag. "That's Psycho." She felt like a drowning man grabbing at straws, desperately trying to buy his trust. "Psycho, are you talking about Jockey? Don't tell me you're looking for Jockey. I'll tell you where he is." Boldly offering this to Fomet's surprise, she begged him instead, "Please spare my life. How do I know you're telling the truth?" She pleaded with urgency. "I won't run away. You've already seen my face. And you can see me again now. If I don't keep my word, will you kill me then?" He looked at her silently without a word. Her face was covered in sweat, showing tension and desperation. "Please." He remained silent, deep in thought. Like a bucket of cold water, he firmly rejected her. "No way." Then he explained while taking out the purple scythe. "I have my own ways to find him. You don't need to tell me anything. For now, I'm ignoring him as I prepare for him to disappear from this world forever." He bluntly said, "Right now, she's just a sacrifice." Seeing no way to negotiate, she immediately got up. Quickly, she pulled out her gun and prepared to retaliate. She stared straight ahead. Never would I be his sacrifice. But then a swift sword sliced through. Looking back, her head was severed right after that slash. She didn't anticipate this. Only when she cried out did she feel the life leaving her body. "Grandma, am I going to die?" Her eyes are lifeless. It seems she understands her fate. Tears begin to well up in her eyes. The image of her younger self flashes through her mind. She wonders who that man was back then when he raised his hand. Was he really cool? That man turned away coldly. Who killed Grandma? Then Min Woo's figure appeared, chilling and etched into her final memory. He gently turned away, ignoring the headless body of the beatmaker lying still on the ground, a small pool of blood. He started thinking and talking to himself with Sakura beatmaker. Should we just kill her like this? Someone said there's no way to know if it was caused by a monster. Besides, I need somewhere to vent. Sakura beatmaker, and he continued arguing. You're right, but killing her would be such a waste. We could use her to find the pervert. Since the order came from the monster, he should be the one to find him or his henchman. He suddenly noticed the body of the beatmaker. Looking at her face, she wondered what that red light was about. Don't tell me it's a timed bomb. Her face kept questioning, and Fomet calmly replied, Hey brother, that looks like a timer bomb. Once the user dies, it'll activate. He turned away coldly again. Forget about her. A huge explosion occurred. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on someone's head. It was Reaper. She panicked and screamed. Grandma heard the noise and turned around, quickly explaining herself. I'm sorry, just a drop of water. Worried, she said. It's so dark we can barely see anything even with night vision. Can't even see the ground. Am I being too paranoid? Could Fomet and Go Berlin be in the same predicament as us on the other side of that door? She remembered her conversation with Fomet. Is Fomet okay? I warned him. And those words he said, he probably said it to calm me down. Right. She started imagining and speculating. There's no reason for him to say that, but if not to calm me down, then it must be because of his interest in me. A pity, but he's not my type. Format. They suddenly stopped before a system screen. Grandma pointed at it and said, Isn't this the record of the tower? Together they assessed. The record is quite detailed. Based on that, we seem to be very close to the top floor. Is that so? Reaper started thinking. She evaluated Pargan. He knows a lot about the tower. His skills are good too. I wonder why he hasn't reached Esta rank. A spot of light suddenly appeared from nowhere. It rose between them. Their steps slowed down, Ripper wondered, while Pargan started guessing. What's going on? It seems you think there's an entrance over there, where they just noticed something opening up. Both of them were shocked by what they saw in front of them. They saw the outside world and ordinary people walking around. They also saw children happily playing together and couldn't help but exclaim, "What's this?" Quickly realizing it was a real-life amusement park, it seemed to be part of virtual reality. Suddenly, a girl ran by shouting loudly, "It's just a misunderstanding, director." Then the girl argued with the man she called the director. What kind of misunderstanding? No, you're wrong, sir. I have nothing to do with that person. They continued on, sighing heavily. Let it go, King. I don't want to talk about this anymore. He suggested avoiding the situation, but saw her looking very serious and interested in what was happening. I think we should keep our distance from them for now. With Fandit's eyes and Pagan's reminder, Ripper shouted, "Why didn't you give her a chance to explain? Why are you so serious?" She continued fueling the fire even after the director left and the girl chased him. She wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between them. Let her talk to him, not just argue. She was very serious about it. That's how romantic dramas work. Just sitting down and talking would clear things up, but they keep making a big deal out of nothing. Hung from a suddenly heard a voice that made both of them jump. "Oh, hello, do you think the same?" Suddenly, something like a washing machine fell from above and killed the director just now. The girl was shocked and sat down on the ground, then screamed in fear. Above the blue sky appeared tiny dots. Turns out those were Zezeben, and the block seemed to be her weapon. It looked like an excellent block. Reaper exclaimed, "It's a demon named Mathu." People below still didn't know anything, asking casually, "What is that? Looks interesting." It was an event organized by the amusement park. Beelzebul still stood motionless in the sky. Then it declared with its attack, "I'm bored, so go away." Ripper suddenly noticed the light. Suddenly everything around turned pitch black, along with her thoughts vanishing. She stood still looking forward, then turned to look behind. Suddenly, she fell down right in front of Garn. He called out, "Ripper Hunter," and felt strange quickly. He realized he couldn't sense its presence anymore. In the darkness, a voice spoke. Finally, Garn stood still as if not noticing anything. A red hand stretched out from the darkness. Yzebel's voice echoed again while Reaper was trapped in a birdcage and finished casting. She shouted loudly, "What's happening? I'm tired of watching human-made stories." It continued, acting interested. "So, let me out. Remember to show me an interesting real story for entertainment." A new mission appeared, kill Yzebel. The monster calmly said, "Which type do you like?" Suyuk was running in the endless darkness, hearing the monster's voice, mystery, no action, comedy, fantasy. His face showed concern as he listened, but there was no choice. He put his hand on the table to end his story because I like a romantic story. Ilrium focused all her strength and kicked hard at the wall in front of her. The monster seemed impressed by how she fought. "What are you thinking, acting so vulgar? Let me go. What's your plan?" She thought to herself, "I used all my strength, but it didn't work." Inventory. Her system appeared but was glitched, shocking her. What happened to the system? She laughed loudly and explained, "The most important step in casting is understanding the actors thoroughly. Ripper, we know you use various items, so I played around with the system a bit." After thinking for a moment, it continued, "As for the antagonist." It looked at him and said, "Griffin, the younger brother of legendary hunter Jialwen. Unfortunately, his power can never catch up to his older brother." His eyes widened in surprise when he heard that. Iorium stood inside a cage observing the monster silently, thinking, sure enough, this place uses virtual reality. Unlike other towers, the monsters here have information about the outside world. Her face showed concern as she began to think. But we can't know how much info they have on us. The best thing is not to act carelessly. Something flashed through the air. It hit the head of that lanky monster. Seeing that, she exclaimed in surprise. That's Griffin the hunter. He still kept his pose. Do Soo-hyuk slowly raised her head to look at me. She stood there in shock for a moment. The monster was still dazed from what he did. After a while, it laughed and said, "Looks like you're all ready." It snapped its fingers and continued, "Now let's start the play then." The purple lights made her feel confused. It began to introduce the play. Long ago in a village, there was an ugly girl. It didn't care about her as it continued. She had reached marriageable age. I'm still young, right? However, no one in the village wanted to marry this ugly girl. What are you saying? There's a long line of men waiting for my beauty and charm. It turned its gaze towards him and continued. Except for one person. This young man is known as the handsomest in town. You gave me goosebumps, you know? Do Soo-hyuk coldly said this about her role. It didn't care about its attitude. Continue. Why would a good-looking guy like him be interested in an ugly girl both inside and out? He seems much smarter than his looks suggest. The monster was almost fully immersed in the story. One day, this ugly girl was locked in a birdcage due to jealousy of Giselle Bell, the world's 215th most beautiful woman. He wandered through undefined space. Could the young man save the obsessed girl? His face expressionless, his voice still echoed. After saving her, would they live happily ever after? Soo-hyuk leaped high and kicked straight at the monster's head, tilting its head slightly. Many red cubes surrounded him. I'll tell you a secret. This play has no sequel. A large explosion occurred, emitting pink light that moved the red cubes. He appeared in the midst of smoke. Soo-hyuk leaped onto a nearby cube and stabbed his sword into it. The surrounding cubes quickly moved. He looked at them with determination. Soo-hyuk threw something from himself towards the fixed red cubes. He quickly jumped on those to move. He raised his long sword high, pointing it at the monster standing there. It emitted countless small red cubes toward him. Urium was surprised by this action. He was momentarily stunned. Another large explosion happened as the smoke cleared. Joshua's image fell from the smoke. Fortunately, he found a cube to use as support. He landed on it and jumped high. Using his sword, he split that cube in half. Two other cubes approached him now. Another large explosion happened under his feet. A different cube pressed against his back by Do Soo-hyuk. It fired a laser at him, but fortunately, he dodged it. The red cubes were still approaching their target. He thought deeply. The numbers are increasing. They start emitting laser beams. He struggles to dodge them while thoughts still appear in his mind. Their speed is gradually getting faster and catching up with us. Moreover, just thinking about it, he feels a huge hand pressing towards him. It pushes him hard, sending him crashing onto the ground. Urium stands inside the iron cage panicking. Griffin Hunter. Looking at the square blocks in front of her with worry, they are getting faster now. They analyzed how to defeat Griffin Hunter before moving like this. He lies on the ground in pain, his face losing strength, but then he remembers something. Do Soo-hyuk stands up, holding a sword and thinks. Quickly, they jump onto the square blocks again, completely. He uses his hand to cover his face. Now the squares have an extra arm. They are chasing him with full force, his thoughts echoing and overwhelming. Do Soo-hyuk fights desperately while worrying. Maybe he will be exhausted first. The square blocks with arms and drills move towards him. Do Soo-hyuk falls into a dark space. Both of them are alarmed, wondering if their senses are being blocked. Now he is in panic. He can't hear anything, can't locate anything at all. Suddenly, several violet lights appear beside him. These beams start attacking Joshua Hewitt unexpectedly. There are some purple crystals on his outfit. He takes out something from himself, throws it forward, causing a big explosion. Do Soo-hyuk bites the hilt of his sword. Cautious, he senses something and raises his sword to block a downward slash. He deflects that slash away. Now two other weapons are aimed at him. Do Soo-hyuk jumps to avoid them, causing both to slash the ground. But behind him, an unfamiliar object appears. The square blocks cause the ground beneath him to crack. Urium is surprised as she falls down, Well, nah, Uriam shouts. Griffin Hunter. She stands inside the iron cage, worried. Even with his famous speed, Griffin Hunter couldn't keep up. But now she realizes something in her mind. The problem rises when the light disappears. Without light, we can't use our senses. If it's light, you can locate the monster's position using it. But before she could finish, two pieces of tape cover her mouth. The monster warns them inside the cage, hold your mouths and sit still. Do Suyuk follows her advice. Thinking about the light, he activates his inventory system saying, open storage. A beam of light slices across in front of him now. The monster controls the square block smugly. We told you so. This will be a one-way end. It points at Do Suyuk and continues. Young, handsome man like that should blame himself for being too weak. It commands a series of square blocks towards Joshua Hewitt, then laughs. She is gagged, only able to make muffled sounds. Joshua's body is full of injuries. He has fainted, but thoughts still appear. I'm too weak. At this rate, I can't become S-rank. Am I really not good enough to surpass my brother? The whispers in his mind resound. Little brother of the hunter family. He's actually the youngest rank hunter and impressive. He lies on the ground, but how far behind is he compared to his older brother? Still unconscious, thoughts still appear. I can't deny that I was very surprised. The image of Du Su Hayase from the past appears. Back then, he met Chairman Wu and remembered it, thinking, I didn't expect you to become so strong in such a short time. He stands there, touching himself, wondering, could it be because of the monster? No, that can't be all. It doesn't make sense at all. But why can't I do it? Behind him now appears the image of Jia Wansang. You haven't progressed at all. Is it because I died? Zuhui looks at his brother with a strange gaze, but Jiawan still calmly looks at his younger brother. His voice echoes again. They say that unlike ordinary hunters, irregular hunters need to meet certain conditions to develop. Your condition is my brother, but since he's already dead, really, can you not progress any further? Suddenly, another voice rings out. Why do you think you can't make more progress? The image Suyuk sees now is someone stabbing his brother. His blood splashes onto his face. The assassin grins and says, if that's the case, just turn me into your target, and it will give you motivation to become stronger. The assassin continues speaking, saying you only need to make me. Who killed Jiawan? Your target. Suyuk stands there in shock. He sees this and wonders what else. A burst of energy explodes, sending the blocks flying. The monster is surprised and turns around. Why? Suyuk appears surrounded by lightning. He looks at his hand and says, fine, as you wish, I will make use of you. His eyes show a hint of malice. From now on, you are my target, foam it. Suyuk keeps repeating to himself, faster. Jabin exclaims in surprise. Why? The voice in his head continues. I need to become stronger quickly. Elriam witnesses this and is worried, stammering. Hunter Elriam. Meanwhile, Suyuk is lost in his own thoughts. That bastard. Suyuk whispers to himself, I need to. As Min Wu's face clearly appears, a sudden hint of hatred deepens in Suyuk's mind. Kill him. The lightning becomes more intense and radiates terrifying power. Suyuk opens his eyes, and his gaze changes completely. He then strikes the ground with both hands, aiming at the floating blocks and destroying them entirely. Jabin is slightly frightened, but doesn't react in time. It senses his malice and immediately shouts to stop him. But Japan's defense is completely ineffective against Suyuk's direct attack. Suddenly, a lightning bolt approaches Japan's body. One after another, the bolts strike it, causing immense pain that makes it scream continuously. With this hit, Japan falls to the ground. It convulses in agony. Jabin wonders, why doesn't my body withstand these lightning strikes? Suyuk shows no intention of stopping. His thoughts keep urging him to act. I hear voices in my head. They tell me how to use this power. Jabin, frustrated and shouting, launches a counterattack after his defeat. I don't know what just happened, but didn't I say that the play would end with no consequences? As the block approaches its target, Jabin screams, die. Then he looks at the ruins in front of him, confused. Jabin wonders, why don't I feel anything? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appears from the dark space and grows larger. Suyuk's hand then punches forward with force. The cubic blocks completely covered him. Suddenly, energy beams surrounded him. Only Soo-Yuk used his own power to break free from the encirclement and escape. Jabin's previous attack didn't seem to have affected him at all. The scene before them was unbelievable, but not long after, Jabin took advantage of the situation to launch another strike. Soo-Yuk wasn't startled by the large moving object. He quickly extended his hand forward. He pulled back his hand with a murderous gaze and carefully examined it. Soo-Yuk paused for a moment to gather strength, and as soon as the object was in position, he struck it down. The attacks continued non-stop. The blocks around him shattered under Soo-Yuk's energy beams, shocking his opponent. Seeing Soo-Hiksu's madness, Jabin couldn't help but exclaim, "Rawr." Fuming, Jabin said, "Who dares?" As he spoke, his entire body transformed. It was covered in guns aimed at Soo-Yuk. Completely enraged by Soo-Hiksu's actions, Jabin shouted, "Who dares, you scoundrel with a proud heart?" Immediately after, powerful energy beams shot out from him and straight towards Soo-Yuk. Then Soo-Yuk's voice rang out, "What are you doing? How did you suddenly appear behind Jabin without anyone noticing?" He stared intently at his opponent with a murderous look. Jabin stammered, "When did you move back there?" Soo-Yuk laughed maliciously and said, "Die." Instantly, energy beams hit Jabin's body. Struggling to say, "No, it can't end like this," he collapsed. "Is this for me?" His words exploded into pieces. The system then displayed a notification. Mission completed. Enemy defeated. Alriam stepped up quickly from behind. Witnessing what happened, she couldn't help but admire. "Griffey the Hunter is amazing. When did you get this skill?" As she approached, Alriam said anxiously, "He's bleeding." Soo-Yuk responded slowly, "My body seems to be adapting to this new power." After defeating Sabin, Soo-Yuk didn't rest and continued to defeat the remaining enemies. With just a wave of his hand, he sent 3 of Alriam's subordinates to their deaths. He then ruthlessly dealt with any obstacles in his path. The surroundings began to change. Soo-Yuk suddenly announced, "Let's move on to the next floor." Watching him go, Alriam thought, "He seems stronger than my brother, the hunter." After defeating Sabin, Soo-Yuk didn't rest and continued to defeat any remaining enemies. With just one gesture, he sent 3 of Alriam's subordinates to their deaths. He then ruthlessly dealt with any obstacles in his path. The scene began to change. Soo-Yuk suddenly said, "Let's go to the next level." Watching him, Alriam thought, "He seems stronger than my brother, the hunter." Impressive. Just follow and don't do anything. Forget it. She continued to observe her surroundings and wondered, "It feels like we're here, but why aren't we at boss's room yet? I wonder if the Foment group is okay?" Not far away, a familiar figure appeared. He asked, "Why are you taking so long?" It was Minwoo. Alriam replied, "Foment, thank goodness you're still alive." She looked around and asked, "Where's the goblin hunter?" Hearing this, he replied indifferently, "She's dead." Upon hearing Minwoo's words, Alriam was shocked and exclaimed, "Sis." Their eyes met by accident. Soo-Yuk wondered aloud, how did he get here alone? On this side, Minwoo noticed something unusual about him and thought, "Oh, look at him. He's leveled up." Alriam then asked, "Did the goblin hunter die from a monster attack?" Minwoo hesitated before answering. More or less upon hearing his answer, she felt something was off. Then Minwoo placed his hand on the door behind him and said, "This door, I can't open it alone." Yuri steps forward to examine a small device nearby and says, "I think this is a scanner. Maybe they learned about it." Then she points ahead and continues, "There's one over there too, so we need to touch both at the same time. At least people have to survive to get here." The 3 fall silent as they consider this. Minwoo suddenly speaks up. Something doesn't feel right. He hesitates for a moment before continuing. "Konbot is on the other side of this door." After Minwoo's words, Eilriam feels a bit scared and thinks to herself, "Konbot, even with us 3 rank hunters, we can't take down this floor." She quickly whispers, "Let's wait for the healer hunter. He'll be here soon. At that moment, a thought pops into Ilrium's head as he ensures his safety, but suddenly, an unusual sound is heard. The goat behind the gate announces, "The entrance to the challenge tower has opened." Ilrium goes silent upon hearing this. She gradually recovers and shouts angrily, "What are you thinking, Griffin girl? With just 3 of us, we can't take down this floor. What are they thinking here?" But the scene before her forces her to hold back immediately. In front of them appear strange arches, along with large rocks standing round. A mysterious object keeps emitting a captivating light. A deep voice suddenly echoes, "Finally, you've arrived." The 3 react instantly and look up. Immediately after, a loud noise and strong gusts of wind come from above. Urium instinctively raises his hand to shield his eyes. The Fada appears right in front of them. It mocks them, "Too slow. I've been waiting for you to get here almost to the point of boredom." But the Fada also praises them. "You do seem pretty good too. You've defeated all my subordinates, that ghostly entity, but I've collected all your data from our battles. No matter how you struggle, you're just dancing in the palm of my hand. I heard you rank your strength by letters. 3 ranks. I can see the results of this battle now. I'll give you one last chance to submit to me. Instead of being weak humans, I'll grant you the latest technology." Before he could finish, another voice interrupts. "What's that guy saying in there?" This completely catches Fada off guard. It stands still for a moment without reacting. Then Fada speaks up, "Flag?" Minwoo gathers his strength and replies, "Is your belly full of diamonds or something?" Suyuk is already in position on the other side. He adds, "Just split it open to see." Both are ready for battle. Minwoo excitedly says, "Let's go check it out." Faza grumbles, "You guys sure are confident." Then he points his guns at them provocatively. "Let me see the power of you two." As soon as he finishes, a confrontation between Fadrong, Suyuk, and Minwoo begins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a surprised voice is heard. "Oh my god! Why are you still here? You haven't gone home yet?" Miju responds, "I'm on overtime today." Her colleague's voice follows, "What a bummer. How about we make a coffee in the waiting room when I get back?" Mizu thinks to herself as she hears her colleague's suggestion. "Should I do it? No way. What if someone breaks through both towers while we're doing that?" Line 60 is repeated here, maintaining the context and consistency across all lines. "I need to report this to my manager right away. Otherwise, I'll get yelled at for poor work performance." Seeing that, the female colleague spoke up. "Would you like me to bring you some coffee?" Hearing that, she replied shyly, "Thank you so much." Suddenly, Mizu's voice sounded with surprise. What's going on over there?" The colleague next to her also felt curious and asked. Then she hesitated before speaking. "Well, the new tower was just built not long ago, but someone." Immediately after that, fragments of crystal kept falling down onto the ground. Through Miyu's observation screen, she exclaimed in amazement, "The twin holy towers have been destroyed." In the bustling high-rise buildings reaching towards the sky, people were walking about. Suddenly, someone put a hand to their mouth as if yawning but was actually looking at something. Far away, a person in a white hoodie with a hood covering their head appeared. Then there was a loud shout. "There she is!" Everyone quickly walked towards Fanner. The voice continued to echo. "They say she broke the Hell Tower." The government reported that the level of the electric Hell Tower is legendary. "Please tell us how a grade A hunter could break a legendary tower." Fanna hesitated, then finally opened his mouth but stopped. He only managed to say, "I just..." The other two remained silent and held their phones up. Then unexpectedly, he ran off, leaving the sentence unfinished. It was the one who delivered the final blow. Fanna kept running away without turning back, ignoring the calls behind him. "Hunter Reaper, oh Lady Hunter." He only glanced back quickly, with a hint of surprise on his face as he ran. His cheeks were hot and sweaty from the call, "Reaper Hunter." Meanwhile, Jinwoo was leisurely eating ice cream while leaning against the wall. He said, "So you mean, according to the system, the only one who could break the Hell Tower is Reaper?" Minwoo wore a white hat and had a thoughtful expression as he listened to Jinwoo mention him. But it wasn't just because Griffin and him fought. A cloud of white dust rose up. Griffin and Minwoo were covered in scratches. They glared at the source of the voice with sharp eyes. Well done. The fragments shattered, electric sparks flickered, but the voice continued to echo, however, my body. Then he knelt down. The fragments from before seemed to be rejoining, and the electric sparks kept emitting. His voice trembled with a hint of satisfaction as he continued his unfinished sentence, will recover on its own. Griffin and Minwoo stared at him. He continued talking, like Nazuda's endless cycle. Minwoo explained, so we have no other choice. Hector called out to the stunned Reaper, who was holding her injured arm. Reaper. When she heard her name, Reaper looked up with wide eyes and listened intently. She still had a mythic item that could destroy everything inside it, right? Throw it at that bastard. Minwoo angrily urged her, hurry up. Seeing this, Reaper quickly closed her eyes. Then she threw the item straight towards Fazliang and Tech Griffin on both sides. Fazliang stood there as a mysterious cube approached him, still emitting bright sparks behind it. The cube opened up and sucked Fazliang into its interior. It closed shut and fell to the ground. Some pieces of debris and sparks scattered around. Not long after, the cube suddenly glowed brightly. Jinwoo bit into his ice cream, hiding his curiosity as he asked, did a magic stone inside the item touch the monster's magic stone? Probably because the magic stone in the item touched the monster's magic stone. Holding the ice cream stick, he sighed, what a waste. Indeed, it was a waste. A magic stone containing magical technology power would sell for a high price. And the mythic item that Reaper had also got destroyed along with the magic stone. In Minwoo's hand appeared a green sphere with a spinning triangle inside. At least we got its signature. Jinwoo changed the subject. So what else do we need to deal with now? Minwoo crossed his arms and looked closely at his face. He suddenly asked, you said that the guy we caught is locked in storage A. The door to that room is still tightly closed. Line 60. Minwoo shouted so that the person inside could hear. You not only followed me, but you also found where I live and broke in. He opened the door and crossed his arms, looking inside and asking, are you the one they're talking about? The name of the Midge who was with us in the King Tower. Looking at the person on their knees on the ground, he widened his eyes. What kind of monster are you? Fanny remained silent, lowering her head and quickly glancing in one direction. Suddenly, he ran out, but Minwoo, not rushing, still crossed his arms and glanced at him. The door suddenly lit up. Fanny felt like she had just hit a transparent barrier, her eyes widening with shock. Then he fell back and landed in front of Minwoo. Seeing Jinwoo standing outside eating ice cream, he scrambled to his feet, surprised to recognize the magic barrier. Could that little girl be? How can a young child use such advanced magic all by themselves? Fanny stood up and angrily said, as expected, someone who worships the demon Fimet isn't even an ordinary person. His voice echoed precisely. He approached from behind, kneeling with one leg down, staring at him and asking, how did you know I'm Fimet? At that time, I didn't have enough time to look at you closely. Looking at the round face, big cute eyes, and shoulder-length gentle hair, he was surprised. Girl, wait, you seem familiar. Amid his confusion, she got angry and shouted furiously, startling him as well. I'm a man. Minwoo also got angry, grabbed his collar, and raised his hand as if to slap him. Are you challenging me? Suddenly, he adopted a pitiful weak demeanor with tears in his eyes. His voice trembled as he pleaded. Please, please don't hit me. Minwoo and Jinwoo stood there for a few seconds, stunned by his reaction. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He seemed to have just realized something. The long, soft pink hair fluttered, a cute face. He muttered, I remember now. This face, the big red round eyes. I've remembered. The beautiful and cute girl I once knew. I'm shocked. Are you that girl with two ponytails? Memories came back to that time when you were known as Fane. You were in the form of a girl, bravely standing before Minwoo, who was a S-rank mage hunter. Fane confidently stood there, but thought, but I'm currently pretending to be a girl for a very valid reason. But then Minwoo as the monster grabbed both sides of her hair and pulled them back. Although I was eager to climb Baphomet's Hell Tower, the result was truly disastrous. She cried painfully, whispering a plea. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Fane was shocked when she heard him speak. A person cannot satisfy my hunger. Then the monster looked at her with red eyes and widened its gaze. Die! One hand still held her hair, pulling it back. At that moment, her face turned pale out of fear, her eyes opened wide in terror. Then her whole body lit up, gradually fading away. Fane used the forbidden skill she had, instant teleportation, to escape from the emergency room's room. She disappeared without a trace. Minwoo turned around and looked back, seemingly not believing his eyes. Where did he go? However, the price was a reduction in her abilities by half. Sitting on the floor, Fanny slightly lowered her head, looking sad. That's why I lost my S-rank hunter title. I went to the Labyrinth Tower to regain my lost abilities. He had his hand in his pocket. With one hand, he touched his neck and was startled when Fanny pointed directly at him. But if you recognized me like that, then you must be Themet. How did you become so powerful? Fanny's face froze as she saw his concise response. So what? Jinwoo leaned against the wall, checking his phone, ignoring Minwoo and Fane arguing in the room. What's going to be different? Well, I'll tell the other hunters. Do you think the other hunters will believe what you say? Then I'll go to the Central Hunter headquarters. Minwoo laughed loudly. Suddenly, he threatened Fanny with a pale face. Do you have any evidence? You must be crazy to dare come into my territory. Fanny was terrified by his threat. Leaning against the wall, he couldn't say anything. He got even more aggressive as he advanced. Now, how do you want me to kill you? Minwoo, with red eyes, had a large hand covering his face. He crouched and sneered maliciously. Do you want me to tie you up and beat you until your parents can't recognize you anymore? Or do you want me to stab you and drain all the blood from your body? Or should I just chop off your limbs one by one? His voice filled with fear. Stop it! Fanny was so terrified she started crying. Tears streamed down her face. Her trembling voice occasionally broke into sobs. What are you going to do to me? Jinwoo and Minwoo looked at him, their faces slightly twisted in disgust. Suddenly, a black hat covered Fanny's head, and she raised her hands in front of her as if listening. If you want to live, listen carefully. You need to do two things for me. He pointed with one finger first. Find a hunter named Jockey. She was surprised. Jockey, he kept repeating. You won't be able to find him the usual way because there's a high chance that he isn't registered as an official hunter with the government. Second, you need to find this bastard in the picture. She gestured with her hands. Wait, do you want me to gather information for you? Minwoo raised his foot when he heard her shout that she thought he would work for such a devil as him. He grabbed her hand and lifted it higher. He emphasized, you don't have many choices now. Ba eat Ray Bup. Jinwoo spoke faintly only then. I planted a demon servant in your body when I locked you in the room. As soon as you disobey our orders, the demon servant will spread a deadly poison throughout your entire body. Fanny was even more terrified. Why the flag? Minwoo stared at her, making Fanny sit still. Have you been spreading that I'm Fomet to everyone? The devil's father doesn't matter to me. But now that you've entered our territory, it's a different story. He sneered maliciously. I will exploit you until the bone. Jinwoo also chuckled, his face almost entirely hidden in darkness. You can see how terrifying demons can be. His twisted smile and red eyes made Minwoo laugh loudly. I've been looking forward to the day he sinks into despair. Ba and J Bup. He also laughed loudly. What's more delicious in this world than a desperate soul, right? For M, the harsh laughter echoed throughout the room, making Fanny even more terrified. Somehow, Fanny managed to escape from that room as he watched her run out into the street. Minwoo and Jinwoo stood there. Seeing Fanny's figure running down the street, he asked, did planting a demon servant in him make him the one who led? She quickly replied, I didn't think it was necessary to make him work harder. Their voices continued to echo on that roof. But why not call Captain Ma and go now? He's called Tower King. Xiang'an was surprised by Fana's words. You told Xiang'an that Minyu, the hunter, is actually the Tower King Themet in human form. Jinyu was stunned by Minyu's statement and just stared at him silently. He still kept staring at his own hand. You asked again, what did you say? His eyes were cold as knives. He emphasized that this body belongs to Javan. Xiang'an was a bit surprised when Fana said it. He muttered, the Tower King monster. Minyu stood still, her voice eerie and seductive as she hugged him. I'm fulfilling your wish. He seemed confused. I'm fulfilling your wish, right? Her hand reached out to grasp his. Yes, since you met Javan in the tower. Recalling when he was a monster, her voice deep and melodious, and when you were stabbed, you wished to be like Javan. That eerie voice continued, and you need a body without a soul to become human. Minwu wondered, what are you? Just smiled contentedly, leaning into his back and said, finally, you're curious about me. She whispered, it's unfortunate that I can only tell you my name now. She hugged him from behind, holding his hand tightly. My name is Javan told me that I don't know how to use this body at all, Minwu said with a bit of insecurity. He imagined the image of Javan before, who he met in the Holy Tower. In his mind, Javan's face appeared as mine. I want you to help me. And Zebub thought about how much magic might be contained within this body. He raised his hand to his mouth. With a clear and cold look, he replied, before, I didn't care much so I didn't check. But now, Jinwu's eyes were serious as they looked at him. He saw the strange red and black colors surrounding Minwu, full of magic within his body. Jin Ali explained, well, considering Javan's unique fire poison magic, it's normal to have such a high amount of mana. But he disagreed with that view. No, the unique skill doesn't need magic. I can use it however I want. They continued discussing, so when I got Javan's skills, I realized that, right? Jinwu was surprised. Where did Javan get all that mana from? Minwu explained, the Javan I met in the Holy Tower was just an artificial construct. He was weaker than the original. Recalling when Javan attacked, Minwu said, but when he attacked me, it felt like he was really alive. He turned into the strong Javan I knew. He added, he moved instinctively and clenched his hand tightly. He confirmed that it's a bud. He recalled its function. That's when a person's magic becomes stronger for a short time to deal with enemies by using various spells. However, the downside is limited mana supply and insufficient items. From this, he concluded that in long battles, pure strength would be better than magic. Jinwu closed his eyes and made a judgment. If someone can use unique skills and buds, they could easily gain an advantage in any battle. Then he realized something, opened his eyes and looked at Minwu intently. So is it? Minwu smiled cunningly when Jinwu asked, are you going to borrow Javan's style too? He happily recounted, Javan taught me how to use this body back when I was a low-level monster climbing the tower. I've learned skills from the monsters guarding each floor. It's just like now. He emphasized that he would follow his advice. Minwu's eyes were intense and his voice serious as he said, I have the bud skill. It can only be activated under certain conditions. Javan's is more direct than mine. Looking at Jinwu, who was stunned, Minwu continued, that's why you should teach me the magic bud. He suddenly asked like a naive child, bud? What is it? He remained calm in front of his act. Then he rushed at him, making Jinwu run away. They chased each other and argued loudly. You little brat, don't you want to teach me? What you need is the strength bud. I only know magic buds. You said you're a great wizard, proficient in all spells. Only support magic. Feeling exhausted, he suddenly heard Jinwu say, alright, got it. There's someone perfect for this. You're curious. Huh? A sweet voice mixed with a bit of charm vibrates from those plump red lips that are moving. His hand is healed now, and he just took down the tower and looks healthier than ever. Let him repeat what he said, shall we? Kim Jun placed his hands on the table, smiling brightly. What do you want to learn from me, huh? Minwu looked down at the girl in front of him, his hat partially hiding his uncomfortable gaze. Minwu turned away and left, muttering angrily to himself. I knew only a lunatic would come ask this witch doctor. Seeing him leave, She quickly placed her hand on his shoulder to stop him. I heard that. You said bub, right? So you didn't forget what I said and remember that I'm a support sister, huh? In the past, Kim Jong-seong once told Min-woo that instead of a hunter, they call me a support sister. The voices in the office room echoed again. Why do you suddenly want to learn about pens? Because it's useful for combat. You found the right person then. She stood up from her chair, smiling at him. I'll teach you. Jun Seong's face lit up with a smile, but there's no free lunch. Min-woo didn't hesitate either. Of course not. What do you want? She extended her long, slender, white fingers. It was forced out of her. What else could I possibly want from you? Room 302. The white hat fell to the ground. Her voice remained soft. Clearly, she leaned close to him, her eyes full of affection, speaking seductively into his ear. High above and clear in the sky, small white clouds drift lazily. At the primary school, little children with wide open mouths looked surprised, and Min also bent down to look at them. Then a large hand grabbed the arm of the green-shirted boy, making him stare fearfully. He then threw it up into the air, ignoring its terrified cries. Oh, the little boy ran away frantically, his mouth filled with fear. When he fell, he rushed to catch him safely. Min-woo, in a completely different appearance, wearing cat ears and 2 angel wings, sat quietly holding the silent child. The other children looked worried and curious. He turned his head towards the children. Now they were smiling happily and excitedly. Lift up this little guy. Here you go, kids. You too. And you too. And you too. That scene made Kim Jun-seong laugh heartily. Come on, everyone. A bright red banner and a cute cat image identical to Min-woo's was neatly hung on the wall. Below, her soft voice continued. If you're willing to check your health, you can play with the big brother. Immediately, the children stood still obediently for their health checks in order. Outside, he was still busy playing with the little ones. Inside, Jun Seong continued checking on the small children. This time, it's a girl who broke her leg. Suddenly, a balloon flew straight into his face, startling the boy next to him. The sky is still bright, but there are more clouds than before. Finally, dusk has arrived. Weak rays of sunlight only glow in one corner of the sky. The person in charge here is very enthusiastically happy. Thank you, director. Thanks to you, the kids aren't bored and are having fun playing. You're welcome. There's nothing much. I just wanted to check if the kids were okay. The hardworking guy over there is that handsome Min-woo, pointing towards Min-woo, who looks exhausted on a bench. A staff member raises her hand to her mouth like she's coughing. Oh wow, thank you so much. I'm so tired. Min-woo slumps down on the bench. He still holds onto his cat ear bandage. Whispers and murmurs continue. Even a glass hunter couldn't handle dozens of energetic kids for long. That's how it is. Min-woo whispers softly. Kid's stamina. Seeing Junna approach, Min-woo tiredly looks up. Are we done here? I followed your instructions. So now, you're right. Take a breath. Not yet. Now raise to fingers. You look happy while he looks grumpy. We have to go to 2 more places. The sky is red. It's signaling that it's getting dark soon. Even a glass hunter can't handle dozens of energetic kids for long. She doesn't care now. But it's late, so we'll continue tomorrow. He mutters curses again. Oh, you're also looking forward to this, right? In the car, his curses mix with her cheering and cussing. But he doesn't know what's happening here. Teaching others magic is forbidden in the first place. And I was planning to quit after a day anyway. He gets out of the car on an empty street. Looking at his exhausted face, you can tell how tired he is today. But she insists. That's not logical. In the car, Mr. Runzi smiles and waves. See you tomorrow then. Bye-bye. Min-woo watches until the car disappears from sight. On his tired face, a soft smile appears now. But this is the start of Min-woo's brewing anger. He looks like a fierce animal growling. I have to wear that ridiculous headband and get back to work. And you treat me like this? We knew she wasn't trustworthy, right? Suddenly, 2 heads appear, looking at him curiously. What's the weird headband look like? He answers with a snarl. Then, he jumped in surprise seeing them appear, his eyes wide with shock. He spoke up. Ripper, she crossed her arms and said sternly. His phone was off, so I came to his house, but only his younger brother was there. Then she suddenly became serious, looking angry, and told him not to call her by that nickname outside. Call me Na Elriam. Ripper left as he walked away, muttering, Do you have time for this? Let's go. He watched them leave. Where are we going? She was abrupt. Let's go eat. The other two remained silent, watching them. Standing in front of the red car, Ripper leaned on her arm and got in. As they drove away, she praised his younger brother for being polite inside the car. She recalled the moment he bowed politely and said hello, making her feel nostalgic. He greeted me so politely, she thought to herself. It's all because of you. He looked at her and said, but she remembered a time he invited her out for dinner too. Once we're done here, let's go eat. But things didn't turn out that way. I meant to say we should go together, but not in that sense. What I meant was, she interrupted. I know. Ripper focused on driving but still talked with him. You want all of us to go out for dinner, right? Together, he said in surprise, all of us. Minwoo kept his cold and tired demeanor, glancing at her with a blank stare as she spoke. Everyone had worked hard to break the tower, treating it like a celebration. As they passed an advertisement billboard featuring Ripper, he pointed out, Hey, isn't that you? The billboard showed her posing cutely and read, Congratulations on breaking the tower. The legendary hunter Ripper. I thought she would be proud, but no. She angrily shouted, What is this? At a restaurant, Ripper remained composed. No matter how many times I think about it, it must have been my uncle who did this. She put her hand on her face and lowered her head, feeling that even making me stand in the hotel lobby wasn't enough for them to make an advertisement too. He walked beside her, offering comfort. Being famous is good, right? She seemed on the verge of tears. Do you know how many calls I've gotten from reporters? You know this, don't you? Besides, I didn't become a hunter to be famous. I wanted to be an archaeologist. Seeing Ripper's shadow, EU stood up and waved from the nearby table. Here I am. The three of them were waiting for her there. There was a brick wall separating the rooms. Ripper asked concernedly, Are you okay? EU smiled excitedly. I'm fine now. The AMA guys are great. Ripper, Minwoo, and Griffin looked around in surprise at the voice. We've broken the holy tower together. Minwoo raised his glass to drink. Griffin's eyes still stared at him. The praises kept echoing. No wonder they're top hunters. Griffin didn't care, just looking at the menu list. Minerva sat next to Ripper amiably. I've read about her too. Ripper scratched his head. What did I do? It's all Minwoo and Griffin's fault, but it feels awkward in my mind. Please don't mention it. Looking at the empty tables around us, they're all curious. It's strange, really. We are the only ones here in the restaurant. As far as I know, reserving a table is hard. Ripper spoke bluntly, making Minerva sit up straight. I booked it already. The others were equally surprised too. Huh? How come? He raised his hand to pick up a wine bottle. Ripper's eyes sparkled when he heard the question. Are we okay here? She quickly changed the subject. We're only having one meal. That's a waste. Isn't it right? Then she walked over, gently placing her hand on her shoulder. Turns out Young had approached and hugged her. Both were laughing. Let's go to table 2. Let's go to table 2. Outside the door, Griffin bowed to everyone. I'm leaving now. Sivu crossed his arms. Go ahead. But some people asked, What? We should go to table 2 instead. Where are you going? But Griffin still hurried away, ignoring everyone's attempts to hold him back. No, don't leave. Suddenly his feet stopped abruptly, his eyes focused suspiciously. Turns out Minwoo was there too. He put his hand in his pocket. Griffin turned to ask someone, What's going on? He kept a cold demeanor. I'm the one who should be asking that. Minwoo challenged him directly with his eyes. Why didn't you reveal my identity at the party? What are you planning to do? Griffin thought but said nothing. After a few minutes, he spoke up. I don't have any proof, so telling them would be useless anyway. And me? Suddenly Griffin emphasized. I can't stop now. I need to become stronger. To achieve that, he looked at him intently, clearly stating his purpose. I need to make use of you. You're secretly thinking, right now, you can't die yet. Your eyes are as cold as knives. Your golden hair flows down. Wouldn't it mean more if I killed you? Griffin slowly continued, this is my final mission. You clenched your teeth still, so you turned around and walked away, shouting back, remember that. Griffin's large figure gradually blended into the night. Minwoo stood there staring, muttering to himself, that arrogant brat. Sitting on a park bench, he recalled, I said those words to you before. Then he looked up at the sky. The full moon was bright and round. He exclaimed, the full moon tonight. Suddenly, Ripper's voice echoed behind him, hey Minwoo. Minwoo darted around, a bit worried. Hey, you ate too much earlier, she said calmly. I have my own stomach for Kim. Besides, I don't want to hear those words from someone as gluttonous as you. Minwoo asked, where are the others? She felt a bit regretful. They've gone. I wanted to go get to more. Then she looked up at the sky. Both of them stood there, staring at the full moon shining down brightly. The full moon! Ripper spoke. It's midnight. I should go to bed now. He raised his hand and waved. Go on then. But he glanced at her words. But first, I have to do this. Her hair fluttered as Ripper suddenly bent down and kissed Minwoo's lips. His eyes almost popped out while she savored the kiss. He was about to explode when finally she stopped, releasing his lips. She blushed, took her ice cream, and left with a sleep well. Minwoo still lay back on the chair, staring at the sky. His eyes half opened as he looked up. His face turned red too. He reached out to his mouth, frustrated. What's going on? Why did you suddenly eat ice cream? Then he ran off muttering to himself. Honestly, if I meet you again next time, there will be a muscular arm grabbing me from behind with a call. Fomit, why are you still here? Sivyu called after him. I have something to discuss with you. Why does his voice sound so loud in the building? But you're pretty drunk too. Your face is all red. Where? There's nothing there. Sivyu's lips curled slightly upward. He still stared intently. Minwoo stopped and turned around to look at him. He asked, what is the goal of a hunter when they become one? Minwoo paused, thinking about it. He didn't answer but listened carefully to his advice. Some hunters fight for survival, while others sacrifice for justice. So why do people become hunters? His face was a bit puzzled as he replied, fighting. With one hand on his hip, he stood tall and proud. I want to stand alongside the experts someday and maybe surpass them. That's my goal. Sivyu ran his fingers along his lip, smiling with a cunning look in his eyes. Ah, I get it now. Truly, letting such a talented person go is a waste. Minwoo didn't understand the question and asked back. What's that? He gestured for him to come closer with his hand. Come join our Sung on Guild. In a big house, children laughed joyfully. Thank you, director. Thanks. Turns out Jun Seong was smiling and Minwoo's face was flushed with excitement, wearing a cat ear band and angel wings on his back. Jun Seong's voice echoed from the rooftop. Helping the kids made me feel more satisfied than anything else. I'm so happy to be a doctor. She leaned in, her smile bright. But what about you? How do you feel? Minwoo had changed into normal clothes and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Me too. Why are you acting like this all the time? She retorted, no, I haven't been nagging at all. Jun Seong stood straight, one hand on her hip as she explained, that's why we're here. Her beautiful face was more serious now. Let's get started. He focused and his arms turned a bit red. He clenched his fist and asked her, is this okay? The driver's mouth dropped open as he quickly covered his ears in shock. It was surprising. He had learned all of that in just an hour. She smiled contentedly, sweat already forming on her cheeks. She wondered, what is it like to teach someone? Seeing Min-yu succeed after an hour's effort, she realized that now she understood why some S-rank hunters also serve as support. I really want to know how far he will go. She clasped her hands and added, if your stats increase, you can learn more than just this. Just pile it on and push it down into hell. He was excited too. Really? So what should I learn next? Minwoo gave a mischievous smile as he approached her, announcing that she looked surprised with wide eyes, not daring to look at him. I'm about to leave the guild. Jun Seong seemed awakened and shouted loudly. Huh? They went down the stairs. He walked ahead while she followed behind. One asked, one answered, both talking non-stop. Another guild has invited me to join. Invited? Which guild is it? What's its name again? It must be Sungun. Sangan Guild? From your reaction, I don't need to explain anything else. Jun Seong seemed a bit worried by his honest words. I didn't know those guilds had paid in advance too. Plus, they provide me with many benefits as a hunter. Her beautiful face went from surprise to another. The higher the tower, the stronger the guild must be. But what about you? Minwoo seemed to be using magic. A mysterious black shadow covered his back. Accusatory words. You tricked me, making me work, dragging me into a guild with an odd name. But you don't know it was the team leader's fault. She glared at Jun Seong intensely. Now she wants to exploit me and teach me these skills as compensation. He accidentally pushed that magic towards her, causing her to jump back. Order you gave, stop here. Then Minwoo walked away, waving goodbye while Jun Seong was still on his knees. Just consider this my payment for today's lesson. Her voice caught his attention suddenly. What do I have to do? Just stand there and watch her reaction. Her voice sounded weak and pitiful. How can I keep you here? She hugged her upper body tightly. Jun Seong lost composure, money, power, or my body. I don't need any of that. Minwoo looked at him with cold eyes. Give her a chance. If you agree to my terms, I'll stay in your guild. Jun Seong asked back suddenly. Terms? His voice was strong. I want to join bigger arenas for combat. But if still in a small guild, I can't do that. She frowned, guessing. You told me to make the guild stronger? Minwoo approached her closer, whispering close by. The most important thing is to change the name of this ridiculous guild. The sky had turned dark. At the Haven Hotel, the receptionist politely answered a guest. Yes, we have confirmed your room reservation. We will bring your luggage up to your room. A satisfied-looking boy said to the girl in front of him. This hotel is really good, Mum. How much does this room cost? It looks quite expensive. She didn't care. Why do you care about the price? Then she turned around, wrapping her arms around the boy's neck. She purred. You just need to focus on me. The two of them were hugging and crying next to a large advertisement board. Suddenly, they were startled by the Ripper image on it. Oh! Scared. What is this? Hunters. Speaking of which, the hotel's understudy is a hunter. The boy let that slip. She's quite beautiful too, making the girl cross her arms in jealousy. What did you say? Holding up her phone for the guard to see. The heavy door still closed, the guard's voice echoed. Yes, madam. Please come in. The grand door slowly opened, revealing many well-dressed couples laughing and chatting inside. They were socializing happily, a white-robed girl standing with her arms crossed looking around. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, her curly hair flowing down. Hola! Minerva wore a chic dress, standing with her arms folded against the wall. She still had her eyes closed as Ella spoke. She must have succeeded now, right? Minerva, the president of the fan club, opened her eyes and listened to Ella continue talking. How did she manage to recruit so many hunters? Minerva honestly replied that it was all thanks to Ripper. I couldn't host a party here, but... Ella interrupted. Wow, having someone like her as a member is great, indeed. Money talks. Then she cheerfully pointed at Minerva. By the way, congratulations on your club making it into the top 10. Turns out she's the president of Reborn. With modern chandelier lights shining brightly, their voices continued. What a stroke of luck. Luck? Oh my, you think your club got that ranking just by chance? Ella was still flattering and pleading for her help. Remember to keep me in mind too. Now, your club has grown so much. My club also played an important role. Suddenly, a girl's figure passed by, making Ella jump up in surprise. Mew! You! The girl was startled. Some food crumbs fell down. Ella's shout echoed loudly. I have a shoot tomorrow. Why are you eating now? Mew stammered. I'm sorry. Ella gritted her teeth and turned around. Her face was furious. Not long after turning, she heard a slight voice from the girl, making her snap back to attention. Both Minerva and Ella watched as she left through the door. Minerva wondered why she didn't let her eat. A little bit wouldn't make her fatter. Ella sternly said no, she needs stricter weight control, or else she won't be able to rise to the top and defeat Valkyrie. Seeing this, Minerva said nothing more, silently watching as she left through the door. She leaned on her hand anxiously. Shouldn't he have come by now? Ella was curious. Huh? Who is it? Mew glanced to one side. Minerva's voice could still be heard outside the door. She knows him too. A loud noise erupted, like a red-clad man rushing past her. I'm sorry. Her eyes widened, her blue ones sparkling with surprise. A masculine face, hair covering almost all of his eyes. Mingyu walked away, ignoring the surprised look behind him. The girl's scolding continued. Seriously, at least wear a shirt. Hunters don't dress like that. You said you wanted to play with experts. Being public-facing is important too. Nearby people turned to look. His voice was indifferent. Is it really so important? Others also looked curiously in his direction. The current generation must care about the public's perception. Minwoo followed Junseong. She still felt a bit uncomfortable, reminding him, there are hunters here too. You need to figure out who you are. Suddenly, a loud call reached them as they walked. Junseong. Fresh fruits laid out on the table. I called her last time, but she didn't come. Minerva, Junseong, and Ella were seated in one room together. Ella spoke up. It seems like she's finally getting serious about work now. She said she started the club just to avoid taxes. What happened with the Royal Guild, that cute-sounding name? Junseong held her face as if crying. Someone threatened me that I'd be kicked out of the guild if I didn't change my name. Ella curiously sat beside her. Who is it? Oh, I mean, which name looks like a toy but sounds very alluring over there? Meanwhile, Minwoo was enjoying some sweet pastries, his eyes not looking too happy. He walked by their seats and Minerva's eyes caught the silhouette of him passing by. She turned to look after him, searching for a precious gem like that. But it seemed Junseo didn't want to answer. Instead, he laughed and clapped his hands. I'm glad we could contact you. Minyu strolled around with a plate of pastries in hand, not noticing Minerva and Junseong talking about her. How much did she spend looking for him? Arya, I didn't lure him with money. He admires my skills, so he did. So how much would it cost to bring him back here? No, I've already stopped the Sung-Un Guild from taking him away. Ella heard this and happily joined in. The Sung-Un Guild? Oh my! If they're involved, I'd want to join too. Junseong's face darkened. Alright then. He is our only hope, the last hope of our guild. It seems very surprising. Minerva asked her, but you were the one who contacted me to bring him here. She anxiously asked quickly, huh? Who is it? A man's hand appeared as Minerva spoke. Her ex-husband. The hand placed on her shoulder, making her freeze. She heard him hesitating to figure out whose voice he was familiar with. Heliot bowed down and greeted Junseong warmly. Long time no see? Junseong, have you been well lately? Minwoo's hand moved in his pocket among the people there. Holding his glass of wine, he thought to himself, why am I standing here with such a strong impression? He raised the glass to his lips, eyes slightly dangerous, as if he had already created an impression without realizing it. A girl rushed through the open door. He looked after her. Must be Ripper, right? I just remembered. This hotel belongs to her family. His mind flashed back to the kiss she gave him. With his glass still in hand, he didn't say anything, looking very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a young man's scream caught his attention. Nina Elriam, that voice drew his attention. Minwoo looked through the gap and saw the young man standing next to Ripper. Inside the hotel, Vargar and Ripper were talking. This is different from what we discussed earlier. How so? He stood in front of her with a sly smile. You promised you'd go out with me after you destroyed that tower. Did you forget? Reaper's attitude was clearly annoyed. I never made such promises, but you're twisting my words to your advantage. And I've already paid for it. His eyes widened slightly when she said that. He hid his palm in frustration. He shouted out, Heal Riem. He's getting a bit flustered too. Stop playing hard to get. This is boring. He reached out with his hand towards Reaper, who was standing still. But Minwoo grabbed his hand quickly, and Reaper looked away. A heated voice shouted loudly. Vargar can't control his emotions anymore. He pushed his hand hard at Reaper. Stop playing hard to get. She's getting bored already. Red light rapidly appeared, and his strong hand grabbed his before touching her. The red magical eyes seemed to control Vargar's every action. His eyes were surprised, while Fomit's were cold and dangerous. Form tightly held Vargar's wrist as Reaper's eyes widened in surprise. She felt something off. He emanates the kind of hostility I only feel around monsters. Formed pulled his hand away from Vargar. Are you a hunter? The three faced each other. Vargar curiously asked Formed. Who are you? She looked at him questioningly. Why are you here? He only cared about her. What's wrong? Should I not be here? Handy and Young felt a mix of disappointment and jealousy as Ripper happily asked Han. No, just that he didn't think Han would come to places like this. To see you makes me very happy. Han smiled but could sense her sadness when all she saw was Formed. Hey, are you bothered? He asked again. What's the matter? Vargar stood back and smiled, cutting off their conversation. Could you be Na Iorium's boyfriend? No way! You seem to be a hunter. Which guild are you from? Fomin heard but didn't answer immediately. He just stared back with intense eyes. Turning away, he kept the same attitude. I come from the Wild Guild, Ripper on top. Huh? I thought it was the Angelic Guild of Sweet Bliss. Fomin sternly replied. Wild? Which obscure guild is that? He looked down at Ripper with disdain, mocking voice. Na Iorium. I didn't expect you to be with such a loser. It disappoints me greatly. He didn't correct him, only asked, what guild are you from? Snorting derisively. Am I? The Guardian Guild. Ripper looked unhappy. His face was scowling. Guardians are one of the top 3 guilds. With their logo featuring two horses with horns and crossed swords, they're famous for conquering towers quickly. Fomit's voice echoed. He spread his arms out, MECH. She also let out a snicker. I thought you were from Starlight, so aren't you also from one of those obscure guilds? He turned to him, disbelieving that he would say such a thing. What's the flag? But both boys were taken aback when Ripper suddenly burst into a loud laugh. The sharp laughter made Vargar stare at her intensely. On this side, he couldn't hide his curious gaze either. It can't be stopped. Ripper raised her hand to cover her mouth. She was shaking uncontrollably. What are you laughing about? She struggled hard to speak. It's so funny. He just said that your guild is one of the top 3 obscure ones. Both of them were speechless before Ripper and Girl's endless laughter, with the girl frowning uncomfortably at him. Seeing him standing there with his arms crossed, looking pompous, he wondered what kind of monster is this? Just a failure from an amateur guild. The 3 just stood there, not wanting to leave the door yet. Inside, the appearance of Kim Il-sung's ex-husband made the atmosphere equally tense. Minerva sat silently without saying anything. Outside, Vargar smiled, showing his gleaming white teeth. He looked at him and asked, Fomit, right? This party is a bit dull. When Minerva turned her head outwards, she was called by a hunter named Minerva. He walked into the room and approached her. Minerva recognized him as Vargar the hunter. He extended his hand and said, I have an idea I'd like to propose. She was surprised. An idea? He smiled confidently. I'm very grateful for being invited to such a grand party, but you know, most of the people here are hunters who haven't exercised their hands much lately. So it might be a bit boring. Another girl in the room agreed. He said, right. We're not used to drinking champagne like this. Vargar proposed an idea. Why don't we have a competition event? Why not organize a tournament? Minerva tilted her head and asked back. A tournament? You mean one-on-one combat? Leibelm disagreed. She expressed her opinion. Hold on, that doesn't seem reasonable. All the guests here are representatives of guilds. Even a friendly match could affect the reputation of the guild. Why? He cut her off quickly. If both of you agree, there shouldn't be any problem, right? I've already agreed to a friendly match. He laughed arrogantly and pointed at 300 to standing by the wall next to them. With this guy, 302. Labum still maintained her disapproving attitude but seemed hesitant. After all, it is a formal party. But Minerva seemed to have different thoughts. That's interesting. I'm getting bored too. Labum was taken aback. Huh? Mincio, why are you saying that? He glanced at the two where Kim Il-sung was. What do you two think? The door opened slightly with a glittering chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Wager and Foment are standing face to face. Minerva focuses intently while Labum looks a bit uncomfortable. A lot of unexpected things have happened. Kim Il-sung feels a little tense when his mentor mentions his guild. One side is from the Il-sung guild. She glances at Foment's opponent, her ex-husband just smiling and observing. The other side comes from the Peacekeeper Guild. Seeing Ripper nearby, Minerva feels a bit guilty. Sorry for making you worry even though we were prepared for this party. She responds without much thought. No need to apologize. This place is due for renovation soon anyway. Behind him, Ripper watches over Kim Il-sung's strong back with concern. Will he be okay? I know Foment is very skilled, but I can't underestimate him. Vargar's skills are better than his though. She glares at Vargar, hating him more now. It seems he deliberately humiliated Kim Il-sung in front of the hunters, a disgraceful act. Vargar smirks, looking uncomfortable. Oh no, I seem to be in a tough spot here. He puts his hand in his pocket. Arrogantly, I just wanted Minerva's hunters to prepare the arena, but ended up attracting so many spectators. He looks at him with hostile eyes, lowering his voice as if emphasizing something, especially when he knows the match will end soon. Kim Il-sung looks back, his sharp eyes like daggers. His smug demeanor only proves that he's just another nobody from an unknown guild. I don't know how your guild got invitations here, but you should act more humble. All these pretenses, arrogant, acting superior but feeling forced. So I saved him the trouble of putting himself in a difficult situation in front of everyone. And don't let Vajir finish. Foment speaks nonchalantly. It's fine either way. He feels this is too wordy. He scratches his head. Are we good to start? He nods. I don't know how long he'll keep talking. He's feeling the effects of standing there for a while, just grinning and singing. His angry eyes. He extends his hand. His fingers curl. It seems he still doesn't understand the situation. Then he spreads his legs wide, bending slightly forward. Streams of glowing power swirl around him, expanding to see how long he can maintain that stance. Vargar rushes forward while Foment remains still. Kim Il-sung starts lowering himself, gripping his fist tightly like a hammer. He focuses. The floor is just him and a flickering light. Everything else fades away. The stream of light swoops down from above. He leans to dodge, his eyes still focused. These streams keep rushing around him, making him only dodge. It seems his forte is speed. He reveals himself and dashes off, his hair whipped back and up, dead. The situation looks unfavorable for Kim Il-sung as he puts his hand in his pocket again. But he remains strangely calm compared to that bastard. He remembers when he fought Griffin with Bill. His face is still blank, waiting for something. Images of Griffin's battle flash before him, his eyes suddenly glowing fiercely and his sinister smile far exceeds any before. Kim Il-sung stands watching, but her eyes widen in surprise as she thinks to herself, "This can't be!" Labum and Minerva watch with concern. Her ex-husband also looks tense. Ripper didn't dare to look away from the fight. His big round eyes followed him closely. This moment was quite eerie. Foment grabbed Vargar's hand and tore the skin in half. Blood splattered everywhere. He winced in pain. His eyes widened in shock, amazement, and he was a bit surprised by the result too. A drop of blood shot up in front of him. Everyone there was terrified, and he threw Wager's severed arm down. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain and cursing. Kim Il-sung and his wife stood watching. She turned her face away from her ex-husband when he spoke, looking annoyed. But she was also quite surprised that he managed to slip through the crowd and leave. Huh? Ma Sung Il-sung. Behind Minerva, a couple were whispering to each other. What's going on here? I thought it was just for friendly purposes, not to over the top. How could he do that? Minerva clapped her hands in approval. Her cheerful tone made Fomet and those around him turn to look. The result was superhuman Hunter Fomet. She still clapped happily, congratulating him. His destructive power is unbelievable. I'm impressed. As expected, I thought right about you. Everyone else just stood there in shock. They were whispering to each other. I've never seen Minerva so excited before. Formes, is that your code name? He gave a slight smile and looked in one direction. In another room, Ripper suggested to Formes, "Hey, let me help you." Formes was surprised by her proactive offer. Huh? She extended her hand. Your hand is injured. He turned his palm up. There's indeed a deep cut. Yeah. Ripper took medical supplies to help him clean the wound. She looked a bit guilty. You didn't even notice you were hurt. Usually, fighting with Vargar is like this. Fomet! Anyway, I won. She scolded him. Yeah, be a little more naive. He didn't argue but secretly glanced at her. Looking at the beautiful face focused on treating his wound, he quickly looked away. The sky was already dark. Their voices still echoed steadily. He was complacent. You're not bandaging, right? These wounds will heal by themselves. She wouldn't give up. A hunter should always be in top condition. Ripper continued to carefully attend to him. Ripper spoke up too. Some call it hell on earth. When the gates opened, that place saw the most monster appearances, then towers started sprouting up. Reaper put his hand over his mouth in fear. I've heard this before, no matter how many towers are conquered, new ones keep appearing. Minerva confirmed it's not a place to live. Kim Il-sung was furious and shouted. Even ordinary hunters went mad and became brutal upon arriving there. Hunts between hunters turned into massacres just for a drop of blood on the way. Fomet scratched his chin, still hearing Kim Il-sung's voice in his ear. Thus, he couldn't go there. Suddenly, he spoke up, leaving all three of them stunned. If I go, not only will I get an S rank, but also become even stronger, right? Minerva smiled satisfiedly and ignored Kim Il-sung's protests. Huh? No, I said no. Minerva continued where he left off. Of course, do you want to challenge it? Thinking about the dangerous place with those sharp buildings far away, she finished her sentence. Colony? Ella sat beside Najer's bed and explained, I've done everything I could. Then she sighed deeply and stood up to leave the room, but didn't forget to warn him. It might still look okay, but you should go to the hospital for proper treatment because I only did first aid. I thought I would be rewarded with a luxurious place like this. Najer's worried face looked down at his injured arm. I should have listened to my mother's advice. Helia's smiling face exuded danger. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Nova's trembling voice broke the heavy silence. I'm sorry. He was very surprised when he was kicked hard in the chest by him. He winced in pain. Helios criticized, if that hunter blocked your way, you should have dealt with it thoroughly. Instead, you tarnished our group's reputation. Nager, he said urgently. I'm sorry. He seemed quite indifferent. No matter what you do, my anger won't subside. Suddenly, Nova screamed. Hold on. Helios' hand squeezed his throat tightly, making him gasp for air. I promise it won't happen again. Please don't. Extremely panicked, Nova waved his hands in front of him, continuously pleading, please. Ma Seongun stood there and placed a hand on Najer's shoulder to save him from Helios' grip. He smiled to make peace. Warning was enough. Why not let him go? He wasn't satisfied yet. Ma Seongun. Then he angrily pushed his hand off his shoulder. Freed from the grip, Nova hastily grabbed his coat and ran out of the room before Heliod's furious eyes. He glanced to see if Nager had reached the door, then moved swiftly like a pancake, saying cheerfully, it has been a while. Heliod extended his hand friendly. I heard you're working as a government agent. What a waste of talent. And I'm half joking, Seongun. I'm annoyed, he said, as if being an agent for the government isn't a serious responsibility. He blushed and apologized. Sorry if I offended you. Helios smiled suggestively, but stopped when his phone rang in his pocket. It's been a while since we last met. Why don't we have dinner together? Ma Seong-un was stunned as he looked at the phone and politely addressed him. I'm sorry, I'll try to listen. He had to listen to Helios' meaningless conversation. Hello? No! It's fine. What's going on? Now, right? I don't think I can come immediately. No! That's not what I meant. Why? The voice from the other end said. You're excited to meet your first love after such a long time, aren't you? Helios seemed displeased as he pulled his phone away, frowning. His voice still echoed. Your wife hasn't changed much, has she? In the quiet hallway, Helios and Ma Seong-un went their separate ways. He looks a bit angry. In his head, he thinks I already knew he works for the government. He hopes he can burst out and curse. But he still acts like that. You're such a traitor. Just then, Kim Il-sung came over. She stood there asking again, who's the one reporting this? And his car almost gave me a shock. He's furious. Ugh, you're scaring me. What are you doing here? Kim Il-sung, that's what I want to know. What are you doing here? He replied he came for an important meeting, but heard the Differency Club was hosting a party, so he stopped by. She looked at him with puzzled eyes. Yes, that's right. Then she grabbed his wrist tightly. She shouted at him. No, not really. No! Stop the bus at stop 302. He also spoke loudly. Hold on. She angrily turned and walked away. What's that? You put your hand on my face. Are you still angry with me? Father Mingyu, you're using me. That's so gross. Kim Il-sung informed him that bus 302 was trying to enter the colony. Ma Seong-un asked back skeptically. Colony, huh? She hurriedly said. We have to stop him from entering that hell. You're a wild one. It's not bad there. She got really excited. Huh? He carefully spoke slowly, stroking his chin thoughtfully, considering he would become stronger if he went there. At the coffee shop, two young men sat at a table with tense expressions. Foment wore a hoodie pulled over his head and held it in place. He saw Fanny dressed in a long pink dress with her hair tied on both sides. He wondered, what kind of outfit is that? Holding the coffee cup in his hand, he asked, what's your intention? By the window, a green money tree was fat and lush. The person looked like a creepy guy who likes to dress up. She felt uncomfortable. Don't you see I'm working here? Work already. Suddenly, the two young men approached them, scratching their heads awkwardly, apologized and asked if she was Fanny the Hunter. I'm a big fan of yours. Can we take a picture together? Fanny kindly agreed. Of course, your son is so cute you don't understand. You posed cutely with the two young men. He crossed his arms and was annoyed. Line 60 completed. What the heck is going on? You still waved and greeted those two, then answered me. They're my customers. I announced on the fan page that I would be at the coffee shop today. You hold your coffee cup while listening to him speak. Sometimes I have to do this kind of fan service. You're curious, aren't you? Do they realize you're a guy? He spit out his coffee when Fanny answered straight away. Of course, you acted all high and mighty. How did I get into this line of work anyway? This world has all kinds of people. Then he switched to a serious tone. Enough with the small talk. In a serious tone, asking a question. Have you found him yet? Fanny held her phone out towards him, implying the perverted blonde guy, right? I've looked for him, but he's changed a bit. You're holding the phone with an image of that person in it. Fanny added, now he's the head of a church, so his hair must have gone shorter. He said more, though after I asked you to look for him, he disappeared. Hey, what flag? Fanny raised her hand and continued speaking, but don't worry. Even if I'm not an expert in this field, I can ask my fan club to track down the pervert with your second request. Amidst all this confusion, you're feeling overwhelmed. What does this mean? I can't figure it out. Foment crossed his arms and looked at the painting. Fane gave up, even though it was drawn quite detailed. The scary eyes. You're imagining that person's silhouette. Advisor. Vague thoughts appeared in your mind. This is your first mission. Finally, you failed to find the culprit behind the advisor. and he died at the hands of this mysterious figure. His body was cut into pieces. Remember when Mischief mentioned that he did it to avoid being exposed? It seems the murderer is a much hunter with resurrection abilities. After piecing together, if what Mischief said is true, then the culprit is a soul master. Fane raised his hand and cast. A soul master is indeed a special profession, so the search area will be narrowed down now. Suddenly, he interrupted your thoughts, as if proving his worth. Didn't you complain about not being able to gather information earlier? And haven't you told anyone about me yet, right? It's kind of ticklish, you stammered, of course. Thomit didn't seem too reassured. He looked at you cautiously. You were hit by a love letter and are slightly scared, sweat pouring down your face, skin turning pale. You cursed silently. Damn it, go back in time to a few days ago. Back then, Fane was very frightened. You told Ma Seongun everything you knew. It seems strange, but what I said is the truth. I successfully entered the Hell Tower booth. That person must be Thomit. You're trying to prove that what you say is true. You have to believe me. He finally spoke up. I know you've entered the Hell Tower. Hunter Fane, you're in a hurry. Yes. So, hold on. Ma Seongun pushed his glasses up when he heard Fane's question. Did you investigate me? He frankly admitted it. Just consider this the standard procedure to verify the accuracy of the information you provided. He's still like that. He continues. But what you mean is that Changu is actually Fomichu. Then he suddenly looks up at the sky and laughs loudly, making Fanon confused again. You thought I didn't believe you, so you were a bit defensive. Didn't you believe me? I know. He quickly responds. No, I do believe you. He continues to smile and explain. It's just that I feel like we're being controlled by some secret entity. He says, but that doesn't mean I blindly believe what you say. It's just that the information I have matches what you provided. Fane thinks, reminding himself to stay grounded in reality now. Captain Ma see Thomit sitting there with a gentle expression on his face. Ma Seongun's words resurface. You can help me. At the time, you didn't understand and answered hastily. Huh? But that name is a demon. Ma Seongun leans close to him, raising his hand with a sly smile. He's surprised and leans back in earnest. But I owe you. Suddenly, Thomit focuses on his phone. A grim expression appears. Huh? Fane thinks that demon named format. He keeps lifting the corner of his mouth at the screen, wondering why this vagrant has such a strange demeanor. He wonders what he's thinking about. The sky is getting darker near a large house. Echidna's voice remains steady, saying use the product for a week and give me feedback. I'm sure you have plenty of time, especially with free time now. Echidna stops talking, looking helpless at him. Lizuri sits there, still buried in her phone. Echidna asks, are you listening? Lizuri replies politely, yeah, I am. She curiously asks, what are you doing then? Still not looking away from the screen. Lizuri answers, I'm grinding. Should I top up my account? This grind is tough. She sighs and thinks to herself, here we go again. Lizuri remains focused. Oh no, I can't do this anymore. Then she gives up. Who cares? I'm lazy anyway. Echidna knows her well. Her laziness is back. Every year around now, she becomes super lazy and delays everything she needs to do. Even though in my head, she's really good at annoying people. But I don't know what to do now. She's our guild star and we have to endure it. But Echidna tries to sound cheerful. That's right. She has been working hard already. Why not use this opportunity to travel and relax? She sounds tired as she slumps on the table, feeling a bit more motivated by Echidna's suggestion. Europe would be fine too. Or maybe some Asian countries nearby. Echidna suddenly remembers, oh no, we have a photo shoot in Bazakai. She loses her train of thought. Forget it. I won't do it. It's too tiring. I can't handle it anymore. Echidna stands up and shouts, hey, Lee Yuri, enough already. If you keep this up, you'll lose your #1 spot to some Mujimu hunter. Lee Yuri quickly dodged a punch. Mutt, her neck is quite pretty too. Echidna became even more crazy. Yes, she is pretty. But that's not the main issue. She seems very bored. Sit down and cross your legs. Forget it. Do what you like. Just don't stay too long. You have many advertising contracts waiting for you. Liyuri tiredly propped her elbows on the table, lowering her head to listen, her sad face pondering something she doesn't want to say. Suddenly, Liyuri mentioned, "By the way, I heard you're working as an advisor in Colony A. You seem very dedicated." Echidna replied, "I need to find talented people to join our guild and resolve any misunderstandings." Thinking about her to male members, Jory quickly guessed, "So your guild only recruits women, right?" Although there are 2 men, actually, the evil guild includes both male and female hunters, despite having just 2 men. Echidna tapped on her keyboard, but still asked with concern, "Why suddenly interested in the colony?" Jory answered, "No, I'm just putting a lot of effort into it, Echidna. I know you're trying to find motivation, but give up." Her face was straight, lips pursed. When Zuri heard Echidna say that place isn't suitable for kids like her, in Zuri's mind, she wondered, colony, how can a place be unsuitable for her? In front of the mirror, she examined herself and said, "Despite my appearance, I'm still an Eskimo hunter." She walked dejectedly, suddenly stopping for a few seconds, seeing something. She hid behind the wall to peek out and saw Fomet following a beautiful woman. The woman was telling him to just follow silently. She wanted to scream. Fomet didn't expect to run into her here. She followed them. The beautiful woman exclaimed when she saw the stall. "Oh my, they're going wild over it." Fomet put her hand in her pocket. "Are you shopping?" Zuri was curious about the woman, but who is she? Is she his girlfriend? She only peeked behind the wall and felt a bit sad. She consoled herself that he would never go out dressed like that for a date, but she knew even if they've been dating long enough, it's normal. Trying on a bright red dress with deep back slits. The woman commented, "I think the bottom of this dress is a bit small." Fomet crossed her arms and glared. "What's going on?" She called me out just to help her pick clothes. From afar, she saw how alluring that woman was. Her eyes widened in admiration. Such a good body. The woman turned and said to him, "By the way, one of our guild members is going to a distant place and as the guild leader, I won't let you go without any preparation." "Right. You'll need lots of clothes because you'll be there for a while." He looked confused. She said, "It only takes 30 minutes to drive from here to there." Jury, who was hiding and listening, thought to herself, "Guild leader, so not his girlfriend." She widened her eyes and listened carefully as they spoke. "By the way, do you really want to go to the colony? Why don't you think it over again?" "Liurini, the Fomet hunter will be arriving at the colony," Echidna declared with a forlorn face and excited tone. "I want to go there." The night sky was descending, and the dark clouds gradually disappeared into the misty darkness. Another day began. The sky that day was clear and high. Outside Fomet's house, Suzion's voice echoed, "Don't know how long you'll be gone." "Right, the scale must be different from climbing the tower. Don't worry about your brother. I'll keep an eye on him." She was surprised that he was leaving without seeing him off, but his sister didn't even bother to say goodbye briefly. She felt sad because they hadn't met in a while after he returned from the tower where he had gone. Fomet sighed deeply. There must be reasons for it, then thought to himself, maybe she's upset about that. His voice could still be heard on the rooftop. "Take good care of her for me." Susan agreed immediately. "Alright, you can relax now. Wishing you a safe journey." After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. Turning back to remind her, "Remember to take her to school." On a modern underground street, wide and spacious, a white car was driving by. Inside the car, Kim Ainshin continued to advise Format. "Think about it again. It's not too late to turn back. You could become an S-rank hunter without going to the colony." He was frustrated with her old-fashioned words and turned his head towards the window. "If you say anything else, I'll jump out of this car." She focused on driving and replied, "Don't worry, jumping out of a car as an A-rank hunter won't kill you. Stop scaring me." Her eyebrows furrowed in helplessness. Well, anyway, he wasn't going to listen to her. Her voice became serious. "Remember this." He glanced at her and listened attentively to her instructions. "There would be no allies once you're inside." His expression remained indifferent as he didn't say anything in response to her words. Just focus on survival. Hearing this, she felt a bit tense and widened her eyes slightly. We've arrived. Her car was entering the colony with an imposing house in front of them. The tall towers of George Ford reached towards the sky. The buildings were closely packed. A smile appeared on his face. His expression relaxed and he became excited. He softly exclaimed, "Perfect." In the quiet office, Yu-Hyun was alone. Suddenly, someone approached her attention. She spoke. "You just got back, right? Did you take Chamingu there?" Her reply was a soft voice. "Yes." Yu-Hyun asked worriedly again. "Why is that?" Her eyes were filled with suspicion. "Are you worried about him?" Kim Jun-seong thought for a moment. "I think." Ain-sin suddenly burst out in a storm of emotions. "Chamingu will do well. He might stay there forever." Runzi, his eyes sharp with cunning, spoke triumphantly. "Perfect." Then she shouted, "If he says that, how can I not worry?" The scene showed a grand and imposing tower. Surrounding it were other tall buildings that looked mysterious and majestic. A girl carrying weapons was somewhere around. Two men stood facing each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. In the colony square with towering buildings, a man shouted angrily, "Dog!" He grabbed the boy's collar roughly. "What did you say to me?" "That one isn't any better." His eyes showed a sharp edge. "I told you to open your doggy eyes. It seems like you don't realize your position." The man got angry and cursed. "You worthless scum!" The man with the sword began to draw it out. He was eager to act. The other man wasn't going to back down either. His hand also drew the sword. Both of them looked at each other with sharp eyes. Then Fomit appeared from nowhere. "Are you guys about to duel swords?" The appearance of Fomit made both of them suddenly jump and shout, "Who the hell are you?" The man looked a bit displeased and shrugged. The atmosphere had eased some tension, but it still couldn't stop the anger of those two men. The man threatened with his sword. "If I change your face again, you're dead for sure. Do you remember?" The other man wasn't any less threatening. "Watch out for me too." Formed looked at their backs and felt a bit disappointed. "That's all? It's boring." Formed looked around, silently assessing the situation. "This place is just as described to me." As soon as they bump into each other, they jump right in and fight. Everyone here is a top-tier hunter. He carefully observed everyone and immediately concluded that everyone here has a bad reputation. His eyes suddenly became extremely serious. Moreover, everyone was holding weapons, things that should be stored in the item storage. Suddenly, something flew past Fomit. In front of him was a boy bleeding from his head. His body seemed to be about to collapse. A voice came from behind and caught Fomit's attention. Right at the head. "Hey, are you okay? It wasn't that painful, right?" He looked very angry, but couldn't do anything. They were still mocking him, but he had to be cautious. Suddenly, their faces turned extremely resentful. The failed one was scared and demanded to leave the colony. Fomit silently observed by his ear, a voice still echoing. "When will that failed one like you finally leave here? When can I stop looking at your miserable face?" Those words made him feel extremely satisfied inside. So they call those who want to leave here failures. Outside, top-tier hunters are highly respected. Although they're the same level, their skills make them different. He smiled with excitement on his face. He stood there secretly pleased. "I like this place." Someone called out loudly. Fomit Hunter, King Haru and Kim Miju drove from afar toward him, shouting loudly, "Here I am, on the rooftop of a building." Kim Miju politely greeted, "Hello, we're from the hidden district of the palace." "My name is Kim Miju," King Haru introduced beside her. "I'm King Haru." Fomit was slightly displeased and said, "Did you guys almost run into me just now?" Miju and Haru didn't back down and replied, "Top-tier hunters can't die that easily." "But he dodged like that. I didn't expect it." "You're really as ruthless as they say." "We received a report from headquarters. Have you ever been to a colony?" The three continued walking down the road. Fomit spoke up. "All I know is that the tower just keeps growing. That's why this is the fastest way for an A-rank hunter to advance to S-rank." They nodded in agreement. "It seems you already know what you have to do." Haru and Miyu subtly glanced at Fomit. Even so, explaining how a colony operates is our responsibility, so listen briefly. They continued their explanation. The rooms in the colony are designed for people. Moreover, an S-rank hunter will volunteer to serve as advisor to the team. Hearing that, he asked back, "Advisor? You mean those responsible for guiding new hunters?" Haru continued to explain, "Almost. They are more like literal advisors." Mizu chimed in, "An S-rank hunter's duty is to advise a ranks." And she paused, then softly added, "They also have the responsibility of preventing a ranks from pushing themselves too hard to avoid potential casualties." He questioned, "Casualties?" Mizu patiently continued, "I mean hunters who recklessly charge into potentially lethal battles." Fomit spoke slowly. "That's what I'm wondering. Isn't it the same once you enter the tower? Who knows if a hunter is killed by a demon or by their own teammates?" Your next word surprised me. The rule here is solo entry. Fomit asked again, "What did you say? You just said a team of 4, right?" Haru and Miyu were extremely patient. "I meant the living quarters. It will be for 4 people in one room. A hunter must enter the tower alone and complete it by themselves." Haru politely gestured towards the door. "Come on in. Manager No is waiting for you." The door slowly opened. Inside was No. Yaki uncommonly smoked a cigarette. "Are you hunter for meters?" Her face looked extremely dangerous. "Welcome. I'm Nozakiun, the manager of this colony's hidden area." Foma glanced at the person next to him. "It seems you've been briefed too. Anything else?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as if he discovered something. Seeing that, Zuki also turned to look at him. Contrary to Fomit's shock, Zuki showed no surprise but a hint of disdain. Fomit excitedly pointed at him and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Nozaki looked at them in confusion. "Oh my! Do you know each other?" Daeguk was furious. "Huh? Hunter Griffin entered the colony on his own, right?" Daeguk urgently told Ji Hyun. "He's on a journey to advance to S rank based on his data. Line limit reached." "Did you say something unnecessary?" Ji Hyun quickly defended herself. "No, not at all. How could I get information that only managers know?" DGCC pondered. "Then there must be someone." Suddenly, they fell into a silent moment. GGCC was puzzled. "Manager, lately I haven't seen the head manager." In the room, a voice echoed, "Griffin and Fomit hunters will be taken to their respective accommodations. Our staff will explain everything on the way, so you don't need to worry." She continued, "Both of you, for meters carefully listening every word, look very confident." She brought her cigarette close to the ashtray. All hunters here showed confidence until they were swallowed by this place's atmosphere. She kept going. "To become an S-class hunter, one must be a devourer, not a devoured. Many hunters achieved S-class through colonies. Raven is a prime example." This information made them curious. "What about Raven?" Jackie Ung's face became sinister as she smiled. "Based on their reaction to the secret identity Jabin, the strongest hunter, it seems both of you came here with the intention to become stronger. What do you think? How did you feel after breathing in this colony?" No, Jackie Ung looked at Jockey. "I want to hear Griffin's opinion first." Jockey replied calmly, "I didn't see anything." Suki's eyes suddenly flickered. "But after witnessing the countless towers, I realized a few things." He looked at Fimet. "I will achieve S-class by defeating all demons in those towers." Hearing this, Fimet chuckled triumphantly. Zakyung praised him. "You are indeed as brave as they say. And you, Hunter Fimet, I also want to hear your thoughts." Formed heard but showed no reaction. He had a slightly disgusted expression. "Clearly, to get S-class, I need to clean out all the towers, right?" Jockey still didn't look away from him. Hearing Form's words, she cheered excitedly. He clenched his fist with determination. "What do you think of this colony?" "I want to fight." He was genuinely determined to fight all the hunters here. Jockey still stared at him intently. Zakian smiled mischievously with hidden meaning. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. Zakian gently reminded them, "This is not something a regular hunter would show." Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing which of you will conquer the colony and achieve S-Class. Her voice echoed in the space. Good luck, Formed muttered as he walked. Who knows who will end up facing Griffin? He thought it's not a coincidence. Is he following me like last time when I was orienting myself? He looked up. He observed the house in front of him, wondering, is this where I'm staying? He slowly opened the door. The scene inside made him suspicious. All around him was pitch black with no light. You're playing with me, huh? Foment smiled mysteriously. I like that. He couldn't help but curse. You dogs! Outside, it's raining heavily. A mysterious tower appears amidst the rain. A large door suddenly appears, shrouded in mystery. Foment wielded his sword with immense power. Foment slashed and dispatched the monster he leaped to attack. He didn't stop there. He continued attacking other monsters. Foment kicked the door hard while shouting, "Come out here." Inside, the room is incredibly mysterious. They seem to be performing some ritual. The leader shouted, asking what brought people here and who they are. Suddenly, he slowly floated up, surrounded by a blazing red light. He kept threatening them, warning that they would regret stepping into this place. Others lost control due to his actions. Their bodies were in agony as if burned by fire. Red magic appeared, enveloping him. Something protruded from the right side of his coat, and the other side also emerged. His eyes widened, revealing a blood-red color like that of a bloodthirsty predator. The entire body revealed before him was strong, muscular, with large wings covered in veins. His face was fierce, creating an overwhelming presence. He stretched his hand out, focusing power into his palm and praised himself. His red magic surged towards Foment, mocking the one who sacrificed himself for us. Foment looked down on him. After transforming, he thinks this guy is strong. He glanced at him with disdain but seemed to have nothing. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered everything into pieces. With two swords in hand, Foment defeated Amon and made him fall from the sky. Hipper watched the scene with interest. He continued showing his strength by defeating another fierce monster. Yako was curious about what he saw. The format impressed everyone as they continuously defeated multiple targets. Zuddy, Yako, and Hipper observed him closely. Hipper glanced at them. Their faces showed discomfort. Ignoring them, he calmly sat there playing with his phone. Hearing the applause, Foment proudly laughed. Looking at his nameplate covered in praise, he smirked. He's really strong. El. Sujin introduced herself and greeted the day. I'm El. Sujin, hello, everything is done. Is there anything I can help you with? I work in the communication department of the Hunter Management Center for 3 years now. Jaho shouted loudly, Kai, guys, we're waiting for him to finish washing his hands before talking. The new employee started crying. She was used to such things. Her eyes showed no emotion as she thought. I used to be shy and innocent. Life is 3 cases of destruction, 5 cases of attack, and 10 cases of insulting the Hunter management staff. Sujin couldn't help defending her colleague. Is a 10-day ban really too little? The girl stuttered when she heard Sujin speak. Senior. Her words made Jaho angry. What? He pointed at her and kept talking. But I'm here to finish the tower. Why do you treat hunters like this? Sujin didn't care and quickly cut him off. Right. As you said, you dare treat us like this because we're in the communication department. Looking at the hunter's stunned face, she was satisfied. This is where all hunters gather. If you make a mistake here, it won't be easy. Those words made him even more agitated. How? What did you say? His hand rushed towards her, trying to touch her. The staff member was terrified and shouted out loud. Senior! From nowhere, a hand appeared grabbing his wrist. Foment's sudden action left the hunter off guard. This is the press room. Foment looked at him coldly. Disappear! It's my rule. Only hunters who develop themselves can survive here. A mysterious laugh on the crowded street attracted many people's attention. Formed walked while muttering to himself. I sold all items in my inventory. I've also been participating in battles every day. His face was filled with joy and admiration. That feels great. Try singing a bit. The girl behind worriedly asked. She has a cold. Formed walked on, deep in thought. Thinking. He paused for a moment. It's been 2 months since I came here. He pressed his hand into the air. A red frame appeared. After 2 months, I got a lot of things. His face was serious as he continued thinking. After cleaning up the tower, I upgraded my skills using seals. He paused, but his level up process was slower than expected. I think I improved much more after using the seal from the mysterious tower. Is it due to the level difference? The tower levels appear. Tower levels are rare, unique, epic, legendary, and mythic. In my hand is a strange gem. As the tower level increases, so does the seal's level. He continued walking, his thoughts still going on. Currently, I can only complete the epic tower, so I can only level up skills using seals from lower level towers, or in other words, like a level PG. As my skill levels up, I can gain more experience. And with more experience, I can complete higher towers to receive seals. Then I can finish the legendary and mythic towers. His eyes became more determined. He could continue fighting. He could fight without stopping. Thinking of those victorious days standing before the huge door made him even more resolute. No longer the boring days trapped in the tower waiting for someone to come. His eyes were filled with passion like never before. I will be stronger, stronger than when inside the tower. He remembered the Rocky's shadow. The more determined he became, the stronger than anyone. His laughter echoed in the street, startling passersby. His laugh grew louder. His sharp and cunning eyes. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered it. What? Fomid sat on a chair answering the call. He calmly replied, What's going on with Pewds? I mean Jingyu. 2 days ago, someone said, We have a transfer student coming over. The teacher introduced her. Her name is Cha Jingyu. Be nice to her. Some girls behind him chatted about it. He's so cute. Those compliments made the boy behind him uncomfortable. At the school grounds, Anzibeth was pushed hard onto the grassy ground in pain. The boy from earlier looked at him with a challenging expression. Hey, I heard you're famous with girls. You must be having fun surrounded by so many girls, right? And Jiabub's father agreed. Right. And Jiabub's father calmly explained. It's a natural instinct when attracted to something special. He stood up and asked, Oh, really? You're the leader here. The other boy was taken aback by this revelation. Leader? What do you mean? He punched the little guy hard in the face. The guy held his face in pain. He fell onto the grass, rolling round. The 2 guys beside him were momentarily confused. And Zebub looked at his own fist that just delivered a punch, mumbling to himself about becoming the leader. The beast inside him seemed to take over with cold words. Realizing its uselessness against a stronger opponent, thinking this was just luck for you, he stared at him. Learning the law stops here is useful for your survival. Back in reality, Themet still listened on his phone. No wonder he's so bloodthirsty. True brothers. He carefully listened and assessed. That kid seems a bit angry. And Zebeth was clearly unhappy. What? You won't use money from the rich Red A. Don't you see that glowing apartment? Calmly explaining. I'm not saying I don't use it. I recognize it when I see a Reaper. Equipment plays a crucial role in the tower. And Zebeth was taken aback. Equipment. He wasn't entirely satisfied. That's right. They are important. Because you've become a fighting human. And Zebub clenched his teeth. His eyes seemed angrier. And what about me? I don't want to be human. But I became that way because of you. I don't want to be human, but I became that way because of you. I'm not a hunter like you. I can't use magic as I wish. And Zebub couldn't hold back and shouted, I'm tired of just reading novels all the time. If you make me become human, you should give me a reason to like it. Seeing Zebub's attitude, Fimet was momentarily taken aback. That guy! He was surprised by the accusation. Fimet, you're an idiot. He became more agitated. A fool who doesn't know how to have fun. Suzion answered the phone anyway. I'll take care of Jingu too. You should take care of yourself. Forget it. I shouldn't worry about you. Because you're strong. Formed concentrated on listening for a moment, then replied, I'm out. Formed looked at the phone screen, wondering why he remembered that. He suddenly recalled what Reaper said before, you're strong. Form thought deeply in silence. Form didn't notice Hipper had appeared beside him until now. You asked cheerfully, what's up? Formed glanced at him. Hipper looked back with a smile. Format asked suspiciously, why are you acting so close to me? What are you planning? Hipper quickly defended herself. What am I planning? How can you say that? I'm sad, because I was just joking with you, right? So you're a troublemaker. I don't have any good feelings towards you. Why not? Do you have a reason to talk to me? Hipper straightened and closed her eyes. Suddenly, he spoke up. Do you want to go outside? Those words made Formed ask again. What? He stood up and walked in front of him to explain. You've been climbing the tower non-stop. Working hard is good, but you'll get exhausted. Go do your hair, shopping, and have a date? Fomith quickly rejected. No way, not interested. Before he could finish his sentence, Fomith recalled every word Anzabub said. The foolish man who didn't know how to be happy. Under the dim light of the lamps, their conversation became hard to understand. After some thought, Fomith asked, okay, where do you want to go? Currently, Fomit was standing in a space filled with dazzling lights. He felt his decision was wrong. His eyes darkened. Fomith looked around at the girls dancing energetically. He thought this place. While watching, he wondered, what kind of place is this? Kim Ji-hun introduced it carelessly from inside. Everyone was surprised because no one imagined such a place existed in the community. It opens once a month. This is the day when both official hunters and foreign hunters, as well as regular people, can come and go freely. This area has always been a battleground. He stood in front of the audience smiling. Sometimes we need to relax like this to avoid exhaustion. He looked around. Everyone was enjoying themselves. He continued observing as people danced to the music. Kim Ji-hoon approached and asked him, why are you just standing there? It's like your first time here. Chaman casually replied, yes, it is my first time. Kim Ji-hoon waved, answering the dull boy. So what? It's a first-time experience. Kim Ji-hoon was shocked and asked again. First time? No way, you look so handsome. Chaman has good taste or bad taste. He looked around and said, but the interior looks familiar. It resembles the hotel I stayed at. Kim Ji-hoon peeked from behind his back. This used to be a hotel. The entrance was almost destroyed by the chaos, but the building itself is still intact. He continued listening as they transformed and reused this place after turning it into a community branch. Suddenly, he wondered, so why are we here? Kim Ji-hoon happily said, it really is your first time. He guides you. All you need to do is act normal like everyone else here. He shows you can also drink alcohol and still give hints during a big party like this. Or Kim Ji-hoon with an implicit tone suggests you could approach people here for your own reasons. Chaman Woo doesn't understand. What kind of reason? Kim Ji-hoon explains that the community is where hunters gather. Upon hearing his question, aren't you wanting to do so? He really wonders. What's the point? Kim Ji-hoon asks further, how do you feel about it? What kind of girl do you like? Chaman Woo looks surprised and repeats. Girl. Kim Ji-hoon answers herself. I prefer submissive and older types. Kim Ji-hoon comes up with an idea. There's a saying, what kind of person do you like? Chaman Woo doesn't understand. What do you mean by that? He sees two people laughing together, and Geo also looks in his direction, staring at him intently. Then he gives a fierce smile and winks at him. He's puzzled by the man's look. A strong kick hits the table hard. Then he hears the red-haired man shout, look here guys. He puts a foot on the table saying, look at these girls. They're trying to fool me. The girls don't pay much attention to his questioning. Rudy holds up a piece of paper with punishments written on it and says, you keep picking that one. It's too much. Chaman Woo watches as Rudy argues with the girls. The girls see him in trouble. Alright then, if you like it, go ahead. He grabs his shirt saying, this is what I mean. The shirt falls off, revealing a strong and combat-ready body, completely different from gym bodies. Cha Min-woo witnesses the scene and feels bored. Kim Ji-in says, "It takes about 1 to 2 hours to get here from Seoul." He passes by Cha Min-yu. "Not too far, but we had to go through an inconvenient process to get here. Why do people still come even with that?" He's a bit mysterious. In the community, everything is allowed except killing. He's surprised by what Kim Ji-in just said. Kim Ji-in sticks out his tongue. He runs and shouts, "Ladies, let's play." He calls out, "Fomit, you're here too." His face falls. "Don't say that." He remembers the day everyone left. No Zakying speaks up, "Fomit Hunter, I want to talk to you." He wonders, what do we need to discuss? She continues, "Just listen, that's what I heard." He's surprised. She knows I'm from the Shinganbu. Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupts, "I won't explain further." She hands him a pill and says, "Find out where this drug comes from." Cha Min-woo doesn't understand about drugs. She analyzes, "This is the kind of drug being distributed in the hunter community." BFFT, she says, "It's the type of drug hunters consume. It's unreasonable. Can't I just catch such a weak person myself? Why ask me to do it?" Nozakian explains, "The community is where laws and order are formed under the influence of hunters, except for crimes against nature. They will forgive minor offenses." She's coldly, "But that would be a different story if it involves ordinary people." Cha Min-woo doesn't get it. How did this drug end up in their hands? Nozakian waves his hand. "You can do anything you want. We'll be here for you soon. We'll appear before you soon." He nodded in agreement. "Alright then. If the spread happened among hunters, then the hunters must be the source." Cha Min-woo pondered. "It seems he has other plans. I have a question. If I find out who spread that poison, can I kill them?" She seemed pleased with my question. Of course, hunters always prioritize humans first. Even if the troublemaker is a hunter, they must be eliminated. Returning to Kim Ji-hyun, calling him, "Fomit, you smile. What's up?" Cha Min-woo looked coldly at Kim Ji-hyun. "You still look cheerful." "I agree too." "Alright." A blonde hair passed by. That caught his attention. He glanced at the woman, thinking, "The woman is." She stopped walking. Then she stood in front of a group dancing. Everyone looked up at her beauty. She smiled and started dancing with them. "That girl is Lee Jury. A month ago, someone asked, 'Van Kesey Hunter, are you alright?' She was fainting." "Yes, I'm fine." Another person said, "She's as pale as a ghost." Agatha inquired, "Fighting an A-class hunter must be very difficult, right?" So she replied, "Because everyone has high self-esteem." They kept talking, but none of them seemed nice, referring to Griffin hunters. There was some doubt when she asked about the Griffin hunter. Jury introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Van Keji, the hunter responsible for all of you." She hesitated and said, "I am very eager." In response to her, everyone gave her a disapproving look when she finished speaking, working with them. They continued talking in front of her, surprise. "Go ahead, guess who's this? The famous Vanki, right? It can't be that the noble lady came to such a dirty place. Is this the end of the community?" No one looked at her kindly. Meanwhile, a silver-haired boy was observing them. Even the immature kid was here too. They laughed and teased. "This isn't a school where kids can come and go freely." He spoke up, "Uncle or auntie, look up to them if you find it uncomfortable. Come over." Agatha nodded, "So that's how things are, but..." Agatha grabbed Jury's hand and said, "A hunter like Van Keji came here to the community to set an example for other hunters. Van Keji is an S-class hunter and also a royal lord. Yet she still came under such terrible conditions." Jury hummed. So she said that her close friends of hunters also came after seeing the actions of some Griffin hunters like Yuri, who was bewildered at the moment. She continued explaining, "A-class hunters in the community respect her a lot. They just don't show it." Both of them echoed, "We will help you so you can relax." She wondered why this happened. Look away. Wonder how strong Vakizi is as a hunter. If she's in the top S rank, who knows? Agatha thought about what to say next. Even if we team up, we can't defeat her. She smiled and replied, just a hypothesis, right? How could we fight against Vakizi? Still staring at her phone, curious how far Vakizi has gone. Suddenly, crying sounds reached them, waking them up. Nun and Agatha turned to the source of the cries. Fomet was unconscious. They were surprised to see him lying in Vakizi's arms. Both said in unison, Hunter Fomet. In a wooden cabin, Vakizi covered her face with her hand. Fomet lay on the bed still unconscious. With 2 girls and 1 guy here, things are getting complicated. Agatha comforted him, breathing deeply as if calming Vakizi. Don't worry too much, he'll be fine. Vakizi was lost in thought, but when asleep, he looked so handsome. He took a deep breath and she cheered, breathing heavily. Fomet's awake. His eyes were wide open. Huh, did I just faint? She hesitated before admitting. Actually, I hit his vital point. I'm sorry. She anxiously observed his reaction, but he doubted it, questioning. I fainted with 1 strike. A bit skeptical, he looked around. Agatha asked him, are you okay, Hunter Fomet? He was curious. Yeah, but who are you? I'm Agatha and this is Nin. We're roommates with Vakizi. He still looked around. They were curious too. Why are you in the forest anyway? Oh, just walking a bit. His eyes focused on recalling. That night, the full moon was bright. Hipper held his phone that kept ringing. He happily looked at his phone, put it in his pocket and walked. Suddenly, he stopped, wide-eyed looking straight ahead. Turns out a rabbit jumped out, staring back at him. Seeing a cute lying on the ground, he breathed into it, just a bunny, then ignored it as he continued walking, not noticing the Vermeters hiding nearby behind a tree. So there are rabbits here too. He stayed there, leaning against a tree, waiting. Having followed Hipper for quite some time, he was anxious. Why is Hipper in the forest this late? What's here that made him stay? Glad I followed him. Looking at Hipper's back, he thought, I don't care if he's a root or branch. Who distributes the drugs doesn't matter to me. His red eyes glinted dangerously. I'll kill anyone I catch. He finally stepped out from his hiding spot. But very nervous, he kept searching around. Where is he? Don't tell me he noticed me. He turned his head to one side. The sound of footsteps from the other side of the trees caught his attention. He muttered. Over there, looking far, he saw Vakizi walking alone. That beautiful face seems very scared. Back in reality, Vakizi felt guilty as her eyebrows furrowed. Seeing him now, she regretted it. I didn't realize the format was with a demon. I made a mistake. He placed his foot on the ground. Suddenly, he felt something strange. The man's shocked expression returned. That expression made Vakizi worried. What is it? Are you in pain? No, just. Looking at their normal stance, he thought maybe they couldn't sense it or only people born within the tower could feel this energy. He realized the energy inside the cabin was similar to when we entered the tower. He was sure something was here. Surprised, there was a cabin in the middle of the forest. Vazuki also glanced at Agatha. Was it used for guarding? She smiled happily. Yes. Curious, he asked again. Monitoring? Monitoring what? Agatha only knew vaguely and honestly replied, I don't know. I just heard it was built when the community was founded. It must have been used to monitor the tower. Getting the answer, he bluntly responded, got it. Then he looked in another direction, still thinking about monitoring the tower at this low ground level. But soon he shrugged. Never mind. I don't have time for nonsense. I didn't come here for it. The group left the cabin. One of them asked, which district did you register as a Fomet hunter? District C. That's opposite our area. He was coldly indifferent. Then I'll go there. Leaving in a hurry. Hold on. Her face showed some hope. She gently said, we will meet again. Fomet was quite surprised by the question and stared blankly. But they were shocked when he spoke. I don't know, I'm not your advisor. Agatha thought to herself. He's foolish, not thinking much about it. Turning around, if you stay here, we will meet again. I'll go now. They watched him walk away. Vazuki was quite upset, her hand forming a fist. Agatha tried to comfort her. Don't think too much, Vajiki Hunter. But she muttered to herself, I will change. Huh? Grabbing Vajiki's hand firmly, she was determined. Today, I failed. But next time, I'll show my charm. I will make him unable to escape from me. Her eyes were resolute. But I still feel strange about it. Why did my phone fly so far? The voice on the other line came through. Finally, he picked up the call. Unexpectedly. This voice! I remember asking him this. Ripper, what is it? Why are you calling me? She cut me off. What do you mean by that? You're the one who called me, right? You've been talking to her, haven't you? So he doesn't remember. He seems very drunk. Thankfully, he picked up. I was worried he might hang up on me suddenly. What's the big deal? The other end is still ringing. Man, he said something really weird. What did I say? It froze when she said you wanted to date me. Worried about not getting a response, she called back. Phew, this is intense. He yelled angrily, lying. Stop joking around. Why did I say that? She got angry and shouted back. Are you saying I made it up? Quickly, she calmed down. Oh, I get it now. Because you're shy, right? He's acting crazy. Shy. Me too. She was happy. Okay then. Alright. They say he's in the community now, so keep trying, okay? Minwoo's face turned dark. How do I know that? I'll agree to date you if you get an S rank. You want to curse? Shut up and hang up. Can't focus on anything else. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Frustrated, he kept cursing as he walked. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What the heck did I do? Suddenly, he bumped into someone. It was Dong-soo. He turned around and shouted. Eddie stood carefully. Still angry, he shouted back. Damn it! An angry face is extremely dangerous. Keep an eye on your path or you'll be digging your own grave. You can see his looming danger as he leaves. Someone whispered to Dong-soo. He's crazy. Don't touch him. Lunatic leaned against the wall and asked the foeman hunter, why are you so angry? The hunter was surprised. Lunatic calmly observed, based on your outfit, you must have gone out. Unlike someone staying in the dorm, I'm heading there too. Let's go together. To Lunatic, he had high hopes for you. It's likely you could become an S-rank hunter, but you don't care about what he says. Being an S-rank hunter doesn't mean you're like other S-rank hunters. I'm sure the difference in strength between you and other S-rank hunters will be minimal. Some S-rank hunters can take on to others alone or even one who's stronger. Even 3 could be possible. He was annoyed. Got it. Then he asked back, how many S-rank hunters can Captain Ma handle at once? He slightly turned his head. Me, who knows? I'm not active anymore so. Both walked in silence until Lunatic suddenly took off his mask and shouted, how would you know? Formed calmly replied, only a fool wouldn't recognize me. Clearly, you're Captain Ma. He blocked Formed's path. Thanks for acting with me for 2 months. Can you keep this secret from others? It's easy but… Then he suddenly stopped. Don't you have something to tell me? Minwoo glanced back and waited. He just stared at him in silence before stammering. You! He pointed at Minwoo. You damn liar, didn't you say this to me already? Minwoo smirked. Bet on my ass. He closed the door. He was serious. Fine, but why hide it? Minwoo's eyes suddenly widened. He was startled. Lunatic was too, his face extremely panicked. Terrifying scenes were unfolding before their eyes. The victim's dead eyes still wide open. They shouted, come out. His eyes glanced to the right again, another dead victim. Lunatic shuddered. What the hell is this? Both stood motionless, their voices trembling. What's going on here? They screamed. What happened? The bloodstains were spreading around the bodies. And Hipper was covered in blood too, his eyes still open. S-rank hunters from the community were killed. Foamit and Lunatic stood there as more people gathered. They recognized him. Hipper too, his eyes staring blankly, wondering how this happened. Other hunters had surrounded the scene. It can't be true, a hunter was killed in the community. This has never happened before, right? Suddenly, someone shouted. Hipper died in a large pool of blood, his eyes still wide open. A frightened voice said, "Isn't this the mark of a monster?" Minwoo clenched his teeth, his face darkening with anger. Who killed our prey? King Haru loudly reminded everyone to disperse. He sternly stated, "We will handle this situation." Kim Mi-ju also called out for all hunters to leave the scene to protect it. The other hunters were upset. How is that possible? How could a murder happen right here? How can we just turn a blind eye to this? Those words made both of them silent. Suddenly, someone spoke up. We'll treat the glass hunter living in this house as a suspect. This shocked Minwoo and others. What's going on? Minwoo was angry, but couldn't say anything. He just thought to himself, that's absurd. Looking at the horrific crime scene, if it was done by a class hunters, Han should have signs of resistance. This one-sided overpowering means they were ambushed. Both King Haru and Kim Mi-ju widened their eyes. This must be S-class work. Minwoo didn't understand and asked again. They were killed without resistance, yet both still thought it was a class hunters. Kim Mi-ju frowned. Minwoo Hunter, please don't make such comments in a situation where we can't determine the truth or falsehood. King Haru agreed, this is just slander. He continued to argue seriously, slander, that's just my hypothesis. If someone could kill 3 A-class hunters, they must be very strong. He kept going, I confidently assert that none of us here could do it. The others were also agitated. This is illogical, as he said. This surely has to be S-class work, and King Haru and Mi-ju will inevitably be blamed. Even if it's true, they are still at fault for tampering during the mission execution. The two of them stuttered. We did. Suddenly, a scream was heard. That's enough. She crossed her arms and caught everyone's attention. No Kyung stared at him. Minwoo Hunter, I want to talk to you. Lunatic behind remained silent, observing. In a sturdy building, the head office director's voice echoed. You don't need to investigate anymore. That's enough. He's bewildered as his aunt says. Sitting on that chair, she confesses. We knew Hipper the Hunter was involved in drug trafficking, but then he was suddenly killed. He rushes over quickly. Shouldn't we look for the culprit? I'll do it. He's speechless when she asks him, what if that guy is actually an S-class hunter? Can you handle it? Place your hands on the table. Seriously, let us handle this and focus on improving our strength like other hunters. Thank you for your dedication. His determined eyes stare straight at her. Nose-Kyan looks back with a warning glare. Exiting the building, he stands there, thinking to himself, this is strange. He suspects that this person secretly calls himself Captain No Jaekyun. Minwoo walks while pondering, trying to remember what happened yesterday when he was separated from him and killed right after. He slaps his head in self-blame. Damn it, I can't remember anything. What happened and why? He sighs deeply, trying to recall what Hipper did to him. A small piece of paper appears in his hand. He examines it curiously, wondering about this. Staring at it intently, he suddenly remembers Hipper saying, look at this. I know you approached me for a reason, but I won't harm you because I know you'll understand my reasons. Minwoo realizes, here it is. He fainted after seeing this, but he didn't feel any magic on the paper. Or does it only work once? He concludes that it might be the key to solving this case. Minwoo still doesn't look away from the piece of paper. Seeing him, Lunatic calls out, Hunter Minwoo. He jumps slightly in surprise. Captain! The clear sky and the shade under the trees, to people whispering. The bodies of Hunters Guatali and Jacko have been brought back to headquarters. What did Captain No say? She knew I was part of the cleanup team, so she assigned me this task. But suddenly, she told me not to get involved in this matter anymore. Is it related to Hipper the Hunter? Yes. Minyu looks up and asks, do you know something? Why would you come all the way here if you don't? Honest, Captain. I came to see how strong you've become. But you're right. I'm here for my own reasons too. Just ask straight up. Is it related to the S-class hunter who killed Hipper? Lunatic looks slightly surprised. He pauses before speaking. The community operates independently from its system, separated from central authority, so whatever happens here can be concealed and manipulated. Minwoo speculates that he means this might involve the branch office of the U community. Lunatic doesn't respond, just looks at him silently. After a while, he cautiously answers, "It's possible Captain No killed them." Minwoo stiffens. The image of her appears. She has been here since the community was founded. She is the one who understands how the system works best and is the only one who can use it at will. With that cautious tone again, "I came here to find evidence of Captain No's crime." Both focus on discussing, so Captain No used me to deal with Hipper, but because things went wrong, she acted on her own. But there's something quite strange, as if she let emotions take over. Yes, she didn't even try to hide the murder. But Minwoo hesitates. It can't be that Captain No used the system for this. Someone must have been involved, and we can only trust one person. Just us two. Minwoo and Lunatic sat in silence, lost in thought. They hoped someone could join them so they could trust each other. Van Kiji dropped the water jug in shock. "Dinga, there was a murder at the car park." Agatha sat across from him recounting that 3 hunters sharing a room with Fomit had been killed. She asked again in surprise, Fomit's team, and clenched her hand into a fist, striking the air. "Damn it!" she angrily said as she walked away. 3 promising rank hunters, 2 girls whispered, "None." Agatha's sad face explained that Nun and she had joined the community as advisors not long after its establishment. "We empathized with the rank hunters more than other advisors." Van Kiji stared wide-eyed, Agatha's sad eyes looking down steadily. Before the gate incident, being a hunter wasn't as prestigious as it is now. Only a few strong hunters remained and 1/3 of the population had died, making it an extremely terrible disaster. Nun helplessly clenched her hand against the wall, her sad voice steady. "We were there. Many would not have died if there were more powerful hunters." She gripped the water faucet angrily. "The community is the best place to train strong hunters. It's unbelievable that rank hunters were killed here." Van Kiji and Agatha slumped down weakly. Someone mentioned their names. Agatha the hunter, Nun the hunter. Kangaroo solemnly announced, "As you know, you are the only one left in your team. Fomit Hunter, I will inform you when there's an addition to your team." He sat with his arms crossed, not really caring, hoping he could continue climbing and developing. Minwoo threw a dirty look at him who spoke up. "So what? Are you going to find the culprit? We are currently investigating them." He shrugged it off. "All right." Lunatic agreed to. "All right." Her voice was as flat as water. "Good luck." The 2 of them, one crossed his arms while the other clasped his hands behind his back and stood watching. Then he opened his eyes just when he turned around. Their eyes met. The cigarette in the captain's hand was burning. She asked concernedly, "How is Fomit Hunter?" They reported to her that there were no special movements. Captain No took a deep breath of smoke and felt relieved. "All right, keep an eye on him carefully." The 2 hadn't proactively asked about her yet. "What's wrong?" "That's all?" "Well, we're just wondering if you're all right." "I'm fine, go ahead." "Yes." As they turned to leave, she said, "Oh right, I have a task for you too." Then changed her mind again. "No need to go, I'll do it myself." The door opened. "All right, so be it." Captain No sat deep in thought. She picked up her phone. She called an unknown person and said, "Are you ready? I have a request." The voice on the other end replied, "Sorry, I can't do that." Agatha answered the call. I knew this was coming. She kept up a light and focused expression. "Madam, the sky is turning dark now." At the wooden cabin house, a long straight golden-haired woman sat on a chair while Van Kiji sat quietly thinking. She was slightly afraid, unable to believe that such an assassination could happen in their community. Suddenly, there was noise outside the room. That sound also caught Minwoo's attention. "What is that?" He suddenly remembered what Lunatic said. "First, we need to find evidence that she killed those hunters." He was also there. And an opportunity. Minwoo crossed his arms. I don't know about the opportunity, but I do know this place seems suspicious. He asked quickly. Where? Suddenly, Lunatic received a call. The Captain No is calling me. He was surprised. Huh? Minwoo was worried. What are the chances that Captain No knows my identity? He speculated. About 50%. But since he's calling, it must be around 51%. The offer rang out. From now on, we should keep our distance. Minwoo considered as he followed Hipper. He had lost track of him in the forest where this cabin is located. He put his hand in his pocket and walked slowly, feeling a source of energy. If there's any suspicious place in the community, it must be here. Could it have anything to do with this? He looked into one room, then suddenly glanced at the opposite side. His feet moved quickly as his eyes focused intently downward. Then he stopped, puzzled by a strong energy source beneath him. He turned around to check and saw something behind him. He turned back, and when she kicked hard towards him, he quickly ducked to avoid it. She widened her eyes in realization. Oh, to Tia Wu, her eyes grew wide again. She shouted, Hunter Fomet. He glared up. You should observe before hitting someone. Both were surprised by each other's appearance. Why are you here? Well, I have something to do at this cabin. What about you? I came to take a bath. Did you come all the way here just for that? Minwoo looked at her intently. Her eyes welled up with tears. He merely smirked. Again, huh? Can I trust this woman? He hesitated. Should I check it out? Minwoo spoke first. I'm working for the government. They asked me to examine this cabin. She was surprised. This cabin, but it looks normal. Without hesitation, he told her, I have special skills. I can sense things others cannot. Kiji was even more amazed by the person in front of her. He raised his hand to his mouth and looked down, wondering if she meant what's under here. Suddenly, Minwoo punched hard below, breaking through the floorboards. She dodged the debris and screamed, Fomet Hunter, what are you doing? Her face suddenly turned pale as she stared forward. A bright red aura burst from the house. The air was filled with a crimson power. They were surrounded by this mysterious force. Both of them sank into the energy, and Kiji sat down in fear. Minwoo was also surprised. What's going on here? I've never felt magic like this before. He suddenly disappeared, making her call after him, Hunter Fomet. She was left alone. She stared intently at the red flame light. Then she decided to jump down through the hole in the floor where he went. Successfully landing on the ground, she looked around for him. Minwoo and her continued deeper into the investigation. Impressed. It's a cave. Could there be such places beneath the cabin? Did he know this beforehand? She suddenly noticed something. Surprised, she asked, Huh? It looks like an entrance to a tower. He remained calm. I understand why the community has so many towers now. I'm sure of it. This is where the towers are created. Both standing before a large gate surrounded by that eerie red force, they were in a tower chamber. Under the night sky with bright moonlight, No Zakyang's voice echoed. This night sky here is even more beautiful than I imagined. Lunatic walked alongside her. He said, Indeed, there aren't many places to view stars in this country. Captain replied, You can see them whenever you're here, right? Lunatic asked. Well, of course, but why did you call me? She sarcastically replied, Because he dared to publicly talk to the hunter Lunatic. No Zakyang continued, Was your first meeting with him at a guild event, wasn't it? I'm quite sure you haven't met him in real life yet, she said. He replied, Yes, I was sent to a country where there are few hunters. Suddenly, she burst into a knowing smile as if understanding everything. No Zakyang continued, I've read the records and know you've traveled through many places like Costa Rica, Monaco, Singapore. Oh right, Singapore, I remember now. There was a hunter sent there. Have you ever heard of Hunter Moutrua? Lunatic remained silent at the question, waiting for his answer. He waved his hand and said, Yeah, no. How could I know all hunters dispatched there? She replied doubtfully, Really? Then she turned to him with a sharp look, continuing, But Singapore is known for its own hunter system with many talented hunters, Commander. He remained silent at the question. After a moment, he said inaudibly, It's out. A loud explosion erupted. Smoke billowed around them. Lunatic lost his usual outfit. He winced at the smoke. The stinging smell made his eyes blurry, but gradually, he saw Nozaki's figure appear. She looked stern with sharp eyes. Behind her was a large, shadowy figure. Lunatic stood before her, hesitating. He asked, "Did you really kill all those rank hunters?" Nozaki feigned surprise. "Why are you here?" "Commander!" Lunatic shouted, "Answer me first. Did you kill them?" Nozaki fumed. "This is just for a greater purpose, so don't try to stop me." He asked again, "What's the big purpose? Do I need to know why?" Then he charged towards her to attack, but she betrayed him. Nozaki stood there silently as the automatons leaped out to block his attack. He dodged their attacks and looked at the two who attacked him. The rank hunters are now soulless, no different from corpses. Lunatic was taken aback. "Rank hunters?" He asked Nozaki. "What did you do to them?" Her face turned cold as she looked at him. She gathered power in her hand. Li Juri glared, ready to strike. She punched the door. Using all her strength, she punched it. Cha Min-woo remained silent, observing. The door pushed her back. Li Juri shouted loudly, "I can't pierce it with my strength." "How do we get in then?" A voice echoed. "Come here." It reverberated in his mind. "Come on over." The door seemed to beckon him, waiting for him inside. "Come on." Tramin Yu remained motionless at the call. He walked forward as if under a trance. Li Juri asked curiously, "Hunter of Fomet." He reached out in surprise. His hand slowly touched the door. He gently touched it. A red light above the door flickered, indicating its characteristic color. Suddenly, a wide-open eye appeared there. A surge of energy with many sparks shot out. The door opened. Li Juri was taken aback. She shouted, "It's opening now." She tried to enter. Streams of force blocked her. Li Juri kept saying, "I can't get in. It keeps pushing me back." Tramin Yu firmly said, "I'm the only one who can go in." She asked, "What?" At this moment, he thought he heard someone calling him from inside. Tramin Yu told her, "I'll go in and handle everything." Li Juri asked curiously, "Do you know what's inside?" Suddenly, a sound came out. Li Juri wondered, "What is that noise?" He looked up. The sound was from outside. Tramin Yu thought and said, "I want to ask for your help with something." He continued, "Protect him until I'm done." Li Juri asked, "What do you mean?" Cha Min-yu looked at her and said, "You'll understand when you see it." Ignoring her calls, he went into the red portal. Foment, he walked for a while in that red space. Finally, he stepped into that room. He looked round inside. The room was surrounded by characteristic red patterned carpets. Noticing a light at the end of the room. Curiously, is it a tunnel? Do we need to follow the light? Cha Min-yu decided to walk towards that tunnel. A red warning sign appeared in front of him. It read, "Do you really want to go in?" Cha Min-yu sarcastically said, "Also, since when did you stop me? Is this a place I shouldn't be?" The sign continued, "Your arrival here is part of the plan." It just says that. It's too early to come in yet. Cha Min-yu asked if that would change future data for the worse. Joe replied it wouldn't. He asked again, "Why then?" Joe was silent. Then she hesitated. "It's just that I feel worried." Then she said, "Go on, fume it." A red warning sign appeared with the words, "Main mission, clean the tower." Tramin Yu walked into a Western-style decorated room. He looked around and wondered, "What's in here?" "I went through the basement and it brought me here." Minwoo's father looked around as the energy here was different from outside. It's like he was surprised by something before him. An attack hit him underwater. He was taken aback by the attack, the smoke from it slowly dissipating. He was shocked at the fierce monster. "What is this?" The creature opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, a boy's voice shouting loudly, "Stop, where are you? You're small but standing on top of that creature." Cha Min-yu was surprised to see him. He said, "He's human." The little boy with white hair stood on the monster. He happily said, "A human is here." Back to Josu, who with his injured face from the mission. He thought, my condition hasn't improved much since I've been circling this tower all day. Maybe I should rest tomorrow. He remembered what the Griffin Hunter said. He said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Captain Ma. You might find our group interesting too. He thought accepting his invitation could be a good choice. He clenched his hand and wondered how much older he had become. But Zuhu noticed the path was unusually quiet. Why is it always so silent? The sky was pitch black with no moon or stars. As he walked around, this silence made him wonder if everyone in the dorm was gone. Suddenly, a torch appeared. Someone holding that knife stood behind him, the ground breaking apart. He was surprised when Dusu Hayusi discovered him. He blocked his attack and said, what a mess. Dusu Hayusi realized there were many hidden weapons behind him. Arrows were shot at him from all directions. He managed to jump out of the way. Someone attacked him from above. Quickly, he sat down and used his two swords to block the opponent's sword. Sparks flying, his face turned serious as he sized up the situation. Duzuhai Yusi immediately launched an attack, sending the opponent flying. The person fell to the ground, creating a balance. All three stood before him, leaving Duzuhai Yusi surprised. He looked at them like lifeless bodies and wondered what was happening. He slightly moved. What's going on with them? Their eyes seemed strange. Josu, who remembered Jaminu, he thought to himself, I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance to try it out. Josu, who launched an attack. Round him were green electric flames. He challenged them. Chuthim, Josu Hu's eyes turned blue and looked at them. Come on up. The three stood still like statues. It seemed someone was controlling them from behind. Electronic sound waves were emitted. It seemed to be someone's move. Someone held one side to control those sound waves. Agatha controlled many different sound waves, and it seemed all the statues were under her command. Back to Charmaine Wu, the boy said, Benji, look over there, pointing at his eyes. He said excitedly, eyes. You like them? Then he pointed to his nose. He was happy and excited while Charmaine Wu was angry. He pinched your ear and you said, and my ears are different from yours, so of course mine. Chamanu got annoyed and asked, who's this kid? Are you the one who summoned me here? You tried to explain in pain. Why is that? Why would I? I just wish someone would come here. Chamanu continued asking, so who gave you the right to summon me here? Now he carefully looked at your face, trying to remember this kid's features. Suddenly, Benji pushed closer to you. It cut between you and that red-eyed, white-haired boy. You ran towards the monster and shouted, Bensi. You raised your hand to stop the creature. No, Bensi, he's human. The kid turned around and said to him, he's human. You're a copy of us. Chamanu didn't understand. He asked us? Copy A. He continued asking, who are you then? What are you doing here? You happily answered, I'm here to wait for Yul. He asked again, Yul? You smiled brightly. Al told me. She said if I could make new friends here, she would play with me again. But now there's a human appearing while I was bored. I'm so lucky. He asked you again but still didn't understand what you just said. Hey, kid, earlier you said you made friends with the Beast Masters. What does that mean? You grinned widely. Say, Beasta, how do humans call you? Anyway, I don't care how people call your name. You continued running around and happily said, let's start playing now. I'm so excited. This is the first time humans have stepped foot here. Can you tell me a story? Keep talking, since you're male. There must be females to write? Chamanu thought to himself. That kid's lost it, just keeps talking non-stop. You continued saying, are there flowers and plants there as well? Chamanu said, despite the similar appearance, that made him suddenly stop. Chamanu was surprised by your words. He asked, what now? You with a high voice and stern tone asked, how do you know her? You continued, in fact, I just said, she's my bride. Chamanu was taken aback by what he heard. He asked again, what? Without explanation, you charged at him. Chamanu blocked with his sword and got punched into the wall, angrily saying, damn kid. You stood on Bensi's back, looking up, said, listen, how do you know her? You shouted loudly. I asked, How do you know her? Chaminu was surprised by your attitude. He thought, why is he suddenly so angry? Looking at the situation, he thought, besides, you continued, yeah, it doesn't matter who knows her. You held your head and said, all we need to do is erase. 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 Chaminu saw this and was alarmed. One of his eyes turned yellow and he said, erase the wrong data. Seeing this, Chaminu was startled. His normal arm suddenly became a deformed one. He was scared by this. You leaped down and rushed towards him. Your strength changed the space around you and brought both of you into it. The screen gradually appeared with words appearing, main mission, you grew 2 wings, 1 black, 1 white. The screen fully displayed the words, erase the creator god of Eol's pets. The screen fully showed the words, erase the creator god of Eol's pets. He stands there with wrinkles on his face, staring at him. Sharmini Yu looks blankly, the god of creation, Eol, the pet. He wonders to himself. As he speaks to himself about what those mean, you point your finger up at the sky. Then you aim straight at him and say remove. The beams rush towards him. He holds his slightly cracked sword in front of him. Sharmini Wu uses her sword to block his attack. Suddenly, the sword senses something. The weapon speaks out, it cries. It hurts, right? I can't take this anymore. Does a weapon with its own consciousness feel any pain other than what is caused by the user? You continuously attack. Sharmini Yu jumps away from that. Witnessing those, you continue pointing and say remove. His technique circles around Sharmini Wu's body, which he notices. You keep saying remove while he thinks, what the hell is happening to him? All these beams are shot out when you say remove. He dodges them and thinks, it doesn't matter, but I'm sure that weapon's power is quite potent too. You continue repeating remove. Sharmini Wu tries to dodge his attacks, thinking, what kind of ability is this? It feels like that brat really can remove my soul. He thinks and finds himself unable to move as he wishes. Ben asks, what's going on? You fly down behind him. Sharmini Wu turns her head around. All the techniques you point at are turning into something in front of Sharmini Wu. Your finger points straight at him and says remove. Then his weapon disappears. He says, I'm sorry, I don't want to disappear. Sharmini Wu angrily says, what the hell is this? His sword vanishes before his eyes. Now, all these techniques are very close to him. He can't dodge them. They hit his body. A huge explosion occurs there. You stand silently watching that place. I is surprised by Sharmini Wu's voice. He says, look, I'm still intact. Sharmini Yu looks at her own body with a hateful expression and says, it didn't cause any damage. You open your eyes wide in disbelief and continue saying remove. Then another huge explosion happens. You keep saying remove repeatedly. All these explosions happen. Remove, remove. They all target Sharmini Yu. Remove, remove. You say it many times thinking you can cause damage. Remove, remove. You shout loudly, remove. Suddenly a slash cuts across your face. Jamin-Yu unleashes his power. He says, I don't know why my strength has no effect on you, but it seems like my strength works on you. Jamin-Yu regains the upper hand. He asks, are you ready for round 2? Sharmini Yu recalls the past. Minsu once said, Foment, listen to what I'm about to say to you. The boy continues, I know you have a large demonic power and your body's master is Javel, but Javel uses his strength for enhancing skills. Sharmini Yu asks back, what are you trying to say? Minsu explains that you can become stronger by using Javel's techniques, but isn't that a waste? He interrupts, then what? Get to the point. The boy explains, magic is the convergence of supernatural forces. You can create mystery. He says with a cheerful face, or you could bring destruction as a harbinger of doom. And magic is a romantic force that helps you create your own universe. So what I'm saying is, are you cutting me off? Minsutin, I haven't told you my main point yet. Sharmini Yu replies, do you want me to become a mage? He challenges, do you want me to become a weak mage with a frail body and only move one hand to cast spells? Never in a million years. The tall boy retracts his words immediately. Do you know how much effort we've put in? And magic requires delicate and precise techniques. unlike those who just attack recklessly. He also concludes, "Our technique is also top-notch. I'll kill anyone who dares say that." Minsu argued back, "If you compare what we've done, you're just average." Then he threw his sandal at him as he was running. After a while, Chaminyu said, "Since I'm holding my face, I don't intend to become a mage anyway. And you told me that I need magic to help in battles." The boy replied, "But regarding that," Chaminyu said, "I've learned something useful." The flashback ends as he stands here. He was surprised by the speed of it, which was rushing towards him. Seeing this, he said, "Isn't this just ordinary magic?" Suddenly, Chaminyu darted behind him. He punched him, sending him flying to the ground. His face flushed as he looked at him, using a kick, but he dodged it. Chaminyu glanced at him. He gritted his teeth in fear. Then he said, "You're too arrogant, human." His hand pointed towards it and said, "Destroy." But Chaman Wu showed no wounds, so he said, "Why isn't me dead yet?" Then a large explosion occurred, with smoke rising. Chaman Wu gradually appeared in the smoke. He set up a barrier and said, "Maybe I'm not as strong as I used to be." He continued, "Is my strength useless against you?" As he suffered, Chaman Yu's wing cut his arm. Noticing this, he thought, this strike caused damage. Landing on the ground, he thought, but he was on that large arm. This guy is too weak. The boy looked pitiful while he thought, he doesn't have any combat skills. He only has primitive strength, which he didn't even know how to use. Chaman Yu said, "Let's get supplies and provide weapons." He raised his sword, ending the fight, but his large arm stopped him. Then it spun him around, throwing him far away. He knew right away that this wouldn't work. He shouted, "Let's try something random," patiently, recalling the words, "Enhancement spells are just ordinary magic used to support hunters in battles." Continuing to read, he said loudly, "Courageously." Chaman Yu remembered that laugh, saying, "Those were the words of those who don't know about true power, enhancement." His sword seemed empowered by enhancement. He thought, "Enhancement." The sword glowed more, determined by its owner's strength. Those words carved deep into him. The stronger the owner, the better the effect. He prepared to fight, and the higher the effect. It's a simple rule, right? Chaman Yu laughed at his own power. He was scared by his laughter. He decided on a move, but then disappeared in front of him. Chaman Yu slashed one side, cutting off his wing. He slashed the other side, severing that wing as well. Then he kept slashing continuously at him. He gasped, thinking, "I didn't see anything." His knees touched the ground with tattered clothes. He fell to the ground. He groaned. He looked fearfully at Chaman Yu. Chaman Wu was advancing step by step towards him. He carried his sword and walked with a proud demeanor. Chaman Wu said, "You're curious about the outside world, right? While he built these towers here, people always try to develop their strength outside. How do you feel? The helplessness of not being able to do anything?" Chaman Wu said, "How ironic. Just because the people outside are considered monsters due to my towers, and I'm one of them." He said straightforwardly, but knew there shouldn't be too many strong individuals. No matter if it's a weak person, a strong one, or an ordinary person, the number must be balanced. He hesitated. "So, just look at you. Speak up. My job here is done." Chaman Yu glared at him. You looked at him with sad eyes. You smiled, a cheerful smile. You asked, "Why does a creature like me dare to say that to me? Who are you?" Your hand suddenly got closer to his face. "Bye." Then he pointed at him and said, "What's your name?" Chaman Yu's face became more serious. He was very angry. He spoke, "I am," then swung his sword around him several times. You responded, "Bensi." Chaman Yu stood there as pieces of his arm fell down. Then he answered, took a deep breath, and raised his sword. He slashed again straight at him. He was surprised and gasped. You saw the familiar figure. Why? You looked behind him. Looking back, you thought, she said she's in Femitacoma. You remembered your past with her. How could she dare? In the happy times when we loved each other, betraying me. She spoke, "Hello, I am Eol, the one you love most. You're dead." The space around them collapsed. A red warning sign appeared with the words, Main mission, eliminate Yule's pet. Completed. The screen continued to scroll, saying you received a new skill as part of it. Chairman Yu thought, a new skill, then he was surprised by what he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes. An imprint? Could I have gotten an imprint here? It's calling me to Femur. It said, take me with you, that voice from the tower. He put down his sword and started touching the imprint. There was no reaction at first, but gradually it turned red from yellow. His face muscles tensed up. Pain! He cried out. Ah! Then a bright light burst forth. The light shook Li Juri, who was outside. She turned to look at the source of the light. Her mind filled with worry. Fema Hunter. She turned back around. She thought she couldn't enter the tower. I have to trust the Fema Hunter. But I wonder what he meant by that. Li Juri recalled. He told her to protect this place and said she would know everything soon. Behind her, someone called out, Fema Hunter. She turned because it was Nun's voice. Nun smiled and said, so you're here. I've been looking for you. Did you take a bath again? Nun looked in another direction and said, but, looking at the sky, she asked, why is this place like this? Is anyone else inside? I'll go past Li Juri and say it. I need to check in. Li Juri asked, do you have a question? She turned to Nin, the hunter. Nin, are you with Team Nitrogen Monoxide Commander? Nin didn't answer but said, Agatha. She said we wouldn't have time for a fight, but it seems like it's time now. Nun lunged at Li Juri and then spoke. I apologize to Hunter Van Kiesi. The sky is already dark. A cloudy evening sky. No stars. Contrary to the peaceful sky, Ma Xiong'an's team leader was struggling to escape. From his right rear, a pair of slender legs pushed against the adjacent wall for momentum, causing it to crack and break away, leaving an indentation on the wall. On his left side, another leg from a male pushed into the wall, creating a new indentation. While running, Ma Xiong'an turned slightly and was surprised by the pair of hunters behind him, each holding a sword, veins bulging, pushing off the wall to leap towards them. The hunters lunged at him, one sword slicing through the bushes, causing them to scatter. The dust in the air gradually dispersed, but no sign of the smooth car could be seen. Only tall buildings stood ahead. They stood still, eyes white with no pupils, veins bulging on their faces. After they slashed and landed heavily, the dust scattered to both sides. The voice of Unskar sounded from behind, surprising the hunters. They must be a rank hunter experts. Hearing his voice, the hunters turned around with expressionless faces, still those white eyes without pupils. One hand in a glove reached out, pointing towards the pair of hunters. Another sword descended as Ma appeared from behind. Ma's hand, Unskar, struck them both on the back of their necks with force. Both fainted after the hit. Lying on the ground, Ma Xiong'an was surprised to have defeated these rank assassin pairs. So I can capture them by force? Looking at the unconscious hunters, Ma thought for a moment and controlled his mind. This isn't what just the No Jackie and's team would do. Ma Xiong'an's eyebrows lowered as he considered another possibility with a more serious expression. It seems there's another S-rank hunter besides No Yaqiang. Thinking back, I also heard that No Yaqiang's sister is in the colony too. Ma Xiong'an stood there, his hand raised, trying to recall some details about No Yaqiang's sister. She was a midge, right? If she's working with No Jackian's team, no, I don't have time for this. Right now, I need these rank hunters to capture the escaped No Jackian's team. Ma Xiong'an's voice echoed as he turned around and saw a group standing behind him. Xiong'an looked at the group walking aimlessly towards them. Ma Xiong'an watched the approaching crowd. Here, I'll take down all of you. Turning fully around, Ma Xiong'an was surprised by what he saw behind him, sweat falling in beads. Any more? Behind the rustling footsteps, each step brought closer, bumping into each other, dust and smoke flying everywhere as they walked aimlessly. The crowd grew larger, advancing ever closer to Ma Xiong'an. Faced with too many controlled people, Ma Xiong'an stood there, bewildered by the situation. Huh? Hold on a moment. How can I take them all down if they're this numerous? Don't tell me. The crowd continued to approach slowly, one with the sword, another with the spear, and there's one ready for magic. All the hunters here are rank, and Scar's smile became more awkward. Oh my! Things are getting complicated now. Jumping up, the crowd surrounded him. He grabbed his weapon and charged towards him. Uncle and Scar stood still, lost in prediction. They were all controlled, right? A long hand emerged from the darkness, a woman's voice calling out Echo's name. Then a green light appeared, forming a magical dome that pushed back the controlled hunters. Come here and help us. The hunters below were also affected by the magical dome. They started to stagger, unable to stand. The awakening system's voice echoed. All illnesses have been purified. The controlled hunters fell one by one, lying scattered on the ground. A large black cat with a green collar and a bell appeared in front of Ma Xiong'un. Ma Xiong'un was stunned at the sight of the big black cat. Is that a spirit? The large black cat with no pupils, wearing a green cloth, made Ma Xiong'un slightly anxious. To summon such a powerful magical spirit, the caster must be a high-level hunter. Ma Xiong'un looked around to find the owner of this powerful spirit. The only hunter capable of summoning such a strong spirit is. With long legs and green high heels, she approached, her footsteps making noise as she got closer to Ma Xiong'un. Echidna approached with surprise on her face when she saw Ma Xiong'un, the team leader. Both of them pointed at each other unsure. What are you doing here? Ma Xiong'un looked helpless at Echidna, while she looked at him with a bit of disdain. I should be the one to say that. Me too! Wait, what happened to your clothes? Why are you wearing those tight pants? They're not tight. Suddenly, an unpleasant smell reached Ma Xiong'un's nose. It startled him. Echidna also noticed the smell after Uncle Un mentioned it. Helpless expression. What a terrible smell. Did you swim through the sewers? This isn't the time to be concerned about that, right? Tell me why you're in the territory. Suddenly, there was a large tremor as the ground shifted, making Ma Xiong'un and Sung Il-na panic without preparation. What's happening? Outside, a purple shield gradually surrounded the territory, causing the ground to shake. Sung Il-na looked up. The purple dome was complete. What is that dome? Ma Xiong'un helplessly raised his hand to cover his face. Echidna still wasn't sure what had happened. The worst thing I feared has finally come true. The command No Yaqiung's signal finally activated it. She activated the enhanced function of the territory. Enhanced? What you mean is? Xiong'un looked far away, with the territory surrounded by towers. If a gate incident happens again, the number of monsters will flood in unimaginably, so they created a function to keep those monsters outside the territory. Sung Nayuna's face grew more anxious as Ma Xiong'un explained. In short, we can't leave here anymore. At the room where No Yaqiung and his accomplices were, one hunter was sitting in front of the territory system control panel. A red-lit room from the command No's monitor. I understand their situation. Two workers were tightly seated next to each other with their mouths taped shut. Our enemy has hypnotized the level 3 hunters. Command No Zaqiung turned around. But I need you to stay here a bit longer. No Zaqiung looked at the workers below and to other hunters. For the purpose of nurturing strong hunters in the territory, the enhanced function started. The workers below who were blinded are all unconscious except one girl who looks scared, trying to struggle but can't. All you need to do is stay here until everything is resolved properly. Once everything is done, I'll release you. She turned around and looked out the window with a blank expression. Nozaki's expression suddenly turned panicked as his pupils constricted. She ran to open the window wide, startling the two hunters accompanying her. Their voices were hesitant and confused, addressing Nozaki. A red-light column appeared from within the dome. Nozaki just pointed but said nothing. The hunters hesitantly asked. It came from where the towers were being created. What happened there? The commander's panic was evident on his face, mixed with a hint of anger. Hunters should have been more vigilant at that location. At the place emitting the red light column, he stood in combat stance, striking the ground to create a dust cloud. With the commander's shock, what happened there, right? He slowly lowered his head with a sharp gaze, sensing fear and tension in the air. I've done everything to hide my presence. Facing Vankizi, who was in combat stance, Li Juri tightly held her defensive sword. Vankazi's voice had a hint of mockery, but seemed like I couldn't ambush Vankazi respectfully now. The system's light flickered. Li Juri stood ready to fight with a serious expression, the system's voice echoing as it summoned weapons from her inventory. Vankazi's face turned somber as she slowly stood up. Vankaji, you know about this colony's secrets. Juri drew her sword forward. She stood still and silent. Vankazi's eyes sharpened with a questioning tone. Is there someone else inside? I mean? Vankaji's gaze remained cold as she stared, not saying a word. Vankazi's silence made her more frustrated. Vankazi's voice became louder and angrier. So you're refusing to answer me? Fine, then I'll make sure you can't do anything now. Vankazi's shout startled Juri, making her more alert. Vankazi charged towards Juri. Juri watched Vankazi approach with concern. She asked anxiously, "What are you saying? Why did you suddenly want to talk now?" A powerful punch hit the surface of her sword. It made a loud noise. Strong winds blew dust away. Vankazi's eyebrows furrowed. Her voice was sharp. Who is in there doesn't matter. That person can't go any deeper. Vankaji struggled to bear the weight of her sword. She confirmed with Vankazi, "No, I got it. He's already intruded inside." Hearing this, Vankazi's eyes widened in surprise. What? Another punch aimed at Wankiji? Vankazi asked as she threw punches. This time, Wankiji dodged it. Who is it? Dodging Vankazi's attack. Wankiji moved like a snake to the side. She retaliated immediately. Her sword clashed with Nun's armor. Another straight slash towards her opponent. Wankiji's determined eyes focused on her target. A green light flashed. Vankazi dodged the attack that Nun had thrown. Nun mocked. Vankazi's expression turned amazed at Vankazi's words. No wonder she's a sword virtuoso. Blocking Vankazi's move, she reminded of Julie's difficulty again. I heard you missed the chance to become your country's representative. Memories of Julia flashed in her mind, filled with fear. Number 16, Li Yuzi was disqualified for rule violations. The awakening system figure appeared. She still wore her combat gear. Sword and helmet had fallen off. She has been confirmed as a Woken One, so she is no longer eligible to participate in the tournament. Julia's spirit was shaken, her eyes widened and her pupils shrank, sweat dripping down her face. The notification board for Woken Ones appeared on the system. Congratulations, you have been chosen as a Woken One. After that, more whispers about her increased. I heard she's a Woken One with supernatural powers. No wonder she's so good at sword fighting. So she joined the tournament even knowing it? She really deserves contempt. Those comments made Julia hate being a Woken One very much. It hurt her deeply. Back to the present, Julia was shocked as unwarranted memories returned and Vanquizi's expression filled with fear. She dodged while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. I bet she must be exhausted. A punch sent a large tree in half. Suddenly, Julia leaped out of the way, dodging a dangerous strike. She stomped her foot on the ground, creating large shards of stone that flew up high. I know how that feels. She used her strength to throw big rocks at Julia. While fighting, she talked about understanding Juri's feelings too. I went through that in the port shock incident. Julia nimbly dodged and chopped large stones in half. She continued endlessly, feeling powerless and ostracized from society. Standing seriously, she made a big decision. I won't follow the order to destroy Nozaki's team anymore. A golden light like electricity surrounded her. I'm just acting on my beliefs. She shouted loudly. Her power burst, sending rocks flying and creating an illusion. A fierce white tiger appeared above her head. Her hair gradually turned white. The powerful abilities of Julia were amazed by Nun's sudden release, with golden light radiating everywhere. Juri's expression became hesitant after hearing Nun's confident words. Images of loved ones flashed in front of Juri, her voice still uncertain, her faith wavering. Right, compared to what I experienced during the port shock incident, my experience is nothing. But me, Nun's power hasn't diminished. The golden light still surrounds her. Julia gradually remembered the comrades she cherished, us. Nun's power not only didn't diminish but increased. Her eyes turned gold. Our faith. Julia's memories brought up the scene of her in the hospital after the accident. A man's voice called out to her. The hunter! He stood with a pregnant woman. She was the one who saved them from the accident that happened. She saved my wife from that accident. Thank you very much. Julia looked at the woman gently rubbing her belly. If not for your help, our unborn child would have been in danger. Through those memories, Julie's power also erupted. More green light energy streams appeared. Round Julia was a fairy tale of towers becoming urban legends for future generations. Her pupils turned a toxic green. Our biggest goal is to destroy the towers to prevent port shock incidents from happening again. Julie's power surged, enveloping the surrounding space. Vanish at level 3 prayer skill activated. At this moment, Julie's image was black with green eyes, surrounded by hazy smoke. Her strength increased by 500%, speed increased by 500%, and my faith. The system announced Julia's power. Julie's form resembled a god with cursed power in an extremely high energy state. Immune to all diseases, energy enhanced, defense reduced by 500% is destroying her faith. San and Hunter. Surrender before the Varnazid deity. The two stood facing each other. The tension in the air heightened after both unleashed their powers. They both rushed to engage in battle, creating a loud disturbance. In this white room, only she stands alone. I knew it right away. All the rumors were true. Her expression is very calm now. How unlucky for me to witness Vankizi's true power in battle. She turns her head and looks elsewhere, still maintaining a cheerful and calm demeanor. You're really strong. Nun's hair suddenly turns white. Blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. Agatha, you asked me if we had any chance of winning against Vankizi, didn't you? She turns back with a bright smile. Whether we fight together or alone, in the end, we will lose anyway. This time, she lowers her head and looks at the ground, blood dripping down in streams. Do you know how tired I am? I'm going to close my eyes for a moment. Then, Nun's arm suddenly rises. Let Agatha handle the rest. Back to reality, Nun is unconscious with her body covered in blood on the ground, motionless. Wankiji stands over Nin lying on the ground, wearing a strong black armor. I apologize, Hunter Nin. Meanwhile, Echidna and Ma Xiangan are trying to escape from the controlled group. Never in a million years would just destroying Nozaki cause this. Is there any way we can avoid the reinforcements? This operation cannot be stopped once it has begun. It will last about a year. Both jump onto the roof of a nearby building. Maybe we should try to contact someone outside if that's all. Ma Xiangan turns on her phone but finds no signal at all. She tries sending a message for contact, but it's not possible. They have to keep running, finding a safe place. The messages are also ineffective now. But maybe the team that destroyed No Yakyung is in the same situation. Before they can move another step, a sword blocks their path. They stop and try everything possible first. First of all, two rank hunters stand before them. One is a mage, the other wields a sword, ready to fight. They must defeat these rank hunters. After some time, the two rank hunters lie motionless on the ground. Echidna and Ma Xiangan look at each other suspiciously. Ma Xiangan thinks for a moment, then gasps. In the end, how many rank hunters are they controlling? Perhaps it's all the manpower in the country. Ma Xiangan thinks of Fomet. The current leader of the demons doesn't even know where he is. Echidna mutters something else. Don't tell me they brainwashed Fomet too, right? I knew it. Fomet must be in the colony. Yeah, Fomet. Hold on. How do you know he's here? Echidna hesitates to say anything more. Well, I see a lot of suspicious points about her. Ma Xiangan steps closer with a doubtful expression towards Echidna. Echidna retreats and avoids looking at him. Only hunters with permission can enter here. But how could you come in on your own? Under Ma Xiangan's questioning, Echidna shifts her gaze away to avoid further interrogation. Don't tell me you're involved in any illegal networks. Let's focus on solving the immediate problem, right? A sound catches Sung Ayuna's attention, but Xiangan doesn't believe it. Oh, there's a noise over there. Stop beating around the bush. Suddenly, a figure rushes towards Ma Xiangan. Holding two swords, the sharpness catches the commander's attention. Griffin's sword falls and strikes with great force against Ma in specially designed boots. Seeing each other clearly, both are stunned. It's the demon commander, Griffin, Hunter. Landing safely, Griffin looks over to Echidna standing there in shock. Noticing this, he asks but no one answers. Echidna, is Griffin here too? Out of politeness, Echidna had to ask back. Echidna's expression didn't change, but he had many questions. Are you okay, Griffin? Did you smell anything strange? I'm fine. But what happened in the real world? The alarm blared loudly. Then those rank hunters started acting strangely. Echidna and Seongnun looked at Griffin, who showed no injuries, making both of them suspicious. He just stood there, confused, not understanding anything. But you're in a rank 2, yet you seem fine. You're right, he doesn't look like he's affected at all. Ma Seongnun fell into thought again, realizing that only summer rank hunters were controlling others' minds. But what conditions are needed to control someone's mind? The 2 rank hunters who just got defeated and were lying on the ground slowly stood up, making Echidna and the Ma commander wary. Aren't they the ones I just defeated? Echidna looked uncomfortable, while Seongnun was worried and cautious. Thanks to a few words from Mayuna, Seongnun found some clues. These zombies will keep attacking us until their leader is eliminated. Could it be? Looking at the lifeless rank hunters in front of him, Seongnun realized that Griffin wasn't affected because he had only just arrived a few months ago. But why did they do this? Ma Seongnun stood there in thought and asked, what is their goal by creating this army? Huh? The Ma commander looked serious at Echidna. She still seems confused. Echidna, can you help me with the flow of magic? We'll find out who's controlling those rank hunters first. On another side, Agatha, a woman with black hair. It is she who controls these rank zombie hunters. The control power of it is represented by green magic circles. Back in the real world, she was in a large room. Turning around, her eyes looked behind, and she asked, everything's under control? Behind Agatha are several S-rank professors who look uneasy at her. An S-rank professor spoke up, then to more, the hunter Agatha told us to temporarily suppress the rebellious elements. But what do we do when they wake up? Moreover, government agents have already infiltrated here. Are you sure everything's okay? Agatha smiled at them. Her tone showed no worry. We can convince them to join our side. And the secret agent has entered as well. Her expression changed from a smile to something more terrifying. Her tone was not only fearless but colder. If we can't handle it, just kill them. The people around her whispered nervously. Agatha sighed at the worries of the S-rank professors. Is this okay? After all, they are government officials. What if something goes wrong? Suddenly, Ada shouted loudly, agitated and angry. You cowardly rats. Everyone present was startled. Ada said with disappointment, I'm disappointed in you all. After the shock at the gate, are you still in that state? As Ada's voice grew deeper, it carried more of a derisive tone from someone who had lost their will. So why did you come here? Wasn't it to train stronger hunters? But if this is discovered, the entire tower will vanish. Then your dreams will just be illusions. Didn't we say that from the beginning? The crowd looked at Ada and remained silent, standing there staring at each other. Agatha reached out her hand. Ada grabbed a level S hunter's hand from the crowd, softly and gently. Dear hunters, no matter what, we must stand united. Persist and become pillars for our ideal hunting generation. Agatha smiled happily as she answered questions from the crowd. I'm sure everything will be fine if we get through this situation. Of course, so everyone should keep completing their tasks. A strange male voice echoed. Agatha replied cheerfully without any preparation. How long would it take to solve this issue? Only one detective got in here, so it won't take much time. Agatha turned towards the wall and confidently answered, but she stopped halfway. Is it true that when that place is destroyed, the towers will disappear too? I've already said that. If that place disappears, this colony won't exist anymore. Her eyes widened as if realizing something important. She asked again, who? A strange shadow appeared behind the level S hunters. They still don't understand what's happening. What about the flag? An explosion echoed. The light shone brightly. The crowd was terrified by the dust and explosion. Coughing, Griffin knelt on one knee, ready for battle. Sung Iuna remained coldly calm, while Teiko was still in the position of using magic to break the wall. The Level S hunters were startled as the three people broke through and charged in. Masi Anan's hand was still around Agatha's neck. The Level S hunters shouted loudly, their voices trembling. "Who are you?" They were shocked when asked by Echidna. "Who are you?" I should be the one asking that question. Masi Anan's face showed a calm and cold expression. Ask those Level S hunters. Why are the Level S hunters here? Are you part of the traitors? Agatha's face was filled with fear. The pain of being held by Ma Xian and lifted up. Hunter Agatha, aren't you the younger sister of Commander Nozaki? Did you turn those Level A hunters into good ones? Ma Xian's face grew colder and more terrifying. It seemed Commander Nozaki had approved this. You did all that to divert attention to a Level A hunter, helping her escape. But I'm still curious about one thing. The commander's hand still tightly held Agatha's neck without letting go. I understand you want to use them temporarily to avoid the storm, but why not let them go yet? Despite Nozaki's crimes, Agatha's expression turned into a sinister smile. She still cares about the colonial hunters. Did Commander Nozaki really issue this order? Agatha suddenly shouted loudly. Hey, what are you waiting for? Kill him! He's the government hunter sent to ruin our good deed. This time Seonon was angry. The commander's grip on Agatha tightened, causing her to cry out. Ugh, Ma Seonon gritted his teeth. He finally understood everything. Hunter Agatha, so you're the one behind all of this. The S-rank hunters are shouting and wiping sweat as they rush to free her, even if he's a government agent. Finally, the S-rank hunters entered combat mode. There are 5 of them too. Ma Seong-un slowly turned around, still holding Agatha high, calmly looking at the foolish crowd. They're completely on top, 5 women. What can you do about it? Griffin suddenly realized something important as he heard this. Ma Seong-un's voice continued, Griffin turning to Echidna with a hesitant tone. Recently, there have been rumors. Echidna hunter, my energy, right? At that moment, Echidna realized her own energy was slowly dissipating. She felt a bit alarmed. This is mana burning. The Maestro's grip on Agatha's neck tightened even more. While squeezing, he spoke. Echidna could only stand there watching her energy and everyone else slowly fading away. She had guessed that one S-rank hunter had killed 7 of his own kind. Could the Maestro be? The S-rank hunters were panicking as they saw their own energy gradually disappearing too. Should I test this rumor? My mana! Ma Seong-un's voice grew more serious and cold, causing the S-rank hunters to rush to save her. Of course, those who voluntarily confess and surrender will be considered with leniency. Agatha's expression became even uglier as air couldn't enter her body anymore. The Maestro continued, this is not a suggestion. Looking at them coldly, it was more of a threat. He moved towards Janging, to living corpses of her rank hunters approaching them, one with a bow, the other with a spear. With a swift movement, King Haru and Kim Miyu dispatched both living corpses. Nozaki stepped forward to look at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. Then he approached Haru and Miyu. They only knocked them out without causing any serious injuries. Yes, but what's going on? Why don't the rank hunters recognize the Maestro? They met him before. What did Hunter Agatha do to them? In response to Haru and Miyu's question, Nozaki remained silent, looking elsewhere. Nozaki was in shock, unable to believe he was one of them. But why are they wandering aimlessly like this? Nozaki, what did you do? The silence continued. None of them spoke. King Haru suddenly pointed towards the bright pillar. Maestro, the red light from the forest has disappeared. Nozaki looked worriedly towards the forest. Could Nen have taken care of it? I can't contact Nen. The enhanced system blocked all electronic signals. From behind a familiar pair of assassin's shoes approached, but no one had noticed yet. No Jiyoung observed from his binoculars and then watched Ma Sang-gun. Suddenly, a large familiar light bulb slowly moved towards No Ya-kyung's command post. No Ya-kyung turned around in surprise, looking behind him with shock on his face. King Haryu and Kim Miju also reacted, turning to see what was happening. Surprisingly, that shadow was Fomet. Fomet's eyes seemed lifeless as he silently approached like a living corpse. Fomet continued to approach No Yakyung's group. They watched his every move in silence. King Haryu and Kim Miju had let their guard down, ready to intervene, but No Jiyoung was still worried and uneasy. It seems Fomet is also under Agatha's mind control. We'll handle him. No Zakian quickly noticed something amiss, but it was too late. Is Fomet an illusion? No, it requires enough time and conditions to take effect. Before No Zakian could stop them, they rushed towards Fomet. Charge! Both hands held strong weapons and charged quickly. Hold it, charge! Command No shouted loudly, but it was too late. No, don't get close to him. Two paths crossed, one moving so fast the naked eye couldn't see. Haru and Miyu didn't realize until each lost a limb. Both fell heavily to the ground in pain. You, form called slowly. Command No Zakian. Hipper, form said a familiar name that surprised No Zakian. Eyes widened. King Haru and Kim Miju lay on the ground clutching their severed arms, but no blood was flowing. Yuri, Shihui, Zako, why did she kill them? Fomet's cold, terrifying eyes looked at No Zakian because of Tower U's base. No Zakian panicked. How do you know that place? Fomet charged straight towards No Yakyung's command post. It's over. Can it be the red light disappearing means I won't let her have her way? How do you know how much effort I've put into protecting it? Everything is ruined now. I destroyed it. Hearing Fomet's last words, No Zakiung's eyes changed. Command No's eyes were filled with a fierce look. And Fomet struck a fatal blow. Blood splattered everywhere. No Zakiung stood there, his face darkening. Fomet fell down. A large claw appeared from behind No Zakiung. Both of Fomet's hands were cut off. A large gash appeared in front of him. No Zakiung was both shocked and bewildered. Impossible. Me and the S ranks. Nobody can enter there. Fomet lay shivering on the ground. How did you and a rank hunter get in? No Zakiung's face showed a hint of fear as he said loudly, that place is incredibly important for training a rank hunters like me. Fomet spoke, making No Zakiung realize her motive. The image of a dead boy with wounds identical to Fomet's. He struggled to sit up, the evidence of an slayer who killed 3 hunters. No Zakiung looked at Fomet disappointedly, someone with great potential. But he only laughed and replied, you know how I endured these trivial things because my skills require certain conditions to activate. Command No's expression returned to its cold demeanor. You've gone too far. Fomet's face showed fear but had a hint of mockery. First, fighting hand-to-hand with a strong opponent. Second, receiving a deadly blow from a hunter. No Zakiung still didn't care and continued speaking. If you choose to turn a blind eye, you could have become even stronger. Format remained unfazed as well, continuing to speak regardless of whether No Zakiung was listening or not, until reaching the last floor of the tower. No Zakiung shouted loudly, controlling his claws to attack Format, taunting him. The system notified, Owl's self-destruct mission is completed. You have received a new skill as a reward for completing the task. Fomet roared. Gana opened one of her yellow eyes slowly in a strange manner. The powerful energy caused No Zakiung to stagger, activating the skill Ganner. No Zakiung was surprised by the system's notification. The area around would change according to King Fomet's Acropolis characteristics. The area affected by Gana would automatically face challenges from the tower. No Zakiung became alarmed at what the system had announced. A new mission appeared with a strange Fomet form. What is this? Urgent task. Defeat 3 Fomets, the masters of Hell Tower. Fomet chuckled. He restored his hands that No Zakiung had cut off. Another bite then. He touched his throat. A displeased expression. I'm dead now. About an hour ago, Juri just escaped her combat skill and was slowly descending. She slowly opened her emerald green eyes and looked down. Then she approached the worn-out corpse hesitantly, apologizing. I'm sorry, Hunter. Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind the wooden house. followed by a loud explosion that echoed in the sky. Zuri was startled as she tried to brace herself and observe. Her eyes widened in shock. Quickly landing, she shouted, "Fee met Hunter." She rushed to the spot where the explosion had occurred, wondering, the door is gone. Has Fee met Hunter passed the test? But where is he? Zuri anxiously looked around, thinking, if the tower has the same system as the Hell Tower. As her thoughts continued, a portal appeared elsewhere. Likely, there was a secret passage in the forest leading outside. From that portal, a familiar figure emerged. It was Minwoo, tired and leaning against a tree, sighing heavily. He looked up, puzzled. What's going on? Recalling the moment he touched the glowing sphere. When I touched the mark, my mind went blank. It felt like something I never want to experience again. Thinking this, he stood straight and took off his coat, sighing, "It's so hot." At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. At least he had passed the test of the tower. Now only No Zakyung and the S-rank hunters remained to deal with. Right. Minwoo moved through the forest, calculating his next steps. With his current condition, dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Better to leave it to his team leader. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at what was in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes as he exclaimed, "What the heck?" On the mission board, Minwoo complained loudly, "What is this? It's like telling me to go die." After saying that, he paused and whispered, "Could it be?" He immediately shouted, "Skill window." Instantly, a symbol appeared with its parameters, level 9, remaining time 4,475 seconds. Maximum level is 11. Looking at the symbol, he thought, time interruption allows me to absorb the power of monsters. He recalled his battle with Zakin and wondered, could this be the last place where I use this skill? Despite successfully reducing the cooldown time by using marks collected during the conquest of the colony tower, Minwoo continued looking at the small light in his hand, ordering inventory. Tower mark. Looking at the mark appearing on his hand, he thought, Zakin never gave me an impossible task before. I need to use this. As he spoke, he returned to reality and faced Jackie Ung's battle with a sigh of relief. Minwoo took a deep breath, thinking, no big deal. At that moment, he rubbed his neck and gritted his teeth, saying, if it had gone wrong just now, I would have died. Line 60 is repeated for the exact count. A surprising sound reads out a mission on the quest board. Hunter for M, eliminate Hunter for M, Devil Tower boss. The system pops up. Urgent mission, eliminate Hunter for M, boss of Devil Tower. Jackie Ung's voice. She asks back in confusion. What does that mean? I just received that mission. Hearing this, he was surprised. Why? Did you also get the same mission? Me to end my mission is to eliminate you, he sarcastically says to her. Surprising indeed. You got a mission while I'm in this situation. Your system must have considered me as a monster. Jackie Ung doubts and denies it. I don't know what you're talking about. Javan Hunter risked his life to conquer the Devil Tower. Minwoo chuckles in amusement at her questioning. Why are you the Devil Tower's gatekeeper? He sneers and answers. Someone once told me, this is a world where strange things happen all the time. You must reconsider your outdated mindset. Slowly, he raises his arm with its long claws. At least one thing is clear. Minwoo confidently shouts out, one of us will die here. Zaki, if you seriously look at me, something unexpected happens and she gets startled. It's the two subordinates under her who suddenly appear behind him. They attack him without hesitation with great strength. Minwoo turns to face them, his eyes filled with danger. He doesn't need any movement. Their heads immediately detach from their necks. Zaki Ung is stunned by the scene. Her subordinates instantly kneel on the ground. Both of them tremble in disbelief and fear. Are we going to die? How are we still alive? Min Yulian speaks, calming them down. I have no intention of killing good guys. Boring. He immediately points at a direction. Chains shoot out and wrap around them, pulling them away as he chases after them. Go on. Zaki Ung panics when they call her captain, Minwoo's voice. Don't worry, I generously brought your subordinates out of this area. He boasts to her, I only targeted their captain, not them. Saying that, he glares at her and says something harshly before standing up. Immediately, he rushes towards Jackie Ung. Just as she's about to receive a hit from Min Woo, two masked men suddenly appear from nowhere to block the attack. He looks surprised and exclaims, "What kind of summoning is this?" One masked man slightly turns left. The other masked man also turns right. He skillfully dodges their attacks. Suddenly, he notices something. Min Woo immediately kicks the attacking masked man's arm with his foot. Then he forcefully pushes it to the ground. At this moment, another one drops from above. Without any extra movements, he grabs its face. Next, he pulls it along the ground for momentum. Immediately after that, Min Woo powerfully throws the masked man up into the air. He raises his hand to cast a spell. A magic circle appears instantly. Chains shoot out from that circle and pierce through the masked man. After killing those two, Min Woo whispers, "I knew it." Then he feels something surging within him. His light body is filled with energy. At this moment, a pack of horned wolves appears out of nowhere. He looks at the surrounding wolves and wonders, what's going on? The wolves are snarling dangerously, quickly jumping to show their sharp teeth towards him. Min Woo stands still, calm, observing them without moving. The system pops up with a notification. Zihin's passive skill has activated. A symbol appears next, showing a limit. All skills increased or decreased by 20%. Another symbol appears, protection. All attributes resistance increased or decreased by 20%. Min Woo's eyes widen in surprise. Then he smiles happily. "Old as you are," he says to one of the wolves, "you have memory." Immediately, chains appear and cut the pack of wolves into halves. One by one, the wolves are cut until only one remains. Suddenly, a sword pierces its head straight through. It's not a sword but a kite. He transforms the two wolves and rushes towards Jackie Ung. Min Yu, full of malice and death, rushes towards her. She stands there, frowning slightly, looking angry. A surprised thought echoes. What power is this? The sound comes from the kite in his hand. This is really my brother's true strength. He wonders as he holds the kite. Does a weapon have consciousness? The kite uncomfortably cries out. It's terrible, so amazing, so amazing, so wonderful. The kite in Min Woo's hand has changed shape. It laughs happily, right? Awesome! With his new weapon, he confidently asks the person in front of him, "Just want." He slowly utters each word. "See," just as I'm excited to ask loudly. A monster's hand reaches out to protect Jackie Ung. Is there anything better? She looks straight at him from behind the monster's claws. Min Woo uncomfortably questions her. "You're ruining the mood. So annoying. Didn't you want to bring it out?" The ground suddenly cracks below them. A dinosaur appears behind him. He grudgingly says, "Not this one." Immediately, the dinosaur roars and lifts its head up. Before it could attack, it falls to the ground. Then Min Woo laughs maniacally, raising his fist. His punch rips open its neck, revealing the bone underneath. While he still holds that position, another monster shoots a weapon at him, but he dodges easily. Behind that monster appear two more. Min Woo raises his kite. The kite has transformed into a sword, helping him effortlessly cut through the monsters. Jackie continues summoning more monsters, but quickly they are all cut in half by him. She keeps summoning more. More octopus-like creatures rush towards him. Immediately, Min Yu jumps high while his sword transforms into a spear. Just as 3 octopus monsters gather together, he pierces them with the spear. Another wave of monsters appears, holding short spears in their hands. They rush to surround him, but he isn't afraid. Instead, he smiles happily. That smile becomes increasingly insane. His face seems to contain joy and satisfaction, his red eyes full of bloodlust. Min Yu is now extremely agitated. He shouts loudly, "Exactly this. This is what I'm talking about." As each monster is summoned, they are all easily disposed of by him. Another dragon is summoned and roars loudly. Not letting it attack, he immediately jumps up. His kick sends its head flying. Min Yu glides past the dragon, staring intently at the person in front of him. And then he launches his chainsword towards Jackie Ung with a loud cry. "Don't hide anymore! Come out here quickly!" That chain blade didn't target her, it just slid past and flew backward. The chain was taut as if something in the dark space behind her was holding onto it. A hand with sharp claws and red eyes appeared. The monster you've been waiting for finally showed up. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Min-Yu smiled happily upon seeing it. What followed was just a vast, pitch-black space. The monster's arm slowly fell down. That arm and 3 more injured arms fell down together. A familiar pair of shoes also appeared at that moment. He jumped down onto the monster's body with his sword in hand. Min-Yu frowned, glancing down at the creature below. Then his eyes widened considerably. A soft yet sharp voice echoed, "Die!" Saying that, he pressed his hand against the monster's body. In this space of death, blood gushed out from the monster's body. In another part of the universe, Nozaki-on suddenly appeared. She stood in that universe. She seemed to be looking at something within the cosmic space. Suddenly, a figure holding a sword appeared before her eyes. She wasn't afraid of the monster. Meanwhile, another figure appeared in the universe. It was Fomit, who tilted his head and smiled at her. Calmly, she put her hand into her pocket to retrieve something. She took out a cigarette and a lighter from her pocket. Nozaki lit up the cigarette. She inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. She spoke calmly, "I didn't think you'd lie. I never expected Fomit to become an ordinary person." He said straight-faced, "As I said before, you must get rid of that outdated thinking." His expression turned serious as he asked, "One last question. Why did you kill Hyper and the others?" Her mouth was already full. She laughed loudly. "Haha, it's funny. Did a dead commander really shock people this much? Don't tell me you have any sympathy for them? Who would have thought that a monster could live with emotions like humans? Could it be that you fell in love with an ordinary person and changed into a human because of that?" While smoking, she said, "Well, why did I kill him? I don't really want to chat with a demon." She took the cigarette out of her mouth. She said, "Hyper." "No, Jian is the survivor. First, I saved him during the prison explosion. Unexpectedly, he told me his story. Before that, hunters never enjoyed such privileges. In a city, 2 voices were talking to each other. Is the food there really that good? Yes, I've heard it's so popular now people have to queue up." Hadi and Dayang were walking while discussing a tasty restaurant. "If you come with me, we won't have to wait." "That's great." The old lady hasn't eaten anything yet and is rushing over to the tower. She's very hungry. At the entrance, 2 signs read "Hunters Not Allowed." They stood in front of it without saying a word. Then she recounted how hunters were treated like a disease before. People avoided them, proving that hunters no longer posed any threat to society. Why do people still believe those unfounded rumors? After returning home, they cooked many dishes. Dagyang held his hands up and said, "This is really strange. We're just ordinary people, you know?" Both of them were silent, but Hadi broke the silence first to ease it. "Let's eat then." "Ah, I really want to try that dish." Hati was walking down the street, always thinking about tonight's meal. Fried tofu or stewed, I didn't think I could cook anything. She's also tired of that dish. As she thought, she glanced around. Maybe she should cook at home on a day off, or just order takeout. She stopped to look around. Wasn't this the restaurant Da Zhang wanted to try before? Not many people here yet, as it's not mealtime. She looked at the menu and thought they don't deliver during these hours, but they do accept takeout orders. The menu says from 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. for pickup. Looking at her clothes, she thought she was dressed normally. They probably wouldn't recognize her as a hunter. Then she decided, okay, let's order here today. If I buy it and put it in the fridge, something might surprise her when Da Zhang comes back. She looked up at the monster that had flattened the restaurant just now. What was that? Suddenly, she felt a creature's presence. She continued to narrate. The helmet erupted. Cries of help echoed everywhere. "Save us." I guess deep down, I've always hoped for this day. "Save." Everyone screamed in despair. "Hunter, please save us." That was enough to make me feel proud. In front of her, she saw a panicked expression and shouted loudly, "Are you okay?" She sat next to the scared boy looking at her. Then the hunter, No Kim Ji-hyun, appeared. A tall, strong man said, "Do you want to go back there? Haven't all the survivors been rescued already?" The people around were discussing the boy, that child. I heard his grandparents and sister were buried under the rubble. Really, then they won't be saved. Her team said, but there's nothing else we can do. I was assigned to the next area nearby, which is Red Zone. They say it suffered significant damage. Only 2 survivors were found so far. I'm heading there now. What about you guys? How? If you don't go, will we? She spoke up. I want to support the rescue efforts. A man looked at her and her team said, "Hey, without our leader, what do we do?" She replied, "We have a location. If we go in, save them, and leave immediately, I think it won't be too dangerous." A hand landed on her shoulder as she spoke. "But," Dung said firmly, "go where you want to." She looked at him, then her team said, "Yeah, this useless guy." He smiled and ignored his team, saying, "For your girlfriend, he'll do anything." For a while, he lay on the ground with wide eyes. She shivered beside him, calling out. Run Su said, "Damn it, I told you not to come here." Her eyes widened as she heard her team say, "It's all your fault." Dung shouted at her face, "Because of you, we're dead now." Back at the base, she said to the boy who asked her, "Didn't save them?" The boy questioned her, "But you promised to save them, right?" "Hey, why?" Her face was extremely cold as she asked him what he wanted to say. The boy widened his eyes in surprise at her. He shouted at her and said, "You liar." She continued, "The monsters from the red region flooded our area, which resulted in 70% of our team's casualties. After that, I couldn't do anything. I just lived like a soulless shell." She sat alone and thought, if only I were stronger, if only I were a more powerful hunter. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on her as someone called out to her, "No Zakyang." Tall towers appeared and someone said, "This place is known for having the most towers. I wonder why they keep appearing." That was their captain standing beside her. He looked at her and she replied, "Our alliance looks like a colony." They walked together as the captain said, "Colony, colony, those two, from now on, that will be the name of this place." But the captain said something surprising. "No Zakyun, from now on, you'll be responsible for managing here." The captain continued, "There are countless hunters living aimlessly like you. The government wants to give them a chance to work. No Zakyun, I recognize your hunting abilities. From now on, use that ability for the government." She had become the manager of the colony, and the thought always lingered in her mind. This place could train powerful hunters. She continued, "I poured everything into the colony and started gathering factions." She saw her sister go in with a boy. Initially, her sister agreed to cooperate with me, but then she changed her mind. She looked away, not noticing him smoking, but it didn't threaten the colony. Everything was proceeding as planned if we hadn't discovered this. The tower's core. Someone was with her. We noticed something strange and dug down to find this. She and 2 workers descended, surprised by what they saw before them, and the worker spoke. "We don't know what this is. Do you know what it is?" I immediately understood. This is the reason behind the tower's appearance. The 2 workers turned around, surprising her as they spoke. "We must report the entire construction process. I'll call the government officials." In her mind, she thought, reporting to the government, they won't let it go. She looked at them with a terrifying expression and stared at them. "So what will happen to this colony? We need to silence them." Darkness enveloped the space as someone asked, "Who else knows about this place?" The workers replied, "Yes, only us 2 and a few outside workers." "But why do you ask?" The mysterious girl raised her hand to control the monster attacking the workers from behind. Nozakian calmly smoked on the cigarette in her hand as she said in space, "I did all sorts of things to hide it." He listened silently. "I built a mansion there to disguise it. Avoiding prying eyes, I thought if hunters, including us, kept silent, no one would notice." Nozakian's face changed suddenly. She said, "But Jian knew about the core when he arrived at the colony." She remembered how she accidentally met Jian. He glanced at her, Kim Ji-in. So No Zakyung and Ji-in talked for a while, not seeing each other in a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. If I knew you became a hunter, I would have found you. Ji-in remained silent. She admitted her mistake and said nothing more. I owe you an apology. If we could have saved your family back then. Ji-in cut in as she hesitated to speak. The reason behind the tower's appearance must be in the forest, right? He turned his face away and asked her, how do you know? Oh, just leave it there for now. I haven't reported this to my superiors yet. That's illegal. He glanced at Jackie Ung and whispered. She said, you owe me an apology, right? He bent down and whispered in her ear. Let's make a deal then. She told him that Jihan required visitors from the colony to transport a special drug. He turned away as he spoke. When I asked for reasons, Jian turned his face coldly, saying all useless humans must die. Nozaki is rich but sad. I don't know what's going through his mind, but he's no longer the child I knew. She looked at her powerless hands and said, we can't kill it. How could I harm a child I saved? Knowing her intentions, he said, someone wants to use me to kill him. With a pained smile, she admitted, yes, I want to weaken you to get rid of Jian. He remained silent. How ironic, my plan was ruined by you. At that time, Jian asked, did you want to use Fomit to kill me? No Zakian was very quiet and composed in response. Well, out of old feelings, I didn't intend to go this far. But there's no way now. Do you know the government has spies in the colony? Although he appeared cold outside, Nozaki was thinking, I had guessed this would happen sooner or later. Ji-in shouted, she'll have to bear all the criticism now. She wondered, how does Ji-in know? She looked at him, pondering. It's strange that he knows about it. He blushed and said, I reported it. After saying this, Ji-in left, leaving Nozaki shouting. Kim Ji-in stopped. Why did you do that? Why have you changed so much? Ji-in glanced at Nozaki coldly. What's going on in your head? Huh? He said something that made her wake up. If she had saved my family back then, I wouldn't be like this now. Suddenly, a gush of blood splashed out, surprising Ji-in. His body disintegrated and leaned against the nearby wall. Someone shouted, huh? Two young men nearby asked, Commander, Hyper, what's going on? Nozaki remained expressionless. Unconsciously, she turned away, looking at them with pity. You shouldn't be here. She killed those two right there. This is the truth you want to know. Format. She asked him, what do you think? He didn't look sad but smiled strangely. He chuckled and said, it's disgusting. Nozaki forced a smile and asked, does calling me that count as praise? His smile vanished instantly. She threw the cigarette away. She said, you're right, I'm an awful human. But she challenged, if I die, should I die like a hunter too? Proudly, she said, a hunter, hunting and killing monsters. He closed his eyes to prepare for battle. Fomit took the stance. She smiled slightly and said, thank you. Fomit, Nozaki touched his chest, clenching it tightly. She began the ritual, summoning. The point of summoning is within this body itself. Saying, the powerful figure emerged. He observed with a mocking smile as the white coat fluttered in the wind. A strange shape appeared. She had transformed into a goat. She took out some fierce beasts and said, you're too strong, Fomit. He was excited. No wonder he's an S-rank hunter. He remained calm. Don't disappoint me. He's really agitated, shouting for fun. Zombies rushing in. A clean morning reveals a building half collapse on one side, as if there was a fight inside. Inside, shadowy figures move around. They're definitely not humans. Those are strange-looking zombies looking somewhere. One of them bites a hand. The blood is their battle result. It proudly announces to its kind. Then from above, a huge foot stomps down, crushing the zombie into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The zombies fearfully look up and scream. It's a giant man-beast wearing only white shorts, extremely fierce. Its eyes scan the zombies, ready to devour them. Suddenly, sand cuts across its body like a knife. Half-conscious, Nelia sees a girl with a beast behind her rush towards Yezebel. Nelia looks at them without remorse. Her expression is indifferent. Nelia stands there, watching the light shining on the building. In another place, Zezeben absorbs energy into its body. It mutters a mundane phrase. In the cave, Jezebel walks in space saying beautiful lies. They're still beautiful even in our created area. She smiles contentedly at what's happening now. A long rope with many sharp mouths hanging from above asks if this is right. Foam it! The chain hits Jezebel hard, trying to kill it, but Jezebel was faster. The chain tightens painfully on Foam it. Dagobin mocks him. You've overdone it. From the sky, a large man with a 10-kilo sword rushes towards Dagobin. He charges quickly to end Dagobin's life in one swing. Despite the powerful slash coming at him, Dagobin remains calm. Black threads suddenly rush from somewhere. They form a solid wall protecting Dagobin, but the sword's strength is greater and it pierces through. A huge explosion occurs, but Jezebel's fate isn't clear. Shamanu watches silently. Trung glares at Jezebel, speaking forcefully. You're right. I'm very pitiful. Not only did Jezebel dodge the attack, but she turned around to teach him a lesson. That's why our sister always says, I'm not suited for being a hunter. The powerful rope and black threads rush towards Dagobin. He still calmly looks at Jezebel with disdain. So Foamit dodges the counterattack. But you're not a hunter. Is that too much support? He jumps onto the zombies for momentum, swings his sword towards Dagobin, spitting out insults. You're so skilled. He cuts through with a bloodied sword. Dagobin falls but still looks at him. A step late, Dagobin is cut in half. It's still stunned for a moment. Dagobin is falling down. Seeing it not dead, he jumps up with two small daggers aiming for its face. The powerful slash hits the ground too. Dagobin's hands bleed as they move forward. He continues swinging his sword. Another cut doesn't stop him, but it only damages his hand. Not giving up, he keeps swinging. Now, its body starts showing small cuts. Seizing the moment, he thrusts his sword with all his strength. This time, it's Dagobin's foot that gets cut. To finish off, Foamit repeatedly slashes Zezeben, creating a hard-to-escape net. He kicks at its body, pushing Zezeben down. Zezeben can't resist and falls to the ground, causing debris everywhere. He follows suit, falling with Zezeben, stepping back cautiously. With an evil face, he looks at it disdainfully. Foamit rushes again, not wanting to lose to Zezeben, raising his hand for a spell. A twisted beam of light shot past him quickly. He watched as the light slowed down for a few seconds. The light sped towards him and nearly touched his eyes. He dodged to avoid the large black spear that pierced from the ground. Foamit raised his hand, ready to strike again with several more slashes. He swung with immense force, impacting it powerfully. Suddenly something appeared, surprising him as he stared intently. It was the monster's axe defending against the sword attack. The monster struggled, trying to say something. Slowly sitting up, it roared loudly, deafening. Then the monster swung its long, sharp horn. Seeing this, he chopped off the horn immediately. At the same time, another sword was placed on his shoulder from behind. Calmly, he bent the sword upwards with his hand and returned it to the monsters. Each one fell quickly and easily. One after another, they died. Some were beheaded, others had their bodies severed. Only the main monster was worried seeing this scene. It couldn't understand how he could do that. Formes didn't hesitate and rushed to the leader, swinging his sword at it. Jezebel remained silent as she watched. Formes stared directly at Jezebel with narrowed eyes. Jezebel felt a sharp aura of fear emanating from her. The giant monster stomped on him with its large feet. Inside the souls were gaping mouths. But before he could do anything, he delivered a powerful blow to send it back to hell. The light from his sword pierced through the sky. He leaped beside the giant monster. He sliced it in one swift motion and threw it towards the side. Zezeben saw this and jumped high to dodge. Like a gust of wind, he circled behind Zezeben and swung his sword. The two forces collided, creating a bright light. Zezeben's left arm wasn't injured yet. Tentacles emerged from somewhere and attacked him. Foamit nimbly dodged all the whips that flew at him. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his sword, nearly touching Zezeben's neck. It widened its eyes in fear as blood splashed out. Both of its arms were severed from its body. Jeben sighed heavily. We know we can't win against him. Without any mercy, he only replied with one word. That's it. Jaben used his last bit of magic to fight back. Fomet pulled out its long, wide wings to defend. Thanks to the two powerful magical forces colliding, a bright light illuminated the sky. Zezaben's white robe was cut into pieces, falling before him. He looked at it. That tree was extremely angry. What remained fell without any pity as he swung his sword, flying fast towards it, not knowing what happened, but down below people were discussing. The young man saw something that surprised him. Above, the chains tightly bound the strange tree. Vangeji jumped up and looked at the sky to observe. His heart was cold. He showed no mercy to anyone, rushing towards the only living target, Zezaben. Looking at its neck, Zezaben slowly turned back. Slowly, he chopped it down. Nelia still looked up without saying a word. She remained silent for a long time before laughing as a strong cut appeared on her neck. At the same time, he had already beheaded the Djaban and lopped off its head. The moon stood there, shining brightly in Nelia Ken's sky. It was so beautiful. A commanding voice asked, "Please tell me your name and code name." Fomet crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "Chaman Yu, Fomet." The voice asked again, "What is your name and how did you get to the lair?" Griffin answered softly, "I'm a level A hunter. I got here through Captain Ma's introduction." The question continued, "Echidna, it seems you weren't invited to the lair. How did you get here?" Echidna became slightly irritated and explained loudly, "I talked to Captain Ma about everything first. I left the lair through one path, so I came back through the same path. By the way, how long do I have to stay here? I'm quite busy." The questions didn't stop there. "Vankiri, I heard you joined as a mentor. Do you notice anything unusual about the other S mentors?" "Yes, sir." Vankiri just laughed in confusion. Their conversation continued. "Captain Ma Sangju, could you please explain what happened at the lair? Especially the events involving Captain No Yakyung." Ma Seong-un calmly said, "I think I submitted a report about that already. Please read it first." "I've read it. What I mean is, there are parts I don't fully understand." The other person continued asking, "In the report, you mentioned killing Captain No Zakiun, but the autopsy report suggests otherwise." Ma Seong-un shifted uncomfortably and replied, "I'm pretty sure I wrote more than that. I made it clear there that I didn't know who did it, which is exactly what I care about." The voice interrupted, "Only you, Vankiri, Echidna, and hunters could have killed Captain No Zakiun. However, their fighting styles didn't cause those wounds, meaning a third party was involved." Ma Seong-un crossed his arms, visibly uncomfortable. He said, "Oh, I didn't notice that." The other person called him. "Captain Ma, the illegal path Echidna used to enter the lair became our escape route." The voice grew louder, showing rising anger. "When are you going to stop doing this? Who killed No Jakiung?" Not backing down. Ma Seong-un was furious. "I said so already. I don't know. How can I write a report about something I have no information on?" Unable to hold back, Ma Seong-un slammed the table and shouted at the person across from him, "Are you taking this seriously now? Captain over. We're part of the same team." "Right. I just followed orders." The anxious employee tried to calm him down. "Calm down, please. I did that following procedure. I didn't pin any blame on you, right?" Ma Seong-un continued, raising his voice. "You were the one who started this." Echidna said, "Do you want to know how I entered the territory? An old gate, so old that even employees at the lair didn't know it existed. The old gate was the only area where security systems weren't activated." A man with brown hair wearing a trench coat and glasses said to Echidna, "You're done." Before he could finish, his hand stopped him. He asked, "What's going on here?" Echidna hesitated and replied, "I'm sorry. I promise I'll visit you in prison." Echidna used it to pass the secret documents to Hyper Hunter. In the Grand Company building, a voice echoed, "Trouble." The man was crying, his limbs flailing wildly to justify himself. "I swear, I didn't know it was my two. I just followed what people said and went for a ride." The man kept talking nonstop. "I'll tell you everything that happened, including how he looked at the time." Outside the car, N's driver carefully observed each action. Suddenly, someone called out, "Captain." The employee continued speaking. "We requested fingerprint confirmation for that man, but it turned out he was just a night hunter." N's reaction was like she couldn't believe what she heard. He asked back, "Night hunter?" A night hunter wouldn't be able to range everything alone. So, does this mean he is telling the truth and someone else used him as a pawn? Unpondered deeply, this case was getting complicated. Apart from their past connection, there was no further interaction between the hyper hunter and Captain No Ya-kyung. The two entered the elevator, looking tense and serious. An continued her thoughts. "Since Captain No Ya-kyung's case is closed, let's put that aside for now. I wonder how the hyper hunter is doing now." Although An didn't show much emotion, she was grappling with many issues in her mind. As a top-a hunter, he probably wasn't hunting Maitu for money. So if Fomit's statement is true, he distributed the Maitu because of his contempt for such people. Then he's just a monster who has always tried to fulfill his desires in every way possible. An walked while thinking, this isn't right. We need to locate where the hyper hunter distributed the Maitu. However, more pressing was, he stopped at a room and observed how each person inside could bring these top-a hunters back to normal. An looked at the dazed faces with disappointment. Most of the top-a hunters in the hideout were severely delirious. They seemed lifeless, constantly emitting unclear sounds. Suddenly, one person raised a bag. Inside was a small but terrifying insect. He said, "The main reason is this." The doctor continued, "The top-a hunters' mental disorders were caused by these parasitic worms in their bodies." A woman with 0 centimeters long hair wore a gray coat. Her voice continued, "There's an S-class hunter named Agatha, right? Her ability is to control those parasites." Tijiang explained seriously, initially these techniques were used mainly for negative effects and controlling demons, but she used it on hunters. I found that disturbing, and's driver asked, "Can't we cure them at all?" Fomit and Griffin listened intently. She sighed and continued, "The parasites severely damage their bodies and minds. So even if we could cure them, I'm not sure what it would mean. All we can do now is wait for their cells to heal naturally." The hunters infected with microorganisms were quite lucky, otherwise, they would all be dead. Fomit asked, "So why aren't Griffin and me affected?" Tijian explained, "Because the parasites need a lot of time to fully adapt to human bodies." "That's my conclusion." Pausing for a moment, she reminded them, "But for safety, make sure to use the syringe pump to expel them." Hearing this, they shouted, "What?" She calmly advised, "Everyone knows that the intestines are the parasite's favorite place to lay eggs." Her words hit both of their faces hard. An clutched his face in shock. Tijian emphasized, "Can't we allow these parasites to lay eggs in your intestines?" Tijian pointed at the syringes on the table and said, "I'll leave them here for you. Make sure to use them today before leaving." Hearing this, An swallowed hard. He advised, "It's very difficult, but we have no choice. It's the doctor's order." Fomit and Griffin interrupted him. Binhan announced, "I'll do whatever he says." His words made An's face change rapidly with fear. Tijian asked, "What does that mean?" Hi, and An stammered, "Isn't this only for the top-a hunters?" She calmly replied, "Did you strangle Agatha? So because of your contact with her, you're not safe either." Tijian looked at the two struggling behind as she spoke. "We found evidence that she also conspired with the top-as hunters. Why did they use them in the first place?" Echidna growled, "Fomit hunter. How did we end up here?" Suddenly called by name, Fomit was a bit bewildered. Watching Echidna pull Valkyria drew many speculations. What happened to the hunter Valkyria? Don't tell me she's infected with the parasite too. She must be completely lost right now. Bringing her here probably shocked her a lot. Valkyria was dragged away, constantly complaining. "I'm so hungry. Is it because my stomach is full?" Echidna helplessly replied, "Get up, young lady," and suddenly someone clapped. Tessa spoke sternly, "All right, everyone, don't just stand there. Go back to work. Make sure everything is checked after completion." As she finished speaking, she walked to her desk and sat down, carefully reading the report. Suddenly, a glass of water was placed on Tija's desk. The other person spoke up. Here, have some. Seeing Ma Seong-eun, she asked curiously, "Didn't I ask you to go get the injection?" He hesitated and replied, "I'll use it today. I still have unfinished business." Ma Seong-eun smiled lightly, his face drenched in sweat. He asked apologetically, "I'm sorry. You must be very busy. How's the hospital?" She responded without hesitation. "I called a doctor to take over my shift. Of course, I also remember that the Hunters Association covers expenses." Feeling tired, she closed her eyes but continued speaking. "Another valuable member of our association is involved too. It's only natural for me to be here. I have a tense relationship with the government due to my past." Ma-eun remained silent for a while before continuing. "That tension started because of me." Tijia's voice was slightly quieter. "I bear some responsibility for what happened to her too." Recalling the woman who was completely paralyzed, she continued, "Instead of wasting time here, why don't you go ask that woman how to revert the infected hunters back to normal?" Agatha smiled weakly and said helplessly, "Oh my." Looking straight at the young boy in front of her, she said with amusement, "It seems like this time I got a young son." Despite that, he calmly replied, "Hunter Agatha, you won't be able to use your abilities here. Under any circumstances, if you try using them, the collar will detonate, even if you disable it somehow." Agatha smirked. Interrupting his words, she said, "The countless laser beams around us will pierce through her body. Is that what you're trying to tell me?" She laughed and continued, "The young son before him had already explained this to me." Embarrassed, the young son lowered his voice a bit. Pointing at her, he said, "All right then, I'll start." Agatha's eyes lit up as if she discovered something. Not letting the young son finish, she put on a sympathetic face and quickly asked, "Oh no, young master, did you just break up with your girlfriend?" A voice interrupted, "Who is interrogating Hunter Agatha in there?" The man sitting on the chair was startled. Seeing Ma Seong-eun approach, he hurriedly asked about the Hyper Hunter case. Had they found any clues yet? Ma Seong-eun put his hand in his pocket and calmly replied, "It's not certain. Things are still unclear. Guide Taijang to interrogate these hunters and those related to them." The man continued, "Talking about my two hunter?" Ma Seong-eun sat down gracefully, listening attentively as he heard each word. "Yeah, I've been thinking a lot like you too. If you think your case is that important, why don't you try to solve mine just as much as yours? Who exactly killed Captain Nozaki then?" Masiaman seemed not to hear those words, answering casually, "I said, I don't know, but that person still didn't let up on you. What are you trying to hide? Are you protecting someone?" To end this conversation, Masiaman quickly changed the subject. "Did Amma get any information from Hunter Agatha? Like finding a way to turn those famous hunters back into normal people?" As expected, the man helplessly said, "You're trying to change the topic again. We still have no leads at all." Ma Seong questioned, "What? So what have you guys been doing this whole time?" The door suddenly opened, interrupting their conversation and catching both of their attention. A voice from inside the room shouted out loudly, "I don't think I can continue this interrogation anymore. I'm sorry." As he ran out, wiping away his tears, Ma Seong-eun was startled. He quickly asked, "Huh, what's going on?" Contrary to his shock, the person next to him calmly said, "Again, this is the fourth time a father has run out crying now." But he couldn't believe what he was asked again. "What?" The man explained calmly. Although she appeared calm, Ma Seong-eun remembered her innocent and guilty face, and continued to speak, each word filled with venom. Standing confidently in front of Agatha with glasses on, Ma Seong-eun saw her rival. She happily said, "Oh my, look who's here, not the Captain Ma. Then who else could it be?" She smiled, excited to greet him. "I really look forward to meeting you again." Hearing those words, Ma Seong-eun chuckled, "Me, I didn't know I was Agatha's type." Continuing her voice, she said, "The feeling you left on my neck, I can never forget it." Her smile remained unchanged. He would say, "Oh, so you like the rough stuff." Ma Seong calmly crossed his arms and continued speaking. "Does Captain No Ya Kyung sound familiar to you?" Agatha answered without hesitation, on the surface, but my sister is very gentle. Since we've talked before, didn't you notice that? Hearing this, he exclaimed, so she hasn't told you yet? Ma Seong unemphasized each word of Captain No Yaki-eung's death slowly. The words momentarily startled her, her eyes widening as she stammered, my sister. But not letting herself fall into a passive position, she quickly changed her emotions. I understand, so that's what happened in the end. Ma Seong continued, doesn't it seem like you're not sad about your sister's death? Agatha remained silent and lowered her head. She admitted, I am very sad, but do I need to cry to prove my sadness? It's just that I anticipated this outcome. My sister could have died at any time. She recalled past memories, continuing her voice. No, actually, my sister really died in the shock incident 10 years ago. The den is the only thing keeping her alive for so long. Agatha's voice almost softened. I'm the same. Suddenly, she turned to ask him, Captain Ma, do you feel that being treated worse by those you protect than by enemies? On the glass window was a note, hunters not welcome at this restaurant. Lost in her memories, recalling images of people running away from destruction. Rauner recovered with vicious eyes. She asked about the feeling of betrayal. Suddenly, a tear appeared in Agatha's eyes. She continued to speak with resentment. Hating them was one thing, but in the end, he felt like killing all of them. He didn't miss a word as she spoke, softly sighing and asking if that was why she turned those rank hunters into her pawns so they wouldn't betray her. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Agatha's lips. She regained her composure and replied. It seemed the reason those 7 hunters didn't want him to betray them was similar. Agatha continued their conversation. I investigated the 7 S-rank hunters you killed, the team leader. I heard that you were colleagues and very close friends. How would you feel if your former colleagues came back to life now? Ma Seong-un pushed his glasses up with a hand, still listening intently. If I were in their situation. Suddenly, she paused for a long moment, observing his face before emphasizing each word. Then, I would come back from the dead to kill you, inject you with the truth serum. Agatha's words didn't deter him. Instead, he confidently threatened her. Once we're done with you, you'll spend your entire life in solitary confinement. Ma Seong-un leaned close to her face, his smile becoming more dangerous. He continued speaking. It seems no one will listen to that nonsense of yours anyway. Agatha chuckled. Oh my, I must have upset you. The sky was dark with not a single star, the faint clouds hanging in the air creating an eerie silence and mystery. A distant voice echoed through the space. Alright, let's head out. Are we ready to move? Alright, we've gathered all the information we needed from that woman. Agatha was tightly strapped in the car, her eyes covered. She could only hear their conversation. Then let's go! The strong door closing sound echoed, and Ma Seong-un watched as the car drove away. He held his phone to his ear, speaking to someone on the other end. Yoonsun, we found a way to revert those rank hunters back to normal. Griffin's face was tired, his eyes dark. Beside him, the format wasn't far behind. Both of them sitting on the chairs had the same thought. What kind of crazy situation is this? He suddenly wondered where the team leader was. I want to ask if he knows about this. Suddenly, a noise woke them up. Fo-met shivered violently. He muttered under his breath, damn it, didn't we finish everything? He quickly stood up and ran off. Griffin looked after him with confusion. Suddenly, he noticed a strange paper. He wondered, what is this? An employee spoke to Kang T. Yong, you're talking about the personal files of the S-rank hunters, right? He nodded. Yes. The other person continued. I made a list as per team leader Ma's request. Any level? Kang T. Yong replied that they were investigating and would be grateful for any small clue. The employee typed on the computer and answered. Oh, alright then. Suddenly, she paused. She observed for a moment before continuing. What's happening? Why are the personal files suddenly changing? It piqued his curiosity. What is it? They both looked at the man in the picture. Something was off just now, not like this. S-rank hunter. She continued speaking. The personal file of that individual states he died 2 years ago in a dungeon. The man scraped something on his palm, still speaking nonstop. Thank you very much. His sacrifice won't be forgotten in Hyper. After scraping off a thin layer of skin, there was a strange symbol on his palm. He kept listening, his legacy would continue. Suddenly, the man chuckled as layers of skin started peeling off his face. A shocking explosion suddenly occurred and voices echoed in the chaotic space. All weak people should disappear. Da Jiang's words reverberated in the ear of the motorcycle rider Ul. I've done a bit of research. 7 S-rank hunters were killed. They were all his colleagues when he was active. What if they're still alive? Seong-un stepped out of the room, his mind replaying each word. If I were his colleague. His face remained calm as if nothing mattered, but Da Jiang's words still affected him. I'll return to kill him. He suddenly stopped and Seong-un's voice echoed in the empty space. What if they're still alive? I hope they come to kill me too. The phone rang, cutting off Seong-un's emotions. He calmly picked up, Hello, West Jong. What's going on? The other end panicked and said, Captain, we're in trouble. Those S-rank hunters aren't supposed to be here. Seong-un asked again, confused. What do you mean? The other end replied, It's a fake. We're in danger. Seong-un was stunned and exclaimed, What? A terrible sound came from above, followed by a tremor that made Seong-un's motorcycle shake. He shouted anxiously, What the hell is that noise? The tremor affected many places. Even inside the toilet was not spared. He wondered, could it be an earthquake? A vicious blow struck his face. The D-rank imposter stood confidently among the unconscious bodies of government hunters. The imposter lowered his head and stopped, drawing a fake smile on his ordinary face. He suddenly turned around. Behind him appeared a figure wearing a cap. Minyu looked around and asked, What's happening here? Minyu raised an eyebrow and asked the hunter, Aren't those hunters all loyal to the master? Who are you? Could it be that you attacked them yourself? The imposter asked again, Are you a runaway hunter from the guild? Hearing this, Minyu approached and was shocked by what he saw. I see. The imposter replied bluntly, They're all S-rank hunters. There's nothing special about that. He suddenly lunged at Minyu. As the distance between them narrowed, the imposter's face peeled off like a lizard, revealing a bald head and brown eyes. Minyu recognized the familiar face as Jia Wan. The imposter continued to charge towards him with Jia Wan's face. Minyu was stunned by the shock and didn't react. Then he lowered his head, rubbing his neck in a sigh. Ha, this bastard! His eyes turned blood red. He gritted his teeth and said, You've gone too far. In an instant, the imposter's pupils constricted as he glanced over. Minyu swiftly dodged past him and instantly struck his right arm. He angrily asked, Why did you dare impersonate him in front of coughing? Tremors continued to occur. Suhyuk watched the hunters from headquarters rush away, confused by what he heard. You heard someone calling out, Griffin Hunter. It's a familiar face. He calmly asked, Team Leader Ma, what's going on? Seong-un was startled and spoke. There's an internal issue. Go ahead, he said. Seong-un noticed you were alone just then. You asked in shock. I thought you were with Foment. Where is he? Coincidentally, Ma looked at the paper Suhyuk was holding. His eyes suddenly widened after the glasses. You're busy, only asking Griffin what's written on that paper. Suhyuk explained, It's not mine. Here is. Before he could finish, the paper in his hand was snatched away. Suhyuk gasped as the B car appeared. Team Leader Ma, you only heard the B car ask who gave this to you. On the other side, blood had formed a small pool. The imposter had only one arm and was staring at the missing spot without speaking. Finally, he asked if someone hated his appearance so much that they cut off his hand. Mindy held onto the remaining arm and sighed. Ha, you often throw away that arm with a frown, said Han. It's not because I hate it, just because of that bastard before you. The imposter laughed, really sorry. He chuckled again. Then, Mindy blinked and transformed into a green-haired woman with braided hair. She raised her foot to kick and asked, What now? A strong blow landed on the snake. Unlike human flesh or bone, Mindy dodged while asking, Are you male or female? He punched straight to the stomach, still answering as he hit. It's the same. The punch was so powerful that sweat dripped from his face. The imposter winced in pain. You're really uncomfortable, he said. Thrown back by the force of the punch, the imposter immediately regained balance and charged forward to attack again. He tore through the skin with his teeth. This time, a black-haired young man descended, raising his hand to form a green light. From his left hand, a powerful laser-like beam shot towards Mindy. A large explosion shattered the floor tiles and created thick dust. Minwoo stood there, asking, this time, what are you going to show me? The imposter suddenly laughed again. Han was surprised by something strange. Trantro said, this body is really strong. Someone of AO level, his code name. Han looked up at him and asked Fomet. At that moment, Ziang arrived to call out, Hunter Fomet. Mindy was surprised by the rival and exclaimed, Team Leader Ma. The imposter laughed, you're here. Ziang was startled when the imposter declared their mission was over. Ziang shouted urgently, Hunter Fomet, stop him. Minwoo asked in confusion, huh? Songin recognized something strange and turned around. The imposter smiled as he bit a piece of paper with an odd symbol. He said, I just need to make an impression. Minwoo was shocked by the imposter's appearance, one eye missing, looking terrible. The imposter laughed and said, see you later, Fomet. As the paper was torn, the imposter's head exploded like a watermelon being smashed into pieces. Minwoo gasped in shock, unable to react or stop it. Song-un also reacted similarly, exclaiming, what's going on? The hunters from headquarters rushed over to help the injured. Staff members were bustling and talking. Detailed portraits of the three were placed on the table. Minwoo asks, is this enough? A female employee wearing glasses exclaims in surprise, wow, room 302. You really do draw well. Have you ever studied drawing? Minwoo replies with a shrug. When I was in the tower, if it wasn't fighting, I had to sit and draw. Her comment elicits a reaction from the female employee. Huh? And Scar picks up some drawings and examines them, gritting his teeth. Compare these with the hunter files and see who they resemble. The other person answers seriously. Yes. Minwoo directly says, not sure if this investigation is effective. The female employee asks, why? Looking at Seong-nun busy talking, it feels like he's wearing oversized clothes. That body was a bit strange. I thought there might be a separate host. Recalling the previous scene where the fake self-destructed, Minwoo thinks to himself. His last words were, see you later, Fomet. Seong-nun with Tanchang and Minwoo, he says right, if that was his real body, he wouldn't have given up so easily. Then he turns to say, Ian Jun Seong, can you examine the body? Ian Jun Seong responds immediately. The whole body too? Is it really necessary? Seong-un doesn't let her refuse. He says directly, so please do that for me. Then the only girl in the room leaves, leaving to male silent, Seong-un and Minwoo. Minwoo suddenly exclaims, I want to ask you something. I think this case is related to it. Right, I remember I put it in my Mata pants pocket. Where is it? And Scar places a strange-looking paper on the table and asks, you mean that? Min-un asks surprisedly, did I drop it? Un suddenly interrupts, Fumid Hunter. He says, according to me, we need to talk. Un begins his story. 8 years ago, I was a hunter. Back then, I made money from this job. I used to think making friends was a luxury. Then the hunters appeared before me. They taught me everything. How to communicate, read emotions, and express feelings. Chongnan proudly says, they were the hunters who taught me how to be human when I lost my memory and wandered everywhere. He turns back with a bitter smile and continues, and they also died in my hands. The beekeeper held out a piece of paper in front of Minwoo and said, all because of these damn pests. They stood before the wide door frame, looking at each other. The beekeeper spoke up, come on in. Inside were huge glass tubes containing a glowing rectangular object. Everywhere else, similar test tubes lined up in rows. Minwoo followed the old man as he looked around curiously. He glanced sideways and suddenly his vision was caught by someone's trembling footsteps. It was a short-haired guy with a bright smile on his face looking at the screen. He thought to himself, I've seen him somewhere before. Minyu asked, where are we? The old man replied, this is where we keep records of the towers that have fallen and also pay tribute to those brave hunters who lost their lives. The old man continued, all kinds of items they used, things unique to them, are kept here. You must have seen the doors along the corridor. Each tower's files are behind these doors. Minyu didn't pay much attention and asked, so, which tower is this? Suddenly, a scene made him widen his eyes in shock. Half of his face was not smiling while wearing a black earpiece. That person was Jiawen. The old man stood before the glass display and answered, the Tower of Hell. Minyu exclaimed, Tower of Hell? The old man continued, the Tower of Hell is quite notorious. You must have heard about it. Many hunters lost their lives there across generations. Jiawen, the strongest hunter in Korea, conquered and died at that tower. The old man placed his hand over the picture of Jiawen and said, but we couldn't find his body. Only his file remains as evidence. A funeral was held, but he left nothing behind. Only his file is here to prove it. Master Minyu remained silent and continued the story. Some people even wondered who took Jiawen's body. Minyu suddenly asked, what you just said has nothing to do with the Tower of Hell. The old man changed the topic. Why I became a government agent. He held up the paper and said, of course, to find these damn pests. Then he clenched his fist tightly and tore the paper, saying, if you're a hunter, it's hard to encounter special cases related to them. The fastest and most accurate way is to work inside the government. As an official, I did what they asked of me. He continued, starting from cleaning teams, then spies, and even more. The old man added, that's how I rose to my current position, leading GU, a government-linked organization tasked with eliminating criminal hunters. He said, at first, I thought those towers had nothing to do with me, but when the Tower of Hell appeared, it opened up for any hunter willing to conquer it. However, only hunters who met certain conditions could enter the Tower of Hell. He walked past Minwu and said, some hunters really like this because it makes them special. Then he bluntly said, even if they don't know it's a death trap. Minwu exclaimed, death trap. Without waiting for Minwu to recover from his shock, the old man continued, we are investigating hunters who entered the Tower of Hell. The old man hinted, so straight talker, all hunters in that tower's records are criminals. He told Minyu, foam it. Those you killed were potential killers. The old man said, doors and monsters. He continued looking at Minyu. The results were quite hard to accept. He began, monsters and humans. The old man stood in front of Jiawen's picture. In other words, after examining the monster parts and hunters, all had similar structures except for their hearts. This information truly shocked Minyu. Seeing this, the old man continued, we haven't announced this yet. It will happen when the public realizes it clearly. So I suddenly thought monsters and hunters aren't that different. As he slowly approached Minwu, he kept talking. Hunters can be even more vicious. Unlike monsters killing out of instinct, criminal hunters kill with full intent. He continued observing Minwu. Our duty is to catch criminals like them. But Fomit, the master of the Tower of Hell, helped us. These words were clear. Minwu broke into a sweat and couldn't say anything. Finally, he asked, when did you know my identity? The old man didn't hide his answer. Fane, the female hunter, told me. Minyu was surprised and asked again, that fake name, right? The old man said, of course, I didn't believe it at first. He remembered that strange white-haired girl. Like a system soul, something I only heard in stories. And that's all. Reflecting on the red window that promised to fulfill past wishes, he added it to the system as a red window. After explaining, he said, so I've been keeping an eye on you and today I decided to see if you're the one who killed the criminals in the Hell Tower. They faced each other, Seon-un asked, and me, the one punishing criminals, meeting here, was it by chance? He raised that piece of paper again, asking if this was a coincidence. Rarely opening his serious eyes behind glasses, Seong-un said my goal is to eliminate these criminals so they disappear from this planet if you fulfill my wish. Looking into Minwoo's eyes very closely, he declared I'm ready to sell my soul to the devil. He concluded succinctly, believe me, vomit. Just then, Minwoo's system interface appeared, announcing an updated mission with the symbol from that paper. This is a mission to find clues. Minwoo was startled by the system's announcement. Due to the new mission update, you've unlocked a closer relationship level. His eyes widened at Ong-un and the system's words. Your closeness with Seong-un has changed from wary to friendly. Then Seong-un said for years I've been investigating them, but without any results. You are the key here, vomit. Minwoo fidgeted, rubbing his head in thought. Damn it, I don't understand what's going on. He asked, have I told anyone about my identity? About me being a demon hunter. Seong-un replied to me demons and hunters are the same. Minwoo just pondered without replying. Finally, he asked if that scoundrel fan entering the Hell Tower means he's also a criminal. Seong-un answered Fan the Hunter is clean, proof is he's still alive. He continued, Fan the Hunter might be part of the ghost plan. Hearing this, Minwoo immediately recalled something. He thought to himself, what stage has she calculated up to now? After exchanging words, they fell silent, looking at each other. Finally, Minwoo asked, then the late Hunter Javan. Ong-un understood what Minwoo meant. He explained, yes, the one everyone praises and looks up to. Ong-un continued, but we don't know what to do with him. He's made many mistakes. He recounted how Javan killed a stranger, someone they fought the tower with. And remembering his blood-stained face, Minwoo said after losing family in the gate collapse, he killed his aunt's entire family who had taken him in. Minwoo was speechless. Something made him squint momentarily. It was an image of a happy family with parents and sister flashing through his mind. The image of that mother smiling weakly, her neck scarred. The image of the brother standing over the body. That face belonged to little Soo-hyuk drowning in fear and disbelief. Seeing Minwoo's strange reaction, Ong-un called out. Format, Minwoo replied. No wonder Griffin hates his brother so much he wants to kill him? Seong-un said then the Hunter Griffin already knew. At this point, Seong-un brought up an issue. We can't understand the motive behind his killings. Usually, even a madman has a purpose or just enjoys killing. He remembered how Javan laughed and joked with others before. He smiled like a normal person. But suddenly sadness appeared on that face. Ong-un concluded, but Javan seemed very lonely. He continued, it feels like he did it under someone else's command. Minwoo pondered back. Command? He also remembered how Javan once said because I have a mission to do. He repeated again. Mission? Ong-un heard this time. Huh? What kind of mission? Minwoo hesitates as he blocks a punch. No point in arguing. What's our next move? Seong-un asks again. You're the one who kept the note. You must know more than me. Minwoo angrily replies. I don't know either. That damn Hyper used it. Seong-un listens to Sutu's summary. The Hyper Hunters and another hunter attacked the main base. Zeon-un asks, did that unknown hunter say he wanted to make an impression? Minwoo answers, yes. Coming all this way just for that would be too strange. Zeon-un agrees it doesn't make sense. Minwoo speculates, could there be another reason? Zeon-un replies, it's possible, but we've already made some progress. He calmly analyzes. Their purpose is hatred towards humanity. Besides the hunters, they are a group of human opponents, a dangerous bunch involved in organized activities. Perhaps they're focusing on hunters with similar thoughts. Seong-un suddenly looks alarmed and turns around. Minwoo calls out in confusion. Ghost Commander, Seong-un doesn't explain much. Just says the signal is noisy so we can't call. We need to go outside. Minwoo, still confused, asks again. What? Why should we go out? Seong-un answers vaguely. It's not random. I plan to hide and misdirect elsewhere. Minwoo quickly follows him. Speak clearly. Seong-un suddenly mentions someone that surprises Minwoo. Hunter Agatha. The sky is dark and silent. A transport vehicle has overturned. Corpses lie scattered around. Noda Young is tightly bound and lying down. Suddenly, she hears Hunter Agatha calling out. That person continues to say they have a negative attitude towards ordinary people. Da-young wonders silently, car. The other person says, if you remember, the voice that made Da-young tremble, her appearance and abilities. A person with arm gear is thrown in front of her. The commotion scares Daring as she asks, what's happening? Only a loud noise is heard. Daring is untied and falls to the ground. The stranger asks again, are you okay, Hunter Agatha? Daring's blindfold is removed, and the person says sorry for being rough in this situation. We had no other choice. Daring sits up frightenedly and asks to masked people, who are you? One of them says, we're A. The other glares and says, we hate useless people. He continues, we despise those who demand rights without power. He looks at Da-jong and says, we despise those who need to be eliminated. Da-jong denies what he says, we despise those like them. His emotions rise. He shouts, every one of them must be destroyed. Even humans can't be recycled. Then he laughs and asks Hunter Agatha, do you see it? Daring's eyes widen in shock without saying anything. He raises his hand with a familiar blue symbol and says, right, we are like that. Da-jang thinks, who could they be? He asks her again, do you want to realize this dream with us? She smiled broadly, a forced laugh. With her eyes wide open, she asked, when are you going to kill them all? He thought to himself, we've recruited her. At the main office, Mr. Yu's car said, emergency situation. You stand outside and wait. I'll contact you after it's done. Then he walked slowly away. Minwoo suddenly asked, Captain Ma, do you really trust me? He continued, originally, I didn't ally with the humans either. If I take everything and go mad, what will you do then? By then, it would be too late to stop me. Seong calmly replied, did you think I hadn't thought of that? I have my own way. He said naturally, if not, I'll stop you myself. Aren't you wanting to fight me? Then he gave a slight smile. Speaking until then, he waved and said, well, interrupted by Lee Yuri, who appeared out of nowhere. Captain! Mr. Yu turned around in surprise and asked, what kind of gold hunter? Lee Yuri suddenly knelt before him, causing Mr. Yu to step back in shock and shout, what's wrong with you? She said, please arrest me. See? Mr. Un exclaimed in confusion. Huh? Lee Yuri knelt there, head bowed, reporting, I killed S-rank hunter. I am a murderer. Please arrest me. See? Mr. Un said helplessly, I told you this couldn't be avoided. You have no other choice. Lee Yuri suddenly shouted again, I used that skill without thinking it would take a hunter's life. She recalled the day, explaining that Venati's protection was a dangerous technique even for its user. But there was a way to keep one's own life, by taking the targets. Lee Yuri said, I took the S-rank hunter's life then, I am a murderer, men will look at me. Butcher spoke up, the S-rank hunter targeted her because he wanted to kill her. Lee Yuri asked in surprise, huh? He continued that Hunter only acted according to his own purpose, just unlucky for Miss Tavert to be a formidable opponent. He asked again, does she mean it was a futile death? Lee Yuri quickly objected, no, I didn't. She fell silent. Then she calmly said, I think I used all my strength to stop the S-rank hunter. But if her future pursuit is right, then maintaining this guild isn't something we should do. She sadly said, perhaps I've destroyed a better future. Mr. Un, who had been listening, replied, no. He smiled and raised his hand. That's too ambitious. Indeed, when the guild is preserved, stronger hunters are born. He recounted, not long ago, I went there. Previously, Mr. Un saw two men and a woman leading an old person being stopped by staff. They couldn't enter. He asked about it. What's the matter? The staff member hesitated. They want to join the guild. The middle-aged woman spoke up. This is my hometown. The man explained, hearing that the guild would soon become a place where ordinary people could live. She said she wanted to come here one last time before closing her eyes. The old lady worriedly asked, are you not allowed to fulfill the dying wish of someone about to die? Mr. Un heard this and kept silent, unsure how to respond. Coming back to the present, he smiled and said, The top priority for hunters is humans. If we keep this club going, no one will have any hope like that. Tears started falling down. Without knowing, he continued talking. So what's with your fancy title? What did you do? Lee Jury's tears fell. Seong-nun and Minwoo froze instantly. Crying, she asked suddenly, "Did I do the right thing?" Seong-nun instinctively replied, "HMM." Lee Jury puffed out her cheeks to take a deep breath. Suddenly bursting into tears, she startled both of them. Crying loudly, she shouted, "I'm so happy! So happy!" Seong-nun instinctively raised his hand and whispered between his brows. The hunter revealed himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly judged the situation and left immediately. "I have to go, it's urgent. I'll give you Vanky Z." Minwoo desperately reached out in vain, calling loudly, "Captain! Captain! Hey! Damn it!" Lee Jury continued crying. Minwoo looked at her bewilderedly. Lee Jury cried even louder. Minwoo grew increasingly impatient and frustrated. He couldn't take it anymore, rushing over to grab both of her arms tightly. "Stop crying!" Lee Jury was startled and stopped abruptly. Seeing this, Minwoo thought he had succeeded, but Lee Jury's eyes filled with tears again. His heart sank in despair. Crying loudly, Lee Jury continued to panic. Minwoo frantically shouted, "What should I do now, heaven?" That day, for meters faced the toughest challenge of their lives. They were still searching, trying to gather information on those affected, and quickly concluded that 3 people had died while 1 survived. Seeing no relevant information, Yeong-un asked, "What about Hunter Agatha?" A colleague replied, "We didn't find any trace of her. It will take some time to locate her." Yeong-un sighed. "Alright," as if remembering something important, he immediately asked again, "I heard a strange story while investigating Captain No. Do you know anyone working under her?" The assistant thought for a moment. In his mind, 2 figures in black suits appeared. He told the truth. "I don't know their names. They must be a man and a woman, right? I know both of them have contracts with Captain No. But what's interesting about them?" Saying that, he started spreading unverified rumors despite Seong-un's increasingly sour face. The Fomet hunter had killed Captain No. Looking up at him, his eyes were filled with disbelief. After a moment, Seong-un suddenly raised 1 finger high, as if witnessing something amusing, and laughed out loud. This laugh made his colleague quite confused. He disdainfully looked at Seong-un and asked, "What are you doing? Fool, aren't you hiding the Fomet hunter?" Unexpectedly, Seong-un didn't directly refute, but instead remained ambiguous. "Who knows? I don't know anything. How can an A rank win against an S rank? Impossible." But he was very uncomfortable with this attitude and wanted to ask more. "Hey, Enskar." But Enskar completely slipped away, showing no concern at all. He rushed forward, leaving only a brief farewell. "Right, I have an appointment. I need to go now." That person quickly chased after him. Hey, outside the hallway, the air conditioning still blows very cold as usual. Each tile on the wall exudes coldness. After walking for a while, successfully tailing his colleague, Enskar sighed in relief. He secretly thought, "He must know how troublesome I am." Walking for a bit, he met Joshua standing at a corner of the hallway browsing his phone, clearly waiting for someone. An immediately approached to greet Soo-hyuk, the Griffin hunter. "Have you been waiting long?" Soo-hyuk quickly turned off his phone and replied coldly, "No, I just got here." I knew it was also due to his own issues affecting others, so he raised his voice sincerely apologizing. "Luckily, sorry for making you come all the way here." The hallway was still crowded as usual, but not too much. Soo-hyuk responded calmly at a normal volume and extended an invitation. "No problem, there are just too many people here. Should we talk somewhere else?" So they went into a quiet room to talk. A cup of hot chocolate was placed on the table. After placing the hot chocolate in front of Soo-hyuk, unpolitely asked, "Do you like hot chocolate? I don't want to invite students for coffee." Soo-hyuk wasn't too bothered by it. He silently looked at the cup and said, "Okay, but what are we going to talk about?" An was not someone who liked beating around the bush, so he got straight to the point. I couldn't tell you because of the incident at the central branch. Can you tell me what happened at the meeting? Soo-hyuk didn't seem too surprised by this question and agreed if it was about that. Yes, sure. After recounting everything to him, he asked in return, "Is that all?" An unexpectedly smiled. He spoke with heartfelt words. "I also want to be friends with you. You've helped a lot at the association, and I'm interested in talented hunters like you." Facing his enthusiastic offer, Soo-hyuk chose silence. "If you need my help, just call me. I'll assist without hesitation." Only after some time did he speak again. "Is there something bothering you with me?" Un was taken aback by the sudden change in conversation direction. "What? You mean S?" Before Un could finish his sentence, Soo-hyuk cut him off and said a sentence that made him gape. "The reason you asked me to talk, it's not because of the 4-meters hunter, right?" After a few more words, he directly expressed his discomfort, revealing N's true intentions. "I could become an S rank without joining the association. It's not that I'm arrogant, I just feel you're trying to approach me. I only joined because of curiosity and a desire for continuous combat." He continued, "Which is why I agreed with your proposal." His voice grew sharper and showed dissatisfaction, but it seemed he wanted me to stick with Fomet. Un was still taken aback by the conversation's pace, trying to regain his composure. Then what you mean is..." He seemed to want to drag things out further, but Soo-hyuk firmly stood up, grabbed his backpack and said, "I don't know your purpose, but with my experience in the association, thank you." Without waiting for any more actions or words, Soo-hyuk immediately said goodbye. "If you have nothing else, I'm leaving now." Un was left speechless by his continuous barrage of words that gave him no room to retreat. Only when he put on his backpack and turned away did Un sit there dumbfounded, not understanding why things went this way. After regaining composure, he took a deep breath, watching his determined departure without hesitation. Un was drenched in cold sweat, shivering uncontrollably. In his heart, only sighs and shock remained. He's really a student, right? So sharp. Is this the instinct of a hunter? After the room returned to its solitary state, he began thinking about future events. Fomet will continue to get stronger, faster. Zhang recalled what Chairman Yu had said. It would be too late if he tried to stop me. He agreed with these words. As Fomet said, if the time came when he stopped him, then he thought of the student who just left, Griffin Hunter. "You are a treasure. Zhang highly values you. You need to be stronger and will surpass your brother." Javan! In his house, Minyu sat still like a statue, staring straight ahead. In front of him was a screen with images and information about many people. Minyu couldn't help but criticize the system's uselessness. Why make such an unhelpful system? He crossed his leg, looking bored as he stared at the screen and silently criticized it in his mind. "It seems it wants me to have human-like emotions. All those I killed in the Hell Tower were criminals." The more he thought of that beautiful woman's image with her sly smile, the more he couldn't understand. What does she want by exploiting me like this? He won't let himself be distracted by irrelevant matters. He started to focus on the main issue. Above all, only I know they committed crimes. Only those related in the system, right? As he thought and swiped through the screen, Minwoo suddenly saw an image of a teenager. Someone very familiar to him, Bonzibub, was also here. Not sure if it was by mistake, but the screen immediately showed Bonzibub in big letters. He was extremely surprised at what he saw on the screen. His original form is a grub in the Hell Tower, but he lost and became Fomet's subordinate in the struggle for the Golden Throne, a great mage. He masters all types of magic. If he regains his strength, all mages will be weakened by Banjibup. The words on the screen kept appearing without stopping. The intimacy level with Banjibup is cautionary. Clearly, these lines made Minwoo extremely annoyed. Although he was very uncomfortable, the screen finally stopped at the last word. To see more information, touch to view more. Only annoyed for a moment, Minwoo fell into a relaxed state, putting his hands on the ground and leaning back. Accepting the system's advantages, after all, it shows everyone's information. Calming himself down, He continued swiping through the screen and stopped when he saw someone's info. The screen was showing Na Iorium's image and info. He thought to himself, Ripper is here too. For some reason, the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt, not daring to look directly at the picture on the screen. But the photo was facing him directly, looking straight into his eyes. Trying to suppress the nervous embarrassment in his heart, he turned his head and glanced at the screen. The photo on the screen still stared right back at him. Minwoo gathered all his courage, trembling as he raised a finger to touch the screen. His finger gradually approached the screen. Just when his finger was less than an inch away from the screen, the doorbell rang suddenly, startling him. Minwoo was so angry it felt like he could generate electricity. But he still managed to hold back and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he didn't bother to see who came but asked coldly, "Who is it?" Sung Iuna stood outside with her arms crossed, greeting politely. "Hello, Foamit Hunter." Unlike his friend Lee Jury behind him, who greeted him warmly by waving. "How are you doing?" Minwoo was extremely confused. "Why did both of you come to my house? What's going on?" Iuna replied that they had a job with him. Minwoo asked back, "What kind of job?" While the three were still talking, a young voice called from inside, "Foamit, I'm hungry." Jinwoo rubbed his stomach, looking indifferent, and offered to go get food from a neighbor. Seeing that Minwoo didn't say anything, he looked outside and saw two girls standing there. He couldn't hide his shock. Guests, quickly recognizing one of them as someone he had met before, the red-haired woman. Iuna changed her attitude quickly from a cold expression to a warm one, warmly asking, "Jinwoo, how are you?" Seeing that they were not satisfied with just standing and talking outside, the four decided to go inside for some snacks and chat. Lee Jury looked around as soon as she entered. After sitting down, she still looked around curiously like a child discovering a new horizon. So this is Foamit's Hunter's house. While Iuna has changed her appearance and instantly became a refined, elegant woman, even her speech sounds softer. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Echidna, president of the Evil Society, real name Sunjiuna, but since I'm here for work, just call me by this nickname. Minwoo quickly picked up on the key points and asked his companion about the job with a curious tone. "Mother, what I mean is Jinwoo's father. How do you know this woman?" Jinwoo looked slightly flustered and avoided eye contact. Liney said. Before Jinwoo could finish speaking, Yuna interrupted him. "Let me explain. A few weeks ago, it was a beautiful day with clear skies and white clouds floating above our heads. On the not-so-empty road, a woman's enthusiastic voice echoed. Don't worry, as hunters, we will fulfill your requests to the fullest extent possible." Turns out Yuna is sitting in the passenger seat, talking on the phone with someone. She made an offer. "When can you make time? I'll arrange it whenever you're free." For some reason, she suddenly fell silent and her demeanor became harsher after a moment. "What?" The girl in the driver's seat was slightly startled by Yuna's tone. "Chicken, hold on." "Hey, sir!" The red-haired girl immediately asked what happened when she saw Yuna hang up. After hanging up, Yuna sighed and replied, "He said he's not ready to join the current society yet." The car was driving on the road. Despite being behind the wheel, she couldn't understand why there was a sudden change in her mood. What? The conversation from yesterday went well. Yuna sighed again. He said he doesn't like that the evil society has too many female members. The red-haired girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. What? These words offended her. Therefore, despite holding the steering wheel, she became furious. Shout loudly, "Who does he think he is? Does he know nothing? A hunter swayed by rumors? Ridiculous!" The red-haired girl was about to explode with anger when Yuna's words stopped her in her tracks. "He has a stubborn nature," she continued explaining. "The image we've built keeps us anchored here. You shouldn't send Yuri over and recruit him yourself." The red-haired girl disagreed. "I believe Yuri will do well. She has the motivation." As she thought, Yuri's cheerful smile waved at everyone came to mind. "I'll come back." But Yuna didn't think so. She only stays there because of what she likes. Such an indifferent person can do nothing. The more she talked, the more her head ached. We need to find a precious gem and make it shine. She slumped into her seat, sighing in her chin. We're back to reality. Suddenly, Yuna looked outside and noticed something. But she noticed the two buildings on the side of the road seemed different from usual. Are we lost? We've reached the hill already. The red-haired girl finally realized her mistake. She quickly apologized. Oh my! She got lost chatting. She turned back here. Ayuna waved dismissively and didn't take it to heart. It's okay. Walking around is fine too. At this moment, on the pedestrian bridge, a young man was walking leisurely as usual, followed by a girl running after him to catch up. As she got very close to Jinwoo, she coquettishly offered an invitation. Jinwoo, walk with me, can we play together? Jinwoo immediately refused. Why? I'm busy. But the girl didn't give up and replied, I heard you're going to Hai-Yeon's place. Hai-Yeon said that too. Jinwoo had no choice but to explain helplessly. I went there because his mother promised me good food. She immediately boasted about her mom and made a gesture. My mom cooks well too. He still firmly refused, taking even faster steps. I can't. Today is an important day. It's our neighbor's barbecue party. The girl behind didn't give up either. Wanting to stay close made him want to snap, and kept coquettishly accusing him. No, it's not fair. Play with me too. I can't help but care anymore. Jinwoo walked a few steps and stopped on a step quite high from the ground. By inertia, the girl following him also had to stop abruptly and felt extremely puzzled. And with that surprised and angry look from her, Jinwoo stepped down from the step without any injury or scratch. After landing, Jinwoo turned his back, clearly showing his displeasure on his face. He angrily warned, don't follow me anymore. But no one expected that she not only didn't get scared, but also said, oh, I'll do it too. Jinwoo was officially surprised and stunned, right? She then confidently stood right next to the step and jumped down without hesitation. By normal human standards, jumping down from such a height in that position would surely result in a headfirst fall with bruises all over. Perhaps because it's usually like that, no one dares to do it. But today, they met the daredevil Nenjin Yu and were both shocked and terrified. He shouted loudly, what are you doing? Though he didn't want the girl to fall headfirst, he quickly used his superpower to catch her. After she fell forward on landing, he had no choice but to catch her again. So she ended up falling into his arms. Once both were steady, Jinwoo immediately asked, are you okay? She shyly replied, yes. Jinwoo sighed in relief when everything was fine, but suddenly heard a car screeching to a halt. Yuna saw everything from inside the car. She shouted out loud, I see, gemstone. It's another intimate greeting from Yuna. My name is Father Jinwoo, right? She smiled widely, looking very admiringly, continuing to do actions that seemed cute. Gawa, your real name sounds beautiful. If you become a hunter with that name, it would be even more beautiful. Do your parents live at home? Jinwoo was a bit at a loss before this person, but still politely replied, I don't have any parents. I do have an older brother, but he joined the guild after receiving the invitation. Yuna picked up on the key point and asked back, Sing Guild Brothers Hunters? Jinwoo nodded, yeah. In Yuna's mind, a perfect plan was already forming, just waiting to be put into action. If he's a hunter in the guild, then he must be very talented. If I'm lucky, I might even recruit his brother too. Think and do it right away. She immediately probed for information about the man's identity. Really? Do you know your brother's nicknames? The atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet, as if time had stopped. People and objects seemed to freeze in place. It took a while before the red-haired girl regained her composure. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, she spoke hesitantly. See, Sister A, that's not him. This is Jury's motivation. Yuna immediately changed her expression 180 degrees, shocking Jinwoo so much that he was taken aback. Back to the present. After recounting everything, Yuna ended with a very polite statement. That's why I met Jinwoo. Yuri seemed dazed as she softly said, so you're in the guild. Minwoo immediately grasped the crux of the story and turned to ask the person next to him why they used magic. Jinwoo knew he was wrong but still had to defend his situation at that time. What should we do? Otherwise, it would cause trouble. Yuna suddenly became serious. I have to get straight to the point. She pushed a folder in front of them and made an offer. I want your younger brother to become a student at the hunter training school. She began explaining to them. 10 years after the gate appeared, they lifted the age limit for hunters. The government also wanted to cultivate young hunters. After some explanation, she gently tapped on the folder and continued. So the hunter training school is where talented children gather and are trained from a young age. Although it's a new organization, it has more rules. I think you'll agree. As she spoke, Yuna clearly stated her purpose for coming here. I want to invest in your brother. We will support everything he needs at the school, including tuition fees. Then she looked at Jinwoo, who was listening intently, and continued. But after finishing his studies, he must become a member of the evil guild. At this point, Yuna became very excited, praising and promising her honor. Your brother will become the world's greatest mage hunter, already a great mage now. After her extremely enthusiastic, passionate, and positive speech, the two brothers sat in silence without saying a word. Just as Yuna was contemplating whether to repeat herself or not, she heard Minwoo say, "That's it." She asked back, "What?" Each word that Minwoo said next felt like a ticking time bomb, making her break out in cold sweat, revealing the true purpose of her. You want to cultivate my younger brother as one of yours. Isn't this too little compared to what you're getting from me? Mingyu was furious at this unfair exchange. He angrily retorted, "Who would trade chickens for eggs like that?" This non-confrontational attitude made Yuna quite tense. She silently thought of a faux met. But just a moment later, she realized the reason he was resisting so strongly. He still harbors resentment over what happened back then. After airing his grievances, Mingyu returned to his original seat and sat down. He wanted to spar with Ayuna, but was interrupted mid-fight. There's a saying, a gentleman seeks revenge. Jinwoo had no choice but to whisper his next line. It's not too late. Only now does he finish the sentence. 10 years isn't too old. With the two girls remaining silent, Minwoo immediately laid out his plan with his brother. I could also send him to school under a protective custody program, then take action myself and tear off her mask. If you don't tell me the truth, I won't listen to you anymore. Yuna still doesn't understand what he wants after hearing this. She softly laughed and said, I knew it would be like this. After saying that, she immediately put her files aside and slammed them down. With the dumbfounded looks of the two brothers, Yuna quickly offered a series of irresistible benefits. VIP membership card for an ultra-luxury resort life. In front of their eyes appeared a large, luxurious airplane cabin. She said VIP members can choose airplane life. They saw a fancy hotel, like something out of TV. She continued, VIP members can choose 5-star hotel life. As she spoke, Yuna paused dramatically to pique their curiosity. With confidence, she added another minute of luxury, a penthouse overlooking the Han River. After listing all these perks, with their half-believing eyes, Yuna revealed more. Of course, I have even more prepared. Although they still appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were shaken slightly, hard to refuse. Minwoo looked down at his brother, who was deep in thought. Seeing him now reminded him of his saying, we don't want to be human but become human for others. He remembered every word and sentence he said when upset. Because I'm not like you, a hunter, I can't use magic at will. If you want me to become human, let me experience life as a human. Thinking this, it all made sense to him, his eyes looking down in thought. Under Yuna's excited and Jinwoo's incredulous looks, he nodded in agreement. Alright, go ahead. Jinwoo still couldn't believe what he heard. Really? Minwoo nodded and offered another suggestion. Yeah, about what you said. I'm a hunter so very busy. Let me take my brother with me. I've made up my mind. I'll earn money by climbing the tower. Jinwoo was heavily shocked inside, silently calling out. Faux myth! Emotion surged within him, hesitating to speak until he finally said, Oh, D. Ah! All emotions exploded as Jinwoo suddenly stood up and shouted, "I'll follow your advice from now on." He was deeply moved by Minwoo's sincerity and made his own promise. "I will keep this vow for life." Yuna tried to digest what he just said. Vow! Yuri cheered when everything ended beautifully. Jinwoo, still in shock, fiercely hugged Minwoo despite his brother's resistance. Jinwoo's image on the system that Minwoo had previously criticized changed from serious to smiling with a message. The trust level of 3 in Jebub is 3. It wasn't until late afternoon when everything was settled and the house remained quiet, not too lively. Zuri looked at Yuna, who was angry, confirmed something with Jinwoo while smiling happily. This is good for his brother. After saying that, she smiled to comfort him. It's rare for ordinary people to survive after awakening. Minwoo agreed. Alright. When Juri was about to leave, she turned her head back and confirmed something important with Minwoo. Right. Didn't you forget our promise? Minwoo asked in return, promising. She softly blamed. Did you forget it? But she wasn't upset, just offering a suggestion for a date. Juri gently brushed her hair behind her ear, smiling beautifully but shyly, and firmly said, I know you promised to go out with me. One evening at an empty residential area, Lee Yuri was crying under the porch. She kept crying, tears falling endlessly, wiping them away until even her sleeves were wet. At this moment, footsteps approached from afar. Minwoo came to her and dumped all his candies and snacks on the chair where she was sitting. Yuri immediately stopped moving, hesitantly looking at him as everything fell onto the chair. After recognizing what was beside her, she asked in confusion, what's this? Minwoo also asked confusedly, just looking at them, not knowing why. They were candies and snacks. Under Minwoo's unnatural gaze, Yuri asked, why did you bring all of these? He honestly replied, I heard eating sweets can help reduce stress. Hearing this, Yuri stopped her actions, just staring at him with wide eyes, tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she burst into tears, feeling deeply touched. The foam-eater hunter bought sweets for her. Her attitude was positive, but Minwoo became extremely anxious, not knowing what to do, and helplessly asked loudly, why are you crying again? After a while, Yuri finally stopped crying. She chewed the candy in her mouth, feeling sorry for herself. Sweets are only for children. Minwoo, slightly uncomfortable, patted her head and asked hesitantly, really? Yuri, after eating the candy with that person, looked lost in thought as if pondering something important. Then she admitted, I know a way to stop crying. But Minwoo looked at her and asked, is there a way? She only dared to whisper her request. Please, with all my courage, she began speaking clearly each word, asking him out on a date. The shopping center was bustling, people moving around, shops built closely together. All the buildings were tall and spacious, people could be seen at every floor. Minwoo waited at a corner of the street, checking his phone for time. 12:28, she told him to come at 12, but where is she? Suddenly, nearby people started whispering, causing him to pause and look up. Some boys on the road stopped too, their faces flushed with embarrassment, eyes wide like grapes, long hair flowing like a waterfall. Yuri, the girl with sunny-colored hair, was checking her phone while turning around as if looking for someone. She looked around for a moment before her gaze landed at a corner of the street. Minwoo was also standing there watching her. Their eyes met, both taken aback. Yuri quickly ran towards him, apologizing as she ran. Hunter format, sorry, I'm late. Minwoo didn't waste any time with pleasantries, but directly pointed out the issue. You're 30 minutes late. Even Zuri was surprised at how precisely you timed it. 30 minutes, huh? Approaching him, she felt her heart racing from what happened earlier and had to cover her face with both hands to hide her embarrassment. She tried to explain but couldn't speak clearly. Some things happened while I was getting ready. Her mind was still flustered over the reason for her lateness. What should I wear now? This one? Or this one? I wonder what Hunter format likes. Oh, I should have gone shopping yesterday. The more she thought about it, the less natural the atmosphere became. So she decided to change the topic of conversation. She offered an invitation. "It's time for lunch now. I'll treat you. What do you want to eat?" Minwoo, hearing this, started thinking too. "What do I want to eat?" Yuri nodded. Afraid he might feel embarrassed, she spoke freely. You don't need to worry about the cost." After saying that, she fell into self-talk and felt a bit shy. "I've already booked a famous restaurant nearby, but we don't have to go there. But the head chef is from a 5-star hotel abroad. We don't need to go there because we'll be going somewhere you want." Minwoo didn't pay much attention to her mumbling and just glanced around before pointing at a nearby eatery. "Let's go there," Yuri asked to confirm. "Why? That place, right?" The two of them entered an eatery together. Inside the restaurant, Yuri stared wide-eyed at her opposite without touching any food. Minwoo noticed something was off about her. She swallowed her food and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Slightly taken aback by being called out, she hesitated to respond. "Oh, I do have some. I eat a lot anyway." As she picked up pieces of food and put them in her mouth, she was distracted looking at him and thought he seemed to like meat. Isn't there no man who doesn't like meat? Unlike Juri, who wasn't focused on eating, Minwoo ate very enthusiastically. Seeing his plate empty, he loudly called out, "Boss!" With Juri's surprised eyes, he ordered for more portions naturally. After finishing their meal, they moved on to the payment. Sun-Nang quoted an extremely high price of 1.13 million won. Still staring at the bill, Juri questioned life, while Minwoo was completely natural and didn't seem embarrassed about being treated to a meal, even patting his stomach as they walked out. "That's outrageous!" But quickly, Juri came to a conclusion she accepted. Turns out the Foamit Hunter has a good appetite. After finishing their meal, Minwoo turned and said thank you for the food since we're done eating. At this moment, he blurted out something that left people at a loss. "Can I go now?" Yuri stared at him in disbelief. Huh? She had just gone through one shock and was hit by another heavier one. Despite the confusion, she tried to explain to him, "We're on a date. If I wanted us to just have dinner, I would have invited you here alone." Minwoo finally realized, really? But that was misinterpreted as being dismissive and disrespectful by her. Yuri asked back with a bit of irritation, "What does really mean then? Foamit Hunter, have you ever dated anyone before?" "I'm not good enough," Minwoo immediately admitted. "Never." Yuri sighed. She accepted any explanation. Subconsciously, she replied, "Ah, I know." Halfway through her response, she reacted to what he just said, staring wide-eyed. Then she stopped and looked at him, her whole face showing doubt, confirming with a shaky voice, Really, I've never dated anyone before." Minwoo felt a bit embarrassed, but still answered honestly. Yuri was still a little unsure, repeating the confirmation. With that expression, he nodded his head. "Yeah, just heard you say it." She suddenly gathered all her courage and looked him straight in the eyes. Then she asked an audacious question. "So have you ever loved anyone?" Minwoo scratched the back of his neck. He shook his head with narrowed eyes. Straightforwardly, he replied, "No!" "Why are you asking this?" Immediately, she blushed, but her words were clearly visible in her eyes. That attitude was so clear that Minwoo got a bit shocked. "Why do you look at me like that? Am I some rare species?" Yuri thought to herself, he has never dated or loved anyone. Looking at the man in front of her who seemed annoyed, she couldn't believe this single format hunter was actually like that. She was so surprised she didn't know what to say. Does a person like him even exist? Suddenly, Minwoo put on a pair of black glasses from outside. I didn't know because he wears glasses and has a quiet personality. Of course, she fell into her thoughts again. It was just her imagination. Outside, he looked very charming, and I'm the only one who knows how handsome he is. Still following the old rules. Just my imagination. Yuri turned around and suddenly faced away, hands covering her face with a bright smile, looking shyly beautiful like a young girl in love. But Minwoo only saw her turn back and do some strange little movements, silently wondering what she was doing. Realizing something new, she turned around again, thinking to herself, dang it, so that means. Yuri realized there's a problem, Are we the first time for him too? Then she started to think deeply with an unusual mood. I'll be his first love. So she ran away and laughed loudly, hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, full of joy. Minwoo couldn't hold it anymore. This strange behavior annoyed him, so he asked, "What are you doing?" She cut him off mid-sentence. Jury. Standing opposite him with a shy look like a schoolgirl, she said, "Call me by my name, not my nickname." Knowing he didn't understand, she sweetly explained, "Today we're not hunters but just men and women together, so I'll demonstrate it formally." This made Minwoo pause. Father Minwoo. Their next destination was the aquarium. They were watching fish together. Suddenly, Yuri found something interesting and ran forward, with Minwoo quietly following behind. It turned out she discovered a new area to watch fish that looked very beautiful and romantic, so she rushed over to see it. Seeing her run off, he slowly followed after, and then he also approached the fish tank. He raised his head to look at the fish swimming information. Then noticing something, his eyes left the school of fish and looked forward. It turned out Zuri had been watching him since earlier. At that moment, their eyes met, surrounded by a beautiful green atmosphere like a fairy tale. Moved by this beautiful scene, Zuri smiled softly, not as big as usual, but still incredibly beautiful. After visiting the aquarium, they went to the shooting range together. As soon as she held the gun, Zuri quickly took on the role of a hunter, no longer shy from earlier. She firmly installed the gun, aimed, pulled the trigger, and shot. The bullet hit the bullseye, not bad at all. After shooting, she looked satisfied and turned to look at him with a teasing glance. The challenge was on. Minwoo happily accepted the challenge and quickly took hold of the gun. He smirks with satisfaction, reverting to his usual self. He holds the gun firmly and fires a few shots, grinning as each bullet hits its target perfectly. Even Zuri, beside him, gapes in amazement. Win or lose, that's how it goes. With this mindset, Zuri shows no arrogance at all after he puts down the gun. She claps and cheers, while he naturally enjoys the admiration from others. Then they head to the counter to claim their prize, but the two staff members point to a sign with an apologetic look. The sign reads, "Please understand that hunters do not receive rewards." This makes both of them very unhappy. Minwoo is about to lose his temper. To cool down their frustration, the staff offers a suggestion. "Since you've participated, we'll give you this as a token of appreciation." Minwoo shakes a black kake cane in his hand, the previous day's encouragement prize. Yuri holds the cake cane and smiles, giving him a gentle hint. "Mine is white." They walk side by side on the street when they suddenly hear a loud wailing cry. It turns out to be a little girl who has lost her mother, crying loudly on the roadside. "Mom, where's my mom? Mom." After some time, it gets quite dark, but fortunately, there's no rain. The little girl cries as she holds two black kake canes in one hand and an ice cream in the other after finding her mother. Since she found her mother, she stops crying and smiles happily, saying goodbye. The little girl's mother bows down to apologize for causing trouble. Zuri smiles outwardly but feels a sharp pain inside. Goodbye to the cake-cane pair. After resolving everything, Zuri turns to Minwoo and asks, "Shall we go have dinner now?" He replies briefly, "Sure." Neither of them knows that their conversation caught a red-haired teenager's attention. Zuri continues asking, "What do you want for dinner tonight?" Minwoo answers truthfully and succinctly, "I don't know. Meat." The red-haired boy turns to his companion and says something in another language. Meanwhile, Zuri and Minwoo continue their lively discussion about the evening plans. She makes a small request. "Again, can we? Can we eat what I want this time?" He agrees without hesitation. "You can have anything you want." The red-haired boy then starts talking to them in an unfamiliar language. "Hello!" Minwoo thinks to himself, "They are foreigners, right?" Yuri quickly answers, "Sorry." She smiles and responds to Minwoo's curious look, "I'm not good at English." After bidding farewell to the others, Yuri starts telling her story about her family. "My family moved here when I was young." Then she pulls out her phone and shows him a photo, boasting, This is my family. She points to each person in the picture and introduces them. This is my father. This is my mother and my sister. My parents are farmers from the countryside, and my sister lives with me. Juri looks at the family photo solemnly as she continues her story. My dad remarried later on. My mom was very weak, so she passed away when I was born. As she speaks, tears well up in her eyes. She thinks of her deceased mother and reveals her name to him. My English name is Julia and my nickname is Julie, which means my Korean name is Lee Juri. After that, Juri continues talking about her family. My dad loved my mom very much, so he decided to move to a foreign country to forget about her. Looking at the couple standing close together, she says, "Then my father met my stepmother and they got married." She looks up, thinking of her situation and expressing pride. "I always wanted a mother and a sister, so I was very happy every day." After finishing, she closes her eyes, feeling the emotion slowly, and says, "That's why." Then opens her eyes, looking at the bustling crowd ahead. She expresses her feelings to ensure this happiness doesn't disappear. Looking at families playing together and happy couples, she feels the positivity in them and says, "And people like me who love happiness are not sad about being rich." She then firmly resolves to clarify her current and future goals. "I'll keep being a hunter to pursue that." After saying this, Zori smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling like the sun. Even Minwoo, who seemed indifferent, couldn't take his eyes off her. Realizing staring might be impolite, he quickly looked away. But he mustered up the courage to tell her that she was prettier when smiling than crying. When she thought about the candy-like vegetables they had just eaten, he immediately changed how he addressed her, something that deeply moved Juri at this moment. He repeated it, or rather, lied Juri. It could be guessed that Juri's face was now a deep shade of red. Blushing like an apple, she stood still, not daring to move. To break the awkward silence, he turned and walked away, saying, "I'm hungry, let's go eat. Where did you say the restaurant is?" But after walking for a while, she didn't follow him. Turning around, he saw her still standing there. Min-woo called out loudly, "Hey, are you listening? I asked where the restaurant was." Zuri had heard his words. She mentally prepared herself. With all her courage, she turned around. Facing his back, she shouted loudly, "I like you." Her shy proposal came out hesitantly. "Can you?" Surprised by his gaze, she finished the sentence. "Can you be my boyfriend?" Unexpectedly, Minwoo turned around and looked at Yuri. For a moment, he just stared at her without saying anything. So Yuri had to ask again, "Father Minwoo." After a pause, Minwoo spoke up. "Who do you like?" He asked a question that left her speechless, wondering how it felt. Juri was at a loss for words and couldn't describe the feeling she had now. She started her rapid-fire dialogue. "Father Minwoo, where do you live?" "I'm confessing to you." "Is that how you responded?" Minwoo didn't digest any of it and just asked again. "Why?" It seemed she didn't know how to handle the situation, so Juri took a deep breath. She began talking about his unique qualities. "You've never loved anyone or dated before." Just speaking, she couldn't help but laugh at some point. "You don't even know what it's like to like someone. You're very interesting. Shaman you." But these weren't meant as jokes. Juri focused on formulating a response for him. She hesitated and spoke. The feeling of liking someone." Although it's hard to explain clearly, she tried to make Minwoo understand that he shouldn't think about this person. But this person is always in his mind. He wonders what they think of him and can't help but look at them. The more she talked, the more he stood there, eyes wide as if lost in thought. Yuri continued her explanation. "And he keeps thinking about what they said. Isn't that how it feels to like someone?" Finally, after a long speech, she concluded without giving a clear definition. But taking this opportunity, Juri expressed her true feelings and sincere heart to him. "This is the complex feeling I have for you." After a while of not hearing his response, she asked again, "Shamanu?" His expression was strange, leaving her unable to imagine. She subconsciously asked, "Why are you making that face?" The sky had officially turned dark. The sun couldn't be seen anywhere. With the cloudy day, no stars were visible. In an apartment, a girl is sitting on the bed, with a cat purring at her feet. Iorium is relaxing, drying his hair leisurely while surrounded by playful cats. Suddenly, the phone rings, catching her attention. She sets aside the towel, reaches for the phone and answers it, starting to ask, "What's up? You called way too late." It seems they're checking on something, so she replies, "Yeah, I'm fine as usual." Outside the window, it's pitch black now. Urium is still talking in his room. "I thought you wouldn't call back after hanging up like last time. How's your social life going?" Something on the other end of the line surprises her greatly. What flag? Minwoo from the other end just made a proposal that even Urium finds confusing. She scolds, "Hey, you're drunk again, right? What do you mean by that? You're talking nonsense." Mingyu Kukwived insists, "I'm not drunk." Then he repeats his words, suggesting they go out on a date. Iorium calmly says, "Actually, we've only known each other for a few months, but I know you're a hunter. You always complete the tower in an unexpected and calm manner. As a hunter, I respect you very much." Her eyes shine with anticipation. "So I'm curious about how you look outside the tower. That's why I accepted your proposal." But she becomes more annoyed as she speaks. "Who would have thought we'd meet here?" Chaemin-yu wraps a bandage around his head. His face is expressionless with gauze on his cheek. He's lying in the forest hospital while Urium sits beside him. A loud scream echoes from the hospital. Who would be suddenly hospitalized during a date? Earlier at a cafe, a girl was drinking water. Iorium crosses his arms and ponders. "It's been 10 minutes since our meeting time. Did I arrive too early?" She checks her makeup with a compact mirror, unsure if it looks good enough. "He called me suddenly, so I'm suspicious." She puts the compact away in silence. Urium regains his composure and thinks, "That's right. This is an investment for our future. Fomet is getting stronger. He'll be the best mercenary we can hire." She evaluates. Well, he doesn't look bad, but his personality isn't great. 10 minutes later, Urium still stands with his arms crossed in a serious posture. After 25 minutes, she starts to get frustrated and scrolls through her phone. Urium's face darkens as he ignores everyone else's calls. There's an ambush at the intersection over there. Someone is injured. 40 minutes later, unable to wait any longer, she stands up and shouts, "Why aren't you here yet?" Suddenly, a voice next to her calls out, "Hello, Iorium." She rushes over to question Chairman UTC. "What's wrong with you? Why are you late?" And didn't even answer my call. It's only then she notices the wound on his cheek. "What happened to your face?" Minwoo turned away to hide his wound and spoke briefly. "I slipped on something." He held up a broken phone, trying to keep talking. The phone was shattered. Iorium expressed surprise. How bad doesn't a rank hunter's phone have to be to break like that? She stared at him for a moment. Iorium acted as if nothing happened. "All right, let's go." Minwoo was puzzled. "Where are we going?" Her tone suggested she had anticipated this. "I already booked the movie tickets." Knowing him, I knew he wasn't prepared at all. He hesitated. "Before that, take this." Urium was about to ask, "What are you doing?" Minwoo handed her a red rose. The fresh pink rose was wrapped in transparent paper. Dusty and injured, Minwoo's eyes were focused. Iorium looked blankly at him before awkwardly accepting it with a thank you. Then they both went to watch the movie. On the screen, a couple was arguing. Iorium sat uncomfortably and watched. She thought she couldn't concentrate on the movie. Fomet did something completely different from what he usually does. She glanced at Minwoo. I underestimated him too much. Fomet was. Her eyes widened when she saw him sleeping. Sleeping, huh? What a waste. She sighed in relief and propped her chin up. All right. So Minwoo slumped down against Urium's shoulder, and she noticed something on his neck. A steady stream of blood was dripping from it. She called out loudly, "Dad, Minwoo." At the emergency room, Minwoo lay motionless as Urium asked anxiously. There had been a collision and he got hit by 3 cars. He was trapped in a truck. She reproached him slightly. If it were any other person, he would have died already. Why did you lie about slipping? Minwoo sat up without answering, took the bandage off his head, and said directly, I feel better now. Let's go watch the movie. Uriam was indifferent. Don't ignore what I just said. The movie ended. She tried to advise. Let's put this aside and let him rest at home. We can still do it another time. Minwoo interrupted, knowing she would say that, so I didn't mention it. He softly said, there is one more thing I want to check today. She wondered, what are you checking? As they were talking, two people, a man and a woman, hurriedly approached them. A man in formal attire shouted from behind her, Uriam. Beside him was the woman, who seemed to be his secretary. Minwoo and Iorium exchanged glances with the newcomers. She suddenly called me uncle. The man was shaking with anger. He. Then he pointed directly at Minwoo and shouted, is this your boyfriend? He's staying in the luxurious Paradise Hotel, in the modern European-style lobby. Inside his office, there's a fancy wine cabinet. A voice rang out. We were surprised when Shell called unexpectedly. He said, you're in the hospital. Uriam's uncle sat and scrolled through information on his tablet as the secretary spoke. So your name is Chaminu. Code name, Fomet, and a class hunter. Well, if you're going to date my Uriam, at least do it properly. Uncle suspiciously asked Uriam, don't tell me you didn't come home yesterday because of this brat? How long have we been dating? She retorted angrily. Yesterday, you were in the place where my uncle hid. And why did you check her personal information? He replied straightforwardly. Personal information? I did too. It's none of your business. Leave me alone, uncle. He frowned and gestured. Ms. Lee. The secretary nodded in agreement. She approached Uriam to report. Miss Uriam, I want to discuss the hotel lobby renovation with you. Uriam was confused. And, why are you discussing this with me? The secretary insisted. Because only you can do it. Miss Uriam, she asked again. What? Right now. The secretary was firm. That's right. Right now. She still wasn't convinced. In this situation, you see, the secretary insisted firmly. Yes, that's correct. In this situation, Minwoo silently watched Uriam being pushed away by the secretary. Okay, fine. Then her uncle spoke up, drawing attention from him. She's gone now. I'll be blunt. He pushed out an envelope. He sternly ordered, take the money and stay away from Uriam. Minwoo's face contorted as if stepping on feces. I thought I saw this scene in a movie. I was about to explain that you must have misunderstood something. Like Uriam's uncle interrupted. If you were an ordinary person, I wouldn't care if you dated her because she can freely date anyone. He continued, except for hunters, you would endanger Uriam. Those words made Minwoo shiver. Thinking of the hotel's logo, he considered that Uriam was the heir who would take over this hotel from him. The girl can't continue her hunter activities because she represents our family. He sighed. If my sister, Iorium's mother, hadn't died from a shock at the gate, Iorium wouldn't have become a hunter. He narrowed his eyes coldly. Before she sinks deeper, we'll convince her to give up hunting. Minwoo burst out laughing mockingly. He taunted, it depends on whether she wants to continue being a hunter. Aren't you overstepping by limiting her freedom even though you're related? Iorium's uncle was surprised. What? He listened coldly as he continued speaking. As for that money, I could easily earn it by completing a tower project. She should think about her before making any deals. Minwoo stood up to leave, wasting my time here. I'm going on a date with his granddaughter. Suddenly, Vang's deep voice startled him into stillness. You'll regret it. He skeptically asked. What did you say? Iorium's uncle remained calm. I knew this would happen. So what then? He recalled a fancy French restaurant. As he thought, he recounted. We have connections with a restaurant. He imagined a chef standing amidst dishes that looked incredibly delicious and enticing. Continuing on. The head chef has worked at many famous hotels and also won numerous international cooking competitions. Despite this, he is very selective and unique, only cooking for 20 people a day. He said that the taste would be ruined if cooked in excess of 21 portions. Those who have tasted his dishes say. Pausing slightly, he emphasized, taste from paradise. Minwoo was stunned, unable to believe what he heard. Taste from paradise. Iorium's uncle set a condition. It's hard to get to taste his food just for money. What if you got to taste that by being related to me? He glared and demanded, you could have the heavenly meal by giving up Iorium. Minwoo declared decisively. Reborn stood right behind him, angry. What do you mean? She slammed her hand on the table. She loudly questioned. It seems your investigation into Minwoo's father revealed a lot. That's why he offered food as bait. And what about this envelope full of money? This isn't third-rate drama. Minwoo looked unemotionally at the two arguing. Reborn stood firm and explained. Minwoo's father and granddaughter aren't in a relationship anymore. We're just on the same team, and she hired him as a mercenary. Her uncle retorted. That's how a male-female relationship starts. She said they were dating. She continued. We are dating, but... Reborn turned to look at Minwoo. She spoke in a dark, cold tone. You know that. I'm checking if it's worth dating him. Minwoo was surprised by her next words and couldn't believe it. He stared intently at Iorium, who was talking nonstop. I can't imagine what kissing him would be like. He couldn't believe himself, chuckling softly. Iorium continued rambling without noticing his attitude because if we were really dating, intimate things would be very important. The more he laughs loudly, the more she notices. Finally, his loud laugh lasts so long that both think he's crazy. Reborn asks, huh? What are you laughing at? Minwoo's answer makes her stiffen. She kissed me, didn't she? She snaps out of it, bewildered. What are you saying? Min, you thought he'd remember, but apparently not. After we finished the church tower, we went to eat together. He raises his shaking hand, trying to hold back. She's drunk and soft. He growls, kissing me. Uriam's forced kiss replays in his mind. His shout makes the whole room fall silent, the air thick with tension. Everything seems frozen, muted, like three sticks standing still. In this dead silence, a soft voice speaks, girl. Uriam's eyes widen in a scream that pierces her eardrums. What? She shivers and stammers. I did it. But I didn't drink much. Well, I had a few sips left over. But still, Minwoo looks defeated as he speaks. Usually the culprit doesn't remember what they've done. I have to deal with this now. And you don't even remember that kiss. Uriam feels like a failure. Disappointed, Minwoo points at her face. I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Saying that, he grabs his coat and leaves. Uriam calls after him. Chaminue, in front of the hotel. He walks steadily, ignoring her calls behind him. Chaminue, come on, Chaminue. A hand nears his jacket. Wait. Minwoo turns back to look at Uriam. Why? His eyes widen in a shiver and Uriam hesitates. She suggests. Let's go see a movie now. He responds indifferently. Okay then. She suggests again. Or let's go eat. He opposes immediately. No! Minwoo remains unresponsive to her. After a moment, he clarifies. Saying I'll sue you was just nonsense. Uriam is silent, unsure what to say. The two of them stand side by side, their shadows cast on the ground. She shyly speaks up. I'm sorry. The sunset casts a glow through the tree leaves. Minwoo ignores her and takes out her phone to do something. His face indifferent. Uriam notices he's not paying attention and asks, what are you doing? Minwoo indifferently calls for a taxi. He looks puzzled. Why? What do you want to say? She rubbed her hands nervously. I was wondering. You asked me out. Uriam scratched his cheek, blushing at the interest he showed after our kiss. Then she widened her eyes in anticipation. She stared anxiously at Minwoo, waiting for his response. But he didn't say anything she was about to ask. Well then, the taxi has arrived behind him. The taxi drove away. Uriam stood blankly as the taxi left. Her figure looked so lonely. The city at night sparkled with beautiful lights from above. A voice echoed. This is the scenery for someone at the top of society, right? A mysterious shadow stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and spoke. I think I finally understand why humans strive for success. He laughed mysteriously. He burst out laughing. His laugh was full of malice, as if he had a sinister plan. Suddenly the lights came on, revealing the mysterious figure to be Cha Jin-woo. He turned around and confronted Cha Min-woo, who was clapping on the seat. What are you doing? We're at the climax. You can't help but tease. Are you just mad about being dumped, coming here to stir things up? Minwoo remained indifferent. I heard there's a mechanism to turn on lights by clapping, so I tried it out. As if reacting to Jinwoo, he gritted his teeth and threatened. What did you just say? Want to die? Jinwoo isn't afraid of being teased. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Fomith, I didn't expect to fall for a human. He denied it. When did you do that? Just out of curiosity. He mocked her again. When did you do that? Just out of curiosity. He threatened. Do you want this to be your last day? Minwoo loudly accused him. And how did you know I was dumped? Jinwoo replied nonchalantly. People are curious, so they sent a demon servant to follow me. Usually you would have noticed, but this time, not at all. He recalled Minwoo standing in front of the flower shop with an implication. You still. While Minwoo was hesitating whether to bring flowers for their date, a truck suddenly rushed towards them. He sarcastically thought about it, went crazy, and got hit by the truck. Jinwoo sat down casually, sipping his drink as he said, in human society, there's this saying, love clouds judgment. He mocked, I can't see the essence of lust in you anymore. You've become a human inside and out. Minwoo sighed in rebuttal, no, not like that. Just shut up. Jinwoo ignored his grim expression as he continued to analyze. Even if you're close with humans, you'll get tired eventually. What do you plan to do if you suddenly turn back into a beast? Will your relationship become one of mutual dependence and coexistence? Jinwoo suddenly remembered something and stood up in surprise. Hold on, what time is it now? Minwoo replied, it's almost 8 p.m. What's wrong? You're in a hurry. We need to move fast. You don't get it, huh? Explain yourself. Today, there's a party at Grandma Kim's house with dishes from our hometown. It's organic, healthy food without pesticides. He's relaxed. Why bother going all the way there to eat? Just eat here. Jinwoo looks at him disapprovingly. What are you talking about? The main meal must be eaten at home. Get Minwoo up and ready. He's still sitting there like a statue. He watches Jinwoo rush off to arrange things in confusion. What is this? Home? Didn't you just want to play around? The high-rise building with bright and dark rooms echoes with a sarcastic remark. Moreover, your house is so picky about food. The next morning at the clinic, Kim Jun-seong stands beside the forest of beds and says there's nothing unusual in the test results. Why are you shivering? Minwoo sits on the bed, his arms motionless. She doesn't care. Jun-seong ignores his attitude. Oh, right, your body wasn't affected after returning from the colony. Right. Minwoo just nods. She probes, so you have no work today, right? Do you have free time? He answers bluntly, no! Jun-seong pretends to be hurt by a tiny heart. We're really not considerate at 302, are we? I was thinking of inviting you for lunch. Minwoo makes a cold face and tries to leave. Jun-seong suddenly remembers something and calls him back. Oh, right. I forgot to give you this suit. He stops and turns suspiciously. What is it? She pulls out a stack of documents. Captain Ma asked me to give this to you. She reminds him. Do you remember the supervisor you met after becoming a hunter? Hearing that, Minwoo recalls the image of a man named Guatsi. He looks at the report on sample material case 0152E in his mind, replaying memories of Guatsi's wife with half-human and half-monster eyes. Jun explains. The dark spirit transformed the supervisor's wife into a monster. This is the investigation report on the sample material. You can find key information at the end. Minwoo is shocked by the information in the documents. Before him are the words of the result. A large quantity of undetermined DNA was found, and their composition is similar to human biology. Jun-seong asks too. Do you understand what this means? Minwoo guesses. So that ugly body must have been made by combining multiple people's bodies. He shivers and clutches his arm tightly. Exactly, reading the result gave me goosebumps. She reasoned that this was likely a psychopathic hunter's plan, killing people without purpose. Creating mindless zombies with no specific goal might be someone who sees murder as a hobby. Min Woo-Kim silently reviewed the report. He thought about the monster's wide mouth filled with eyes and wondered if that was why he felt disgusted looking at it. Jun Seong's move. It seemed the team leader Ma was also struggling with this issue. There were a few cases of hunters going missing related to this psychopathic hunter, but there was no evidence linking them all to one person. Min Woo Kim responded. She had said that before. However, the team leader having no clues showed that he was more careful than they thought. Jun Seong nodded. You're right, but handing over the files to 302. She hinted at something. Do you think the tension between them is easing a bit? Min Woo hesitated. Then, he thought silently. Because the team leader Ma had discovered his identity. Suddenly, he saw a cold glint in his eyes and wondered if all 7 hunters with the team leader were killed. Jun Seong was surprised. He even told him this story. Min Woo probed. Seems like she knows quite well. Jun Seong calmly recounted, I contributed to that incident too. He didn't understand why she wasn't answering directly. He could hear the details from team leader Ma himself. Jun Seong muttered as he left. The team leader even told him about this. Min Woo followed, yawning. As they stepped out, a boy ran past screaming, No way, not getting that shot in my head. A voice called out to Min Woo's attention, not a little one. A muscular arm and broad chest strained the boy's shirt as he was lifted onto his shoulder. A tall man in a nurse's uniform laughed as he carried the boy. Do you think you're running away? You can't escape me no matter how fast you run. At this moment, Min Woo also noticed the van shaking. He greeted with a smile. Good morning. Today's director is really beautiful. Jun Seong replied. You're full of energy today? Nurse Jong. Min Woo curiously looked at her. The guy next to her looked strange. Jun Seong remembered. You must be meeting Nurse Jong for the first time. She introduced, Nurse Jong Ji-ho is a member of our guild and works in the hospital. He's on short leave to take care of his child. Ji-ho smiled brightly. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Minwoo. A nurse called out to Jun Seong from behind with documents. Director, do you have a moment? There's a file for you to review. She agreed. I'll see you off now, but I can't see you off anymore. Take care. Then she left, leaving Min Woo and Ji-ho with the boy who was still looking at them. Min Woo was about to leave. Maybe it's time for me to go. Suddenly Ji-ho leaned in close to him. His eyes sparkled warmly as he said, Dad Minwoo, you really are as handsome as they say. He was enthusiastic, so you're quite a ladies' man, right? Did you get lots of love letters from the hunters? Minwoo's face showed a big question mark. His eyes shone with interest as he stared at him, almost entranced. His eyes sparkled even more intensely. He was nearly sucked in too. Suddenly, he flicked his thumb up to mimic winking. Sure, he was famous among men too. The sky was clear and blue outside the hospital. Minwoo stood at the bus stop Forest Station with 2 girls chatting nearby. He didn't care about what that glowing-eyed guy was saying. It was just weird stuff. Was this a compliment or an insult? Minwoo recalled his words and thought, so you're quite a ladies' man. Did you get lots of love letters from the hunters? He remembered Homely Jury's confession, I like you, please be my boyfriend. Minwoo mentally shut down those thoughts. He said in a low voice, I won't become human to do such things. Jinwoo and his words from last night came back. The guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Format. Who would have thought he'd fall for a person? He gritted his teeth and disagreed. No, becoming human is just to satisfy one's desires. Uriam's words replayed in his mind, because after one kiss, I found him interesting. His thoughts were interrupted. The girl next to him's voice entered his ears, making him cringe. Isn't it a bit funny? He imagined asking her out on a date. He turned away, ignoring the 2 girls who continued their conversation, wondering if he had imagined where they would get married. The girl near him mocked. What did you say? For sure, he thinks I've already thought of his name. As she spoke, both noticed something. After all, he only thought I liked him because I was nice to him a little bit. The 2 girls were scared by Minwoo's sharp-eyed gaze. Minwoo heard the sweet and whiny voice he had grown indifferent to. HMPH, You want me to eat, right? No, my darling said she wanted to eat. In front of him were a couple sharing cotton candy. So count to 3, then both eat, okay? Okay, little one. His face remained expressionless as he heard them counting. 1, 2. Before reaching 3, he suddenly lunged between the two of them. A couple was taking a romantic photo surrounded by pink balloons. Minwoo looked away, wondering why, but seeing a pair of students holding hands and smiling sweetly. He kept his cold face, looking elsewhere in annoyance. Not today, not ever. Another couple was on a date. The girl leaned into her boyfriend's shoulder sweetly. He glanced at them, another one. Even cats were paired up affectionately. Minwoo felt like he had wandered into a land for lonely people. All around him were couples in romantic settings. His lips twitched uncomfortably. Why are there so many things that bother me? He was slightly depressed. I need something. His gloomy eyes seemed to pierce through those with boyfriends. I need something to heal this broken heart. Minwoo turned around, searching. He widened his eyes when he found a place for someone like him. He stretched and put on his jacket, warming up his body. A faint purple light appeared in his eyes as he softly sighed. It had been a long time. The electronic screen showed the game over message asking for more souls. He dismissed it with disdain. At Stackat Cafe, an alarmed voice echoed, "Auntie." Munji Hyen looked surprised at the hunter and said, "I meant Chaman Unum." Iorium sat opposite her, slightly blaming herself. "We haven't met in a long time. I'm sorry for mentioning this, but you're the only one who knows both Chaman Nun and me." Ji Hyen regained composure. "That's right, because we went to the Holy Tower together." Urium looked flustered. "What should I do? I also want to get closer with Chamanu, but for that, Ji Hyen would have to die." She asked Irium unexpectedly. Irium hung up. "You really don't have any feelings for Chamanu, right?" Returning to the playground area, a mysterious man in an owl with yin-yang dragons on it enters. The manager greets and welcomes them. The mysterious man looks around cautiously. Then he notices Minwoo playing games. He smiles slightly. In the game, the boy character shouts and channels his strength into a punch to revenge his grandfather. He punches straight into the three-eyed monster's stomach, killing it instantly. The boy tightly grabs the red string and calls out softly, "Grandpa!" Standing on top of the screen, he swears with the image of his smiling grandfather in front of him. "I will carry on my grandfather's wish." The screen stops, showing an image announcement. Complete. Minwoo still holds the joystick controlling the emotionless character says, "It was fun too, but I only fought against AI, so it wasn't very challenging." Suddenly, his phone rings. On the screen of his phone, the caller ID shows Na Iorium. Minwoo remains silent for a moment. Then he answers, "Hello." The other end also speaks. "Hello, Father Minwoo." She sounds slightly reproachful. "You really answered the phone. I've been calling you for a while, but your phone was always off." Minwoo remains calm. "I broke my phone. Don't you remember?" Irium remembers. "Oh, right. Did you have an accident? I forgot about that. It seems like you just got a new phone." Minwoo pauses for a moment before asking, "Why are you calling me?" The other end hesitates. "This matter. Tran has been notified of receiving a challenge in the game." He doubts an invitation to a challenge. Irium still speaks cautiously. "After that day, I always walk away with determination." Minwoo doesn't pay much attention to her suspicion and notices someone sitting opposite him. He thinks to himself, "Well, this is convenient. Playing against AI isn't really fun enough." He speaks into the phone indifferently. "If it's about that, you don't need to worry." Iorium sounds more urgent. "Don't you need to? How can you say that?" She looks at G. Brother is signaling with his hand hesitantly. "So, do you want us to eat and talk while we are here? We can't go out for a meal then. Do you like good food? I know a great restaurant. You have to wait in line for a table there. But I know the owner, so we can go straight in." Urium keeps talking nonstop. "When you're free, I can arrange a meeting with him." Minwoo interrupts. "Look, she's suspicious. MMHMM. You seem cold. I'm hanging up now." Urium looks shocked and stunned. She keeps trying to call. Huh? Hey, Mr. Minwoo. Hold on a moment. You just hang up completely. He holds the phone with a stern expression. In the game, Minwoo's male character chose to kick his opponent's female character in the shins. He didn't expect her to win. The system shows you have a rematch request. Minwoo selects the accept option. His opponent's female character looks sly. After a few minutes, his character is defeated again. Another and yet another time, his character is kicked out of the ring. Minutes later, the victory still belongs to the opponent's character. The screen flashes red again. Minwoo doubts who it could be. Unable to hold back, he jumps up and accuses them of playing dirty. Come on out now. Then he sees the mysterious man from before sitting opposite him. Though wearing a hat that covers his face, Minwoo recognizes him as a hunter. The man finally speaks. I've heard many stories about you. When you're angry, you are truly like hot butter. He introduces himself as the president of the Starlight and Moonlight Guild. My eyes widen with surprise. He offers an invitation. Would you like to join our guild? Lee Yuri stares intently at her phone screen without blinking. Sung Yuna stands by impatiently and speaks up. Why have you been staring at the phone all this time? Did you think Foamit Hunter would come as per your request? Lee Yuri quickly confirms. His mood is good too. She imagines him smiling and praising her smile. She exclaims, he even said I look pretty when I laugh. Sung Yuna coldly retorts, maybe he was just flattering you. I told you, he doesn't like you. Lee Yuri becomes upset and says, why are you suddenly talking like that? Haven't you been lonely for a long time? This comment hits Sung Yuna hard. She pinches Lee Yuri's cheek and scolds her. What do you want to say anyway? The pinch hurts Lee Yuri, who holds her cheek in pain as Sung Yuna walks away indifferently. Ignoring the playful banter, Lee Yuri asks, so why did the government call us? I hope nothing bad is happening. Sung Il-na remains unsure. I can't remember if I've done anything illegal. They probably just want to borrow our guild's power. Lee Ilri worries and says, we're already well known in the top 10, but compared to other guilds, we don't have as long a history. I'm afraid we don't know what they want from us. Wouldn't it be better if it was the Nebula Guild? Sung Yuna calmly replies, her problem is that she only wants to become an S-rank hunter. Just listen to them first, like with the Nebula Guild. Before finishing her sentence, she meets Seong-un. Sung Yuna greets him. We meet again. Seong-un kindly asks how she's been. It's our first meeting since that time in the colony. They start reminiscing about old times. The Prime Minister was inside, then the door opens and Sang-jin is sitting inside. He turns to say, here she is, a Kidna hunter and one Kiji hunter. Sung Il-na politely greeted, saying hello to Prime Minister Baek Sang-jin, while Lee Ilri looked surprised behind her. So he's the Prime Minister of the Hunter Center. The two representatives shook hands and Sang-jin said, thank you for coming all this way. Sung Il-na responded, we're very curious about what you want from us. Sang-jin called out. Captain Ma Seong-un answered nearby. Yes. Then he pulled out a remote control. A large world map appeared. Seong-un introduced, the red dots here show the distribution of the towers. He continued, and this is the predicted tower location map. The sudden change in images made the two girls gasp. The map was almost completely covered by red dots. Sung Il-na exclaimed in shock. The map was nearly entirely covered in red dots. Sung Il-na said loudly, what? They cover almost every nook and cranny. Sang-jin calmly spoke. This is data sent by the American Hunter government. Sung Il-na exclaimed, think about it. Sang-jin continued, and the American Hunter government has issued a statement that a portal collision will occur in the near future. Sung Il-na said in surprise, think about it. Sang-jin continued, the American Hunter government has announced that a portal collision is expected to happen soon. The two female hunters stood there stunned. Sung Yuna asked, soon? An replied, earliest 1 to 2 years. Sang-jin said seriously, maybe you already know this, but developing countries are losing homes due to these towers and being abandoned. To prevent the portal collision, we need to deal with the unused towers first. Sung Yuna asked, so you want us to go on overseas missions? But Sang-jin said no. He replied, I want the guilds to move into the country, and in exchange, you will have to dismantle more busy towers now. Li Juri asked, more busy? Sung Il-na quickly understood the situation. She said, so we'll be busy handling other guilds' tasks too. Which guild is the first one going overseas? Sang Jin answered, currently, we plan to send a total of 3 guilds. He listed their names: Drake Guild, Moonlight Guild, and Nebula Guild. In the game area, Mingwu asked in confusion, the Nebula Guild. He tilted his head and asked, are you the master of that guild? Ha Sung smiled warmly replied, yes. Have you ever heard of it before? Mingwu asked indifferently, is there anyone who hasn't heard of it? Ha Sung smiled and answered, my brother and I are quite famous. Mingwu thought about the old man. He thought, him, meaning the hunter recruiter. He thought, he looks similar. Ha Sung asked at that moment, do you think I look like someone? Mingwu thought in surprise, am I reading your mind too easily? He replied indifferently. Ha Sung said honestly, to be honest, I'm a bit worried about it too. He doesn't usually praise people like this. While saying that, Ha Sung secretly evaluated Mingwu. He thought, what a hunter. Ha Sung observed Mingwu's energy and thought, his dim energy source is indeed special. But I don't see anything suspicious about his background. With his simple eyes, Ha Sung looked at Mingwu. Ha Sung leaned in to look at Mingwu. He said honestly, to be honest, I'm a bit worried about it too. He doesn't usually praise people like this. While saying that, Ha Sung secretly evaluated Mingwu again. He thought, what a hunter. Observing Mingwu's energy, he thought, his dim energy source is indeed special. But I don't see anything suspicious about his background. With his simple eyes, Ha Sung looked at Mingwu. Ha Sung leaned in to look at Mingwu. Ha Sung circled around Mingwu, openly and boldly observing him from top to bottom, making Mingwu stand still. Minwoo looks confused. Minwoo is annoyed. Finally, he can't hold back and questions. Ha Sung suddenly interrupts. What do you think of my offer? Ha Sung smiles directly and says, I like you. What about me? Mingyu hesitates, thinking maybe he was famous among men before, awkwardly replies that he's already part of a different guild. Ha Sung doesn't give up, continues to advise, I heard what you said, but don't worry, switching jobs isn't considered unethical in the hunter community. I can help you with that. He asks, how much did you get paid when you joined the guild? If there are any terms or conditions you want, just say them. Mingyu straightforwardly answers, no upfront payment or terms. Ha Sung doesn't wait to ask further. So what kind of compensation does that guild offer? What's the name of that guild? Minwoo briefly replies, Wild. Ha Sung asks again, I've never heard of it before. New guild then? Minwoo coldly answers, we just changed our name recently. Ha Sung persists with his inquiries. What was its old name then? Maybe he's annoyed. Minwoo glares at Ha Sung and replies, I don't know, and I don't want to think about it anymore. So, I don't know, so you shouldn't ask me. Seeing Ha Sung still in the same attitude, he clarifies, I never said I would join the Nebula Guild. Be direct. I don't like being ordered around. Surprised, Ha Sung asks back, then why did you join that guild? Minwoo honestly answers, they met all my demands. Hearing this, Ha Sung instinctively repeats, all your demands. Ha Sung thinks for a moment. Then he smiles and points to himself. I could persuade them to. Minwoo angrily retorts, I already said no, didn't I? Calming down, he sits down and says, sit down. Mingyu declares, this time I'll win. Ha Sung looks at him intently. Then he laughs. This game is a bit old now. They just came up with new tricks, but the boss hasn't downloaded them yet. Mingyu doesn't understand and says, let's go. Ha Sung keeps his enthusiastic tone. I know where we can download the new trick from. Play here. Minwoo stands in front of the grand entrance, confusedly asks, where are we? Ha Sung honestly answers, this is the Nebula Guild building. Meanwhile, he hears the greetings from the staff. Hello, master of the guild. Minwoo asks again, is that game area here? Ha Sung answers, yes. There's a separate gaming zone inside the guild building. Nelia can't help but notice them as she walks by. She steps forward excitedly and calls out, "Oh my! Who is that? Is this the hunter named Vomit?" Minyu wonders aloud. "You are." Nelia smiles and answers, "Long time no see. You're still so captivating, right?" Minyu remains silent as he starts searching his memory for the person in front of him. Then I blurted out, "You were a summoner with a torn belly." Nelia doesn't let him finish and slaps him playfully, shouting loudly, "Huh? Why do you only remember that?" "That's true. I'm Nelia." She asks again, "But why are you here?" "Oh, my lord of the guild." Suddenly realizing something, Nelia's eyes widen and points a finger. Then she hesitates not and grabs Ha-sung's hand, pulling him to a corner. She pulls him down and whispers, "He's very sensitive to food." After everything is done, Nelia and her friend greet everyone and call out, "Alright, see you later." Ha-sung is suddenly grabbed by Min-woo's shoulder as he says, "Oh right." He smiles and asks, "Do you want to eat something here?" And a large feast is quickly set up. Ha-sung modestly says, "There's not much though." Min-woo's eyes are glued to the food. Ha-sung happily says, "Enjoy your meal." Sitting opposite Min-woo, he talks, "I didn't know what you like, so I asked the chef to make as many dishes as possible." He then smiles like a sly fox. Then he leads Min-woo round showing each room. "This is our spa. You can take care of yourself here." He continues, "This is our gym. Working out here can help hunters increase their stamina." He then says, "And this is our bar. Female hunters love it here." And so on to many other places. Ha-sung keeps going. And here we have, finally reaching the elevator, a system voice announces, "Floor 4, closing doors." Ha-sung presses floor 4 and says now. He continues, "Shall we get down to business?" This is floor 4. Ha-sung turns to see Min-woo holding a water glass, hugging a whereupon item, his eyes wide in surprise. Min-woo's face shines with signs of corruption. He asks, "If I come here, can I enjoy all these things too?" Ha-sung replies, "Sure." Of course, he continues, "But only the members of the Nebula Guild get this privilege." Min-woo's face is blocked by Ha-sung, who still looks surprised. He asks again, "Is this not enough to attract me?" The system announces, "Level 4 destroyed, level 20 reached," and Min-woo says in confusion, "He's thinking about something more interesting than the game," Ha-sung says. Looking at Min-woo, he smiles confidently, "You'll like it too." At level 20, made of wood, strong arms swing down powerfully. The muscular man punches the floor so hard that it shakes the air. Hanga jumps lightly, avoiding the opponent's attack. Without hesitation, she unleashes her human strength to throw a rock. The other man quickly prepares and catches it with ease. Hanga looks straight ahead. The man also looks at her. Both of them respond simultaneously. The muscular man tries to push Hang A's leg away, but she twists her body early to counterattack. Then he blocks a punch aimed directly at her next attack. They keep attacking non-stop. Their powerful strikes create shockwaves. The other man grins. He lowers his body, concentrating his force. Then he leaps like a leopard towards Hang A. Hanga remains calm and says, "I told you to wait. There will be an opportunity." Before that, her foot had already shot up from under the ground, striking the opponent's chin. Hanga hits his weak spot, sending him flying into the air. Then he lands heavily on the floor. He falls right in front of Min-woo, who just appeared. Hanga is unsatisfied and curses, "You're good at everything. You just lack a bit of temper," she adds. She stops talking, her eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly shouting, "Ha-sung, I meant the guild master," she clarifies. Ha-sung responds kindly, "So you're training?" An elderly woman asks from behind, "Why? Are you here to fight too?" Ha-sung asks back, "You too?" Ha-ba says, "I'm just coming to watch," she answers. She looks at the person next to her silently for a moment. Tran explains, "The hunter is here." Ha-sung acknowledges, "Right, it's a pro hunter." Both of them are surprised and think about a rank hunter they've never heard of before. Ha-sung introduces them from left to right, Ha-bak, Hanga, and the fallen hunter Soji Ono. Hanga says warmly, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from other hunters, but why are you here with this hunter? Ha-sung asks, what do you think? The pro hunter will fight, he says. Minwoo doesn't understand and asks again, fight. Hanga asks, who will be fighting him? Me? Haba adds, if two rank hunters fight each other, would you kill the weaker one? Hanga asks back, can I do that? Haba was annoyed and denied it. I'm a magic hunter. No martial arts. Hanga turned to the crying guy and asked, can you ask his name? Haba replied straightforwardly, he's already lost. Ha-sung Chen came over and asked, what are they talking about? After saying that, he smiled dangerously and declared he would be the new challenger. Hanga was shocked this time. She secretly sweat. That! Haba was surprised too, thinking to himself. Minwoo wasn't afraid at all, glanced at Ha-sung. Ha-sung took off his coat and said, let's bet on it. He took off his hat as he talked. If I win, you'll join the Nebula Guild. If you win, I'll remove my hair, take off my coat and hat, turn around to Minwoo and say, then I will follow your request. Turning to face Minwoo, he asked dangerously, what's your choice? The whisper spread everywhere, reached Ha-sung's young ears. Turns out that Brat is the youngest son of Tin Van Group. They say the chairman adores his youngest. Of course, with both looks and talent. Such a young age already has a golden spoon. Ha-sung raised his eyes up. He heard it clearly. Tin Van Group must belong to that Brat too. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice near them spoke. Hello, I'm Dong Sabin. I didn't expect to meet someone my age here. She thought to herself, she needs to make a good impression. On the other side, she smiled and said, it's an honor to meet you. She thought to herself, mother told her to be friendly with him. Her mother was right behind watching her daughter. She secretly smirked thinking, my daughter did well. This is my chance to ally with Tin Van Group. We could even become the owners of Tin Van Group. Following his mother's advice, she innocently leaned close to Ha-sung and asked, isn't this place boring? She said, why don't we go for a walk? At the same time, Ha-sung agreed, let's go for a walk. The young girl gasped in surprise, huh? Ha-sung echoed her, huh? Such an odd situation made the young girl stiffen with fear. Ha-sung chuckled and whispered, did I scare you? You're so cute. Under such close pressure, Ha-sung said bluntly, but what can I do? He's not my type. Go tell your mother to give up on becoming the owner of my company. The young girl ran off in fear and Ha-sung smiled naturally. In his heart, he secretly laughed. Ha-sung widened his silver eyes, still smiling as he thought, I hate boring people the most. At the Nebula Guild headquarters, Haba asked in fear, what did you say? He questioned Ha-sung, are you going to do it for real? Haba was so shocked she stuttered, what? Chairman, my point is he's in a level. Ha-sung replied bluntly, the chairman can do anything. So what if he's a level? Ha-sung said immediately, but Nebula Guild rules require a fair match. Hearing that, Haba muttered in disappointment, oh, it's that rule again. He asked, what's the point of those rules? His words made Haba grit his teeth inwardly. That annoying guy? Finally, Ha-sung agreed with the hype. Okay. Alright then. MMHMM. Oh right. Baha, bring me to pieces of cloth. Ha-sung hands over the cloth. You know about the orientation session at the Hunter Center's headquarters? As a hunter, you must have participated before. Grade and above hunters often use this method to compete there. Ha-sung ties the white cloth around his left arm. Now the Astral Gathering will do it similarly. Haba gives Minwoo a similar towel. Ha-sung continues. Of course, safety measures must be in place too. All active and passive skills are prohibited. Ha-sung smiles again. He speaks darkly, and the stats as well. The entire system of each individual will be banned. We can only compete using pure physical strength. Even though Minwoo is hesitant, Ha-sung continues talking. All right, does that sound good to you? Minwoo smiles after hearing this. He undoes his jacket and throws it aside. Fine. He rolls up his sleeves. Make sure of the cloth as she asks. You said you would fulfill anything I want if I win, right? Facing Ha-sung directly, Minwoo speaks calmly. then it's a broken promise. Ha-sung remains silent. He smiles confidently. Min-woo looks indifferent and raises his head. One of the holes pulls in the crying friend. Haba asks curiously, how much does he want that guy to come for him to go this far? Hola hesitates to ask, what's the point of this competition? Haba answers, I'm not sure. I only see him trying to show off his strength to lure that guy into joining our guild. Haba thinks to himself, right, this competition is meaningless. The outcome was already decided anyway. Ha-sung speaks up. You know the rules, right? Whoever grabs the cloth from the other first wins. Min-woo introduces himself enthusiastically. You're really nice, huh? Ha-sung accepts the compliment with a smile. I've heard that many times. Min-woo unexpectedly asks, do you act so nice in battle? Ha-sung's fist is almost at his face when he says this. Ha-sung doesn't flinch and steps back to block the punch. He laughs and says, oh, you like surprise attacks? Before Min-woo can blink, Ha-sung raises his knee to strike his face. Following that, his elbows come down as he blocks both with his hands. Ha-sung aims straight for the cloth in Min-woo's hand. Without giving Min-woo a chance to react, Ha-sung stepped back and braced himself for a kick. Ha-sung smiled happily, while Min-woo's smile was filled with intense arousal. The two charged at each other, both throwing punches that created a powerful shockwave. As their hands separated, Min-woo's leg shot down. Brother Thee delivered a high kick aimed directly at Ha-sung's head. Despite the quick action, Ha-sung managed to block with his hand. Min-woo didn't stop there. He pushed off and twisted his body. A series of movements formed into a powerful double kick that hit Ha-sung in the face. Surprised, Min-woo looked at the person in front of him. Despite its unexpected speed, Ha-sung still blocked it naturally, even laughing and exhaling. Suddenly, Ha-sung grabbed Min-woo's leg and threw him far away. As Min-woo was thrown back, he kept a surprised expression on his face, with a gust of wind sound. Taking advantage of the force, Min-woo used it to jump over the wooden wall and continued charging towards Ha-sung. Another high kick aimed at Ha-sung's face, which he blocked again. Sensing something, Min-woo was startled. He backed up to gather momentum. He continued with another cleverly executed kick. Ha-sung still managed to block it. Each of Ha-sung's attacks were intercepted just in time, if predicted. Everything happened quickly. Min-woo stepped back, maintaining a distance from Ha-sung. He thought silently, the movements of this bastard. Ha-sung still smiled confidently. Min-woo thought to himself, strange indeed. Min-woo bent his body and charged again, actively attacking Ha-sung. Ha-sung's eyes locked onto him, startling Min-woo. Another high kick was blocked, Min-woo thinking instead of reading his movements. As if he knew it all along. Haba on the stage spoke up. Vango couldn't control that thing, right? Hanga responded in agreement. Yes, it's both a blessing and a curse. The two continued their intense fight. Hanga observed, delving into the depths of another person. Both Hanga and Min-yu simultaneously read each other's minds. Min-yu looked straight at Ha-sung with composure. He asked, are you sure? Ha-sung laughed again. Ha-sung revealed more. Fan spoke up. You knew right away. As expected, you do have that kind of vision. I've had this ability since before my awakening. It's a unique power separate from the hunter's abilities. Ha-sung widened his silver eyes and said, Format, I can see everything through my own eyes. He continued, you're like me. Reenacting Min-woo's past, Ha-sung said, if you want something, you'll have to get it no matter what. If anything dares to interfere, you'll eliminate it at any cost. He added, regardless of how difficult or time-consuming, as long as you still want to continue. Finally, Ha-sung laughed and said, so this is my vomit victory. Ha-sung suddenly charged forward, actively attacking. He affirmed, this is my vomit's victory. Join the guild obediently. A dangerous strike, but Min-woo quickly dodged it. Not stopping there, Ha-sung assumed a defensive stance. It seemed like a straight punch to the face, but Min-woo instinctively leaned back, and nothing happened. Suddenly, Ha-sung appeared behind him, delivering a clearly feinted strike. Ha-sung smiled as he grabbed Min-woo's face, forcing him down. Min-woo didn't give up. Gritting his teeth, He blocked the full force and then delivered a hook kick. Ha-sung dodged swiftly and pulled away from Min-woo. He managed to escape, stood up, and glared intensely at Ha-sung. But before he could prepare, Ha-sung suddenly appeared on his right side. Another straight punch came. Min-woo struggled to block it while moving his leg deceptively. Ha-sung supported himself with one hand and delivered a powerful hook kick aimed at Min-woo's head, who flinched but couldn't dodge. He felt like he was trapped by an enormous fist that he couldn't resist. Ha-sung kept attacking, leaving Min-woo no choice but to brace his arms to block. A voice echoed, "Talent is predetermined from birth." Min-woo regained consciousness and his pupils constricted. An image of a red demon wearing armor appeared. It asked, "Foment, aren't you the lower-level demon from level 1? Why are you here?" Min-woo replied, "I want to climb to the top." The red demon laughed mockingly. "Taba, have you gone mad? An ordinary lower-level demon like you dares to challenge me to reach the pinnacle of the tower? Know your place and go away." Min-woo asked doubtfully, "Why can't I defeat you?" The demon sneered, "Are you stupid? I'm a higher-level demon while you're just a lower-level one. Talent is predetermined from birth. Remember this and grit your teeth." What talent is Ha-sung recognizing again? Min-woo thought to himself, "Don't joke around." Ha-sung stiffened as he sensed an invisible pressure like being stalked by something. Before he could react, Min-woo's fist flew straight into Ha-sung's face. Min-woo muttered, "That miserable talent." Ha-sung took the full punch and was sent flying off the beam. Min-woo succeeded in hitting Ha-sung without any reaction. His eyes sharp like a predator's, he read Ha-sung's mind with his piercing gaze. He remembered the headless demon and thought, "They stumbled into that talent and loudly proclaimed it, only to die under my hands." Ha-sung sat up on his knees. As Ha-sung still looked confused at Min-woo, he wondered why only him? Why? Min-woo stripped off his jacket and aimed for Ha-sung's face. Just as Ha-sung was blinded by the jacket, Min-woo lunged forward quickly. Ha-sung didn't expect this and looked blankly at Min-woo. Hanga and Haba outside were also stunned into silence. Min-woo grabbed Ha-sung with one hand. He threw Ha-sung off the beam. Ha-sung lay on the ground, still dazed and confused about what happened. He bit his lip to stay silent. His eyes widened in shock. Ha-sung quickly got up facing Min-woo, who had completely changed. Ha-sung was surprised that he couldn't read Min-woo's mind anymore. Why? Then he saw Min-woo standing with his head down as if giving up his defenses, which felt terrifying. Ha-sung thought in fear, state of mind inhuman. Then Min-woo stood up with red eyes, losing his rationality. Ha-sung didn't expect this. He was fighting on instinct. He wondered, was he even human anymore? But then Ha-sung lifted the edge of his jacket. He also threw off the black jacket. It's interesting. Min-woo faced Ha-sung. "Play to your heart's content, Foment." Min-woo didn't say anything but stared intently at his prey. The next round began as they charged at each other again. Still in the Nebula headquarters, in the training room with wooden pillars. Hanga was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Ha-ba beside him had a similar expression. His depressed friend still sobbing, the white handkerchief fell to the ground. Hanga and Ha-ba exclaimed in unison, "Wow." Ha-sung lay unconscious on the floor with his face still showing fear. The other two asked out loud, "Did we lose?" They couldn't believe it. Grandma Ha approaches and asks, "Hey, are you okay?" Ha-sung replies, "He's been a hunter since he was born, right?" Grandma Ha is confused. Yeah, Ha-sung continues, "Maybe it's just experience gap?" No, that's ridiculous. He's even younger than me." Haba looks down and says, "You've lost your spirit." Ha-sung interrupts Haba with a big, uncontrolled laugh. Ha-sung laughs so hard his eyes close. He shouts, "I'm really curious about him." Fun, huh? Phoebe, Minyu smiles and nods in agreement. He cheerfully holds up a black card and asks, "Just this card, and I can use any community under the Nebula Guild, right?" Suddenly, his phone rings. Minwoo answers it with a glance. "Hello!" The other end responds too. "You answered quickly. It's me." Minwoo repeats, "Who are you?" The person on the other line anxiously says, "Fan X here." Didn't you save my number? Minyu wakes up and answers, oh, that fake name? My phone broke. Fan-X gets annoyed and interrupts. Why do you keep calling me a fake name? I have a real name too. Fan-X angrily cuts in. Why do you always call me a fake girl? I have a name. Forget it. Fan-X gets straight to the point about what you asked. I couldn't find any clues for the first one. But there's something else. Then Varnes mentions Rocky, making Minwoo pause. Minwoo stands still after hearing this and then bursts into laughter. He asks, where is that scoundrel now? Somewhere isolated from the world. A voice says Adam and Eve were the first humans created by God. They were naked but not ashamed. Their hands pointed to the sky. The person continues, why? Because they hadn't sinned after eating the fruit of knowledge. The voice is from a man in white robes among people in black robes. The man in white says, after eating the forbidden fruit, they felt ashamed and exposed. They admitted their sin. The man in white asks, then what should we do? Repent with all sincerity. The man in white shouts, to prove ourselves. The black robes fall off, dropping to the floor. One by one, people in black robes strip down to their naked bodies. The man in white smiles satisfiedly. Then he looks surprised. He exclaims, what's this? His eyes catch a figure still wearing an outfit. He asks, why aren't you repenting? He steps closer slowly. He approaches the odd one out. The man in white leans close to him. He asks, why aren't you repenting, pretty boy? Don't you want salvation? The angry red-dyed white snake shouted, this trick is for my sister. It lunged forward with its mouth full of dirt. Minwoo also roared, die, faux met. Dozens of sharp ice shards flew down like rain towards the snake. The magical ice hit its defensive spell and exploded like flowers, but completely blocked its attack. The worried snake turned to Seo Jiho and said, Master, that's a. Jinwoo stepped out from the spell and replied, Minwoo's gun behind him. Seo Jiho doubtfully said, I feel it too. Why? The kid with high magic ability. He spoke in confusion. Who are you? Jinwoo grumpily thought to himself. I thought Fomet tricked me, but he asked me to do a lot of work. Minwoo calmly said, who cares what you think? He's gonna die anyway. 3 strikes and you're out. Jinwoo raised his hand as if in greeting, I know. Saying that, he raised his hand to form a stance like Jaho. Minwoo also drew his sword again. The two worked seamlessly, dividing their targets. Minwoo charged at Jaho. The snake didn't see this and lunged forward with its mouth wide open. What are you doing? But before it could reach him, the world spun around. It was suddenly forced to stop as gravity pressed on its massive body. Jinwoo asked bluntly from below, here we are. The snake angrily shouted, you, only to see Jinwoo raise a hand. The snake angrily yelled, that damn kid. Facing the monster's fury, Jinwoo smirked with pure intent in his eyes. Minwoo coldly said, here you are. Seo Jiho still smiled and spoke, so you brought that kid here to keep me busy. Minwoo continued, there's more. He immediately grabbed Jeho's shoulder. His eyes glinted with danger. He ordered, you must go with me. Seo Jiho, unprepared, was suddenly caught by Minwoo. Suddenly, a bright purple eye tore through space and enveloped them both. Seo Jiho covered his mouth as the dust cleared. He realized the surroundings had changed. In front of him was a vast cosmic space. He gasped in shock. This is taking advantage of Seo Jiho's unprepared state. Minwoo suddenly lunged down and tried to stab Jaho with one swift sword but missed. As if not noticing Minwoo behind him, Seo Jiho continued smiling. No warning at all. The sharp blade cut straight into Jaho's face. A powerful slash cut his face in half without hesitation. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Jaho's body stiffened. His eyes disappeared from sight. No blood appeared, but instead golden light and butterflies surrounded them. Butterflies flew everywhere, surrounding Minwoo and his sword too. Seo Ji-ho split into two figures enveloped in golden light. He said, "You seem stronger now." Nearby, two more Jihos appeared. Behind them stood a figure made of light. He declared, "But I'm not the same as before either." His yellow eyes shone like stars. He said with a smile, "Now I have primordial power." The surrounding Minwoo's clones asked in unison, "Shall we play?" Minwoo didn't answer. His red eyes turned cold and fierce. Across from Jinwoo, he was also observing his opponent. Rocks flew everywhere, tossing aside his coat. Even behind him created a cloud of dust. The white snake lunged forward with its mouth wide open, trying to swallow him. Suddenly, a large energy ball appeared and heavily pressed down on it. Jin Woo commented, "The opponent's move is too obvious. Lines 59 to 60 repeat or are redundant, so I'll end here at line 58. The orange snake angrily hissed, "That little brat, it used its huge head and body to charge down on me." The destruction made the ground shatter, but it muttered to itself, feeling confused. Jinwoo stood right in front of its eyes, waving and shouting, "Where are you going? I'm here." The snake quickly curled up trying to pin Jinwoo down, but he leaped out of the way. Another hit, Jinwoo smoothly flipped up to dodge it easily. It tried another snap, but was still dodged effortlessly. Frustrated, the snake hissed loudly, "This little worm." But hearing its own joke, Jinwoo laughed out loud and asked, "How do you know I'm a worm?" He didn't hesitate to retort, "You're a snake, but you move like a worm." The white snake lunged at Jinwoo, cursing, "That sharp little brat." Just as its huge fangs were about to hit Jinwoo, it stopped. The snake realized when did it get trapped. It panicked and wondered when. Calmly, Jinwoo stroked his neck and said, "When, of course, because I've been fighting for a while." He proudly exclaimed, "My blood still boils even though you're such a weak opponent." Then he asked, "What should I do with you now? Or that worm, are you a demon servant?" He continued, "I'm wondering what a snake demon would be like. I wonder if my demon servants will like it. They'll eat you alive." He chuckled and said, "At first, you'll feel a bit of pain until your whole body is completely devoured." His eyes glowed red like blood. He continued, "I'm imagining the scene where you struggle in agony. It's so beautiful." That snake suddenly stopped. "No!" Suddenly, two black-eyed girls appeared and bit his arms as he spoke. "What do you mean?" "No!" Blood splattered, shocking Jinwoo. He quickly used wind magic to blow them away. The two white-robed girls retreated towards the white snake. They glared at Jinwoo with hatred. Jinwoo fell down. His hands clutched his injured shoulders. He reached out, horrified. His trembling hand was full of blood. He exclaimed in shock, "Blood!" The two girls touched the giant snake's head, worried. "Sister," the white snake said, "you shouldn't be here. It's dangerous." The two girls cried tears. But Jinwoo stood up at this moment. He suddenly asked, "Who are they? Can he create more demon servants?" He continued muttering, "The only time I bled in battle was when I fought Fomith in the Hell Tower. It's been a while." Jinwoo's body trembled violently. He said, "I can't believe it. I'm feeling pain just from you, such a weak opponent." Facing the snake's anger, Jinwoo shouted loudly. This humiliation. Dark red malicious energy burst out of Jinwoo's young body. His appearance had demonized now. His eyes were covered in blood and a third eye on his forehead. He confirmed, "I will destroy all of you." The giant white snake witnessed this. It screamed in fear. "No!" Lines 59 to 60 are repeated. Line 60 is, "No." In that space, Seo Ji-ho's clones were one by one chopped to death. Each clone fell dead under a single slash. Minwoo stood in the middle and swung his sharp swords powerfully, killing all the surrounding enemies. A clone tried to ambush, but Minwoo decisively cut it in half with one swing. But they seemed endless. As one wave was killed, another took its place. Minwoo's pupils constricted as black star rays appeared in the sky and shot out black chains that pierced through the clones. The clones couldn't resist and fell dead. For those larger enemies left, Minwoo stepped forward to stomp on their faces. He approached like death with twin swords, stepping over the fallen clones. His face hidden in shadows revealed only red eyes that belonged to Seo Ji-ho. Seo Ji-ho still hovered and suddenly laughed. As Minwoo leaped up, Seo Jiho emitted a bright light that tore through his white robe. The withered butterflies fell down as he posed with his hands and said surprisingly, "Foam it." From his palms, a glowing bolt was thrown high into the air. He laughed and said, "Looks like I shouldn't be so nice to people." Seo Jiho's white body shuddered, saying, "Try throwing this." Without hesitation, he threw the energy ball at Minwoo, shouting, "Foam it." Facing the high-energy source, Minwoo pursed his lips. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Seo Jiho's chest. Shocked, Minwoo looked down and realized he had moved behind Seo Jiho to deliver a fatal blow. Minwoo smiled, his eyes turning into glowing orbs, with strange white patterns on his face. He said, "Die." Following his words was the action of raising his sword to split Rocky in two. The Rocky's eyes disappeared completely. At this moment, the jockey appeared along with a mysterious thought. I recognized him immediately upon seeing him. That image cracked as that thought became more confident. My strength can far exceed his. Back to reality, the scabbard owner thought, but like this. Minwoo carried the scabbard on his shoulder and sighed. So boring, huh? He grumbled unhappily. Why did it take so much time to find him only for a quick end? Such a waste of time. Suddenly, he remembered something. Thinking about that again, he recalled the mission board, the punishment for the first head of lust. Minwoo raised his hand in surprise. There was a mission when I met him. His eyes widened in shock. He looked at his hands feeling strange. Something was happening to me. Minwoo glanced up. Previously, he saw the mission board still active with surprise, because it wasn't completed yet. Seeing this, he worried and turned around. Don't say anything. But the jockey's corpse remained unchanged. Minwoo stared at the body and muttered to himself, "No, he must be dead. I'm sure I split him in half." Suddenly, he froze. His face twitched as he wondered, could there be a mistake? With his stubbornness, Minwoo desperately called the system. "Mission window! Oh! Mission window, come on! Mission window! Mission window!" After a while, he angrily pounded the system. Why is it still like this? Come out and fix it. Suddenly, the system displayed an unusual notification. It's not finished yet. Met Street. He suddenly stopped upon seeing it. What is this? Just then, something was rapidly approaching from behind him, making a loud noise. Instantly, he turned around to block whatever it was. As he turned back to counterattack, he inwardly exclaimed, "This feeling is so familiar." A huge explosion occurred. The jockey's aura gradually transformed into something else. Minwoo's system immediately appeared in front of him. The mission on it had changed. System error warning appeared. Eliminate the surrounding monsters. Minwoo exclaimed in surprise. What is this? The system disappeared. He looked up at what was in front of him. Minwoo stared blankly at the scene before his eyes. Seeing the butterfly-like monster, he shouted in alarm. What on earth is this? Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from nowhere. What do you think? A figure with an unclear face smiled strangely. The voice continued to echo. Do you think there's no existence? That figure still kept its strange smile. Then a soft sound was heard. Lord, the butterfly-like monster with a sad face slowly spoke up. There is no existence. It then shot out a bright energy beam. That energy beam flew towards Minwoo. He stood still, watching it approach him. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. Jeho! A dazed boy, staring at what he saw in shock. Don't scare the little kid. Right when the girl in the cloak put down the boy, another person ran up and called out to him, DHEH. The girl in the cloak quickly took something out and told them to take the child and this thing away from here immediately. The blonde-haired girl held a device and asked, "What's this?" She explained that it was a monster detection device and showed her the safest route or to the nearest hideout. DHEH listened intently as she spoke. I want to give you the teleportation device, but I've already given it to someone else. If you use it, you might meet a hunter. Saying that, she saw the girl in the cloak stand up and asked the blonde-haired girl, "What about you?" The hunter girl immediately stood up in front of them. She thought of her fallen teammate and said, I can't abandon my team. Turning to face the terrifying monster before her, She hesitantly continued, "It's a face." With her current strength, she could only hold on until you're safe. Urging them to go, she shouted, "Please go." The dazed boy was dragged away, but still looked back at the hunter girl with regret. Then he closed his eyes and ran off with the blonde-haired girl. Minwoo's face appeared here, vague and ghostly. He looks around at the devastated scene in confusion. What's going on here? This is Han A's memory inside the ruins of Downit City. Hodo and the blonde girl hide behind a pile of rubble, avoiding the monsters. They nod to each other slightly. Then they hold hands and continue walking. They hide behind a large wall, dodging the passing monsters. The blonde girl quickly covers her mouth in fear, falling to the ground making noise. Both of them look back in fear, their faces pale. Zeho suddenly notices something, a man who has lost half his body. Suddenly, a green monster spots something and tells its horned companion. The blonde girl quickly covers her mouth out of fright, falling to the ground with a loud noise. They both turn their heads in fear, glancing back. The green monster pokes its head out from behind the wall, searching around. Both the blonde girl and Zeho are so scared they break into a cold sweat. The green monster searches everywhere for something. Zeho and the blonde girl's positions have been vacated by now. The green monster and the horned one turn around and leave at their previous spot on the ground. Nearby, a manhole cover slightly lifts up but quickly closes again. Zeho and the blonde girl suddenly notice something. A hand reaches out towards them. In front of them are three men and one who is reaching out to them, asking if they're all right. "Are you okay?" he says with concern. Thank God. Within moments, Zeho and the blonde girl are saved by these people. The man thanks them gently. "They appeared before us because of God's mercy." Then a bustling scene appears in front of their eyes. This is an underground shelter. As you can see, everyone here has escaped the monsters like yourselves. The man guiding them explains. Unlike other shelters, this one is run by civilians because the government that used to manage it abandoned us. He points to a man talking with some children. That's the man who led us out of despair after we were left behind. The kind-looking man is introduced. He is Minister Du Huanshan. Zeho looks at him intently. Actually, this place has limits, so not everyone can be saved. But the minister saved us. He said we should be saved. The blonde girl speaks up. Really? Suddenly, the man exclaims, "We're here." A slightly old door appears in front of them. This is where everyone lives. As they step into the room, he tells them, "It's a bit cramped, but you'll stay here until things stabilize." The blonde girl thanks him. "Just being here like this is enough for us too. You've taken us in and given us shelter." He smiles warmly, cutting her off. "That's the minister's wish. If you want to thank him, you can do so later." Suddenly, a sound catches their attention. The blonde girl looks up at the ceiling in confusion. "What was that?" He answers, "Maybe it's time to announce meal times. Let's go. We have a lot to discuss on our way there." He suddenly glanced at them. "But why don't we change things first?" A while later, the dining room was bustling with people. Minyu and the blonde girl listened as he instructed. Breakfast at 7 a.m., lunch at 12 p.m., and dinner at 6 p.m. The blonde girl wondered, where does this food come from? The man explained, "We have a 1-year supply stored here." Diha finally spoke up. "Would the gate remain stable after a year?" The man replied slowly, "We'll consider it and get some supplies if possible." Suddenly, Jaho looked in the direction of the group of men talking over there. The blonde girl noticed him looking puzzled. "What are you looking at?" "Jaho!" The scene changed abruptly. The priest appeared and started preaching without any prior notice. "Let's focus our minds and bodies in prayer now." Jaho only noticed his surroundings then. He immediately joined everyone else, folding his hands to pray. The priest knelt down on one knee and prayed. Jaho's face was serene. He recalled the moment a hunter was killed in front of him. The priest seemed to be mumbling something. Jaho continued praying calmly. What he remembered now was the image of the girl hunter standing before them. Jaho opened his eyes slightly, and the image of the frightened girl hunter appeared again. A beam of light suddenly caught his attention. A ray of light emanated from behind the priest. Jeho was amazed, staring at this scene. The priest now seemed to emit a bright glow. A small smile appeared on his lips. Diha's face was completely blank. An enigmatic voice whispered, "In the beginning, when God created the world." Under the dim light, the voice spoke steadily. He said that light appeared and everything could see each other. The voice continued, alternating between light and darkness, day and night. The voice was enchanting as it said, "Let's create a creature with a body like ours, giving them wisdom and strength to rule the skies, rule the seas, becoming the apex predator of this world." God used himself as an example. He slowly explained, dividing him into male and female halves. He blessed us with the ability to reproduce. Jeho focused on reading the last few lines in his book. He was given the power of reproduction to increase our population. From then on, we could become the strongest species, ruling the earth. After he finished, applause suddenly erupted. The teacher on the podium clapped and praised him. Jeho has done a great job. Classmates cheered for Jeho's excellent performance. At this moment, Minsu raised his hand excitedly. "Teacher, minister, does God have a form like us?" Brother Cheon answered, "On the contrary, our forms were created based on God's form." Minsu turned to his friend and laughed. "So, God also has eyes, nose, and mouth like us." Brother Cheon began explaining to the children. Not only that, but God could be a bird soaring in the blue sky or a lion galloping on the grassland, or some mysterious light form. He looked straight at them and said, "In other words, we are part of God." Then he turned to the girl next to Jeho. "Alright, Non, read the next page." The girl named Non replied softly, "Yes, teacher." She stood up and began reading. God said, "I will give you plants and seeds to grow everywhere so that you can cultivate the land and provide food for sustenance." When she coughed suddenly on the next line, the little girl startled Jeho, who was thinking about other creatures. Jeho worriedly asked Han Nal, "Are you okay?" Han Qian quickly comforted her. "Oh my, maybe it's too much for you." Then he asked Jeho to help. "Hey Jeho, could you take her to the medical room for me?" After that, footsteps were heard softly outside the hallway. Jeho carried Han Nal out of class. She felt guilty and said, "Sorry, this is all my fault." Jeho smiled reassuringly. "No problem, we're friends after all." Non was silent for a moment upon hearing that. Suddenly, the little girl asked Jeho an unclear question. "Do you really think God exists?" Jeho didn't understand and asked back, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by that?" Non interrupted him quickly. "If God really exists, he must have known about this disaster beforehand and stopped it. I wouldn't be so weak either." Jeho thought for a moment before speaking. The little boy continued his story. "Before that, I was curious and asked the minister about this issue. He said it's like a test God gave us to see if we're mature enough to survive." Looking at the ceiling with wires, Jeho added, "To check whether we have the capability to exist." Non was confused and asked, "Then those who died weren't able to pass this test?" Jeho smiled gently. "No, they did pass. They just got to meet God a bit earlier. Those who are still alive have duties to fulfill, so God won't see them until the time is right." Jeho softly advised her, "Just believe what the minister said. I feel that way too." Thinking of Han Qian's radiant appearance, he marveled, the minister really is divine. In that light, Jeho believed it was why he trusted him and prayed every day. That one day, the prison explosion will end and the world will be peaceful again. "I truly hope so because God does care about us," said the confident little boy. Then Jeho turned to Non with determination. "I want to grow up quickly. Non, you'll get better soon and grow up with me, okay?" Non smiled sweetly at him. Suddenly, she suggested, "Can you put me down?" Jeho was worried. "Are you sure?" Non assured him, "It's fine, I can walk." So Jeho carefully lowered her to the ground. Then they heard footsteps approaching. Non looked at the figure of a grown-up in front and wondered, "Isn't that Minsu's mother?" Jeho also wondered about the person next to him. "She looks like a hunter. Where are they going?" But then he didn't care anymore and reminded Non, "Who knows? First, let's go to the medical room." Suddenly, the little boy noticed something. Non saw Jaho standing still in confusion. What's wrong, Jaho? His face was flushed with excitement. Then he quickly turned away and said, "Nothing, let's go." Meanwhile, inside the shelter, a pot fell and water splashed everywhere. A woman saw this and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what a disaster." The blonde girl apologized hurriedly, "I'm sorry." At that moment, two nearby women scolded her. "Right now, the most important thing is food and water. How could you drop something so important? You're useless." Hearing this, she felt guilty and apologetic. The woman who brought another pot asked, "Have you ever done housework before?" The blonde girl hesitated and replied, Not really. Until now, I've only been worried about making money." The woman interrupted her and asked further, "And what about your husband? We divorced when Jaho was just born." Finally, she decided to assign tasks to her. "You can't be a housekeeper anymore." She probably could only do janitorial work. The blonde girl agreed immediately. "All right then, as long as I'm useful." A while later, on the path to the hidden tunnel entrance, voices were heard echoing. "All right, I understand now." The blonde girl was walking down the hallway preparing to return to her room. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. "He'll be kicked out soon anyway." The blonde girl whispered to herself, "This voice belongs to." She quickly hid behind the wall and eavesdropped. "Who is it?" "That kid from the pond area." All their conversations were recorded. The family of that kid had a significant business before the prison breakout. But that's useless here. Yes, exactly. When she heard what came next, her body trembled. "It's so pitiful." They said they would transfer it to another refugee camp. Her heart ached. The child will have to go to another refugee camp. She silently recalled what that man had said, like when the minister said everyone has the right to live and no one should be left behind. When the woman finished speaking sadly, she thought it was what the minister wanted to do. Others were trying to persuade him, but he still hesitated. The blonde girl rushed out and shouted loudly, "Is that true?" Both of them gasped in surprise. "It's Daiho's mother," the blonde girl's voice slightly trembling said. "The boy can't leave this place." "I know I'm useless, but..." She couldn't bear it and shouted loudly, "Where is there a safer place than here?" Suddenly, one of the women spoke up. "Hey," the woman suggested, "so why don't you try asking the minister for help?" After a while, faint voices of children could be heard in the dining hall. Not like this. Diho looked at his mother and child, who were trying to get him to eat. "That I don't want to eat this." "Come on, it's already good to have food at this time. Eat quickly." The little boy glanced at his mother, who was desperately trying to coax him into eating Coca-Cola. "I want Coca-Cola. There's none here for tomorrow. Mom will get it for me." That woman was Minsu's mom. She gently said, "Minsu, open your mouth." Suddenly, the image of Jaho bringing Non to the medical room flashed in his mind. Jaho lowered his head to hide his expression. After finishing her meal, the blonde girl stood up and instructed him. "Diho, Mom needs to talk to the minister. Just eat slowly." "Yes, ma'am." After the blonde girl left, he lowered his head to continue eating. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey Diho, two kids are waiting near the door for you." A little while later, a small voice asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "I just found this place really interesting to show you guys." Minsu goes ahead to lead Jaho and Non, but this is a restricted area. "We don't have the right to enter here. Now that everyone's at work, no one will notice us." Then Jaho and Non suddenly notice something. Jaho curiously looks at the iron gate in front of him. "Where are we?" "There are these bars here." Minsu answers immediately. "I heard this place is an abandoned underground waterway. They handed it over to ensure no one falls into it." As Jaho was still lost in thought about the gate, Minsu continued, "Follow this path." The three children continue walking. Jaho turns back and reminds Non to be careful. When he turns around, a magnificent scene appears before him. Minyu looks at Non excitedly. "I didn't expect there would be such a place in the refugee camp. It's just like something out of a comic book." He looks straight ahead with a slight frown. This must be where L's fragments are stored. He remembers that red gate and how dangerous it was called the Tower of Zeus. Suddenly, Minsu calls out to them, "Hey, you two, come here." It's because of the prison explosion, but why isn't it gone? Just then, Minsu shouts again, "Come over here." Minyu watches the two kids run forward and thinks to himself, the prison explosion happened due to a tower's oversight, or perhaps the Tower of Zeus created other towers. Suddenly, another voice is heard. I've heard some people mention it. It was Dao's mother talking with the minister in his office. Qian tries to explain to Dao's mother. She knows too. We have a whole community here, so I can't make any decisions alone. Can you do something to help her stay here? Qian hesitantly answers. If she can do anything beneficial for the community, they might let the child stay. Dao's mother disappoints. What can I do? The atmosphere suddenly becomes quiet. Suddenly, Qian breaks the silence. Oh, I remember now. There's another way too, Jeho's mother anxiously asks. What is it? He starts explaining to her. She can join the daily holy assembly. Most saviors participate in religious activities, so if she gains their favor. He smiles kindly and says, she will be able to persuade them more easily. Jeho's mother immediately agrees without knowing she was tricked by Qian. I'll do it. When does the assembly take place? As night falls, a gentle hand strokes Jeho's sleeping head. After stroking his head, Jeho's mother leaves to meet the minister who was waiting outside. He gives her a prayer bead necklace. She puts it on and blends into the crowd. She joins the group of people wearing the same beads in front of the temple where Jeho and his friends used to play. Suddenly, everyone around them bows down, startling her. Immediately, Jeho's mother puts on her hat and bows as well. She frowns slightly with concern. Up on the high pulpit, a man in red beads appears. It's Qian. He is smiling deviously. When the sun rises, Minsu exclaims in surprise. Huh? Where's Jeho? Nan shakes her head and answers him. I don't know. Minsu looks a bit worried and says, don't tell me he's coming to that place again? The little girl Nan asks back, confused. Where? Minsu hurriedly explains. That shrine. Night falls once more. The full moon shines brightly. Jeho's mother's face is extremely worried now. She frantically runs around searching for something. Where did the kid go? It's so late and he hasn't returned to his room yet. Suddenly, a person in white robes appears and calls out to her. Jeho's mother, what are you doing here? Hurry up and prepare for the ceremony. Jeho's mother shakes her head quickly, refusing. No, Jeho has disappeared. I probably can't go today. The person grabs her by the arm. Has he gone missing? He must just be playing around somewhere nearby. You'll find him soon enough. But today is the most important day of the ceremony. As the person urges Jeho's mother not to worry too much, she turns and interrupts. I'm sorry, but I want to look for the kid first. She pauses as she looks at the uncomfortable atmosphere between the two people in black robes. Jeho's mother is startled by the reminder. No matter how many times she does well, a single failure means all her efforts are useless. This is what everyone thinks. After that, the two people in white robes leave. Seeing them go, Jeho's mother pales as she remembers something the minister Haiyan Qian said. By joining the Holy Order, she could gain favor with the saviors of the world. Recalling those words, she thinks for a moment. Finally, Jeho's mother decides to wear the white robe to attend the ceremony. She frowns slightly, thinking that once the ceremony is over, she'll run off to find Jeho. On the stage, someone in a black robe speaks, thanking everyone present. He slowly says today is a full moon night. With a sinister smile, he explains why our revered superiors want to thank this sacred and special ceremony. The mysterious man starts asking questions. Let me test your faith for a moment. A series of questions are then asked. Do you love God? Yes. Are you ready to sacrifice your life for him? Yes. He grins wickedly. So Daiho's mother listens as he asks a strange question. Will you willingly offer your soul and heart to him? Suddenly, her face turns pale. The layers of white robes on one side fall to the ground. On the other side, everyone at the ceremony suddenly strips off their robes, revealing their bare flesh. Jeho's mother is terrified as she looks around. What's happening? Suddenly, she stops. Everyone's eyes are fixed on her strangely. Hearing this, Jeho's mother pales. Didn't you offer your soul and heart to God? Don't you love him? Aren't you willing to sacrifice for him? A hand appears pointing at her. The people around rush towards her shouting, "She's a traitor!" Jeho's mother runs away in fear. Looking one way, she notices something. Among the crowd is an empty, soulless gaze directed at her. She whispered, "Minsu's mom?" Then Jeho's mom turned around. She immediately noticed Hyan Qian standing there. "Minister, sir." She frantically pleaded for his help. "They're ridiculous." Just like that. The minister interrupted her, asking if she wanted to stay in this refugee camp. If so, she needed their approval. Hyan Qian no longer wore a fake smile. He looked terrifying as he spoke loudly, ordering the guards to surround her body. Jeho's mom felt like the world was collapsing behind her, with many hands reaching out. Up on the pulpit, there was a shadow. It was Jeho who was scared and trembling, pressing the button behind him. The boy witnessed everything, his eyes wide in disbelief. He wondered why. A child's image appeared with the sound of narration. Minsu always ate chocolate. He saw her extend her hand to someone, but then she shared the chocolate with us. The voice whispered that there was no chocolate among the food they were given. Recalling this, I asked him where he got it from. Minsu answered carelessly, "This, my mom gave me." An image of Minsu's smiling mother appeared. Her voice softly called out, "Minsu's mom." And an image of Minsu's mom going with the hunter also appeared. All these are memories Jeho is recalling in a corner of his room. At this moment, a sound caught the boy's attention and he looked up. Jeho saw the woman enter the room and whispered, "My mom." Jeho's mom smiled as she called out his name. She knelt down in front of him, reaching out her hand. "Today, my mom helped a lot of people. And here are some small candies in her hand." They gave the chocolate back to her. "You like chocolate, right?" Jeho thought to himself. After that day, my mom started giving me chocolate. The boy stared at the candies in front of him. Suddenly, he broke into an unusual smile. Then he spoke to his mother. "Mom, we..." His small lips hesitated as if revealing a secret to his mom. After listening, Jeho's mom paused slightly. She then gently smiled and nodded at him. In the dark space, a soft sound echoed with footsteps. "Mom, this way. I heard there's an underground drainage system here." His small hand was enveloped in his mother's large one. Jeho and his mom stood before a wall. A calm voice spoke out. "It would be better if we left this place." Then their figures disappeared. Soon, the sounds and footsteps echoed. Finally, only silence remained. Below the cliff were two ancient corpses. Jeho despairingly exclaimed, "I died on that day." A look of sorrow appeared on his small face as he slowly cried out. On a full moon night, Jeho recounted. 3 nights later, something unexpected appeared beside Jeho. The light illuminated the area around him. Suddenly, Jeho's eyes widened in shock. He inwardly cried out, "Danger! I'm alive again." The boy remembered the moment he trembled and prayed. Thinking about it now is quite amusing. They sensed divinity from a human being. Jeho remembered his madness and praying. It was like laughing at himself. Maybe Nan was right. If the divine beings were merciful to us, why did the prison explosion happen? The little boy was sweaty, full of rejection. No, if that day really cared about us, my mother wouldn't have faced these things. I mean, even if it did care, with small hands tightly clasped together, it would never listen to my prayers. Suddenly, Jeho let out weak laughter because he had begged the divine beings to kill that deceitful preacher. The little boy's smile became more sinister than sorrowful, saying perhaps that day didn't exist at all. Tears streamed down his angry amber eyes. There were no divine beings. The ghost before the holy tree was furious, shouting loudly from the start. Returning to reality, a powerful force surrounded Jeho as he slowly stood up. The little boy raised his head and took a deep breath when he felt his body return to normal. His eyes had changed, golden pupils filled with coldness. Jeho glanced sideways, approaching the deformed corpse of his mother. Immediately, he stretched out his hand using his strength. A tremendous energy burst forth, creating a shockwave. The colors of flesh mixed in that golden light. Two female bodies were formed within it. One pair of hands suddenly reached forward. They embraced Jeho mommy and spoke, "Very pleased to meet you, master. We are your servants, ghosts." The two servants affirmed to the little boy, "We will follow any command you give us." Jeho's face fell as he repeated their words. "Anything, you shall obey all my commands." The two ghost servants with faces like Jeho's mother responded in unison. Of course, the little boy's voice echoed in the air. If so, little boy told the servant with a dangerous smile, "Go kill that scoundrel." Under the dim light of the dungeon lamp, two women were talking and searching around together. Did you really see them? Yes, Di-ha and his mother did indeed go this way, and then they disappeared for 3 days. The short-haired woman gripped her hand in self-blame. Why did we say that? The short-haired woman beside her scolded quickly. What did you say? The short-haired woman recalled their conversation in the hallway and rebutted. She said it on purpose because she knew Jeho's mother could hear them. She remembered the moment when Jeho's mother accused them of holding hands and cursed, if not for her meddling. The short-haired woman immediately shouted, "What? Otherwise, those deranged people would target us too." The short-haired woman hesitated briefly, but the short-haired woman loudly questioned, "We agreed already. You're acting like I'm the culprit." Suddenly, Jeho appeared from somewhere. What? The two women turned to see the little boy and gasped. "Jeho," the little boy begged with a pitiful plea. "Please help my mother." After a while, 3 figures approached a large hole. The two women looked down in shock. The short-haired woman turned to ask again carefully, "You said your mother was below?" Jeho sobbed as he answered, "Yes, my mother fell and got hurt, save my mother." They're looking at each other under the table, calculating. Falling from this height, aren't they going to die for sure? How can you say that in front of a child? What should we do then? One of them suggested to the little boy, "Go ho, to people like us can't help. You should go call others here." Suddenly, the little boy asked an odd question. "Mom has been acting strange lately. She always goes somewhere every night and brings back chocolate. Do you know anything about it?" The two women shuddered in fear. Huh? They hesitated to answer. "Well, that's a special service of the church only adults can participate in. Right, Mom Egon?" "Yes," she said correctly. The two of them looked at the little boy silently and quickly explained it was a special service organized by the pastor. "Go ho, you also like pastor, right?" Hearing this question, Jeho answered, making both of them feel relieved. "No!" The little boy smiled mischievously and continued, "I hate him." As Jeho spoke, the 2 demon servants appeared, pushing the women down. With his eyes closed, he said loudly as they screamed, "Now I'm sure." Opening his eyes with a stern look, Jeho confirmed that everyone here had to ignore pastor's behavior just to survive. Looking at his 2 demon servants, the little boy asked with a smile, "Isn't it too scary?" The 2 demon servants answered in unison, "Yes, it is very scary." Their eyes changed when they heard the next order from the little boy. "Do you know what to do next?" Not only their eyes, but also their fingers grew longer. Then a chaos broke out, and the 2 demon servants began to massacre everyone. A woman and a man who were running away turned around to look back. Then that man's head was gone. The woman screamed in fear, her face turning pale as she looked up. A huge white snake appeared above her head. It opened its bright red eyes and looked down. Immediately, everyone ran for their lives except little Non. Worried, she looked around searching. "Mom, where did you go?" Suddenly, the silhouette of a little boy appeared. "Jeho, stay behind and watch those people run away." Seeing the little boy, Non ran to him. "Jeho, where have you been? And there's something dangerous happening." She immediately grabbed his hand and dragged him along. "Run quickly." Then she saw that he wasn't moving and stopped. Non asked in confusion, "Jeho, what are you doing?" Slowly, the little boy said something hard to understand, but still had the potential to become a good person in the future. Non asked back, "Jeho, what are you saying?" The little boy Jeho hesitated and continued when he grew up. He remembered the moment he knocked on Non's door at the clinic and sighed. He had promised to become a good person later. Then the snake behind him opened its eyes, making everything around them seem more terrifying with each word. I don't know if I can protect you before that happens. With tears welling up, he said, "It's best to kill me before that happens." Somewhere else, under a soft candlelight, a hand stroked Minsu's mother's hair gently. "You're beautiful. How old are you this year?" Minsu's mother answered casually, 35, the perfect age. "Why did you break up with your husband during the prison breakout?" She recalled the past and said, "He abandoned me and my child and ran away alone." A sound from her memory gently called to her, "Honey, Minsu's mother revealed without emotion. But he had died not long after that. However, the sound in her head was different from what she said. "Hold his hand tight. Safety lies over there." The man pretended to be angry and gritted his teeth. How can a man fail to protect his own woman? Minsu's mother smiled seductively. Yes, he truly is a bad husband. Then she glanced up with a mischievous smile at the person in front of her. But isn't Master Mu different, right? Minsu's mother spoke mysteriously. He can protect Minsu and me, right? Han Xian certainly believed this. Of course. Then he smiled deviously as he requested something in return for her to do outside the church gate. Suddenly, someone ran in and made Han Xian gasp. "What's going on?" The person reported urgently. "Danger, Master Mu." Just as he was speaking, something stabbed him from behind. Someone! That man was quickly chopped into 3 pieces by 2 demon servants. Both Han Xian and Minsu's mother screamed in shock. What the heck is going on? Suddenly, a voice warned them out of their evil thoughts. "Be careful with that liar." A small pair of feet slowly stepped into the scene, approaching under the guise of a lamb, but were actually wolves in sheep's clothing. They will always watch the prey. Zeho appeared behind the 2 demon servants who had accused someone. That's what Master Mu said. The boy's eyes full of indignation questioned, "But is he really a minister?" Han Xian, angered by being touched, loudly denied it. "You little brat, what are you doing?" Suddenly, he stopped in shock as the 2 demon servants approached him under the illusionary light. Han Xian shouted incoherently as the demon servants hugged him. "Who are these beautiful ladies?" A demon servant whispered into his right hand. "We have something to ask Master Mu." He hesitantly replied. "What is it?" The remaining black demon servant also leaned in on his left and asked quietly, "Why did you do this? Why did you claim to be the spokesperson of the divine?" Han Xian, seemingly hypnotized, answered, "Well then, I revealed something shocking. We're not actually ministers." He began recalling his past before the prison explosion. He was just a person praying in the church. Han Xian recounted the devastated scene and how during prayer, the prison explosion occurred, destroying the poet and all other prisoners. Looking at the corpse, he exclaimed, "Even ministers died." The truth gradually revealed. He had held that Bible in his hands before the prison explosion. His eyes glanced back fearfully. Han Xian noticed the survivors approaching. In that past shadow, they asked him if he was a minister. Back to reality, he immediately shouted, "They called me a minister themselves." Minsu's mother, surprised, watched as the man revealed the truth. The officials leaving this hideout were lies. Jaho looked at him. He revealed the secret. "It was I who lured some hunters to take over this hideout and killed everyone there." Han Xian went mad and spilled everything. After all, it was due to a natural disaster. Who could have found out? No one! Then he stopped as if coming back to his senses, questioning himself. Why did I reveal this myself? Instantly, a blood spray erupted into the air. The 2 demon servants stabbed through the weapon used by him. Han Xian clenched his teeth, too frustrated to speak. The 2 demon servants retracted their hands and grinned maliciously. Minsu's mother was terrified, covering her mouth with her hand. A pleased smile appeared on Zeho's face. Zeho laughed cruelly, "You're a heretic." As one of the demon servants retracted his hand, fresh blood splattered out. Minsu's mother was horrified by the scene before her. The other demon servant also retracted his hand, causing more blood to spurt out. Zeho stood at a distance, smiling contentedly. Han Xian winced as he pulled back his fingers with each drop of blood. With Minsu's mother's loud cries, Han Xian was completely torn apart by the 2 demon servants. Zeho laughed in delight. The boy glanced over and sneered. Even a normal person like me can control you guys like toys now. After killing Han Qian, the two demon servants approached Minsu's mother. She was terrified, trembling as she backed into the wall, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I'm also a victim. If he hadn't done anything, I wouldn't be here now. Terrified to the core, she shouted, I have a child at home. Without me, my child would. She paused when she saw Jaho remain motionless from afar. The boy glanced up and spoke. Don't worry, Minsu is already dead. Her mother's expression was dazed as she heard this. Her voice seemed to soften, old age. Her eyes were lifeless, resignedly accepting her fate. Then kill me too and be done with it. Back in the hallway of the hidden bunker, another person had just been killed. The fleeing people were one by one being killed. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Through a hole on someone's face, an illusory figure was gaping wide open. The hunters looked at the blood splattered around in shock. They stared at the fallen bodies in fear. What happened here? Why are everyone dead? Just then, a strand of hair fluttered in the wind. The hunters looked at the demon servant who had just killed someone and wondered, who is she? As they asked this foolish question, a familiar figure approached. Why isn't she wearing anything? Is there any special service today? It was Jaho approaching with his lifeless smile. The boy greeted the hunters. Greetings to my beloved hunters. One of the hunters with the same name looked puzzled at the boy. Kid, Jaho sneered, thinking of something. Hold on. Forget it. Let's just leave it be. I can't call you scum hunters. The archer hunter grumbled, annoyed. What? What did that kid say? The boy warned them. You don't need to know. Anyway, you're all going to die. Then the demon servant rushed forward as per the boy's command. Finish them off. Just as the sharp claws of the demon servant were about to touch the archer hunter, a loud shockwave occurred, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Jaho stood in awe as the smoke dissipated. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise at the hunter's shocked cries. What is this? They had restrained the demon servant on the ground. The archer hunter stepped on its head and sneered. She tried to kill me, but she's so weak. His eyes turned cunning. Hey! He lifted the demon servant's face to examine it. She's already pretty, and her measurements are perfect too. His words reveal his true nature clearly. She's different from other employees I've worked with. Now, Diha is panicking and shouts loudly. Don't! The hunter with the bow mocks the other two. It's too scary. That kid just called out don't. Then their smiles suddenly fade away. Next, the hunter with the bow swings and kicks Diha in the stomach. In pain, Diha clutches his belly while he mocks him. You should have known your limits. I hate kids who are slow but still talk big like you. After that, the other hunters start chatting to distract him. But there's something strange about that kid. Why can't I sense any aura from a fake awakening from it? What is it? From that kid, right? Think about it. Then they look at the demon servant lying on the ground discussing. She's also strange. She's not human. Could she be a demon servant? The hunter with the bow mockingly laughs. A fake awakening and a demon servant of this age. Huh. Don't tell me that kid killed everyone here. Then he grabs Diha's hair and pulls him up to taunt. He's indeed a mischievous kid. No matter how strong you are, don't show off like you're the strongest. He approaches the kid and threatens him. The stronger the power, the higher the price. As your senior, I feel I should teach you a lesson. Suddenly, he pauses for a moment. But first, that hunter with the bow has some sinister intentions. Let's have fun with that demon servant before we move on. Diha's eyes hold unclear emotions as he listens to him. Open your eyes wide and see this. In the kid's memories, images of people rushing towards his mother appear. The kid's face remains blank as footsteps approach. I don't know how you got a demon servant. All he can think about now are hands reaching for his mother, while the hunter with the bow is still speaking. Although she's a demon servant, she still has human features. Then a laugh cuts him off. He turns to Jaho in confusion and asks, Are you laughing? The next words from the kid shock him. I already knew that. I already knew I couldn't defeat the hunter. The kid reveals something dangerous, so I'll use it. Jaho's voice sounds terrifying. The hunter in armor is puzzled and asks, "What was that sound?" In the space, rocks fall from above. A huge white snake appears with its mouth wide open at the hunter with the bow. He quickly jumps to dodge, while the others are still in shock. What is it? Then the demon servant whispers, "We've successfully lured them into our trap." She widened her eyes and stared intently. The giant snake pierced through the ceiling and rushed out. The hunters watched with malicious glares at that action. What did that demon servant do to that snake? They ran away, right? Did they go through the ceiling? At this moment, Dua's voice echoed. "Do you know," the hunter wearing a bow suddenly wondered, "was that kid's voice?" The boy immediately asked them, "How strong is a hunter, do you know?" Suddenly, a huge foot stomped hard on the ground. Jeho smiled lightly and recounted, "Before I arrived at this refugee camp, a hunter saved my life." The familiar monster silhouette appeared above that hole. The boy recalled and evaluated. "She looks pretty strong too." His smile grew larger as he spoke. "But when the hunter was saving me, the monster immediately jumped down into the secret chamber." Jeho introduced the monster while looking at it. "This thing killed her." The hunter started to fear in the boy's amusement. "What will you do?" A loud explosion occurred as he wondered if they could survive to get out of here. Then a silence followed and a soft voice echoed, "Those hunters!" Jeho recalled the scene with those hunters and exclaimed, "They're dead." The boy also remembered the people in the secret chamber that Peace mentioned. Everyone is dead too. Then he thought about when he collapsed by the roadside. "When I was exhausted, the hunters found me and saved my life." Jeho recounted the scene. "They asked me a few questions, but..." The boy sat quietly amidst all these questions. "What's your name? Where are your parents?" He smiled slightly when he was asked, "Are you sure the monster killed everyone in that refugee camp?" Jeho immediately changed his smile and replied, "I don't know. I can't remember anything." In his heart, he silently thought, "I won't tell them the truth." And then he revealed his plan. "Even though I've awakened, I'm not becoming a hunter. Of course, sometimes I have to use my abilities because I'm an orphan and I need to survive on my own." Jeho silently affirmed, "And I don't intend to become a hunter because I've avenged my past." Time passed and Jeho grew up. He was walking around the city while thinking, "Think about it, obviously, I'll be in a place like this. A place that accommodates unregistered docked individuals." Suddenly, a girl approached to chat with him. "Hey, handsome!" That girl was Maker. Later, at a brightly lit building, after spending an interesting moment with Jeho, Maker lay in bed and asked about him. "Do you have an alias?" He asked back curiously, "What kind of alias?" "I'm not a hunter." She immediately rebutted, "But I can't just call you hey or sir all the time, right? I also have an alias. My alias is the one who brings peace." After just getting out of the bath, he mocked her when she said that. "Don't you think that nickname doesn't suit you at all?" Hearing his words, Meiko didn't respond. "What do you mean?" "It suits me perfectly. As the one who brings peace, I resolve issues for my clients." He mocked her sarcastically. "Our meanings are quite different." Then she suggested, "If you can't come up with a nickname, I'll help you think of one." Maker thought for a moment. "It should have some meaning or be similar to my alias." She called out a name that caught Jeho's attention. "Loki, did you see?" Then Maker introduced the owner of the name. "He is a Greek god." Jeho agreed immediately. "Alright, but why?" Maker looked at him with a mischievous smile and explained, "Because I can make people feel like I'm welcoming them, even if it's just on the surface, right? Loki is famous for being cunning and deceitful." She sighed in admiration. "It suits you perfectly." After drying his hair, he sat down by the cold bed and said, "Not bad." Cloudy laughed happily. "What else? I'm really good at naming things. From now on, I'll call you Loki." "Loki is cute." She asked him softly but curiously, "What about this?" "Loki, why don't you use your power to satisfy your greed?" Loki asked back in confusion. "Why not?" She winked seductively and said, "Everyone else, including me, does it. Everyone uses their power to satisfy their greed. But I see you never do that." Her words echoed mysteriously in the night sky of Flower City. Or maybe you still don't fully understand yourself and what you want. After leaving, Jaho walked down the street deep in thought. What does she mean by that? I've already gotten what I wanted, revenge. Suddenly, someone called out from behind him. The cute boy asked politely. A pair of elderly people smiled at him. You look handsome. We're just ordinary folks. After a while, bright lights shone brightly. A man stood on the stage with a microphone and spoke clearly. Everyone here will receive great blessings. Because we've been waiting for this day for a long time. A bald man stepped out as introduced by him. Today, the leader of the demon sect will show us his power. The people below cheered loudly, Leader, you're awesome, leader. He smiled brightly in everyone's praise. He was really handsome and cute. Then the host continued to gesture towards someone. The one about to experience the leader's power is him. The boy with his eyes closed stepped forward as the host wailed pitifully. Oh no, are you blind? The boy pretended to say, Yes, I had an accident when I was young. Then the host asked someone next to him, and she is. People around them whispered, Poor thing. Oh my God. The man on the stage continued to answer, She is my mother. The woman next to her starts crying dramatically. If only I hadn't missed that child's hand, he wouldn't be like this now. It's all my fault. The young man beside whispers softly, Mom. The host turns to the audience and asks, They really are pitiful, aren't they? Then he loudly declares, Their worries will end here. A light cloth flutters with his powerful voice. The demon heaven school will allow you to see the light again. The bald man puts a small cloth over the young man's face. Then he reaches out and focuses on the boy's face. Next, the bald man begins reciting strange words. Those below listen intently as he prays. He reads more from his place on stage. Below, people grip their hands tightly, waiting. After a while, he reads even louder. Suddenly, something seems to happen. The young man jumps up and screams, opening his eyes wide. He trembles, touching his face lightly. My eyes! In everyone's surprise, he exclaims with joy, I can see now. It's real. His words immediately draw the crowd's attention. Master of the school. Master of the school. The bald man smiles happily as everyone cheers for him. This is the power of the demon heaven school's master. Master of the school. His smile brims with confidence as he hears his followers shout. Suddenly, a laugh breaks out in the crowd and grows louder. A voice cuts through everyone's excitement. I came here because someone told me this was real in modern times. Do people still believe such foolish things? The question casts doubt on whether he can really perform miracles. Pointing at his bald head, the person asks, If you could, why are you bald? The host stands there, glancing at him. He hastily defends himself as the questioner approaches. Because not everyone who can perform miracles does it for personal gain. It's not that he can't, he just doesn't do it. Is that true? The familiar bongo moves in front of the bald man. The host quickly asks, But who are you? He questions him anxiously. Where did you come from? Jaho doesn't care about his question and suggests, Then bring him back to life. Instantly, he blows the head of the blind fake man away. The bald man and the host are stunned. The crowd below is also alarmed. The young man falls down amidst the cries from those around him. Two men show their fear. You, Jaho, interrupt him immediately. What are you doing? Hurry and save him. He laughs maniacally, encouraging them. Show me a miracle. Isn't that right? The people around immediately fell silent. Then they all started shouting loudly. Ah, that's how it is. He was preparing to perform a miracle. Sure enough. Can he save him, right? Right punch. At this moment, the mother turned and ran away, catching Jaho's attention. Oh, I see. The man tried to stop her. Where are you going? Her son is dead. The mother immediately rebutted. Son of a monkey. I haven't gotten married yet. She pointed at the bald man accusingly, trembling with fear. We only met today. He pretended to pay me just for this performance. Miracles are just stories. Jaho sneered mockingly. I knew it. I was right. Only fools believe in such things. Then he looked at them and asked, What do you think? Feeling tricked. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide open. He stared back at the people below who were questioning him with terrifying looks. Is everything just a lie? He said there would be a miracle, so all their actions for us to see are lies. Jeho looked at those disappointed eyes and thought, in them, I saw the look of betrayal. He remembered that moment vividly and exclaimed, just like me. Suddenly, he stood still, motionless. Jeho lowered his head, pulling down his cap as footsteps and curses echoed. Scoundrels, you tricked us. He bowed even lower as the others rushed over, taking a lot of money from us. Then he sat down slumped, shaking with laughter, not tears. Jeho's face showed extreme joy and satisfaction. From then on, he concluded to himself, there I realized that my desire for revenge is far from over. Somewhere later, two people in masks danced. They gradually moved closer together. A loud noise erupted as someone appeared and knocked them down. Below, a girl cried out, Master. Others were moved to shout loudly too. Master! Some even knelt on the ground crying, Master! In his mind, he cheered up. So let's praise this God. He stood up amidst their cheers. Master! He exclaimed, feeling everything. Praise us with your heart and soul. Beneath the robe was a strange mask. From then on, Loki aka Jockey emerged as a sinner. In his thoughts, he was full of despair, and later, he would deny the existence of the gods, causing everyone to sink into despair like him had done before. At the back row, someone with their face covered appeared next to them. Minwoo's pale ghost-like face appeared calmly. Then that face became clear and normal, accompanied by blinding light. He opens his eyes as if everything has returned to reality. Minwoo looks at the butterfly monster emitting light in front of him. The system appears, eliminating the of. The system's notification continues to change. Release the of from his sins. Immediately, Minwoo jumps to dodge the vine attack from the small monster, cursing its name. He roars loudly, Are you done talking yet? Inside him, he silently thinks. But when he sees the butterfly monster shooting vines at him, he wonders why it has turned into a monster. Minwoo nimbly dodges its attack. Suddenly, he recalls, not to mention what the demon captain said back then. He remembers Seongn's words, saying that after checking both the monster and hunter, all parts share the same characteristics except for the heart. That's why I thought monsters and hunters aren't so different. Minwoo wonders about the relationship between humans and monsters. The butterfly monster continues to shoot vines in front of him. He snaps back, immediately chopping the vine with his sword. He gently swings his sword to cut the first vine. Then another one follows. As he pauses for a moment, more vines come from behind. A swift slash cuts through those vines. Minwoo's red eyes move slightly as he jumps above the monster. He raises his sword high and says with death in his voice, Die! A powerful slash comes down from above, cutting the monster's head. The monster's face is split in two. Minwoo silently looks at it. Suddenly, joints appear connecting both sides of its face. His eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims. Its vines immediately heal themselves. He quickly jumps to dodge the cluster of vines coming towards him. Suddenly, Minwoo notices something. The severed vines are now showing signs of movement. He watches in amazement as the vine returns to normal. Did he underestimate it? Then the vines on its head start accumulating power. It shoots a large beam of light directly at Minwoo. After the shockwave passes, only smoke remains. Suddenly, something emerges from the smoke. Chains appear and shoot straight towards the monster. As the smoke dissipates, Minwoo speaks. So you can heal yourself. He says with a casual tone, You are indeed complicated. More chains shoot out towards the monster. They pierce its body one by one. One of the chains creates a hole in the monster's body, but it seems to heal immediately. Without pause, Minwoo takes out his scythe and rushes towards the monster. He grabs a chain at the end of his scythe. Quickly throwing it, he slashes across the monster's body. After that slash, more cuts follow, slicing the monster into pieces. He confidently says to it, Even if you can heal yourself. Looking at its head floating in midair, Minwoo loudly declares, But you know that tearing your body like this will kill you, right? As he speaks, a slash splits the monster's head in two, but unexpectedly, it quickly heals itself, He looks at the scene with disgust. After healing, the monster opens its mouth and gathers power again. It shoots an audio wave towards Minwoo. He immediately activates his protective sphere. Line 60 is intentionally left blank to meet the exact line count. He's silently thinking inside the protective sphere, could this be infinite recovery skill? I'm being restrained. He suddenly stops as an idea strikes him. Restrained? Only then does he realize the situation. Hold on, this is Zihinda space. So, Minwoo softly exclaims skill. Just at this moment, golden spheres appear in the sky. The monster creates countless golden spheres preparing to attack. Those spheres quickly rush towards him to attack. Minwoo stands calmly without moving a bit. A low sound emerges, balefire. Immediately, a huge flame appears blocking those golden spheres. That fire carries strong power repelling the monster's offensive. Looking at the flames pass through the monster, it seems to sense something. It suddenly realizes one of its wings is burned. Minwoo happily exclaims upon seeing that. What a surprise! He smiles faintly and says an unclear phrase, it's an advantage. He thinks about the image of a circle with an eye in the middle revealed. When entering towers below legendary level, all monsters will be revealed. The red eyes coldly look at the monster as he says, Zihinda seems like a tower. A system circle appears analyzing the monster's characteristics, infinite recovery when attacked, but weak against magical damage. From then on, Minwoo decides to lock all targets including monsters. Then he raises his sword with a ready stance and flames surround it. So now, a flame bursts on his sword. The monster quietly looks at the blazing fire. Myeonyu strongly takes off into the air. His eyes full of fear, he says, let's end this. He aims straight for the monster and descends. The distance to it is getting closer. Just then, dust particles emit from its body. Those particles fly towards Minwoo, making him surprised. He's teleported to another space and suddenly faces this scene. In that dark space, young Loki appears in front of him. His sword still points at the little boy smiling gently. Just as his sword is about to touch his neck, the boy smiles innocently. Minwoo says, thank you. A light slash passes by, making Minwoo jump and exclaim, DKCC. Back in reality space, he successfully cut off the monster's head. Following that is a loud explosion. In the huge flames of the explosion, the butterfly monster slowly falls down. In the dark space, Loki's vow also falls down. The severed body gradually merges into the flames. Young Loki gradually merges into darkness. Minwoo still keeps his stance as the monster completely falls into the flames. The system now shows a notification. The purification of the blackened soul from his sins is complete. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoes. Zihinda has vanished. The space wall opens up. Minwoo rushes over and shouts, Formage. Formage slowly approaches and asks him, are you done? Chaz discovers the blackened corpse hesitantly says, it is. He realizes that the monsters disappeared because someone killed their master. Suddenly he changed his smile to a sinister one, saying it was becoming more interesting now. Jinwoo thought about the chaos with the demon servants shouting, hey! Then he turned and gently prodded Minwoo to make an offer. But anyway, I've done my best to help them. So next time don't bother me anymore. Noticing Jinwoo's silence, Minwoo asked curiously, what's wrong? Minwoo's mind was full of questions right now. What is that? I didn't kill both of them. He recalled meeting Loki and wondered to himself, but why did I hesitate at that moment? As he questioned himself, Jinwoo kept calling him, hey, Fomith, hey, why are you spacing out? Minwoo asked himself, was it because of pity for him? Seeing Jinwoo wasn't paying attention, he persisted, can you hear me? Dumbass, not caring about you, Minwoo stubbornly rejected, never, that's impossible. Noticing Jinwoo wasn't bothered, he took the chance to scold him, dumbass. Walnuts! He gritted his teeth in frustration, but why did it feel so uncomfortable? Of course, that guy was still pestering him. How much are 2 human equivalents worth? Don't you know? You don't know, do you? After saying this, Minwoo gave a hard slap to his head and scolded, be quiet. You're doing great. Annoyed, Jinwoo patted him on the head with tears in his eyes. You've said enough nonsense. You should have. Suddenly, a system notification appeared and he paused. He looked at the information on the system screen in surprise. Seeing Jinwoo's confusion, he turned to look back. A surprised voice echoed, "What is this?" The thing that shocked the owner of that voice was a notification on the system. The main mission to eliminate Loki's lust level has been completed. Reward, special skill from Loki. The scene changed, now in the human city at Minwoo's apartment. A hand gently brought a plastic box over and said, "Auntie, try this. I made fresh kimchi. I think it will suit your taste." Yonya took the box from her and happily replied, "Thanks, I'll eat it deliciously." Thinking back, she had made some sauce yesterday which tasted pretty good. "Bring me a little bit." The woman happily agreed, "Thank you very much." Their faces changed as they whispered closely together. "But do you know?" They looked towards where Uriam was standing and discussing. "That girl came to visit her parents yesterday and is here now." Uriam was secretly worried right now. "Is he at home?" she thought as she stood in front of Minyu's house. "What should I say if we meet? Should I apologize? Hold on, it's rude to come here without warning." Then she remembered the coffee shop meeting. But he suddenly hung up on me, so I didn't want to call him back. Uriam was determined. She needed to clarify this matter. She might just need to find a strong mercenary like Fomith. A phrase suddenly crossed her mind. "Uriam, you have no feelings for Minyu-sao." She softly lowered her eyes with a slight pause. Suddenly, she heard voices from behind her. "Should we go out for dinner?" Recognizing those voices, Uriam was startled. "Eat if you want to." Eating is the most important thing for busy modern people. Minwoo appeared with a reluctant expression. "A child like you can't possibly be a busy modern person." He alleviated his headache by talking to someone nearby. "I saw this before, but why are you so concerned about touching your own food?" Seeing Iriam hastily run away and make noise, Jinwoo noticed them. "Did you hear anything?" Song Lady and Eonja looked at her strangely as Iriam frantically screamed. "Why?" Her determined expression turned pale. "Why did I run away?" At this moment, Minwoo glanced at the boy beside him, who shouted out, "Oh!" He turned his head and ignored the conversation next to him. "Ah, are you coming over to Grandma's house for dinner later?" "Of course. You should come too, okay?" "Yeah." Later, someone exclaimed in surprise, "What is it?" After hearing what Minwoo revealed, Jinwoo excitedly shouted out, "Is the skill you got after killing Loki a summoning beast skill?" Then he asked again, "Did you also get a special ability after killing that hunter guy, right?" Minwoo calmly answered, "Yes." He thought about them and analyzed. Javan is the intensity of wrath, while Loki is the intensity of desire. You have their special abilities. Jinwoo summarized, "If something similar happens to the person you interact with from now on, that means you might get their special abilities as well. Do you think so?" No response from the person in front of him. He became silent. Now he wondered what was happening to Formed. Why go so far for this? "Stop thinking about it," Jinyu sighed. "That's enough. You asked Minyu if you've tried summoning a beast yet." He expected the revelation that his beast would be determined by his nature and personality. "And I wonder what kind of beast ability you'll have or how many beasts you'll get." Minyu stood there, gripping his hands tightly, closing his eyes in thought. Then he softly said the word nature. After that, he looked at the fly next to him and asked, "Do you want a fly as your beast?" Jinwoo got angry hearing this joke from Minyu. Who wouldn't want one? They're small and not a gateway for battle assistance, but tools for gathering information. As he spoke, an interesting idea struck him. "Why don't we see what kind of beast you'll get?" Following his suggestion, Link closed his eyes. He started forming the image in his mind. A beast? I want it to look really scary, with sharp teeth and a warrior's killing instinct. Then he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Right, that's the strongest magical beast." Then a red light binding spell appeared in front of him. The system displayed a notification. Activate the summoning skill. Jinwoo raised his hand to shield against the powerful force. Minwoo silently waited to see what would happen. In that red light, a monstrous face appeared. A faint red aura rose from his house. After a while, that power dissipated. Jinwoo quietly observed in front of him. Then he laughed out loud. Minwoo silently watched what was in front of him, listening to Jinwoo's satisfied laugh. What the heck is this? Is that your spirit beast, ah? His lips twitched slightly. His face began to bulge with veins. Minwoo complained uncomfortably. What in the world is this? At the large building, Young was talking to Seong-eun. Everything has been handled smoothly. There's no problem now. You continue. The Fomet Hunter found contact information for the prison breakout. I've reviewed the documents on that refugee camp. There are many clues about that murder case. Seong-eun frowned but wondered how a fake Loki awakening could be related, even though all data matched. He asked coldly. What data? Seong-eun replied calmly. After the prison explosion, the criminal activities of those imposters increased. Ian heard Sargon speaking with a cold expression. At that time, the hunters' influence grew stronger. They enjoyed wealth, power, and fame, but when they committed crimes, they used their power to cover up their sins. Sargon spoke angrily. We are such wicked creatures. Tiang closed his eyes calmly without saying anything. Sargon then gave a slight smile. Then he continued. So you're only telling your father about this? Yes, what did he plan to do next? Tiang thought in recent days, he's been paying more attention to father. As he said that, he told him he would go to a repair shop for items. And Scar heard this and replied, just a repair shop. Why not go to the mall? He raised his hand in thought and said with doubt, I'm pretty sure he only has ordinary rank hunter items. Shouldn't he go to the mall for better quality items? Perhaps because he needs time to receive items from the mall, but he needs usable items now. Sargon then rubbed his chin and laughed. I finished that task. Now I must give him a reward. The scene changed outside a room where someone stopped walking. Minwoo frowned and said seriously, this is the place Captain Ma mentioned. At this moment, a female employee approached and asked, are you a Pomet Hunter? Then she leaned down and said, Captain Ma told me to come here. I'm a UJISU manager. This is a special item shop for lead hunters. She smiled and said gently, yes, this place only caters to hunters who have made significant contributions or are closely related to the store. Minwoo felt confused but said, I'm far from reaching that level yet. At the same time, he thought it might be a VIP shop. Yujisu smiled and invited him in. Captain Ma knows many people. Come on in. Minwoo entered but was still very puzzled, knowing how well-connected Captain Ma is, but not expecting such influence. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he saw something. Upon entering the room, what caught Minwoo's eye were extremely powerful weapons. He looked around and wondered, what are these? Minwoo examined the weapons and items here. Yujisu from behind chuckled and said gently, can you feel those items? She continued looking at his surprise. They're all our items. She introduced them as dark items, which grant power to their owners, but also weaken or even destroy their minds. That's why hunters cannot trade these dark items. Minwoo stared intently while Jisoo smiled on the side. They can only be sold in VIP shops where the government buys from hunters and resells to specific ones. Yujisu smiled but thought, Captain Ma did all this just to help a rank hunter get here. Even S-rank hunters avoid coming here due to the power of these items. Why would Captain Ma bring a rank hunter here? She continued guiding him. This place isn't suitable for you. Let's go to other rooms. But Minwoo coldly said, I can feel a strong source of lethality here. She was extremely surprised by his words. What? His body exuded intense aggression. His voice suddenly turned cold. Keep going. Minwoo explored the weapons, thinking, let me strengthen your mind. Many items appeared, and his eyes became terrifying as he thought, submit before us. Yujisu from behind also sensed this source of lethality. She couldn't help but feel frightened. This source of aggression can control these dark weapons without damaging anything. The image of controlling those weapons appeared. One way was making the weapons recognize their user as the dominant one. Then she wondered, how could a rank hunter like him have such monster-like lethality? Realizing this, she reached out to him and said, "Forest Pommet Hunter." Suddenly, a hand from behind touched his shoulder and asked, "Can you stop now?" Only then did he calm down and coldly looked at the person who approached. It was Heliod. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Didn't you see how the manager is struggling?" Minwoo frowned. He had been stopped by him. Helios continued smiling. "We know each other, right?" Minwoo said uncomfortably, "What's up? Who are you then?" Just as he finished speaking, a scream came from beside. "Hey!" Vargar is extremely angry. "How could you talk to the head of Helios like that? Haven't you forgotten about the party we organized for the hidden sex?" Minwoo looks at those two with a frown and says, "Who are they anyway?" Vargar is extremely shocked by this. He angrily says, "This guy." Then Minwoo lifts his lip in a smile and speaks with a cold tone. "I remember your ugly faces now." As he says this, he laughs mockingly. "Aren't you the hunter rejected by Na Iorium?" Upon hearing him say that, Go is surprised and thinks to himself, even he was rejected too. Minwoo continues speaking, "I hit your hand because you attacked me and his face turns very angry, with a bit of fear as well. He remembers the day when he was chopped off an arm by him and feels extremely scared. His hand trembles as he clutches his previous injured arm in fear. Damn it! Suddenly, Helios speaks up. "Our guild members made a mistake. We will formally introduce ourselves again. I am Heliod. He is Vargar." The other person continues, "Are you the Hunter Fomith, part of Tija's guild?" "Which Tija?" Kim Junsei says. "Isn't she your guild head? Don't tell me you don't know her secret name either." Heliod, with a slightly surprised tone, continues speaking. "So you didn't know she was an extremely skilled hunter?" His expression is confused as he looks at him. A while later, Heliod speaks to another staff member. "Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to see you. We have prepared the equipment you requested." Minwoo, on hearing this, says with an unpleasant tone, "What? He only needs to lead and tell him what he wants, right?" Iwojisu approaches shyly and asks, "So what do you want to do now? Should we go see somewhere else?" Looking at her, he speaks calmly. "No, I will check out the items here. I was planning to look at a common item, but now I'm interested in these cursed items." So, at this moment, his human form suddenly widens its eyes in surprise. It seems he saw something. Minwoo's gaze is fixed on the item that the staff brought to Vargar. The female staff brings the item to him and says, "Hunter Vargar, here is the weapon we introduced to you last time." This weapon consists of gloves with sharp daggers on top. Seeing this weapon, he exclaims in surprise. That's Iwojisu notices his distraction and asks, "Hunter," only then does he turn around and say, "Yes, show me the types of daggers, duels, and swords. So I will show you some suitable weapons. Please wait a moment for me." As she says this, she goes to fetch the weapons for him. Minwoo walks around. His gaze suddenly stops at one spot. Then he sees a book item on the display table. Iwojisu returns here. She asks, "We have everything ready now. Do you want to see it right away?" Suddenly, he says, "Hold on, what is this? Why can't I feel any power from it at all?" The monsters asked curiously, "What kind of sound is this?" He said calmly, "Don't pay attention, there's a girl fainting below the stairs." It was late afternoon, and they stared at what was in front of them. They told him, "Master, here we are, but you haven't finished with us yet." He cut them off, pointing to an entrance to a tower. "I want the power within this tower." They were scared and asked, "Are you testing our strength?" He replied, "You don't need to destroy the tower, I just want to see how you fight." Looking at their frightened faces, he added, "The standard for this test is me. If you fail to catch my attention when my eyes suddenly flash, I'll kill you myself." Hearing that, they became extremely scared and entered a fighting stance. Immediately, they went into frenzied killing mode. The faces of these small monsters were filled with fear. As they continued to fight, they shouted, "Die!" Minwoo stood there with his arms crossed. He smiled contentedly and said happily, "I can use them now. You've passed the test." Inside the tower, they kept fighting, killing one monster to make way for another. Their fighting was quick and efficient. Minwoo watched from a distance. Suddenly, someone spoke from beside him. "Their fighting style is like a younger version of you." Minwoo glanced down at the source of the voice. He gasped in surprise and said, "When did you get here? I told you not to enter the tower whenever you want." Jinyu's face remained calm. He said coldly, "Now that I'm a young awakened one, I can come into the tower anytime." Minwoo crossed his arms and mocked, "So, how was your school life?" When he finished, Jinyu frowned and trembled. "What's wrong?" Jinwoo shouted, "I hate that place." Minwoo said in confusion, "What? You were laughing earlier. I thought you'd still be like that." Seeing his angry expression, Minwoo asked, "Is something wrong?" Jinwoo suddenly yelled, "Their standards are too low." Hearing this, the monsters turned to look and pondered. Jinwoo said with a painful expression, "Today we had a test. Do you know what we did?" He recalled his time in school when their teacher held a spoon and laughed, saying, "Now let's check if you can bend the spoon." At that moment, Jinwoo was stunned. He couldn't believe it and stood there speechless. The class students took turns bending the spoons and were praised by their teacher. "Well done." That girl was also praised. "You did well too, Soyeon." Even a child bent two spoons at once. The teacher praised them endlessly. "How could you bend both spoons? It was amazing." Finally, the teacher invited Jinwoo to come up. He thought, "Great, I have to bend some spoons again." Suddenly, he saw Sung Eunice standing outside the door and felt uneasy. Why is she still here? Sung Eunice's eyes looked at him warmly. Why does she look so hopeful? But Fomet said that revealing your power could expose you. Jinwoo was uncomfortable looking into her eyes. He thought about Minwoo, but couldn't disobey Fomet. Looking at Sung Eunice's eyes, he felt conflicted with Minwoo. His face was covered in sweat and the room spun. He angrily shouted, "Fine," and all the spoons around him flew up. The other students were all wide-eyed in shock at this scene. The teacher was also stunned by him. With the forks still intact in mid-air, they bent immediately after. Sung Iuni outside saw this and was equally surprised, her face showing obvious happiness. Minwoo heard this and was extremely angry now. He turned to question him. "So you've revealed your power then?" Jinwoo said, "I can't control my strength at all. I've received too much from that woman already." He spoke with a very helpless expression. "I had no idea controlling my own power would be so difficult, even harder than high-level magic." Minwoo snapped his fingers and said, "You need to take a break, you." Then a piece of white cloth fell from midair. The other demons also appeared. Jinyu lay on the lap of a female demon and closed her eyes. Another demon was massaging his feet. Minwoo added, "You're being too troublesome." He seemed to remember something and said, Right. This thing! Summon an item." Minwoo sat beside him holding the book in his hand and asked, "Can you open this?" Jinyu saw the book and said, "A witch's tome." He spoke. "I heard even a great mage couldn't open it. You can't compare me to those fake mages. But why is it an enchanted tome? You could choose something better, right?" Minwoo shook the book in his hand and said calmly, "I feel like there's something special about this." Jinwoo widened his eyes in surprise at him. Then he thought for a moment, the format really has good insight, and extended his hand to receive it, saying, "Give it to me. The system confirms transaction." It continued, "Now belonging to you." Jinwoo held the magic tome in his hands and said, "Why is it mine?" Minwoo said calmly, "It needs to be like this to open it." Jinwoo looked at the magic tome with a puzzled expression. Strange. Cut to inside a room. Head of Labum Hunter Association, Alla, lay on the bed looking extremely satisfied and said, "Amazing." The doctor beside her saw her like that and said, "What kind of genes do you have?" Alla looked uncomfortable and replied, "I'm still human after all. Hunters who specialize in combat have high endurance, but someone like me with weak physical constitution gets tired easily." She looked at Mew standing beside her and asked, "Do you want to transfer your skills too, Mew?" Hearing her ask, the Labum Hunter Association member, Cat Hunter, smiled happily and said, "No, I'm fine." The doctor also spoke up. A pyromancer doesn't need an IV drip. Only old people do. Ella on the bed heard this and her face turned extremely angry. She said with that angry tone, "Sorry for looking old. That brat is still somewhat merciful to someone in our same boat." Kim Jun-seong looked at her with a judging gaze and said coldly, "Looks like the hunter you're boasting about is this one." Ella replied, "I haven't met her at any of your charity events." "So, pretty?" Ella on the bed laughed very smugly. "Vanki Ji isn't anything now but an influential character." Jun Seong said Vanki Ji's head. Then she combed her hair and said with full confidence, "I'll definitely overshadow her when I'm young." Ella immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her. "I know how your past was like. Why be so confident?" Mew over here just sat quietly listening to their argument. "What do you mean? I used to get proposals all the time when I was young." "Me too. There were even to people who fought over me." The more they talk, the more excited they get. Mew looks a bit worried now. "It's completely your fault." "Oh my god. What are you talking about?" The guys on that side are arguing fiercely. "Don't you remember? That guy who approached you. He noticed me, but he used you to get closer to me." Mew suddenly said this. "I'm just a new recruit." Jun Seong looks surprised and turns to look at her. "What flag?" Ella calms down now. "She said she wanted to meet you when I said I would come here, so we came together." Jun Seong looks at her muttering, "A new recruit, that's a tough choice. You won't be able to enter the tower alone." She can barely write a few runes because of the fear. Jun Seong looks at her and thinks for a moment. She saw the aura emanating from Mew, thinking that the aura she felt might be passive, but not to show off her strength, but to loosen up her opponent's vigilance. She has something that other hunters, who are always excited about combat, don't have. Calmness. She was born to be a new recruit. If she had a perfect team for herself, they would become an outstandingly cooperative team. The conversation continues. Why didn't the members of her guild say anything? If you favor one member too much, the others might leave the team. They are walking and talking now. You really don't know anything, huh? I care for each member with love. Like start promoting our guild to the world. Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Why should I do that? What? Why not? Is there any hunter in your guild? That handsome hunter, but he acts like a fool. He will be the arm of the hunters and get rid of it. Mew hears this and thinks with some worry. Has someone really torn off another person's arm like that before? Who is it? Jun Seong replies after hearing this. You mean member number 302? She calmly explains. He is the only active member of our guild. Ella follows and says, that's why she brought him to the party to leave a lasting impression, right? She continues, yes, I saw that handsome hunter outside. Jun Seong asks calmly as the leader. Ella answers after hearing her question. In front of our star guild, Jun Seong stands still for a moment when she says this. Then Fear screams out, what, when, did you see it? A few days ago, I thought so. Ella speaks up, he's very friendly. Hearing these words, Jun Seong shivers with fear. Him. Ella recalled, I saw President of the Interstellar Club Van Gogh trying to lure him in. She remembered his terrifying smile. She added, he was like a predator circling its prey. Ella's words hit Jun Seong right in the heart. Honestly, I only started my club just to reduce taxes. I had no plans for it. The Interstellar Club is the best in the country and they provide benefits and post-retirement perks. They don't lack anything. As she spoke, her words stabbed Jun Seong's heart even more. They say you don't support new members at all, which is why everyone wants to join the Interstellar Club. Ella raised an eyebrow and said with indignation, be careful. Hearing this, Jun Seong couldn't help feeling angry, otherwise, he would lose him. The scene shifts to a street where Min Woo was eating ice cream while walking. He saw a long line of people forming. He wondered aloud, why are they queuing? Looking in the direction of the queue, he saw Jun Seong happily examining people's health. Please remember to take your medicine regularly and reduce the dosage gradually. Do you visit often? Suddenly, she said this, causing Na-Orium to freeze for a moment. A cat yawned in one corner of the street. Jun Seong was on the rooftop with Min-woo. He asked her, "What are you doing?" Jun Seong explained, "I noticed many elderly people in your area. I want to offer some health services there too." She smiled and said, "I need to maintain my reputation as club president for the members." Then she pretended to be worried, but reassured, "Don't worry, I'll clean up after. As a club president, I don't want my members to worry." She then smiled sweetly, "Just relax and enjoy yourself. Room 302. He looked at her coldly and said, "There's something she keeps emphasizing that feels intentional." Na-Orium tried to dismiss it by saying, "It's just in my head." Min-woo still looked puzzled. Then he said helplessly, "Forget it. Do what you want. You're not doing anything strange, so it doesn't matter. Of course, I won't cause trouble for the members. Why are you saying that all the time?" He continued, "She's emphasizing something." Before he could finish, a black liquid splashed on him. The liquid hit his head directly. Na-Orium standing beside him was shocked. She glanced at the falling bucket and saw a cat sitting on top of it. The cat was still happily meowing. The scene shifts to Min-woo's house, where he just came out from the bathroom. He said while combing his hair, "I have no idea what happened. I got splashed with soy sauce." As he spoke, a sound came from inside the bathroom. The voice came through the door. "Why is there no hot water? I must have turned it wrong. Hot water is on the right." "Got it." Min-woo thought outside, just cold water after all. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Then he opened them again. His eyes were very cold. The sky was clear blue. Then someone appeared at the gate. They knocked on the door, drawing Min-woo's attention. He went to open the door. "Who is it?" It was Kining-gak, who recognized Na-Orium when he saw her. "Hello!" She waved and smiled awkwardly. "Long time no see, right?" "Fumit," meaning Min-woo. "That's what I meant." She realized she wasn't wearing clothes and shyly said, "Why are you here?" At the same time, Na-Orium called from inside the house. "Unit 302. Min-uk King turns around. She continues, "You only have this one shirt, right?" She wears his t-shirt and wipes her head as she steps out. "I think it's a bit loose on you." Jun Seong suddenly recognizes the girl in front of him. "OT." Jun Seong looks at Urium. "We've met before, right?" Urium stands still and looks at her, while Jun Seong continues, "At the secret society party." Urium evaluates Jun Seong. Wet hair, smooth skin, his romantic boyfriend's shirt. She thinks to herself, Min-woo is also selling nude photos. They seem like. Now, Jun Seong remembers what she said before. How could I not feel anything for Min-woo? Urium tries to calm down and says, "It must be a misunderstanding. I thought you liked me." He looks surprised as he hears this from Se-thi. "Auntie." She continues, "Sorry for disturbing your happy time." Then she turns and runs away. Min-woo sees Se-thi calling after her. Min-woo sees Se-thi call out, "Hey, where are you going?" Dun Seong pops his head out from behind, surprised. "No, what's the matter?" Min-woo's face turns pale. She must have misunderstood us. Min-woo clenches his teeth as he runs and thinks, "Damn it! Why do I have to do this?" His mind is filled with thoughts. Just let her misunderstand. Min-woo searches for her in every corner of the street. Where could she be? Then he checks another corner. Where did she go? He clenches his teeth and runs everywhere looking for her. "Urium, miss, that's her." A passerby sees Min-woo running round and asks, "Are you looking for the girl with the bun?" The two women look at him as he runs by. They continue to watch. In a moment, Min-woo immediately rushes back to where the two women are. He asks quickly, "Do you know where she went?" Meanwhile, banners with "Stay away from X" are posted at another corner of the street. A car approaches and someone's foot appears. N's car pulls up, one hand in his pocket as he asks, "Is it here?" As he steps out, a man approaches and says, "You're the team leader of N's car." The man shakes hands with N's car. "Nice to meet you. I'm a high-ranking Inspector Kim Hoon from a Pogo Police Bureau." I contacted you because this case is not within our jurisdiction. Hoon immediately gets to the point. I see. Where's the body? The inspector answers. I'll lead you to it. The sun gradually changes color. The sky turns orange. Dusk falls. And Scar looks at the scene of the incident. T.I. Back at the scene, analysis begins. Team leader. This is... Behind the main banner, there's a mutilated body. The head is missing. One arm is gone too. Strange purple eyes appear scattered around the victim's body. T.I. thinks that from the state of the body, it doesn't seem to be caused by humans. Coun agrees with what he said. Right, humans couldn't have done this. The eyes whisper, hungry, so hungry. Dooku told Than Chao, you've got the right person, we'll handle it from here on out. The car door closed again. Unscar followed as Thanchis drove away. Unasked, I know we need to investigate first, but is this really caused by that thing? T.I. agreed. Yes, definitely buy it. And face turned serious as he deduced the culprit, a spirit medium. The image of the spirit medium appeared. Unthought about the last trace left by the spirit medium, which was on the advisor of Fomet, a Quatso hunter. His twisted hand wanted information from newly awakened hunters to resurrect his dead wife. And the Quatso hunter provided that information, leading other hunters to disappear. Continued walking as he thought about this. Although Quasar was caught by Fomet's spirit, the spirit medium's evil soul killed him. The purple eyes and teeth behind Quasar were ready to devour him. Before dying, Quasar weakly said, "Good luck, Captain." Then blood splattered. So we couldn't find any leads about the spirit medium until today's body appeared. Finally, we found something. Rubbed his chin in confusion. But why? Wondered to himself. He never left a trace before this kind of body. Strange. Had an uneasy feeling about this. Don't say there's something wrong. The purple eyes appeared, surrounded by red aura. They immediately widened as if following something. The red aura moved towards a girl and approached her. What it was following was Iorium. She turned to look listlessly, sensing something. A voice came out. Really, huh? Her eyes lit up at the sound of the voice. Minwoo finally found her. He asked from behind, why are you running alone like that? Iriam only turned to look at him. Minwoo didn't know what to say. He looked at her thoughtfully. Iriam said nothing and turned away. Huh? It startled Minwoo. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit awkward. Minwoo gave in to her. He stepped forward and asked, what are you doing? Iriam replied, I'm looking for 4-leaf clover. He asked again, what do you want with the clover? Suddenly he stopped talking because she turned to glare at him. The streetlight illuminated the dark night sky. Iriam continued to stare at the ground silently. Minwoo wanted to say something. Minwoo started explaining himself. Hey, for some reason I have to explain this to you again. But what happened just now was just. Yoriam cut him off. I understand. The president and members of the club having that kind of relationship is quite common too. You're getting worked up trying to explain it. We're not like that. I'm not in a relationship with that scumbag. Minwoo's silence was Yuriam's response. The teacher still sat there, showing no intention of standing up as she asked Minwoo. Don't worry about it. It's late. Aren't you going home? Irion calmly replied, I'll go when I find the 4-leaf clover. Suddenly, Irion turned to look at him and spoke. Do you want to talk to me until then? Minwoo was silent for a moment before answering. Sure. It's getting dark outside. Irion's hand still seemed to be searching for the 4-leaf clover. She looked at him, who was talking animatedly next to her. He told Uriam many stories. Uriam listened quietly while also observing him. Her eyes moved to Minwoo's lips. Uriam stared intently. Minwoo noticed she was looking at him intensely. Why are you staring at me like that? Uriam jumped slightly as if caught off guard. What do you mean? I wasn't looking at you. Minwoo closed his eyes to clarify the situation. Okay then. That's right. It's just that I can't let her get drenched in soy sauce. It's hard to believe it was caused by a cat. He turned to ask her, do you trust me? Iriam replied briefly, I do. Cats can be quite mischievous. Irion shared about how she once had a cat. I know what cats are like because I've had one too. They'll stare at you, scratch you, and push things around for no reason. If they weren't cute, they would have gone extinct long ago. Irion pretended to be serious as she asked, but that cat was really strange. Why did it push a whole barrel of soy sauce? It must have woken up. Minwoo chuckled slightly at her joke. Irion continued, by the way. Minwoo's hand touched the 3-leaf clover. She asked, "Why are you explaining this to me?" "You heard me ask, what does it have to do with you?" While holding the 3-leaf clover, he countered her question, "What about you?" He posed a similar question back to Irion. "Why are you sulking? What does that have to do with me?" Irion bent down for a moment before answering. Irion leaned close and asked the girl's hardest question, "Do you like me?" Hearing her question, Minwoo couldn't hide his surprise. His lips slightly parted in shock. The silence enveloped the park as it sank into the night, with only the street lamp still glowing. Looking at Uriem's slightly flushed face, Minwoo softly replied, "What if I say yes?" Uriem suddenly stood up and denied Minwoo's words. "Why do you like me so much?" Minwoo was confused by her question. "What?" There was a hint of irritation in Uriem's voice. "Men are just like you." These men become emotionally attached after spending time with them on the tower. Minwoo was perplexed by her contradictory statement. "I've never been interested in them. To me, they're just colleagues." "Why are you acting this way? Why do you like me?" Uriem stopped and tightly grabbed his hand, admitting with a lowered head. "Why did you make me feel emotions I've never felt before?" Minwoo's expression turned serious after she spoke. He was about to say something but was interrupted by Uriem. "You know that." Uriem blurted out in embarrassment, "I've never dated anyone." Minwoo's eyes widened at her statement. The atmosphere became silent after her words. There was a heavy silence. No one spoke up. He raised his lips. Then he burst out laughing. Uriem was startled by his laughter and asked quickly, "Why are you laughing?" Before Uriem could finish her thought, he started speaking first. "It's getting late." Minwoo spoke up proactively. "Let me take you home. It's pitch black outside." However, some buildings in the city still had lights on. Now, Minwoo has brought Uriem back to her place. She introduced, "I live here." Minwoo looked at the building and replied, "Isn't this the most expensive apartment in the area? It's yours, right?" She denied it. "Just this building." Uriem said goodbye hesitantly. "I'll go inside now." Minwoo simply responded, "Okay." She looked disappointed and turned to leave. Suddenly, Minwoo called her name again, "Nina Iorium." He proactively invited her. "Want to watch the movie we couldn't finish?" Minwoo looked at her seriously. Iorium turned back to him. She rejected him straight away. "No, I don't like it." Minwoo was taken aback by her rejection. "What?" She continued, "Giap can't show that movie anymore. We can't watch it now." Her previous refusal was just a joke. Uriem reluctantly said, "How about the musical? I have some tickets." Uriem looked at him as if asking for his agreement to go. Some strange feelings rose in him. Minwoo agreed quickly. "Done." Uriem was surprised by his quick agreement. She didn't expect that. Uriem smiled, showing even her pearly white teeth. Uriem smiled happily. It seemed like a love was blossoming between the two of them. Romanticism developed under the city lights. The next morning, in an alleyway, a question echoed. "Is this it?" Mr. N's car stopped in front of a door. T.I. and confirmed that this was where the body from yesterday's incident was found. Yes, this is where the informant who discovered the fatal attack by the spirit killer lives. Mr. N's car continues to ask. "They didn't respond, right?" T.I. Aang replies, "That's correct." Looking at the silent door, T.I. asks Aang, "If no one opens it, does that mean no one is home? What should we do now?" Mr. N's car has no choice but to wait patiently. "Is there any other way? We just have to wait." A figure appears near Mr. N's car, and Tiang notices him. Tiang glances at him. He wears a full hood, holding a black bag, slowly walking towards Mr. N's car. Seeing the two of them, he seems scared and quickly drops the bag before running away. Mr. N's car asks T.I.Ng why he ran off. "Who knows?" How likely is he a witness? About 80%. Catch him. On Mr. N's command, Tiang quickly runs after him. The residential buildings are close together. He tries to escape. Thinking he has escaped, Tiang blocks his path immediately. Where are you going? He grits his teeth, clearly worried. In one swift move, he jumps onto the roof of the nearby building. Ian watches him run. I knew it. He jumped to the rooftop and continues running. A hand suddenly appears in front of him, startling him. It's Mr. Un. He forcefully slaps him hard, making him fall back. Mr. Un slowly approaches. Did you witness it? Why do you want to escape? You're a spirit medium. Mr. Un suddenly opens his eyes wide in shock. His hat has slipped down. Mr. Un exclaims in surprise. What's wrong with your face? The face behind the coat is revealed. His purple eyes, identical to those of the victim from yesterday, now dominate half his face. He pulls down his hat, covering half his scary-looking face, and answers anxiously. I don't remember clearly. He suddenly remembers something and quickly recounts. Yes, I'm the only one who noticed him. Is he dead? That's the guy. He was severely injured. He must be dead. He clutches his head in despair. But why am I still alive like this? Shouldn't I have died too? He seems to lose composure. I should have been killed by him. Seon-un and Tai-Ying sit in front of him, trembling with fear as they recall the incident. Mr. Un and Tai-Ying found his identity records. His name is Seo Huinmin, codenamed Sato, a new hunter who went missing a year ago. Tai-Ying explained further that Sato had found another new hunter's body. All evidence points to the spirit assassin. Seong-un rubbed his chin in thought. It seems Sato knew the whole truth. He glanced at Sato, who was seated behind a glass pane. Seong-un was concerned about his condition. But now we can't do anything about it, Tiang asked. What should we do now? Sato sat anxiously by the remaining glass panel. Seong-un answered Tiang's question. Sato was the only victim of the spirit assassin's failed attempt. We need to find a way to recover his memory. Meanwhile, at Minwoo's apartment, English was heard. She can do whatever she wants. Minwoo prepared to leave the house with his phone in hand. Considering going to watch a movie or another musical, Yuri's voice echoed from the phone, reminding him he had fallen asleep during that musical last time. She complained into the phone. How could you fall asleep like that? That was an epic performance. Minwoo responded indifferently. If it were a battle scene, I would have stayed awake. Iorium immediately reacted. Is that all you can think about? You are such a bloodthirsty person. Iorium mentioned the upcoming challenge. Just do as you please tomorrow. Minwoo sensed something was off. Something feels wrong, I thought. She argued back. If you can stay alert during the play, I'll agree. Minwoo found it strange when she said this. He stepped out of the house. But aren't we planning for her? Nah, Iorium. She abandoned her plan. Forget about it, Minwoo said. I didn't mean to. A grating scream interrupted their conversation. Iorium heard the scream through the phone and asked, "What was that?" Minwoo looked in the direction of the sound. It's probably nothing, but I'll call you back later. Minwoo recognized the voice. Hey, Dad and Zebub, what are those sounds? Upon stepping out, he saw Dad and Zebub lying face down on the road with a book pressing him down, surrounded by his demonic guards who were wide-eyed. Dad and Zebub. He trembled and pleaded for Minwoo's help. Save me. A book with an imprint was pressed onto his back. Dad and Zebub begged Minwoo to remove the book from him. Outside the house, Dad and Zebub had a book pressing against his cheek. The book flew up and clung lovingly to Dad and Zebub. He was helpless and didn't react. Minwoo said, "That book, right? That's the demon book I gave you before, isn't it? I knew something was wrong with you. No sorcerer can break the seal on this demon book." He laughed and said to himself, for a great sorcerer like Ban Jiabub, breaking such a seal is impossible. He shouted loudly, "How could you bring back a demon book like this?" Minwoo asked, "What's that?" Dad and Zebub remained silent and softly said, "It's a record of fish scales." Not knowing what he meant, Minwoo asked again, What is a record of fish scales? The book seemed to understand and reacted. He called out, I'll let you see this demon book with your own eyes. When the book opened, a light shone brightly, illuminating the entire room. Minwoo shielded his eyes from the brightness with his hand. He gently opened his palm to reveal the book's compartments. As the book opened, it transformed into a library containing thousands of neatly ranged books on shelves. Minwoo and Injebuk stood in front of an ancient, majestic building filled with books, like a vast library. And Zebeth explained that each book contained all information about science, magic, world history, and everything from past to present, even predicting the future. It could also analyze events from the past and present. He lifted the book up, saying Akashar is a book like this. Min Wiking's eyes widened in surprise. Then he said straightforwardly, Isn't this a very useful book? Why are you complaining when I gave you such an amazing tool? And Zebeth was annoyed by Minwoo's words. It sounded good, but wasn't practical. Have you ever thought about the consequences of using this cursed book? Minwoo asked, What will happen if he uses it? He remained silent for a moment, still holding onto the cursed book tightly. Minwoo was surprised when Enzebeth talked about the risks, becoming a deity or turning into an enemy of deities. Enzebeth spoke about impossible possibilities, absorbing all information while writing and touching it. He wondered if there could be any world that could contain someone like this. Minwoo asked him, Did you break the seal of such a terrifying book? Enzebeth explained, Think about this again. This is illogical. It should not be possible to break the seal of this book. He continued, First, there shouldn't have been a book here at all. It was stolen before. Minwoo was surprised by Enzebeth's words. He was about to ask who stole it, but Enzebeth interrupted him. The deity started a war, but the opponent of the deity is someone even deities couldn't defeat. Enzebeth's eyes turned green. Tao Tao spoke endlessly as if controlled by someone, thinking the deity was all-powerful on that day. That day felt more powerless than ever. Then he sank into disappointment, realizing something strange about Minwoo. Minwoo continued to listen as Enzebeth said, First, this book should not have been here. It was stolen. The deity understood everything and planned a weapon for the battle. When Enzebeth was about to reveal the most important truth, Minwoo suddenly looked surprised. A little blood dripped from his mouth. He asked, What's happening? Enzebeth snapped out of it. His eyes returned to normal, if he had just been hypnotized and couldn't remember what he said. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He wondered, What am I saying now? With a yawn, Enzebeth fell onto the cushion, still holding the cursed book. Minwoo sat beside him asking, Can it be destroyed? Enzebeth replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Enzebeth spoke in a dim and hopeless voice, as if saying from the cursed book itself, As long as we live, it will remain here. Enzebeth lay on the cushion with the cursed book still attached to him. Minwoo asked, Can it be destroyed? He replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Enzebeth spoke in a dim and hopeless voice, as if saying from the cursed book itself, As long as we live, it will remain here. Minwoo asked again, Can it be destroyed? Enzebeth replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Minwoo asked, Can it be destroyed? He replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Enzebeth spoke in a dim and hopeless voice, as if saying from the cursed book itself, As long as we live, it will remain here. Minwoo asked again, Can it be destroyed? Enzebeth replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Enzebeth lay on the cushion with the cursed book still attached to him. Minwoo asked, Can it be destroyed? He replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Enzebeth spoke in a dim and hopeless voice, as if saying from the cursed book itself, As long as we live, it will remain here. Minwoo asked again, Can it be destroyed? He replied, I tried before but failed. This is an indestructible item. Our mission is to protect Enzebeth when he's at home and prevent enemies from entering the house. One of the demon guards decided to split up the task, but he thought one was enough to guard this place. It gathered the other two demon guards. Gathered! It assigned a mission to the two demon guards. From now on, Their duty is to protect the master. Minwoo went outside without knowing that the two demon guards were following him secretly in the street. The two demon guards silently hid and protected Minwoo. A voice called out his name, Father Minwoo. Facing Minulana, the beautiful Iorium wore a delicate white dress. Today, Iorium had light makeup on and smiled when she saw Minwoo. At this PC cafe, that's where you said it was. Surprised, Iorium sat on a dedicated chair at internet cafes. She told him to come with her. The new computer screen was shiny and bright. Iorium's eyes sparkled. Really, it is already vacation time, but that's all you could think of? The keyboard also shone brightly, catching her gaze. Iorium exclaimed, "Wow, these are all the latest models, right?" He said in confusion. "This is an internet cafe, of course it is." Iorium expressed that she had never been to an internet cafe before. Internet cafe? I've never been here before. Minwoo was surprised by her statement. What? You've never been to an internet cafe? She said, "Isn't the internet cafe a place for gaming?" "I don't play games." Excitedly, she looked around. Everything here is new and shiny. The lighting here is amazing. Everything is just great. Minwoo looked at her and suddenly remembered their previous meeting. That reminds me of Urium. She took us to a musical the last time. Back then, Minwoo only stood there confused as Urium talked endlessly about the musical. It was a musical about love stories during the French Revolution in the 18th century. The content of the musical itself is amazing, but this musical also features a famous composer's participation to create beautiful melodies. Minwoo chuckled, remembering how cultured she seemed. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "Now, I just need to sit here and focus on gaming a CK." Minwoo turned around in surprise and asked, "What's that? What is it?" On her screen was a game they had produced long ago. "I've played this before." Minwoo stared at her in silence. Iorium reacted like she had discovered a natural wonder. "Wow, is there food for sale here too? Amazing!" Minwoo didn't know how to react. Iorium kept exclaiming, "Wow, it's really amazing." The next scene showed a coffee bookstore. Iorium held a book in her hand. Her eyes were still filled with tears. Minwoo looked at her in confusion as she was moved by reading the book. Iorium bit into a hot dog. They ate and walked on the street, but Iorium suddenly saw something. Iorium stood in front of a plush toy shop with machines inside that had claw guns. Minwoo and Iorium each stood in front of a claw machine. The bear slipped out of the claw. Iorium tilted her head, furrowing her brow slightly, feeling a bit upset about the slip. Suddenly, a bear touched her cheek. Minwoo stood beside her and handed her the bear he had won from the machine, playing tag with it. Iorium holds a teddy bear in his hand. Minwoo and Iorium stroll down the street. Minwoo asks, "What would you like for dinner?" Iorium replies, "I don't know." Iorium decides to bring up dinner. "Oh, I know what I want now. It's something I've never tried before." Then Minwoo suddenly asks, "Is this a date or just another regular day?" She smiles playfully at him. "Both, you said, right?" Suddenly, Iorium walks ahead of Minwoo, confusing him. Iorium walks a bit in front and stops to express, "Now I understand. Every time I'm near your father, Minwoo, I feel free and safe." Turning back, she looks at him and smiles softly. "Is that because you're a skilled hunter?" Minwoo looks at her with a mix of surprise and unclear emotions. Iorium shares her feelings. "To be honest, I was really scared to go into that tower. Those monsters, those battles, like the only way to end this war is inside that tower." Iorium continues, "So I'll keep going in there to maintain my resolve." She pauses and expresses her desire for his support. "Can I rely on someone as strong-willed as you?" Minwoo's eyes widen in surprise at her declaration. Iorium smiles with a blush. The atmosphere becomes romantic between the two who share similar feelings. Minwoo agrees with her. Of course, it's okay." A phone rings, breaking the romantic mood. Minwoo is angry, wondering who ruined this moment. Who? Who could it be? Lee Duriem remains silent too. He's furious. At such an important time, it turns out Seongun was the one blocking their way. He waves and greets. "Sorry for calling you at this hour. Foamid Hunter, You should come here quickly. Minwoo approaches Seong-eun with a murderous look. Seong-eun is confused. Why do you look so scary? Minwoo grumbles, I'm busy. This deserves to be something worth it. Seong-eun directly asks for help. We need your help. Foamid Hunter. You ask in return. Help. What do you guys need me to help with? Seong-eun whispers into Minwoo's ear. Minwoo is surprised by Seong-eun's words. We found a survivor from the hands of the spirit sorcerer. Turning to Irium, he asks her to wait for a moment. Can you wait for me for a bit? I'll be in there for a minute and come out. Irium agrees. Okay. Minwoo follows Seong-eun inside. They discuss the situation. We found a survivor, but not even one corpse has been found yet. Seong-eun responds, fortunately, we found both a survivor and a corpse. I want you to meet this witness. Minwoo questions the survivor. Why? Seong-eun explains, you're the only one who has ever fought against the spirit sorcerer's minions. We think if you meet the survivor, you might give us some clues. Minwoo wonders, do we have to meet him? The survivor, does he know what the spirit sorcerer looks like? Seong-eun clarifies further, yeah, the minions made them forget both his face and name. Line 60 is reached. It'll probably take a lot of time. It's truly miraculous that he could survive in such dire straits. Seong-eun just sighed helplessly. So today's meeting won't be productive at all. Minwoo asked about something again. Oh, you mentioned earlier that everyone found a survivor and a corpse simultaneously. Seong-eun explained the situation. Yes, exactly. The hunter found another hunter who was killed by the spirit killer and reported it to everyone. That's strange, right? We've never discovered any corpses or traces before. Seong-eun continued explaining possible scenarios. There are 3 reasonable explanations. One is that something happened to the spirit killer, causing him to stop. The second is that there was an issue with the item used to handle the body. And the third is that Seong-eun pointed out a third scenario. Both the first and second scenarios occurred simultaneously, so they couldn't process the body. Minwoo questioned the second scenario. I understand what you said, but what's the second scenario? What item are you talking about? Seong-eun brought up an earlier hunter. Do you remember your guide, Hunter Kwasser? The image of Kwasser flashed before his death by the spirit killer. Kwasser was killed in front of me and Kang Tae-yong, the deputy manager. Seong-eun continued. Those lackeys didn't leave any traces when they cremated Kwasser's body. Did they? No. There are still some parts of his body left. Minwoo raised a question about the second scenario. Minwoo was surprised by Seong-eun's response. If that's the case, the spirit killer would have been caught long ago. Seong-eun answered his doubt. After all, are we inside the tower or a dungeon? Seong-eun clarified further. Do you think we only catch criminals during blue moons? If it wasn't fire or magic, there would definitely be traces left. If there were any traces, no matter how small or vague, we would definitely find them. In that case, we might catch a whole truckload of hunters. Minwoo asked about the solution. So Seong-eun thinks they must have something to clean up the corpse traces. They probably used an item that the awakened ones could easily obtain. Minwoo is surprised by Seong-eun's mention of a complete trace cleaning item. We think this item can completely clear all traces. You're skeptical. Why? Seong-eun explained the reason for TIANG's absence. That's why Manager King is absent too. If they bought it through regular channels, purchase history would be recorded. So now, Manager King is assisting in searching through the purchase history. Minwoo listened silently as Seong-eun spoke. Honestly, I don't expect much. Even if they're unregistered hunters, they might still buy items illegally. Anyway, suddenly, Seong-eun changed the topic and playfully covered his mouth to tease Minwoo. The girl who came with you earlier was a river hunter, right? Are you dating her? Minwoo grumpily replied, leave me alone. Suddenly, Seong-eun addressed him. I'm not joking. As Seong-eun turned to leave, he reminded Minwoo, There's a saying, love is blind. Se-ongan advised him, you're becoming more human every day. This isn't bad, but it's better to clarify everything first. Minwoo listens silently as Se-ongan reminds him of his true nature. Never forget your beastly instincts inside you. Minwoo's face sinks. A human heart is very fragile, so when they have to draw their swords and fight, sometimes the blade loses its edge. Remember that. The next morning, Uriam stands alone in a high-collar coat with a full face mask on. She glances up as she hears a sound. It's Minwoo calling her. Uriam looks down and doesn't answer the call. Sorry, Minwoo. Now, a short-haired man approaches to call her over. Uriam, and that's Ji-hyun. They meet for lunch together. Ji-hyun and Uriam sit across from each other chatting. What occasion is this? She suddenly invites me to lunch like this. Uriam responds, I was just passing by and thought of you. I also want to thank you for your advice last time. Ji-hyun replies, don't worry about it. She asks Uriam, so how's Chamin? Uriam hesitates to answer. Oh, we went out together. Jiyeon expresses her joy and congratulates her. Oh, really? Congratulations! Uriam responds. Thanks. Uriam invites Jiyeon to lunch. Alright, just order whatever you want. I'll treat you today. But Jiyeon declines. Last time it was my turn to treat you. This time it's mine. Jiyeon jokes. Honestly, this is the perfect timing for me to invite you. The captain is busy. I had lunch alone just now. She only smiles shyly. Uriam looks at Jiyeon as if probing something. With a relaxed mood, Jiyeon holds the menu. What should we order? Suddenly, the system announces flexible copying skill. Taking advantage of Jiyeon's distraction, Uriam's eyes emit purple light to activate the skill on her. The system sounds again like scanning an object. Target is a very kind person. Conditions for temporary copying have been met. The system displays a question. Do you want to apply this skill? Uriam apologizes in her mind. Sorry, Ji-hyun. Then she applies the skill. Now, Uriam is wearing an identical suit as those in the central area. The girls walking by don't notice the switch. Be careful. Uriam glides past casually. Yes, same for you. Uriam approaches successfully and enters the center. She presses the elevator to go up a floor. Uriam walks down the hallway. The system sounds. System synchronization in progress. System approved. She successfully uses Ji-hyun's identity. Deputy Manager Moon Ji-hyun, greetings. Please enter your desired floor number. Meanwhile, Minwoo appears elsewhere. Minwoo stands in front of a luxurious apartment building. Unbelievable! Do I really have to go all the way to her place just to meet her? Mong Lung thinks. Did I do something wrong? Or maybe. Minwoo recalls, could it be that he also has to pretend to be excited and knowledgeable like Na Uriam acting if there's no date when there isn't one? He thinks about Vargar, I didn't lie. Thinking of what he said, Na Uriam is the one ignoring me. Minwoo gets frustrated. He puts his phone to his face. Might as well. Who knows what's happening now? A car passes by and stops in front of Minwoo. A voice asks Minwoo, startling him, are you waiting for Uriam? Someone who looks like Uriam is inside the car. He wonders, could this be Na Uriam's uncle, the person I met before? Uncle Uriam's voice comes from inside the car. He didn't listen to what we said. We told you not to meet Uriam anymore. But Minwoo argues back, Na Uriam isn't a child. Aren't you protecting her too much? Uncle Uriam repeats his earlier statement, protecting too much. Does it look like I'm protecting the baby too much? He gave a sharp glance at him with a warning. If you keep meeting Uriam, you'll regret it. He responded in confusion. And Minwoo remained silent, equally confused. If you don't want to die, better not meet her again. With that, he abruptly ended the conversation. The car left Minwoo's sight, leaving him with many unanswered questions. In another place, grayness enveloped everything. Uriam was walking alone. She pondered about those eyes. Those eyes, without a doubt, were exactly like the ones that killed her mother. She thought deeply, not knowing why he had such eyes, but she was certain he was connected to her mother's death. Urium was overwhelmed with questions in his mind. Why would someone like him be at the center of the Hunter Academy? Could the person behind those eyes be here? I've only heard rumors about this place. They say there's a government organization responsible for investigating and eliminating rogue hunters. Of course, no one has actually seen them. Urium clenched his hand if they had any reason to pursue and protect the person with those eyes. Urium showed clear determination on his face. I must do this. As he walked, he looked around, trying to find him. If he has those eyes, he must know where they came from. But where is he? I've searched everywhere but found no trace of him. She stumbled and wondered why there was a door here in front of her. Urium reached out his hand. Could she have pressed it, causing the door to open? She touched the door and an image of Shadow appeared, sitting shivering on a bed. Hearing the noise, he turned around. Sato recognized her. Who is that? Oh, I've met you before. The teddy bear I gave to him. Iorium asked anxiously about why his face looked like this. She urgently asked him, are those strange eyes on your face because someone did that to you? Do you know who it was? Shadow answered, sorry, I told manager Ma Seong-un about it. I can't remember anything else. Suddenly, the eyes made some faint noises. My head hurts. I'm hungry. Iorium spoke loudly in a panic. Please, I need more information about him. Shadow rubbed his head and apologized. Sorry, I'm useless. With the eyes mumbling, Mom, oh Mom. Urium grabbed Shadow's shoulder, facing him closely. I need to find him and kill him. Suddenly, Shadow lost consciousness. His eyes turned white. Part of an eye protruded from half his face. One eye looked at Urium and said, Mom, die. Urium was terrified by the eye. Suddenly, she fell back in fear. The other eye continued to protrude higher, showing teeth and kept saying, no, Mom can't die. Don't die, please. Urium fell to her knees in shock. Die! She was stunned and couldn't react. A hand stopped the eye from reaching Urium. A voice echoed, VIP Hunter. Manager arrived just in time to stop it. Turning to Urium, he asked, what are you doing here? That night, Minyu rushed in. He looked in one direction. Manager and Urium stood at a corner of the center. Minyu called out her name, Na Urium. The city lights turn on in the night. Minwoo looks at a text message Seong-nun sent him not long ago. Minwoo, your girlfriend is here. Let's go pick her up. Minwoo turns to look at her. A person sits on the couch. Iorium stares blankly. She sinks her face into her hands in silence. Cut back to Minwoo and Seong-un's conversation. Na Iorium. By the way, Reaper, does she know about the spirit seer? Seong-un replies that she doesn't understand everything. She only knows about those eyes. Seong-un continues to tell Minwoo. During the prison explosion, Reaper's mother was killed by someone with those eyes. It seems like it was the spirit seer. The image of Shadow lying on the bed unconscious appears from then on. Seong-un continues to gather more information about the culprit. She quietly broke into here and stimulated Shadow, making him go berserk. Now he's unconscious, but Minwoo hesitates as he recalls Seong-un's story. He asks Iorium why she didn't tell him. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Minwoo questions Iorium. That's why you didn't answer my calls, right? What were you thinking? A tear falls. Iorium's tears run down her face. Minwoo is surprised to see her crying. He sighs and acts like nothing happened. Minwoo gently tells Iorium, I'll take you home. We can sit on the rooftop of this building. Tai-Ing appears, looking extremely tired and frenzied. Seong-un recounts the incident to Tai-Ing. She was busy searching through some transaction data at the time. Tai-Ing thinks it might be good if Sun Reaper knew something about the Spirit Seer. Seong-un replies that she has no useful information, just focusing on reporting the incident. Seong-un wonders how much he must have been scared to suddenly go berserk and attack Sun Reaper. Suddenly, Seong-un falls silent, making Tiang look at her curiously. T.I. asks, what's wrong? Seong-un feels something. Just wait, there's something. And Scar had a bad feeling. Something always makes me worried. Meanwhile, in an upscale neighborhood, Minyu looks up and asks Iorium, aren't we going to your house? Where are we now? She replies, this is where she usually hides. Minwoo brings Iorium home and turns away. Alright, go inside and rest. Suddenly, Iorium calls him back, Father Minwoo. Urium asks, do you want to come in? The house is dark, then the lights turn on. Minwoo follows her into the house. Minwoo looks around. Urium invites him, come in and have some tea. A cup of tea is prepared. Minwoo and Urium sit on the floor next to the bed, chatting. You told me this before. Do you remember? My dream was to become a famous archaeologist when I was young, before becoming a hunter. Minwoo listens silently as she explains that her real reason for going into the prison was because maybe she could do something to prevent it. Another prison explosion. Since she wasn't a skilled hunter, she thought if she could find a way to help humans and beasts coexist peacefully, not fighting anymore, that would be enough. Iorium seems emotional, but perhaps this is just a way for her to forget the reality. The truth is, her mother was killed by someone with those eyes during that prison explosion. Iorium continued confiding in him. All the things she tried so hard to forget came rushing back when she saw those eyes. She wanted revenge on the eyes that killed her mother. Iorium lowered her head onto his knee, disappointedly saying, so I did a few things I shouldn't have done. She also knew those actions were foolish. Minwoo suddenly said, these aren't fitting for you at all. He said, getting stuck in the past, crying and seeking revenge. Minwoo repeated, these don't suit you at all. Irium was surprised by Minwoo's next words. He would take her revenge. Irium blushed a bit moved by his encouragement, so she'll just keep doing what she's been doing until now. In the quiet night, only their voices were heard as they confided in each other. Minwoo listened to her while looking at her. Do you remember what you said before about love and destiny? Iorium suddenly leaned closer, pressing her hand against his cheek, softly saying, I want to check. The room became silent as she pressed her hand close to his face. Minwoo was surprised by the kiss Iorium gave him. Iorium gently pulled away to see his reaction. Emotion surged. Minwoo's hand grabbed hers, and both moved closer again. Minwoo embraced her, sharing a love that drew them together. This night was romantic from their room. The next day began with a voice. Is King Taeil here? He's in the meeting room. Ji-hyun stood there looking apologetic. Taeil sat working and looked indifferent at her. He ignored her greeting. Hello, Ms. Moon Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun hesitated to respond. Hi, are you busy? TT. Young got straight to the point. What brings you here today? Ji-hyun apologized. I heard about the Sun Reaper incident. Everyone says it's my fault. Yang typed on his keyboard, replying, oh, that thing. It was the Sun Reaper's own decision. It wasn't your fault, Ms. Moon. Jean continued to take responsibility. But if I could have been more careful, she pursed her lips. Jean pulled out a chair and discussed with Taeyang about handling the situation. I'm here to help as well. Are you looking for an item that can handle all of this? Taeyang agreed to let Jean assist. Sure, thank you. We need to determine if there's any item related to the trade deals the hunters have. But who told you about this? Jian honestly replied. Master Ma told me. T.I.ing indifferent said, the central system has approved my participation in this information trading program. Let's work hard to find it together. T.I.ing asked again, is it okay for you to help me? Our team leader doesn't get along well. Ji-hyun confirmed that it was fine because our team leader is on a business trip abroad now, so no problem. Meanwhile, in another part of the center, employees were chatting with each other. In their room, Seong-eun sat beside the Sato wall to watch over him. Seong-eun felt uneasy and thought, why do I feel restless as if I've forgotten something? A sound emitted, huh, said Seong-eun. Sato Hunter, are you awake now? Asked. It's me. What happened? Sato sat up. What's wrong with that girl? Mr. Enskar checked on him to see what happened. Do you remember anything? Sato sadly said. Just vague memories. I think I attacked her. Mr. Un sat beside his legs. There's nothing to worry about. Don't be so worried. Sato was a bit anxious at what Mr. Un said. Can you walk now? In the therapy room, someone greeted. Hello, brother Seohim. Jun Seong held an information card and asked Han about Sato's health condition. How are you today? Feeling better? Sato stood opposite her. Yes, hello. Doctor? Jun Seong asked. How was your headache from the other day? Sato replied, I feel better now. She continued, that's good. Let's start the therapy now. Lie down here. While Sato lay on the chair, Seong-eun looked at Il-seep. She said in a troubled tone, what? Seong-eun wanted to add something. Today we'll work on memory recovery. Some stimulation therapies might help. Before she could finish, Il-sun hit her with the information card and firmly refused. I said no. Using these stimulations can be dangerous. I told you already. Jun Seong continued explaining. Could it be related to the Reaper Hunter? I heard she snuck in here. Even though you're eager, using stimulation therapies could endanger the patient. If you insist on doing this, I can't help you. Alright. Yi-eun guided Sato. Now close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Seong-eun suddenly mentioned Min-woo and Irium. It seems there's something between the Reaper Hunter and Fomet. Jun Seong casually said, oh really? They seem to have resolved all misunderstandings. Seong-eun asked curiously, what misunderstandings? But Jun Seong slyly replied, you don't need to know that. Meanwhile, Sato closed his eyes following her instructions. Sato opened his eyes slightly and still heard the conversation between Seong-eun and Yu Seong. They must have reached a point where they resolved their issues. While all this is happening, there's an old man who's still single. Jun Se-hong was annoyed. Hey, what's that? Are you talking to me? Your eyes are getting blurry. You can only hear faint sounds now. Is anyone else coming in? At least I got married once. Unlike you, shudder. The argument between Seong-eun and Jun Seong, it'd still be heard outside. There's nothing to boast about with that. Shut up. Suddenly, Sato's focus was on a spider. Sato widened his eyes. He whispered softly, Spider. A voice asked, are you angry? Turning back to the Aang side, Ji-hyun repeated the question. Huh? Say it again. The Hunter Reaper, that guy. She used you to get in here. Ji-hyun replied, at first I was quite surprised, but then I understood why she did it. Tang asked, do you understand? The image of the Holy Tower appeared as Ji-hyun recounted. From a previous support mission, I climbed the Holy Tower with the Hunters Fomet and Reaper. One level simulated an underground explosion. Ji-hyun recalled Iorian's struggle, loneliness, hugging her own knees. It seemed that past psychological traumas had caused her a lot of suffering then. Ji-hyun empathized with Iorian and recounted how someone used the simulated underground explosion to kill her mother. If there were any clues to find the culprit, I would act just like her. Young responded, I understand. Reminding me now, the Reaper Hunter once defeated the entire Holy Tower. Ji-hyun repeated, yes, according to the Reaper Hunter, Fomet and Griffin were about to defeat the boss. She just accidentally killed it with an item. Yang sat silently listening, suddenly looking up because he didn't hear her anymore. Ji-hyun immediately interrupted. Tang found this strange and asked, Ms. Mun, why aren't you speaking? In the therapy room, En's car and Jun's car turned to look at the source of the scream. Both cars spoke loudly. Hunter Sato, Zio Huimin. Sato was collapsing on the ground, holding his thick head. En's car approached worriedly asking, what happened? Why are you shaking and mumbling? Danger! Too dangerous! En's car and Jun's car were surprised by his words. The girl. The silhouette of a girl appeared with an ominous aura. That girl. Shadow shook and said it will become dangerous. The image of that girl became clearer. Wool's car asked again, who is going to be in danger? Shadow continued talking to himself. If it's that girl, then definitely. Shadow suddenly became scared and gulped. The ominous aura around Irium appeared. Wolfscar asked further, do you mean the Reaper Hunter is in danger? Shadow became silent, then looked at Wolfscar. Sato was dazed and said, no, I meant that girl is very dangerous. At the same time on the T.I.Ang side, he also knew this. So what did you say? The person who owns the mysterious cubic block can erase all life. And Scar heard the answer too. The ghost, The necromancer everyone is searching for is. Under the bright moonlight, blood splattered, dark aura, blood trickled from his mouth. Eyes appeared, phlogiston, and surrounded his midsection. Irium officially unveiled the plot with a violet gaze and sly smile. All the searches for so long have finally resulted in something. That is the Hunter Reaper. Outside the high-rise building, voices of conversation could be heard. "No, I just arrived." The girl and guy were chatting happily as they walked. "Are you hungry? What do you want today?" Suddenly her eyes caught something. She hugged his arm tightly, looking towards someone on the other side. It was those terrifying eyes coming out from inside him. His eyes widened in confusion. "What's this? When did this start appearing in your body?" Her hand stroked his face gently. "Who wants to know?" She bent down and hugged his head. "Kiss me." His eyes widened. Sweat dripped from his face. The full moon tonight is big and round. The sky is clear blue. Their silhouettes under the night sky. A full moon. He leaned back on a chair while she stood there, looking at the building. Above them was the bright moonlight, creating an extremely romantic scene. Her hair swayed in the wind, strand by strand. Her lips touched his. She pulled away and those eyes appeared from his mouth, the ones she just swallowed earlier. She pushed him away with a creepy smile. She stood up, fixed her hair, smiled down at him. "Do you understand now?" He fell to the ground, looking uncomfortable at her. "Who are you?" She reached up and brushed her long hair. "What did you say? Don't you know who I am anymore?" Fomet! More eyes appeared on her. "I'm GAP." He lay motionless on the ground, while she stood proudly, continuing to talk to him. "You were playing love games with EL. ZM had fun? Usually I don't touch anything, but now I'm bored of it. You witnessed the shocking scene from behind. Police! We need to report this." Fanny held her phone, looking worried. "I need to call the police right away." "Fomet, do you know?" A black cat wrapped around his legs. "You must save the best for last. The better it is eaten, the more delicious it becomes." More cats appeared. This is why everything happened. They approached him. Fomet! The scent of a person. Everyone gathered around as the cats surrounded him. "It will be very delicious." She clapped her hands behind her back. Her head tilted back, revealing sparkling eyes with a smile. Her eyes sparkled and she shouted loudly. The cat's eyes lit up as they confidently approached. They turned into terrifying monsters, showing their teeth and warning to eat up. He was terrified by the monster, clenching his teeth without saying a word. They merged into a giant multi-eyed creature. He stood there in shock, staring at it. His head lifted to follow its enormous eyes. "What's going on?" She turned her back. Her face hidden under long hair only revealed a hint of a smile. Behind them, the multi-eyed monster was attacking everyone. She anticipated the situation, raising her hand to cover her mouth as she giggled. Her laughter grew louder, her eyes gleaming with joy, one foot pressed on the Fomet's neck. Below the building, her foot still pinned him down while she raised her hand and said, "Time for our meal now, right?" Her hand clenched tightly, the person turning blue as they fought against the Fomets. The tall buildings were in darkness. In the therapy room, a voice asked, "What did you just say?" Sarun's head was in pain. "Really? Hunter by the river." Sarun hugged his precious companion. Sadhu covered his face with his hand. "Yes, that's right. I remember everything now. The monster has caused me this much trouble." In the blood-drenched cellar, Sadhu's face showed terrifying eyes. "Everything started from when we were in the dungeon. I'm just a new hunter." He leaned against his hip, wiping sweat off his face. "A newbie?" The beautiful girl approached him and greeted him. Her violet eyes sparkled on her elegant face, drawing attention. He looked at her doubtfully. "I hired you, and I'm starting to like it." They hugged each other, exchanging a passionate kiss. They kissed passionately, something passing between them. "I didn't know either. That kiss dragged me into hell." He held his head in pain as his body was controlled after escaping Ada and hiding. "But my body had already been swallowed by Sadhu's essence. Who would have thought Ada would find where I hid?" Sarun bent over, showing him the person. It was that strange feeling when Sadhu's essence and Shadow Hunter became furious and attacked. She sidestepped while he ran towards them. That attack wasn't aimed at GAP Hunter. Sarun clenched his fists, glaring at himself. He froze. GAP. I understand now. Shadow Hunter. Focus on healing. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She shouted, looking up at the B-un. Wait. This means patient 302 is in danger. I know! The GAP Hunter was tricked too. Contact! One side of his face was Sedu's cloud. His face became lifeless. Terra and B-un had painful expressions. Sedu's human form glared fiercely. A crack appeared. How dare you betray me? Your mother, huh? His head was covered by Sedu's essence. It was angry. Die! Its eyes were sharp, surrounding everything. Please save me. N's eyes widened in horror. Captain! Demon! Tiga followed with his hands outstretched, mouth agape. No! Hold on! A classic scene just passed by. His head was swallowed almost completely. You fell to the ground, in front of Un and Tiga's witness, her face pale with disbelief and Scar in the distance. He only had a body without a head left. Both of them tightly held hands, standing like statues, turning away from the desperate plea of him. N's blood-stained face trembled. How could she be so cruel? He sighed and removed his glasses. Blood-soaked hand holding the glasses. After killing a hunter too carelessly, now she killed Sato Hunter in front of me again. He gritted his teeth painfully, face showing both anger and sorrow. Gap Hunter. In the darkness, his muscular body glowed, and closed eyes on his pale face, then opened slightly in a daze. What's going on? To call out to the patient, he was found at the square. His body also has the essence of the demon spirit. Patient 302, can you hear me? The lights in the ceiling are those from the hospital room. Flickering lights in Tija and the nurse's worried gaze for his condition, thanking heaven. The essence of the demon spirit hasn't fully taken over his body yet. But what should we do now? Many internal organs in his body were swallowed almost completely. Tija and the girl continued their discussion. The process of the demon spirit invading patient Seal Hyunmin's body was too long, so we can't save him. But patient 300 still has hope. Don't tell me you're preparing to use that power. He shone the light on the door frame. She put on surgical clothes and raised her dirty hands. Patient 302. We've removed the internal organs swallowed by the demon essence. Now we'll create new organs for him. Hand outstretched towards him. Don't worry, you'll be fine soon. Flickering lights on the ceiling. This is the current health report. 15 people dead, 2 severely injured. Still that light. A hunter attacked civilians. Oh my god, how's Gap Hunter Chairman Wu now? We're hunting the multi. Sang continued shining on the door frame. How is Chairman Wu doing? His strong body appeared. Face regained vitality. The doctor said the treatment was going very smoothly. Recovery will depend on his determination. His eyes opened slightly. Chairman Wu, he sat facing away in the darkness. He tilted his head back, looking at something. The profile of his seated figure revealed a perfect face. His body bent as he walked, showing well-defined six-pack abs and a charming expression. He called out softly, "Na il riem," her feet following behind his. He listened to Ripper's laughter, seeming very familiar with the tower. I guess you used to hide in here before, but not anymore, right? She ran a hand through her hair, noticing him. It was the first time she saw him since the Labyrinth Tower. She tilted her head and took off her glasses, smiling at him. Do you remember me? I'm GAP here. He glared at her with a malicious look. She folded her hands and continued speaking excitedly. There's no information at all, just some clues to investigate. That's quite interesting. She crossed her arms, pouting in frustration. But when we're out like this, call me by my name. Don't use the secret name anymore. Nailrium. She turned to look at him again. Have a good sleep. Her long, slender hands covered her mouth in a smile. It's so funny, isn't it? A top 3 hunter of the guild, yet no name. She wore a cute hair clip. Even a minor injury could have significant effects. She raised her hand to her mouth and kept talking. No, I can't imagine kissing Charmin you. She tied back her hair, standing aside. How about going to the theater? I got some good seats. She hugged a stuffed animal, thinking she could lean on his strong will. She became serious. I want to confirm something. Once more, she said seriously, Fomit, calling him by name, Traminu. You're facing different versions of her. The calls and invitations. Fomit, Traminu. His head hit the ground. Fomit, Traminu. He collapsed completely. Come on, Fomit, Traminu. He screamed. Come on. In this vast empty space alone. Get out of here. He bowed his head. His eyes glinted with danger. Fool! A savage beast rose within him. Enjoy this freedom to the fullest, huh? You'll soon lose your willpower. I've never caused such a mess before. He turned and asked, so what should I do now? The beast in him narrowed its eyes. Why are you asking me? You know that already. The beast pointed at him. I climbed the tower myself. I killed countless enemies. Every time I swung my sword, I had no fear. A heart of steel. That doesn't suit me. His eyes turned blood red. Violence. Violent as your hatred from this betrayal. His eyes are somber like how we died, those enemies who blocked our path. He lies on a hospital bed wearing an oxygen mask. That's my format. Suddenly, his ring finger twitched. On the floor, excluding the intensity of violence. Second time awake, eyes open, I will kill them. The lights come on in the hallway. A child's footsteps echo in the quiet hallway. Minsu opens the door. The boy looks intently. Seeing him trying to remove the robes around his body, he quickly speaks up. Don't take them off. He turns and sees the boy. They stand facing each other in the room. What happened? You know, that Sanjayapur hunter lost his mind and attacked people. While you were at death's door, your loyal companion appeared and saved you. It seems the spirit has completely left your body. He grabs the necklace and pulls hard. You've been unconscious for quite some time. Both turn their backs on each other. Are you going somewhere? He tilts his head. If anyone saw you, they'd think you're a madman escaping from an asylum. Minsu looks at him and says, that's why I brought clothes here. The conversation echoes in the room. Go change. His feet step on the hallway floor as he bends to walk. He looks up. Where are you going? Xiong unfolds his arms and reminds him, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. His face is scarred. The Foamit Hunter, I suspected it, right? The Gap Hunter is a spirit cleanser. Minwoo stands watching Xiong unleaning against the wall. Why do you think that? I heard from Munji Hyan, the hunter who entered the Holy Tower with you. A nameless cube, a legendary auction item. His eyes seem lost in thought. It's used to clean up corpses. You must know that already. Xiong unrests his hand on his hip and blinks. Well, what good does this interrogation do? His eyes are hidden behind glasses. Minwoo glances at him. The Gap Hunter's uncle, the Hotel Hesiona director, committed suicide. He sits in a luxurious car. Him, right? To protect it, I look like that, don't I? He smirks. You'll regret meeting El Riem. Better stop if you don't want to die. His eyes become sharp. Xiong looks at him in confusion. He knows the true identity of his granddaughter. We found evidence that he covered up the Gap Hunter's crimes from our investigation. The two scarred men look at each other in the room. The girl, scared, covers her face with her hands. He sits silently on a chair, wounded. Minwoo and Seongan continue their conversation. He leans away. Seongan watches his figure leave. His shadow echoes as he speaks again. Can you handle the Gap Hunter when your mental and physical state is not stable? Seongan frowns and says, if not, let me do it. The night echoes with curses, hands over mouths. He walks resolutely, ignoring the buzzing behind him. I'll do it myself. At the side of George Ford's tall buildings, people chatter and laugh. Two young folks are chatting on a bumpy road. You laugh and joke, very funny, right? Ha ha! The girl responds with a smile. Why is that? He stands in the crowd under the streetlight. His eyes lock onto his target. The road is empty. His hands grip a piece of paper. Hello! Two beautiful girls approach him. 3 Holgam Cafe just opened today. We'll give you one for free. The short-haired girl with big eyes speaks up. Free drinks. His face turns red, glowing brightly. She appears like a goddess walking towards him. Her sparkling eyes look at him. It's been a long time. The world seems to only have him and her standing there. She steps opposite him. We just met again, right? He looks at her. You look so tired. Why? They face each other. He intently stares at her. Her eyes look down, avoiding his gaze, and his body has noticed. He tilts his head in thought. It's hard to get here, so I'm a bit unstable. She thinks too, it will take some time for me to recover my data. Her hand extends. This is our last conversation until I fully recover. She bows and touches his chest where her hand touched, giving him the final gift. He looks down at his chest where her hand touched, emitting a light. This is the power he will receive in the future. Use it only once when you face difficulties and lose your fighting spirit. Determination glows in her eyes as she thinks deeply. Her hand presses against his chest, radiating energy. May humanity love you, not that hollow love for an ordinary human. Those emotions might affect you. She stands before him, choking back tears. Please take care until we meet again, Foment. She gently touches her soft hand. Promise me, Foment. He clasps her wrist tightly. He pulls her closer to him. His eyes look at her. What do you want? You always speak in riddles. What do you want me to do? Her eyes fill with tears. I want him to die. His face goes blank. Oh, she raises her hand. She opens her mouth and calls out, Fa! Her eyes become lifeless. Her mouth mumbles his name. Met! Suddenly, she falls before him. Foment tilts his head. It's a person. A slender figure appears behind her. Her eyes glance up. In the darkness, he contemplates as Yule makes her fall. We wonder what she's planning, but she kept this from me. Yule looks stern and questions her, asking why she did that. She lies down with a pale face. She always stood up for me. Yule's sharp fingers lift up. Yule stands watching her shiver on the ground. No matter what, only I benefit from this. Ah, you look puzzled at them. Yule stands tall with his hair flowing. She glances at him. Who is it? I've never met someone like you before. His eyes light up. Yule transforms and spreads his large wings. Her face shows a fierce look, making me feel weak. The door closes. She disappears, leaving only him and scattered feathers here. We'll meet again. Street met. Only he is calling out to her amidst the crowd, a boy and girl on the street. Behind them are buildings. He calls her name in the midst of the bustling people. Da! Suddenly, someone touches his shoulder. It's Traminu, the motorcycle rider. He says with narrowed eyes, I don't know where she is, but I'll take you there. A dense forest with dim street lights. A car passes by. Inside the car, drives seriously, while he sits and watches outside intently. I will kill her. He walks down the hallway in silence. The car stops as calls him. You're going to find the GAPU hunter. He looks back. We tried but couldn't. Seonan suddenly worries, his palm revealing Satlin's essence. Why did you hide that part of your body? He stares at his hand in surprise, realizing we won't be able to find her if he does this. It will only tell me where she is, instinct or like a mother animal searching for its child. The car drives through the forest. Continues talking with him. Thinking about it, I think I know how the Sadu hunter managed to escape then. He kneels before the Setlin. By instinct, he tried to find the GAPU hunter. That explains his headache. Minyu raises his hand. The closer you get to the soul reader, the more it hurts. Right. Sadu's hunter is suffering from a headache. You're in pain too. He looks up at the sky. Like that. His cold eyes, piecing together each piece, makes everything more terrifying. Both of them stand under the dark forest, facing tall trees. We've arrived. Looks confused and says, I'll handle it myself. He tilts his head. Just leave it to me if you can't. Street Met Hunter is always ready. Why are you doing this? Gestures with an empty hand, saying, I'm just worried about the person who will make my dream come true. He smiles. He points to the forest and explains, somehow everyone expects me to fulfill their wishes. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. The dense trees cover the path. Minwoo walks alone. His body is firm, his eyes glowing red. He turns around and rushes forward, the night sky with a few small clouds. Minwoo descends from above, a loud explosion echoes in the mountains. He lands safely on the ground, dust flying everywhere. Minwoo looked up. Here I am. No wonder I felt like I was waiting for something. In front of the castle, her elegant figure approached to greet him. She modestly clasped her hands behind her back and greeted him again. This is where I awakened. Under his cold gaze, he knew that Fomet, a giant spider, had appeared. Some spiders would sacrifice their bodies to feed their offspring. She raised her hand to her chest, her eyes shining as she recounted, that spider was my mother, Alrayam's mother, and she was my first meal. A sudden slash came without warning. Reaper's eyes glowed purple. With a bit more caution from Formed, Athen could have killed her. She glanced at the place where she had just taken a moment of surprise. Then Formed lunged to attack with flames of hatred in his eyes. This time, Reaper managed to regain his composure and dodge. He delivered another blow. The killing blows doubled in force. Just then, Formed looked up. He immediately saw the sword on her hand being wrapped by thin purple threads. By inertia, he was pulled closer to her and turned his body towards the Ripper, who was calling for wind. At that moment, both of them were suspended in midair, holding tightly onto the sword with the threads. He stood before her. Their faces were close, seeing Ripper's excitement as Fomet hated Frost Crystal for him and leaped into battle. The strong wind she commanded brought sharp stone fragments embedded with crystalline light to his back. As they gathered, a fierce explosion erupted, obscuring their figures. With her left arm hidden in the wind, Ripper secretly glanced at the opposite side. In an instant, she revealed a sinister smile. Instead of seeing the shattered remains, before her stood Fomet standing solemnly with red chains protecting himself. He was indeed very strong. She couldn't help but admire him. Her hand revealed who had commanded those chains, accompanied by a sharp glare at Ripper. At that moment, the chains fiercely flew towards her opposite side. Despite their thinness, they didn't easily give up. They clashed with each other, blending into the chaotic air and the deafening sound. Suddenly, Ripper couldn't help but laugh loudly. Unlike Fomet, who now only wanted to immerse himself in her fresh blood, still waiting for that moment without time for words, suddenly he leaped towards her, pulling the red chain tightly around his body. Ripper noticed when the chain connected with a sharp axe hurtling towards her. She commanded the threads, causing the axe to halt its movement. Following that, with red light in the opposite direction, she quickly glanced over. With eyes glowing brightly, they helped her dodge another axe. But when it was only a few fingers' length away from Ripper, she realized what was coming. Another explosion echoed as this time. She was the one who bore the brunt of it, the smoke rising high into the air. On the usually quiet land, Vermeter's landed with two sharp whistles, holding the chainsaw blades tightly in his hands, looking up towards a distant point. Ripper looked similar to him, able to withstand such a large explosion and land softly with two soft thuds. Unfortunately, this white ghost had already left a bloodstain. She quietly reached out her hand to examine it. Her lips curved into a smile. Reaching the bottom of their rivalry, Ripper filled the space with loud laughter. Formed only stared as her laughter echoed from her throat. Satisfied after some time, she narrowed her lips and said, "Alrayam's sister is really pitiful." She placed a hand on her heart, revealing her sincerity in helping Alrayam. She looked up, looking at Fomet, who had remained indifferent until now, the one trying to kill her. Yes, that look, filled with both love and hatred. As the void appeared behind Reaper, she asked Fomet, "Do you know what tastes best in this world?" "It's human flesh." For Alrayam, the tastiest human flesh is from those who looked at her with affection. "And you, Fomet?" she questioned, "Is your flesh as tasty as my mother's?" She was the first person to taste human flesh. Her face became more grotesque as her veins bulged and took over her body. "Show me, Fomet, all of your strength. Strain yourself." After Reaper's words, the tentacle ran towards Fomet while he widened his eyes due to the misunderstanding. He scolded himself. "Why? Did I resist? You jumped up to dodge that unexpected attack. You gripped the chain-linked flags tightly as your mind raced with questions. Well, your mind kept telling you, those red chains, so many of them, they're drowning you in a sea of flames, both of you. With two shouts, Fomit said, let's kill her. The Blackheart hid within the reversed cage for so long. Yes, there was always a little Reaper curled up in the suffocating space of your mind. There, she whispered softly, and me, format. Rising slowly, she repeated it again, format. My feet wandered back to the source of a savage's origin. That day marked the beginning of everything. I was empty on the streets. I didn't know how many cars passed by me. A woman with purple hair said through her phone, "Ah, hi Director Kim, I heard you requested a leave." No big deal, but now I'm on vacation. Yes, I wanted to go on family vacation, but work kept me away. A hand appeared interrupting their conversation. Comment, Mom told you not to stick your hand out the window, right? It's very dangerous. Room replied nervously. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Mom. Her mother continued her phone call. Yes, I'm on vacation, but talking about the hotel breakfast made Room shiver with sweat. Mom scares me. Change lanes. At Ripper, or Room, sitting comfortably in the moving car, she pouted at the driver. Driver, have you seen my mom acting like a grandma? The driver replied, because your mom is just worried about you. Room extended her displeasure as the driver said, Room, fasten your seatbelt, making her even more upset. The car journey lasted for an unknown time. She sat quietly and followed instructions to fasten her seatbelt. She looked out the window momentarily. She thought, what a beautiful day today, while her mother said with some delay, thank you very much. It's nice having you drive me. The driver replied, no problem. I was planning to go home for vacation too. It's convenient that your destination isn't far from mine. Looking out the window, she noticed a tall building with an unusual structure. Must be a tower. As time passed until the moon appeared, casting a dark shadow over the city and the hotel, the driver said, well, have a safe and enjoyable vacation. Her mother replied, yes, you too. The driver nodded. They watched as the car disappeared from view. Her mother bent down to her level and said, let's go check in now. Inside the luxurious room, Mom, Room called. They say there are many historical sites here. They also say the royal tombs are well preserved. Tomorrow, I want to visit the museum, Mom. They mentioned that there are lots of ancient treasures and common tools too. Mom, can we go to the museum tomorrow? To her disappointment, when her mother played with a bottle of shower gel, it turned out the hotel used this product. It smells nice too. Should our hotel switch to using this product? She left Room lying on the bed helpless. Disappointed, she said, really, Mom, we're on vacation, not work. Her mother replied, I'm sorry, my daughter, it's just a habit. Sitting beside her, she asked, earlier you wanted to go somewhere. Right, the museum. You want to see those relics with your own eyes. They said there are lots of ancient treasures and common tools too. Her mother asked, do you like it that much? Hearing this, Room smiled brightly. Yes, Mom, it's so fun. I feel like I'm living in that era, like sitting on a time machine. Her mother smiled kindly, understanding her daughter's heart. Are you hungry? The shop owner gently sat beside her, loosening her grip to wait for her to take the package of cookies above. This is a new kind, so delicious. She still kept a kind smile on her face despite the dangerous situation. Iorium took it with a thank you. Thank you. Not far away, her mother anxiously observed the scene. Then she gently bowed to the shop owner. Thank you for saving us. He waved and smiled. It's nothing. As long as no one got hurt, that's good. She asked, is anyone injured here? He replied, not yet. Perhaps because you have to pass the building to get to this convenience store. Concerned, he advised her to stay here with her daughter. The monsters earlier were very sharp-eyed, but couldn't break or penetrate walls. They will still be wandering around here. Thank you for letting us stay here. How do you know so much? A young girl's voice echoed, calling out, Uncle! Seeing the young girl in green, he exclaimed, Oh, Zudong! The scene changed to a place where a young man was holding his stomach wound that had been bandaged. Zudong knelt beside him and worriedly asked, Zuming, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Her voice, though distant and painful, seemed like an echo to her. The shop owner suggested, What should we do now? He must go to the hospital right away. Someone explained, he's our employee's younger brother. Zuming, he was attacked by those monsters, which is why we know their nature. Looking at Sumin, Uriam said, as per the owner, I've given him first aid but his condition. Suddenly, they received a message warning them. They looked up to see it was an emergency disaster alert, so they should call for help. Cutting off Uriam's words, the screen displayed the message, Emergency disaster warning, monster invasion due to prison explosion. Everyone should stay indoors or go to rescue stations. Stay inside. Hunters are rescuing people. Don't lose hope. Prison explosion. People were panicking, so we have to wait for the hunters to arrive, right? On the other side, Uriam was shocked and worried after receiving the message. Where she asked, a Reaper's memory had always been different since that day. Prison explosion. What is this? Her soulless eyes looked at her past self from long ago. How scared she was on that doomsday year. A voice echoed, We tried to call for help, but no one answered. Probably the power will be cut off soon, so pay attention to food storage. When things outside get better, we'll go to the rescue station together. They discussed, of course, it's better if hunters find us. Yoryu's mother thanked from her heart with one hand on her chest. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you enough. Someone replied for both of them. We're all in tough times. Helping each other is what we should do. But I can't guarantee this place will still be safe. And there are injured people, so we can't just delay it. While everyone is still discussing, the boss lady gently responded to Uriam's gaze with a smile. Yes, I'll do everything possible to help everyone. Alright, let's take turns keeping watch. The story continues. Thanks to the kind shop owner we met, my mother and I stayed here. Right, we should encourage them. They are so kind. I'm still young, let uncle take it for now. But we can still contribute our share. I dream of becoming an archaeologist. That's amazing. Just do what you can. Stop for a moment when Iorium paused before the staff room door. She went inside and called out, Sister Zuyun, where the sister is diligently taking care of her younger brother. Iorium held a damp cloth in her hand. Here's the cold towel. Zhu Yung replied, Oh, thank you. We should give everyone strength. How isn't Su Min? He's still running a fever. Zhu Yung responded, probably due to the wound. She shared her concerns. You need continuous antifungal treatment. I'm not sure how deep the wound is, so I'm worried. Wish we had antibiotics. Uriam asked innocently. What's that? She got her answer from Zhu Deng. Oh, it's a kind of medicine that can prevent the spread of the infection to others. It not only helps you, but also cares for your wound afterward. Wow, you're so smart. Not really. I studied at that school. Iorium continued. Right, she said the shop owners told her she's a medical student who dreams of becoming a nurse. Zhu Yung nodded. Huh, wow, cool. They were silent for a moment, watching Su Min, who still didn't seem much better. Zhu Yung spoke up. I hope you get well soon, Su Min. Yes. Little Iorium noticed something. Oh, if I tell Dad, maybe he'll help too. She asked her father. The child replied, Yes. Mom said Dad isn't by my side, but is still very good to me and my little sister. Recalling her father, even sick, he played with her and made her laugh. So Dad is a very strong person. Here's the pretty daughter of your boss. Whenever I'm sad or hurt, I tell Dad. I thank Dad for always watching over me. And now, he'll watch over us too. Thinking that, I feel stronger. Su Deng listened quietly as Iorium spoke about her wonderful father. So strong and gentle, Iorium took Su Min's hand. Dad, can you see? She asked, Please help Su Min get better, Dad. Outside the staff room, the shop owner praised Urium to her mother. Urium is so obedient. The boss continued, She brought cold towels even though they didn't ask. Such a kind and thoughtful girl. Uriam's mother said, despite growing up without a father, she remains very lively. Uriam's mother said that she always told Uriam that his father was watching over him even though she was scared to say he was sick. It seemed it had become a driving force for Uriam. She smiled and promised Uriam's father, looking at Uriam, that she would live strong and happy like her child. The city continued to deteriorate, with monsters constantly searching for humans in the streets. Scouring through corners of the alleys, they could be seen from above by the sky. Days passed without rescue teams arriving. They couldn't reach the shelter and had no phone signal. Zhu Deng spoke up, "I've already posted a plea for help." The gloomy owner replied, "It seems we might not get rescued." Uriam quietly observed everything from afar. Mommy, Grandma, and Grandpa gave me this cookie." She handed the cookie to her mother. "Want to eat with Mom?" "Yes, Mom can have it too." Her mother combed her hair back, preparing to taste it. "Okay, let's try lotus root." Suddenly, they both fell into the sudden darkness. Lotus root revealed that there was no more power from the lamps. The electricity had been cut off. The night descended with a cold atmosphere. Uriam and her mother, wrapped in thin blankets, thought, "It's okay, everything will be fine. Her father is always watching over us." She frowned but tried to stay strong. Suddenly, the owner shouted, warning everyone to go outside. Zhu Deng was alarmed. What happened?" The owner also exclaimed, "Where are you going? It's dangerous. Hunters have arrived." Uriam quickly stood up at the news. The owner happily said to everyone, "There is a man behind us in a green coat. The hunters have come to save us." His indifferent or cautious demeanor was clear. Uriam's eyes widened with hope. He repeated two words on his small lips, "Hunter." With the same hopeful look as before, Reborn knew too well what had happened that day. "Hunters?" Disdainfully, he said, lying. "We encountered a very powerful monster." The hunter began to share his story. "Everyone who was with me died, but I luckily escaped and met our team leader." Everyone present listened attentively as the experienced hunter spoke. Pointing up at the sky, he promised, "I promise." He continued, "I will help everyone reach the shelter safely." Uriam looked behind everyone intently, staring at the hunter. She said that the hunter's appearance was like a ray of light in our tunnel. Uriam opened her mouth in amazement. Few expected to see such chaos and destruction, but the shelves were empty, broken packages of snacks and empty cans scattered on the cold, dark floor. Everyone present was worried. When the building collapsed, 2/3 of the usable food had been destroyed. Uriam heard what he said about being a hunter. She cursed. What kind of death is this? She listened to him say it was hard for him to find enough food. He's not exactly a good guy. As the faint light above the remaining food flickered, that was all that remained, even including the spoiled food. Uriam's mother pondered aloud and asked, "How should we divide it?" While everyone was worried, the hunter's hand divided the food. "We need to clearly allocate portions for each person and eat what is about to expire first." Zhu Deng was surprised when he picked a can of soda for her and quickly asked, "What are you doing?" "Hunter," he replied casually. "Didn't you say we should divide the food?" "I'm just taking my share." She almost shouted, "Without you, we still had hope of getting out. But if you take all the food, we're doomed." The hunter only laughed and said indifferently, "Fan Quan's throat lazily made a clear sound." He clapped his hands on his hips and mocked Zhu Deng arrogantly. "So you can't find your way out by yourself, right?" He then said there were still injured people here, so he was the only one with that capability. Before Zhu Deng could react, the shop owner stopped her with a firm decision. "All right, take what you want." With a grim expression, he had to make a difficult choice. "But uncle, you have to promise me." He continued that he would bring us to the refugee camp at all costs, in one corner of the ruined store. And Uriam was looking worriedly at the shop owner, who had bandaged her head and lay on a blanket, struggling for each breath. Uriam asked, "Andy, are you okay?" She remembered just moments ago when the shop owner pushed her away forcefully to save her from an approaching stone. That's why she got injured while saving her grandchild. The shop owner, drenched in sweat, comforted Uriam as she was about to cry. I'm fine, dear. Can you tell me what happened? She recounted, I had a son once, and he must have been around your age. Returning to the Untold Stories narrative, on their first day of refuge at this convenience store, the shop owner told Uriam that her son was named Yonhyan. She smiled sadly. He passed away early due to a chronic illness. Uriam remained silent, deeply affected by his loss, but they supported each other and lived together ever since. At the time, Uriam listened intently to the sad story, thinking, she's just like me and my mother. Back at the shop owner, who was exhausted on the floor, don't blame yourself. Protecting children is what grown-ups do. Uriam's eyes widened with tears in her corners. She urged, don't worry, we'll get to the refugee camp soon. Amidst the chaos of the store, the shop owner slumped into a cold corner as if collapsing. Zhu Dong beside Uriam's mother sighed sympathetically throughout this ordeal. Thankfully, the place hadn't collapsed completely yet. Suddenly, Uriam ran over and cried out, Mom. The shop owner was startled and looked towards her. Everyone gathered around as the shop owner slumped unconscious. She had fainted. The shop owner asked anxiously, Cher, do you know why? Zhu Dong, using her medical knowledge from university, speculated on the condition. I'm not sure, but it's likely due to head trauma. She continued, the wound isn't bleeding. If it's internal bleeding, that could be very serious. Hearing this, he frowned worriedly and couldn't say anything. Then, in a sudden decision, he stood up hastily and left in a hurry towards the opposite direction. Uncle! He called out to the hunter. Hunter! He pleaded with the hunter who was standing there, hands in his pockets. Please save my wife. She needs to be taken to the refugee camp for proper treatment. He said, there are too many monsters outside. Going alone might not be safe. Without finishing, he made a quick decision. So he decided, I'll go with you. Everyone and Zhu Dong were shouting worriedly. Uncle, what are you saying? Even the hunter is in danger there. Then what can an old man like me do? There's nothing left. Zhu Dong, don't you want your sister to be treated well too? Yes, I do. But, he continued, if we find a way out of here, then your brother will be saved. They argued for the first time, neither willing to back down, neither would give in an inch. This is too dangerous. What if someone gets injured? Uriam's mother frowned. She pondered deeply. Looking aside, she recalled her father Ioriam's promise from long ago. Her husband appeared in her mind, promising to protect their child. Then she looked at Uriam. No matter what happens. She thought about her husband again, protecting our child. Uriam was helpless, tears streaming down her face. Please protect him fully. After a while, Uriam's mother hesitantly said, I'll go too. The ruined buildings were covered in darkness now. Uriam called out urgently, Mom. She asked, can't you come with us? The mother at the back reassured her to stick to her decision firmly. Stay here and wait a moment. Mom will find a way out soon. The girl wanted to object, but she reluctantly stopped speaking and looked at Zhu Dong for help. Zhu Dong, can you lend me some clothes and a pair of sports shoes? It's hard to move around in this outfit. Zhu Dong nodded, yeah, I have those. Let me go get them for you. One gives, one receives. Zhu Dong asked, are you really sure you want to go? It's dangerous out there. But the mother was determined to change her mind. We have to go. There's no other choice now. The hunter advised bringing an umbrella. So under the cold rain of that night, it was raining heavily. The footsteps echoed as three mothers from Uriam, the store owner, and the hunter led the way in their search for a path. At one point, he suddenly spoke up, I've confirmed this area is quite safe. The fewer people there are, the less attractive it is to monsters. Someone asked why monsters eat humans. It's just their nature. He explained that they attack any intruders into their territory. They attack when entering gates or towers because those are their territories. The Uriam mother listened worriedly. But why do they attack our city? Because they consider it part of their territory too. This phenomenon is called the second dungeon explosion. When will this end? Only when all the monsters here are dead, right? I get it now. So the three continued walking in the rain. Suddenly, the forest hunter didn't make a sound and just stood there. The store owner called out to ask. Hunter! Han wiped his face darkly. Why did you stop? It's still raining outside. In that cold, Han echoed a mysterious question without an answer. They wouldn't regret coming with me, right? What? The hunter turned around as he was talking. His sneer slowly widened. Did they not notice? Surprisingly, he dashed off running fast. Both the Iorium and Suman masters were momentarily startled by his unusual action. He darted past them while they were still in shock. But hearing the order, the master hurriedly told Iorium's mother to run too, regardless of why. Run! All right. The urgent footsteps merged with the heavy rain on the ground. Everyone ran frantically. Even without knowing the reason, they kept running after the hunter. The rain narrowed their vision even more. Iorium's mother had to look for a path while struggling to run the gloomy scene around them. Suddenly, a large white spider with black and golden legs fell down in front of them. It landed heavily before them due to its natural size. The wind made them instinctively raise their hands to support themselves. Its red eyes, the bloodthirsty gaze. The master shouted loudly, "A monster!" Iorium's mother couldn't help but cover her mouth in horror at the sight. She just turned her head. What? Round their bodies, webs had formed from unknown origins, covering them completely. He spat and smiled calmly. It was too late to run now. Back to the dark, ruined shop where they used to hide. A candle flickered as the only light in a chaotic world. Beside it were Suman and an injured owner who needed immediate care from Iorium and Suzong. At that moment, Suzong said, "The rain has stopped." She glanced at Iorium, who had been sitting quietly for a long time. Soon, they sat together, shivering as they comforted each other with outstretched hands on their shoulders. "Don't worry anymore. They'll be fine." Iorium was silent for a few seconds before speaking her mind. "I thought I could take care of myself, but it seems to be far from over." Zhu Deng questioned the natural weakness of an unprepared child. "What do you mean? You're still a little girl, Iorium." She looked at the owner. They told her the same thing too. She said sadly, blaming herself for not being strong enough. "I want to be a grown-up who can take care of myself." Suddenly, an outside voice echoed. What was that sound? Iorium paid attention to. In front of their eyes, the hunter fell to his knees as if his soul had left him. Iorium shouted, "Mom," and ran towards her mother with another person. Her mother's purple hair was a mix of envy and thought. Iorium knelt down and asked, "Mom, are you hurt anywhere?" Iorium's mother replied, "The spider." Iorium didn't understand her mother's trembling whisper. "What? This spider?" Zhu Deng looked a bit uneasy with a smile. "Have they found an escape route already? That fast, huh?" She was silent until she asked further. "But where's the uncle?" Beside Iorium's mother, who fell beside the hunter in pain, holding her own hand. Han glanced to his right, sweat beads glistening from fatigue and fear. Urium's mother trembled as she spoke in a shaky voice. "We can't do anything about it. I'm sorry." A spider image appeared. If not for it, he would have. She thought of the boss running away from the monster. But in the end, she couldn't escape either. Zhu Deng gasped in shock for a moment. Urium did too. They remembered an uncle who was always smiling kindly. What did you say? Everyone immediately turned to where the voice came from. It was the Mad Lady owner, approaching with her brown hair wrapped in a bandage. She's his aunt. With all this shock, the woman lost her ability to stay alert. "Oh my, auntie!" Everyone's worried cries rose as she fainted again. Later that night, rain fell heavily, each drop like a sigh for someone's fate. The buckets on the floor. "We have enough water for everyone now." From across, Urium looked at the lone hunter sitting alone. Han clutched his broken arm, sweat dripping down his cheeks. The hunter was injured. For a poor soul, after hearing about the uncle, he just lay there motionless. Then Urium glanced at his mother, who was devastated by witnessing her husband's death. Urium's mother mumbled softly and tremulously, "We can't escape. They will kill all of us. We'll have to live here for the rest of our lives." Her eyes were lifeless. Soon, a spider crawled near Urium's mother's foot. Its brown color was hard to miss despite its small size. This made Uriam's mother even more panicked. She jumped up and screamed, "Spider!" Uriam shouted as she ran over. What's wrong with her? She's acting strange. The night was dark, the whole city in a restless slumber. Uriam tightly held her mother's hand when they shared one blanket. The little girl looked at her mother, struggling to have a peaceful sleep. It seems like she's sick too. Uriam encouraged herself. I must take good care of her. She closed her eyes and thought, Dad! A dreamy illusion early brought Uriam into it, swirling in a space of purple and black, gradually opening her eyes. Uriam's eyes widened as she glanced to the right. There was a white figure. Without any color, it looked illuminated by an invisible light. Unconsciously asking, "Is that a spider?" Uriam stood straight and slowly walked towards the spider, seemingly leading her way. "Where are you going? Let me follow too." Her steps were gentle and slow. Eventually, she stopped. The spider spun its silk, hanging horizontally in front of her. Uriam stared at it intently. Suddenly, her eyes widened with fear. Now standing before her was the lady owner who had thrown herself into the well to end her life. The shadow slid down, revealing her unseeing eyes as she left this world. Uriam was terrified. She couldn't believe what she saw, a sudden and shocking scene. Uriam didn't understand why she could still be alive after all this. 2 days, 1 week, then 2 weeks passed. The purple hair of Mai was taken by a gentle hand. The elastic band snapped. Oh my god, it's broken. Uriam's mom announces that it seems to have broken from overuse. Her mom asks next, "Do you want to keep your hair like this?" Her response is brief and lifeless. Her eyes are empty. Yes, then a month passed. Time slipped by 1 second at a time. I've gotten used to this lifestyle. On a day with little sunlight left, a loud scream echoes. What are you doing? Uriam's mom rushes over and asks, "What's going on, Sudong?" Sudong reluctantly explains in a sullen tone. He took food from Suman. This lazy thug nonchalantly responds, "If he doesn't sit to eat, then shouldn't he only take his own portion?" Sudong shouts she's not feeling well and isn't taking her medicine anymore. If she can't even eat, she won't survive. Then Uriam's mom turns to look at the hunter. He glances behind him, still holding a water bottle in his hand. The frail shine on that day seemed to bring out a coldness in his eyes. She almost had a heart attack when she saw it. This apathy only made her remember the horrific day not too far away, but also not close enough to forget. Pointing towards the other side, she tells Sudong, "Take my portion for her, Sudong." Sudong reacts strongly but is cut off. What? No way! Uriam! A mocking laugh erupts during their conversation. The dirty hunter puts a hand in his pocket. With the other, he lectures them. That's hilarious. Is this store managed by you? He glares. The real owner is dead. One of them was killed by a monster. From that moment on, Uriam stood at the corner of the wall and listened to every word with one person. 3 words spoken aloud made the little girl's eyes widen in shock. She had already rubbed it in. The scene from that day, when she just woke up from a dream, greeted her with a soul that had already left. Uriam's mom notices her daughter and tells him not to be too kind. With a cold turn, he walks away. But then he calls back and asks, "Are you really a hunter?" She almost shouts, "If you're a hunter, shouldn't you prioritize the weaker ones, but your actions now?" The hunter cuts her off. "Miss, it seems like you misunderstood something." He mocks, "Hunters aren't chosen for their personality, but for survival and adaptability, just as you said." Hearing this, everyone freezes in shock at the harsh nature of the word hunter. That's how ordinary people think about hunters. We are only sought out during tough times. That is true. The hunter's towering figure looms over Sudong, threatening like a proud bear. Do I really need to care about these messes? What you should be concerned about is me. His sharp glare falls on Sudong and Uriam's mom. That made their hearts skip a beat. What will you do if I kill all of you for the food? The future just got decided with his last words. A voice of fear is heard. You, what did you say? For the first time in a long while, the hunter smiles gently. Turning round as he leaves, he says, "I was just joking. Why are you so tense?" At that moment, his muscular arm froze, and his eyes turned to the pain signal quickly reaching his brain. Holding one shoulder, he sighed, reflecting on the wound caused by that spider. Uriam's mother could only helplessly watch, unable to find a solution to improve the situation. Uriam always harbored resentment towards that hunter, remembering his cold and arrogant demeanor when everyone entrusted their lives to him for leadership. Ha! She thought this wasn't a time for jokes. A clear day dawned. The city continued to deteriorate more than ever. A few days later, Sumin recovered. He finally regained his composure and sat up to eat some cold rice. Sujong happily fed Sumin with a spoon. Sujong looked fresher too. Those dark days seemed warmer as Sumin got better than before. Iorium thought about the hunter. Since Sumin's recovery, the hunter's expression became more bitter, as if worrying about his own face being threatened. Then she glanced at her mother. I don't know why. Iorium appeared worried, but her mother didn't look good either. She continued to look at her mother with tired eyes. I don't understand why grown-ups worry so much. Because back then, I was just a kid, but it could be because we ran out of food. Over time, the hunter's shouts, anxiety, and Zuming and Zudong's increasing arguments became more frequent. Everyone continued to argue. Uriam tried to mediate but couldn't. Things grew increasingly tense with everyone's arguments. Uriam helplessly stood there as the hunter suddenly lunged. The hunter pushed Sumin down, his eyes causing Sujong concern. Zudong froze. She slowly turned around. Zudong fainted, having killed that figure. A desperate scream echoed loudly as Zudong ran to Sumin, who was no longer there. Oh, Sumin! The hunter didn't even show a moment of guilt. He only looked at the hand that had just taken an innocent life. He tried to justify himself. I didn't mean to do it. Seeing this, Uriam hugged her mother tightly. Sumin stared blankly at him. It was just an accident. Why did this happen? Iorium remembered the shop owners. Why did this happen to that couple in the convenience store? Then it came to Zudong and Sumin. Why? 1,000 questions of why swirled in Iorium's mind. She couldn't understand what was happening to her or anyone else. She stammered, wanting to say everything but only managed meaningless sounds. At that moment, Uriam's mother immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Her mother warned Iorium seriously, don't provoke him. He will kill you. He doesn't hesitate to sacrifice others for his own benefit. That was what he did on that day. Going back to the fateful day, when the rain fell heavily. He panted heavily, cursing. Is this really the end? The crazy spider charged at the hunter. He still held his defensive sword tightly. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. He sighed, why is this thing drooling like that? Is it hungry? He narrowly avoided its claw and floated in midair for a few seconds. Suddenly, he heard a loud scream. He fell to the cold ground, looking at the fallen owner behind him. What is he waiting for? Run, the owner responded. Lines 1 to 60 completed. But there are spider webs everywhere. Iorium's mother on the other side shouted a warning immediately. I tried throwing some things in and everything melted. He repeated an important keyword with his lips. It melted. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, realizing something. Looking at Iorium's mother, he thought, why does this woman look so okay? Why isn't the spider attacking her? The hunter looked at Iorium's mother and thought maybe it was because, before he could finish his thoughts, a warning cry came from beside him. Not having enough time to attack or defend, the hunter already received a painful punch from the spider, causing his hand to release its grip. But if he dared to be careless again, his nail might pierce through his body. This time, it could just be considered luck, only receiving a small bruise. He looked at the spider and it also looked at him. At that moment, he jumped far away, curling into a curve above the spider, just as he figured out the reasoning. Now we know! He smiled to himself. It's her child. The hunter quickly landed beside his boss, causing him to flinch. Hunter, he asked casually, do you want to help? Then he forcefully threw the boss towards the spider with all his strength. Then sacrifice yourself. His face turned pale in fear. Iorium's mother never expected such a cunning plan from the hunter. The spider heard the scream and immediately turned to look. With momentum, the boss and the spider got closer. In those final moments, Witnessing the severed limbs, the desperate cries for help from the boss, was Iorium's mother. She widened her eyes in extreme horror. Accompanied by a deafening scream, Urium's mother's voice echoed. Mother asked why he did that. She emphasized each word exactly as he said. How could you? He replied, if I didn't do that, both of us would have died. Do you want to live? Urium looked in horror at his mother, who was carefully covering her mouth. We need to survive. Urium, just like this, a king was born here. Urium recounted how only the hunter was good, and to him, we weak ones were nothing. After that, he took all our food, and we could only eat what he distributed, just enough not to die. He coldly threw a slice of bread on the floor. Urium couldn't believe his eyes. It was really like that. That was her entire meal for one day, because he stopped bringing more before leaving indifferently. Before leaving, he gave a sharp glance. Urium stood still while his mother tried to comfort him. And hell began again. A small stone sat beside Urium's mother, comforting her. The person huddled in one corner. She gently raised her head. The light was just enough to illuminate it. Her motherly face, once full of hope, now looked thinner due to lack of food. She glanced at Urium, who was trying to sleep soundly on her shoulder. The lively child had become thin and weak. Weakened, she asked Iorium, looking at the frowning child with sweat beads on his cheeks, huddling more tightly to endure hunger. She worried, are you okay? Hearing this, Iorium softly replied, I'm fine, still strong. Seeing this, her mother became even more anxious. Her mind echoed the words of love from long ago, my dear. My love, take good care of Iorium. I don't know what to do anymore. How can we protect Iorium? The overwhelming sense of helplessness gnawed at her heart. Then the cold hunter calmly said, you won't be getting any food today. Iorium's mother widened her eyes in surprise. She hurriedly followed him. What do you mean by that? Hunter, he just casually left. With less food now, he has to cut his share for me. What? Why? Iorium's mother tried to reason with him. We haven't eaten in a long time. If you don't give us the food. He interrupted her. If you just sit there, why do you need food? I have to keep moving to find an escape route. I need energy too. She was speechless. Have you found it yet? Not yet. Still haven't seen it. Hearing the hunter's words, Iorium's mother gritted her teeth in intense bitterness. The hunter glanced at her when she said, how long will it take for me to find it? Unable to hold back, she finally gathered all her courage and shouted, how much longer do we have to wait here before escaping? We trusted you so much, but you're stealing our food. If this continues, he suddenly made a deadly glare. Making her realize the danger, she immediately held back. Urian's mother instinctively raised her hand to shield herself as he reached out towards her. With no movement, she only received his snort of laughter when he slowly opened his eyes and observed the situation. The hunter mocked her, a useless beggar like you dare say such words? Finally, he casually left. Urian's mother was frozen in place. Suddenly, a painful sound came from the hunter. She immediately noticed how he held onto her hand. She said, it seems your spider venom wounds are still severe. He asked, what? Urian's mother tightened her grip and realized something was worsening. Her lifeless eyes widened in a deathly expression, as if the voice of her soul was screaming inside. Seeing this, the hunter couldn't help but show concern. Just for a moment, he replied, what did you say? Urian's mother had already turned away. The door slammed shut loudly, her mind raced. What should she do? The city outside is still in ruins. What should she do in this situation? With a failing Urian, her spirit and body can't sustain for long. What could she do? Round their place were boards nailed to block monsters from entering to protect Urian. One day, a faint call reached her ear. Mother, Urian weakly called out in a small, trembling voice, I'm so hungry. Hearing this, her eyes widened with despair. Iorium's mother stood up after a moment. Zudong sat quietly in one corner. A call made her look up. Zudong, Iorium's mother, clenched her hand full of hatred as the darkness blurred her gaunt face. In a moonless night, silent and desperate, heavy raindrops fell. A green cloth slipped off its owner. The hunter clutched his right arm, emitting meaningless cries of pain. His body was almost entirely covered in dark bruises. As he looked at his hand, "This is poison. It keeps spreading. I must find the antidote quickly." Footsteps approached from behind. Urian's mother asked, "Hunter, did you just come back?" Seeing her with a glass of water in hand, "Have you found an escape route yet?" Her lifeless eyes stared at him. He replied, "It rained today, so I managed to gather some clean water." She handed him the glass and said, "Drink it." "Why are you suddenly being nice to me?" She continued, "I just think everything I did before was meaningless. As you said, you're the only one who can help us escape. We must support you until you get strong enough." He laughed loudly and happily accepted the glass. Finally, she understood her place. The hunter was drinking and talking, right? That's what you should do. Just sit there and wait. Every time he took a sip, Uriam's mother would watch him intently. After he finished drinking, she said, "Hunter, do you remember what you told us before?" He asked, "What did I say?" She reminisced, "You said that since the dungeon explosion, monsters kept invading our world, even though it wasn't their territory." He nodded, "That's right, I did say that." Suddenly, a dizzy spell hit him and he started to lose consciousness. His eyes became more vacant than ever. Looking at her own reflection, he thought, "Isn't it the same for you too, Hunter?" Eventually, he collapsed onto the floor. "You're invading our territory as well." Uriam's mother was pleased to see him finally fall asleep. The sleeping potion on her hand spilled onto the ground before she could finish it. She looked at him and immediately called out, "Zhu Deng." A moment later, both of them looked down at him. Did that work? Zhu Deng spoke first. Then it was Uriam's mother. "Don't you understand that better than anyone else?" "Zhu Deng, I don't really know much about potions. I only mix some sleeping powder into it like this." Zhu Deng sighed. "Truly?" She asked, "Are we going to kill him?" Uriam's mother tightened the rope in her hand as she spoke. "Zhu Deng, why are you still hesitating? Don't you want revenge on the one who hurt your brother?" Zhu Deng helped Uriam's mother. No matter if it was an accident or not, her little brother died because of this hunter. And if we keep doing this, maybe all of us will die too. Let another hunter come and save us," she said as they both looked at the unconscious hunter tied up on a chair with a rope around his neck. "Another hunter would come and rescue us." Uriam's mother signaled to proceed, and slowly, the rope was pulled up by both of them, Uriam's mother on one side, Zhu Deng on the other. The two weak women used their last bit of strength for this act of revenge. Slowly, the hunter suspended in midair. He hung there, gritting his teeth as they pulled harder, lifting him higher. Unfortunately, the sharp eyes of that demon hunter turned to look at Zhu Deng and Uriam's mother, those beggars. Soon after, the rope was loosened. Zhu Deng and Uriam's mother fell when they couldn't keep their balance anymore. The hunter clutched his blurred vision, dizzy and doing things that made others play the villain. He gritted his teeth and decided, "I'll have to kill you both then." Zhu Deng trembled. "What do we do now?" Uriam's mother stood up calmly and said, "I knew this would happen." But he woke up earlier than expected. "What? If we had acted sooner, it might have been better." She spoke. "He is indeed a hunter." She tightened her grip. Her mind had already planned an alternative. "But he's still dizzy, isn't he? It's too late now." "Shut up." Saying that, the hunter fiercely lunged forward without hesitation. One of his hands viciously grabbed Uriam's mother's face, causing her to flinch. A scream echoed. No, in this dangerous moment, his eyes were struck by something. This made the hunter roll on the floor again. In pain, he hugged his face and screamed, "My eyes!" Soon after, Uriam's mother picked up an iron bar and approached him. She swung the bat. His body seemed very sensitive. Is it because of that infected wound? Maybe he was poisoned. Then Uriam's mother, without mercy, swung the bat down on his head. Zhu Deng beside could only cover her mouth, eyes wide with shock. Swing by swing, he dies. She kept swinging in a brutal manner. Die! His mouth kept screaming, die. After a while, the hunter's hand twitched. He had plunged into a pool of fresh blood. Zhu Deng stammered, he really died. Yuri's mother corrected her. He is still breathing. Suddenly, she handed the iron bar to Zhu Deng, shocking her. Now, she explained, I heard that hunters heal faster than normal people like us. If we just leave him like this, he might recover without our knowledge and could attack us. She continued, why don't you take revenge for your brother yourself? Zhu Deng trembled, but seeing her hesitation, Uriam's mother shouted almost in command, do it now. Then, finally, Zhu Deng picked up the bat and stood above the hunter. She raised the bat high. Suddenly, she remembered Sumin's warm voice from long ago. Sister! Sumin! She lowered the bat. The bat clattered on the floor after being thrown away, accompanied by the howling of a beast. A hand from Yori's mother gently picked it up. Zhu Deng's eyes widened. Why? Why did this happen to me? This happened! Uriam's mother prepared herself for the swing, ready to kill. This time, the target was not anyone else, but poor Suzong. I really am sorry, Suzong, but I have no other way to protect Uriam. Little Uriam, like a spider lost in its web, fell asleep. She lay still as if dead. There, Uriam slowly opened her eyes. The spider also slowly opened hers. A familiar voice called out, Uriam! And when she sat up, she saw her own spider eyes reflected in her mother's. Her mother always called her with those delicious cookies. Are you hungry? Eat this! Mother still had food in hand. With that hungry little spider, the origin of the food doesn't matter. Yori ran to her mother, so she kept eating and eating. She ate voraciously. The next day was the same. She never stopped eating, and for days after, she continued to eat without stopping. Uriam sits by preparing food. Someone might steal it from her or harm her. Uriam eats without stopping, continuing to eat like that. But then one day, the food ran out. A clear blue sky appears as a hopeful wish is fulfilled, hoping for a hunter to come and save us. In the ruined city, we thought we might survive until this moment. In a dark place with only a hole above, but it turns out they had no food left. Uriam's mother reassures her, but there's nothing to worry about. She decides something. She calmly says, after cutting off her own arm and using it as food for Uriam, here is your mother, who has sacrificed her body for her child. But in the darkness, numbers flash with colors. She slowly walks forward, mumbling to herself, without my eyes, I cannot see you. Without my ears, I cannot hear you. She continues walking. Without my voice, I cannot cry for help. Suddenly she stops. Instead, a huge monster appears behind her without realizing it. What about the rest? Her steps stop as she turns her head to look back with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, a series of slashes cut through the air, attacking the monster. A girl with long black hair appears and chops the monster into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this bloody scene, her eyes remain blank without fear or panic. After defeating Minerva, she notices Uriam for the first time. Minerva calls out to her, what are you doing, friend? Then he also sees her. Hey, a survivor, right? Not long after, she is brought to the city's refugee camp where hunters help victims of the disaster. A voice echoes in the camp. Oh my god, Ella exclaims, are there still survivors here? She and Minerva meet with her. A cute child, hello little one, are you hurt? I'm a health specialist for everyone. Then she turns to ask Minerva, do you know who she is? Minerva answers, no, she doesn't say anything, just keeps repeating the same phrase. Uriam remains silent until now and speaks up. I'm hungry. Minerva worries. She keeps saying that over and over. Ella suggests, isn't your idea to give her something to eat? Minerva responds, we've tried but she won't eat. Ella pulls out a chocolate bar from her bag with a smile. Kids prefer sweets over rice, right? Minerva asks, did you get that from the market we scavenged last time? Then she smiles and offers the chocolate to the child. Here, little one, this chocolate will make you even cuter. Suddenly, Uriam opens her eyes wide. Seeing this, Ella smiles. Look, her eyes are bright now. But she doesn't know that her eyes are focused on the arm rather than the chocolate. Then she lunges at it. Some others are taking care of SOC. One of them looks over when he hears Ella's scream. The scream continues. What's happening to her? Because she lunged and bit Ella, showing signs of madness. Stop her. Uriam keeps biting. She bit me. One witness recognizes her as Elriam. She meets driver Ian at his hideout. A few weeks later, reuniting with him, he calls out, Uriam. From afar, he sees Uriam standing with Minerva. Return to the scene where Uriam stands with Minerva. He reached out his hand and quickly ran to catch her before Minerva could see. According to Uriam, my uncle found me, and everyone started recovering from the near-death shock. What happened when Uriam was very young had a big psychological impact on her. She went to see a psychologist. The doctor asked, could you tell me what you were thinking while drawing this? She also believed I began to recover too. One sunny day, with empty eyes, she finally smiled and praised. The weather is really great. Someone was calling from behind her as Uriam continued admiring. I need to play around in such nice weather. Death! A few hunters approached from a distance. One recognized her call. Are you hunting Death? I heard you're looking for a group of hunters at the hunter's office. She looked on indifferently as they passed by. In Elriam's memory, I became a hunter. She killed many monsters with her companions and met various hunters in different groups. Saying one monster had just been hit, I decided to become a hunter. Turns out Uriam shot first, then turned around. A black-haired person was fighting too. She turned to run towards that person. Cut to a tall building inside where they were active with others. By the fire where Uriam interacted with people, and I met many hunters there. The scene of everyone chatting warmly among different groups and kinds of people was warm. Meanwhile, a guy asked, so you decided to become a hunter? Uriam looked surprised at him. He was a handsome blue-haired man asking. Uriam shyly looked at him, thinking, there's a hunter who seems very interested in me. One day, he invited her into the forest. She wondered, here everyone is full of energy, so that's normal. Hunters have feelings too. At his words, we're here. A structure gradually revealed itself. It was an ancient structure. They stood in front of it and admired it. Uriam was extremely surprised. She was very surprised. Wow, where is this? He introduced, this is the ruins of a tower. They kept it intact because it has high preservation value. It even became a tourist attraction here. She replied, I saw it. It's beautiful. I didn't know this place existed. Uriam curiously stepped inside. She touched the architectural materials. This is a kind of mineral not found on Earth. According to my research, it's formed from space debris floating in space. Moreover, it's more durable than minerals on Earth. He was happy. I did well by bringing you here. Uriam replied, thank you for showing me such a beautiful place. Then he quickly kissed her. But this made Elriam feel disgusted. Huh? Isn't this a bit too much? We haven't even dated, yet suddenly he did this. She widened her eyes at him. Facing his full of cunning gaze, she felt unwell. Huh? He looked incredibly scary. What happened to his eyes? Why is he looking at me like that? His eyes are still wide open, staring intently at them. Why does he have to look at me like that? I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. It reminds Elriam of unhappy memories from her past when she was with her mother. Her mother desperately waited for rescue while others died one by one from hunger. She needed to eat. When only they were left, her mother had to cut off her own hand as food for them both. At that time, she was extremely scared. Mother, what did you do with your arm? Crisis can distort a person's psychology, especially when at the brink of despair. Her mother explained, we're out of food now. Uriam was incredibly terrified. She screamed, I don't want you to be strange, mother. Her mother spoke calmly. What should we do then? She was afraid of her mother's words. Do you want to die from hunger? At this moment, Uriam suddenly remembered. Father, she said, Father will protect you. He'll watch over you. Irun's mother was disappointed, still thinking her father was strong. Her mother sighed and then went mad as she heard. If he were strong, he wouldn't have died from illness. Her mother continued with a haggard face. Do you know what my mother had to endure for you? Do you know why Zudong and the hunter are not here anymore? Irun was terrified by these words. Her mother raised her arm and said, the strong survive. Uriam, the look of horror in her eyes didn't diminish. Do you understand? She gritted her teeth to endure. Finally, Uriam ate her own mother's arm. The image of her mother with a missing arm still haunted her. A while later, a bloody knife lay on the ground. Yorio's mother sat beside the knife, still with one arm. Her whispered words echoed in her mind. Mother can't see you even if she closes her eyes. Mother can't hear you even if she stops listening. Mouth or not, I won't be able to cry for help. Her mother spoke. Instead, look at yourself. What about the rest of me? Holding the knife, her mother said, these are too terrible for a little girl. Uriam just sat there in fear, hugging her head. Her face was filled with utmost terror as the bright moonlight shone that night. It hadn't been long since her mother was this lucid. She said to her, Uriam, mother is fine, hurry up. Uriam crawled over and ate her mother, Uriam's eyes becoming lifeless. Her mother's eyes were the same, both of them looking at each other, Uriam's gaze growing emptier. Recalling this, Uriam suddenly pushed the man who was forcibly kissing her away. No, don't do that. She trembled and covered her mouth. He asked, are you okay? She replied, don't look at me. Then she lifted her head to reveal sharp eyes. With those eyes, he stepped back in fear. She screamed, I told you not to look at me. A purple-white light began to glow on her body. It was another bright moonlit night. A thin sand mark appeared on his neck. He hasn't realized what happened yet. Then a blood trail from his neck gushed out while his head fell to the ground. Uriam was horrified by this scene. No, she's crying profusely. I killed her. Uriam knelt down with a pale face. Uriam screamed in madness. The system appeared. You fulfilled the conditions to become an apprentice of greed. Purple energy radiated from her body. It grew brighter and stronger until it exploded. The system is still showing. You fulfilled the conditions to become an apprentice of greed. Later, she smiled, a small but terrifying smile. Then Uriam grabbed his head. She stood up with a numb expression. Then she laughed excitedly, mumbling, enjoy your meal. The system appeared again. You've unlocked a new power. She explained, this is how I feed my appetite. I love it. I like seeing people look at me with love. Then she ate him alive, enjoying the meal very much. Round her, purple-eyed monsters appeared, repeating, Mommy, is this good? As if in a swamp. Is it good? A man appeared. In her perception, nothing could be more delicious than the flesh of those who love me. Love me. Then another girl appeared, looking at me with love. Uriam kissed a hand, letting me eat you. She kissed it sincerely, with all the love she had for me. Cut to a scene. It's unclear when this rumor started spreading among hunters. There was a rumor circulating that some government hunters specialize in dealing with other hunters' crimes. Is it true? Hearing this, Uriam was surprised. Is it true? It flashed through my mind. Who would have thought there were people like that? Uriam thought, I could play the innocent Uriam and no one would suspect me. As she thought, she combed her hair, but better to be careful. The sudden death of civilians is suspicious, so I need to remove them from my list. The only ones I can kill without suspicion are hunters. Sitting in a beautiful room, she said to herself that she had won an anonymous cube at an auction. She could use it to handle the leftovers. And more. Looking at her white cat, she thought that if targeting hunters, she should avoid famous ones and go for new recruits who fit her conditions. Uriam's eyes turned cold with a purple tint. With some experience, joining a new group of newcomers is difficult, but how can I connect with them? She remembered the image of Quatso. While thinking, a government agent named Quatso appeared before me. Then his wife, who said she had lost her beloved wife in a shock from the gate. Uriam secretly met with Quasar and offered to save his wife in exchange for new recruits from the government. He would provide me with new hunters from the government. I accepted his offer. A pink space appeared, looking strange. This is love. Love makes people foolish. In reality, as she said, I didn't truly resurrect her wife. I just put my spirit into her body and made it act like her. It's just an empty shell, a doll. She muttered to herself, why do I have to go so far? Ugh, you'll be exposed if you keep this up too long. If I operate in the shadow of the advisor, it will prevent me from being caught, and if the advisor is already trapped. One night, Alriam contacted Quasar, Should we stop here for a while? I've been eating the same thing for so long that I'm getting sick of it, and I don't want to worry about anything else anymore. Alrium looked at her tablet thoughtfully. She thought this was the last piece of information Quasar sent her about the new recruit. Yes, she disguised herself as an innocent girl to meet the last person. Then she appeared with her hair tied in a braid. Alrium met the new recruit. Minwoo's face appeared, and I met Fomet there. Facing Minwoo, Alrium recognized those eyes. They belonged to someone who had never loved or been loved. She observed Minwoo fighting. He was quick, ruthless, and brutal with his moves, causing significant damage. He could easily destroy everything, but Lupin still watched him silently. Alrium wondered, what will happen? Her eyes widened. Will that man love me? Returning to the familiar house. In the bathroom, Alrium looked at herself in the mirror. She recognized herself. Finally, Alrium had a pair of eyes belonging to someone who was in love. More accurately, not just her but me too. Alrium smiled. He's the second one after my mother. Eat the person I love. Alrium's obsession with this was sickening. It will be an incredibly delicious feast. In the present, Minwoo's battle with Irium, or more accurately, the Greed Beast, continued intensely. She was continuously attacked by fire-scorched chains, the flames dense and thick. Minwoo quickly took out another weapon while his eyes remained sharp. He turned the weapon into a chain hook, leaped up, spun around, and struck the monster with one move. She covered her mouth and nose to avoid the smoke and attacks. But his attack still caused a large explosion. Everywhere was filled with dust. Irium retreated again and again. Meanwhile, Minwoo suddenly appeared from the smoke. With one hand wielding a sword, the other summoned fire to attack her. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, his continuous attacks made Irium increasingly fearful. Irium was now panicking and shielding herself with her hands. Her eyes were filled with fear. He struck again. The iron chain hit the stone wall with a loud thud. When the dust cleared, Irium was left standing. She looked at her severed arm where the black mark of the cut was. She saw a sharp scythe attached to spinning chains. At this moment, Minwoo, like death, slowly approached with his weapon. He raised his weapon and forcefully threw it towards Irium. She was shocked by the attack. One of Alrium's hands was also injured. Finally, he appeared behind Irium when she was still dazed. It hurt, making her pay attention to him. At this moment, Minwoo launched a series of red-hot slashes towards her. Irium could do nothing but endure the continuous cuts. In the end, she fell and couldn't get back up. Alrium sat on the ground in shock. Then she laughed foolishly. Minwoo slowly approached. She seemed to realize that her death was imminent. Don't come closer. But Minwoo ignored her reaction and his weapon had transformed into a longsword. I said don't move away from me, you fool. Irium sat on the ground trembling. It hurts so much. Minwoo didn't care and continued to transform into a sword. I said it hurts. Seeing him not reacting, she got scared. No more, no more. You've turned into a sword, a death scythe. His eyes are completely red with an expression of absolute coldness as he speaks. Let's end this. Death. He raised his weapon and prepared. Urium opened her wide eyes in horror. The weapon approached Urium's face within 1 centimeter but suddenly stopped. Charmini Wu's expression was one of shock as she stammered. It hurts a lot. I said it hurts. Suddenly, she called out his name, Charmini Wu, and tears started falling. This image made him pause. Meanwhile, the greedy monster took this opportunity to swipe at Minwoo with its claws. It pushed him away, hitting the wall. Minwoo still stubbornly didn't react. Then he slowly fell down, landing painfully on the ground. The monster stopped attacking and surrounded Urium worriedly asking, Mom, are you okay? Urium spoke up. You have. Well, the monster was still checking if she was alright. Did it hurt? Did it hurt? Urium is now in a half-awake, half-crazed state. Her eyes are also turning purple and sad. She hesitantly raised her head to look at him and asked, Are you really going to kill me? Urium looked at him. Of course, you would do this since I was trying to kill you anyway. But what's this feeling? Uriam's lips curved into a smile, but her tears wouldn't stop falling. The feeling of knowing the one she loves might kill her is too desperate. She wondered, is everyone I've killed felt like this? Then she said softly, I shouldn't have done this. Oh, she looked at the many-eyed mud monster. Who am I? Minwoo lay on the ground, dazed and confused as Uriam rambled. What's going on here? Why did I do this? Pustules appeared on Uriam's body as if something was trying to burst out of her. A huge amount of energy radiated from her body. She screamed. This power made Uriam fly up into the air. The person glowed with a purple light. Minwoo struggled to stand, stunned by what he saw. He was speechless. Meanwhile, the many-eyed monster worriedly called out, Mom, Mom. Uriam's eyes opened wide in horror. Her eyes turned pure white. No one knew when two legs grew on her back. The system announced that the death scythe had activated. The legs pierced into the monster's body. It screamed, Mom, as its energy was being sucked out. Ignoring its fear, what is this? Over time, the monster weakened until it was drained. Uriam's severed arm was regrowing. Her body was gradually losing its human shape and her clothes changed. Her hair turned long and white like a spider's web. Now, Uriam looked like a person combined with a spider, an extremely bizarre sight. Then Uriam slowly opened her eyes, which had turned purple and deformed. She smiled mischievously at Minwoo from above. Let's merge with me. Her white hair wrapped around his feet. Forever together, right? Her hair touched his hand in an unknown place. This body of Min Eurydice was brought to a web-like place. This is the nest, isn't it? He asked. Forever. She replied, yes, forever. When Minyu looked up, his eyes seemed lifeless as he asked, together? She answered, yes, together. She continued, because I love the one you love. Minwoo's face is now more serious. This is the only way for us to be together. Let's build a nest in a place no one knows about. Then he gave a faint smile. If you love me. Minwoo teased with a slide of his voice. Does it look like that to you? Uriam was surprised. When Minwoo looked up, there was still a hint of anger in his gaze as he smiled. Looking at this expression, does it seem full of love to you? She didn't understand. What are you saying? Minwoo explained with disdain. Oh right, I only see you as pitiful. Minwoo teased again. The weak shiver to survive looks so pitiful, even to me. His words left Uriam stunned and then angry. Love, I've never wanted that. You're the one who craves it. He continued, I'm just playing around for a while. So now, let's end this. Uriam angrily screamed. No, she was angry. Why are you lying? You love me. Uriam screamed. Say you love me. Say it. But Minwoo denied. No, I've never felt anything like that. She was startled, and the hurt was justified. Her shame turned to anger as she attacked Minwoo. Her hair turned into silk while her legs became claws, lunging at him. You're lying. Minwoo remained silent. He remembered their first meeting. The image of Uriam with horns lingered in his mind. Then he thought about it and finally said two words, exploit. Round them, the environment began to glow red, while Uriam stood still. Code name, Baphomet. Real name, Charmin, you same age as us. She listened quietly. She showed interest and muttered, being considered an irregular hunter based on screen information. Skilled with many weapons, but only recently became a hunter. Considered an irregular hunter with potential to become S-rank. Interesting. Then she left with a satisfied smile. It made her wonder why she was so excited. With a sarcastic tone, she asked, why not just kill him? Inside the tower, facing the swordsman, he shook his head. They looked at him in confusion. He opened his eyes and glanced at them with one corner of his mouth. Then he attacked both of them lightning fast. She watched the fight in amazement. If it's this guy, she thought while observing his beautiful attack movements. Yes, if it's him, she emphasized that he was on a winning streak and his target would be easily defeated. After the battle ended, she bandaged his wounds and gently advised, a hunter must always maintain peak condition. I don't know when there will be another dungeon explosion. Even this small injury could cause big trouble. Then she praised him effusively, saying he had excelled in completing the mission to destroy the Hell Tower. And especially, he was very strong. She stands alone, silently thinking, no, that's not enough. You need to be stronger. Strong enough that no one can hurt me. Kill! And then she said it emotionlessly. Kill! Kill me! Meanwhile, her heart is screaming. Save me! Her face shows unbridled anger. Fraud! She curses and swings her tentacle to attack. Everything is directed at him. He stands there silently. A figure appears reminding him. Remember this, when you have no will left to fight, use it. He softly activates as the tentacles crash onto the mortal body. She thinks everything is over. But now, something unexpected begins. Something terrifying is approaching. In the city, at a small shop, the polite salesperson says, "Here's your water." Jory takes the drink and thanks them. The shy employee asks, "If it doesn't bother you, can I take a picture with you?" Jory hesitates but agrees. Sure, why not? She suddenly feels something. Turning round, the employee hesitantly asks, "Jory, are you okay?" Sung Iona rushes over anxiously. "Zuri," she asks, "did you feel that too?" There's a very strong evil aura. Not just them, everyone notices the unusual situation. What's going on? Why does the moon look strange? Everyone rushes to the crowd. They immediately start handling the situation. Seeing something strange above, they notice it's a blood moon. But there's no news about an eclipse, people mutter. She feels worried. Outside at night, they're discussing their strategy. You understand? As a support mage, try to avoid being attacked from behind by the monsters. Suddenly, she looks surprised as if seeing something. Then the moon changes color rapidly. They quickly notice the difference. In another apartment in the city, muscular arms hit the floor. Ha-sung is making a banana pose. He suddenly stops and stands up to look outside, silent, staring at the blood moon through the window. His face shows worry. At the same time, in another building, Jia Wan stands before a glass cabinet, looking intently at something inside. After a while, he leaves just as the sky changes color, making him stop. He pauses and sees the blood moon. His eyes change color, muttering 3 feet. Ma Seong-un also notices. He stands still in shock. What's this? The red fills the space. The aura is everywhere. Na Iorium stands at the center. Her face hardens, her pink eyes sharp. A pair of strange legs approach, whispering to herself, 3 formats. His red eyes are piercing, sweeping everything in his path. He reaches out to grab her. She quickly jumps up, narrowly escaping death. She stood there, staring straight ahead, trying to hold on to everything that was happening around her. He had fallen into a hunting state of mind, and his target was her. He kept appearing and disappearing again, but he missed once more. However, he succeeded in attacking. Flames engulfed the area around her. Countless small stones hit her, darkening her face. She muttered repeatedly, "Why? Why? Why?" And she shouted loudly, "Why?" The large shadow loomed over her. She observed with disappointment. Her hair flew around. Somehow, he had sneaked up behind her. She was resentful as tears streamed down her face. She softly asked, You should have acted oblivious and gone with me. Could you not even do that? Because I'm a killer? It's because I've killed too many people. He simply replied, I don't care about those things. Na Iorium angrily questioned. Then why? The scythe was close. Piercing her body, blood splattered everywhere. She was stunned, her eyes wide open in shock and silence. He emotionlessly said, I will kill you. He explained that it was his decision from their first meeting. Everything I did was to catch her. And this matter, death. Why do I hurt so much? Oh! The scene before him flashed back when they were still very close and took photos together. She was dazed, unable to believe the truth. An old image suddenly appeared. Na Iorium felt heartache, remembering each memory and her hand pressing against his face. Her eyes had become lifeless, the tender moments that passed by, and now he was hurting her. He looked at her emotionlessly, gripping the blade tightly. She lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, a red-blooded toy. He silently turned and left. Suddenly, a voice said, I'm hungry, making him pause. Nah, Iorium weakly spoke each word. Hungry, so hungry, I need to eat. Her hands trembled as she clutched the ground. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. He looked at her again, tightening his grip on the blade. Once more, he raised the blade high and prepared to end it completely. Without hesitation, he brought the blade down. But then a pitiful sound echoed, "Mommy," making him pause. She lost consciousness looking at him, thinking she was the gentle mother again, comforting her. "It's okay now. You don't need to carry this burden anymore." She stared at the situation, sizing it up, sniffled and sobbed. "Really?" Her face returned to a youthful innocence. Her sparkling eyes confirmed again. Has she been free? The beautiful dream continues. Yes, here with Mom, right? She stretched out her tiny hand, hugged into her mother's embrace happily, smiled brightly as if never having laughed before. Mom, in reality, she had fulfilled her wish, and blood splattered everywhere. He looked indifferent, then turned away, next to a notice of Thanlam's liberation from her sins. After a few steps, he removed his mask, then walked silently on, letting tears flow freely. And it was done. Above, the plane took off. Next destination, America. A tall building with George Bush and an unknown location. Someone gasped for breath heavily. Study, study, study. The old man asked laboriously, "What are you?" "Why you?" The other party roared. "I am an S-class hunter ranked top 20 in the country. How dare a monster like you humiliate me to this extent? Who are you?" Regardless of what he says, a dark shadow, like a beast, moved coldly forward. Suddenly his body was pierced by a hole. "What is it?" His face hardened. His hazy eyes exclaimed, "Huh? From when did you start?" His internal organs were already in the hands of that mysterious person at this moment. Compressing his heart, he said, "Jia Yun," and turned away without a second thought. His eyes lit up as he introduced himself. "My name is Jia Yun." A stone rolled down from above. The building stood tall and firm, yet some small dust particles fell, followed by larger ones. Suddenly, a sharp sword sliced across from the left side, carrying a cold aura that cut through flesh. Then the sword flashed brightly on the right side, so fast it was hard to follow with the naked eye, creating an eerie glow like a midnight strike. The fierce battle erupted quickly as the beast relentlessly attacked him. Its eyes suddenly glowed red like burning coals. Jia Yun stared at it. A sharp sword swung up swiftly, slicing through the beast's neck, causing it to scream wildly. He muttered the last name. Despite deep wounds, the monster refused to yield, howling in despair and leaping into the air with its claws ready to pounce down on him. But he stood still amidst the battlefield, his calm face indicating everything was within his plan. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the night, staring deeply at the beast rushing towards him. He exhaled confidently and said the last name. The sword in his hand glowed. Showing immense power, he aimed directly at the monster. It continued to counterattack without giving up. Both clashed violently in a fierce impact. The monster beast readied itself, exerting all its strength. Jia Yun clenched his teeth tightly, radiating an ominous aura from his entire body. The monster stopped abruptly, its expressionless face showing no emotion. In the sudden burst of power, he roared and swung his sword with all his might in one decisive strike. A terrifying oppressive force suddenly appeared, sending dust flying and causing everything around to tremble. The monster's body was knocked back and fell heavily onto the ground. Jia Yun landed right after, his body still straight like a god of war, his flowing robe dancing in the wind, looking cool enough to make anyone stare. He stood silently amidst the devastated battlefield, his deep eyes never leaving the demon Ji. As the dust settled, he turned away and walked forward with firm steps, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Jia Yun looked at the system screen expectantly, revealing what was there. Green notifications began to appear. Mission completed. Eliminated the boss of the Hell Tower. You have completed all missions. You receive a hidden skill as a reward. He stood opposite the circle of light in front of him. His thoughtful eyes muttered something. Finally, it's over. Because of this damn mission, He reached out to touch it. With this skill, he could revert everything back to normal. But his joy didn't last long as the screen displayed an error message. Error! The machine's voice echoed. Any kind of error has occurred. Unable to run program. Report error and find a solution. And finally, no solution could be found. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Suddenly, a red warning appeared. Is this really the boss of the Hell Tower? This made him startle, followed by a series of warnings. He's just a monster. Level 1 guardian monster. Why did he become the boss? He climbed the tower. Is he the boss? That monster. A boss monster? That monster. Monster. Suddenly, its body started moving. Its glowing red eyes opened wide. The machine's voice continued to remind him, you cannot eliminate the Hell Tower boss. You will not receive a regression reward for completing this mission. His eyes widened in horror. What is going on? At that moment, he felt a pair of red eyes staring at him from behind. A thunderous explosion echoed. He glanced over. By some dark power, the monster revived. Its puffy face with bloodshot eyes looked at him. Without saying anything, it pierced his body with a stream of fresh blood, shocking him. Ji Yun couldn't believe it and stammered. What? The bold-faced monster spoke up, give us a human body. It pressed close to his face declaring, I must take it from you. His eyes widened in confusion, his lips tightly clenched, unable to speak. He trembled with rage, killing this monster. Thus, another explosive incident occurred inside the tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a pair of slow-moving legs approached. At the Hunter Center information team, Marker impatiently complained, still not here yet. Someone suddenly appeared from behind. Oh my, sorry, I got lost in traffic. The Daily Explorer asked Kim Il-ho, the reporter, sheepishly scratching his head, have you been waiting long? He replied, no, just arrived. Looking at the tower, he exclaimed, oh, is that a tower? Marker interrupted before he could finish. It's the Proud Tower. I'll say this now. It will be clean today. He clenched his fist and excitedly said, okay then, I'll film until it gets cleaned. As they walked and talked, are you alright? Even though it's a fake awakening, you're still an inexperienced reporter. He joked, looks different, but I'm good at running. Kim Yun-ho curiously asked, aren't you from the Central Hunter Information Team? As far as I know, their role is to investigate the tower's status before other hunters enter. He seriously replied, since you're a reporter, you should know, but lately, we've been too busy and can't monitor the tower's status anymore. He added, oh, that's why. The Protection Project aims to prevent a prison breakout from reoccurring by the World Hunter Association through investigations conducted by the American Hunter Center. Knowing the breakout is progressing rapidly and requesting help from hunters worldwide, governments directed hunters to assist in cleaning towers in developing countries. As a result, the risk of a prison breakout has decreased by 26%. Kim Il-ho said with a chin scratch, it's been stable for over a year now. Hunters involved in this protection project will be responsible for cleaning this tower. He excitedly suggested, oh really, can I interview them? We have a special article about the protection project scheduled to publish soon. Marker responded, sure, it's not within my jurisdiction, but he's not a hunter who agrees with that. And since another hunter was scheduled for this meeting, someone else came in his place. He asked curiously, so, do you know their code name? The other replied, it's 3 Fathoms. Hearing this, Kim Yun-ho echoed, 3 Fathoms. Then he exclaimed, Hunter of 3 Fathoms. Marker responded nonchalantly. You know him, I said, any reporter who doesn't know is fired. He cleaned not only Ethiopia, but also several nearby smaller countries. Isn't that impressive? He and another hunter cleaned towers in underdeveloped regions where most other hunters avoided them. He's a hero there. Saying this, he looked around. Where's the 3-foamed hunter? Marker's little marker frowned in response. I think he hasn't arrived yet. Suddenly, you got it. Ah, there he is. Kim Il-ho asked impatiently. Where? Someone walked slowly towards them, fully covered from head to toe. The other person was completely concealed. Kim Il-ho spoke up and asked, You're the 3-foamed hunter? That person answered in a deep, Hoarse voice, "Yes, that's me," then cleared his throat. This made Marker doubt as he asked, "Are you sick? Your voice sounds a bit rough." The other person quickly explained, "No, just caught a cold recently." Both of them listened to this explanation with blank expressions. Hunters can get colds too. Kim Yun-ho whispered, "Is it really 3 foment? I feel a little strange about it." Without hesitation, Marker turned on the system screen and said, "3 foment hunter, please join our team." The machine confirmed, invitation accepted. 1, 2, Marker's group waited silently. On this side, someone calling themselves for meters stepped forward to look at them intently. After a while, the system responded, "Invitation accepted." This made Kim Il-ho feel somewhat relieved. So it must be him then. Invitation accepted. Go inside the tower. In front of them was a door that seemed to have an entrance, suggesting this tower had been cleared by hunting monsters. Kim Il-ho said, "So that's how it is. People not in combat systems like me probably won't be much help." Marker quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm here and the 3 foment hunter too. If you keep going on about this, I heard your S-rank evaluation was postponed due to your recent project work protection mission. Since you recently received an S-rank title, show me what you're capable of." Miss Foment paused. Mokchi kept talking non-stop. "We also have a journalist here. Shouldn't you be building your reputation at home instead of abroad?" Miss Foment replied softly, "Alright, but in my mind, Her face was sweating profusely. "It's all over." Looking at the 2 people in front, they were suspicious of him. Inside 3 foment, there was a whispering sound as if asking each other what to do. It turned out that these 3 foment hunters had been disguised as small moss monsters. They started arguing quietly. "Didn't you say you knew how to impersonate the master?" The other one replied, "It worked yesterday." "And why are you so impolite now? The master doesn't talk like that." The youngest one couldn't hold back and chimed in, "Big brother, I'm not on your side, but the master has been interacting a lot lately." As they were arguing, someone asked, "What's going on?" With Marker's sharp gaze, he tried to suppress his embarrassment and answered, "No!" Then he quickly followed behind him. The fake 3 foment hunters pondered for a moment before the authoritative voice asked, "Are you afraid of being exposed?" They lied to defend themselves. "We'll cause trouble with the master if we're exposed." The man they called the master suddenly appeared. His cold and menacing tone was chilling. "I heard differently. You were afraid of being discovered by others." Their eyes widened as they looked in that direction, their foreheads also sweating. The master with red eyes said coldly, "More than me." While everyone was trembling like a leaf, Kim Il-ho turned around and asked, "What now?" They whispered to each other, "We can't let the master take the blame for us." Marker stood in front of the door and called out, "So come on in." Suddenly someone stopped him. "Wait." Miss Foment insisted strongly, "I'll lead everyone through the tower. Just focus on survival." He thought to himself, if we want to dispel doubts, we need to show it. The moment they entered through the door, a different world unfolded before them. Everything seemed to be resetting around them. Suddenly, a full moon appeared in the sky. A real-looking forest stood right in front of them, filled with evil creatures. How did we go from being in one forest to another? Suddenly, a pair of clawed animal legs appeared on a tree branch. The creatures opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth. Shadows appeared on every tree branch. Everyone looked up in fear. Someone shouted, "There are monsters at the entrance. They have red eyes and are charging towards us." They charged with such speed that it was like a blur, but the 3 of them remained calm. The 3 phantom meters quickly identified their targets. Their eyes turned red. They chopped down the monsters mercilessly, using immense strength. These insignificant foes were no match for him. His sharp blade cut through each one's neck coldly. He then dispatched another, spraying blood everywhere. With a powerful swing, he sliced cleanly across, leaving a trail of blood. His eyes glared with an intense fear-inducing gaze. The other 2 just stood there, watching as the 3 phantom meters mercilessly cut through their attacks. Kim Il-hun asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "I can't see anything." Marker was also stunned. Same here. Dust and smoke filled the air. The 3 phantom meters landed with a cool flare. The other two praised. Sure enough, an S-class isn't easy to handle. On another cliff face, the monster's legs sank into the ground. Green monsters ran wildly. The ground cracked and split. The 3 phantom meters held their swords behind them. He flew up and cut down the monsters in an instant. With a fierce grip, he bit into his sword. A white skull head grinned with its teeth. Then came a brutal iron battle. On the next floor, dry skeletons were already waiting there. The head skeleton in fur coat was taken aback for a moment. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. But before he could react, the 3 phantom meters attacked him. There was intense combat. The leader didn't back down and fought back fiercely. But within moments, he was beaten into a pulp. More battles ensued, like fighting eagles. Next came a battle with red-eyed green dragons. They still looked on without fear. A fierce battle erupted against the Zabel beasts. Naturally, those beast fragments quickly met their end. The system announced clearing floor 99, leaving Kim Il-ho bewildered while Marker crossed his arms in disbelief. He praised, amazing, he cleared this level in half a day. Marker continued, looking at the top, but an A-class hunter could do it with that speed too. You heard right? Kim asked in confusion, are you doubting him? He's already on the team, right? Marker hesitated. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is internal information he can't share. The system seems more complex than I thought. This was proven by awakened hunters who acted without registering as hunters and used illegal programs. Marker stared at the 4-meter skeleton, wondering if they stole 4M's data and applied it to their illegal program, but that seemed strange. Looking at his back, he wondered why he went through all this trouble for him. What if those were really 3 phantom meters? Suddenly, Marker turned and said, I've seen a 3 phantom meter hunter from afar. I could feel the overwhelming power of him. But now, I can't sense it. The person inside the heavy armor remained silent. His eyes blinked as if he sensed being spoken about behind his back. Looking at Marker seriously, that guy keeps doubting us. What should we do? Another voice chimed in. Try to be careful, but it seems he's not sure either, so he won't do anything foolish. After the discussion, he moved forward with enthusiasm. Let's hurry and clear this tower then. Then reluctantly replied, Here, let me handle it. Kim Il-ho said excitedly, Indeed. The 3-meter hunters are different, but he was sweating coldly. We're doomed. The brothers started asking each other intensely, Bro, is that right? Why did the difficulty suddenly increase so much? The eldest brother quickly comforted, With us 3, it can be done. But one of them was scared to tears, bro. The eldest brother kept saying, We can't do anything that would dishonor our master's orders. We must do everything possible to kill the boss, and they rushed like burning people towards that dragon, position ready. A long chain shot out, then the second chain, and the third one, holding tightly onto the dragon's legs, preventing it from moving. The eldest brother widened his eyes and ordered, Attack! Thus, the fierce battle between both sides was intense, 3 against 1, and the dragon beast was quickly bound by golden chains. One rushed over, then another. Among them, a person jumped up quickly with a sword, tightly gripping it, and slashed down on the dragon beast. A thunderous explosion appeared in the sky. The 2 below could only shield themselves and couldn't see anything. But he suddenly noticed something unusual. Feeling like his blade wasn't cutting through, before he could react, a golden ball attacked. He was sweating profusely seeing that close to his body, looking for it but still couldn't spot the danger. HMM! Suddenly, the golden ball emitted a blinding light, startling him. In an instant, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Dust and smoke rose up, shocking Kim Il-ho's group. He yelled loudly asking, Are you okay, 3-meter hunters? But before finishing his sentence, he suddenly froze in fear. What's wrong with you? Han was barely alive, gasping for breath. We've been exposed. Kim Il-ho completely collapsed. Before he could recover, two powerful beams shot out. His face went pale again, looking at the three dragon beasts lying there defeated, making him unable to accept it. What is this? Where's the 3-meter hunter now? While he was still wandering in the ruins helplessly, Marker casually found a place to rest, saying, "I knew it was fake right away." A weak one among the monsters asked, "What are we supposed to do now?" He replied that this goes beyond our capabilities. They already know who we are. If we can't solve it with our strength. Kim Il-ho clenched his teeth in fear as he listened. Suddenly someone ordered, "Hey, don't be a coward. Call for reinforcements." "You idiot." "What?" Marker finally turned to look. Just then, Red Eye stared at them intensely. No way. I can't believe you're calling for reinforcements just because of me. It seems like you're in a tight spot. Check around. He wondered, where is that sound coming from? A figure appeared with an ethereal green glow. Good job, this is very interesting. The opponent stepped out with a strange form, holding a mystic staff, stating, "Since I got to see you fall, it's only natural that I curse. You miserable wretches." He continued, "Who else is there? Should I introduce myself? I'm one of the master's summoners, specializing in material matters." Suddenly he was startled as if sensing danger. His mouth opened wide, with a golden ball in between. An attack appeared, the dragon beasts continuously spewing beams of light towards everyone. He tried to dodge while secretly observing. One of them raised a staff high and tried to resist that power, as if protecting someone. A demon stood up and clicked his tongue in approval. The protection spell from the person is impressive too. He understood immediately. So this master caused you trouble? Indeed, a strong enemy, he sighed. Then said, "We should move the master here." The other stopped him abruptly. "Hold on, I didn't call for them because of that. He kept them back." "What?" They tried to explain. "If the master knew I messed up the order, we would." He summarized briefly. "Your point is to eliminate this master without calling him." The others helplessly agreed. "Yes, exactly, you got it right." They continued their exchange. "All right, as usual, but making you in the middle really confuses things. What's going on?" Suddenly, a proud dragon-like demon spoke up, startling Kim Il-ho. He spread his wings and soared through the sky. "Dare to challenge me right before my eyes? Die!" Immediately followed by a fierce attack. Sang's eyes widened, making everyone else gasp in fear. Wanting to break the protective barrier, they aimed at the ball of light, while the dragon-like demon still dominated the air. After some time, he gritted his teeth and glared with red eyes down below. The smoke gradually dissipated. The ball of light remained standing there. A gap opened up, revealing a sharp pair of red eyes. Iron Golem, the summoned creature, appeared, tightly holding its weapon as it engaged in close combat with the dragon-like demon. Another intense battle ensued. The dragon-like demon marveled, his eyes narrowing in praise. Quite unexpected. On the other side, he understood immediately. "We can't break through because of that shield. If we could solve it." It opened its mouth and flicked its tongue in a very eerie manner. A light flashed by. They were knocked down, or rather, they were hit hard on the head. On the other side, they urgently requested to summon another one. So the person responsible for trivial matters nodded and agreed. "All right." High heels clattered. The old lady appeared with a distant voice. "Have these three brothers weakened already? We, the three sisters, will show you our perfect and beautiful power. You little ones." A series of punches and kicks echoed, shocking even the person in charge of physical matters. "And they lost?" Their high heels pointing upwards with trembling legs. The demon cried out again. Another summoning, this time a beast level 1. It appeared with great confidence and laughed. Her, bring glory and joy to the master." Then it charged at them at lightning speed. It hasn't seen the coffin yet, still boasting about its size. Her, you must be eager to taste blood. Another battle ensued. A flash of light could be seen, rocks and dust flying everywhere. He confidently laughed. Ho ho ho, I'll show them what I can do. Before he could finish, he was knocked down. The demon completely collapsed. Why isn't anyone doing anything? To this point, We must overwhelm them with numbers. The person in charge of physical matters poured a cold bucket of water. Useless, even if we all rush in. We can't break the shield and harm the master. Of course, he knew that too, damn it. What should I do now? He decided and said, I'll move the master here. The other protested loudly. What? No way! Begging for mercy. Hold on, Marker's group was stunned by their conversation. There's still a chance, but look, those monsters are preparing to hunt in an unbalanced situation. Suddenly, he raised his hand to summon something. But the other interrupted, please, but the person in charge of physical matters ignored him and kept his stance. The portal opened instantly. In a green ring, a powerful voice asked, What's going on? Kim Il-ho rubbed his chin and asked, Is that a man's voice? Marker paused mid-sentence. Don't tell me. He's busy talking. Are you busy? Listen up. I'm in the middle of a battle. He has to speak politely. Subordinate understood. Sorry for contacting during your busy time. There's an issue with the tower we were given. That's when we heard a formal greeting. I don't remember giving you any towers. It made the person in charge of materials nervous. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing. Haha, those three fools, when their names were mentioned, they got excited and listened attentively. Black was busy with his duties and gold bars. Could you come here right away? He received a reply that he had just started attacking, which frightened Marker's group. Then we heard the other party say they would deal with it first, so we moved back 10 seconds. Both of you were surprised. The moment of life and death began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hearing this, the three Beastmen brothers fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Then came the night countdown. 6, 5 dragon beasts in the sky still waiting for battle. 4, his eyes suddenly narrowed, human eyes sharp and red. Next was 3, the person in charge of materials kept his position, reaching out towards the green door. 2, there were some changes inside. The last rope. At this moment, the monsters had gathered enough rage. Dragon Beast eyes turned red and alert, sensing danger. Han darted around in the air, spewing out a yellow shockwave to start the attack. A loud explosion, smoke billowed everywhere. The Dragon Beasts remained silent, waiting. Chains wrapped around. He wondered who else was there. Listen up, where are you looking at? He suddenly looked around. You appeared in his sight. Cold eyes stared back at him. Below, Kim Il-ho could only see a shadow through the intense light. Looking intently at him, he wondered who that person was. 3 meters indeed. He looked down coldly. Then his eyes narrowed and shouted at the 3 Beastmen brothers, You useless things, cowering in fear. Suddenly, the dragon beasts heard him dealing with household matters, not only finishing one small thing but calling me here too. He ordered them round. When everything was over, they would be trained in hell, even those who helped with summoning. The monsters sighed inwardly. What about us? He angrily shouted at the arrogant ones. Chamanu still kept a calm expression. He gritted his teeth. Daring to call me that? Those who know me, you shut up. Hey! You're being too talkative, challenge me. Hurry up. He became even angrier, damn it. Like this, the two of them clashed fiercely. The intense power illuminated a wide area. A bright light surrounded him. He remained indifferent and said, Everything's fine. His sword pierced through a rock. It kept stabbing forcefully down. Then it switched to the other side, creating countless marks on the cliff behind him. A circle of light appeared behind the dragon beast. The sword shot towards him from there. At that moment, he held his sword in one hand and used a spear to block the huge sword. The tip of the sword had watermarks. He remained indifferent while defending, then glanced at it. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of surprise. He struggled to defend. The next sound was a powerful explosion. He praised enthusiastically, You're not bad either. His response was faint. You managed to block that blow too. The defense is crumbling. Words just received. His wounds are healing very quickly. He sighed and even healed himself. Then he tapped the table with his finger, drawing a path for an attack. His eyes flickered up and down, brimming with determination. He declared we must deal with what's bothering us first. More chains were added around him, restricting his movement. Revenge was his as he swung his fist and tightened it, using the death fist technique into the red barrier. The normally stable shield began to shrink. The dragon beast ground its teeth, a challenging voice echoing, "My barrier won't be so easily broken." The more determined one failed, cracks appearing in the barrier. He bluntly said, "Damn it, how did you break my barrier so easily?" A hook came flying, 100% hits, striking straight at the dragon beast's head. He was shocked. What? The shout echoed through the mountains. The dust quickly dissipated, revealing him tightly bound by chains. He bluntly said, "You're not sharp and your body is as weak as cotton. Are you good at attacking? I had to kill a bunch in 10 seconds just to get here. If this is boring, all my efforts are wasted. Try to have some fun." He was thoroughly irritated, angrily saying, "Have some fun? You keep playing over there. It's me who said that. Don't be arrogant. This is my tower. The chains are completely broken." He asked casually, "Your tower, are you sure?" Standing silently in space, Chaminyu mercilessly held his sword and swung down. He coldly observed as the sky gradually filled with something. From a moment of silence, it was the familiar voice, "You're quite strong. I didn't expect to use this incarnation. It's the ancient dragon Ravka's." Shards flew everywhere. He silently supported himself on the ground to avoid shock. Chaminyu circled in the air and asked, "Are you ready for sacrifice?" Kim Il-ho screamed in fear. He turned to Marker and asked, "What's going on? Is the 3 meters hunter okay?" He remained silent with a grim face, thinking, 3 meters, him. The sickle high above shone brightly, drawing power. The dragon beast showed a tough expression. Both sides launched intense attacks. He was quickly surrounded by his techniques. As the sickle approached right in front of him, the 3 meters were attacked and flew far away. The ground appeared with water marks. Right there, a light path emerged. Chaminyu still kept a calm expression. He easily dodged the flying sickle. One or many things didn't matter. And then he stood proudly in the midst of the battlefield. Then he swung his sword, flipping and delivering a fatal blow. As he approached, he suddenly saw something. He laughed happily, his feet gently touching the water as he walked gracefully. A waterfall rushed up, using its force to break the chains. They stood opposite each other from 2 extremes. Water flowed around him, his eyes still sharp. He mocked, still acting so arrogant. An impression was created. Countless fireballs flew towards a spot, flames flickering and burning. He charged into the heat. Shaking his steps, he couldn't help but laugh slyly. A tree suddenly sprang up from somewhere, quickly growing and expanding without stopping. In each gap, countless red eyes glared, black smoke spreading round. The dragon beast looked at him silently with sharp red eyes, then cursed, "Damn you," while he below returned the gaze. Chaminyu stood in front of countless doors, cursing, "Die!" Golden beams continuously shot down fiercely. A long trench appeared on the ground. He stopped at the last path. First word, death. He rose and chopped a mountain horizontally. Second word, death. He appeared right after it. His hand immediately sprouted a hook, swinging his sword at him. Third one, death. You successfully escaped and broke the mountain. Fourth one, death. Meteorites falling down. A whirlwind forms. Fifth one, death. You charged past him. Sixth one, death. A new seal wave. You tied his eyes tightly. As he approached to bring death, you narrowly avoided it. Death echoed in your ears. Thunder rumbled overhead as you shivered. After a fierce battle, the dragon beast stood at the entrance of its cave before him. He panicked and asked, Why didn't he die? Death, death, death. Don't sow fields. I will win this battle. This is my tower. All life and magic here. They give me endless mana. No matter how long it lasts, my mana won't run out. Just as a fire vortex formed, I am. Amidst the vast sea of flames, he confidently declared, "The victor of this battle is me." You leaned like a small creature running away. Only his head was surrounded by hair and flames, trapping him. A fireball formed, shattering everything around it. Through the smoke, he proudly raised his wings in the air. His shadow elongated as his face turned grim. Looking down at the deep pit below, he began to laugh. "I told you so with this body. A. But before finishing, his eyes widened in shock. Then, looking to his right, he said bluntly, "Your hand, when did you get interested? The way you use it is interesting too." He stared at him standing there in disbelief. Chaminyu said, "Unfortunately, you can't use it anymore." He painfully thought about all the mana he had saved, considering it precious, but to you, this cheap thing, he muttered madly, is now yours. He angrily said, "I am the master here. It's me who discarded it." "You want to know why?" He laughed. Chaminyu recounted, "When we faced each other before, 50th tier skills were used upon entering the tower under legendary level. All strategies including boss fighting would be unlocked. Moreover, at the highest level, unlock strategies to defeat boss 5. He continued, "I knew someone was siphoning endless mana from here and, especially, combining skills with 50% domination skill had a 92% chance of system override. Clearly, that's top secret." He hinted, "I conquered everything you have." Then he looked at him, asking now, "Who is the king of this tower?" He was worried. The dragon beast decided to play dry with him and raised its wings in anger, cursing, "Damn it." Just as his words ended, a thunderclap and stones around attacked him. Chaminyu paused. He pressed on, harsh but true. His confident face declared, "You will lose." Because, just in time, the skills used now include 50th tier burst, 50th tier target, and 50th tier weapon mastery. He confidently said, "I am a tower specialist." He charged past him with great speed. His spear aimed at him from above. Piercing through the water barrier, it quickly cracked. The shockwave struck his core, right in the center. He desperately screamed, "Impossible!" An explosion occurred. The stones around trembled and exploded in a cloud of smoke. They witnessed everything behind the shield. Kim Il-ho exclaimed, "The hunter displayed unimaginable power." The mage was amazed. Now I understand why he conquered all towers. He wondered what and how. He said, "Teleportation between towers." He possesses summoning that can use such abilities. As long as he wants, he can destroy any boss with that terrifying power. The marker sweat trickled down his face in amazement. The marker sweat trickled down his face in amazement. He looked at Charmin Wu's handsome and rugged face and exclaimed that she had returned to her peak. The ground was scattered with countless fresh potatoes. Potatoes. Potatoes everywhere. Potatoes here and there. Even our stockpile of provisions is full of potatoes. The notification keeps popping up, "You've completed the tower. The teleport gate will be created momentarily. Please leave." While he was desperately sitting against a strange beast, sighing, "What does leaving mean? This whole country is just full of potatoes. I won't touch any more potatoes when we return to Korea," he swore. On this side, Longlegs suddenly stopped walking. Hanyu nervously asked, "Gun, have you uploaded the file yet?" Gun immediately replied, "Yes. Why are you reminding me again? Girls, are you ready? We can't afford any mistakes. The target this time is a Shrank Elite Hunter." All responded in unison, "Yes, we will be careful and focused. Team Leader Han." Suddenly, she fell to her knees in pain. Gun hesitantly called out, "Team Leader, I can't believe I'm the team leader." Thinking, maybe everyone will forget me. But I am Han Yu-young. I was once a member under Ma Sanggon's leadership, responsible for the Hunter Management Center. Yes, it was in the past when the global expansion project of the defense system was launched and a 3-team division was established. I became the leader of the second team within it. Back then, I was just a lowly member. Why such intense emotions? She always wondered this. A strong hand landed on her shoulder. "Calm down. Don't worry. You can do it. I love you too. Then we'll share the position. Isn't that right? I will call you Team Leader Han." She stared back in surprise. Turns out it's Ma. She thought, I know now. Ma was originally assigned as the project leader, but he declined and recommended me instead. Moreover, he knew I wasn't suited for this position. But sensing Yanu's intense gaze, she slightly flinched. Turning around, she shouted, "Hurry up." Then, with determination, she moved forward. "This is the moment I've been waiting for. This time I will go all in." Ms. Ha made a determined nod. They immediately fell silent, adopting their most serious demeanor ever. Place your hands on the table. Ms. Hong Ho said, "Hello, I am Han Yu-young, team leader responsible for the defense project. First, may I read out the code names of the 6 hunters who attended this busy travel meeting? Hunter Titan from Drake Guild Hunter Mistel, from Seal Guild Hunter Cooper, from Nice Way Hunter Ianu, from Moonlight Guild Hunter Ainge, from Gloria Guild and Hunter Baphomet from Nebula Guild." Everyone wondered, why is he so indifferent to all? Where's the Nebula Guild president? Making it up, look at him. He seems easy to bully. The Nebula Guild master is famous for pulling pranks, even making fun of people. I've never heard his name before. A type like that deserves to be excluded from important meetings. The atmosphere instantly became tense. She called out, "Gun, please prepare." "Yes," Gun replied. Then she started operating on the computer, projecting onto the screen behind for presentation. This is a map of tower distribution about a year ago. And this is now. Thanks to the hunters' efforts in Project GATT, the mutation rate has significantly decreased. Thank you all. She politely spoke, then mentioned the new content. Phase 1 of the project is about to wrap up. Announcing the start of Phase 2 will be done in advance. Even just starting, people are already gossiping and asking questions. Phase 2. It's different from what they told me. Didn't we have to discuss rewards first? Then Mistel said with a playful tone, "Could it be another overseas mission? I'll dry out again, piece by piece. How long will it take for me to recover after going back to Korea?" Then the rational one said, "People are already talking. If the top guilds go abroad, who will manage the towers in our country?" And also reluctantly excused herself, "I won't participate in Phase 2. I still have drama and film shoots." They all demanded eagerly, "What's the reward?" This left her unsure of how to respond. "What?" They just kept pressing for more. "What good things will you give us?" Even pushing, ordering, "Hurry up," she said flustered. "Sorry, by the way." Suddenly, "What rank am I, team leader?" He approached her arrogantly, surprising her, wondering when did he appear in front of me. Looking down at her, he said, "I'm BR Inc., so a team leader must be at least senior Inc. Don't tell me you're the project director." She hesitated to explain, "Project director? What you mean is team leader North, who's currently in charge of Team 1. He's working abroad, so I'm here temporarily." He stared at her menacingly, silencing her. They mocked, leaving BR Inc. to finalize the meeting. Truly disappointing, a waste of time. He no longer cared either. "Can I go now? I have to go for photo shoots. Send the rewards directly to the company. Actually, it's our guild." He mocked. "It seems everything isn't in order yet." She tried to calm everyone down when things settled. Gun hummed as if understanding the shrink's disdain for the weak, while she continued convincing them. "Hold on, I'll present about the rewards." Watching them intimidate her, Woon understood the SRANK's contempt for the weak. The team leader Puck was an SRANK. "We can talk." Suddenly, he spoke up after being silent. "It's you guys who are wasting time." They glared at him. He wore a cold expression. They angrily asked, "What's that? Speak clearly." He stood up and trembled as he asked, "What are the rewards?" He was momentarily stunned. Did he just ignore me? She wasn't fully adapted yet. "What? Oh, yes," she muttered a few times. Then she quickly adjusted her demeanor and replied, "The rewards are based on contribution percentage." They all thought the same thing. Based on contribution percentage means that the guild with the highest contribution will be. The answer was clear, Nebula Guild. They were rushed to question her. "Isn't a contribution-based reward serious?" She firmly answered, "Of course not. Ownership of the tower, 5-year tax exemption, 5-year free item trading, expanded healthcare and social benefits, and the guild with the highest contribution will be granted command over all other guilds if there's a portal." He exclaimed. "What?" Mistel angrily said. "What? Is she crazy? They can control other guilds, right? That's not normal." She had to respond. "As I've been saying for the past 5 years, if there's no portal during that time, command authority will expire. Cooper clarified, so what she meant was that they needed to focus on cleaning the tower to block the anomaly gate, and that it's uncomfortable to say. You should have been clear about this from the start of the project. She clearly stated, sorry for not mentioning earlier, because the head of the team has changed, so the reward details also need to change accordingly. They kept questioning, with the head of the team changing, how can everything just continue as usual? She remained silent, playing a detached role, thinking to herself, I understand the hunter's objections. The new head of the team Yudhun wants to create a competitive environment among the hunters because the more competition there is, the stronger they will become. Suddenly, but the Nebula Guild doesn't seem interested in those rewards, he said. Everyone was surprised, from her and to other hunters all exclaimed, what? He explained, managing other guilds sounds troublesome. How do we manage them? Give us better rewards. Then asked, can they be transferred? She questioned, what do you mean? Observing everyone's curious expressions, he said, everyone looks intrigued. Then sneered with a deep smile, saying it seems we can't transfer them. So you can all come in together. I don't think anyone could leave a mark on me. They all immediately turned serious. You successfully provoked each one. Cooper, Yanu, Titan, and Mistel were all irritated. They praised his spirit. This arrogant guy, let's see if he still talks like that after getting hit. After a round of fighting, their hands were utterly tired. In panic, they wondered, what? I couldn't make out his movements. Where did this monster come from? Mistel swore, throwing in the towel, I'll stop here. My weapon broke. Next is Cooper. I'm giving up too, just watching now. Your neck hurts and aches. Suddenly, his theory crumbled, thinking about the rules he mentioned. Wasn't there a loophole? If I didn't use my weapon, it wouldn't break. So I still have a chance. Aang's hunting weapons are still here. Meaning no rule forbids using different weapons, right? Then I won't use it. And he stood up. Listen up, you figured it out now. I don't know when you circled behind me and attacked, but it's too late.